Tianwu Academy. In the boys' dormitory. Qin Ming stared at the clock on the wall, his entire body trembling with excitement. Finally, it's almost here. This day, I've waited for it for 18 whole years. Ding dong! The sound of the midnight chime echoed. Sign in! Qin Ming silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Ding! Detected that the host has continuously signed in for 6,570 days. Activation conditions fulfilled. System activating. Ding! Activation successful. In an instant, a thick black mist enveloped Qin Ming tightly. A chilling wind swept around the dormitory building, making anyone nearby shiver involuntarily. When the black mist dissipated, a deep crimson demonic mask floated before Qin Ming. It was ferocious and horrifying, like a ghost straight out of hell. Ninja mask? Qin Ming froze in shock. He had traversed to this world for 18 years and knew there was no such thing as a Jackie Chan Adventures type of plot here. He never expected that as soon as the system was activated, it would gift him a ghostly mask. This filled Qin Ming with immense excitement. The Ghost Shadow mask was incredibly powerful, especially the Ghost Shadow Legion it commanded, which was utterly terrifying. The Legion was vast in number and could never be destroyed, making it an invincible ally. Not bad. With this, even if I don't have any talent, tomorrow's trial will be a breeze. Qin Ming smiled joyfully. Just yesterday, Qin Ming had failed the awakening ceremony, leaving him feeling uncertain. In this world, where ferocious monsters roamed, and the strong ruled, being powerless meant facing death at any time. Let's hope its abilities are as strong as in the anime. Qin Ming laughed, reaching out to grab the floating ninja mask. The moment his hand touched the mask, a set of data appeared before his eyes. Ghost Shadow Mask, General Ninja, no other souls within the mask. Ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion. Note, the host cannot wear the mask themselves, it must be worn by someone else. Once the mask is worn, it will merge with the wearer's body and can alter their appearance at will. If someone wears the mask for more than 24 hours, they will unconditionally obey the host's commands. The wearer's strength cannot be too far superior to the host's. The host can gain the abilities and talents of the wearer. After reading the details, Qin Ming fell silent. The fact that the mask could only be worn by others gave him a headache. Forget it, I'll think of a plan tomorrow. He sighed, placing the ninja mask on his desk before lying back on his bed and falling into a deep sleep. Outside the boys' dormitory, a beautiful girl approached stealthily. Is there really treasure here? A trace of nervousness flashed across Jiang Kor's face. Earlier, her talent, Treasure Seeker, had told her that a top-tier artifact was hidden here. That was the only reason she had come to the boys' dormitory in the dead of night. S-Class treasure-seeking talent, Treasure Seeker. Treasure Seeker can sense all treasures within a 3-kilometer radius. No time to hesitate. Without this treasure, I won't stand a chance in tomorrow's trial. Jiang Kor bit her lip, raised her head to look at the window on the 3rd floor, and her gaze turned resolute. She took a step forward and leapt upward, climbing swiftly like an agile cat. Years of martial arts training had made her movements light and nimble. With ease, Jiang Kor climbed to the 3rd floor and carefully opened Qin Ming's window. She slipped inside. On the bed, Qin Ming squinted slightly as he watched the tall figure near the window. Who's that? What's she doing in my room in the middle of the night? Since he wasn't sure of her strength, he chose not to act for the moment. Jiang Kor, completely focused on the Ghost Shadow mask on the desk, didn't notice the pair of eyes watching her from the shadows. Wiping the sweat off her brow, she felt exhausted from climbing the wall. Her clothes were already soaked through. If the lights were turned on now, Qin Ming could even see the pink lingerie she was wearing beneath her damp clothes. Sorry about this, classmate, Jiang Kor whispered softly, moving cautiously toward the desk. The voice of her treasure seeker talent continued to guide her. The moment her fingers touched the mask, a sinister power engulfed her. Her entire being felt as though it had plunged into endless darkness. Wear it. Put it on. Jiang Kor's pupils momentarily lost focus as the voice in her mind echoed incessantly, eroding her will like poison. She stood there, unable to calm herself. As Jiang Kor remained in a daze, Qin Ming had already recognized her. The campus beauty, Jiang Kor? Interesting. Didn't she just awaken an S-Class talent? Though it was support type, that didn't mean she'd resort to stealing, right? Jiang Kor's face showed shock as she snapped back to reality. The dark power she felt from the mask seemed boundless. This was the very strength she had yearned for. No wonder Treasure Seeker marked it with the highest level golden rating. Now it all makes sense. Understanding dawned on Jiang Kor, and her body trembled involuntarily. She could feel the immense power within the mask. This power could compensate for the shortcomings of her talent. As long as she wore it, she was confident she'd pass tomorrow's trial. She might even take first place. Jiang Core glanced at the sleeping Qin Ming and murmured, "I'm sorry. I'll repay you someday if I can." With that, she climbed back out the window and left. A few seconds later, Qin Ming sat up and looked out the window, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Repay me? Then spend the rest of your life as my servant and make it worthwhile." Ha! An S-class talent? Not bad at all. He was certain Jiang Core wouldn't be able to resist wearing the mask. No one could resist such immense dark power. On the street. The nighttime streets were bustling with people. Jiang Core's home was only a kilometer away from the school. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she naturally didn't live on campus. Running through the streets, her previously tense mood finally began to ease. Gasp, gasp. Jiang Core panted heavily, her body trembling involuntarily. It was her first time doing something like this. Looking at the ghost shadow mask in her hands, she smiled with satisfaction. "I will use its power to the fullest. I won't waste this artifact." Her gaze turned resolute as she looked toward her home. Her fingertips brushed against the mask's cold edges, and piercing words rang in her mind again. An S-class talent? Too bad it's support type. Your brother is the true future of the Jiang family. Girls should know their place. Her nails dug deep into her palm, but she felt no pain. In the distance, the Jiang family's villa loomed faintly in the night. "Father." Jiang Core slowly raised the mask, her voice hoarse. "Watch me." When the cold mask pressed against her skin, a terrifying power not her own surged wildly within her body. "I am the most outstanding heir of the Jiang family." At the same time, in the dormitory, Qin Ming could feel a terrifying power awakening within his body. Ding! Niga mask successfully equipped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talents: Ghost Shadow Legion, S-Class Treasure Seeker talent, and Niga General's power. Talent: Ghost Shadow Legion, ***. Ghost Shadow Legion, able to summon 100 Ghost Shadow soldiers, automatically refreshed at midnight daily. Their strength is proportionate to the host's abilities. Note: the stronger the host, the stronger the legion. S-Class Treasure Seeker talent: Treasure Seeker. Treasure Seeker, able to sense the location of all treasures within a 3-kilometer radius. Passive talent: Niga General's power, ***. Niga General, comprehensive physical enhancement with the ability for short-distance shadow jumps. Note: jumping distance is related to the host's strength. Treasure Seeker? Not bad, it'll definitely come in handy in the future, Qin Ming muttered with a smile on his face, already looking forward to tomorrow's trial. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning arrived. After freshening up, Qin Ming went downstairs and bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. He ate as he walked, heading towards the trial grounds. The area outside the trial grounds was already bustling with noise and chatter. Qin Ming ambled over at a leisurely pace, and from a distance, he could hear the lively discussions. As he casually scanned the crowd, his gaze suddenly stopped. Jiang Core was standing at the center of the crowd. She was dressed in a pure white dress that accentuated her slender waist. White knee-high socks complemented her long legs, paired with a pair of simple white shoes, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Chewing on his bun, a trace of amusement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. As expected of Jiang, the school beauty, he sneered inwardly. In just one night, she's mastered the ghost shadow mask to perfection. He remembered that once the mask was worn, it couldn't be taken off, but it could freely alter one's appearance. It seemed that this young lady had made excellent use of this ability. Right now, she appeared even more stunning than usual. Many male students were secretly staring at the radiant Jiang Core in the center, though some of their gazes carried a hint of regret. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. A group of girls, led by Song Xiaomei, approached Jiang Core aggressively. Song Xiaomei crossed her arms, a fake smile plastered on her face. Well, if it isn't our school belle, Jiang," Song Xiaomei said mockingly, raising her voice deliberately. "I heard you awakened a support-type talent? Need your big sister here to help you pass the trial?" Song Xiaomei had always been at odds with Jiang Core, and now that she had a chance, she wasn't going to miss the opportunity to humiliate her. A freckle-faced girl next to Song Xiaomei immediately chimed in, "Mei Jie, you're being too soft. I heard Jiang's talent is treasure hunting, totally useless for the trial, huh?" "Oh?" Song Xiaomei exaggeratedly covered her mouth, dragging out her words, her eyes practically brimming with mockery. "Doesn't that mean you're doomed in this trial?" Qin Ming watched the scene unfold with great interest, casually twirling his soy milk cup in his fingers. How entertaining, it was like something straight out of a novel. A once proud daughter of heaven, now fallen from grace overnight, Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity to kick her while she was down? Jean Cor listened, her gaze flickering as she turned to coldly glare at the three girls. With an emotionless expression, she said, "Get lost." Just moments ago, she had been completely immersed in her own dark world. In the darkness, she could feel something stirring, as though it was pleading with her to release it. The sensation was strange. She felt like a queen of the shadows, capable of commanding them at will. The moment her words fell, the surrounding crowd instantly fell silent, everyone staring at Jean Cor in shock. After all, Song Xiaomei had a combat-type talent, albeit only a B-level one. But in the early stages, her combat power was quite strong. Meanwhile, Jean Cor would have to wait until she became a martial artist and ventured into unexplored secret realms to truly utilize her abilities. Song Xiaomei's smile froze for a moment, her expression darkening as she said, "You useless thing, how dare you tell me to get lost?" The next second, she waved her hand, and a shining silver spear appeared out of thin air. "Looks like I'll have to teach you the rules of this world." "Oh?" Jean Cor sneered, her pale arm lifting slowly. "You actually want to make a move?" The surrounding crowd quickly backed away several steps, leaving a clearing in the middle. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the imminent confrontation. "Stop!" A stern voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Hu Chengfeng, dressed in a black uniform, strode forward, the silver examiner badge on his chest glinting in the sunlight. "If you want to fight," he said coldly, glancing at the two of them, "then do it inside the trial secret realm. Fight to your heart's content there. But here, it's not allowed." Tianwu Academy allowed students to duel, as long as it didn't result in fatalities. After all, in a world overrun by monsters, flowers raised in greenhouses wouldn't survive. Only those who experienced the clash of blades and shadows could grow into the strongest warriors. Reluctantly, Song Xiaomei put away her spear, the weapon dissolving into silver light. "Yes, Teacher Hu," she replied in feigned obedience. But as she turned, she made a throat-slitting gesture at Jean Cor. "Just wait until we're in the secret realm," she thought. "I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Then you'll understand that only the strong have the right to speak in this world. The Song family has nothing to fear from the Jiang family." Jean Cor didn't respond, turning to leave with a glint of icy killing intent in her eyes. Hu Chengfeng watched her departure and let out a soft sigh. Why insist on joining the secret realm trial with a treasure-seeking talent? It would have been better to wait until she became a martial artist. That's when her talent would truly shine. Qin Ming observed the scene, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had been hoping for a good show. What a pity. Hu Chengfeng stepped onto the podium, and the crowd instantly quieted down. Clearing his throat, he addressed them in a booming voice. "Students, I know some of you have awakened combat-type talents. That's excellent. But I must remind you, awakening a talent is just the first step, and the easiest one at that. The most important thing is how far you can go on the path of martial arts. Enough talk. I now officially announce the opening of the trial secret realm. If you're confident, you may choose to go solo. But let me remind you, you only have one life. While there are no monsters in the secret realm, the exotic beasts are just as dangerous. If anything happens, the school won't be held responsible." No one paid much attention to his warnings. Everyone was busy forming teams, ignoring him entirely. Soon, everyone had found teammates, most groups consisting of 3 to 5 people. It was unsafe with fewer people, but too many would mean splitting the rewards. Only 2 people stood out: Jean Cor, with her treasure-seeking talent, and Qin Ming, with no talent at all. The 2 of them stood alone, isolated and conspicuous. Hu Chengfeng noticed and frowned as he walked over to Qin Ming, asking curiously, "You're Qin Ming, right?" Students without talent were rare, and Hu Chengfeng had an impression of him. Qin Ming raised his head and nodded. "Aren't you the one without talent?" Hu Chengfeng's brows furrowed further, his tone displeased. "What are you doing here causing trouble? Hurry to the martial arts training ground." "I want to give it a try," Qin Ming replied calmly, his expression steady. "Oh?" Hu Chengfeng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him curiously. "Have you already become a warrior?" At this stage, they only grasped the basics and could not yet be considered true warriors. Only when one developed inner energy within their body could they truly attain the title of a warrior. And achieving this was extremely challenging. Even Hu Chengfeng himself was merely a 4th realm warrior, having spent over 20 years to reach such a level. Qin Ming shook his head. "No. Not a warrior, and no awakened talent either?" Hu Chengfeng's expression turned cold. "Coming here to participate in the trial, are you seeking death?" The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs and chatter. "Seriously? No talent, not even a warrior, he's just a regular person, right? He's really bold." This is the first time I've seen an ordinary person without talent enter the trial. Whose subordinate is he? So desperate. He must be unwilling to accept it and is trying his luck. Trying his luck? More like walking straight into the jaws of death with the beasts. Amidst the ridiculing voices, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged. He said coolly, "Teacher, I believe in myself. Let me in." He had already decided, no matter what the teacher said, he was determined to join the trial. The reason was simple: only within the trial's secret realm could one obtain beast essences. Consuming just one was equivalent to days of arduous training. Who wouldn't be tempted? From a distance, Jiang Kor watched Qin Ming curiously. She vaguely felt that he was different somehow, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly why. If she had to describe it, she thought he seemed like one of her own. Poof! Jiang Kor sneered. As if he could possibly have that kind of mask. Like the others, she thought Qin Ming was courting death. Forget someone like Qin Ming, even those with minor auxiliary talents wouldn't dare venture into the trial's secret realm lightly. Who would gamble with their life? Hu Chengfeng stared at Qin Ming for a long while, silent. After a while, he sighed and relented. "Fine, go if you want." Every year, there were always one or two people like this, impossible to stop. They'd only learn their lesson after getting injured or crippled inside. With bad luck, they might even lose their lives. There was no helping it. Good advice often fell on deaf ears. After some hesitation, Hu Chengfeng sighed again and said slowly, "Later, I'll try to arrange for you to join a team, but only if they're willing." This was the only help he could offer. Whether Qin Ming could make it out alive would depend entirely on luck. Qin Ming's eyelid twitched. He wanted to decline but, seeing Hu Chengfeng's gloomy expression, swallowed his words. Refusing outright would only lead to endless trouble, and failing to enter the secret realm would be the real loss. "Forget it," he'd explained to the team once inside. With that thought, Qin Ming nodded. "All right, teacher." A line of students stood before a massive metal gate, holding their breath. Even the sound of breathing was audible. Some students were so excited their faces flushed. After all, it was their first time entering the trial secret realm. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Before long boom zzz a deep vibration rumbled beneath their feet as the metal gate slowly slid open to either side. As the gap widened, blinding blue-white lights flickered on, revealing the interior structure. It was a 300 square meter sealed metal chamber. At its center hovered 3 clusters of gray-white mist, each about the size of 2 doors, arranged in a line. The mist surfaces writhed and distorted continuously, making one dizzy if stared at for too long. Remember, once you're inside, do not venture deep into the forest. You only need to hunt the beasts on the outskirts. They're equipped with electronic sensors, so once you kill them, your silver rings will automatically record the points. The students glanced down at the silver mechanical wristbands on their hands, which displayed information such as time and name. Qin Ming also took a quick look. 9:15 a.m. Name, Qin Ming, age, 18. Vital energy, 13, martial apprentice level. Beast kills, 0. Previously, when Qin Ming measured his vital energy, it had only been 8. To his surprise, after being strengthened by the Nija mask, it had increased to 13. He was pleasantly surprised. After all, even a First Realm warrior's vital energy was only around 30. Watching the students' excited expressions, Hu Chengfeng's lips curled into a nostalgic smile. Once, he too had stood at the trial's entrance, filled with anticipation, clenching his fists with the dream of becoming a true warrior. Remember. Hu Chengfeng's smile faded as his tone grew steady and commanding. Ensure your safety first, but try to hunt as many beasts as possible. He paused briefly, scanning each young face before him. A smile tugged at his lips, and a hint of temptation crept into his voice. The first place in this trial will receive a low-grade Xian-level cultivation technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group fell silent. Jiang Kor's breath caught, her face flushing slightly from excitement. Qin Ming's expression also shifted subtly in surprise. A low-grade Xian-level cultivation technique. In the entire academy, this was a top-tier reward. Ordinary students typically only had access to mortal-level techniques, and even children of noble families mostly trained with spirit-level ones. But a Xian-level technique. It was enough to drive anyone to fight with all their might. Take Jiang Kor, for example. Her family owned just one mid-grade Xian-level technique. And even so, her father treated it as a treasure, not allowing even her, his daughter, to practice it. Everyone present breathed heavier, their eyes burning as they stared at the gray-white mist ahead. The allure of a Xian-level technique was simply too great. Seeing the students' wolfish eagerness, Hu Chengfeng chuckled. Good, it seems everyone is ready. Then, the trial begins. With that, the students broke into teams and entered the gray-white mist one after another. Soon, it was Qin Ming's turn. Just as he was about to step in, Hu Chengfeng called out, Qin Ming, come here. Qin Ming froze mid-step, his foot hanging awkwardly in the air. He turned around stiffly. Hu Chengfeng gestured to a group of 3 men and 2 women nearby and said blandly, they've agreed to let you join their team. Go in with them. Qin Ming. Song Xiaomei, standing near the front of the group, shot a venomous glance at Zhang Ke's straight-backed figure ahead. A shadow of malice flickered in her eyes. She tilted her head and gave a glance to Xiaolin beside her, lowering her voice, Xiaolin, send her a honeybug. Lin Xiaoye, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, nodded in understanding, her eyes glinting sharply behind the lenses. Slowly, she opened her left hand, and a small bump swelled between the lines of her palm. From the bump emerged a tiny bug, pink all over and nearly transparent, no larger than half a fingernail. Sea-level reconnaissance ability, Honeybug. Honeybug, no matter how far away, the host can always smell the pollen it releases, also a decent snack when you're hungry. Note, no offensive capabilities. Lin Xiaoye adjusted her glasses and gently blew a puff of air into her palm. The honeybug flapped its wings and took off, tracing a nearly invisible path through the air. It deftly weaved past several students' shoulders before silently slipping into Zhang Ke's skirt pocket. The moment the honeybug landed in the pocket, Zhang Ke, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, curved her lips into a faint smile. After strengthening her vitality and blood with the ghost shadow mask, her stats had reached a level of 13. There was no way she'd fail to notice the bug sneaking into her pocket. However, she simply didn't care. Who would care about the buzzing of a mosquito? Once the honeybug got closer, she'd swat it dead with a single slap. The honeybug crawled around in her pocket, releasing pollen with a peculiar, fragrant scent. Lin Xiaoye sniffed the air to confirm the honeybug's location, then whispered to Song Xiaomei, it worked. Song Xiaomei sneered, once we're inside, keep a close eye on Zhang Ke. Make sure she remembers this lesson well. Should they take the opportunity to kill her? If she died in the secret trial realm, no one would ever know. But no, that would be too boring. Instead, they could find some dirt on her in the realm, something to use as leverage against her later, something that could help in swallowing up the Zheng family. At this thought, Song Xiaomei licked her lips excitedly, already unable to wait. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. Among them, he recognized 2. One was Hu Wanting, a school beauty on par with Zhang Ke. She was also his classmate, though they'd rarely interacted. The other was Chen Bufan, the heartthrob of Tianwu Academy. Not only was he handsome, but he had awakened an S-level offensive talent just yesterday, shaking the entire academy. It was hard for Qin Ming not to know him. As for the other 3, Qin Ming had no connections with them and knew little about them. Don't worry, Teacher Hu. It's only right for classmates to help each other. I'll take good care of Qin Ming, Chen Bufan said with a confident smile. Hu Chengfeng nodded, then turned to Hu Wanting and softly said, stay safe. Hu Wanting merely nodded slightly, her face cold and emotionless. This scene gave Qin Ming pause. The way Hu Chengfeng looked at Hu Wanting wasn't ordinary, it didn't seem like the concern a teacher would show a student. It was more like an elder giving instructions to a younger family member. This realization set Qin Ming deep in thought. As the 6 of them walked into the gray-white mist, Qin Ming immediately felt a wave of dizziness. The scene before his eyes twisted and warped like a disrupted water surface. Once his vision cleared, what lay before him was an open area. About a dozen meters away, a dense gray-white fog hung like a curtain over a boundless forest. Students began appearing sporadically, scattered across the clearing. Some looked around in confusion, while others cracked their knuckles, ready to act. Qin Ming took a look around. When they entered, there had been at least 200 students entering the trial with him. But now, surveying his surroundings, fewer than 40 remained. This meant that, aside from those who were teleported to the same place as him, others had been randomly dispersed. The burly Wang Hu rubbed his thick hands together, squinting as he stared at Qin Ming with ill intent. Brother Bufan, what about this guy? We can't seriously keep dead weight in the team, can we? Chen Bufan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hu Wanting and asked softly, Wanting, what do you think? Before Hu Wanting could respond, Wang Xiaoyu, standing beside her, quickly interjected, of course, we kick him out. If it weren't for Wanting's uncle speaking up for him, who would allow this loser to join? Hu Wanting frowned, clearly displeased. Xiaoyu. He's still my uncle. If you keep being so rude, I can't promise I'll keep considering you my friend. Humph. Wang Xiaoyu pouted and turned her head away. As her longtime friend, she naturally knew Hu Wanting's personality. Listening to their conversation, Qin Ming's expression gradually turned cold. Just as he was about to argue back, Hu Wanting continued, let him stay in the team. I'll be responsible for his safety. The rest of you don't need to meddle. Hu Wanting's words carried weight within the group, and no one voiced further objections. Qin Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at the woman, known as the Ice Queen, with a hint of surprise. This woman, like her uncle, was quite interesting. However, Qin Ming didn't need their help. No need. Qin Ming said expressionlessly. I had planned to go solo from the start. With that, he turned and walked toward the depths of the forest. Heh, got a bit of backbone, huh? Wang Xiaoyu crossed her arms, a mocking smile on her lips. Let's see how long he lasts. Hu Wanting's eyes shifted slightly. She seemed about to persuade Qin Ming to stay, but Chen Bufan interrupted her. Let it go, Wanting. If he doesn't want to stick with us, there's no need to force him. Chen Bufan felt a twinge of regret. Originally, he had planned to use Qin Ming as cannon fodder. But unexpectedly, Hu Wanting had actually said she'd protect him. This felt off to Chen Bufan, and he couldn't allow Qin Ming to stay in the team. Yeah, Wanting, maybe he's hiding some secret talent? Wang Xiaoyu tugged at Hu Wanting's sleeve. Forget it, let's not bother with him anymore. Exactly, Wang Hu said, patting his belly in agreement. What if he's got some legendary top-tier talent after all? As soon as he said this, the group burst into laughter, doubling over. Only Hu Wanting stood quietly, watching Qin Ming's retreating figure. She bit her lip, her expression complicated. Qin Ming, of course, heard the laughter behind him, but he didn't care at all. You'd better hope you don't run into me in the forest. Qin Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Or else. Especially Chen Bufan. The way he looked at him made Qin Ming deeply uncomfortable. If the opportunity arose, he'd make sure they all understood the consequences of mocking him. There had been too many people earlier for him to summon the Ghost Shadow Legion. If he killed everyone for revenge, that would be too extreme. Qin Ming wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of time to deal with Chen Bufan and his group. As he stepped into the forest, Qin Ming immediately noticed the temperature around him drop significantly. But with vitality and blood at a level of 13, it barely fazed him. Before long, the silver ring emitted a faint doo-doo sound, signaling the presence of a nearby beast. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Now, let me test the power of the Shadow Army. Deep in the forest, Zhang Kor strolled leisurely, as though nothing was amiss. Crack! The crisp sound of a snapped branch echoed loudly in the silent forest. You can't even follow someone properly, how utterly incompetent. Zhang Kor's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned around slowly. She looked at two large trees not far away, her face expressionless, and said, Come out. I noticed you long ago. The next second, Song Xiaomei and her group of 5 slowly emerged from behind the trees. Aren't you afraid? Song Xiaomei frowned, displeased. She had followed Zhang Kor for so long, not to witness her confident demeanor. What she wanted to see was Zhang Kor's panic and fear upon discovering them. Afraid? Zhang Kor smirked as if hearing a joke, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly. With just you 5 weaklings, what should I be afraid of? These 5 people were of no concern to Zhang Kor. She had deliberately separated herself from the crowd to lure them into her trap. Fine. 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 Song Xiaomei was seething with anger, her teeth grinding audibly. Today, I want to see how long your sharp tongue can last. Taking a step forward, Song Xiaomei reached out into the air with her right hand. Suddenly, a silver spear materialized in her grasp. B-class weapon-type gift, Silver Snow Spear. Silver Snow Spear, Vitality +2, enhances the wielder's reaction speed during attacks. Note, vitality bonuses increase with the wielder's strength. The moment Song Xiaomei clasped the spear, she shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight at Zhang Kor. She bellowed, Attack! Cautious as always, she knew little about Zhang Kor's background, but she was keenly aware of Zhang Kor's exceptional intelligence. Zhang Kor would never take risks without a plan. Seeing how calm Zhang Kor remained even after discovering them hinted that the situation was far from simple. There was no time to waste, this had to end quickly. Hearing her command, the faces of the other 4 turned pale. A freckled woman clenched her lips tightly, her eyes fierce as she followed closely behind. At some point, 2 silver shields had appeared in her previously empty hands. D-class shield-type gift, Silver Shield. Silver Shield, hard exterior capable of blocking partial attacks. Zhang Kor sneered, even if all 5 of you come at me together, I won't be afraid. Song Xiaomei snorted coldly, arrogant. By then, she was less than 3 meters from Jiang Core. Her footsteps quickened, and the spear's tip thrust out fiercely. Jiang Core remained unfazed. She shifted her body slightly, easily dodging the strike. In the next instant, her fist slammed into Song Xiaomei's abdomen with a forceful blow, sending her flying backward. The spear dragged along the muddy ground, carving a 10-meter-long trench. Ugh! You! Song Xiaomei coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Have you broken through a vitality level of 10? The sheer force of that punch was something no one with a vitality of merely 8 could achieve. Song Xiaomei's vitality was only 6. Even with her B-class gift, she had barely been on par with the Jiang Core of the past. She had assumed her advantage in weapons and reaction speed would ensure she held the upper hand. Unfortunately, she was wrong. The information was outdated. Jiang Core's strength had increased significantly. Against Jiang Core, who fought barehanded, the 5 of them were utterly outmatched. Even more troubling was the fact that Jiang Core was not alone. Bingo! A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Core's eyes as she said indifferently, "Too bad there's no reward." The freckled woman stepped forward, shielding Song Xiaomei with the silver shields. She asked solemnly, "Sister Song, are you all right?" Song Xiaomei shook her head and slowly climbed to her feet, her expression dark. "I'm fine." But she knew their situation had taken a dire turn. She then turned to Lin Xiaoye and the other 2. The 3 stood motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. "What are you all standing there for? Move now! Or do you think she'll spare you?" Song Xiaomei roared, her anger nearly bursting. Were the other 3 complete fools? After Jiang Core dealt with her, their turns would come next. Deaths in the trial realm were normal. If Jiang Core decided to be ruthless, the thought sent a shiver down Song Xiaomei's spine. For the first time, she felt she might actually die here. Finally snapping out of it, Lin Xiaoye and the others began to act. Aside from Lin Xiaoye, the other 2 possessed auxiliary aura-type gifts, which were quite helpful to Song Xiaomei. Lin Xiaoye shook her sleeve, and dozens of honeybees fell out. The other 2 quickly formed hand seals, their fingertips emitting white halos. Shield Blessing. Light as a feather. B-class aura-type gift, Shield Blessing. Shield Blessing grants the target an air shield. Note, shield strength scales with vitality. C-class aura-type gift, Light as a feather. Light as a feather reduces the target's body weight. Note, reduces weight by 30%. In an instant, a transparent film appeared on Song Xiaomei's body, glowing faintly. Interesting. Jiang Core tilted her head, watching their flustered movements. She lowered her gaze to her shadow, as though something inside was cheering. They couldn't wait to come out. Suddenly, Jiang Core laughed. She hooked her finger lightly. "Come on. Show me how strong the 5 of you can be." Song Xiaomei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gripping the silver snow spear tightly. She muttered, "In a moment, we'll all attack together. Just like in training, understood?" The freckled woman exhaled deeply, wiped her sweat, and assured her in a low voice, "Don't worry, Sister Song. I've never let you down." Meanwhile, over 40 honeybees flew through the air. Though not aggressive, Lin Xiaoye intended to use them to distract Jiang Core. As the bees approached, Jiang Core clutched her head, her face turning pale, as if she could barely hold on. "Charge!" Song Xiaomei roared, leaping forward, her spear thrusting straight at Jiang Core. At the same time, the 40-odd bees swarmed toward Jiang Core. The freckled woman charged ahead with her shields raised, looking as if she was putting her life on the line. Jiang Core smirked coldly. "You guys like having the numbers advantage, huh? Now, it's my turn." In the next moment, everyone's shadows began to twist and contort wildly. Around Jiang Core, dozens of dark figures suddenly emerged, transforming into a group of shadowy ninjas wielding long blades. Their eyes glowed red, radiating a ferocity that made one's blood run cold. This was the legendary Shadow Army Ghostly Shadow Ninjas. Ah, what are these monsters? Behind Lin Xiaoye and her companions, several shadow ninjas also appeared. They swung their long blades mercilessly at the trio, plunging the scene into chaos. Clang! Song Xiaomei's deadly spear thrust was effortlessly blocked by the foremost shadow ninja. Impossible! Song Xiaomei's mind went completely blank, and her voice began to tremble. She couldn't comprehend how Jiang Core, who was supposed to have a treasure hunting talent, could summon such a powerful warrior. It defied all logic. "Aren't you supposed to have a treasure hunting talent?" Song Xiaomei raised her head and stared at Jiang Core in horror, her voice quivering. "Could it be you've awakened 2 talents?" In this world, there were indeed a few rare geniuses who could awaken 2 talents. Song Xiaomei didn't believe Jiang Core was one of them. She didn't want to believe it. Talent? Jiang Kor sneered coldly, lifting a hand to touch her icy cheek, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smirk. The strong don't rely on talent. The next second, there was a sharp squelch. Following that came a series of agonized screams. Ah! Killing! She's killing someone! Song Xiaomei's heart sank. When she lifted her gaze, she saw that the woman who had just cast a shield for her had been decapitated. Lin Xiaoye and the others let out terrified screams, the scene descending into utter chaos. Jiang Kor, you actually killed someone? Song Xiaomei's pupils contracted sharply, utterly unprepared for Jiang Kor's ruthlessness, for her to kill without hesitation. Her heart tightened. If Jiang Kor dared to kill others, she would definitely dare to kill her. Today, she might truly be doomed. You came looking for me to kill me, didn't you? Jiang Kor squinted, her cold smile freezing the air. If you want to kill me, you'd better be prepared to be killed. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As soon as the words fell, more than 20 black shadows surged forward in unison. Their movements were precise, the katanas in their hands slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. Song Xiaomei watched the scene unfolding before her in despair. She regretted provoking Jiang Kor, but unfortunately, regret couldn't solve anything. Everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. The ghostly ninja shadows moved with terrifying precision, each swing of their blades cutting off any path of retreat. Even more horrifying was that they seemed to never tire. Schlick! A black blade pierced through the chest of the freckled girl. She looked down at the blade protruding from her body, oddly noticing there wasn't a drop of blood on it because all the blood was being absorbed by the shadow. Jiang Kor observed the scene calmly. Outwardly, she appeared indifferent, but inside, she was surging with excitement. So this was the true power of the red mask? Yes. Choosing it back then had been the right decision. If such a treasure had fallen into someone else's hands, it would have been wasted. Only she, Jiang Kor, could bring out its full potential. Jiang Kor clenched her delicate fists, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. She could clearly feel that the strength of these ghostly ninjas was almost equivalent to warriors at Qi and Blood level 10. What did Qi and Blood level 10 signify? An average person starting martial training at 12 years old, relying on no external aids, would only reach this level by 18 after relentless, day and night practice. This showed just how formidable these ghostly ninjas were. With over 20 warriors at Qi and Blood level 10 gathered together, even a first-tier beast wouldn't scare her. Not to mention, she knew these ghostly ninjas weren't all that had emerged. In the darkness, there were still more shadows, eagerly awaiting her command to unleash them. Schlick! Another blade pierced through a chest. Lin Xiaoye and another individual were impaled by multiple long blades through their hearts, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The light in their eyes gradually faded. Only in their final moments did they truly regret it. Regret causing trouble for Jiang Kor. Regret listening to Song Xiaomei. But by then, it was too late. Soon, only Song Xiaomei remained, struggling desperately to hold on. Song Xiaomei's strength had been fortified by an aura, making her no pushover. Combined with her intense will to survive, she unleashed extraordinary power. But as she watched her companions die, fear surged uncontrollably in her heart. It was the genuine terror of death. Jiang Kor. Song Xiaomei deflected the incoming blade and shouted loudly, "I'm willing to serve you. Please spare my life." At this moment, she no longer cared about her dignity. She just wanted to live. This beautiful world, she hadn't enjoyed it enough. Serve me? Jiang Kor sneered mockingly, her tone dripping with disdain. Do you think you're worthy? With your level, you're not even fit to be my subordinate. Hearing this, Song Xiaomei's heart trembled violently, despair enveloping her like a dark cloud. She wanted to continue begging for mercy, but Jiang Kor coldly commanded, "Kill her." As her words echoed, the ghostly ninja's eyes flashed red, their movements accelerating into black lightning streaks. Shurikens sliced through the air, embedding themselves into Song Xiaomei's back. Blood gushed instantly. Snap! The sound of her energy shield shattering was as crisp as a bursting bubble. Song Xiaomei staggered, trying to turn around. But before she could raise her silver spear, her left arm was severed and sent flying. Then came her right leg, her abdomen, her shoulder. Each wound sprayed blood that the shadows voraciously absorbed. When the final blade flashed, she even saw her own headless body slowly kneel. Thud! Her head hit the ground with a muffled sound as the 20-plus ghostly ninjas simultaneously sheathed their blades. They turned toward Jiang Kor in unison, dropping to one knee in a chillingly synchronized bow. It was as if they were worshipping their queen. Not bad. Jiang Kor chuckled softly, spreading her arms as her skirt fluttered in the breeze. She could feel the hunger emanating from deep within the mask. Those ghostly ninjas that hadn't yet emerged were restless. Don't rush. Jiang Kor caressed her cheek gently, her voice tender. Very soon. I'll let all of you come out and play. The intoxicating feeling of controlling life and death had ensnared Jiang Kor completely. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Qin Ming approached step by step, the jingling of the silver rings on his hand growing more urgent. Qin Ming knew this was a sign he was closing in on his prey. He slowly crouched, parting the dew-covered ferns with his fingers. 10 steps ahead, a crimson tiger crouched in a pool of blood. Its sharp fangs easily tore through the throat of a young deer, hot blood dripping down its dark red fur. This was a scarlet-eyed tiger, not yet advanced in rank. It possessed 19 points of qi and blood, making it a top predator at the forest's edge. Qin Ming squinted, feeling his luck was quite good. Just as he prepared to act, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +1. Dark value +1. The notification rang 5 times before stopping. Qin Ming froze for a moment, puzzled. He hadn't done anything. How had he killed the target? And what was the use of these 5 points of dark value? Before he could think further, the scarlet-eyed tiger suddenly stopped eating. Its meat-covered nose twitched as it turned toward the grass. It had caught the scent of a living human. Roar! The crimson-eyed tiger let out a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Ming. The muscles in its hind legs tensed, and its sharp claws etched deep grooves into the ground. It had entered an attacking stance, ready to pounce the moment Qin Ming revealed a flaw. Seeing this, Qin Ming didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. With a slight curl of his finger, he said, "Come out." In an instant, the shadow on the ground churned like boiling water. From the darkness, a tall figure slowly rose. A shadowy ninja, kneeling on one knee, bowed its head. In its hand, the shadows coalesced into a gleaming katana. At first glance, it seemed similar to the shadow ninja summoned by Jiang Kor, but upon closer inspection, Jiang Kor's summoned ninja had only red eyes, while Qin Ming's had red irises with black pupils within. Seeing this familiar figure, Qin Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the crimson-eyed tiger. In a calm tone, he commanded, "Go and fight it for a bit." The shadow ninja stood up slowly, turned to face the tiger, and tilted its head slightly. In the next moment, 3 shadowy shurikens sliced through the air with precision, striking the tiger's nose. The beast roared in pain as the shadow leaped into the air, its katana aiming straight for the tiger's body. The crimson-eyed tiger snarled in agony, its claws swiping furiously at the airborne ninja. Swish! Its claws struck only empty air. The shadow ninja had already appeared behind the tiger. Its blade carved a perfect arc, and blood sprayed from the tiger's back. Strangely, the droplets of blood were absorbed mid-air by the blade, transforming into wisps of black smoke. Witnessing this, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and thought. This shadow core seems different from what I remember. Not only are they stronger, but their ability to absorb blood is peculiar. Stroking his chin, Qin Ming watched as the shadow ninja effortlessly inflicted wound after wound on the tiger. Each time the crimson-eyed tiger tried to counterattack, the shadow ninja would dissolve into mist and reappear from another shadow. This repeated exchange turned the tiger's roars into cries of pain. It's proud. 19 points of vitality were rendered useless against the shadow ninja's agile assaults. Each slash of the black katana absorbed more blood, converting it into black smoke. Swish! Suddenly, the shadow ninja reappeared above the tiger's back. The tiger instinctively tilted its head to bite, only to snap at a wisp of shadowy mist. The real blade had already struck from an unseen angle. Thud! The katana, shimmering with a ghostly glow, pierced through the tiger's throat with precision. The massive beast convulsed violently, its claws carving deep trenches into the ground before it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ding! Congratulations on killing your target. Dark value +1. Hearing the system notification, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. So, as long as I kill creatures, I can gain dark value. But what about the 5 dark value points from earlier? I didn't kill any creatures myself. How did I get them? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be Jiang Kor? Was it the creatures she killed? Besides this explanation, he couldn't think of anything else. If that were the case, it would mean someone was essentially doing free labor for him. How delightful. Open the system. Qin Ming silently commanded. The next moment, a virtual interface, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Previously, the system had only one sign-in button. But now, he noticed that the button had been replaced by a lottery key. First lottery reward, 100 dark value. Current dark value balance, 6. Asterisk it seems I'll need to kill 94 more creatures to draw a lottery. Looks like that's still a long way off. Asterisk Qin Ming paused for a moment and casually closed the system interface. He then walked over to the crimson-eyed tiger's body and delivered a powerful punch. Ding! The silver ring on his hand glowed red, and the number of exotic beasts killed changed from 0 to 1. Afterward, Qin Ming took the katana handed to him by the shadow ninja. With a deft stroke, the blade sliced open the tiger's forehead, carefully avoiding the hard skull beneath. Squish! When his fingers reached into the warm brain tissue, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. His fingertips touched something cold and hard. He yanked it out forcefully. Found it. A translucent crystal, the size of a pigeon egg and veined with red flames, was pulled out, wrapped in blood strands. Qin Ming wiped the blood off casually and popped the crystal into his mouth. Gulp! As the crystal slid down his throat, a surge of scorching energy erupted in his abdomen. Qin Ming let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He quickly crossed his legs and formed hand seals, beginning to channel the basic qi refinement technique taught at the academy. Though it was just an ordinary high-grade technique, it was the best he could currently learn. The fiery energy coursing through his meridians was like a wild horse, bringing searing pain with every surge. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming guided the rampaging energy through his body. Gradually, the crimson-eyed tiger's fierce aura was neutralized and transformed into pure vitality, merging into his system. Throughout the process, the shadow ninja stood vigilantly nearby, watching for any approaching beasts or enemies. 15 minutes later, huff! Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a stream of turbid air. He felt the crystal's power had been completely absorbed. Glancing at the silver ring, he noticed his vitality bar had increased from 13 to 14. Qin Ming smiled. Not bad. It increased so quickly. This is a good sign. Asterisk this time, it was a crimson-eyed tiger. If it had been a lower-tier beast, I wouldn't have gained this much vitality. Asterisk Qin Ming clasped his hands behind his back, a flicker of dark determination flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly uttered 2 words, "Come out." The next instant, the shadows on the ground churned violently. Countless dark figures began to crawl out from the darkness. 10, 50, 99. Their sheer numbers made the once empty forest feel claustrophobic. If any ordinary student were to witness this sight, they would likely faint on the spot. One by one, the shadowy figures knelt on one knee, heads bowed toward Qin Ming. They resembled soldiers awaiting orders. Qin Ming had summoned all 100 shadow ninjas. Earlier, he had had one of them fight the crimson-eyed tiger alone to test its capability, to see if they could kill a beast solo. Now it was clear they could, at least against beasts that hadn't reached a higher tier. Although their vitality was only 13, their attack style was ferocious, relentless. They were like unshakable specters of death. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he commanded, "Go. Eliminate all the beasts on the forest's outskirts." He added coldly, "And remember, bring their corpses back." The moment the words fell, all the shadowy ninja figures simultaneously raised their heads, their black pupils flashing with a chilling light. In the next instant, they scattered like bolts of black lightning, leaving behind only a faint black mist in their place. "This is just the worst. We've been walking for so long and haven't even seen a single hair of a beast." The 5 of them had been walking for over an hour. Yet, not even a single beast had crossed their path. It was unclear if they were lucky or just plain unlucky. "Yeah, we've been wandering around all day and haven't even seen a shadow of anyone. It's so boring," Wang Xiaoyu said, idly playing with the leaves of a bush beside her. She continued, "What do you think happened to Qin Ming? Do you think he might have already been eaten by a beast?" Wang Xiaoyu had been hoping to come across Qin Ming's corpse when they entered. But after walking this long without finding a single clue, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Xiaoyu, stop saying such things." Hu Wanting frowned unhappily. "We're all from the same school, don't curse others like that." She had known Wang Xiaoyu for years. Although they hadn't been in the same school before, Hu Wanting had recently transferred to Tianwu Academy. Even though they weren't in the same class, they commuted together daily. So when she received Wang Xiaoyu's invitation to team up today, she agreed without hesitation. Normally, if there were 3 men in the group, she wouldn't have joined. But this time, it was entirely for Wang Xiaoyu's sake. She hadn't expected Wang Xiaoyu to become so mean-spirited, something she hadn't noticed before. Hearing Hu Wanting defend Qin Ming, a cold gleam flickered in Chen Bufan's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. "Deaths during trials are very common. As far as I know, over 500 people entered last year's trial, but only a little over 100 came out alive, Chen Bufan said flatly. You see? Even Brother Bufan says so, Wang Xiaoyu sneered, her face full of disdain. Death during trials has become routine. What, am I not even allowed to speak the truth? As she said this, Wang Xiaoyu's gaze at Hu Wanting filled with contempt. Hypocrite. She had disliked Hu Wanting for a long time. If Chen Bufan hadn't paid her to help, she wouldn't have bothered coming to Tianwu Academy. Every second she spent alongside Hu Wanting made her feel disgusted. Hu Wanting frowned, about to retort, but was interrupted by the vibrating sound from the silver ring on her hand. Buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the silver rings on everyone's wrists vibrated simultaneously. A beast. Chen Bufan stopped in his tracks, his gaze alert as he scanned the surroundings. Everyone immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed sharply on their surroundings. Though they wanted to hunt the beast, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Chen Bufan's expression turned serious. Song Jia, check the situation. The bespectacled man who had been silently standing behind him stepped forward. Song Jia nodded. Understood. He closed his eyes, and a faint red glow flickered beneath his eyelids. B-class detection talent, thermal sensing. Thermal sensing, able to detect the vitality and size of living creatures within a 500-meter radius. A few seconds later, Song Jia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling in relief. It's 400 meters away. Vitality level 11. It should be a forest wolf. Hearing this, everyone's expressions relaxed. Forest wolves were fast, but with a vitality level of only 11, they weren't particularly difficult to handle. As long as they worked together, they should be able to take it down easily. Heh, Wang Hu chuckled, rubbing his large belly. Looks like our luck isn't so bad after all. Coming across a beast with vitality over 10 right after entering, its essence must be rich, someone added. Chen Bufan remained expressionless. Enough talking, he said. Let's hurry over before someone else gets to it. Wang Xiaoyu sneered, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. If someone else makes the first move, all the better, we can reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Hearing this made Hu Wanting dislike Wang Xiaoyu even more. She silently resolved never to associate with her again after leaving the trial grounds. This woman was far too manipulative. For now, though, she had no confidence she could survive the trial alone. Chen Bufan chuckled but said nothing. The group moved forward again. A few minutes later, they spotted a forest wolf lying asleep under a large tree. Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity. It would be a one-hit kill. How could he let it slip by? He focused his thoughts, raising his right hand to the air. In an instant, a 20-centimeter wide ice spear materialized in front of him, suspended mid-air. The ice spear emitted a bone-chilling cold, its razor-sharp tip glinting with a deadly light. S-class elemental talent, Absolute Frost Control. Absolute Frost Control allows free manipulation of low temperatures, condensing water vapor into ice crystals to create ice blades, walls, or freeze targets. Note asterisk: the control level is tied to the user's vitality. At his current strength, Chen Bufan couldn't yet form ice walls or freeze targets. Even creating a second ice spear would strain him. Staring at the ice spear, a flash of killing intent flickered in Chen Bufan's eyes. With a push of his right hand, he murmured lightly, "Go." The ice spear shot through the air, heading straight for the forest wolf's head. Just as it was about to hit, the beast's amber, slit pupil eyes snapped open. Its hind leg muscles tensed in an instant. Thud! The ice spear pierced deeply into its hind leg, spraying a burst of blood. Awah! The forest wolf let out a pained howl, rolling and struggling before limping away into the underbrush. Damn it! Chen Bufan cursed under his breath. If only he could form another ice spear, the forest wolf wouldn't have escaped. Steadying himself, Chen Bufan stepped forward, his voice cold. Finish it off. Got it, Brother Bufan, Wang Hu said, cracking his neck with a menacing grin as he followed. Before they could act, two ash-gray shadows emerged slowly from behind the tree. Their dark green eyes glimmered with an eerie light. Two more forest wolves. Chen Bufan's pupils shrank abruptly as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" It wasn't just one forest wolf, it was three. With their group of 5, there was no way they could handle 3 forest wolves. Wang Hu stumbled back a step in fear, stammering, "Th3 forest wolves? Brother Bufan, what do we do now?" Wang Hu's voice trembled. Among them, the highest vitality level was only 8. In a one-on-one fight, a single forest wolf could easily defeat them. Even with Chen Bufan's S-class talent, taking on a forest wolf alone would be challenging, let alone the rest of the group, none of whom had S-class talents. What else can we do? Hu Wanting's face was grim. With a wave of her right hand, a silver longsword appeared in her grasp. Her tone was icy. Do you really think you can outrun them? A-class weapon talent, Frost Soul Silver Skyblade. Frost Soul Silver Skyblade, Vitality +5, Sword Skill, Silver Sky pierces the moon. Note asterisk the vitality boost scales with the wielder's strength. Silver Moonlight Slash, the blade transforms into a streak of silver light, instantly piercing any target within 50 meters. Penetrating defenses. Note, the number of uses depends on vitality. With Hu Wanting's current vitality, it can only be used once. However, once is enough. Hu Wanting was confident she could pierce through a forest wolf's heart. Chen Bufan's brows furrowed deeply, beads of sweat slowly sliding down his forehead. He didn't refute Hu Wanting's words, because he knew she was right. If they ran, the 5 of them would undoubtedly be annihilated, with no chance of escape. Forest wolves were different from crimson-eyed tigers. The former were renowned for their speed, while the latter for their strength. Thus, from the very beginning, Chen Bufan had abandoned the idea of running. Fighting gave them a chance, fleeing was a guaranteed death sentence. Everyone, pull yourselves together, Chen Bufan gritted his teeth, his voice resolute. In a moment, I'll handle the injured forest wolf alone. The remaining 2 are up to the 4 of you. What a pain. All I wanted was to flirt with a girl. How did I end up in this mess? If it weren't for my dad insisting I win over Hu Wanting, I wouldn't have bothered with this ridiculous trial. I have an S-rank talent, I could win just by lying down. Why risk my life or run at all? Hearing his words, the others nodded gravely in response. Understood, Bufan. Got it. All right. Wang Hu's forehead was drenched in sweat, his chubby body trembling slightly. Wang Xiaoyu bit her red lip, her gaze nervously fixed on the forest wolves ahead. Only Hu Wanting remained calm, her sword already covered in a fine layer of frost. As tension mounted among the group, none of them noticed the shadow lurking in the treetops. Hidden in the canopy, a ghost ninja lay prone, its dark pupils silently observing the battle between the 5 humans and the 3 wolves below. Those pitch-black eyes glimmered with intelligence. The 3 forest wolves spread out, their sharp claws gouging deep furrows into the ground as they encircled the group in a triangular formation. The air was thick with tension. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Bufan's eyes. He knew they couldn't delay any longer. Attack, he shouted, his body surging forward. With a swift motion of his right hand, dozens of needle-thin ice shards condensed in his palm, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Once close enough, Chen Bufan flung his hand, sending the ice needles shooting toward the injured forest wolf. The wounded wolf snarled, baring its teeth, its amber vertical pupils fixed on the incoming ice needles. As the needles approached, it endured the pain in its injured hind leg and rolled to the side with a sudden burst of strength. Whoosh, 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 most of the needles grazed its fur and embedded themselves in the ground, instantly freezing the surrounding grass into icy sculptures within a 2-meter radius. Only 5 or 6 needles pierced its flank, blossoming small crimson flowers on its grayish-blue fur. Whine. The forest wolf yelped in pain, shaking its head. However, it realized the damage from the ice needles was less severe than expected. The fear in its eyes gradually turned to rage, saliva dripping from its fangs as a foul stench filled the air. With a deafening roar, the forest wolf's hind muscles tensed suddenly. Despite its injury, it leapt over 2 meters into the air, its sharp claws aiming straight for Chen Bufan's throat. Chen Bufan froze in terror. He had chosen to target the injured forest wolf, hoping to take advantage of its weakened state. After all, forest wolves were known for their speed. Surely, with an injured leg, it couldn't still be fast, right? But he hadn't expected that even while injured, this creature's speed remained astonishingly quick. This was absurd. As Chen Bufan stood dumbfounded, the forest wolf closed in, its claws just inches away. At the critical moment, Chen Bufan finally reacted, instinctively shifting his body to dodge. Thwack! By a hair's breadth, Chen Bufan managed to evade, but the wolf's claws still raked across his chest. 5 savage gashes tore open instantly, blood spurting out in a spray. Arg! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. Chen Bufan staggered and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. His cries immediately drew the attention of the others. They turned their heads to see Chen Bufan collapsed, groaning in pain, while the forest wolf advanced on him step by step. Bufan! Wang Hu's eyes turned red with panic as he tried to rush over, only to find himself locked in combat with another wolf. Caught off guard, the forest wolf lunged at him. Wang Hu stomped hard, his chubby frame trembling violently as he shouted, "Battle armor! B-rank defensive talent, battle armor! Battle armor, +1 vitality! Summons a jet black full body armor covering over 90% of the body, providing strong physical defense. resistant to attacks from ordinary weapons like swords and arrows. Note: defense increases with the host's vitality. In an instant, the black metal surged from beneath his skin like a living entity, enveloping his entire body. Only Wang Hu's eyes and a few other areas remained exposed. Clang! The forest wolf's claws struck his chest armor with a shower of sparks. Wang Hu was forced back 2 steps, his armored boots carving deep grooves in the ground, but the armor remained unscathed. Beast! A low growl came from beneath Wang Hu's visor. Your claws can't pierce my defense. Suddenly, an anguished howl erupted from the other side of the battlefield. Wang Hu seized the moment to glance at Chen Bufan. He saw Chen Bufan pinned to the ground, his left arm clamped tightly between the forest wolf's jaws. Blood gushed from the wolf's fangs. The excruciating pain contorted Chen Bufan's face, but his right hand suddenly conjured a 3-foot-long ice spike. Without hesitation, he drove it into the wolf's throat. Schlunk! The sound of the ice spike penetrating the wolf's throat was chilling. The forest wolf's amber eyes widened in shock as it released Chen Bufan's arm and stumbled backward. A mix of blood and icy shards gushed from its mouth, it was barely clinging to life. Cough, cough. Chen Bufan clutched his bloodied left arm, slumping to the ground with a twisted grin. Beast, you're just a beast. Brainless creature, one little opening, and you fell for it, heh. Seeing this, Wang Hu's tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. He turned back to the forest wolf before him, the joints of his battle armor creaking with metallic friction. Lao Song, fall back. Song Jia's hand, gripping a dagger, trembled slightly. His heat-sensing talent was of little use in this fight, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face it. The forest wolf clearly recognized Wang Hu as a tough opponent and focused its gaze on Song Jia instead. It was clear the wolf intended to eliminate Song Jia first. Song Jia noticed this and began retreating step by step. This thing, it really wants to kill me, doesn't it? As the thought crossed his mind, the forest wolf's muscles suddenly tensed, launching itself toward him like a gray-blue blur. Lao Song! Wang Hu's massive figure suddenly blocked the way, and the pitch-black battle armor emitted a deep, muffled boom. Clang! The wolf's claws screeched across the chest plate, producing an ear-piercing sound as sparks flew. In a flash of lightning and fire, Song Jia seized the opportunity, stepping forward 2 paces, and plunged a dagger viciously into the wolf's back. Awah! The forest wolf howled in pain, turning its head to bite at Song Jia's throat. Wang Hu's iron fist, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, slammed down heavily. Bang! The fist landed squarely on the wolf's mouth, sending several blood-stained fangs flying. The forest wolf flew several meters like a ragdoll, its body twitching and barely clinging to life. Phew! Wang Hu exhaled a mouthful of stale air, collapsing to the ground and panting heavily. Damn it, it's really not easy to kill. Fortunately, these 3 forest wolves lacked any brains and only knew how to charge recklessly without engaging in prolonged battles. Otherwise, the group would have been in serious danger. The wolves could only fully exploit their speed advantage through head-on clashes. The sounds of battle in the forest gradually subsided, leaving only one stubborn forest wolf still resisting. Wang Hu, gasping for breath, turned around just in time to witness a shocking scene. Wang Xiaoya's left hand was torn off by the forest wolf, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The poisonous dagger in her hand, Viper's Fong, clattered to the ground. The emerald green venom on the blade mixed with the pool of blood, producing a sizzling, corrosive sound. Grade B weapon type talent, Viper's Fong. Viper's Fong, any target scratched by the dagger will be infected with emerald viper venom. Emerald viper venom reduces speed by 5%, muscle paralysis, and reaction time by 3%, neurotoxin effect. That note effects vary depending on the target's blood vitality. Aha! Wang Xiaoyu's piercing scream tore through the sky. The forest wolf shook off the severed limb, its blood-soaked fangs ready to pounce again. Silver Dawn. Piercing Moon. Hu Wanting let out a cold hum. The Frost Soul Silver Dawn sword suddenly flew out of her hand, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. The air around the sword instantly formed a dense layer of frost as it shot forward. Thud! The long sword pierced the wolf's heart with unerring accuracy, its momentum unrelenting as it pinned the wolf's corpse to an ancient tree 10 meters away. The tree trunk was instantly covered in frost, and the wolf's blood froze into crimson icicles at the wound. Wang Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, her severed arm a bloody mess. The excruciating pain made her wail incessantly. Seeing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Hu Wanting's face. She then gritted her teeth and stepped forward. 2 paces. She stopped her hand just a centimeter from Wang Xiaoyu's wound, silently chanting in her heart, "Breath of wood." The next second, a greenish-blue light glowed from Hu Wanting's palm, flowing into Wang Xiaoyu's wound like scattered starlight. Great S healing type talent, Breath of Wood. Breath of Wood instantly seals wounds and promotes the regeneration of flesh and blood. Limb regeneration takes more time, also neutralizes most common toxins. Note: healing effectiveness depends on the host's blood vitality. Before long, Wang Xiaoyu's wound stopped bleeding, and the torn flesh began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ugh! Wang Xiaoyu's screams gradually turned into heavy breathing. When she saw her wound had stopped bleeding and was healing, she suddenly grabbed Hu Wanting by the collar. You could have killed that beast in one strike. Her nails dug deeply into Hu Wanting's collarbone. So why did you wait until after I lost my hand to act? Before she could finish, a ghostly ninja who had been hiding in the trees for a long time suddenly hurled several smoke bombs downwards. Whoosh! 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 Several pitch-black spheres descended from the sky and exploded with a bang. Thick black fog instantly engulfed everything within a 10-meter radius. Chen Bufan's vision went dark. He couldn't even make out the silhouettes of his teammates right next to him. Chen Bufan and his companions were stunned. What? There's another enemy? A few seconds later, the dense fog dispersed. They were horrified to find that the corpses of the forest wolves on the ground had all disappeared. Who did this? Chen Bufan stood up in fury, roaring in frustration, Bastard! Bastard! That guy stole my loot. If you've got guts, come out and face me. Chen Bufan couldn't help but lose it. They had gone through so much trouble to kill 3 forest wolves, only to have their spoils stolen. Who wouldn't be enraged? Apart from Hu Wanting's single decisive strike, earning her a small amount of points, neither Chen Bufan nor Wang, who had even gotten a chance to finish off the wolves. Forget the spirit essence, they had lost their points, too. Meanwhile, the ghostly ninja was sprinting through the forest, carrying a forest wolf corpse tied to his back and clutching 2 more under his arms. He chuckled to himself. 3 exotic beast corpses secured. Master will surely be pleased. A calmer Chen Bufan looked at his mangled left hand and pressed his lips together. The wound had stopped bleeding thanks to Hu Wanting's treatment. When he looked at Hu Wanting again, his gaze had changed. He no longer saw this as just a task entrusted to him by his father. He began to truly recognize her. So this was why Wanting had dual talents. No wonder she was so confident when she declared she could protect Qin Ming. A woman like her truly deserved to be the wife of someone like me, Chen Bufan. However, this trial in the secret realm had cost him dearly. He needed to retreat first to heal his arm. As one of the leading figures of Tianwu Academy, Chen Bufan absolutely refused to be known as the one-armed hero. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Bufan rasped, "How about, we retreat for now?" They had only encountered 1 exotic beast, and already 2 people were seriously injured. If they faced another encounter, the outcome would be unpredictable. Someone might die here. And it very well could be him, which he absolutely could not accept. Everyone turned to look at Chen Bufan, their faces full of surprise. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Bufan, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do." Song Jia, standing to the side, nodded and spoke for once, "I agree with Brother Bufan's decision." His own strength was mediocre, and he had entered the secret realm trial hoping to gain some benefits by tagging along with Chen Bufan. He hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. Chen Bufan's suggestion to retreat aligned perfectly with his own thoughts, so of course, he didn't object. Only Wang Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. Retreating like this would not only bring ridicule from others but also leave them with no rewards at all. More importantly, she had lost a hand. How could she possibly accept this so easily? No, I don't agree. There are still 3 of us in peak condition on our team. Let them fight while we cover them from behind. Wang Xiaoyu glared at everyone with fierce eyes. Why should I be the only one injured while the rest of you are perfectly fine? You all need to suffer alongside me. Wang Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Hu Wanting slowly stood up, looking at her coldly. If you're seeking death, no one is stopping you, she said. But I'm not going to accompany you to your demise. Finishing her words, Hu Wanting turned and walked away. She had initially intended to continue treating Wang Xiaoyu's wounds, but it seemed entirely unnecessary now. Someone like her deserved their fate. Chen Bufan silently got to his feet, brushed the bloodstains off his sleeve, and followed Hu Wanting without looking back. Song Jia adjusted his already broken glasses and quickly caught up. Sigh. Wang Hu let out a heavy sigh, the armor he wore producing a dull clanging sound. Let's go. Wang Xiaoyu propped herself up on the ground with her one arm, staring at the 4 figures gradually fading into the distance. A trace of resentment and anger flickered in her eyes. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. At the edge of the forest, As the shadow ninjas steadily closed in on Qin Ming's location, more and more of them began to appear. When they spotted the ninja carrying 3 forest wolves on his back, their dark eyes widened in shock. Everyone else was carrying just one prey. Why on earth was this guy carrying 3 at once? Was this some kind of show-off? Even after being released, why work so tirelessly? Time passed bit by bit, and the pile of prey in front of Qin Ming grew larger. The shadow ninjas would offload the beasts from their backs, extract the essence cores using their katana, and place the cores in front of Qin Ming. The next moment, they would leap back into the forest to continue hunting. All Qin Ming had to do was continuously devour these essence cores while operating the basic chi refining technique. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the ninja mask, but Qin Ming found that he could absorb the cores tirelessly without feeling fatigued. If anyone else witnessed this, they would certainly be dumbfounded. After all, human absorption capacity is limited. Even martial artists cannot continuously absorb essence cores without end. But Qin Ming could. After a dozen or so breaths, Qin Ming exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Watching the busy shadow ninjas around him, he couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have help. Not having to do anything, yet still securing first place effortlessly. Qin Ming smiled as he stood up, glanced at the mountain of corpses, and strolled forward. Approaching the pile, he swung his fist down hard onto the bodies. The shadow ninjas lacked silver rings, so when they killed beasts, they couldn't activate the chips within the creatures. Thus, when Qin Ming's fist struck the beast corpses, the chips automatically activated. Ding! A crisp sound emitted from the silver ring on his wrist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +1. Dark value +1. The system notifications in his mind echoed continuously. Ever since the shadow ninjas had started moving, these notifications had been intermittently ringing. The two sounds interwove, forming a melodic symphony. Qin Ming found it particularly pleasant to hear. I really love this trial secret realm, it's practically heaven, he murmured, feeling utterly delighted. A minute later, Qin Ming finally finished dealing with the corpses in front of him. Reflexively, he glanced at the silver ring on his wrist. PM, 123. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Vitality, 27.8, peak martial apprentice level. Beasts killed, 29. The number of beast corpses scattered around was certainly more than 29, yet Qin Ming couldn't understand why. Some beast corpses failed to trigger any response from the silver ring, no matter how hard he tried. He attributed it to faulty academy chips. The vitality score of 27.8 surprised Qin Ming a little. Despite the abundance of beasts in this area, most of them were just wild dogs, forest wolves, or lynxes. Their vitality levels weren't high, and consuming their essence only raised his vitality by 0.4 to 0.6 at most. Fortunately, the absorption process was fast and didn't waste Qin Ming's time. Clenching his fist, Qin Ming felt the strength coursing through his body and muttered to himself, breaking through to a martial artist level shouldn't be a problem. Just then, a shadow ninja carrying 3 wolf carcasses approached Qin Ming. Right before his eyes, it began extracting the essence cores from the beasts. Seeing this, Qin Ming froze. Three forest wolves? That didn't seem right. Qin Ming was well aware of the forest wolves' strength. Even if they couldn't defeat a shadow ninja, they should at least have been able to escape. How could one shadow ninja have killed them all? Unless, the shadow ninjas were far stronger than anticipated? Were they pretending to be weaker all this time? No, that didn't add up. These shadow ninjas were summoned when Qin Ming's vitality was only 13, so their vitality couldn't exceed 13. The issue wasn't with them, it was with this particular shadow ninja. Qin Ming carefully examined both the ninja and the 3 wolf carcasses. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The wounds on the 3 wolves were all different, clearly not inflicted by the same individual. Combining this with the fact that some of the previous corpses hadn't triggered the silver ring, an unsettling thought formed in Qin Ming's mind. Could it be that the chips weren't malfunctioning? What if these beasts had actually been killed by other students? The realization made Qin Ming lift his head in shock, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. These creatures, they were intelligent? And not just a little intelligent, they were highly intelligent. While Qin Ming was still processing this revelation, Jiang Kor lay hidden atop a tree, silently observing everything. How can he summon warriors like these? She murmured. Could it be? Does he also have a mask like mine? Just moments ago, Jiang Kor had trekked through the forest, yet hadn't encountered a single beast. This puzzled her greatly. By sheer chance, she had spotted a shadow ninja. While it looked identical to the one she could summon, Jiang Kor was certain it wasn't hers. Using shadow jump techniques, she quietly trailed the ninja and ultimately discovered Qin Ming's location. When she saw the mountain of beasts before him, she nearly drooled. So many beasts, how much essence and how many points could that amount to? Jiang Kor didn't even dare to imagine how thrilled Qin Ming must be. Now that all his warriors are out hunting, should I seize this opportunity to steal his spoils? Jiang Kor calculated her chances. In her opinion, Qin Ming was just like her, a mask bearer. His summoned warriors were just as strong. Since all of his warriors were currently deployed, it was the perfect moment to strike. Jiang Kor didn't believe she could lose, especially with her numerical advantage. But just as she was about to act, whoosh! A sharp noise sliced through the air behind her. Before Jiang Kor could react, she felt something tightly wrapping around her body. Looking down in shock, she saw an inky black shadow rope coiling around her waist, binding her securely in an instant. The next moment, a shadow ninja carrying a lynx carcass appeared behind her. Before she could respond, it delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The kick landed heavily on her back. Jiang Kor was like a kite with a broken string, kicked into the air, drawing a pathetic arc before crashing down. Ugh! She landed heavily a few meters in front of Qin Ming, stirring up a cloud of dust. The violent impact made her vision go black. What is? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Kor, who had suddenly delivered herself to his doorstep, a trace of surprise on his face. The great campus belle, Jan? The way she looked now was a far cry from her usual elegant demeanor. Her hair was a mess, the hem of her skirt covered in dead leaves, and she was struggling to stand up. Behind her, the ghostly silhouette of a ninja carrying a lynx on its back slowly emerged from the forest. Qin Ming's orders to them had been clear: eliminate enemies and retrieve the corpses of the beasts. They generally wouldn't harm humans. But Jiang Kor was different. She had been stealthily watching Qin Ming, and these ninjas would surely teach her a lesson. Hearing Qin Ming recognize her, Jiang Kor wasn't surprised. After all, her reputation at Tianwu Academy was so prominent that it was hard not to be recognized. I'll give you a chance to live, Jiang Kor said as she struggled to her feet, using the shadows to escape. The bindings. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face expressionless. Hand over the mask. Call me mom one more time, and I'll let you leave alive. Qin Ming? He could understand the first part of her demand, but what was with this mom nonsense? He wasn't just here to mess around. Are you trying to be funny? Qin Ming's eyes dropped slightly, tinged with discontent. Can't you tell who holds the upper hand here? There were only 12 hours left until Jiang Kor would become his slave. However, Qin Ming wasn't worried about Jiang Kor using the power of the Nika mask. What a joke! He had watched Jackie Chan adventures in his past life. He knew all the tropes by heart. As soon as he finished speaking, two ghostly ninjas silently appeared behind Qin Ming, their cold stares fixed on Jiang Kor. Ha! Jiang Kor sneered coldly. You don't realize how dangerous you are, do you? With that, her eyes flashed with a dark glow. Her fingertips traced the air, and she commanded, "Come out." As soon as her voice fell, the shadows behind her churned violently. In an instant, pitch-black figures emerged from the void. Soon, over 100 shadowy figures filled the clearing. Jiang Kor tilted her head, revealing a pair of small, sharp teeth. Her voice was icy cold. Now, who holds the upper hand? After all, she had already taken down 5 of Song Xiaomei's men earlier. Killing Qin Ming wouldn't make a difference. Seeing the group of ghostly ninjas, Qin Ming suddenly laughed. Interesting. Very interesting. His expression shifted, his voice deepening as he said, Jiang Kor, you dare use my soldiers against me? Don't you find that ridiculous? Jiang Kor's face stiffened. What did he mean by that? Could it be that the mask she took that night belonged to him? No. Even if it was his, she wouldn't give it back. She would never lose this power. No matter what, this mask was hers. Hers alone. Kill him. Jiang Kor shouted in fury. Kill them all for me. Silence. A silence so eerie it was terrifying. The ghostly ninjas seemed not to hear her command. They remained kneeling on one knee, completely motionless. Jiang Kor's eyes shifted slightly, a trace of doubt flashing through them. What was going on? Did they not hear her clearly? Kill that man in front of you. Jiang Kor pointed at Qin Ming, issuing her command again. Still, the ghostly ninjas remained perfectly still, like statues. It was only then that Jiang Kor sensed something was off. Ha 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 ha. Qin Ming suddenly burst into loud laughter, unable to contain himself. Jiang Kor, in her current state, looked utterly ridiculous. What are you laughing at? Jiang Kor's forehead veins bulged, and a trace of shame and anger crossed her stunning face. She had no idea what was happening. She could clearly control the Black Shadow ninjas before, but now they wouldn't listen to her at all. Could it be because of him? Thinking of this, Jiang Kor looked at Qin Ming with confusion. Feeling strange, aren't you? Qin Ming slowly stood up straight, his eyes filled with mockery as he stared at her. Jiang Kor pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. If you're the Dark Queen, Qin Ming said, his eyes narrowing coldly, then I'm their god. Do you think they'd dare lay a hand on their god? At those words, Jiang Kor's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could react, Qin Ming had already issued a command. Seize her. In an instant, the black shadow ninjas behind Jiang Kor raised their heads simultaneously and charged forward. Before she could recover, several ghostly ninjas had already bound her tightly. Are you all insane? Jiang Kor struggled desperately, her hair in disarray and her face full of shock. I'm the mask bearer. Why are you turning on me? You can't do this. Before she could finish her sentence, she was violently pressed down at Qin Ming's feet. Dust swirled around her as she raised her stunning face. Her flawless skin, delicate features, and the slight redness at the corners of her eyes from anger only added a unique allure. Such a beauty was unforgettable at first glance, like a masterpiece crafted by a divine artisan, impossible to ignore. Qin Ming crouched down slowly, his slender fingers gripping Jiang Kor's chin, forcing her to look up. Do you hate me? Qin Ming's lips curled into a smile as he gently stroked her cheek, speaking with indifference. Don't rush. In 12 hours, you'll be kneeling and begging me to take you in. By then, you'll willingly become my follower, never able to leave my side. Jiang Kor abruptly turned her head away, a mocking sneer on her lips. Keep dreaming. She spoke with scorn, her tone dripping with disdain. Talking nonsense in broad daylight? Even though she was now a prisoner, her pride wouldn't allow her to bow her head. Qin Ming didn't mind. He stood up, brushing the dust off his sleeve. He turned to the ghostly ninjas standing silently behind him and asked flatly, Is there a cave nearby? One of the ninjas, carrying the lynx's corpse, stepped forward and nodded. The next second, it turned and led the way. You! Jiang Kor stiffened as an irresistible force gripped the back of her neck. Qin Ming lifted her like an unruly kitten, ignoring her flailing legs. Let go. I can walk on my own. Jiang Kor's face turned red with embarrassment and anger, her voice trembling with humiliation. The ever-proud campus belle, Jiang, couldn't tolerate such indignity. Even her ears turned red. Qin Ming completely ignored her protests. Rip! As they passed through the underbrush, the hem of Jiang Kor's skirt was snagged by thorns, revealing a portion of her fair, slender leg. Not long after, the shadow ninja leading the way stopped before a mountain wall. The cave entrance was deep, and vines hung densely along the rocky surface. Qin Ming leaned forward to take a look and was pleased to find the interior dry and spacious, enough to shield from wind and rain. Not bad at picking spots, Qin Ming remarked, releasing his grip. Jiang Kor immediately stumbled a few steps back, glaring at him, like a startled cat with its fur standing on end. Qin Ming, however, was quite satisfied with the cave chosen by the shadow ninja. This trial realm allowed a maximum stay of 3 days. However, most students fled after 2 days. After all, no one would gamble with their lives. Qin Ming, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. As a formidable player, he was determined to last until the final day. Thus, finding a good place to rest was crucial. Why did you bring me here? Jiang Kor asked, her voice trembling as she looked around nervously. The enclosed space made her uneasy. After all, as a woman, being alone with a man in such a setting easily evoked unsettling thoughts. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at her approvingly. You really are the campus belle, Jiang. Smart. You guessed quickly, but unfortunately, no reward for that. Being alone was boring, having a beauty to play cards with made things far more interesting. That was what he called fun. Jiang Kor frowned, her beautiful face showing confusion. Clearly, she didn't understand Qin Ming's words. What do you mean? Qin Ming smiled without explanation and turned to instruct the shadow ninja outside. Cut down a few trees and make a door for the cave. Also, notify everyone to move the corpses over. The moment the order was given, the shadow ninjas outside simultaneously raised their heads. Their crimson eyes flickered briefly before they vanished into the forest depths. The shadow ninjas Qin Ming was currently commanding were almost all summoned by Jiang Kor. Meanwhile, the shadow ninjas he had summoned were still relentlessly hunting exotic beasts. Jiang Kor instinctively gripped the hem of her dress tightly. Watching Qin Ming command her subordinates made her feel incredibly uneasy. These were her soldiers, every single one of them hers. Why would they listen to him with just a word? It was infuriating. Jiang Kor suddenly felt as though she had been played. This was outright betrayal. They had betrayed her and pledged allegiance to Qin Ming. Why had it come to this? She looked at Qin Ming with a face full of doubt, her beautiful eyes flickering constantly. Could it be that the mask this guy wore was more powerful than hers? Did that mean if she wore his mask, she could command his subordinates too? The thought made Jiang Kor's heart race. Her mind began racing with ideas on how to trick Qin Ming into giving her his mask. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ming looked at the rough wooden door in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Though not particularly attractive, it at least blocked the view from outside, preventing anyone from seeing inside. You two guard nearby and don't let anyone approach the cave, Qin Ming casually ordered. Most of the other shadow ninjas had been sent off to hunt exotic beasts. Only the two who had just installed the door remained. There were a few exotic beast essences lying outside now, but Qin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He planned to refine them all at once after gathering a larger amount. For now, he could play a game of cards with Jiang Kor to kill time. The two shadow ninjas gave a slight nod, standing a few meters away from the cave entrance with their backs to it, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The distance wasn't too close but allowed them to clearly observe the area. Their watchful eyes remained fixed on the surroundings. Seeing this, Qin Ming shut the wooden door to the cave. The interior instantly plunged into darkness. Why are you closing the door? Jiang Kor shrank back slightly, asking in confusion. It was broad daylight, and shutting the door only made her feel unsafe. You already guessed what I want to do, didn't you? Qin Ming approached, crouching down to caress her cheek gently. You came to my room last night saying you wanted to make it up to me, didn't you? Well, now's the perfect opportunity to make it up. As he spoke, Qin Ming's hand reached towards the hem of her dress. Jiang Kor's face turned bright red as she stammered, Qin Ming, calm down, don't do this. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly froze. Her body stiffened as she looked up at Qin Ming in shock, exclaiming, that night, it was you? You weren't asleep that time? At this moment, she finally understood why she felt a strange familiarity when she first looked at Qin Ming. It turned out the mask she had stolen belonged to him. Qin Ming himself wore another mask. He had heard everything she said that night. He hadn't been asleep at all. Then why had he let her take the mask? Jiang Kor couldn't figure it out. Not bad, not entirely dumb, Qin Ming said with a smile, inhaling the faint scent of her perfume. The campus bell's fragrance is so strong. How could I possibly have been asleep? Hearing this, Jiang Kor's face turned an even deeper red, and her breathing quickened. Qin Ming, I'm begging you, don't do this. Qin Ming seemed not to hear her plea. He leaned down and gently nibbled her earlobe. Jiang Kor trembled all over, feeling as though the world was spinning, as if she were stepping onto soft clouds. It was her first time being so close to a man, and the unfamiliarity left her mind utterly blank. I can give you money. Jiang Kor's voice was choked with sobs, her usual pride completely gone. A lot of money, please. Let me go, Qin Ming. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall. Qin Ming chuckled playfully, leaning close to her, his breath tickling her neck. Money? I have no interest in money. I'm only interested in you. As he spoke, his hand slid to her slender waist. No, don't, Qin Ming. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Ming had already pressed his lips to hers. Jiang Kor's beautiful eyes widened as her body gradually softened. 2 hours later, Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating. Lord Shen He, I'm just cultivating. Nothing else. Please spare me. However, in a trial realm like this, who needed anything else? Everyone here practiced martial arts. There was no room for sentimentality. Qin Ming glanced at the sleeping Jiang Kor, his gaze flickering. Until she completely became his slave, he had no intention of loosening the ropes. Not because he feared her, but to avoid unnecessary trouble. Earlier, Jiang Kor had summoned 100 shadow ninjas, exhausting her energy to the point where she couldn't even perform shadow jumping. Thus, Qin Ming wasn't worried about her breaking free of the ropes. That was also why she had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Otherwise, she would never have been able to sleep. After resting for a while, Qin Ming stood and walked out of the cave. Looking at the shadow ninjas bustling back and forth on the ground littered with exotic beast corpses, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Unless something unexpected happens, Qin Ming walked over to a pile of spirit essences, picked one up, swallowed it, and chuckled. I should officially become a martial artist today. Step into the first grade realm. While Qin Ming was busy cultivating, the trial secret realm had been thrown into chaos because of him. Hu Wanting and her group were heading toward the exit. Along the way, they encountered several teams, and shouts of anger echoed continuously. Damn it! Where did that shameless thief come from, stealing your grandpa's spoils of war? Better not let me catch him, or I'll kill him for sure, a burly student roared. A scrawny student with a pockmarked face tried to console him. Brother Long, everyone in this secret realm is a student of Tianwu Academy. The black mist around him is so obvious, we'll catch him sooner or later. And when we do, hoof. The burly man called Brother Long nodded. You're right. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. The trio passed by Hu Wanting's group looking disheveled, seemingly ready to leave as well. Sigh. Brother Buffon. Wang Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, could the person they're talking about be the one who robbed us of our spoils? Along the way, he and Chen Bufan had cursed the Shadow Ninja relentlessly, even going so far as to insult its ancestors. For 18 generations. If the Shadow Ninja had been present, they would have taught it the true power of words. Even Hu Wanting, walking in front, couldn't help but frown. It was truly vile. Chen Bufan's face twisted in rage as he gritted his teeth, the exact same method. It has to be him. The similarities were too striking, both had black mist and both snatched beast corpses. Could it really be the same person? But Song Jia adjusted his broken glasses, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. There have been at least 5 teams who encountered the same thing as us. Which means, this guy has robbed at least 5 teams. He paused here, his eyes turning cautious as he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. But that's impossible. How could one person do so much in such a short time in the forest? Even a first-grade martial artist couldn't pull that off. The only reason they ran into each other was because there was only one path leading to the secret realm's exit. Silver loops served as their navigation tools. Chen Bufan and his group had been walking for an hour without encountering even a shadow ahead of them, indicating that few teams had taken this route. Now that they were near the exit, it was natural to meet many people. But these people were coming from all directions: east, south, west, and north. Thinking about it carefully was truly terrifying. Could one person first rob beast corpses in the east and then run to the west to rob their spoils? Could he teleport? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. At first, no one considered such an extreme possibility. But after Song Jia pointed it out, everyone understood. This speed was simply impossible to achieve. Unless it was an advanced martial artist capable of traversing back and forth in a short time. Then what if it's not just one person? Wang Hu snapped back to reality, cautiously suggesting, for instance, what if it's 5 people acting separately, each targeting one team? Impossible. Chen Bufan shook his head firmly. From the way he stole our beast corpses, there were at least 2 or 3 accomplices. One threw the smoke bomb, another grabbed the corpses. There's no way a single person could have stolen 3 beast corpses from us in an instant. Chen Bufan paused, looking at the confused expressions of the others, and continued, don't forget, no one in our class has a blood energy level of 10. So, it's impossible for one person to carry 3 corpses and escape silently. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. The situation was becoming even more perplexing. Either several small theft squads were cooperating with identical methods, or there was a 4th grade or higher martial artist stealing across the secret realm. In either case, they all decided to report this to the academy. While they were talking, they had reached the exit. The exit, like the entrance, was shrouded in great white mist. The difference was that there were 3 entrances but only 1 exit. At this moment, Hu Wanting and her group joined the queue. The students waiting to leave were engaged in heated discussions. No way! You guys had that bad of luck? Got robbed right after killing a beast? Seriously? You're not lying to me, are you? The person being doubted had a fiery temper and directly raised the silver loop in his hand, shouting angrily, see for yourself. The kill count is only 1, isn't it? It's ridiculous, we didn't even have time to collect the spirit essence before it was stolen. Another team that got their beast robbed? Hu Wanting frowned deeply, sensing that things were not so simple. Just then, someone behind her whispered, hey, guess what I saw on my way back? What did you see? I saw several people dressed in black with black masks, carrying beast corpses and running quickly through the forest. So cool. Since when did our academy have such an awesome team? Outside the secret realm. Just as Hu Wanting's group stepped out, Hu Chengfeng, who had been waiting for some time, rushed over. Wanting. He hurried forward, his gaze anxiously scanning his niece from head to toe. After confirming she was unharmed, his eyes suddenly locked onto the deep wounds on Chen Bufan's left hand. Those wounds were so deep that the bone was visible, definitely not caused by an ordinary beast. Hu Chengfeng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Did you guys encounter a first-grade beast? He was familiar with Chen Bufan's team and knew they shouldn't be in such a sorry state unless they had indeed faced a first-grade beast. But such creatures generally resided deep within the forest and were rarely encountered. Were they really that unlucky? We ran into 3 forest wolves. Hu Wanting pursed her lips tightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes as she spoke slowly. What terrible luck, to stumble upon 3 forest wolves at once. Being able to return alive already counted as a feat of strength. Hu Chengfeng was about to offer comfort when his expression suddenly changed. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Where's that student named Qin Ming? Why isn't he with you? He noticed Wang Xiaoyu at the very back, holding her severed arm. Though he felt sympathy for her, he refrained from saying much. Him? He's long dead. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes were full of resentment as she sneered. He insisted on entering the trial's secret realm alone. It was practically a death wish. The only consolation she had was that Qin Ming had died before her. Thinking this way made her feel slightly better. Chen Bufan quickly chimed in, his tone sorrowful. As soon as we entered, Qin Ming said he wanted to act alone. We couldn't do anything about it. It's all my fault as the captain. I failed to protect everyone, he quickly explained, fearing that Wang Xiaoyu might say something impulsive. Don't blame yourself, brother Bufan, Wang Hu stepped forward, comforting him. No one expected Qin Ming to be so stubborn. This isn't your fault. Before he could finish speaking, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted. If it weren't for your mockery, would he have left on his own? Hu Wanting frowned, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Now that he's dead, whatever you say is useless. Hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted. None of them had expected Hu Wanting to speak so bluntly. It was like a slap across their faces. If this got out, what would the other academy students think of them? And the teachers? Wanting, what do you mean by that? Chen Bufan was stunned, his voice hoarse. No one wanted him to leave. It was his own choice to go solo. How did it become us driving him away in your words? Once again, it was about Qin Ming. Chen Bufan was fuming, nearly exploding with anger. He truly couldn't understand why Hu Wanting always stood up for him. Ha! Hu Wanting sneered coldly, ignoring them. Hu Chengfeng's expression also grew colder. Compared to Chen Bufan and the others, he trusted his niece more. It seemed this was just fate. Hu Chengfeng thought to himself. He couldn't blame Chen Bufan and the others for their actions. After all, it was he who had forced Qin Ming into the team. Their behavior could be understood. But if today's incident spread, it would have the most significant impact on Chen Bufan. After all, he was the captain, yet he left one of his teammates behind. In the future, if anyone formed a team to explore secret realms, who would want to bring him along? Most people sought reliable teammates they could entrust their backs to. Strength wasn't the main issue, reliability was key. Unlike Chen Bufan, who would agree sweetly on the surface but use words to attack and drive someone out of the team behind their back. Such a person was utterly despicable. The students overhearing this conversation looked at Chen Bufan with growing disdain. Some even spat in front of him and walked away, cursing. Someone like him, even with S-tier talent, is useless. Chen Bufan's face turned bright red with anger, on the verge of exploding. Seeing this, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I was the one who mocked Qin Ming. I was the one who wanted him out of the team. It has nothing to do with brother Bufan. For Wang Hu, he had originally planned to ride on Chen Bufan's coattails. Reputation didn't matter to him. As long as Chen Bufan maintained a good image, he'd benefit too. Alright, everyone, go tend to your wounds. Hu Chengfeng waved his hand, his expression stern. After this incident, his impression of Chen Bufan plummeted. No amount of talent could make up for it. A person without team spirit was destined for mediocrity. Hearing this, Chen Bufan's expression eased slightly. He gave a simple acknowledgement and turned to leave. Song Jie and Wang Hu followed closely behind. After they walked away, Hu Chengfeng turned to Hu Wanting and asked in a low voice, "Did you encounter that corpse-stealing team?" Hu Wanting nodded inside. "We did. 3 forest wolf carcasses were all stolen. If not for the stolen bodies, the team wouldn't have been so furious." "Just as I thought." Hu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes, his tone serious. "This matter must be reported to the academy. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Since the founding of Tianwu Academy, such a severe incident had never occurred. Earlier, the students who came to report had already accounted for 80% of the group. In other words, out of the 100 students who entered, at least 80 had their exotic beast carcasses stolen. This was utterly outrageous." Hu Wanting pressed her lips together tightly, saying no more. Seeing her hesitation, Hu Chengfeng smiled, understanding her concerns, and comforted her softly. "Go rest in the infirmary first. I'll explain everything to your father." Hearing this, Huaning finally showed her first genuine smile of the day. "Thank you, uncle." She then turned and headed to the infirmary. Huaning didn't care about her trial results, but her strict father placed great importance on them. If he found out she had withdrawn on the first day, he'd surely be furious. At that moment, Hu Qingfeng's phone rang. He answered, and an urgent male voice came through from the monitoring room. "Teacher Hu, come quickly. Something major has happened in the secret realm. Don't panic. I'll be right there." Hu Qingfeng hung up and hurried towards the monitoring room. The so-called monitoring room primarily tracked the status of the silver rings. The silver rings were equipped with sensory systems to monitor the life signs of their wearers, preventing mass student casualties. A few minutes later, Hu Qingfeng arrived at the monitoring room. "What's going on?" he asked. A male teacher in his 30s stood up and pointed at Qin Ming's silver ring. "This student has killed more than 50 exotic beasts." Killing over 50 exotic beasts, what did that mean? Since the founding of Tianwu Academy, no unranked student had ever killed 50 exotic beasts in a single trial. This was simply unheard of. Even ranked warriors at the first level couldn't achieve such a feat. Hu Qingfeng stared at the data on the silver ring, dumbfounded. Qin Ming? Killed 57 exotic beasts? How was this possible? Wasn't he a talentless ordinary person? This, Hu Qingfeng walked forward in shock, rubbing his eyes, and murmured, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A talentless ordinary person killing 57 exotic beasts, it's absurd." He turned to the other teachers, his expression serious. "Is the machine broken?" Hearing this, the other teachers exchanged uneasy glances. The teacher who had spoken earlier continued, "We called you here to verify this. The other students' kill counts are either 0 or 1. He's the only one with 57. Isn't that strange?" A young female teacher chimed in, "Could something have gone wrong in the secret realm?" As if recalling something, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Could it be that the barrier in the deepest part has broken? Hu Qingfeng immediately dismissed the idea. "Impossible." After a moment's thought, he said firmly, "Everyone, stop speculating. I'll go to the principal's office first." With that, he turned and left. Inside the secret realm, Qin Ming sat cross-legged, a few spirit crystals laid out before him. Around him, shadowy ninjas darted back and forth, busying themselves. Thanks to Jiang Corps' soldiers, efficiency had greatly improved. What had been an empty area was now piled high with exotic beast corpses in a short amount of time. Suddenly, a white light flashed over Qin Ming's body. The light flowed beneath his skin like a tangible substance. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his breathing grew rapid. All the shadow ninjas simultaneously stopped, their scarlet eyes uniformly fixed on their master. They sensed Qin Ming's rapidly rising power, a force strong enough to overwhelm them. Boom! A wave of energy exploded outward with Qin Ming at its center. When he opened his eyes again, it seemed as though stars sparkled in his pupils. Slowly, he spread his palm open, and a solid strand of white light danced at his fingertips. Qin Ming suddenly chuckled, "So, this is Qi, huh? The true power unleashed by a martial artist's punch is terrifyingly potent. They no longer rely solely on brute strength but learn to harness the Qi within their bodies. Looks like I need to quickly learn some martial techniques, or else my strength will be significantly diminished." Qin Ming clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. For martial artists, two things are critically important: one is cultivation methods, and the other is martial techniques. Cultivation methods are the source and limit of one's power growth, while martial techniques are the means for combat, determining practical fighting ability. Qin Ming came from an ordinary family and never had the opportunity to access martial techniques. Moreover, at Tianwu Academy, it was a rule that one could only train in martial techniques after becoming a martial artist. The primary reason was that weak Qi and blood made one prone to injury. If one failed to master the techniques and ended up harming themselves, the loss would outweigh the gain. After stepping into the first-grade realm, Qin Ming not only felt his strength multiply several times but also noticed his five senses becoming more acute. For example, he could now hear the faint sound of a woman sobbing. Awake? A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. After a moment of thought, he headed toward the cave. Creak! He gently pushed open the wooden door to find Jiang Corps lying on the ground. Tears clung to the corners of her eyes, making her look delicate and pitiful. The earlier battle had caused her clothes to tear slightly, revealing a stretch of snow-white thigh and a large expanse of skin. The hem of her skirt was also stained with bright red blood. Even without looking at the bloodstains, Qin Ming could sense her fragility. His instincts told him that this girl was pure and untainted. When Jiang Kor saw Qin Ming enter, she bit her lip and turned her head to one side. "Just kill me," she said, her voice choked with sobs but so soft and weak that it tugged at one's heartstrings. Having lost something so precious, she felt she had no face to continue living and only hoped Qin Ming would give her a quick death. "No, I can't bear to kill you." Qin Ming approached her, squatted down, and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "You're my favorite pet. I couldn't bear to harm you, let alone kill you. If I killed you, wouldn't I be bored to death for the next 3 days? That wouldn't do, I still need you to play cards with me. You're my closest card partner, after all." This unexpected tenderness made Jiang Kor's heart tremble. A strange feeling she had never experienced before began to spread in her chest. Having never been in love, she had no idea what this emotion was. "Don't touch me." Jiang Kor's voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz, yet so frail it made one ache for her. She tried to sound fierce, but her weakness made it impossible. After a day without food and having expended all her energy, it was no wonder she was so feeble. Qin Ming ignored her protests, continuing to gently stroke her head. In a warm tone, he said, "As long as you behave, I won't treat you poorly. I'm always generous to my own people." At this moment, Jiang Kor couldn't process his words at all. All her senses were focused on the warm hand atop her head. Every stroke felt like an electric current coursing through her spine. The unfamiliar tingling made her involuntarily squint her eyes, tilting her head slightly like a pampered cat. This feeling, so strange, yet so comforting. Normally, if anyone dared to treat Jiang Kor like this, she would have taught them a harsh lesson. And she certainly wouldn't have felt this way. But Qin Ming was different. After their previous close encounter, Jiang Kor's heart was filled with more than just hatred, there was something else as well. A philosopher once said that to make a woman fall in love with you, you must first make her body accept you. This was the fastest way to unlock her heart. Seeing Jiang Kor's look of enjoyment, a playful glint appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. Is this woman starting to enjoy being pampered? I just stroked her head, and she's already showing this kind of expression? Giving in to his mischievous side, Qin Ming lightly traced his fingertip along the sensitive spot behind her ear, while his other hand toyed with her earlobe. As expected, Jiang Kor's body trembled slightly. Her eyes grew misty, yet she instinctively leaned into his hand. "Ha!" Qin Ming chuckled softly, his warm breath brushing against her flushed ear. "Who would have thought that the esteemed campus queen, Jiang Kor, has this side to her?" "No!" Jiang Kor snapped out of it, her face flushing as she tried to pull away, but she was too weak to move. In her struggle, her torn clothes slipped further, revealing even more of her snow-like skin. Panicked, she looked up, only to meet Qin Ming's teasing gaze. "It seems like our campus queen can't wait any longer. Alright then, let's go for another round." Qin Ming's large hand slid to her slender waist. "No!" Before Jiang Kor could finish her sentence, Qin Ming leaned down and kissed her. Inside the secret realm, the night was deep, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The campfire crackled, and the aroma of roasted fawn meat filled the air. Qin Ming casually turned the wooden skewer, the scent of the meat blending with the fragrance of pine wood, spreading throughout the cave. After a whole day of hunting, Qin Ming's darkness value had reached 87. As long as his shadow ninjas put in more work, tonight, he would be able to perform his first draw. After all, they didn't need to sleep, they could work until they dropped. Earlier, Qin Ming had tried killing a few rabbits and rats, only to find that his darkness value didn't change. It became clear that only by killing creatures with strong vitality and sufficiently rich qi and blood could his darkness value increase. Gurgle. The sound came from Jiang Kor, who was eyeing the dripping fat from the roasted fawn, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in secret. At this point, her crucial areas were covered with tiger hide that Qin Ming had ordered the shadow ninjas to cut from the corpse of a crimson-eyed tiger. He had made them wash it several times before letting Jiang Kor wear it. He certainly didn't want to catch the scent of blood on her while playing cards, it would disrupt his concentration. The makeshift covering was simple enough to prevent any accidental exposure. After all, as Qin Ming's pet, she wasn't to be seen by just anyone. Hungry? Qin Ming tore off a piece of venison, the grease dripping from his fingertips. He deliberately waved it in front of Jiang Kor's nose, watching her eyelashes tremble slightly as she tried to maintain an indifferent facade. After going an entire day without food, she was on the verge of fainting. Jiang Kor made an effort not to look at the venison, but the aroma kept invading her senses, and her stomach growled uncontrollably. After a long while, Jiang Kor finally softened her tone, her eyes tinged with a captivating blush. "Qin Ming," she murmured, "help me untie this. I promise I won't run away." Her usually proud gaze was now dampened, fixed on the golden deer meat, her conscience at war with the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat. Seeing her like this, Qin Ming chuckled and brought the deer leg to her lips. Want me to untie you? Don't even think about it. If you want to eat, you'll eat like this. Zhang Kor couldn't care less about her dignity. Her cherry red lips went straight for the meat, biting off large chunks and chewing ravenously. Oil smeared the corners of her mouth, strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, and any trace of the aloof school belle was completely gone. She now resembled a little puppy being fed by its owner. What an adorable little puppy, Qin Ming teased, wiping the oil from the corner of her mouth with his fingers before pinching her puffed-out cheeks. Don't worry, it's all yours. No one will take it from you. In his mind, Qin Ming was plotting how to bring the Jiang family under his control and how to quickly increase his dark value. These were his priorities right now. In this world overrun by demonic creatures, only immense power could bring him peace of mind. Zhang Kor, however, cared nothing for such thoughts and continued eating. She had become accustomed to Qin Ming's intimate gestures. This changed Zhang Kor's attitude toward Qin Ming completely. Gulp! Zhang Kor's throat moved as she swallowed the last morsel of meat. She leaned lazily against the rock wall, the tiger pelt slipping down with her movement to reveal one snow-white shoulder. In the flickering light of the fire, she narrowed her eyes contentedly, looking like a satiated kitten. Her gaze involuntarily followed Qin Ming's figure. After feeding her, Qin Ming began to absorb the essence within his body. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his body faintly emitting a white glow. Zhang Kor's eyes lit up slightly. She hadn't expected him to have already reached the first realm. This realization caused a storm in her heart. To reach the first realm at only 18 years old, he was a genius. Among geniuses, in the entire Tianhe city, those who had attained this level could be counted on one hand. Not only did he possess a high-level mask, but he was also a first-realm martial artist. Someone so young with such power had limitless potential. Only a genius like this was worthy of being Zhang Kor's man. Maybe being with him wouldn't be so bad, Zhang Kor thought to herself. As long as she could make him fall deeply in love with her, today's humiliation could be erased. Her mother had once said that men were creatures controlled by desire. If she could make him infatuated with her body, he would never escape her grasp. Zhang Kor was very confident in her allure. Countless boys at the academy were infatuated with her, just a simple, beckoning gesture would make them willing to do anything for her. She had perfected the art of training dogs. Flirting? Who couldn't do that? Watch how I make you unable to leave me. Make your body remember me forever. With this thought, Zhang Kor bit her lip, her eyes resolute. She shifted her body slightly, moving closer to Qin Ming like a lazy cat. Deliberately relaxing her waist, her curves pressed perfectly against his chest, her hair gently brushing against his chin. Qin Ming. Zhang Kor whispered softly, rubbing her cheek against his chest. I'm cold. At that moment, Qin Ming had just finished absorbing the essence within him. He slowly opened his eyes, pulling her into his arms and gently caressing her face. What's wrong? Really that cold? Zhang Kor nodded. Cold. Qin Ming smiled but said nothing. Qin Ming, do you think I'm pretty? Zhang Kor gazed at him tenderly, asking shyly. Qin Ming lightly pinched her chin, leaned in to kiss her cherry lips, and smiled. Of course, you're stunningly beautiful. Hearing this, Zhang Kor's heart leapt with joy. She continued, then, do you like me? Qin Ming frowned slightly. Asking such a question at this moment seemed unnecessary. Slowly, he replied, of course I like you. You're my favorite pet. He meant it sincerely. Who wouldn't like having a beautiful pet? Especially one as stunning as Zhang Kor. Qin Ming, when we get out of here, will you marry me? Zhang Kor asked, her eyes filled with hopeful light as she stared at him. As long as Qin Ming agreed to marry her, all the humiliation she had suffered today would mean nothing. This could be dismissed as a playful joke between lovers, and no one would gossip behind her back. Qin Ming, however, entered a calm and collected state, firmly shaking his head. I won't. What a joke. You're my slave, why would a master marry their pet? Hearing this, Zhang Kor's eyes widened, her heart sinking halfway to despair. She was a very traditional woman. She would never have intimate contact with a man before marriage, let alone go so far. If Qin Ming refused to marry her after they got out, she had no idea what she would do. The thought of her family's scolding and others' gossip made her feel faint. She slowly closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Choking back a sob, she said, Qin Ming, if you won't marry me, then just kill me. Her pride would not allow her to endure humiliation. If she were to leave here only to be trampled on, she would rather die right now. At least this way, her family could retain some dignity. Qin Ming gently wiped away her tears, speaking softly. Silly girl, how could I bear to kill you? Kill you? Absolutely not. He had worked so hard to get a puppet who was a mask bearer, how could he casually kill her? If she died, the mask would be gone. He vividly recalled the mask's description: once worn, it couldn't be removed. Besides, Jiang Core would be of great help to him in the future. Not to mention her own abilities, her family alone was a renowned force in Tianhe City. Controlling the entire Jiang family would be an enormous advantage for his future. Jiang Core opened her tearful eyes, her lips trembling. So, you're just planning to use me and then discard me? She truly couldn't understand Qin Ming anymore. Kill her? No. Marry her? Also no. Didn't he fear she'd hold a grudge and seek revenge once they got out? How could I? Qin Ming said softly. Time's almost up. He glanced at the silver ring on his finger and began counting down softly. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Core frowned, puzzled. What? She thought Qin Ming was acting strange, and his words made no sense. He had even claimed she'd begged to be his dog. Ridiculous. As if that could ever happen. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Jiang Core's pupils constricted sharply, her body freezing as if immobilized. The next moment, her eyes refocused, but something felt off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What just happened to me? For Jiang Core, she had merely spaced out for a moment. But Qin Ming knew that this marked the moment Jiang Core had become completely enslaved to him. Her very soul had already been branded by him. Qin Ming didn't just intend to leave a mark on her body, he wanted it engraved deep into her soul. This way, Jiang Core would be his personal possession. Watching her dazed expression, Qin Ming smiled faintly and waved his hand. Instantly, the restraints on Jiang Core vanished. Call me master, let me hear it, Qin Ming said, gripping her chin with a light laugh. Jiang Core, who had just felt the relief of her body being freed, had a glint of happiness flash in her eyes. But upon hearing those words, she froze in an instant. Call him master? What kind of joke was this? There was no way she'd be that obedient. She smirked disdainfully, and just as she was about to retort, in the next moment, her mouth moved uncontrollably and uttered, Master. Jiang Core was dumbfounded. What just happened? I didn't mean to say that. Why did my mouth move on its own? She hurriedly covered her mouth, but an even sweeter master slipped out a moment later. Now she was truly panicking. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Qin Ming in disbelief. Why am I obeying him? Stand up and dance for me, Qin Ming commanded. Yes, master. Jiang Core straightened her posture and began to dance gracefully in the cave. Her words and actions were completely beyond her control. Yet her body moved on its own. Qin. Master. What have you done to me? Why am I like this? Jiang Core asked, her voice tinged with sobs. She was genuinely terrified now. This was far too horrifying. She had wanted to call in Qin Ming, yet her body involuntarily uttered master. Even more terrifying was the fact that she felt no resentment toward Qin Ming. Instead, a strange and indescribable affection began to grow within her. A kind of devotion that made her willing to die for Qin Ming. Jiang Core was utterly horrified by this realization. She would actually die for Qin Ming? How was that possible? After all the horrible things he had done to her, could she really be willing to die for him? How could that make any sense? Qin Ming rubbed his chin and spoke in a low voice. How should I put it? You can think of this as a punishment for stealing the mask. Speaking of which, Qin Ming had to thank Jiang Core. If not for her, it would have taken much more effort for him to make someone wear this mask. As a form of gratitude, Qin Ming decided to thank her properly, to let her leave with both her body and soul utterly satisfied. I really am such a good person, Qin Ming thought to himself. Hearing this, Jiang Core's face flushed red. Sneaking into the boys' dormitory to steal a mask, this was something she would never live down. Master, I beg you, please let me go back to normal, Jiang Core pleaded as she leapt into the air, spun gracefully, and landed elegantly before continuing her dance. It was evident from her movements that Jiang Core had a foundation in dance. Her graceful motions, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, were enough to lift anyone's spirits. Qin Ming ignored her pleas and continued watching her silently. Today, he was determined to teach Jiang Core a lesson about her arrogant personality. To make her understand her place. To prevent her from causing trouble in the future. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ming began to feel bored. He mentally counted the system notifications he had heard earlier and realized he had accumulated enough darkness value. In the next moment, a virtual interface invisible to others appeared before Qin Ming. First time draw, 100 darkness points balance, 102. Perfect, just enough. Draw Qin Ming silently commanded in his mind. The virtual interface began to tremble violently. A few seconds later, it stilled, and a book floated in the air. As Qin Ming hit confirm, a pitch-black book materialized in his mind, hovering silently. The system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-tier Earth-grade technique, Shadow Devouring Technique. Shadow Devouring Technique cultivate by absorbing shadows. Training speed increases 5-fold at night, strength doubles when using shadow-based combat skills. Note, this technique can evolve. Upon reading the description, Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and waves of shock surged within him. This technique completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. He had always known of only two cultivation methods. One was devouring the essences of beasts or magical creatures, and the other was strengthening the physical body. Both methods ultimately aimed to enhance one's vital energy and blood. This was the first time he had heard of cultivating by devouring shadows. Not to mention that nighttime training speed could increase 5-fold, this was practically a divine technique. In comparison, the school-provided profound-grade techniques suddenly seemed far less appealing. The most crucial part? This technique could evolve. Having lived in this world for 18 years, this was the first time Qin Ming had heard of a technique capable of evolving. This is basically a real-life version of the Burning Heaven technique, Qin Ming joked to himself. Then, with a mere thought, he touched the Shadow Devouring technique in his mind. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though countless steel needles had pierced into his brain. A torrent of massive information tore through his consciousness with brutal force. Qin Ming let out a muffled grunt, his fingers digging into his palms. After about 10 seconds, the excruciating pain receded like a tide. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, but he couldn't be bothered to wipe them away. He urgently began to digest the contents of the technique. Seize the darkness of heaven and earth, devour the shadows of all things. Hide by day, strike by night, and revere the dark as supreme. As he circulated the technique, Qin Ming gradually understood. This was not an ordinary breathing technique but a forbidden art that turned one's body into a vessel capable of directly absorbing the essence of darkness itself. Qin Ming was acutely aware of the value of this technique. If it were ever revealed, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Countless warriors would fight to the death to obtain it. And as the possessor of such a treasure, he would inevitably become a target for countless enemies, ultimately leading to his demise. Fortunately, the system had hidden it within his consciousness. Otherwise, he'd be in enormous trouble. Qin Ming immediately sat cross-legged, forming strange hand seals. The light within the cave began to distort eerily. The shadows on the stone walls peeled off as if alive, transforming into thin threads of black mist that seeped into his body through his 7 orifices. Qin Ming's entire body trembled, the black mist coursing through his meridians. At first, it was bone-chillingly cold, but in the next instant, it turned into countless gentle streams that spread through his limbs and bones. He let out a low groan. Every inch of skin touched by the black mist felt as though it was soaking in a hot spring. The tingling sensation surged from the depths of his marrow. This power. It was several times purer than the essences of magical beasts. In an instant, Qin Ming became completely immersed in his cultivation. His ears tuned out all external sounds, and his focus was solely on the shadow devouring technique. He was entirely oblivious to Jiang Kou, who was still dancing nearby. "Master, I'm begging you. Let me rest for a moment." "Master." Jiang Kou's eyes glimmered with tears. This pitiful appearance of hers would certainly make any other boy at the academy rush over to fight Qin Ming to the death. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Qin Ming. These little tricks were utterly useless in front of him. Watching Qin Ming close his eyes to rest, Jiang Kou was indignant. Keep pretending. I don't believe it. If I dance in front of you, can you still fall asleep? You just want me to call you master a few more times, don't you? Men, so manipulative. Master, please, just let me rest for a bit. I promise I'll do whatever you say later. Jiang Kou couldn't believe it herself. How could she make her voice sound so soft and sweet? When did I become so seductive? No. This is to confuse Qin Ming. If I want him addicted to me, I have to take this step. Jiang Kou kept encouraging herself in her mind. 10 minutes later, Jiang Kou was shocked to find that Qin Ming had actually fallen asleep. How is this possible? I, a super beauty, am doing a hot dance in front of you, and you can actually fall asleep? At your age, how can you sleep like this? If your staff isn't working, go donate it to someone who needs it. Master. Jiang Kou wanted to shout his name, but the only words that came out were master. She felt like she was going crazy. She had been dancing for an hour already. How much longer do you expect me to dance? Master, I need a break. You can't treat me like this. This is torture. It's abuse. No one can endure cold indifference forever, and Jiang Kor was no exception. As her voice rose in frustration, the night gradually gave way to dawn. The next morning, phew! Qin Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes, feeling completely refreshed, as if he were a new person. So satisfying. He stretched, the crisp sound of his bones crackling. After a night of cultivation, Qin Ming felt he had fully stepped into the early stage of the first realm. Last night's cultivation was equivalent to absorbing the essence of 100 red-eyed tigers. Once one enters the first realm, the essence of low-level beasts becomes far less effective. Now, he needed to devour the essence of first-tier beasts to make progress. At that moment, Qin Ming seemed to notice something and froze in place. Jiang Kor was still dancing, but her movements were completely distorted, resembling a duck struck by lightning. The tiger pelt on her body had slipped off in several places, revealing large patches of fair skin. Her eyes were filled with grievance as her hoarse voice asked, "You're awake?" After a brief moment of bewilderment, Qin Ming finally recalled the events of last night and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, stop now." Jiang Kor's legs finally gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground. She rubbed her sore legs and glared at Qin Ming angrily. "Do you know how long I've been dancing?" "All night. An entire night." Not bad," Qin Ming casually complimented her, not taking the matter seriously at all. All he wanted now was to quickly go outside and check on the Shadow Ninja's spoils from the night. Having entered the first realm, he needed stronger beast essences. As for Jiang Kor dancing all night, Qin Ming didn't care in the slightest. He didn't even feel the tiniest bit of guilt. Since when do masters owe loyalty to their pets? Jiang Kor was trembling with anger, but Qin Ming had already stood up and was heading for the door. "Wait!" Jiang Kor hurriedly blocked his path. Where are you going?" Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively without looking back. "To check the spoils." Hearing this, Jiang Kor seemed to realize something. Quickly slipping on the tiger pelt, she followed him out. Outside the cave, upon seeing the beast corpses before him, Qin Ming frowned. Why were there so few? The number of beast corpses here was nearly 3/4 less than yesterday. Could it be that the beasts in the outskirts of the forest have almost all been killed? Qin Ming squinted his eyes slightly, muttering to himself. He opened the system interface and saw that his dark points were only at 29. Qin Ming fell silent. It appeared that the beasts in the forest had indeed dwindled significantly. After an entire night, the 200 Shadow Ninjas had only managed to kill a little over 20 beasts. The efficiency was far too low. The next second, Qin Ming's gaze locked onto the lottery page. The original first draw option had disappeared. It had been replaced with single draw, 10 consecutive draws, and 100 consecutive draws. And below the 100 consecutive draws option, it promised, guaranteed to obtain a divine artifact. Why did this screen look so familiar? Could it be that the system was also adopting the old Ma approach? Even implementing a guaranteed feature, how unbelievable. The words were stuck in Qin Ming's throat, unable to come out. "Oh my god, Master!" Jiang Kor exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "They're so amazing, they killed this many beasts in just one night." As she spoke, Jiang Kor's eyes lit up. She looked at Qin Ming excitedly and said, "Master, we've struck it rich this time. There are so many essences." Since part of her spirit was connected to the soldiers, Jiang Kor felt she had contributed too. The spoils should naturally be shared with her. There were so many essences, Qin Ming couldn't possibly consume them all on his own. No! 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 Qin Ming raised a finger, shaking it as he corrected her. "It's not we who struck it rich, it's me who struck it rich. All these spoils belong to me." These essences weren't even enough for Qin Ming alone. How could he share them with Jiang Kor? Hearing these words, Jiang Kor froze on the spot, staring at Qin Ming like a statue. After a few seconds, she snapped out of it and broke into a flattering smile. She stepped forward, grabbing Qin Ming's wrist, and cooed, "Master." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, lowering his gaze to look at this suddenly clingy little vixen. "Look at all the essences here." Jiang Kor gestured with her other hand to the glowing beast essences scattered across the ground, her finger nearly touching Qin Ming's chest. "There's no way you can consume them all by yourself." As she spoke, her body lightly brushed against Qin Ming's arm, her eyes filled with tenderness. Her soft voice pleaded, "Let me help take some of the burden off your shoulders, Master." If not for the mask on her face, Jiang Kor would never have been able to say such coquettish and shy words out loud. Ever since Qin Ming had left a mark on her soul, Jiang Kor no longer harbored any resentment toward him. Calling him master now felt completely natural to her. Even she hadn't noticed the subtle change within herself. Hearing her words, Qin Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Master, you're the best. Jiang Kor's eyes lit up like a cat spotting a treat. She immediately threw herself into Qin Ming's arms. There's hope. Sure enough, Mom was right, men are always led by their lower halves. Alright then. Qin Ming pointed toward the forest with his finger, his face void of expression. You go and hunt exotic beasts like them. Although getting hit by the ball earlier was a bit enjoyable, Qin Ming was a practical person. Strengthening his abilities was the most important thing. The next second, Jiang Kor's sweet smile froze instantly. What? She exclaimed. Before she could react, her body moved on its own, sprinting in the direction Qin Ming had pointed. Master! You can't treat me like this. Jiang Kor's scream gradually faded into the depths of the forest. I'm still a girl after all. Watching Jiang Kor's retreating figure, Qin Ming chuckled happily. Great, another free laborer. He wasn't worried about Jiang Kor's safety in the slightest. Not to mention her upgraded ability to summon shadow ninjas. Her personal combat strength wasn't weak either. Just her shadow jumping skill alone was enough to keep her invincible. A few minutes later, Qin Ming began punching one exotic beast carcass after another. The silver bracelet on his wrist jingled with every move. In truth, Qin Ming didn't need to fight for points at school anymore. No one could possibly surpass his score anyway. However, he preferred to play it safe, having more points never hurt. He glanced down at the silver bracelet on his wrist. AM, 8:45. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Vitality, 42.2, first-rank martial artist. Exotic beasts killed, 108. 42 points of vitality, that means the strength of the ninja army I summoned today should also be on par. The higher the vitality, the harder it was to increase. These days, even raising it by a single point required devouring the essence of dozens of crimson-eyed tigers. It was time to start hunting first-rank exotic beasts. Qin Ming raised his head and looked deep into the forest, a gleam in his eyes. With 100 first-rank martial artists, can I venture into the depths of the forest? He calculated silently, excitement flickering in his gaze. The next moment, Qin Ming swept his right hand through the air. Come forth! In an instant, the shadows under his feet began to boil, and one by one, tall figures emerged from the darkness. They burst out of the shadows one after another, quickly filling the clearing around Qin Ming to capacity. It was another 100 shadow ninjas. They knelt on one knee in unison, their eyes focused intently on Qin Ming. But this batch was different from the last. They were more imposing, their vitality even stronger. They were true first-rank martial artists. Qin Ming could sense that over a dozen shadow ninjas from the previous batch had already perished. That was to be expected, after all, their vitality had only been 13. Facing multiple exotic beasts at once, they were easy to defeat. Though difficult to kill, they weren't invincible. Once slain, they returned to the Shadow Kingdom, where Qin Ming could summon them again to continue serving him. Let's go! Qin Ming took a step forward. Follow me into the depths of the forest. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, heading straight into the forest. The 100 shadow ninjas lifted their heads simultaneously, their black eyes glinting faintly. Swoosh! A synchronized whooshing sound filled the air as 100 dark figures followed closely behind. Their movements were light and agile, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. Only blurry silhouettes flickered in the air as they moved. A dozen shadow ninjas rushed ahead of Qin Ming, fiercely defending his safety. Originally, Qin Ming hadn't planned to go in himself, but after some thought, he decided it was a good opportunity to train. He had only recently advanced to martial artist status and needed some real combat experience to enhance his skills. Besides, with 100 first-rank martial artists accompanying him, even if trouble arose, he could retreat unscathed. Not to mention, he had his life-saving shadow jump ability. An hour later, Qin Ming stopped. Ahead, warning signs were posted every few meters. Danger ahead! Students forbidden to enter. Qin Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered. Then, he said, form groups of 6 and send 3 teams in to scout. Return in half an hour. As soon as the words were spoken, 18 shadows vanished into the dense forest. Their movements were utterly silent, like smoke dissipating in the wind, completely noiseless. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Ming began weighing his options. If more than half of them returned injured, it would mean the area was extremely dangerous, and he wouldn't go in. But if only a few were hurt, it would be safe enough for him to enter and hone his skills. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction, feeling proud of his decision. After all, he could monitor the Shadow Ninja's survival status at any time, so he had nothing to worry about. 10 minutes later, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +2. Dark value +2. Dark value +2. The system chimed 3 times in quick succession, with less than a minute between each. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, a faint smile forming on his lips. It seemed all 3 teams of shadow ninjas were unharmed and had successfully taken down exotic beasts. Gaining 2 dark points at a time, Qin Ming murmured to himself. It seems the growth in dark value is related to the strength of vitality. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking dark points in the future. As he grew stronger, killing a few high-level exotic beasts, advanced monsters, or elite martial artists would earn him plenty of dark points. Moreover, the stronger he became, the more powerful his shadow ninjas would be. Once he reached high-rank martial artist status, he would have an army of high-rank warriors fighting by his side, warriors who weren't even afraid of death. And if he collected the other 9 masks, the shadow army he summoned would be even more formidable. The thought filled Qin Ming with excitement. The system definitely had the other 9 masks hidden somewhere. Just then, rustling sounds came from within the forest. Moments later, one team of shadow ninjas emerged, with the last member carrying the corpse of a wolf on his back. The team knelt, placing the wolf carcass before Qin Ming. One of the ninjas unsheathed his katana and carefully sliced open the wolf's head, extracting a black essence orb. Qin Ming recognized it at a glance. It was a first-rank early-stage exotic beast, a shadowmane wolf. With vitality around 28, it was incredibly fast and had unpredictable attacks. Most first-rank martial artists would hesitate to confront it. But unfortunately for the wolf, it had encountered a shadow ninja squad. Each ninja had an astounding vitality of 42. Let alone a single ninja, even 6 of them attacking together was overkill. The wolf didn't even have time to react before it was slain. Not long after, the other 2 teams returned with their own prey. One was a crimson flame tiger with a vitality of 45, a mid-stage first-rank exotic beast. The other was a mire frog with a vitality of 30, an early-stage first-rank exotic beast. Qin Ming examined the 3 teams. All 18 shadow ninjas were unharmed. It seems the area isn't as dangerous as I thought. In truth, it wasn't that there was no danger, it was that he was simply too strong. No student with a vitality of 42 had ever dared to take on this trial before. Not to mention that Qin Ming could summon 100 warriors as powerful as himself. Who could possibly stand against that? A few breaths later, 3 crystalline spirit cores lay before Qin Ming. In the next second, Qin Ming swallowed them all and began operating the shadow breathing technique. 100 ghostly shadow ninjas simultaneously drew their blades, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A wave of killing intent rose within the forest. In the principal's office of the Tianwu Academy, thin wisps of smoke curled up from a bronze incense burner. Li Jianguo squinted his cloudy eyes as his withered fingers leisurely flipped through the Tianhe Daily. The headline on the front page read, "Sky splits open in Jiahe District, suspected appearance of demonic creatures." He casually folded a corner of the page. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking on the door arose, but the old man acted as if he hadn't heard it. He lifted his purple clay teapot, took a sip of tea, and continued reading his newspaper. Over 10 minutes later, Li Jianguo finally closed the paper and rasped out, "Come in." Only then did Hu Changfeng push the door open and enter. He had come yesterday, but the principal wasn't around, so he had no choice but to return today. The phone calls didn't go through, and the man couldn't be found. Hu Changfeng was in a state of anxious urgency. "Principal, about the secret realm." Hu Changfeng, Li Jianguo suddenly interrupted him, pulling out an old, yellowed booklet from a pile of documents and examining it closely. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't be so hasty in your work. We must take things slow. Only with careful work can we achieve good results." Listening to the old principal's nagging, Hu Changfeng's head was about to explode. The secret realm was on the verge of collapse, and here he was talking about taking one's time. It was beyond frustrating. A few minutes later, Li Jianguo finally spoke in his unhurried tone. "All right, tell me, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Hu Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward 2 paces and nervously said, "Principal, something major has happened in the secret realm." "Oh? Something major?" Li Jianguo's hand paused slightly as he flipped through the files. He looked up at Hu Changfeng, his voice deep. "Could it be that the barrier has broken?" No, it's not the barrier." "Then what major issue could there possibly be?" Li Jianguo lowered his gaze back to the documents. To him, as long as the secret realm's barrier remained intact, nothing else was truly a big deal. Seeing the principal's attitude, the veins on Hu Changfeng's forehead throbbed violently. He thought to himself, Let's see if you can stay this calm later. Suppressing his emotions, Hu Chengfeng recounted everything that had happened the previous day. Li Jianguo remained silent for a long time before finally asking in confusion, "Are you saying there's a thief in our academy stealing exotic beast corpses?" "No, not just one thief. There are several of them stealing exotic beast corpses." Li Jianguo's expression turned complicated. To steal someone else's exotic beast corpses without being noticed, this was truly remarkable. And then there's this student named Qin Ming. The number of exotic beasts he's hunted today has already exceeded 100. Hu Chengfeng's face was serious. An ordinary person managing to hunt over 100 exotic beasts, this was absolutely shocking. "Oh, is that so?" Li Jianguo leisurely picked up his teapot, taking 2 large gulps of tea before saying indifferently, "Isn't it obvious? While others haven't even surpassed 5 points, he's surpassed 100. Clearly, he's stolen everyone else's exotic beast corpses." The only thing Li Jianguo couldn't understand was how an ordinary person could steal so many exotic beast corpses. Hu Chengfeng nodded, replying solemnly, "I think so too. That's why I'm here this time, to request your permission. I want to access Qin Ming's silver ring to check his current location and blood vitality levels." Li Jianguo tapped the desk 3 times with his bony fingers. His cloudy eyes slowly turned to Hu Chengfeng, his raspy voice saying, "All right." With that, Li Jianguo picked up the phone in the corner and called the monitoring department, "Unlock all silver ring permissions." After hanging up the phone, Li Jianguo stood up. "Let's go. I'm quite curious myself. How much blood vitality does Qin Ming actually have?" Hu Chengfeng was momentarily stunned but quickly followed. The two walked out of the principal's office one after the other. Despite being over 60 years old, Li Jianguo walked faster than a young man. In no time, the two arrived at the monitoring room. When the staff saw Li Jianguo enter, they all stood up and greeted him. "Good day, Principal." Li Jianguo nodded in acknowledgement and pointed at the central control desk. "Pull up Qin Ming's data." The bespectacled teacher swiftly typed on the keyboard. The main screen flickered a few times before displaying Qin Ming's data. Time, 10:32 a.m. Qin Ming, 18 years old, blood vitality, 42.7, first grade warrior, exotic beasts killed, 108. The room fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the data on the screen, completely stunned. 18 years old, blood vitality of 42, first grade warrior. Putting these 3 together was simply unbelievable. This can't be real, right? Is the equipment malfunctioning? An 18-year-old first grade warrior? What was his blood vitality before entering the secret realm? The group began discussing in a buzz of disbelief. Nobody could believe the blood vitality score of 42. That number was astounding. It was as absurd as your high school classmate knocking out Sylvester Stallone with a single punch. 42 blood vitality? A female teacher, startled, knocked over her coffee. The brown liquid spread across the control desk. "This is equivalent to the level of a first-grade warrior." Li Jianguo trembled with excitement, his eyes glued to the name Qin Ming on the screen. The next moment, he grabbed the shoulder of the bespectacled teacher, enunciating each word, "Pull up Qin Ming's previous blood vitality test results." The bespectacled teacher shuddered, his shoulder aching under the grip. He didn't dare resist and replied, "Yes, Principal." He quickly typed on the keyboard again, and soon, the screen displayed data from a few days ago when Qin Ming's abilities were awakened. Student, Qin Ming, blood vitality, 8, martial trainee, talent, unawakened. Ha 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 ha. Li Jianguo suddenly burst out in a raspy laugh. His previously hunched back straightened, and his eyes gleamed with brilliance. This is it. In just 2 days, he went from having a blood vitality of only 8 as a regular person to becoming a first-grade warrior with a blood vitality of 42. Only the legendary martial god physique could achieve this. He muttered to himself like a madman. The monitoring room was deathly silent. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, unable to understand what the principal meant by the martial god physique. What was so special about this martial god physique? How could it transform an ordinary person into a 42 blood vitality warrior in such a short time? Suppressing his excitement, Li Jianguo ignored the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Today's events must remain confidential. Anyone who dares to speak out, humph." As he spoke, his entire aura suddenly grew imposing, surging to an overwhelming level. Bang! The cup beside him shattered under the pressure. Everyone's faces turned pale, finding it hard to even breathe. This is the aura of a high-level martial artist. Even releasing just a tiny bit can instill fear in lower-level martial artists. "Principal, rest assured, we will absolutely keep our mouths shut," Hu Chengfeng promised through gritted teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. His mind was in turmoil. A martial god physique? No wonder Qin Ming hadn't awakened any talent, no wonder he dared to venture into the trial's secret realm. So this is the reason. Hu Chengfeng recalled hearing his older brother mention the martial god physique before. He knew a little about it, but wasn't that supposed to be a legendary constitution? How could it be real? Hearing this, Li Jiangwo's expression softened, and his imposing aura receded. He said calmly, "Find out where Qin Ming is right now. When he comes out, I'll take him as my disciple and train him well. That's the martial god physique if nurtured properly. He might become the first true martial god in this world. If I become his master, my name will surely go down in history." As these thoughts filled his mind, Li Jiangwo's body trembled, and a vivid image of a statue erected in his honor formed in his imagination. Just as he was immersed in this fantasy, a voice interrupted him. "PR. Principal, bad news. Qin Ming has entered the restricted zone." The bespectacled teacher pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt struck on a clear day. Li Jiangwo froze completely, standing motionless like a statue. The others also stared at the screen in astonishment. The restricted zone. It was a place swarming with Tier 1 exotic beasts, with Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts lurking deeper inside. Even a second-rank martial artist would face certain death if they went in there, let alone a first-rank martial artist. What gave you the courage to rush in there? Was it Liang Jingru? The next instant, Li Jiangwo grabbed the silver ring beside him, tossed it to the bespectacled teacher, and gritted his teeth. Input Qin Ming's location immediately. I'm going in personally to save him. This concerns whether I can go down in history. I can't let others handle it, it must be me. Why yes, Principal. The bespectacled teacher wiped his sweat and began operating the controls. Li Jiangwo paced anxiously, glaring at the teacher working the console. Is it done yet? Can't you go any faster? To him, every minute Qin Ming spent in that zone added another layer of risk to his grand plan for fame. Qin Ming could not die in the secret realm. Absolutely not. Li Jiangwo would not allow it. A dozen seconds later, the bespectacled teacher handed over the silver ring. Principal, it's done. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Jiangwo's figure had already disappeared from the monitoring room, and the silver ring vanished along with him. This. The bespectacled teacher looked at Hu Chengfeng in shock and stammered, Who teacher? Hu Chengfeng waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he said in a low voice, Don't say too much. It's best to keep today's matter confidential. You all know the principal's temper. The group shivered and quickly nodded. Rest assured, we will absolutely keep our mouths shut. On the other side, Li Jiangwo moved like a phantom, appearing instantly before the gray-white mist. Immortalized in history, a statue erected, just wait for me. Deep in the forest, 100 ghost shadow ninjas formed a circle, with a man and a beast facing off in the center. Qin Ming took the katana handed to him by one of the ninjas, staring expressionlessly at the blood-mane boar ahead, its information flashing through his mind. Blood-mane boar, Vitality 48, Tier 1 Advanced Exotic Beast. Seeing its slightly red tusks, a sign of impending adulthood, there was no doubt it was a Tier 1 Advanced Exotic Beast. Once it matured, its tusks would turn completely red, and its vitality would soar to over 80. Exotic beasts differ from humans, they don't need to cultivate strength as determined at birth. As long as they grow quietly, they can gain the kind of power others dream of. Of course, if they consume rare medicinal herbs along the way, their strength can rise even further. Vitality 48. Qin Ming gently touched the tip of the blade, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Perfect, just right to be my opponent. He wasn't sure if there were other exotic beasts nearby, so he didn't let the ghost shadow ninjas immediately go out to hunt. He decided to wait until his battle with the blood-mane boar was over before letting them act. After all, there was plenty of time. The blood-mane boar, seeing so many strong enemies around, had a trace of fear flash in its crimson eyes. It could sense that every enemy was powerful, and its instincts told it to flee immediately. Before it could react, Qin Ming's figure had already vanished in an instant. Shadow leap. The blood-mane boar's pupils shrank sharply, the human before it had disappeared into thin air. The next second, a searing pain tore through its abdomen. Looking down, It saw the pitch-black blade slowly withdrawing from its belly, dragging out a large amount of blood, all absorbed by the katana. Roar! The deafening roar shook the leaves from the trees above. The pain unleashed its ferocity completely. The blood-mane boar's mane bristled, and its sharp tusks suddenly grew 3 inches longer. Its hind legs stomped the ground fiercely, and its 2-meter-tall body caused the earth to tremble slightly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as its tusks were about to pierce Qin Ming's chest, his figure once again dissolved into shadows and disappeared. The blood-mane boar's charge abruptly halted. Its right hind leg suddenly split open with a deep wound, exposing bone, as blood continuously flowed into the blade's edge. Too slow. Qin Ming's voice echoed from all directions, as if dozens of him were speaking at once. Every time the blood-mane boar turned toward the source of the sound, another slash appeared on its back. It's time to end this. Qin Ming's icy voice suddenly exploded beside the blood-mane boar's ear. The giant beast didn't have time to turn its head before it felt a piercing chill on its neck. Slash! The pitch-black blade stabbed directly into its thick neck, the tip emerging from the other side, and the blood it drew was instantly absorbed by the blade. The blood-mane boar staggered forward 2 steps, its crimson eyes slowly losing their light. Boom! The massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, shaking the surrounding leaves into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +2, only 2 points of dark value for 48 health? Qin Ming felt a bit disappointed. Regaining his focus, he tossed the katana to the nearby shadow ninja and said in a low voice, "I've almost mastered the combat technique. And also, the consumption of Shadow Leap is less than I imagined." Qin Ming stared at his open palm, where a wisp of black mist coiled around his fingers like a living thing. Since practicing the shadow breathing technique, the energy within his body had undergone a transformation. Other martial artists cultivated white energy, but Qin Ming's was black. This difference wasn't just superficial, the key lay in the disparity in consumption. Previously, using white energy, a single shadow leap would consume 5 points of energy, but now with black energy, it only required 1 point. This truly made him appreciate the power of Earth-level techniques. After calming his mind, Qin Ming looked at the surrounding shadow ninjas and calmly ordered, "Form groups of 5 and hunt the beasts in the forest." As soon as the words left his mouth, all the shadow ninjas raised their heads, their pitch-black pupils flickering, and their figures vanished instantly, leaving only wisps of black mist behind. Retrieving the essence of the blood-tusked boar, Qin Ming turned and headed back. Knowing his own strength now, he saw no need to remain here. To become proficient in using Shadow Leap, he practiced continuously on the way back. Half an hour later, he returned to the cave. Before him was Jiang Kor's listless figure. Mechanically, she was dissecting the head of a snow-patterned rabbit, blood staining her fingertips as she held a grain-sized essence. Muttering under her breath, "Damn master, really deserves to be cursed for going mad from cultivation. Making a girl like me do this kind of thing." Qin Ming's slender fingers suddenly gripped Jiang Kor's frail shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "What were you just saying?" The essence in Jiang Kor's hand fell to the ground with a soft plop. The hairs on her neck immediately stood on end as she stiffly turned her head, forcing a smile. Master, you're back. I was just praising your wisdom and might." Hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled. Not bad." Qin Ming stood up with a smile and casually instructed, "You don't need to hunt beasts anymore. Go start a fire and roast some meat." He paid no attention to her little antics. Right now, Qin Ming cared about only one thing: acquiring dark value. Only dark value could truly allow him to survive in this world. Cough, cough, Jiang Kor coughed twice, wiped the corner of her mouth, and quickly agreed, "Oh, okay. This is too much. Absolutely too much. He doesn't treat me like a girl at all." Jiang Kor felt extremely aggrieved, but she was helpless. After all, deep down, she couldn't bring herself to hate Qin Ming. This was something Jiang Kor couldn't understand no matter how much she thought about it. Could it be? I've really become his slave? The moment this thought emerged, even Jiang Kor herself broke out in a cold sweat. No. Absolutely impossible. She neither wanted to believe it nor dared to. Inside the cave. I give up, I'll delete everything, just spare me. Lord Shen He. Outside the cave, the campfire crackled, two rabbits slowly turning over the flames, their golden oil dripping onto the charcoal and releasing an enticing aroma. Jiang Kor squatted by the fire, her eyes fixed on the roasting meat, unable to resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Growl, the sound of her stomach protesting echoed. From the morning when Qin Ming had her go hunt exotic beasts until now, she hadn't even had a sip of water. Now, smelling the aroma of roasted meat, she felt as if her stomach was about to stick to her back. Just wait a little longer. Jiang Kor muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Not far away, Qin Ming was staring at the mountain of exotic beast corpses, lost in thought. Selling so many exotic beast corpses would definitely be a huge deal. Among them were quite a few precious ones: fragrant pigs, snow-patterned rabbits, green deer, and honey-glazed cloud wolves. Although these exotic beasts hadn't reached high-grade levels, their meat was excellent. Wealthy people especially loved them and were willing to spend big money to buy them. For example, the snow-patterned rabbit Jiang Kor was currently roasting. Though its essence was small, its meat was firm, slightly sweet, and incredibly delicious even without any seasoning. If they could take these out, they would surely make a fortune. Selling them for hundreds of thousands of great xia currency wouldn't be a problem, Qin Ming murmured, stroking his chin. Hundreds of thousands of great xia currency was an amount his parents couldn't save even after years of hard work. The only thing troubling Qin Ming now was how to transport so many corpses out. Carry them back and forth by himself? He'd die of exhaustion. If he asked the Shadow Ninja for help, it might expose him. But then again, exposure wasn't a big deal. Master. Jiang Kor called timidly, the rabbit is ready. Qin Ming slowly turned his head and glanced at her, his eyes lighting up instantly. Right, he had Jiang Kor. Why worry about money? If he could make her take control of the Jiang family, wouldn't that mean he controlled the Jiang family? Qin Ming's gaze toward Jiang Kor changed immediately. This wasn't a little puppy, it was clearly a money tree. He stepped forward, took the rabbit leg Jiang Kor handed him, and bit into it leisurely, pretending to ask casually, Kor, what's your status in the Jiang family? Jiang Kor, who was about to feast, froze, looking up in surprise. Master, why are you asking this? Nothing, Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, tearing off a piece of meat. I suddenly thought about helping you become the head of the Jiang family. With a plop, the rabbit leg in Jiang Kor's hand fell to the ground. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her voice trembled. Master, are you serious? With Qin Ming's help, she was absolutely confident she could become the head of the Jiang family. Qin Ming was very satisfied with her reaction and nodded with a smile. Of course. Fool, what's yours is mine, isn't it? I'm just helping myself. Master, you're so good. Jiang Kor suddenly hugged Qin Ming and kissed him directly. This time, she was sincere. Jiang Kor was an exceptionally strong-willed woman. She often thought, why wasn't she born a man? If she were a man, she would surely lead the Jiang family to glory. Her parents wouldn't look down on her anymore. Qin Ming felt the trembling Jiang Kor in his arms, a trace of tenderness flashing in his eyes. He gently patted her back, as if soothing a pet. Just then, a roar broke the silence. Student Qin! Don't move! I'm here to save you. The elderly voice made both Qin Ming and Jiang Core freeze. They exchanged glances, confusion in their eyes. Qin Ming snapped out of his brief daze and regained his composure. This voice was transmitted over a long distance? That was a technique used by high-level martial artists. Qin Ming's heart sank. What purpose could a high-level martial artist have in seeking him out? Running away was not an option, he absolutely wouldn't flee. But, judging by the tone, it didn't seem malicious. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The ghostly shadow ninjas around Qin Ming also stopped their movements, their gazes fixed on him, waiting for his command. Qin Ming remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. Everyone, hide in the shadows. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the ninjas' figures twisted, transforming into black mist that seeped into the ground, the shadows of trees, and the crevices of rocks. The forest immediately returned to silence, with only the sound of the breeze rustling the leaves. They were like hidden blades, ready to strike at Qin Ming's command. Qin Ming stood in the distance, quietly waiting for the approaching figure. Jiang Core stood beside him, holding her breath. A few seconds later, Russell, the distant bushes, suddenly shook violently. A dark figure darted through the forest at an astonishing speed, leaving grass and trees collapsing in its wake. That is... Qin Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. Before he could finish speaking, the figure had already appeared before them like a ghost. A gaunt frame, long gray-white beard, and cloudy eyes. Principal Li! Jiang Core exclaimed. At this moment, Qin Ming was also stunned. The person who had arrived was none other than the principal of Tianwu Academy. This elderly man, Qin Ming had only seen once during the school opening ceremony. After that, he had hardly seen him again. He never expected Li Jianguo to be a high-level martial artist. So fast it was like teleportation. Li Jianguo's speed just now was practically instantaneous movement. This was definitely not something an ordinary martial artist could achieve. He must be a high-level martial artist, and Qin Ming speculated that he might even be a legendary 6th grade expert. What level is 6th grade? It represents the pinnacle of martial artists, extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia. Why would someone so powerful come looking for him? Student Qin? Li Jianguo squinted his cloudy eyes, a warm smile on his face, as he carefully examined Qin Ming. Good. Good. Truly remarkable. Indeed, talent emerges in youth, and your demeanor is extraordinary. Li Jianguo spoke as he circled around Qin Ming, his eyes full of admiration. The longer he looked, the more satisfied he seemed, as if gazing at a beloved treasure. Upon learning that Qin Ming possessed the martial god physique, his heart was filled with excitement. Qin Ming felt somewhat uneasy under the old man's gaze. He couldn't shake the feeling that Li Jianguo's eyes weren't looking at a student but rather at an impeccable beauty. Principal Li. Qin Ming tentatively spoke. Did you come here specifically to find me? Li Jianguo's smile deepened. That's right, I came here just for you. Hearing this, Jiang Core and Qin Ming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with certainty. That student Qin was clearly directed at Qin Ming. Seeing their reaction, Li Jianguo chuckled and was about to continue discussing the matter of accepting a disciple when he suddenly seemed to sense something. He squinted his cloudy eyes slightly and looked toward the surrounding rock crevices and tree shadows. Those places concealed the ghostly shadow ninjas. Life energy? Could I have sensed it wrong? Li Jianguo muttered to himself, intending to step forward and investigate. Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but stand up, bowing as he asked, Principal Li, may I ask why you came to find me? Li Jianguo stopped in his tracks, his wrinkled face showing a kind smile as he slowly extended his aged hand. Student Qin, may I check your pulse? A trace of hesitation flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, but he still extended his right hand. Please, Principal. The bony fingers gently rested on Qin Ming's pulse. In an instant, a warm energy seeped into the meridians like a spring breeze. The shadow power within Qin Ming instinctively stirred, but he forcibly suppressed it. Li Jianguo closed his eyes, his brows trembling slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer flashing within them. Good. As expected. It was undoubtedly the legendary martial god physique. No doubt about it. Although Li Jianguo had never seen the martial god physique before, he was convinced that Qin Ming was the legendary existence. Jiang Kor stood nearby, blinking in confusion. Qin Ming was also somewhat puzzled, but he saw Li Jianguo withdraw his palm, stroke his long beard, and laugh. I came here for one thing, Li Jianguo suddenly said seriously, his voice light yet powerful. I want to take you as my direct disciple. What do you think? A gentle breeze swept through the forest, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the old man was smiling, his gaze was extremely serious. He knew this was no joke. Li Jianguo's long beard swayed slightly in the wind, and his cloudy eyes were fixed intently on Qin Ming. He was waiting for an answer. Beside him, Jiang Kor widened her eyes, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. She bit her lip, afraid she might cry out uncontrollably. How could this be possible? The dignified principal Li actually wanted to take Qin Ming as his disciple? Was he even worthy? Qin Ming wasn't very aware of the weight of Li Jianguo's name, but Jiang Kor understood it perfectly. Li Jianguo was one of the strongest people in the entire Tianhe city. A true superpower. For someone like him to want to take Qin Ming as a disciple, it was like a dream to Jiang Kor. Qin Ming snapped out of his shock, clasped his hands in salute, and revealed an excited smile. It is my honor to receive the principal's favor. Although he said this, Qin Ming still felt a bit puzzled. Why would he want to take me as his disciple? Qin Ming didn't think Li Jianguo was a discerning talent scout. He himself didn't even feel that his aptitude was particularly high. However, he thought about the recent changes in his body, his vitality. The biggest difference over the past 2 days was his vitality. The silver ring had always been worn, and the school could definitely monitor it in real time. A waist with a vitality of only 8 suddenly skyrocketing to 42 overnight. Anyone who saw it would be astonished, right? This was probably the reason Li Jianguo wanted to take him as a disciple. Hearing this, Li Jianguo's wrinkles smoothed out, blooming like autumn chrysanthemums. He gently patted Qin Ming's shoulder. 3 days from now, at the Academy's martial arts arena, I will hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony for you. Now, come with me. Li Jianguo was already eager to take Qin Ming back and announce it to everyone. But he understood that it couldn't be rushed. Especially for someone of his level as a grandmaster, the apprenticeship ceremony had to be solemn and grand. 3 days later, he would officially take Qin Ming as his disciple under the title of Qin Ming, being the first in the trial secret realm. As for Qin Ming being the martial god physique, Li Jianguo planned to keep it a secret for now. A trace of hesitation flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the depths of the dense forest. He really didn't want to leave. This place was like paradise. He could kill exotic beasts at will and devour essence freely. Once he left, where else could he find such enjoyable opportunities? Pr. Principal. Qin Ming stammered, do we have to leave now? Jiang Kor saw his reluctance and wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Li Jianguo looked at their reactions and couldn't help but laugh. Silly child, once you become my disciple, won't this secret realm be yours to enter whenever you wish? You've just broken through and don't have much martial arts skills. If you encounter a second-tier exotic beast in the secret realm, I'm afraid. The sentence was left unfinished, but his concern was evident. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered, feeling Li Jiangwo's care, and his heart warmed. Could it be? Principal Li truly cares from the bottom of his heart? Thud. His knees heavily knelt on the soft soil. Without hesitation, Qin Ming bowed deeply. Master above, your disciple pays respect. 3 loud kowtows, each heavier than the last, with the final one leaving a faint blood mark on the ground. Li Jiangwo's body trembled slightly and quickly stepped forward to help him up. The elderly man's bony fingers quivered slightly. Good child, stand up. He gently brushed the dust off Qin Ming's forehead, his gaze soft. From now on, I will teach you all my martial arts. Jiang Kor watched this scene in silence. Whether Qin Ming's apprenticeship was sincere or not, from this moment on, no one in Tianhe City would dare to underestimate this young man. With Li Jiangguo as his powerful backer, he would soar to great heights. Who could stop him? With such a strong support, his future was boundless. In the principal's office of Tianwu Academy. Minger, I've selected 3 sets of martial arts for you. Li Jiangguo picked up the teapot on the table, leisurely took 2 sips, and said lightly, see if you're satisfied. Qin Ming lowered his head to look at the silver ring on his wrist and found he had received an email. Opening it, the names of 3 martial arts techniques appeared before his eyes. Thunderous 9 heavens, movement-type martial arts. Low-level Xian rank, Spirit Turtle subdues the sea technique, defense-type martial arts, high-level Xian rank, Blazing 13 styles, swordsmanship martial arts, high-level Xian rank. After reading, Qin Ming's pupils suddenly widened. As expected of the principal of Tianwu Academy, 3 Xian rank martial arts, covering defense, offense, and speed, were incredibly comprehensive. Is this the benefit of having a powerful backer? It's simply amazing. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Qin Ming raised his head abruptly, his eyes burning with excitement. Thank you, master. Li Jiangguo stroked his beard. With a smile, and with a wave of his sleeve, a small chip fell into Qin Ming's hand. Go back and train well. If there's anything you don't understand. He pointed to the silver ring on Qin Ming's wrist. Use it to contact me. Earlier, Li Jiangguo and Qin Ming had added each other as friends on the silver ring, allowing them to communicate anytime in the future. A hint of cunning flashed in the old man's eyes. As for those exotic beast corpses, Qin Ming's heart tightened. When he had just arrived, he had mentioned taking the exotic beast corpses with him. Li Jiangguo said no more, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the exotic beast corpses were instantly collected. This move left Jiang Kor and Qin Ming stunned. But upon reflection, it made sense. As a grandmaster, possessing spatial treasures was perfectly normal. I'll buy the corpses at 90% of the market price. Li Jiangguo blinked. The academy will deduct a 10% handling fee. Seeing Qin Ming's face instantly fall, the old man couldn't help but laugh heartily. Silly boy, I'm teasing you. The full amount will be credited to your account, plus a 10% academy subsidy. Thank you, master. Walking out of the principal's office, Qin Ming looked at the azure sky and exhaled deeply. Everything that had happened in the past few days felt like a dream. He had actually gone from being an ordinary person to becoming the disciple of the principal of Tianwu Academy. It was simply too crazy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +2, dark value +1. Since just now, the system notification sound in his mind had been ringing. Non-stop the 2 groups of shadow ninjas remained in the trial secret realm, helping him continue to kill enemies. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled. The rapid increase in dark value should have already surpassed 100, right? Lottery dark value balance, 103. Should he go for 100 consecutive draws or try his luck with a single draw? After some thought, Qin Ming pressed the single draw button. 100 consecutive draws were not something to do right now. Qin Ming knew that the most important task at the moment was to convert the dark value into his own power. He had to quickly collect the remaining 9 shadow masks. Suddenly, the black mist in the lottery interface rapidly expanded. transforming into ferocious and terrifying demons. A few seconds later, the black mist dissipated, and somehow, a piece of white paper appeared in Qin Ming's hand. On the white paper was printed a dark red demon's head. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Qin Ming's mind: Demon Tattoo, Catastrophe Level, Blood. Crystal Pattern, Basha ability, can absorb the power of demons. Note: the more evil the heart, the stronger the absorbed demon power. Explanation: apply the tattoo to someone else, the host cannot apply it to themselves. Note: the other party must voluntarily apply it, and once applied, the tattoo will remain for life. Anyone with the demon tattoo will forever become the host's slave. Note: the other party's strength must not differ too greatly from the host's. Basha? It was Basha. Qin Ming's heartbeat quickened. This name was very familiar to him. Basha, the true ruler of the ocean. Among the 8 great demons, a being of formidable strength. After calming his emotions, Qin Ming began to hesitate. Who should he apply this tattoo to? Definitely not his parents. Not only were they honest people who couldn't absorb much of Basha's power, but applying the tattoo would also turn them into slaves. Imagine calling him dad, but he would have to call you. No, absolutely not. Qin Ming shivered and shook his head repeatedly. Unknowingly, Qin Ming arrived at the school gate. Today was Friday, and with the weekend off, he planned to go home. It was dismissal time, and the school gate was bustling with people. The results of the trial Secret Realm had not yet been announced, so no one knew that Qin Ming had killed over 100 alien beasts. At that moment, voices of discussion came from ahead. That woman is still kneeling here? Do you know her? No way, you don't know her? I heard she's been kneeling at the school gate since Monday, saying she wants to learn martial arts. Even the principal was startled. When the principal came out, he found she had no talent for martial arts and advised her to leave. Who would have thought she refused to go? It's really baffling. Qin Ming's eyes flickered, and he quickened his pace. Passing through the crowd, he saw the woman kneeling ahead. She was about 18 or 19 years old, thin and frail, with messy long hair draped over her shoulders and tattered clothes. She looked even more destitute than the beggars on the street. Yet her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Qin Ming felt a stir in his heart. Just from that gaze, he could sense a resolute fierceness. The principal said, "You're not cut out for martial arts." A security guard walked over and advised her, "Go home." "I want revenge." Chen Shanshan raised her head and stubbornly said to the guard, "If you want revenge, go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Why come to our martial arts school?" The guard shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Chen Shanshan pursed her dry, cracked lips and said nothing more. Sigh. The security guard sighed, placed the bottled water and bread in front of Chen Shanshan, and then left. "Only the principal is soft-hearted, letting me bring you extra food. Otherwise, who would care about you?" These past few days, he had been delivering food and water to Chen Shanshan daily, later reimbursing the expenses from the school. Chen Shanshan glanced at the food on the ground and swallowed hard. Gurgle. Her stomach growled again. Without hesitation, she opened the bottled water and gulped it down. She was unbearably thirsty. Drinking too quickly, the plastic bottle made a crackling sound in her hand. At that moment, a shadow blocked the sunlight, standing in front of her. "I can help you get revenge," Qin Ming leaned down and whispered in her ear. "If you want revenge, follow me." After speaking, Qin Ming walked straight ahead without even looking back, because he knew she would follow. A drowning person would never give up any lifeline. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would desperately cling to it. Chen Shanshan was stunned by Qin Ming's words. Coming back to her senses, she turned to look at him. She knew this man was likely deceiving her, but she couldn't resist the urge to follow. What if he was telling the truth? What if he really could help her get revenge? If she missed this chance, there might never be another. Her gaze became resolute. Clenching her teeth, she supported herself on the ground, trying to stand up. Her legs, numb from kneeling for over 10 hours, trembled as she pushed herself upright. But having not eaten, her head spun, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Qin Ming didn't stop and continued walking forward. Chen Xianxian rasped, "Wait." Then, dragging her numb legs, she hobbled after him. Qin Ming slowed his pace, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, his second partner was in place. And so, the two walked slowly. Jiang Ziyuan sat in the main seat. Hearing the commotion, he looked up at his daughter, picked up a piece of meat, and asked indifferently, "Butler Zhao said you left school early today. Why are you coming back so late?" Standing nearby, Zhao Jinxia stole a glance at Jiang Haochen. It was obvious that the young master had instructed her to say this, and she dared not defy him. Jiang Cora let out a cold laugh, her icy gaze sweeping toward Zhao Jinxia. "Is that so?" The middle-aged housekeeper's shoulders trembled slightly as she lowered her head. "What's going on?" Jiang Ziyuan put down his chopsticks, his brows furrowed tightly. "Dad, don't blame Butler Zhao." Jiang Haochen wiped his mouth with a napkin, a playful glint in his eyes. "At her age, maybe my sister went out to have fun with friends." Jiang Core's eyes darkened as she glanced at her half-brother. She hadn't seen the family car when she left the school gates. She knew full well that the culprit was this good brother of hers. Making her walk home alone was just one of his pranks. It had been happening frequently lately. Today, she was late because on the way, she had received a low-level Xian rank cultivation technique from Qin Ming. Although it was only the first volume, it was enough for her current training. She had spent a long time studying it on the way, which delayed her return. "I heard that Cora has been getting quite close to a certain boy at school lately," Song Yuan said casually, swirling her wineglass and taking a sip. She leaned lazily against the back of her chair, her silk robe outlining her alluring curves. Despite being in her 30s, her skin was as delicate as that of a 20-year-old girl. Song Yuan was Jiang Haochen's biological mother and Jiang Core's stepmother. Naturally, a woman who could become Jiang Ziyuan's partner was stunning in appearance. Jiang Core stared coldly at her stepmother, unwilling to explain. Song Yuan's calculating gaze made it clear that this wasn't something she had heard but a deliberate attempt to frame her. She just wanted an excuse to confine Jiang Core and pave the way for her son. Jiang Core understood all of this. The accusation was indeed false until yesterday. "Is that so?" Jiang Ziyuan's expression darkened, his knuckles rapping sharply against the dining table. "It's fine to have fun, but you need to know your limits." The atmosphere in the dining room instantly dropped to freezing. "You need to understand what kind of people you can associate with and what kind you cannot," Jiang Ziyuan said coldly. "Don't forget, you're engaged." Jiang Haochen's lips curled into a smile as he stared intently at Jiang Core. His sister was indeed beautiful, what a lucky break for that guy. In his eyes, his sister's greatest value was to pave the way for his future. Not only did he think this way, but so did his parents. In the past, such humiliation would have made Jiang Core furious. But now, the image of her intimate moment with Qin Ming in the cave flashed through her mind. A surge of vengeful pleasure rose within her. If that noble fiancé of hers found out that his fiancée had long since become someone else's plaything. If her father discovered that the daughter he had painstakingly groomed was willing to be a tool under someone else's feet, the very kind of person he despised the most, what would they think? Just imagining their expressions when they learned the truth made Jiang Core want to laugh. This unprecedented thrill made her if only the master were at my house right now, how wonderful that would be. Jiang Core chuckled softly. "Don't overthink it. Lord Shenhe, don't misunderstand. She was already impatient to see Qin Ming. Bang! Jiang Ziyuan slammed the table heavily. His face darkened. Someone must keep an eye on her during this period. She must not come into contact with any man. To him, Jiang Kor wasn't that important. But the young master who was about to marry her was his real concern. Therefore, this matter absolutely could not go wrong. Jiang Ziyuan wanted to hand his daughter over to that young master intact. Otherwise, the Jiang family would definitely face big trouble. Yes, master. Zhao Jinxia bowed her head in response. Song Yuanyuan and Jiang Haochen exchanged a glance, both showing smug smiles on their faces. In the alley. As long as you help me take revenge, I am willing to follow you. Chen Shanxian's gaze was resolute as she stared at Qin Ming, speaking each word with determination. To her, the only thing keeping her alive now was the drive for revenge. As long as she could avenge herself, even if it meant dying, it didn't matter. Qin Ming smiled faintly, pulling a piece of white paper with a demon tattoo from his pocket and handing it to Chen Shanxian. Chen Shanxian took it in confusion, glanced at the tattoo, and asked, "What does this mean?" "It can help you take revenge." Qin Ming pointed to himself, his tone enticing. "Stick the tattoo on your body, and you'll gain invincible power. But once the tattoo is applied, you'll have to obey me for the rest of your life. Think carefully about whether you want to apply it." Qin Ming seemed to be asking, but he knew in his heart that Chen Shanxian would definitely apply it. She wasn't doing it for anything else, just for that slim chance. Become a slave. Chen Shanxian lowered her head, looking at the demon design on the tattoo, and suddenly laughed. "It doesn't matter what I become. Even if I die because of it, it doesn't matter." With that, she applied the tattoo to her leg, her voice hoarse. "I never want to feel that helplessness again. I never want to see that weak version of myself again. I want to kill them all. I want revenge." Boom! The moment the tattoo fused with her skin, a surge of unfamiliar power erupted within her body. Ding! Blood crystal level demon tattoo successfully activated. Demon power +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the demon Basha Bashas. Power activation rate 43%. Note, specific strength depends on the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring talents: Water Authority, Liquid Body, Abyss Adaptation, Demon Aura, Basha Talent. Water Authority allows free control of water for attacks, such as high-pressure water blades, water balls, etc. Note, the stronger the power, the more precise the control talent. Liquid Body. Liquid Body, the body can transform into a stream of water, immune to physical attacks, able to pass through gaps and reassemble itself. Note, each use consumes energy. Talent, Abyss Adaptation. Abyss Adaptation enables underwater breathing, immunity to water pressure, and instant movement within liquids. Note, duration depends on strength. Talent, Demon Aura Basha. Demon Aura Basha, the body undergoes demonic transformation, and the aura can be transmitted to others. Note, aura growth is slow and extremely important for someone so determined. Activating 43% of the power was already remarkable. If someone could activate 100%, how strong would they be? A demon child, perhaps. A glimmer flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he thought about trying the demon tattoo on Neza next time. Not for any other reason, he just wanted to see if the demon child could activate the max level. This is... Chen Shanxian's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared in shock at her gradually transparent arm. Her originally fair skin had now turned into flowing ripples of water. The scene looked eerily strange. Chen Shanxian's eyes reddened, and the surging power within her told her this was no dream. The hope for revenge had arrived. How does it feel? Qin Ming's lips curled into a playful smile as his slender fingers gently lifted her chin. Do you still think I lied to you now? Chen Shanxian stared at her water-like arm. Her gaze complicated. Finally, she slowly knelt down, her liquefied arm creating ripples on the ground. Master. Very good. Xin Ming patted her head with satisfaction, his tone carrying a hint of praise. It seems you know very well which side you should stand on. Chen Xianshan lowered her head again, her voice hoarse. Master, give me one day. I will avenge my family first, and then serve you loyally. For the rest of my life, never betraying you. These words were her heartfelt vow, not for the tattoo, but truly sincere. Xin Ming's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at her expressionlessly, remaining silent for several seconds. Then, his cold voice broke the silence. Familiarize yourself with your abilities first, Xin Ming said before turning to leave. As he was about to exit the alley, he stopped and spoke in a calm tone. After midnight, I'll arrange some helpers for you. Handle things cleanly, don't embarrass me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Ming's figure disappeared into the depths of the alley. Yes, master. Seconds later, heart-wrenching cries echoed from the alley. The walls of Qingshan community were mottled, and the 6-story-old building had clearly seen better days. Such old houses typically lacked elevators. Xin Ming slowly walked into Building 16, where his home was on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Xin Ming was filled with emotion. Even if Chen Xianxian hadn't mentioned it earlier, he would have sent her to seek revenge. After all, opportunities to gain a large amount of dark energy were rare. But seeing the determination in Chen Xianxian's eyes deeply moved him. At that moment, Xin Ming knew he had chosen the right person. She would undoubtedly become the sharpest weapon in his arsenal. Lost in thought, Xin Ming found himself standing at his own door. From outside, he could hear the sound of cooking inside, and his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Click. The door opened, and the aroma of food wafted out. Well, speak of the devil. Xin Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, said with a laugh. On the other side of the sofa, a petite figure suddenly stood up. Hello, Brother Qin, Bai Muxue greeted sweetly, her almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons, with 2 shallow dimples appearing on her face. Bai Muxue was wearing a pale yellow dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, revealing her fair and slender legs. Her jet-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look incredibly adorable. Qin Ming froze. Bai Muxue? How was she here? The graceful young girl before him was none other than the little girl who used to follow him around back in the day. As the daughter of his father's comrade, Bai Muxue had been like his shadow when they were in the countryside, always calling him Brother Qin. But at that time, Xin Ming had a mature mindset and had no interest in chatting with children. So, at that time, it was basically Bai Muxue chasing after Qin Ming, while Qin Ming paid her little attention. The two were born on the same day, Qin Ming in the morning, Bai Muxue in the afternoon. Because of this half-day difference, Qin Ming was forever burdened with the title of Big Brother. Minger, you're back just in time. Sit down and get ready to eat, Sun Xiufeng said with a smile as she turned around, wearing an apron. The spatula in her hand was still steaming. All right, Mom. At the dining table, after his father's explanation, Qin Ming finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that Bai Muxue had awakened an S-level talent at school and was exceptionally admitted to Tianwu Academy. She would be staying at his house for a while. After all, the best martial arts school in Tianhe City was Tianwu Academy. For students with potential, Tianwu Academy naturally wouldn't let them slip away. S-level talent? A glimmer flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and his chopsticks paused for a moment. By the way, daughter, Qin Xian said, picking up a piece of braised pork, the shiny sauce dripping from his chopsticks, what type of talent is it? Bai Muxue put down her chopsticks and smiled, attack type. Attack type? Qin Xian's eyes lit up, and he heavily set down his wine cup. That's great. That's great. Qin Xian was so excited that even his beard trembled. Back in the day, your father and I were on the battlefield, and we hated ourselves for not having talent or the aptitude for martial arts. We couldn't kill more monsters. Before he could finish, Sun Xiufang's chopsticks tapped the back of his hand. Spit, spit, spit. Sun Xiufang glared at him irritably. You and your crow's mouth. We haven't encountered monsters in years. Stop saying such unlucky things. He. Xin Xian laughed awkwardly, shrank his neck, and quickly picked up a piece of fish for his wife. All right, no more talking. Let's eat. For ordinary people, the appearance of monsters was a disaster. They tore through spatial rifts to enter this world, taking countless lives. Xin Xian and the others had survived until now not only because of luck but also because Tenha City had never experienced a large-scale monster tide. This inland second-tier city had only faced a few small-scale monster infiltrations, allowing veterans like Qin Xian to live peacefully. By the way, son, Qin Xian said, sipping his wine and smacking his lips, what talent did you awaken? Qin Ming took a bite of rice and replied calmly, I didn't awaken any talent. Clatter, Bai Mushue's chopsticks fell onto the table. The entire dining room fell silent instantly, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Xian suddenly burst into laughter, slapping the table heavily. It's okay. Son, even without talent, we can still practice martial arts. He spoke boldly, but his calloused hands unconsciously tightened around the wine cup, and a trace of undisguised disappointment flashed in his eyes. What father wouldn't hope for his son to be extraordinarily gifted? He wished he could shout, my son Qin Ming will achieve great things in the future. Brother Qin Ming, you can still succeed even without talent, Bai Mushue said softly, biting her lip cautiously. Our school's principal doesn't have much talent either, but through hard work, he reached the 5th grade realm. The principal Bai Mushue mentioned was the same academy head she had referred to earlier. Sun Xiufang's eyes flickered as she tried to comfort him but didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Ming swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled. It's fine. I don't care about these things. As a transmigrator with a system, how could he care about something as trivial as talent? Aren't the protagonists in novels always average in talent but manage to achieve extraordinary feats? NPCs rely on talent, protagonists are always cheating. That's my son, thinking so boldly, Qin Xian said as he poured out the drink in Qin Ming's cup and replaced it with white wine, smiling as he added, come, have a drink with your dad. Old Qin, what are you doing? Don't mind me today, I want to have a good drink with my son. Listening to his parents' casual chatter, Qin Ming felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, it's just that on the day of his awakening, he indeed didn't show any talent. If he told his parents that he now had an S-level treasure hunting talent along with a bunch of strange abilities, it would be too hard for them to believe. More importantly, when the trial secret realm results are announced on Monday, the news of him having no talent will be juxtaposed with his dazzling performance in the secret realm, shocking the entire Tianhe city. Explaining it then would be even more troublesome. So rather than that, he decided not to say anything at all. After dinner, Qin Ming lay on his bed, staring at the silver ring on his wrist. The chip had already been implanted on his way home. It contained 3 martial techniques and 1 cultivation method. The cultivation method was called Triple Swirl Qi Technique. As the name suggests, it allows a martial artist to form 3 layers of airflow in their dantian to accelerate cultivation, achieving triple the cultivation effect. However, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, and the airflow is prone to losing control, potentially injuring the practitioner. Just this point alone makes it inferior to the shadow breathing technique. Qin Ming glanced at it and had no interest in cultivating it. On his way home, he had copied the first half of the cultivation method and transmitted it to Jiang Core using the silver ring, and then he didn't bother with it anymore. The silver ring was officially manufactured by Disya, with extremely high security. Using it to transmit cultivation methods eliminates concerns about leaks. Transmitting via phone, however, is not as reliable. He glanced at the time, 7:30 p.m. Still over 4 hours left. Let's first familiarize myself with the martial techniques and Bosch's talent. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he opened the movement martial. Technique 9 Heaven's Thunder Motion. Safety is the most important thing. Learning an escape technique is more critical than anything else. Oh no, I mean a movement martial technique. Requires rainy weather. Wind and thunder attribute beast essence, minimum 3rd tier. Thunder inscription, minimum 3rd tier. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately exited. He didn't even bother looking at the rest of the content. It had nothing to do with him. 3rd tier beast essence, 3rd tier thunder inscription. Qin Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. These two things were completely out of his reach right now. Not to mention the 3rd tier beast essence, just the thunder inscription alone would cost him everything he owned, and he still wouldn't be able to afford it. This kind of item has already skyrocketed to over 10 million Disya currency in the market, and it's still in short supply. Among martial artists, there is another special group, inscription masters. They can engrave inscriptions onto weapons and equipment, granting them powerful abilities. This enhancement is stronger and more lasting than ordinary talent boosts. Therefore, inscription masters hold a high status and are highly respected. However, becoming an inscription master is extremely difficult. The entry requirement is being a second-grade martial artist with a blood vitality value of at least 200 points to qualify for the exam. More importantly, one must have strong mental power. Only martial artists with strong mental power can become inscription masters. These two criteria alone eliminate a large number of people. This martial technique was specially chosen by the teacher. It must have something unique about it. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, looks like I need to act quickly on helping Zheng Ke. Only if Zheng Ke becomes the head of the Zheng family sooner can the entire Zheng family be at my disposal. With the Zheng family's status and financial resources, they should be able to obtain these two items. When the time comes, just spend the money. After all, it's someone else's money, so spending it doesn't hurt. Asterisk knock. Knock. Knock, asterisk. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted Qin Ming's thoughts. Coming. Qin Ming turned off the silver ring and got up to open the door. Click. As the door opened, a faint jasmine fragrance wafted in. Standing outside was Bai Muxue, dressed in a thin silk nightgown that was almost transparent under the light. Her proud figure rose and fell slightly with her breathing, and the top two buttons of her nightgown had somehow come undone, revealing an alluring cleavage. Why didn't she look this intimidating during the day? Qin Ming frowned slightly, thinking to himself. He hadn't expected that in just a few short years, Bai Muxue had not only become more beautiful but her figure had developed in a way that was astonishing. An angelic face paired with a devilish body. Her ample curves, combined with her doll-like face, truly made her a perfect blend of angel and devil. Brother Qin Ming. Bai Muxue tilted her head, her slender fingers lightly tapping inside the room. Aren't you going to invite me in? She stood on tiptoe, causing the hem of her nightgown to slide up slightly, revealing a stretch of fair thigh. Qin Ming snapped back to reality and stepped aside to make way. Come in. Bai Muxue, like a curious kitten, began looking around as soon as she entered the room. The thin nightgown shifted with her movements, casting shadows that outlined the faint curves of her waist and hips. Why aren't you sleeping so late? What do you want? Qin Ming closed the door and leaned against the bed to ask. Bai Muxue suddenly leaned closer, carrying the fresh scent of someone who had just bathed. I came to see if you were secretly crying. Qin Ming sneered. What do I have to cry about? That's the brother Qin Ming I know. Bai Mushue's eyes lit up, her chest trembling slightly with excitement. Stop playing games. Qin Ming yawned. If you have something to say it quickly. Bai Mushue bit her lip, her nightgown neckline sliding down a bit more with her deep breath. Well, I wanted to ask you for a favor. If it's borrowing money, forget it. It's not that. Bai Mushue suddenly lunged toward Qin Ming, her hands propped on the edge of the bed. This posture made the view of her chest completely unobstructed, though her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I want you to be my boyfriend. Huh? Qin Ming looked utterly confused. What kind of familiar plot was this? The school beauty? A personal bodyguard? Brother Qin Ming, don't misunderstand. Bai Mushue quickly waved her hands to explain, her chest gently swaying with the motion. She pretended to pout in frustration. There's this annoying guy at school who keeps pestering me, and he just awakened an S-level talent. We're supposed to go to Tianwu Academy together on Monday. Bai Mushue secretly observed Qin Ming's reaction, her long eyelashes fluttering. In truth, she didn't care about that pursuer at all, but this was a great opportunity to get closer to Qin Ming. If she could spark some romantic tension, she might truly win him over and fulfill her childhood dream. Not interested. Qin Ming rejected her outright. What a joke, he wouldn't do something that offered no benefits. Ha! Bai Mushue's almond-shaped eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Then she suddenly leaned closer, clasping her hands under her chin, her nightgown neckline opening slightly as she leaned forward. Please, brother Qin Ming is the best. Her voice was so sweet it could melt someone's heart. Bai Mushue even mischievously blew air onto Qin Ming's neck, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. Acting cute and being flirtatious, these two moves are practically unbeatable when it comes to men. But they don't work on Qin Ming. I'm not doing it. Please. You're the best. I said I'm not doing it, and I mean it. Then I'll go tell Uncle Qin right now that you're bullying me. Bai Mushue pretended to turn away, her pajamas stirring up a fragrant breeze. Wait. Qin Ming grabbed her slender wrist and said seriously, what exactly do you want me to do? No kidding, if his dad found out, he wouldn't even listen to his explanation and would immediately side with Bai Mushue. Given that, he might as well agree directly. Bai Mushue turned back triumphantly, her hair brushing against Qin Ming's nose with a faint scent of gardenias. Hee, I knew brother Qin Ming cares about me the most. Care about you, my foot. Qin Ming cursed inwardly but forced a smile on his face. Sister Mushue, how can I help you? Bai Mushue leaned close to Qin Ming's ear and whispered, on Monday. The two chatted for another half hour before Bai Mushue reluctantly returned to her room. With her gone, Qin Ming reopened two other Xian-level martial arts manuals. Ding dong! The midnight bell rang. Qin Ming slowly closed the silver ring, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he stood up and stretched. It was time to get down to business. Gaining dark points, that was the real priority. With a crack, Qin Ming pushed open the window and leapt out. He didn't take the stairs or the elevator. Leaving through the front door risked being noticed by his family, but going out the window avoided that entirely. As he was about to land, his figure suddenly vanished, completely blending into the shadows. This old residential area had no surveillance cameras, and most of the residents were elderly who went to bed early. There was no need to worry about being seen. Only then did Qin Ming feel at ease jumping down. Before long, he was swiftly leaping through the neighborhood, moving at an incredible speed. In a narrow alley, Chen Xianxian's hand transformed into a water blade and slashed fiercely at the large tree in front of her. With a crack, the two-person thick tree instantly split in half. This is even sharper than a real knife. Chen Xianxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. After practicing just now, she had already gained initial control over this power and had a clear understanding of her own strength. Of course, a voice suddenly rang out. The unexpected sound made Chen Xianxian shudder. She immediately dropped to one knee and said respectfully, "Master." Qin Ming's figure emerged from the shadows. Like a ghost, his face expressionless. "Tell me about your enemy's situation." Chen Xianxian was startled by Qin Ming's move. He could emerge from the shadows? What kind of strange ability was this? Though frightened, she didn't dare delay in answering Qin Ming's question and quickly explained in detail, "Master, that man's name is Dingbin. He's from Tianhe City. A small gang leader." After Chen Xianxian finished speaking, Qin Ming had a general understanding of the enemy's strength. Dingbin was a member of the Black Tiger Gang in Jiahe District, classified as a 426, also known as a Red Pole. Chen Xianxian wasn't a martial artist and didn't know Dingbin's exact strength. But based on her description, Qin Ming guessed that his strength was at most at the early stage of a second-grade martial artist, or perhaps not even at that level. After all, if he were truly strong, he wouldn't just be a Red Pole. He would have become a gang leader or a big shot like a 438 by now. Black Tiger Gang. Qin Ming muttered the name under his breath, lost in thought. He wasn't from Jiahe District, so it was normal for him to have no impression of such a small gang. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, there are countless gangs, and the law enforcement bureau simply can't manage them all. As long as they don't cause too much trouble, the authorities usually turn a blind eye. Seeing Qin Ming lost in thought, Chen Xianxian assumed he didn't want to offend the Black Tiger Gang and quickly pleaded, "Master, don't worry, I can go alone and won't cause you any trouble. Please give me one day." Fearing Qin Ming might refuse, she repeatedly promised not to bring him any trouble. Qin Ming snapped out of his thoughts, smiled casually, and said, "A small gang like this can't possibly trouble me." He had just been pondering whether to wipe out the entire Black Tiger Gang and absorb their dark energy. "I'm helping Disai eliminate a menace, this shouldn't attract official attention, right?" Qin Ming thought to himself. Hearing this, Chen Xianxian looked up in surprise. To ordinary people like her, the Black Tiger Gang was like a mountain pressing down on them. But in her master's eyes, it was merely an insignificant small gang. Is this the difference between people? But thinking about it, it made sense. With just a wave of his hand, her master had granted her such immense power. What was a mere Black Tiger Gang compared to that? As Chen Xianxian's thoughts wandered, a ball of black mist suddenly emerged from Qin Ming's hand, and he reached for his face. Demonic energy, Basha. Instantly, Qin Ming's face transformed into a terrifying and grotesque appearance, resembling that of a merman. His eyes turned blood red, 8 slender tentacles grew from his head, writhing as if alive. His entire body was covered in blue scales, sharp fins sprouted from his back, and his legs merged into a long tail. At the same time, the silver ring on his wrist began to expand wildly. AM00:28 Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality, 134.9, late-stage first-realm martial artist. Qin Ming looked down at the silver ring on his wrist and chuckled, demonic energy is truly powerful. Even just a little bit can increase my vitality by nearly 100 points. Although he knew his vitality would return to normal once the demonic energy dissipated, Qin Ming still valued this talent. To him, this ability was perfectly suited. Demonic energy paired with Shadow Ninja, it was simply the perfect combination. "Come out!" Qin Ming commanded in a low voice. Chen Xianxian watched in horror as a figure silently emerged from the shadows around the alley. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures gathered, crowding the narrow alley to the brim. This is the help master mentioned earlier? Chen Xianxian's heart surged with waves of shock, her heartbeat almost leaping out of her throat. She had thought the help would be people, but she hadn't expected it to be so many. indescribable creatures. Looking at the eerie scene before her, only one thought filled Chen Shanxian's mind: who exactly is my master? Why does he possess such invincible power? Not only can he grant her immense strength, but he can also summon so many monsters from the darkness. Chen Shanxian scanned the silent people. They were dressed entirely in black, their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Just looking at those black pupils sent chills down her spine. The pressure from these shadow ninjas was overwhelming. Chen Shanxian could clearly feel that not one of them was weaker than her. Some were even several times stronger. At this moment, she finally understood Qin Ming's words: what I need is an obedient dog, and you are just right. Master. Master. Chen Shanxian pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to say something. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered, and he slowly uttered two words: lead the way. Yes. Master. Chen Shanxian responded softly, her voice carrying a slight tremor. At the same time, black demonic energy, identical to Qin Ming's, appeared on her hands. She was about to absorb the demonic energy into her body when Qin Ming suddenly interrupted her. Wait. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed Chen Shanxian's slender wrist, speaking calmly, let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming leaned in closer. His current demeanor exerted immense pressure on her, and Chen Shanxian instinctively wanted to retreat, but her wrist was firmly held. When her hand, imbued with demonic energy, lightly touched Qin Ming's slightly cool cheek, Chen Shanxian immediately felt something important being drawn away by him. Once the last trace of demonic energy was absorbed, Qin Ming released her hand and looked down at the silver ring on his wrist. AM00:30 Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality, 139.9. Late stage first realm martial artist, Vitality only increased by 5 points? Qin Ming frowned slightly. Was the system acting up, or was the conversion effect of absorbing others' demonic energy inherently this weak? However, this wasn't important. A mere 5-point increase in vitality wasn't worth keeping the demonic energy from Chen Shanxian. But at this moment, Qin Ming was a bit troubled. He felt a surge of energy in his mouth but didn't know how to transfer it back to her. After pondering for a moment, a decisive glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He acted again, his broad palm suddenly gripping the back of Chen Shanxian's head to prevent her from escaping. Under her panicked gaze, Qin Ming swiftly leaned in. Chen Shanxian only had time to let out a short whimper before her mouth was sealed by Qin Ming. He forcibly pried open her teeth and directly transferred the demonic energy from his mouth into hers. Immediately, Chen Shanxian felt a cold energy being forcibly injected into her body, sweeping through her entire being in an instant. In that moment, Chen Shanxian's body trembled violently, and the familiar transformation occurred once again. Blood-red pupils, 8 slender tentacles emerging from her head, skin covered in dark blue scales, sharp dorsal fins tearing through her clothes, and her long legs merging into a powerful mermaid tail amidst the secluded corner. A man in his 40s with a buzz cut was pleading softly with Dingbin, who was seated in a chair. Master Ding, the money. I promise I'll pay it back. Just give me a few more days, and I'll definitely repay you. Dingbin, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at him sideways, took a slow drag, and then leisurely blew the smoke into the man's face, sneering coldly, a few more days? Will you really pay it back? It's been so long, and I haven't even heard the sound of a single coin. The buzzcut man trembled all over, pulling out a crumpled stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his pocket with shaking hands and offering them up. Master Ding, look, this is what I just won. I'll pay you back part of it first. Dingbin didn't even look up. Casually took the money, rubbed the bills between his fingers, and a faint, ambiguous smile appeared on his lips. All right, that's some sincerity. The remaining, 30,000. I'll give you a few more days. 30,000? The man was struck as if by lightning, raising his head abruptly and exclaiming in shock, "Master Ding! Didn't I only borrow 10,000? Smack! A loud slap landed on the man's face, sending him staggering. Ding Bin's expression instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with menace as he grabbed the man's collar and roared viciously, "What are you yelling for? When I lend you money, is it for free? Without interest? But 20,000 in interest is way too much." The man was on the verge of tears, knowing that even if he sold himself, he couldn't repay 30,000. Humph. Ding Bin spat on the man's face, his expression fierce and malicious. "Too much? What's too much? It's been this rate for years. Don't go spouting nonsense with your eyes wide open, alright? Even us loan sharks have it tough. Why don't you think about yourself first? Have you worked hard enough? Have you gotten a raise?" Yes, Master Ding, you're absolutely right." The man crawled to Ding Bin's feet, clutching his leg end, begging desperately, "But this 30,000. I really can't come up with it. Please, Master Ding, have mercy on me." He pinned his last hope on Ding Bin possibly having a shred of kindness. But little did he know, Ding Bin had long lost any humanity. He would never show mercy. Ding Bin grabbed the man's chin, grinning sinisterly, "Can't come up with it? No problem." His fingers tightened, his eyes gleaming coldly, "Don't you have a pretty daughter? Let her come and pay off the debt." The man's pupils contracted sharply as he fought to suppress his fear. "No, Master Ding. Please, I beg you. She's only 18, still a child, she doesn't understand anything. Please spare her." 18? Doesn't understand anything? Ding Bin laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke, revealing his yellow teeth. "Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I want, her not understanding anything." He turned to the two burly men behind him, raising his eyebrows lewdly. "If she already understood, then what would we have to teach her, huh? Get it?" This remark was like lighting a fuse, and the two burly men immediately burst into piercing, obscene laughter. "Boss is smart. Couldn't have said it better." Exactly. The other licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed. "Bring your fresh, lovely daughter here, and we promise to teach her step by step, wholeheartedly. Guarantee she'll, ha. Understand everything." Ha 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 ha. The three laughed wildly without restraint. The man collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He knew it was over, truly over. These beasts would never spare his daughter. Thinking about the terrible fate his daughter might face, an uncontrollable rage surged in his heart. His right hand reached deep into his pocket, gripping the cold dagger tightly. Ding Bin stared at him unblinkingly. The man, feeling his heart pound under the intense gaze, suppressed his fear and pleaded hoarsely, "Master Ding, I beg you, please. Let me go, okay?" Ding Bin said nothing, his eyes fixed on the man's hand in his pocket. He spoke coldly, "What are you holding in your hand?" The man trembled at the question, his eyes flustered. Master Ding, please let me go." Two of the henchmen behind him sensed something was wrong. One stepped forward and slapped the man across the face. "Damn it. Master Ding is asking you a question. Are you deaf? What's in your hand?" The man was knocked to the ground, his cheek swollen, but his hand still clutched his pocket tightly. Another thug raised an eyebrow and spat on the ground. "Hey! Are you really deaf?" He cursed as he prepared to grab the man's hair. At this critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, and his long-suppressed anger erupted. He suddenly pulled the dagger from his pocket and stabbed it toward the thug who had just slapped him. "Lai Zi, watch out!" Ding Bin's pupils contracted as he shouted urgently. With a pft, the dagger plunged into Lai Zi's stomach before he could react. "You bastard!" Lai Zi's eyes turned red as he punched the man in the face. You're looking for death. How dare you stab someone? The other thug quickly reacted and began punching and kicking the man. Dingbin was furious. They were used to bullying others. When had anyone dared to lay a hand on them? Beat him. Beat him to death for me. Dingbin's face darkened as he roared, if he dies, it's on me. The two burly men became even more ruthless, their fists and feet raining down relentlessly. Lai Zi, enduring the pain, spat viciously on the man's face. Pa! You dog! How dare you stab me? You're not leaving here alive today. With that, he delivered a fierce kick to the man's arms as he tried to shield his head. The man's arms throbbed with pain, almost going numb. The two enraged thugs grew more and more excited as they beat him, cursing incessantly. The commotion attracted the attention of dozens of gangsters guarding the casino. They swarmed over, surrounding the entire corner. Master Ding! Master Ding! A chorus of respectful voices rang out. Dingbin, his face dark, took a cigarette from the pack handed to him by a subordinate and placed it in his mouth. Another subordinate quickly lit it for him. He took a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and gritted his teeth. What bad luck! Causing me such trouble. What angered him wasn't his injured subordinates but the fact that someone dared to challenge his authority. If someone dared to draw a knife on his men today, who would stop them from targeting him tomorrow? This was something Dingbin could not tolerate. Just as he was about to order the man beaten to death, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh? What's all the excitement about? Dingbin squinted slightly, turning toward the source of the voice. He said coldly, seems like there are quite a few people looking to die today. But when he looked in the direction of the voice, he froze. There was no one there, only the entrance to a sewer. Dingbin frowned and asked suspiciously, did any of you just hear someone speak? The dozens of subordinates around him quickly nodded and replied, we heard it. Hearing this, Dingbin's frown deepened. His gaze locked onto the direction again. As he muttered under his breath, I didn't miss here, so how could there be no one? At that moment, black mist began to slowly emerge from the small hole in the manhole cover, growing thicker and thicker. Dingbin witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. The black mist twisted and transformed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into ghostly shadow warriors dressed in black ninja attire. In an instant, hundreds of ghostly shadow ninjas appeared on the scene. They stood motionless, one by one. You all standing together saves me the trouble of finding you, a voice said. As the words fell, Qin Ming, whose figure resembled that of a merman, slowly stepped forward, following closely. Behind him was Chen Shanshan, also a merman. Dingbin was so frightened that he took a step back, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Qin Ming and the others. Ah! Monsters! Monsters! Run! The gamblers who had been placing bets moments ago were all stunned by the scene before them. They screamed and fled in panic. Qin Ming glanced at the group of gamblers, but paid them no attention. Ordinary people like them didn't interest him, after all, he wasn't a god of slaughter who killed indiscriminately. Big brother, what do we do now? Lai Zi and the others, having lost their will to fight, nervously gathered around Dingbin to ask. The other underlings also looked at Dingbin with tense expressions, waiting for his instructions. Who are you? Dingbin forced himself to stay calm and stammered as he asked. He had just observed carefully that this group of men in black seemed to have deliberately spared their gang. The other gamblers were allowed to leave without interference, but whenever his underlings made a move, the men in black would keep a close watch on them. Who am I? Qin Ming grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. I'm here for your lives. As he spoke, he pointed at Dingbin and said indifferently, kill everyone except him. As soon as the words fell, the black eyes of all the ghostly shadow ninjas glimmered. Samurai swords appeared in their hands simultaneously, and they charged at the other members of the Black Tiger Gang. Damn it! Fight them! Dingbin tried to suppress his fear with anger and shouted loudly. In the past, whenever he gave an order, his underlings would charge forward desperately. But this time, none of them dared to move. They looked at each other, hesitant, and no one dared to be the first to act. Don't be afraid. Who's afraid of? Who? Lai Zi grabbed a steel pipe nearby and rushed forward. The other underlings seemed to be infected by his courage and followed suit, shouting, "Kill!" Their momentum was strong. But reality was cruel. As soon as the two sides clashed, the situation became one-sided. The ghostly shadow ninjas could slice Dingbin's underlings in half with a single strike. In an instant, the abandoned factory turned into a living hell, filled with constant screams. Ah! A young thug with a pompadour hairstyle had his hand chopped off and screamed in pain, "My hand!" The next second, a ghostly shadow ninja appeared behind him and lightly swung his sword. The pompadour thug's head flew off. The once arrogant thugs were now completely terrified by the scene before them. They stood frozen in place, too scared to move. But the ghostly shadow ninjas paid no heed to their fear. Their orders were to kill until only Dingbin remained. They would keep killing until the factory was left with just Dingbin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target dark value +1 dark value +1. Hearing the notification in his mind, Qin Ming felt no emotion. These small-time thugs generally had low health points. They might not even compare to the students of Tianwu Academy. Gaining +1 was already a bonus. After more than 10 minutes, the screams in the factory suddenly ceased, and all the ghostly shadow ninjas stopped their actions. They collectively turned their gaze toward Dingbin, who was standing there in a daze. Qianxian. Qin Ming casually found a relatively clean chair to sit on, his voice calm. This person, I'll leave him to you. Upon hearing the name Qianxian, Dingbin's eyes suddenly focused. This name was too familiar. Chen Qianxian casually tossed aside a still-twitching head and dragged her massive, scaly tail as she slowly swam toward Dingbin, speaking word by word, "Ding. Bin. Open your eyes and look, do you still recognize me? I told you I would come for revenge." This familiar voice sent a shiver through Dingbin's entire body. You're that little wretch from the Chun Hongsheng family? Dingbin's face was filled with terror. He hadn't expected that the woman who had escaped from his grasp would appear before him today in such a form. Looks like your dull brain still remembers me. Chen Qianxian slowly raised her sharp claws, almost touching Dingbin's nose. A trace of mockery appeared on her ferocious face. So, how does it feel, Almighty Master Ding, to end up in this situation? Dingbin staggered back 2 steps, suppressing the fear in his heart as he said, "You know that colluding with monsters is a capital crime, don't you?" Capital crime? Chun. Qianxian laughed as if she'd heard the world's biggest joke, bursting into wild laughter. My family has already been destroyed, why would I fear death? Right now, I don't care about anything. I only want your life. Before she finished speaking, Chen Qianxian suddenly swung her tail, striking fiercely at Dingbin's head. Dingbin's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his hands to block. At the same time, he desperately activated his innate ability, causing the skin on his arms to instantly shimmer with a metallic luster. Hard as steel. Bang! A powerful force struck, sending Dingbin flying. However, the innate ability he just activated provided no protection at all. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. That won't do. I'm not done playing yet. Chen Qianxian, you're such a wretch. He. Splurt. Ah. Kill me, kill me. Grandma. I'm begging you, just kill me. Dingbin's lips turned pale as he weakly spoke. He had been tortured beyond recognition. Even if he were alive, he'd be a broken man. Now, he just wanted to die and be done with. It's... Kill you? Rest assured, I will. Chen Shanxian licked her lips, her tone cold. But not now. Splurt. Ah. Qin Ming understood that Chen Shanxian wanted to torment Ding Bin, but he had no intention of stopping her. After all, as Chen Shanxian's master, he had to consider his pet's mental health. If he kept letting Chen Shanxian bottle up her anger, how could she serve him well in the future? What he needed to do now was watch Ding Bin inch closer to death. Tonight, the screams in the factory were destined not to stop. Easily. In Building 16 of Qingshan Community, the lights on the third floor were still on. When Qin Ming and Chen Shanxian returned, it was already late at night. By this time, they had reverted to human form. Earlier, when they transformed into merfolk, their clothes had been torn apart, leaving them completely exposed to each other. Master! Master! Thank you! Chen Shanxian collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying. At this moment, everything still felt unreal to her. Things had happened too quickly. She had actually managed to easily torture her enemy into a broken man. Indeed, Chen Shanxian's methods were extremely cruel, almost intolerable. Qin Ming rummaged through the closet for clothes and softly reminded her, "Don't cry too loudly, or it'll be troublesome if you wake my parents." Upon hearing this, Chen Shanxian's sobs immediately quieted down, turning into intermittent sniffles. "Here, try this shirt and see if it fits." Qin Ming handed her a white t-shirt. Chen Shanxian raised her tearful eyes, took the shirt, and choked out, "Thank you, Master." She propped herself up, turned her back to Qin Ming, and put on the oversized t-shirt. At this moment, Qin Ming began to carefully observe Chen Shanxian. Perhaps it was due to her recent transformation into a mermaid, but Chen Shanxian was now completely drenched, as if she had just taken a bath. She looked entirely different from the way she had yesterday. Her wet, long hair draped over her shoulders, accentuating her delicate face, making her even more captivating. Though still youthful, the slight curve of her chest and her slender waist were enough to make one's heart race. In Qin Ming's mind, only two words remained: beautiful. So beautiful. Compared to the school beauty Zhang Core, Chen Shanxian was in no way inferior. The t-shirt Qin Ming had given her was a bit oversized for her, and the neckline slipped down, revealing a small patch of her exquisite collarbone. Qin Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Damn it, if I had known she was this beautiful, I wouldn't have said I wasn't interested earlier today. He still vividly remembered how confidently he had declared during the day that he had no feelings for Chen Shanxian. If anyone found out now, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Chen Shanxian stood nervously in place, her heart pounding like a drum. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally, as if making up her mind, quietly slipped into Qin Ming's bed. Her body was slightly cold, trembling lightly, as she cautiously pressed against Qin Ming's back. Qin Ming frowned, feeling her trembling, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Right now, Qin Ming's only focus was on how to gain dark points. He had no interest in dealing with matters of the heart. "Lord Shinha, please spare me." Upon hearing this, Chen Shanxian raised her head, her eyes pitifully looking at Qin Ming. She pressed her body closer and said in a trembling voice, "Master, do you think I'm unclean? I swear, I've never let another man touch me in this lifetime." Qin Ming was baffled by her sudden declaration, thinking to himself, what kind of logic is this? He was a righteous man, solely focused on becoming stronger. Women? They were merely stepping stones on his path to success. All he wanted was power. The next morning. Knock. 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 The sudden knocking on the door woke Qin Ming from his sleep. Chen Xianxian was lying on top of Qin Ming, asleep, her mouth slightly open, drooling on him. Qin Ming frowned, gently patted her delicate cheek, and softly called, "Wake up." Chen Xianxian's eyelashes fluttered a few times as she groggily opened her eyes. She instinctively nuzzled against his chest and asked softly, "What's wrong, master?" At that moment, Bai Mushua's voice came from outside the door, "Qin Ming, wake up." Hearing a woman's voice, Chen Xianxian's face turned pale, and she whispered, "Master, who's outside?" She felt as though she'd been caught doing something wrong. Qin Ming thought for a moment and replied indifferently, "It's my sister. You should hide so she doesn't find you." It wouldn't matter if she was discovered, but it would be hard to explain to their parents. Oh. Chen Xianxian pouted and agreed. Although the two had slept together, nothing had happened. After all, Qin Ming had previously stated that he wasn't interested in her, and now he certainly wouldn't touch her. After getting dressed, Chen Xianxian transformed into a liquid state and hid under the bed. Once he confirmed she was well hidden, Qin Ming said, "Coming." He then got dressed and got out of bed. With a creak, the door opened, and Bai Mushue rushed in, her eyes scanning the room. "What are you looking for?" Qin Ming leaned against the doorframe, asking helplessly. "Hoof." Bai Mushue sneered and continued inspecting the room. "You took so long to open the door, there must be something suspicious." Qin Ming rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Sis, you should know, you're the one who woke me up." Bai Mushue seemed not to hear him. She took a deep breath and said thoughtfully, "There's a woman sent here, and..." She frowned and sniffed again. "There's also a fragrance?" Qin Ming's mind was in turmoil. "Sis, your nose is too sharp." Under the bed, Chen Xianxian's face turned red as well. "No, stop making things up," Qin Ming said irritably. "How could there be a woman's scent in my room? Even if there is, it must be from yesterday when you were here." No matter how much Qin Ming tried to explain, Bai Mushue ignored him and started rummaging through his wardrobe. Qin Ming knew he couldn't sit idly by any longer, otherwise, Chen Xianxian would definitely be discovered. "If you have something to say, let's talk outside." Qin Ming stepped forward, grabbed Bai Mushue's wrist, and prepared to lead her out. Bai Mushue was puzzled. Strange, was there really no scent to be found? Just then, Bai Mushue noticed a streak of bright red on the bed and exclaimed, "Qin Ming, you're bleeding." The blood was from Qin Ming's ruptured hemorrhoid. Only two words echoed in Qin Ming's mind. "It's over." How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Bai Mushue rushed to Qin Ming's side, her small hands frantically patting him as she asked anxiously, "Qin Ming, where are you hurt? Are you feeling unwell?" "No. Really, no." "Mushue, calm down." Qin Ming hurriedly blocked her hand, shaking his head repeatedly. "Mushue, it's not what you think." He wanted to explain but didn't know how to start. The truth was absolutely out of the question. Bai Mushue examined carefully and indeed found no wounds, but she was still a bit worried. On the bed, there was clearly bloodstain. Her face was full of confusion. Before Qin Ming could speak, Bai Mushue had already run out of the bedroom, shouting anxiously, "Uncle! Auntie! Something's wrong. Brother Qin Ming is bleeding." Qin Ming felt his vision go dark. My good reputation. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the bedsheet, intending to throw it directly into the washing machine. But he was still a step too late. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Bai Mushue entered with Qin Xian and Sun Xiufeng. Qin Xian had been watching TV in the living room earlier. Hearing Bai Mushue's urgency, he ran over without even properly putting on his slippers. "Son, where are you hurt?" Qin Xian frowned, his eyes scanning Qin Ming's body. Sun Xiufeng's face was pale as she grabbed Qin Ming's arm. Did you overdo your martial arts practice and injure your muscles and bones? Let me take a look. Dad, Mom, no. It's really not what you think. Seeing their worried expressions, Qin Ming knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, actually, it's my hemorrhoid burst. Instantly, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. The muscles on Qin Xian's face twitched twice, his expression extremely awkward. Well, the morning news is about to start. I can't miss it, you guys chat. With that, he hurriedly left the room. Sun Xiufang muttered softly as she walked out, oh dear, there's porridge simmering on the stove. I better check the fire. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Mu Shui and Qin Ming were left in the room. Oh, and Chen Shanxian, who was hiding under the bed. Chen Shanxian's face was as red as an apple, so embarrassed she almost couldn't find a place to hide. Bai Mu Shui's face was also flushed as she whispered, Brother Qin Ming, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Qin Ming's forehead was lined with black streaks. As he replied listlessly, didn't I keep saying it wasn't what you thought? But. Bai Mu Shui stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just worried about you. You should leave now, I want to be alone for a while. Qin Ming closed his eyes, his tone flat. Bai Mu Shui bit her lip, wanting to say something, but seeing Qin Ming like this, she didn't say much. She simply closed the door for him on her way out. As soon as the door closed, Qin Ming immediately opened his eyes, walked over, and locked the door. Turning around, he saw Chen Shanxian transform back into her human form from under the bed. Master, it's all my fault for embarrassing you. Chen Shanxian said shyly, her head lowered. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. He slowly sat back on the bed, pondering as he said, I've been thinking just now, is there really any necessity for these gangland tumors to exist? In truth, he didn't care whether gangs existed or not. What he cared about was the dark value. So, he kept thinking about how he could secretly accumulate dark value without anyone noticing. The trial secret realm was a good option, but the exotic beasts inside were limited. Sooner or later, they'd all be killed. Gangs, on the other hand, were different. The Great Xiao was vast, and there were countless gangs, too many to count. If I start my own gang and then go on a rampage, hunting down other gangs, let them kill each other, turning the conflicts into gang wars, wouldn't the Daxia government stop bothering me then? Wouldn't that be safer? Qin Ming calculated in his mind. He thought this plan was quite feasible. Generally speaking, the government doesn't intervene in gang wars. After all, it's just dogs biting dogs, leaving a mouthful of fur. Chen Shanxian suddenly looked up, her eyes fixed on Qin Ming, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She hadn't expected that in this world where strength reigns supreme, someone would still think about ordinary people like them. With a thud, Chen Shanxian knelt down, choking back her sobs as she said, Master, thank you. Qin Ming. It seemed like she misunderstood something, but it didn't matter. A misunderstanding was fine. As long as the plan succeeded, nothing else mattered. Get up. I have something important to assign to you. Qin Ming's face remained expressionless. He absolutely couldn't be the leader of this gang himself, it was too dangerous. Hearing this, Chen Shanxian also realized the gravity of the situation. She slowly stood up and said seriously, Please give your orders, Master. Qin Ming organized his thoughts and said calmly, Go and form a gang. Then, he laid out his entire plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shanxian agreed without hesitation, Yes, Master. She understood how dangerous this task was. She also knew how severe the consequences could be. But she didn't care. Qin Ming had avenged her, and she would remain loyal to him for the rest of her life. Even if Qin Ming asked her to die, she wouldn't frown. Even without that demonic tattoo, Chen Qianqian would still be this resolute. You can decide the name of the gang, Qin Ming said, waving his hand. Immediately, 90 pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the room, staring unblinkingly at Qin Ming. From now on, you will follow her. Do whatever she tells you to do, Qin Ming said in a calm tone. 90 shadow ninja ghosts were more than enough for Chen Qianqian to command. The remaining 10, Qin Ming planned to keep at home to protect his family. These 10 shadow ninjas, with their blood energy values reaching 134, could hold their own even against top-tier experts. They might even defeat them. Against someone even stronger, they might not win, but they could at least buy time. When that happened, Qin Ming could sense their situation and rush back to help immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, all the eyes in the room turned to Chen Qianqian, as if trying to memorize the appearance of their new master. Chen Qianqian looked at those eyes, her heart trembling. The monsters summoned by Master, they come and go without a trace. But with so many powerful helpers, I feel even more confident about completing the task Master has entrusted to me. After Chen Qianqian quietly left with the 90 shadow ninjas, Qin Ming pushed open the door and walked into the living room. The television was broadcasting the standard voice of a news anchor at 3 a.m. Today, an anomaly occurred in the spatial rift over Jiahe district, breaking news. At 6 a.m. today, multiple bodies were discovered by citizens at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiahe district. The wounds on the deceased appear to have been caused by sharp weapons, but Captain Chen of the Enforcement Bureau has definitively ruled out the possibility of a monster attack. Son, come have breakfast, Sun Xiufang called out, taking a bite of a steaming meat bun and waving him over. Qin Ming served a bowl of steaming white porridge and naturally sat across from Bai Muxue. Bai Muxue sipped her soy milk in small gulps, her eyelashes fluttering slightly when she saw him sit down. As expected of brother Qin Ming, he truly had a strong heart. Even after experiencing social awkwardness, he could adjust his mindset so quickly. Sigh, so many people died last night. Qin Xian shook his head while staring at the TV, poking at his fried egg with chopsticks. This society nowadays. Probably gang warfare. Qin Ming blew on the surface of his porridge, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Look at how flamboyantly those people were dressed. Qin Xian nodded thoughtfully. True, those tattoos don't look like something normal people would have. As he spoke, he picked up a small steamed bun and placed it on his wife's plate. Muxue, Qin Ming suddenly spoke, tapping the edge of his bowl with a porcelain spoon. Do you have any plans today? And no, not really. Bai Muxue gripped her chopsticks tightly, her voice suddenly softening. Wasn't this an invitation for a date? Then, how about accompanying me somewhere? When Qin Ming looked up, he happened to see Bai Muxue's flushed face. He felt a bit puzzled, strange. Was the room really that warm? Her face was as red as a monkey's. Bai Muxue lowered her head and softly agreed. Across the table, Qin Xian and Sun Xiufang exchanged a knowing glance. Sun Xiufang pretended to lower her head to drink her porridge, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Her son was doing well. Ahem. Qin Xian tactically cleared his throat, silently apologizing. In his heart, old Bai, I'm sorry. The pig we've raised for 18 years might be about to root in your family's cabbage. In an open space, Bai Muxue clutched the hem of her clothes, looking around in confusion. Brother Qin Ming, why did you bring me here? What do you want to do? Her voice couldn't hide her disappointment. She had originally thought it was a date, but instead, they ended up in such a remote place. Qin Ming didn't answer directly but instead asked, the school should have given you a silver ring, right? Every martial arts school student receives a silver ring after awakening their talent. Ha! Bai Muxue was momentarily stunned, then obediently rolled up her sleeve to reveal the brand new white silver ring on her wrist. Here it is. Qin Ming stepped forward, lightly tapped the silver ring, and added her as a friend. Then, he accessed the upper scroll of the triple swirl chi technique stored in his own silver ring, swiped his finger, and completed the transfer. Chen Shanqian didn't have a silver ring, so she couldn't use this method to receive techniques. That's why Qin Ming arranged for her to come to his room every night to focus on her cultivation while teaching her additional things along the way. When Bai Muxue saw the transmitted content, she froze as if struck by lightning, her mouth unconsciously forming an adorable O. This is. Bai Muxue's voice trembled. A profound level technique? Back when the school discovered she had an S-level talent, they had gifted her a technique, but it was only a low-level spirit grade 1. Yet Qin Ming had casually handed her a profound level technique. How could she not be shocked? After a brief silence, Bai Muxue suddenly grabbed Qin Ming's arm, anxiously lowering her voice. Brother Qin Ming. Where did you get this? A profound level technique. That was a high-level technique. How could Qin Ming possibly have something like this? She was genuinely worried that Qin Ming might have used some dishonorable means to obtain it. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Looking at Bai Muxue's nervous expression, Qin Ming smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, this is the reward for taking first place in the trial assessment." Trial, first place? Bai Muxue let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't stolen, it was fine. The next second, as if recalling something, she asked in confusion, "But I heard that the trial assessment at Tianwu Academy hasn't ended yet?" After speaking, she stared at Qin Ming with a puzzled look. Indeed, the trial assessment at Tianwu Academy was scheduled to end in the next couple of days. According to the rules, it was impossible for Qin Ming to receive a reward now, even if he had killed hundreds of exotic beasts. But Qin Ming's master happened to be the one who set the rules. If he wanted to issue the reward early, he could do so. That was Li Jiangwo's privilege. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said half-jokingly, "It hasn't ended, but Principal Li is my mentor. When he saw me kill hundreds of exotic beasts, he immediately rewarded me with this technique." This was true, but Qin Ming knew no one would believe him. Bai Muxue rolled her eyes at Qin Ming and said playfully, "If you don't want to say, then don't. But don't lie to me. Forget about becoming the disciple of Tianwu Academy's principal. Even killing 100 exotic beasts was impossible." Bai Muxue, at her age, had never heard of a martial artist who hadn't reached the entry-level realm managing to kill hundreds of exotic beasts in just 2 days. Not only was it beyond Qin Ming's ability, but even past prodigies couldn't achieve it. Qin Ming didn't explain further and said calmly, "You can practice this technique boldly, there's absolutely no problem." The reason he hadn't let Jiang Kor and the others practice the shadow breathing technique wasn't because he was unwilling to share. It was simply because this technique altered the internal energy of the body. If they practiced it now, it might expose weaknesses during battles with others. If someone discovered they possessed such a high-level technique, it would undoubtedly lead to big trouble. Until Qin Ming's strength was formidable enough, he had to act cautiously. Hearing this, Bai Muxue's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded firmly, "Thank you, Brother Qin Ming." Qin Ming's kindness toward her only strengthened her resolve to keep him by her side. "Brother Qin Ming, you're mine, and no one can take you away." Bai Muxue clenched her fists, thinking to herself, Qin Ming withdrew his gaze and looked at the 2 martial techniques inside the silver ring. 13. Styles of Wildfire and Spirit Turtle subdues the sea technique. After reviewing the cultivation methods of both techniques, Qin Ming decided to practice 13 styles of Wildfire. First, The reason was simple: this technique didn't require external resources and could be practiced directly. The only downside was that without a fire element inscription blade, the damage might be slightly lower. But that was fine. On the other hand, cultivating that spirit turtle subdues the sea technique required a third-tier water element inscription, armor, and a third-tier water element essence. Where could Qin Ming find such things? Sink your energy into your dantian, gather strength in your palm. Slightly curl your fingers. As if holding a spark, use your chest as a furnace, and draw on your blood as fuel. Begin with restrained movements, like a wildfire quietly burning, accumulating power for 3 breaths. Qin Ming sat cross-legged, held his breath, and focused intently as he read. Bai Mushui glanced up at Qin Ming, who was practicing diligently not far away, then withdrew her gaze. She found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, and began reviewing the triple swirl energy technique. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting their strands of hair. Time slowly passed. No one knew how long it had been when Qin Ming suddenly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers spread into a claw-like shape. Instantly, a mass of black energy surged from his palm. If he had a fire element talent or fire element inscription weapon, flames might have erupted from his palm. He could even let flames envelop his palm for direct attacks. This not only greatly increased power but also caught opponents off guard. Qin Ming picked up a wooden stick nearby, and the black energy in his palm climbed to the tip of the stick. Then, he swung it fiercely toward a large tree not far away. Boom! The tree shook, followed by a crack, breaking into 2 pieces. Hearing the sound, Bai Mushui's eyes lit up, and she froze in place. Qi. This was external release of qi. How was this possible? Wasn't qi only present in the bodies of martial artists who had reached the entry-grade realm? Bai Mushui was stunned. Could it be Brother Qin Ming has already reached the entry grade? The thought startled even herself. Achieving the first grade realm at 18. What kind of martial arts genius would that be? Qin Ming, however, was completely unaware of her astonishment. At this moment, he was entirely immersed in his own world. Did it work? Qin Ming looked down at his hands and murmured softly. Between his fingers, black threads continuously flowed. Is this the first move of the 13 styles of wildfire? Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the broken tree, feeling satisfied. The 13 styles of wildfire, first move, Dawn Slash. This was his first time using it, and its power was astonishingly strong, proving the extraordinary strength of profound grade martial techniques. What Qin Ming didn't know was that if others used this move, the damage would definitely not be as high. The key lay in the black qi within his body. Even if others practiced fire-based techniques, they couldn't achieve the same level of damage as him. Of course, if the opponent practiced advanced profound grade fire techniques, that would be a different story. Bai Mushui pursed her lips tightly. She had wanted to ask Qin Ming several times what had happened, but ultimately gave up. She knew that asking too many questions would only irritate people. Since Brother Qin Ming has already broken through, I can't fall behind either. Bai Mushui refocused her energy entirely on her training. Night fell. Qingshan Community. When Qin Ming and Bai Mushui returned home, the sky was already dark. As soon as they opened the door, the aroma of food wafted toward them. Oh, I thought you two would eat out tonight, Qin Xian peeked out from behind the newspaper, playfully winking. Bai Mushui's ears immediately turned red. She instinctively glanced at Qin Ming beside her, only to find him lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his father's joke. She pouted, her face full of displeasure. Young people. Sun Xiufang chuckled softly as she served them bowls of hot soup. Everyone sat down and quietly ate their meal. Brother Qin Ming, what's wrong with him? Bai Muxue stole several glances at Qin Ming, noticing that although he kept eating, his mind was clearly elsewhere. I'm full. Qin Ming suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks, his voice dry. Before his family could respond, he stood up and left the table. This child. Sun Xiufan frowned as she looked at the barely touched food. He didn't even eat much of his favorite braised pork. Ah, maybe the two kids ate something on the way home. Xin Xian casually shoveled a few bites of rice. Bai Muxue's chopsticks paused. Mid-air, her brows furrowed. She stared at Qin Ming's back, saying nothing. Bang! After closing the door, Qin Ming's expression turned serious. Impossible. The second batch of shadow ninjas has suffered massive casualties? On the way home, Qin Ming had already sensed something was wrong. The growth rate of his dark value was slowing down, and the shadow ninjas were dying one after another. Originally, there were only one or two scattered deaths, but just now, he was shocked to discover that dozens of shadow ninja ghosts had died simultaneously. And they were all from the second batch, with a health value of 42. Forget opponents of the same level. Even when facing a health value of 60, they could still put up a fight. This is trouble, absolute trouble. Qin Ming paced back and forth in the room, deep in thought. Something must have gone wrong in the forest of the Trial Secret Realm. Should I tell Master? But in the next second, he dismissed the idea. No, he absolutely couldn't tell Li Jianguo. Otherwise, things would only get messier. I'll try entering the secret realm again on Monday. And while at it, bring out all the essence spirits inside. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +2, dark value +2. The system notification sounded again. Although many shadow ninja ghosts had died in the secret realm, the dark value continued to increase intermittently. Qin Ming checked the system. 37 remained from the first batch, and 59 from the second batch. After pondering for a moment, he opened the system page. Lottery dark value. Balance, 201. Yesterday, he had killed so many small thugs, and with the shadow ninja ghosts fighting fiercely against the exotic beasts, he had only managed to accumulate just over 200 dark value points? Qin Ming was speechless. Clearly, one trial secret realm was far from enough. If only there were more secret realms. After composing himself, Qin Ming hovered his hand over the lottery button. Memories of drawing game prizes in his previous life surfaced in his mind. Perhaps the trick would work here too. Big brother, give me a grand prize. A grand prize. I'll trade 10 years of not getting married for this grand prize. Qin Ming let out a low roar and pressed the lottery button. The lottery page shook violently, and a pitch-black jar appeared out of thin air, emitting countless black mist. After a dozen seconds, the page calmed down, and a black ring appeared in Qin Ming's hand. At the same time, a set of information flashed before his eyes. Shadow Ring, Earth Grade, Low-Level Abilities. Contains a shadow space of 100,000 cubic meters, where time does not flow. Living beings cannot enter. Note, can be used for storing items. Shadow Clone, consumes part of the shadow power to create a shadow clone. The clone's appearance is identical to the user, and consciousness can be switched to it at any time. Note, the clone only resembles the user in appearance. Its strength and other aspects are that of an ordinary person. Other abilities, unknown. Qin Ming was a bit stunned. Could this incantation really work in another world? He recalled his days on Earth. Whenever he played games, as long as he recited this incantation, he would always draw something good. In Genshin Impact, he'd draw 5-star characters. In Three Kingdoms Kill, he'd snatch god-level Cao Cao. In CSGO, he'd open cases and get the Dragon Lore Sniper rifle. It was the same routine across all games. Guaranteed good items. Finally, I have a storage ring. Qin Ming caressed the shadow ring lovingly. The ring was entirely black, with a texture resembling jade, and its surface was adorned with dark silver patterns, making it exceptionally beautiful. Qin Ming slipped it onto the ring finger of his left hand and chuckled, "With this, next time I enter the secret realm, I can even bring out the corpses." He didn't want to keep troubling his master. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Ming turned his attention back to the lottery page. He clasped his hands together and said, "This time, I'll trade 30 years of not getting married for a divine artifact." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming pressed the lottery button. The screen immediately shook violently, even more intensely than before, and the black mist grew thicker and thicker. Before long, the black mist seemed to take on a solid form and instantly enveloped Qin Ming. This feeling, so familiar. Qin Ming couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement in his eyes. As the black mist dispersed, a yellow and black ghostly mask floated before him. The bark mask? Qin Ming exclaimed, recognizing it at a glance. After all, this mask was too unique. It was the only ghostly mask in the anime that had been worn by a dog. As soon as Qin Ming touched the mask, information appeared before his eyes: ghostly mask, bark mask, no soul within the mask, ability, summon the Shadow Legion. Description: the host cannot wear it, it must be worn by someone else. Note: once worn, the mask merges with the body and can transform into any appearance. Anyone wearing the mask for over 24 hours will unconditionally obey the host's commands. Note: the wearer's abilities cannot exceed the host's by too much. The host gains the wearer's abilities, including their talents. Aside from the Summon Legion becoming the Shadow Legion, everything else was the same as the Ninja mask. Trading 30 years of not getting married for this artifact was absolutely worth it. After all, Qin Ming had no plans to get married. Sacrificing everything for one person? Qin Ming would never do that. Who should I give this mask to? Chan Xian? No way. Qin Ming immediately dismissed the idea. The only advantage this mask had over the demon tattoo was its ability to replicate talents. Giving it to Chan Xian would not only waste this ability but also lose a loyal helper. To maximize the benefits, it was best to find someone with extraordinary talent. Qin Ming already had someone in mind, he just didn't know how to get her to wear it. That day, her performance almost made me not want to scheme against her. But the temptation of dual talents is just too great. Huda, the campus bell, I'm sorry. Jiahe District. Villa. Number 21, Lanyue Bay. The 5-story villa was brightly lit. In a second-floor bedroom, there was a sudden bang, followed by the sound of shattering glass and metal clashing. Damn it! Am I destined to live with this mechanical arm for the rest of my life? Chen Bufan's eyes were bloodshot as he furiously smashed everything in the room, his voice hoarse. His left hand was completely ruined and had been replaced with a cold mechanical prosthetic. The saliva of the forest wolf was toxic. By the time he was taken to the hospital, the muscles in his arm had already rotted, leaving the doctors no choice but to amputate. The Chen family was considered wealthy in Jiahe District, but in the entire Tianhe city, they were nothing. They couldn't afford the rare materials needed to regenerate a severed limb. Knock, knock, knock. Someone cautiously knocked on the door. Who is it? Chen Bufan roared, his eyes red. Why, young master, Wang Hu is here, the maid's trembling voice came from outside, clearly afraid of his anger. The room fell silent for a few seconds. With a loud creak, the door was flung open. Chen Bufan's face was dark as he stepped out and said coldly, "Take him to the study." "Yes, young master." The maid breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped aside. A few minutes later, in the study, Wang Hu pushed the door open and entered, his face wearing a respectful smile. "Bufan, bro." Chen Bufan forced a smile and gestured to the sofa opposite him. Sit. Wang Hu sat down, and the maid quickly stepped forward to pour 2 cups of hot tea before quietly retreating and closing the door behind her. Bufan, bro, here's the item you asked for. Wang Hu carefully took out a vial of potion from his pocket and handed it to Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan took the potion, examined it closely, and asked in a calm tone, "Is this stuff really as effective as the rumors say?" Wang Hu picked up his teacup and took a sip, his face full of a flattering smile. "Rest assured, my father has used it several times. And the effect is absolutely undeniable." Chen Bufan still seemed a bit skeptical. Wang Hu lowered his voice, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "Yesterday, I tested this drug on a woman, the female manager of my father's casino. In less than 10 minutes, she became completely obedient, willing to do whatever I asked." Hearing this, Chen Bufan's expression relaxed considerably. He silently tucked the potion into his chest and suddenly changed the subject. "The news this morning said your family's casino was raided. Do you know who did it?" Wang Hu's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. "We haven't caught them yet, but the gamblers who escaped said his Adam's apple bobbed. Those people seem to have crawled out of the sewers." "What?" Chen Bufan's hand holding the teacup paused, his face showing surprise. "Out of the sewers?" Wang Hu nodded heavily. The gamblers' descriptions were too bizarre. They claimed black mist emerged from the sewer entrance, transforming into a group of people dressed in black. It sounded completely unreliable. Wang Hu and his people naturally didn't believe it, assuming the gamblers were scared out of their wits and spouting nonsense. After a moment of silence, Chen Bufan's eyes flickered as he asked uncertainly, "Was it another gang?" "My father thinks so too," Wang Hu nodded, his voice low. "My father and his men were planning to take over the Wild Wolf gang, and then this happened. Who wouldn't be suspicious?" The two chatted for a while before Wang Hu got up and left. After Wang Hu left, Chen Bufan took out the bottle of translucent liquid and muttered to himself, "Wanting, oh wanting, don't blame me. I have no choice but to use this trick." Late at night, in Qingshan community, a shadow silently climbed through the window and landed lightly on the floor. Clothes slipped off, revealing snow-white skin that stood out in the dimly lit room. Chen Shanxian lifted the blanket and burrowed into it like a cat, her soft body pressing against Qin Ming's back, her arms wrapping around his waist. "Master, I'm back." She leaned close to Qin Ming's ear, her breath gentle, her hair brushing against his neck, tickling him. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He turned over and hugged Chen Shanxian tightly, gently kissing her smooth forehead. "Have you decided what total of 190 relentless martial artists at the first grade realm could undoubtedly stir up a massive storm in the underground world of Tianhe City?" Qin Ming finished washing up and stepped out. Yesterday, he had sent Zhang Kor a message, asking to meet her. Since he intended to help her rise to power, Qin Ming was determined to take action personally. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ming got off the bus and walked toward a nearby cafe. Pushing the door open, he saw Zhang Kor sitting in a corner. She was wearing pink headphones, immersed in music, nodding her head to the rhythm. She had on a brown baseball jacket and white shorts, her legs crossed, her canvas shoes lightly tapping the floor. Her entire demeanor exuded energy. At the neighboring table, 2 men had already locked their gazes on her. "Are you going to ask for her WeChat or not?" The buzzcut man nudged his companion with his elbow. The man with glasses swallowed nervously and stood up. "I'll go, right now." At that moment, Qin Ming also walked toward the corner. The 2 men arrived at Zhang Kor's table almost simultaneously. "Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" The man with glasses had just spoken when he suddenly noticed another man standing beside him. He quickly lowered his voice. Brother, first come, first served, alright? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and made a go-ahead gesture. It was only then that Jiang Core looked up. The moment she saw Qin Ming, her eyes lit up instantly, and a happy smile appeared on her lips. Wow, even more stunning up close. The man with glasses felt his heart race. She actually smiled at me. He fumbled to take out his phone, preparing to take a picture. Just as he thought his wish was about to come true, Jiang Core suddenly stood up and threw herself into Qin Ming's arms. Master, you're finally here. Jiang Core leaned affectionately on Qin Ming's shoulder and whispered, I missed you so much. Thud, the phone fell to the ground. The man with glasses was too stunned to care, his mind replaying the word Jiang Core had just uttered, Master? How could this be? Such a beautiful woman, why would she be with another man? Why? The buzzcut man beside him was equally dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Qin Ming, who looked so ordinary, to have such a stunning companion. He muttered under his breath, really makes you envy the rich. Qin Ming chuckled. No hints. No interaction. Lord Shinhe, please spare me. I'm begging you. He didn't say much and sat down next to Jiang Core. Master, why did you call me out? Is there something you need? Jiang Core clung to Qin Ming's arm, leaning on his shoulder as she asked. Softly. Qin Ming picked up the coffee Jiang Core had been drinking, took a small sip, and said calmly, I'm here to help you take over the Jiang family. Hearing this, Jiang Core's body trembled. She clutched Qin Ming's hand tightly and asked in a delicate voice, Master, what should I do? No rush. Qin Ming placed the coffee back on the table and asked casually, what kind of business does your family mainly do? He only knew that Jiang Core's family was wealthy but wasn't clear on the specifics. Jiang Core's beautiful eyes sparkled as she lightly bit her red lips. Our family has a small secret realm where we raise many snow mink. After listening to her explanation, Qin Ming finally understood the main business of her family. In essence, it was similar to the livestock industry back on Earth. Snow mink weren't even considered exotic beasts. They were essentially ordinary wild animals, not even true beasts, as they were very docile. However, these creatures were quite valuable. Their fur could be used to make clothing. Their meat was edible and tasted excellent. Even their internal organs could be sold to exotic beast feed companies as raw materials. The most important thing is that Jiang Core's family has a unique breeding technique. Normally, it takes 10 months for a snow mink to grow up, but their family only needs 3 months to raise one. This greatly reduces time costs. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Core's family has been able to establish a firm foothold in Tianhe City for many years. Qin Ming remained silent, and Jiang Core cautiously looked at him, asking softly, Master, what are you thinking about? Nothing, Qin Ming snapped out of his thoughts, his expression calm. He had just been wondering whether killing this type of snow mink could yield dark value. But then he realized that it didn't even have a soul essence, let alone dark value. After all, creatures with such low health couldn't possibly provide dark value. Actually, Master has helped me so much, not only giving me a profound level cultivation technique but also such an amazing mask, Jiang Core said with a happy smile. I'm already very satisfied. Qin Ming's eyelid twitched slightly. She wasn't wrong. But that mask, it doesn't seem like I gave it to you, you secretly took it yourself. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Ming softly called out, Core. What's wrong, Master? Jiang Core raised her beautiful eyes, looking at him with confusion. The next second, Qin Ming pulled Jiang Core into his arms, his tone icy. If I killed your brother, what would you do? This thought wasn't impulsive, but it carefully after booking the room, the two headed toward the elevator. Qin Ming vaguely overheard the whispered conversation of two receptionists. Could it be? Was it that beautiful woman who paid Oh my, she's so gorgeous and generous, that's rare. No wonder that man is captivated by her. Qin Ming cursed inwardly, you're absolutely right. Not only captivating, but she can also turn the tables and change fate. Ding! The room door opened, and a faint white tea fragrance wafted in. Master, I'll go run the water, Jiang Kur said as she took off her coat and walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed, splash, splash. At that moment, familiar voices came from outside the room. After you put her on the bed, leave. Humph, I didn't expect young Master Chen to do something like this. Don't talk too much. Don't forget what you promised me today. Don't worry. Then came the sound of a door opening and footsteps. The speakers were a man and a woman. Qin Ming was somewhat uncertain about the woman's voice. It sounded like Wang Xiaoyu, but also slightly different, hoarse. The man's voice, however, was all too familiar. Wasn't it Chen Bufan, the one who had mocked him before? Unexpectedly, while visiting Jiangkur, he ran into an acquaintance. He couldn't tell if it was his luck or Chen Bufan's misfortune. In the next moment, Qin Ming's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. He leapt into the shadows. No matter what Chen Bufan was planning, Qin Ming was determined to disrupt his scheme. After all, he remembered that mockery from back then all too clearly. Master, the bath is ready, Jiang Kur said, walking out with joy. She had never bathed with her master before. This time, she finally had the chance and was particularly excited. What if the master didn't let her help him bathe? Never mind, if he disagrees, I'll just stay in the bathtub and refuse to leave. 10 seconds later, Jiang Kur stood in the room, her face full of confusion. Master, where did you go? She had just searched the entire room but couldn't find Qin Ming's shadow. Master, could it be he left? Her eyes gradually reddened, and she began to doubt her own charm again. In the neighboring room, Chen Bufan leisurely unbuttoned his shirt, one button, then another. His gaze remained fixed on the alluring figure on the bed. Wan Ting, don't be afraid. Chen Bufan's voice was low, tinged with excitement. After tonight, I'll take responsibility for you. On the bed, Huan Ting's cheeks were flushed, her breathing rapid, her fingers tightly clutching the bedsheet. Under the effects of the drug, her eyes were hazy, her lips slightly parted, murmuring intermittently, so hot, so hot. She twisted uncomfortably, her thin white dress clinging messily to her body, outlining her enticing curves. In the corner, hidden in the shadows, Qin Ming froze. Why did Chen Bufan have a mechanical arm now? Could it be the mechanical arm made him look cooler? Wait, the person on the bed was Huan Ting? Qin Ming frowned deeply. This was too much of a coincidence. He had been looking for an opportunity to make her wear the bark mask, but now it seemed there was no need to go to any trouble. This was the perfect chance. Hot. Chen Bufan threw his shirt on the ground, took 2 steps forward, and smiled. Soon, you won't feel hot anymore. Don't come closer. Huan Ting's eyes barely opened as she struggled to say, You, get away. Get away. Aren't you hot? Let me help you cool down. Just. As Chen Bufan was about to approach, a figure appeared behind him. Thud. A blood-stained hand pierced straight through his chest. Cough. Who's there? Chen Bufan coughed up blood, turned his head to see the person clearly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. You, how is it possible that you're still alive? Qin Ming was a bit confused by his words. Should I be dead right now? What an idiot, Qin Ming muttered under his breath, confirming that Chen Bufan had completely stopped breathing. Then, he threw Chen Bufan's corpse into the shadow ring. Next, Qin Ming used the authority of water to clean himself and the bloodstains on the ground before walking over to check on Hu Wanting. So hot. Hu Wanting's eyes became hazy, and her delicate white dress was soaked with fragrant sweat, faintly revealing her graceful figure. Qin Ming stepped forward, holding Hu Wanting in his arms and placing a hand on her forehead. Is this a sedative? That guy had used a sedative as soon as he appeared. Such a low-level trick wasn't even worth Qin Ming's disdain. So hot. Hu Wanting unconsciously loosened her white dress, her fair skin tinged with an alluring blush. Her eyes, soft as if filled with spring water, gazed at Qin Ming as she whispered, Qin Ming, is that you? Qin Ming nodded, one hand around her soft waist, and asked with concern, Wanting, are you okay? So hot. Qin Ming. I'm so hot. Tears seemed about to spill from Hu Wanting's eyes. I know. You're hot, but what can I do to help you? Qin Ming pretended to ask. He knew very well that the most important thing right now was to put the bark mask on this woman, to enhance her power. Then, he could find an opportunity to strike at the gang and gain a large amount of dark value. Dark value was the key to his strength. Not long after, Qin Ming looked at Hu Wanting beside him and laughed. That's right. While Hu Wanting was in a dazed state, he had successfully put the bark mask on her. Incidentally, her appearance had become even more beautiful. What a joke! How could Qin Ming miss such a good opportunity? Before long, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Bark mask successfully equipped. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talents: Shadow Legion, Power of General Bart, A-Rank Talent Frost Soul. Silver Sky Sword, S-Rank Healing Talent Breath of Wood. Talent, Shadow Legion, summon 100 soldiers, automatically refresh daily at midnight. Their strength is proportional to the host's abilities. Note, the stronger the host, the stronger the Shadow Legion. Passive talent, Power of General Bart, comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, with Shadow Wings. Note, the flight speed of Shadow Wings is linked to the host's strength. A-Rank Weapon Talent, Frost. Soul Silver Sky Sword, Frost Soul Silver Sky Sword, +5 Vitality, Sword Skill Silver Sky Piercing Moon. Note, Vitality increases with the host's strength. Silver Sky Piercing Moon, the sword transforms into a silver streak of light, capable of instantly striking any target within 50 meters, penetrating defenses. Note, usage. Frequency is related to vitality. S-Rank Healing Talent, Breath of Wood, quickly seals wounds and promotes regeneration of flesh. Limb regeneration is slower, can also neutralize most common toxins. Note, healing effectiveness depends on the host's vitality. Feeling the surge of immense power within him, Qin Ming was elated. Now I finally have an offensive talent too. He clenched his fist, secretly delighted. Qin Ming was very satisfied with Hu Wanting's talents. Actually, Qin Ming was able to find out that Hu Wanting had dual talents thanks to the help of Chen Bufan and others. Shortly after he emerged from the secret realm, news spread in the school that Hu Wanting was a dual talent genius. Clearly, it was leaked by Chen Bufan and his group, though Qin Ming didn't care who specifically was responsible. Hu Wanting furrowed her brows, seemingly beginning to wake up. Wanting, are you awake? Qin Ming asked softly. Hu Wanting slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her head, and murmured, What happened to me? She thought for a moment and remembered her late mother. Her eyes grew moist. Sitting silently on the bed for a long time, 2 streams of tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Her gaze was hollow, and her voice hoarse as she muttered to herself. Qin Ming didn't disturb her, he knew it was best to remain quiet at this moment. After a few seconds, Hu Wanting pursed her lips, turned to look at Qin Ming, and softly said, Thank you. Before losing consciousness, she had clearly seen Qin Ming saving her from Chen Bufan. She also knew that nothing had happened between her and Qin Ming. After all, Qin Ming hadn't even had such thoughts at the time. Still, the fact that he had seen her repeatedly saying she felt hot made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Thinking about it, Hu Wanting's face turned as red as an apple, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Qin Ming. I'm sorry. You can scold me. She felt that, in his eyes, she must seem like a shameless woman. But fortunately, it was him. If it hadn't, then Qin Ming, she would have been subjected to Chen Bufan's actions. Thinking of this, Hu Wanting couldn't help but shiver. If things had escalated to that point, the pain would have been worse than death. Qin Ming held Hu Wanting tightly, gently stroking her head, his voice soft. Silly girl, I know you're a victim too. How could I blame you? Thanks to Chen Bufan for helping me deal with Hu Wanting. Villains' helpers truly are the best teammates. Really impressive. Hearing this, Hu Wanting lost control and cried in Qin Ming's arms. If Qin Ming hadn't been shirtless at the moment, her tears would probably have soaked his clothes. After more than 10 minutes, Hu Wanting finally released Qin Ming, sobbing and lowering her head as she choked out, Qin Ming. You're such a good person, I didn't misjudge you. Hearing this, Qin Ming froze for a moment. He had always felt this woman was a bit strange, as if she had been paying attention to him all along. Why are you here too? Hu Wanting raised her tearful, blurry eyes and asked. Hearing this, Qin Ming suddenly remembered that Jiang Kou was still alone in the room. Damn it! Of course, Qin Ming couldn't tell the truth. Smiling, he said, I happened to run into Chen Bufan and his group. When I saw them carrying you into the hotel, I followed them. At this point, Qin Ming sighed, his face showing anger. I didn't expect that they would dare to do such a thing to you. Before he could finish speaking, Hu Wanting, her eyes red, suddenly pressed her lips to Qin Ming's, then pulled back as if shocked, her face turning as red as an apple. She whispered, Thank you. Qin Ming instinctively touched his lips. It turned out the female authors were right. To win a woman's heart, this was the only way. The only shortcut. After comforting Hu Wanting for a while, Qin Ming got dressed and took his leave. In a way, Hu Wanting was not only feeling down but also extremely weak and needed rest. After all, no one could endure 4 hours of high-intensity training. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed. As the door shut, the sadness on Hu Wanting's face instantly disappeared. She slowly raised her hand to touch her cheek and softly said, Could this be a blessing in disguise? The next second, Hu Wanting waved her hand. A black crack appeared in mid-air, and a giant claw reached out from the fissure. With a strong pull, the crack immediately widened, and a massive shadow bat with enormous wings crawled out. Standing over 2 meters tall, it exuded an overwhelming presence in the room. Hu Wanting looked at its massive body, her eyes slightly lighting up, and softly said, How many secrets is he still hiding? I find myself liking him more and more. As she spoke, Hu Wanting revealed a slightly crazed smile and licked her dry lips. This was the only truly flying battle group in the Shadow Legion, the Flying Shadow Corps. Closing the door was just for show. How could Qin Ming really walk into the hallway? After Chen Bufan's death, the Chen family would definitely report to the Enforcement Bureau. To avoid trouble, Qin Ming couldn't let the cameras capture him. The moment the door closed, Qin Ming used shadow jumping to return to the room. Before entering the bedroom, he heard the sound of steady breathing. Could it be? Qin Ming took 2 steps closer and indeed saw Jiang Kou sleeping soundly on the bed, making him chuckle helplessly. Waited so long that she fell asleep herself? Qin Ming shook his head with a smile and sat by the bed. At first, he thought Jiang Kou would go straight home. Unexpectedly, she had been waiting for him here all along, warming his heart. Looking at Jiang Kou's adorable sleeping face, Qin Ming couldn't help but stroke her head. By chance, he noticed The silver ring data on her wrist. Time, 5:49, Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality, 61.6, late stage first realm. Martial artist, Qin Ming's gaze slightly sharpened. Without using demonic energy, his vitality had already reached 61 points. I didn't expect the Bart mask to increase vitality by dozens of points. It seems each mask adds a different amount of vitality, Qin Ming thought to himself. Jiang Kor rubbed her little head against Qin Ming's palm, as if she was about to wake up. Little puppy, Qin Ming called softly. Jiang Kor slowly opened her beautiful eyes. And upon seeing Qin Ming, she happily threw herself into his arms, saying sweetly, "Master, you're finally back." As she spoke, she nuzzled against Qin Ming's chest, acting coyly. "I missed you so much." "Let me see how much you missed." "Me," Qin Ming said with a smile. "Oh, Master, you're so annoying." "No hidden implications." "Lord Shinhe, please spare." "Me." Nighttime, Jiahe District. Dim yellow light spilled from the window of a fourth-floor apartment in an old five-story residential building. At the narrow dining table, a father and daughter silently ate dinner. Wang Wei tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of cheap white liquor, his reddened nose particularly conspicuous under the light. "That lousy school, it really makes me furious." He slammed the glass down heavily. "If something happens in the secret realm, they have to take responsibility and fix your arm. If they can't fix it, that's fine too." Wang Wei squinted his drunken eyes, dipping his finger in the liquor to draw circles on the table. "Compensation. They have to pay at least this much." He waved his rough hand in front of his daughter. Wang Xiaoyu sneered, the tip of her chopsticks poking the bottom of the bowl. "If you have the guts, go ask for it yourself." Before entering the secret realm, all students had signed a liability waiver agreement, which was also recognized by the Enforcement Bureau. The people they feared most were those like Wang Wei. After all, the martial arts school had let them enter for free to train, without charging a single penny. Whether to enter or not was their own choice if they wanted to become stronger. They had to fight for it. But losing and then blaming the school? That wouldn't fly. "Fine, I'll go." Wang Wei downed another half glass of wine and suddenly leaned close to his daughter. "But if I get the money?" The smell of alcohol mixed with smoke wafted onto Wang Xiaoyu's face. "You won't get a single cent." Bang! Wang Xiaoyu slammed the table and stood up abruptly, glaring angrily. But when she saw her father's fierce gaze, her heart tightened. Despite Wang Wei being drunk, he had been a genuine thug in his youth. He was skilled in fighting, even though his vitality wasn't as strong as Wang Xiaoyu's. But dealing with her, with one arm already broken, would still be a piece of cake. Wang Xiaoyu clenched the empty sleeve of her left arm and turned to leave. "I'm full." She walked into her room, locked the door behind her, and immediately felt something was off. It seemed like someone was inside. Frowning, she turned on the light, and her pupils contracted sharply. "Wanting? Why are you at my house?" Even from just the back view, Wang Xiaoyu instantly recognized Hu Wanting. "Why am I at your house?" Hu Wanting slowly turned around, her tone icy. "Why I'm here, don't you know?" Seeing Hu Wanting's appearance, Wang Xiaoyu's heart trembled, and she took 2 steps back in fear. Hu Wanting wore a yellow and black demon mask, grotesque and terrifying. Her appearance made Wang Xiaoyu extremely uneasy. She suppressed her fear and stammered, Wanting, why are you wearing a mask so late at night?" What was going on? Wasn't Hu Wanting supposed to be happily in Chen Bufan's bed? Hadn't Chen Bufan promised to record a video to threaten her? How had she managed to escape? Before she could think further, Hu Wanting's cold voice rang out again. Why wear it? Poof. She gently touched the mask and said softly, speaking of which, I owe getting it to you. What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes darted around, her body inching toward the door. Hu Wanting chuckled but didn't explain. She waved her arm lightly. Instantly, several pitch-black cracks appeared around Wang Xiaoyu. If I were you, I wouldn't move recklessly, Hu Wanting said calmly, sitting on the bed with her beautiful legs crossed. Wang Xiaoyu froze, staring in shock at the cracks. She could clearly feel an incredible power emanating from them, a power Hu Wanting had never possessed before. I actually helped her gain such terrifying power. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu deeply regretted her actions. If she could do it over, she would never have helped that fool Chen Bufan. She had delivered Hu Wanting right to him, and he still managed to lose control. We're good sisters, Wanting. Wang Xiaoyu knew that. Her only chance now was to play the emotional card. Otherwise, she was doomed. Good sisters? Hu Wanting's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone icy. You think you're worthy? Wang Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. Based on her understanding of Hu Wanting, this meant the latter was extremely angry. With a thud, Wang Xiaoyu dropped to her knees without hesitation, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry, Wanting. I was momentarily foolish. She desperately wanted to cry, but facing Hu Wanting, for some reason, the tears just wouldn't come. Maybe it was because she hated Hu Wanting deep down. Ha! Hu Wanting let out a cold laugh and ignored her. Slap, slap. Wang Xiaoyu used her only remaining hand to repeatedly slap her own face, choking back sobs as she pleaded, Wanting, I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of all these years we've known each other, spare me. The sound of slaps grew louder, and Wang Xiaoyu's face gradually swelled, looking like a pig's head. But her pleas for mercy didn't stop. I'm begging you, Wanting. Please let me go. I truly know I was wrong. Hearing this, Hu Wanting stood up and slowly walked over to Wang Xiaoyu, looking down at her. With an icy voice, you don't know you were wrong. You know you're doomed. Spare her? No way. What would Qin Ming's teachings to her mean then? Wang Xiaoyu was finished. Only death could satisfy Hu Wanting's anger. Seeing that begging was useless, Wang Xiaoyu's gaze gradually turned vicious. Just as her hand was about to slap her own face again, she twisted her wrist. Suddenly, a dark green dagger appeared in her hand, and she thrust it fiercely toward Hu Wanting's chest. B-grade weapon type ability, Venomous Viper. If this strike landed, Hu Wanting would surely die. As Wang Xiaoyu lunged forward, Hu Wanting's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, and she coldly uttered 3 words, kill her. Instantly, several black cracks appeared in the room, and pitch-black hands reached out, firmly grabbing Wang Xiaoyu. Her limbs and head were tightly restrained by these dark hands. Wang Xiaoyu's expression turned to terror, her face pale as she shouted, Wanting, spare. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a ripping sound. Wang Xiaoyu's body was torn into 5 parts, which disappeared into the black cracks, her remains swallowed by the lowest fissure. The room immediately returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Hu Wanting was slightly moved and murmured to herself, not even a drop of blood left behind? How interesting. She began to understand that the power Qin Ming had bestowed upon her was far from ordinary. Just now, when Wang Xiaoyu's body tried to escape, the blood that spilled was absorbed by the dark mist, leaving not a single drop on the ground. Hu Wanting looked toward the door and chuckled softly, discovered? She heard faint breathing outside the door, as if someone was pressed against Eavesdropping. Outside the door, Wang Wei was crouched, listening in. He had felt something was off for a while. Now, his daughter seemed to be talking to someone. But there were only 2 people in the house, and his wife had passed away years ago. Who could Wang Xiaoyu be talking to? Just as Wang Wei's mind was filled with doubt, a black crack suddenly appeared behind him. The crack slowly opened, and 2 pitch-black hands shot out. Thud. Who is it? Wang Wei's pupils widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief as he slowly turned around. What he saw was a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Behind him, a black crack had appeared, and from it emerged 2 pitch-black hands. The hands pierced directly through his abdomen. Cough, cough. Wang Wei spat out blood, his eyes struggling as if he wanted to plead for mercy. Before he could speak, his entire body was dragged into the crack. Only a few drops of blood remained on the ground, evidence that someone had been there moments ago. Inside the room, Hu Wanting slowly withdrew her gaze, walked to the window, and looked out at the city's nightscape. She spoke softly, "This world seems to have gone wrong. I must change it. From now on, I will decide what's right and wrong." After saying this, Hu Wanting unfolded a pair of jet-black wings behind her and flew out through the window. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiahe District, 3rd floor of Qinghe Casino, smoke filled the air, and many shirtless burly men surrounded several gambling tables, shouting loudly to place their bets. The sound of dice cups shaking mixed with coarse language echoed in the smoky, chaotic room. In the inner office, Wang Qingbiao held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, wetting his fingers with saliva as he counted the cash. The last bill was thrown onto the table, and he suddenly kicked over his chair. Only 50,000? This amount of money isn't even enough to fill the boss's teeth. The bills scattered across the floor like snowflakes. "Big brother, don't be angry." A bald underling bent over and handed him a cup of hot tea, smiling obsequiously. "It's all because of those wild Wolfgang bastards daring to open a casino on our turf. Absolutely no respect for the rules." The bald underling bent even lower, ingratiatingly asking, "Boss, when are we going to deal with them?" Smack! The scalding tea splashed onto the bald man's face, steam rising as Wang Qingbiao roared, "Do I need you to teach me how to do my job?" Of course, he wanted to act, but something big had happened a few days ago. The boss had issued a strict order not to stir up trouble recently. Wang Qingbiao dared not act recklessly. Yes, I spoke out of turn." The bald man wiped the tea leaves off his face, smiling even more obsequiously, like a beaten dog still wagging its tail. Knock! 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 The sound of knocking came from the door. The bald man instinctively looked at Wang Qingbiao, and after Wang nodded, he straightened up and shouted, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and 2 underlings entered with a young woman. Under the dim light, the woman appeared frail and pitiful. "Boss, this chick says she has something important to discuss with you." One of the underlings rudely shoved her forward. Lu Mengqing staggered a few steps before steadying herself, timidly raising her head. She wore a faded black long-sleeved shirt that clung to her chest, outlining an alluring curve. Her plain white casual pants hugged her long legs, and though the fabric was ordinary, it accentuated her slender waist. The most captivating feature was her clean, delicate face, with almond-shaped eyes full of emotion, slightly pursed cherry lips, and skin that glowed like pearls under the dim yellow light. Her simple attire couldn't hide her natural charm. She looked about 18 or 19 years old but was stunningly unforgettable. Wang Qingbiao immediately perked up, even adjusting his collar as he stood. "Little sister, What brings you to see your big brother? He deliberately lowered his voice, but the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Are you the boss of the Black Tiger gang? Lu Mengqing took a step back, her voice as soft as a frightened fawn. Her hands nervously rubbed together, and her sleeve slightly slid down, revealing a fair wrist. Ah, that's right. Wang Qingbiao laughed loudly as he approached, his nose almost touching her hair. In Jiahe District, I, Wang Qingbiao, call the shots. Suddenly, a flash of cold light. Give me back my father's life. Lu Mengqing's eyes burned with killing intent as she swiftly pulled a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed toward Wang Qingbiao's chest. Wang Qingbiao hurriedly dodged, but the blade still pierced his abdomen. Thud. Blood instantly soaked his shirt. Wang Qingbiao's face twisted in pain and fury as he swung his arm violently, slapping Lu Mengqing to the ground. Boss! Boss! A group of underlings rushed in from outside, and the room descended into chaos. Someone supported the faltering Wang Qingbiao, while more people furiously surrounded the fallen Lu Mengqing. Ha ha ha! Lu Mengqing's eyes were bloodshot, and she laughed wildly. Your Black Tiger gang killed my only family. I will make you pay the price. She knew what would happen to her next, but she showed no fear. As long as she could avenge her father, what did death matter? Wretch! Wang Qingbiao shoved aside the subordinate helping him, causing his wound to ooze fresh blood with the movement. As for Lu Mengqing's claim that the Black Tiger gang killed her father, Wang Qingbiao didn't care at all. How many ordinary people had died? He had lost count. Why would he bother keeping it in mind? Wang Qingbiao's gaze turned vicious as he locked eyes on Lu Mengqing. He took step after step toward her, speaking coldly, You dare to hurt me? Today, I'll make you understand living will be hard, but dying will be even harder. As a top-tier martial artist, being injured by a mere girl was utterly humiliating for him. He planned to thoroughly torment this woman. I, Wang Qingbiao, have always shared the spoils, he said, his gaze lingering on Lu Mengqing's curvaceous figure, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Today, you all are in for a treat. Initially, he had planned to keep this woman for himself, but her daring resistance changed his mind. She had left him no choice. Disobedient women, he always dealt with them directly. The subordinates in the room lit up at his words, immediately shouting in unison. Long live the boss! Brother Biao, you're so righteous. Boss is mighty. Kill this wretched woman. You! Lu Mengqing glared at Wang Qingbiao with wide, bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. With that, she grabbed a dagger and pressed it against her own neck. Wang Qingbiao paused at the sight, noticing her trembling hand. He sneered viciously, Stop pretending to be so pure and noble. I don't believe you have the guts to actually cut yourself. With those words, he moved closer. Seeing more and more people surrounding her, Lu Mengqing steeled herself, preparing to plunge the dagger into her neck. Boom! The door was suddenly slammed open. A bloodied subordinate staggered into the room. Boss! Someone is causing trouble. The room instantly fell silent. Even Lu Mengqing froze mid-action. Everyone's gaze turned to the injured subordinate. Who dared to provoke the Black Tiger gang? Were they seeking death? Wang Qingbiao's expression shifted unpredictably before he sneered, Those wild wolfgang bastards, courting death. He casually grabbed a strip of cloth to tie over his wound, then picked up a machete and shouted, Leave 2 people to watch this wench. The rest, come with me. His innate gift was a healing ability, capable of automatically mending wounds, not particularly powerful, but enough to stop bleeding. After a quick bandage, the blood flow was under control. But before he could step out, a striking figure, accompanied by a group of shadowy ninjas, stepped into the room. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Chen Shanxian sneered as she entered. Seeing this formation, Wang Qingbiao's heart tightened. He turned to a nearby subordinate and shouted, "Quick! Call for reinforcements." The subordinate fumbled nervously for his phone and began dialing. "Don't waste your time, you idiot," Chen Shanshan said, finding herself a chair to sit on. Crossing her legs, she smiled coldly. "While you were busy threatening this woman, I already dealt with all your subordinates nearby." The reinforcements Wang Qingbiao referred to weren't all the Black Tiger gang members but the 50 or 60 men stationed nearby. Calling for help from other locations would take at least an hour. By the time they arrived, Wang Qingbiao would already be minced into pieces. The subordinate made several frantic calls, only to get no response. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, "B-boss, no one's answering." Hearing this, Wang Qingbiao's face darkened. He glared at Chen Shanshan and asked in a deep voice, "Is there some misunderstanding between us? To my knowledge, I don't recall ever offending you." At first, he had assumed this group was from the Wild Wolf Gang. But seeing their attire immediately dispelled that notion. For one, the Wild Wolf Gang didn't have a female leader. And just by looking at the outfits, postures, and aura of these black-clad individuals, it was clear they weren't ordinary thugs. Moreover, they wore sunglasses, looking like professional bodyguards. Chen Shanshan smiled. She was stunningly beautiful, and her smile was naturally captivating. Normally, these petty thugs would have swarmed her with flirtatious advances. But now, not a single one dared to make a sound. "You're right. You haven't offended me," Chen Shanshan said with a glint of coldness in her eyes, her tone suddenly sharp. "But the Black Tiger Gang and I are irreconcilable. Today, I've come to ensure this gang is wiped out completely." Hearing this, Wang Qingbiao's pupils constricted. Realizing negotiations were futile, he raised his machete without hesitation and bellowed, "Kill them! Slaughter them all! Kill! Take them down!" The subordinates seemed to snap out of a daze, grabbing their weapons and charging at Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan coldly waved her hand. "Kill them all!" As her words fell, the black-clad, sunglasses-wearing shadow ninjas shifted slightly. Drawing their katanas, they rushed forward. Against these masters, whose vitality exceeded 100, the Black Tiger Gang's lackeys, barely scraping a vitality of 10, were utterly outmatched. In front of the shadow ninjas, the gang members were like toys, effortlessly sliced in half. They had no chance to resist. Fortunately, the ninjas' katanas were designed to suppress blood flow, otherwise, the room would have already turned into a scene from hell. The room was now strewn with severed limbs, resembling a vision of hell itself. A bald thug swung his machete, clashing with a shadow ninja's katana. The machete shattered like paper, split cleanly in two. "This is impossible." The bald thug's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. As he stood frozen in terror, the black blade flashed, and his shiny bald head flew into the air. The bald thug's vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. The Black Tiger Gang is finished. This was the last thought in his mind. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the room. Many Black Tiger Gang members hadn't even managed to react before being slaughtered. Some, terrified out of their wits, began shouting, "I surrender! I surrender! We won't fight anymore! We give up!" Many gang members threw down their weapons, signaling their surrender. But the shadow ninjas paid no attention. They simply continued swinging their katanas. This caused the hearts of those who wanted to surrender to sink. The other side clearly had no intention of accepting surrender, they were determined to eliminate everyone. They had never encountered such a ruthless gang before. These people were outright maniacs. In the corner, Lu Mengqing watched with exhilaration, her fists clenched tightly as her body trembled. To her and other ordinary people, these societal scums were utterly despicable. Watching the Black Tiger Gang members being slaughtered filled her heart with immense satisfaction. In her eyes, Chen Shanshan, sitting there, was a true hero. Lu Mengqing looked at Chen Shanshan with admiration all over her face. "If one day I could be like her, that would be wonderful." This is what a real strong woman looks like. So cool. Lu Mengqing thought excitedly to herself. Just imagining it made her almost unable to contain her excitement. Chen Xianxian frowned slightly, sensing someone staring at her. Following the gaze, she saw an extremely beautiful woman looking at her with admiration, her eyes unblinking. Their eyes met, and Lu Mengqing's face turned red as she quickly lowered her head. Chen Xianxian's eyes lit up, her red lips slightly parted. Such a beautiful girl. If she were properly dressed up, she could definitely become a stunning beauty that captivates everyone. As she spoke, she squinted slightly, gently stroking her fingertips, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Chen Xianxian was deep in thought, the battle was nearing its end. With the two henchmen beside Wang Qingbiao falling, only Wang Qingbiao himself remained alive in the room. Impossible, so many experts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Qingbiao's eyes were vacant as he muttered to himself, gradually breaking into laughter. Ha, I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming, ha ha ha. As he laughed, tears streamed from his eyes, his voice hoarse. It's over, all over. The Black Tiger Gang is gone. Big brother, I've let you down. After saying this, Wang Qingbiao picked up a machete and slashed at his own neck. Splurt! A long gash appeared on his neck, his eyes widened, blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. When he realized that the ghostly ninja figures present were all late-stage first-tier experts, Wang Qingbiao's heart sank, knowing the Black Tiger Gang was doomed. These people were not ones a small gang like theirs could afford to provoke. Despair drove Wang Qingbiao to choose suicide. As he fell, the ghostly ninjas on the scene also stopped their actions. One by one, they turned around, their gazes uniformly fixed on Chen Xianxian, who was seated, as if awaiting her orders. Seeing this, Chen Xianxian slowly stood up. She took a katana and a cross-shaped shuriken from a nearby ghostly ninja. Clang! The shuriken was directly embedded in the wall, while Chen Xianxian used the katana to carve on the wall. Before long, 3 large characters appeared: Shadow Slayer Hall. According to Qin Ming's instructions, after every operation, they had to leave the gang's name at the scene. This way, the law enforcement bureau would know it was gang-related conflict and wouldn't investigate too thoroughly. After completing all this, Chen Xianxian turned her gaze to Lu Mengqing. Before she could speak, Lu Mengqing eagerly said, I want to join you. Hearing this, Chen Xianxian squinted slightly, carefully sizing up Lu Mengqing. Not bad, she's the type the master likes. If I bring her to the master, he'll definitely be very pleased. Lu Mengqing felt a chill under Chen Xianxian's gaze, instinctively lowering her head, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, and cautiously asking, Is it possible? Chen Xianxian didn't answer immediately but instead asked, Why do you want to join us? Lu Mengqing quickly raised her head, her voice sincere. Because I want to be like you, to eliminate all the bad guys. Ha! Chen Xianxian sneered and retorted, How can you be sure that I'm a good person? By instinct. I knew at first glance that we are the same kind. Lu Mengqing stared firmly at Chen Xianxian. Chen Xianxian's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she said calmly, Joining us comes at a price. You? Chen Xianxian's eyes flashed with cunning. Can you handle it? I can. Lu Mengqing nodded without hesitation. Chen Xianxian smiled happily. All right, then come with me. Such a beautiful little sister, Master will definitely be delighted. Inside a 5-star hotel. Qin Ming, who had been busy all day, was putting on his clothes. His mind was filled with the constant sound of notification chimes, making him excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the target. Dark value +1, dark value +2, dark value +1. This time, the increase was particularly fast. The chimes had sounded at least 100 times within half an hour. It must be that Qianqian had started taking action. Thinking of this, Qin Ming quickened his pace in dressing, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Another chance to draw a prize, who wouldn't be happy? This was the joy of a gambler. Master Jiang Kor reluctantly picked up her clothes and said coquettishly, "Can't we just stay here overnight? Tomorrow is Monday, we can go to the martial arts school together in the morning." "No." Qin Ming shook his head, his tone calm. "I have important matters to handle tonight." "Lord Xinhe, please stop hinting." Hoof Jiang Kor pouted in dissatisfaction. Qin Ming patted her head and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "If you behave, I'll take you to the rooftop of the martial arts school to enjoy the view tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Jiang Kor blushed and said happily, "I love enjoying the view the most." "Stop hinting. Lord Xinhe, please spare me. What if someone finds out?" Jiang Kor's face was flushed, her heart racing. She thought Qin Ming was truly bold. Qin Ming smiled without saying a word, simply looking at her quietly. Jiang Kor understood his meaning, lowered her head shyly, neither refusing nor agreeing. "I'm leaving now." Qin Ming bent down and kissed her forehead before turning to leave. "Remember, don't forget to join me on the rooftop tomorrow to enjoy the view." After saying this, the sound of the door closing echoed. Not long after, Jiang Kor limped out of the hotel. She was about to take out her phone to call for a ride when the door of a black MPV in the distance suddenly opened. Zhao Jinxia, accompanied by two black-suited bodyguards, hurriedly ran over, her face pale. "Miss, why did you come here?" Seeing Jiang Kor coming out of the hotel, Zhao Jinxia felt as if the sky was falling. Just 2 days ago, the master had instructed her to keep an eye on the young lady, and now she saw her coming out on her own. How could she explain this to the master? Thinking of the look Zhang Ziyuan had given her when he let her out of the car earlier, Zhao Jinxia couldn't help but shiver. "Why are you here?" Jiang Kor frowned, her tone displeased. "Oh, miss, don't ask." Zhao Jinxia pleaded earnestly, patiently persuading, "Please get in the car quickly, the master is still waiting for you inside." Today, Jiang Kor had sneaked out. As soon as Zhang Ziyuan realized his daughter was missing, he knew the situation was serious. He used his connections with the law enforcement bureau to access surveillance footage and finally located Jiang Kor. Hearing this, Jiang Kor raised an eyebrow and walked toward the car without any panic. In the car, Zhang Ziyuan rested with his eyes closed, but the throbbing vein on his forehead indicated he was on the verge of exploding. The car door opened, and Jiang Kor nonchalantly got in. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed. Only then did Zhang Ziyuan slowly open his eyes, his voice so deep it was terrifying. "Who was that man?" "What man?" Jiang Kor tilted her head, looking innocent. Bang! Zhang Ziyuan slammed the armrest hard, causing the leather seat to tremble. "I'll ask you one last time, who exactly was that man?" "I went to the hotel to rest by myself." "What man are you talking about?" Jiang Kor pouted and turned to look out the window. The atmosphere in the car instantly became tense to the extreme. Zhang Ziyuan was on the brink of exploding, his voice icy and chilling. "Rest? Alone at a hotel?" "I was tired from shopping and just found a place to rest." "Is that not allowed?" Jiang Kor turned her face completely toward the window in defiance, ignoring her father. Yet her slender fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. This small gesture betrayed her nervousness. Zhang Ziyuan stared at Jiang Kor intently, saying nothing, as if trying to see through her thoughts. After a long while, he exhaled heavily, his voice hoarse. Yi Xiao will be coming to Tianhe City next Friday. When the time comes, show him around. Remember, build a good rapport with him. This was his true intention. If it weren't for Yi Qinyu's upcoming 6th note, the strength of both sides must not differ too greatly. Talisman. Qin Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed as he drew another rare item. As a Chinese person who had watched Jackie Chan adventures, Qin Ming was well aware of the power of this thing. The strength of the 12 talismans was in no way inferior to the Shadowkan mask. In fact, in some aspects, the talisman's power was even greater. Apart from the demon tattoo, this was the strongest item Qin Ming had ever obtained. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside the window. Qin Ming turned his head to look. He saw a mermaid holding a young woman in her arms as she jumped into the room. Master, I'm back. Chen Shanxian placed Lu Mengqing on the bed and then deactivated her demonized state. Qin Ming looked at Lu Mengqing lying on the bed, furrowing his brows slightly as he asked in confusion, "Who is she?" Lu Mengqing, having been carried by Chen Shanxian in a mad dash, was already very weak. Being so roughly placed down, her head was still a bit dizzy. Chen Shanxian turned to close the window and draw the curtains, explaining, "She also wants to become the master's servant. She said she wants to rid the world of evil." After Chen Shanxian finished speaking, Qin Ming finally understood. This woman named Lu Mengqing had also suffered the destruction of her family at the hands of gangsters, and she wanted revenge against them. Even if the price was becoming Qin Ming's servant, she was willing without hesitation. Qin Ming carefully examined Lu Mengqing. She was indeed beautiful, but he wasn't sure if her heart was ruthless enough. After all, what he needed was a cold-blooded killer, not a soft-hearted good person. Lu Mengqing regained her senses and, upon seeing Qin Ming, knelt down without hesitation, pleading, "Master, please grant me power. I want to kill all those beasts." Qin Ming's gaze shifted slightly, staring at Lu Mengqing for a long while before he calmly uttered 2 words, "Reason." Thud. Lu Mengqing's head heavily hit the floor, her tone resolute. "I know the master lacks nothing. I also have nothing to offer the master. But, I can offer my loyalty, never betraying the master for a lifetime. Please give me a chance to serve you." After speaking, she knocked her head on the floor several more times. The floor echoed with loud bang-bang sounds. She had completely disregarded her dignity and pride. In the face of absolute power, nothing else mattered. Only by obtaining extraordinary power could she truly reclaim her dignity. At that time, she would no longer fear any difficulties. Qin Ming remained silent for a while, then looked down at the dragon talisman in his hand and spoke faintly, "Stand up." "Yes, master." Lu Mengqing immediately stood up, her eyes full of anticipation. She knew that Qin Ming's words essentially meant he had agreed. At this moment, she was incredibly excited. Although she had gained a master, she had also obtained extraordinary power. This was not a loss, it was an incredible gain. In this dangerous world, only great power could protect oneself. Qin Ming said nothing more, grabbing Lu Mengqing's fair hand. Lu Mengqing blushed, feeling nervous. Chen Shanxian had previously warned her that this step might happen. She had mentally prepared herself, but she hadn't expected it to come so quickly. The next second, Qin Ming's fingertip gently slid across Lu Mengqing's palm, creating a small bloodstain. Before the bright red blood could fully flow out, he pressed the dragon talisman tightly against the wound. A strange scene unfolded. The deep red talisman seemed to come alive, starting to wriggle and transform into liquid gold, slowly seeping into her body along the bloodstain. Lu Mengqing only felt a slight coolness in her palm, like being pricked by a needle, but the expected pain did not occur. When the dragon talisman completely entered her body, she felt a surge of immense power within her. Even without using it, she could sense its earth-shattering might. Thank you, Master, for granting me this power. Lu Mengqing knelt down and bowed her head respectfully. She had originally thought Qin Ming would do something else to her. Unexpectedly, he was bestowing her with power. Realizing she had misunderstood her master, her face turned even redder with embarrassment. At this moment, Qin Ming had no time to pay attention to her. System notification sounds kept echoing in his mind, informing him that these 12 talismans were extraordinary. Ding! Dragon Talisman successfully activated. Talisman Power +1, congratulations to the host for obtaining. The 12 talismans, Dragon Talisman, emits high-temperature flames or explosions, with damage 10 times your own strength. Current number of talismans, 1, collect all 12 talismans to gain extraordinary power. This was the first item to clearly state that collecting them would grant superpowers. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. It seemed that although the 12 talismans might not surpass the demon tattoo, the gap wouldn't be too significant. Standing nearby, Chen Shanshan witnessed everything. On the surface, she appeared calm, but waves surged in her heart. The power bestowed upon Lu Mengqing by the master was completely different from what he had given her before. Thinking of this, Chen Shanshan lowered her head to look at the demon tattoo on her foot, then raised her head to glance at the dragon totem in Lu Mengqing's hand. Mine should be slightly stronger than hers, right? She silently compared in her heart. At the same time, she gained a more direct understanding of Qin Ming's strength. He could casually grant others the power they dreamed of, a capability only a god could possess. In Chen Shanshan's heart, Qin Ming already existed like a deity. Tell me about today's situation, Qin Ming said, sitting on the bed and beckoning. Yes, Master. Chen Shanshan obediently sat in Qin Ming's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and softly said, Today, I eliminated one of the most important gambling dens of the Black Tiger Gang. I believe the leader of the Black Tiger Gang must be unable to sit still now. He must be fuming at home. Qin Ming pinched Chen Shanshan's chin and praised, Well done. For the next 2 days, hold off on any action. Today's operation was his test, to see if the Enforcement Bureau was as he had guessed. Would they turn a blind eye to internal gang conflicts, or would they truly intervene? If they did, Qin Ming would prepare to go all out. If not, the gangs would still need to be cleaned up, but he would proceed more cautiously. Originally prepared to charge forward herself, Lu Mengqing deflated upon hearing this. She had thought she could go directly to kill people. The power within her was eager to erupt. For the next 2 days, stay home and cultivate and raise your vitality, Qin Ming said, removing the silver ring from his wrist and handing it to Chen Shanshan. Let her train with you. Not only did Qin Ming have them cultivate techniques, but he also simultaneously opened access to 3 other martial skills. Although apart from the 13 styles of scorching flames, they couldn't cultivate the other martial skills, this still showed Qin Ming's trust in them. Of course, Qin Ming didn't trust them, he completely trusted the system. The system was the reliable one. Chen Shanshan took the silver ring, her face lighting up with excitement. She had been cultivating this technique for the past 2 days. The deeper she delved, the more she could sense its power. Lu Mengqing cautiously leaned over, Sister Shanshan, what is this? She was an ordinary person who knew about the existence of cultivation techniques in this world but was unclear about their specific effects and levels. Chen Shanshan glanced at her coldly and said, This is a good thing. It can greatly enhance our strength. You're lucky the master is willing to let you practice it together. Although Chen Shanshan didn't know the level of this cultivation technique, she could sense its value. Lu Mengqing's eyes lit up as she moved closer to Chen Shanshan. Sister Shanshan, teach me. All right. Chen Shanxian nodded with a smile. Soon, the two began cultivating in the room. Qin Ming also started practicing the shadow breathing technique. The room was peaceful and harmonious. The next morning, Qin Ming got up early, washed up, and locked the door with a key. Before leaving, he claimed he needed private space, but in reality, there were two beauties hidden inside. Chen Shanxian and Lu Mengqing were still sleeping. Inside, if his parents suddenly came in to clean and ran into them, it would be incredibly awkward. Only Qin Ming had the key, so as long as his parents didn't forcibly enter, it was absolutely safe. On the way, Qin Ming chatted and laughed with Bai Muxue. By the way, which class are you in? Qin Ming asked. Casually. Bai Muxue lightly touched her lips with her index finger, thought for a moment, and softly said, I think it's class 3 of the Mortal Division. Tianwu Academy had 4 grades, named Mortal, Spirit, Earth, and Heaven in order. Ha! Qin Ming stopped in his tracks, looking at Bai Muxue helplessly. Really? You're actually in the same class as me? Being in the same class and having to pretend to be her boyfriend, Qin Ming could already imagine the looks his classmates would give him. Hearing this, Bai Muxue's eyes lit up, and like an excited little deer, she threw herself into Qin Ming's arms. Really, brother Qin Ming? She looked up and smiled, we truly are a match made in heaven. Muxue, don't do this. We're almost at school. What? If someone sees us? Qin Ming said, but his body instinctively leaned closer. Don't misunderstand, he was just afraid of the cold. What's the big deal, Bai? Muxue tightened her arms even more. You promised to be my boyfriend. She stood on tiptoe, her cherry lips almost touching Qin Ming's ear. No backing. Out of course not. Qin Ming swallowed hard. Since I promised, I won't go back on my word. But even if we're a couple, you don't have to hug me so tightly, right? What if someone sees us? A girlfriend hugging her boyfriend is perfectly normal. Qin Ming replied. At that moment, a female voice came from behind. Qin Ming? Bai Muxue, who had been so bold just now, immediately let go of Qin Ming upon hearing the voice. Her face flushed as she looked toward the source of the voice. She saw Hu Wanting standing under a maple tree, dressed in a white dress. The fitted dress outlined her slender waist and curvaceous figure. The autumn breeze blew, causing the hem of her dress to sway slightly, revealing glimpses of her fair, long legs, which gently swayed, captivating anyone's gaze. One word, stunning. Bai Muxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw Hu Wanting, she felt deeply uncomfortable. That feeling struck straight to the depths of her soul. Who is this? Hu Wanting looked at Bai Muxue calmly, her tone indifferent. She hadn't heard that Qin Ming had such a beautiful sister. Could it be his girlfriend? Thinking of this, Hu Wanting's heart sank, and her gaze turned cold, filled with hostility as she looked at Bai Muxue. Oh, her. Before Qin Ming could speak, Bai Muxue quickly interjected, I'm Qin Ming's girlfriend. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. But he didn't deny it. After all, he had promised Bai Muxue to be her boyfriend. With Bai Muxue's looks, this news would spread throughout the class in no time, so there was no need to hide it. Besides, there was no need to keep it from Hu Wanting either. After all, in a few hours, Hu Wanting would be entirely preoccupied with him. Really? Hu Wanting smiled as she linked her arm with Qin Ming's, her voice soft as she said, Qin Ming, you're so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. How come you've never mentioned her before? She was 100% certain that Bai Muxue was not Qin Ming's girlfriend. From Qin Ming's reaction to her words, she could tell. Thank goodness. She wasn't his girlfriend. She had almost been scared to death. We just started dating yesterday, Qin Ming said, feeling a bit of a headache. Oh, Hu Wanting pretended to suddenly understand. Just started yesterday, huh? No wonder I didn't know. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Bai Mushua's eyes as she clenched her fists. This woman is provoking me. Without hesitation, Bai Mushue stepped forward, pulled Hu Wanting's hand off Qin Ming's arm, and smiled. A bit insincerely, good friends don't need to be so touchy, right? You're absolutely right. Hu Wanting's smile slowly faded as she stared coldly at Bai Mushue without saying another word. The two of them locked eyes. All right, stop arguing. Let's hurry to the martial arts school, or we'll be late, Qin Ming said as he walked ahead. He didn't care about this quarrel at all. After all, in a few hours, Hu Wanting would obediently listen to him. Even if they wanted to argue in the future, they wouldn't be able to. However, Bai Mushue was giving Qin Ming a bit of a headache. He felt that this woman seemed to have some feelings for him. But Qin Ming had never planned to date him this lifetime, let alone get married. If Bai Mushue stayed with him, she was destined to have no status. But leaving meat on the table without eating it wasn't his style either. If she can accept Chen Chanxian and the others, it wouldn't be impossible. Qin Ming muttered to himself. Before long, Hu Wanting and Bai Mushue caught up. Bai Mushue jogged up to Qin Ming, clinging to his right arm, and speaking in a sweet voice, "Brother Qin Ming, where's our class? Can you take me there?" She turned back to glance smugly at Hu Wanting, as if to say, "I'm his girlfriend." "Sure," Qin Ming nodded. Hu Wanting let out a cold laugh. Poof. The next second, she pretended to be delicate as she linked her arm with Qin Ming's left arm, her voice sugary sweet. "Qin Ming, I haven't properly thanked you for what happened yesterday." As she spoke, Hu Wanting intertwined her fingers with his, gazing deeply into Qin Ming's eyes with a gentle tone. "If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known what to do." Qin Ming was slightly moved by her actions and smiled as he said, "With our relationship, who needs to be so formal? Saying thank you is too polite." "Who said you didn't thank me properly? I remember you already thanked me back then, didn't you? Lord Shinhe, please spare me. I wasn't implying anything." Tianwu Academy. Qin Ming walked along with Hu Wanting, cold and aloof, holding his left arm, and Bai Mushue, cute and sweet, clinging to his right arm. They attracted countless stares along the way. Both male and female students couldn't help but take a second look. Whoa, who's that guy? Is he Hu Wanting's boyfriend? No idea. That guy looks pretty average. How can he manage to date two beauties at once? I've been single for 20 years, and he managed to get two at the same time? Who's that beauty on his right? Why does she look unfamiliar? Never seen her before, she probably isn't from our school. The murmurs rose and fell, and Qin Ming's lips curved slightly upward. The feeling of being the center of attention had its own unique charm. Class 3 of the ordinary department. As the classroom door opened, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned to look at them, some shocked, some jealous, and some boys gritting their teeth in anger. Brother Qin Ming Bai Mushue softly clung to Qin Ming's arm, her chest lightly brushing against him. Where do you usually sit? Qin Ming pointed to an empty seat by the window. The sunlight there was just right, and it offered a view of the training field. He had always sat there. Then I want to sit next to you. Bai Mushue immediately declared her claim. I do too. Hu Wanting said coldly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. She stared intently at the other woman, determined not to let Bai Mushue take any advantage in front of Qin Ming. In Hu Wanting's mind, since she and Qin Ming had shared that kind of relationship, Qin Ming was hers, and no one else could touch him. The three of them slowly sat down in the classroom. In this tiered lecture hall that could accommodate 200 people, all eyes were focused on this peculiar trio. Although seats weren't fixed for liberal arts classes, it was the first time anyone had seen someone like Qin Ming squeezed between two beauties on either side. After a while, the students began whispering among themselves. What's going on with Qin Ming? How is he walking around with Hu Wanting? I don't get it either. Isn't Qin Ming the one who hasn't awakened his talent? How does he deserve this kind of treatment? I've been saying all along that Hu Wanting looks at Qin Ming differently, but you guys didn't believe me. Forget Hu Wanting, I'm more curious about that cute girl. She's so pretty, I like her. Don't even think about it. She's clinging to Qin Ming like an octopus, there's no chance. So frustrating. If it were someone else, fine, but why Qin Ming? What does he have that I don't? Who would have thought that the usually quiet Qin Ming could manage to win over two goddesses at the same time? Qin Ming paid no attention to the chatter. He leaned closer to Bai Mushue's ear, whispering something that made her cover her mouth and giggle, her slender waist unconsciously leaning into his embrace. Although Hu Wanting sat upright, every time Qin Ming turned to speak to her, a complex emotion flickered in her otherwise calm eyes. Both women were well aware of the situation. On the surface, they maintained harmony, neither wanting to upset Qin Ming. The atmosphere seemed quite amicable. Not long after, click, click, click. The crisp sound of high heels grew closer, and the classroom immediately quieted down. And Shiryao, dressed in a fiery red cheongsam, walked into the room, causing several boys in the back row to sit up straight. Today, she wore a crimson high-slit cheongsam, the tight fabric perfectly outlining her curves. As she walked, her black silk-clad legs peeked through the slit, and every step in her wine-red high heels felt like a step on their hearts. She raised her hand to sweep her wavy long hair over her shoulder, her full chest slightly trembling. And the tear mole at the corner of her eye added an extra touch of allure. Despite being 28 years old, she looked no older than 20. Her entire presence exuded the captivating charm of a mature woman. To 18-year-old Qin Ming, such a commanding figure was irresistibly attractive. And Shiryao scanned the classroom, her gaze briefly pausing on Qin Ming and the two girls beside him before moving on. Everyone should have completed the awakening ceremony, she said. Her lips pressed lightly together, her voice calm. Some of you may have even experienced the trial secret realm. Starting today, the liberal arts curriculum will be adjusted to monsters and martial techniques. Previously, the liberal arts mainly covered knowledge of exotic beasts and basic cultivation methods. But after awakening, they must delve deeper into understanding monsters and grasp the precautions of martial techniques in advance, even though many students are still unable to cultivate martial techniques. As soon as she finished speaking, the students' expressions varied, some serious, some excited. Qin Ming put away his smile, his expression focused. Bai Mushue also sat up straight, listening attentively. And Shiryao picked up the remote control and pressed it twice. The screen at the front lit up, displaying a series of monster data and weakness analyses. In Tianhe City, monsters have almost disappeared. And Shiryao said, scanning the crowd. Some say it's due to favorable geographical conditions, while others believe it's because of the protection of Marshal Saint Shao a century ago. But let me tell you. She tapped lightly, and the screen switched to a set of data. In Jingcheng, Rongqing, and even the neighboring Changnan city, monster attacks occur every month. And Shiryao paused for a moment, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Do you know why Tianhe City has so few monsters, yet very few experts are willing to settle here? The classroom fell silent as the students exchanged glances. At this moment, a boy raised his hand and stood up. Teacher, is it because of magic cores? And Shiryao nodded in satisfaction. Correct. The boy blushed and quickly sat down. Magic cores are useless to ordinary people, and Xiao said, her tone turning serious. But to martial artists, their value is 10 times that of spirit essences. The room erupted in astonishment. Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had only known that magic cores and spirit essences were similar resources for martial artists to absorb, but he hadn't realized the gap was so vast. If I send the Shadow Legion to other cities to hunt monsters, that would be a fortune. Imagining a mountain of magic cores piled before him, Qin Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Consuming magic cores daily would surely skyrocket his strength. Qin Ming wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Beside him, Huanting's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement. As she clenched her fists slightly, thinking about what could be done. Ding-ling-ling, the class bell rang, and the classroom grew noisy as students began chatting in small groups. Just then, the campus broadcast suddenly came on, and a cold mechanical female voice echoed through the hallways and classrooms. Attention all faculty and students, gather at the Marshall Field at 3 p.m. Repeating, gather at the Marshall Field at 3 p.m. As soon as the broadcast ended, the classroom buzzed with discussions, with many students showing puzzled expressions. What's going on? Maybe they're announcing the rankings for the Trial Secret Realm? What does the ranking have to do with me? I didn't even participate in the Trial Secret Realm. Why do I have to go? I'm not sure either. Usually, only important matters require everyone to gather at the Marshall Field. Could it be that a genius emerged from this trial secret realm? Speaking of which, I think I heard something. What is it? I heard that a group of thieves appeared in this trial secret realm. Sitting in the back row, Qin Ming's face twitched as he listened to the people in front praising his great achievements. I never told them to go rob exotic beasts. But then again, with the facts laid out, are you guys really taking no responsibility at all? Brother Qin Ming, what exactly is happening this afternoon? Bai Muxue deliberately leaned closer to him, her eyes full of mischief. Asking the question was just an excuse, she really wanted to get closer to him. I don't know, probably to announce the trial rankings, Qin Ming replied half-truthfully. He knew in his heart that it was most likely the teacher formally accepting him as a disciple. But he didn't say it, because Bai Muxue and the others wouldn't believe him anyway. Better to let the facts speak for themselves. At that moment, the silver ring on Qin Ming's wrist flashed twice. He tapped it to check the message. Desia Bank, account ending in 1188 has received 892,540 yuan. Is this the money for the exotic beasts corpse? Qin Ming counted the digits one by one with his finger, his pupils suddenly dilating and his heartbeat accelerating. Damn! 892,000? How is that possible? He was well aware of the value of the exotic beast's corpse. At most, it would be worth 600,000, no way it could be this much. Could it be? Qin Ming guessed that the teacher must have added some extra money himself. Thinking of this, his heart felt warm. But what he didn't know was that Li Jianguo had just ruthlessly pressured the buyer, forcing them to give up 40% of their profit. Li Jianguo snorted coldly, disagree? If you disagree, I'll switch to another exotic beast processing company. Jiahe District. The perimeter of Qinghe Casino had already been cordoned off. Dozens of fully armed enforcers surrounded the casino, leaving no chance for anyone to enter or exit. Chen Tianwu strode quickly toward the third floor, accompanied by a young enforcer. Captain, we've done a count. 72 people died outside. 26 people died on the third floor, all members of the Black Tiger Gang, the young enforcer reported continuously, holding a report in his hand. Hearing this, Chen Tianwu stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly, his voice hoarse as he asked, all 98 dead are members of the Black Tiger Gang? Yes, the young enforcer confirmed with a heavy expression, nodding. Click, click, Click. The crisp sound of boots echoed from the stairwell corner. Huaquelan strode quickly downstairs, her long legs moving gracefully. Her black combat uniform perfectly showcased her curves. She swiftly removed her tactical goggles, revealing a strikingly beautiful and heroic face. Captain! Huaquelan stood at attention, her chest slightly rising and falling with her breath. We've found an important clue on the third floor. Chen Tianwu took 3 steps at a time and rushed upstairs. Huaquelan followed closely, her figure lightly swaying with her steps beneath the combat uniform. The wounds on the deceased are identical to the knife wounds from the abandoned factory last time. I suspect it's the same group of people, and... She bit her lip as she spoke, her voice filled with anger. These lunatics even left their signature. The group entered the 3rd floor. Chen Tianwu first examined the knife wounds on the corpses, confirming they were the same as those from the abandoned factory. Then he turned to look at the wall. On the wall, 3 large characters were carved with a knife, Shadow Slayer Hall. Huaquelan pointed at the words on the wall, her face furious. They're just too arrogant. Shadow Slayer Hall? Chen Tianwu squinted his eyes, muttering to himself. After a while, his expression calmed. Were any non-gang members found among the deceased at the scene? Huaquelan froze for a moment, then shook her head after a brief silence. No. Combine these 2 cases and classify them as gang conflicts, Chen Tianwu said, turning to leave the floor. The enforcers present looked at each other in confusion. So quick to classify the case? What's going on? Why is the captain suddenly so decisive today? I don't know, but who cares? After all, the ones who died were just societal scum. Classifying it as gang warfare, does that mean we don't need to dig deeper? We still have to investigate, but the case closure can be delayed. The higher-ups won't press us. That's great. Let's grab a drink after work. The abandoned factory case has been driving me crazy these past few days. Sure, Huaquelan finally snapped out of it, her expression shifting. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed. Captain! Captain! Seeing Chen Tianwu ignoring her, Huaquelan hurriedly ran in front of him, spreading her arms to block his way. What is it? Chen Tianwu rubbed his forehead, speaking helplessly. This girl, could it be her head is full of righteousness again? Sure enough, why did you merge these 2 cases and classify them both as gang warfare? Huaquelan stubbornly locked eyes with him, her tone angry. Sigh. Chen Tianwu sighed, spreading his hands. Isn't it obvious? In the 2 cases, only one ordinary person died, and the forensic report confirmed he was killed by members of the Black Tiger Gang. The rest of the dead were all Black Tiger Gang members, clearly fighting over territory. Duh. Xia has always wanted to clean up the gangs, but they're too busy defending against monsters to deal with these thugs. So when it comes to gang conflicts, Xia has always turned a blind eye. That's not right. Huaquelan analyzed with a serious expression. This doesn't look like gang warfare at all. Their methods are bizarre, extremely cautious, and not even the surveillance cameras caught them. As she spoke, a trace of dread flashed in Huaquelan's eyes, her voice sinking. More importantly, their killing methods are too brutal. They didn't even treat the victims as human. Also, the wounds on the victims are unnaturally neat. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. Hearing this, Chen Tianwu had already lost patience. He waved his hand, preparing to walk away. Captain! Please listen to me. Huaquelan called out urgently. The strangest thing is, in both cases, all the victims were Black Tiger Gang members, yet not a single one of their own people died. Is that even possible? How could there be no casualties in gang warfare? All the evidence points to something being wrong here. Captain, I request a thorough investigation. Chen Tianwu was speechless. This subordinate of his was always like this, insisting on her own sense of justice, seeing the world in black and white, with no room for anything else. A thorough investigation? Chen Tianwu sneered. We don't even know if the perpetrators are human, how do we investigate? Did he not know something was off? Since the abandoned factory case, he'd already noticed many suspicious points. But since the perpetrators hadn't harmed ordinary people, he couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. There are ways, just call in the Jinwu division. Hua Kailan stared at him, her tone calm. The Jinwu division is Dixia's most powerful force. Cases the regular law enforcement can't handle are always handed over to them. The martial artists there are either geniuses or madmen, each one exceptionally strong. Chen Tianwu's gaze lowered, his face gradually darkening, his voice icy. The Jinwu division is already stretched thin fighting monsters every day. And you want them to step in for a bunch of thugs? That's completely unrealistic. At this moment, Chen Tianwu felt a flicker of anger. This woman, she completely lacked understanding of the situation. If 98 ordinary people had died, he would definitely investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. But since the victims were just societal scum, he'd rather leave it alone. Looking at Chen Tianwu's demeanor, Hua Kailan was startled, her words stuttering, but they are also citizens of Daxia, they. By the end, her voice grew smaller and smaller, clearly lacking confidence. She began to understand something. No. Chen Tianwu interrupted her directly, correcting her, they are parasites of society, causing the citizens of Daxia to suffer. Everything they wear, everything they eat, aren't those things squeezed out of ordinary people? Now someone is helping society eliminate these parasites. I'm overjoyed, why would I ever think of arresting them? Chen Tianwu chuckled, looking up at the blue sky, and said in a low voice, fortunately, he's still in Jiahe district. Luckily, I'm the Enforcement Bureau team leader, and luckily these two cases are under my jurisdiction. I can delay for a while. Even if I'm punished, it doesn't matter. With that, Chen Tianwu bypassed Hua Kailan and strode away. Recently, he was already overwhelmed with the issue of the Void Rift. He had no interest in wasting time with this self-righteous young lady over such nonsense. Hua Kailan stood there, as if stunned by his words, motionless. It was only after Chen Tianwu had walked far away that she slowly came to her senses and muttered to herself, no. This is the wrong way of thinking. They are citizens of Daxia. If they break the law will naturally deal with them. They must not be treated like livestock to be slaughtered at will. What I uphold is the law. No matter what reasons others have for killing, the law must not be trampled upon. Hua Kailan's gaze gradually became firm. Even if no one else would help, she would capture the person who trampled on the law. Not for anything else, only for the justice in her heart. Tianwu Academy, Class 3 of the Ordinary Division. As a standard class, their curriculum was relatively simple. On Monday mornings, there were 2 liberal arts classes, followed by a martial arts class in the virtual room in the afternoon. The breaks in between were quite long, up to an hour and a half. Xin Ming planned to visit his master. While he was at it, he wanted to ask if he could re-enter the trial secret realm. He was deeply fascinated by the essence spirits within and also wanted to find out why the shadow ninjas in the secret realm had been dying in large numbers. Perhaps something had gone wrong. After giving by Muxue and Hu wanting a few reminders, Xin Ming headed toward the principal's office. He was genuinely worried those 2 women might start another argument. At the door of the principal's office, Xin Ming adjusted his collar, ensuring he looked proper, and then knocked gently, knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a moment, there was no response from inside. Is master not here? Qin Ming frowned, then used his silver ring to send a message. Master, are you in the office? Almost instantly, a reply popped up. I am. Want to come in for a chat? Qin Ming quickly replied, Master, I'm already at the door. Come in, Li Jiangwo's deep voice rang out. Qin Ming pushed the door open and entered, murmuring to himself, strange, he's clearly in the room, so why didn't he respond earlier when I knocked? Li Jiangwo saw Qin Ming enter, smiled as he closed the book in his hands, and stood up from behind his desk, which was piled with books. Dear disciple, what brings you to visit Master today? How could Qin Ming have known that Li Jiangwo had a particular love for reading and often got so engrossed he couldn't stop? Even when other teachers knocked on his door, he often pretended not to hear. Only for Qin Ming did he set a special reminder to respond so quickly. It's mainly that I've encountered some difficulties in martial arts training and would like Master to guide me, Qin Ming said respectfully, cupping his hands. Oh? Li Jiangwo's eyes lit up and he gestured for him to sit down. Tell me, let's chat slowly. It's just that I've recently hit a bottleneck while practicing the 13 styles of wildfire. Qin Ming explained the issues he had encountered one by one. Li Jiangwo nodded occasionally and patiently provided answers. The master and disciple exchanged questions and answers, and before they knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Qin Ming suddenly understood and clasped his fists in gratitude. Li Jiangwo stroked his beard, his eyes filled with a smile. You still look hesitant. There must be something else. Right? He. Qin Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Master, I want to enter the trial secret realm again. Oh, my memory. Li Jiangwo slapped his forehead and took out a shimmering blue electronic card from the drawer. This is the secret realm pass. You can enter any time. He had noticed Qin Ming's reluctance to leave the trial secret realm earlier and had intended to give him the card sooner. But with so many things happening recently, he had forgotten. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he took the card and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. I will work hard to cultivate. Wow. With this, I won't have to worry about spirit essence anymore. Go on. Li Jiangwo waved his hand with a smile, watching Qin Ming leave excitedly. Shaking his head, he chuckled, this kid is really impatient. After the door closed, Li Jiangwo gazed out the window and muttered to himself, still, this martial god body is truly remarkable. It allowed him to reach the first-grade realm so quickly. Its reputation is well-deserved. Ding! A sound echoed. The heavy metal door slowly slid open on both sides. The lights turned on, and 3 clusters of gray-white mist appeared before Qin Ming. Thanks to the electronic card, the security guards outside the door did not stop him, though they curiously glanced at him a few times. After all, it was usually teachers who entered the secret realm alone. It was rare for students to do so. But since the card bore Li Jiangwo's name, they dared not ask further questions. Without hesitation, Qin Ming strode into the mist. Instantly, the world spun, and the surrounding scenery twisted and reassembled like a shattered mirror. When his vision cleared again, the familiar open space came into view, with the forest still ahead. Qin Ming took a deep breath, a look of delight appearing on his face. I feel like I can smell the scent of spirit essence. It's so fragrant. The next second, a ball of demonic energy appeared in Qin Ming's hand, which he slapped onto his face, instantly transforming into a merman-like form. Just before transforming, he stored all his clothes into his shadow ring to prevent them from being damaged, as he didn't have spare clothes. Rip! Qin Ming swiped his fingers, and hundreds of pitch-black cracks simultaneously appeared in the void. As the cracks opened, shadows crawled out one by one. The sky darkened instantly, and swarms of flying shadow bats hovered in the air, awaiting Qin Ming's command. Qin Ming lazily waved his hand, and the leading bat immediately dove down, obediently lying at his feet. Qin Ming leaped onto its back, his perspective gradually rising. He glanced at the silver ring on his wrist, AM 9:51. Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality 162.7, top-tier first-grade martial artist. Using demonic energy, my vitality has already exceeded 160? Qin Ming nodded to himself, very satisfied with this power. Although he had grown wings, he didn't want to fly himself. He preferred riding others over flying on his own. 100 shadow bats simultaneously flew toward the cave. A few minutes later, Qin Ming arrived at the cave. The sight before him left him stunned. The cave was piled high with spirit essences, neatly arranged into small hills. There were at least over 200 spirit essences, including those from first and second tier exotic beasts. They looked incredibly tempting. On the other side lay the corpses of exotic beasts, even more spectacular, with all kinds of exotic beasts represented. Many of these corpses were highly valuable and would surely fetch a good price on the black market. Ghostly ninja figures moved back and forth, busy with their tasks. Qin Ming sensed slightly there were 30 ghostly ninjas in the first batch and 51 in the second batch. The ghostly ninjas left behind by Jiang Ke were also among them, but Qin Ming wasn't sure of the exact number. He glanced at the pile of glittering spirit essences and couldn't help but swallow hard. If he consumed all of these, Qin Ming was confident he could directly push his vitality past 100 points, and with the use of demonic energy, he could instantly advance to a second-tier martial artist. By then, he could summon 200 second-tier martial artists in one go. Forget third-tier martial artists, even fourth-tier ones, he'd have the confidence to take them down. However, Qin Ming didn't rush to consume the spirit essences. He had more important matters to attend to here. After entering the cave, Qin Ming closed the wooden door. He touched the shadow ring on his ring finger and chuckled softly, "I hope you'll give me a surprise." The next second, wisps of black mist emerged from the shadow ring, continuously pouring into Qin Ming's body. Qin Ming's pupils dilated as he felt thousands of needles piercing into him. The dense black mist seeped into his body, drilling through his flesh and into his bone marrow. The pain was excruciating, as if he were being tortured. Damn it! The instructions didn't say creating a clone would hurt this much. Qin Ming's eyes turned blood red as he pounded the ground furiously, his knuckles turning white. If the clone isn't strong enough, I'll smash this damn ring to pieces. Ah! The pain made him roar skyward in fury. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ming's face was filled with anger, and cracking sounds emanated from his body, accompanied by the creaking of his bones. His spine strangely arched, and a pitch-black lump of flesh rapidly swelled. When the writhing lump grew to the size of an adult, it detached from his body with a pop, hitting the ground and splattering thick black liquid. The flesh on Qin Ming's back began to wriggle and quickly healed. Now, he lay limp on the ground, like a fish out of water, with cold sweat pouring from every pore. He weakly raised his eyes, and his breath caught. The black mass was rapidly transforming into a humanoid shape, its outline identical to his own. This wasn't just creating a clone, it was practically splitting off another version of himself. And the appearance of the clone left Qin Ming astonished. How could it be? The form of a merman? Could it be that when I create a clone, my body takes on the form of a merman? The next moment, Qin Ming focused his thoughts, and his consciousness entered the clone's body. Another scene appeared in his mind, a perspective of the clone staring at him. The sensation was incredibly strange, like having two screens in front of him simultaneously. Qin Ming tried to control the clone to stand up and suddenly punched the wall. Boom! A dent immediately appeared in the wall, and Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply. This vitality is the same as mine, 160 points. That's impossible. The instructions said the clone's strength would be the same as an ordinary person. Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Qin Ming suddenly turned to look at his own body lying on the ground, his face full of shock. Could it be that using a demonized body to create a clone exploits this loophole? This is incredible. Qin Ming's heart raced, his face unable to hide his excitement. A few minutes later, he let the clone revert to human form, and its vitality remained at 160, unchanged. After the earlier tests, he had a general understanding of the clone's strength. Apart from its vitality surpassing that of ordinary people, everything else was no different from a regular person. The clone couldn't summon the Shadow Legion or use Bosch's abilities. The talents within Qin Ming's body were also absent in this clone. However, even so, Qin Ming was already very satisfied, as this did not affect his upcoming plans. Qin Ming sat cross-legged and began practicing the shadow breathing technique. The surrounding shadows transformed into wisps of black mist, surging into the clone's body. At that moment, he shifted his thoughts, and his consciousness quickly returned to his own body. Watching the clone still practicing the shadow breathing technique, Qin Ming's face revealed a satisfied smile. It really works this way. Outside the cave, 100 flying shadow night bats circled high in the sky, while 100 ghost shadow ninjas crouched, facing Qin Ming. The scene looked particularly eerie. If outsiders were unaware, they might think monsters had suddenly appeared in the secret realm. Qin Ming waved his hand and said calmly, "Head to the depths of the forest, kill the exotic beasts, and bring back their corpses." Instantly, the swarm of bats flew toward the forest depths. Whenever exotic beasts appeared in the air, they shot them down with black light waves. The ghost shadow ninjas also vanished in an instant, leaving behind faint traces of black mist. After commanding these 200 loyal subordinates, Qin Ming deactivated his demonic energy state. Maintaining the demonic state continuously would consume demonic energy. Over the past few days of manipulating demonic energy, Qin Ming discovered that the vitality boost from demonic transformation was not fixed. As long as he refrained from using demonic energy for extended periods, it would gradually accumulate within his body. Once the demonic energy reached a certain level, transforming again would grant him even more vitality. This discovery made Qin Ming extremely excited. What if I could possess two types of demonic energy simultaneously? Could I use them both at the same time? The thought made him even more thrilled. He could hardly wait to draw the lottery, especially with the system notification sound in his mind constantly. Ringing, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the target, dark value +2, dark value +1, dark value +3, dark value +1, the one with +3, Qin Ming guessed, was likely a second-tier exotic beast. He had seen them a few times before at home, but rarely. I'll save it up and see if I can break 1,000 tonight. Then, I'll draw to my heart's content. Qin Ming thought to himself, then squatted beside a pile of essence crystals. He grabbed a handful and directly tossed them into his mouth, swallowing them whole like candy. Closing his eyes, he began practicing the shadow breathing technique. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would never dare to absorb essence crystals so recklessly, it would be courting death. But Qin Ming was different. Not only had his physique been strengthened, but based on his previous experiences of absorbing essence crystals, he knew he could keep devouring them without any discomfort. Although the specific reason was unclear, this unique physique had significantly enhanced his strength. Over the next hour or so, Qin Ming continuously devoured essence crystals and cultivated. The pile of essence crystals around him gradually dwindled. During this time, the ghost shadow ninjas and flying shadow night bats kept delivering new essence crystals, to the point where Qin Ming himself lost count of how many he had consumed. Until faint white light began to flicker on the surface of his body. This is... Qin Ming closed his eyes tightly, his brows slightly furrowed, and casually gathered the remaining soul essence, swallowing it all in one go. As soon as he swallowed it, his body trembled violently. The next moment, a gentle breeze spread out from within him. Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a radiant glow flickering in them, shining brightly. He now looked completely different. Not only was his complexion better and his energy more vibrant, but even his appearance had undergone subtle changes. However, Qin Ming himself was completely unaware. He was immersed in the powerful surge of energy. "My vitality has surpassed 100, he exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. If he were to undergo demonization now, he could reach the level of a true second-grade martial artist. Glancing at the time, Qin Ming's eyes shifted. It's 11:30? He had missed the second liberal arts class. But he didn't care. After all, he wasn't interested in the martial arts techniques taught in those classes. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored all the corpses of the exotic beasts in the forest into his shadow ring. Then, he summoned a flying shadow nightbat, mounted it, and flew toward the exit. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ming stepped into the mist at the exit. Just as he emerged from the mist, he collided with a soft, gentle figure. And Shi Yao staggered back 2 steps from the impact, her ample chest swaying with emotion. The tight-fitting cheongsam accentuated alluring curves. Mizan? Qin Ming steadied himself, looking at the beautiful teacher in front of him with some surprise. And Shi Yao rubbed her chest, which had been hurt from the collision, her brows slightly furrowed. "Qin Ming? Why are you coming out from here?" As she spoke, her lips carried a faint minty fragrance. Shi Yao knew Qin Ming. After all, he had been sitting between 2 beauties at the time. It was hard not to notice him. "The principal gave me special permission to train in the secret realm," Qin Ming said, showing his electronic card, with Li Jiangwo's signature clearly visible. Taking the card, and Shi Yao's eyes widened suddenly, her heartbeat accelerating instantly. She saw Li Jiangwo's signature clearly. At this moment, and Shi Yao was so shocked she almost jumped out of her skin. How was this possible? The principal actually gave this card to a student? And Shi Yao looked at Qin Ming, her gaze shifting constantly. Qin Ming didn't know the value of this card, but she was well aware. This card absolutely shouldn't be entrusted to a student. It was too dangerous. After all, this item was tied to the future of the entire Tianhe city. What was the principal thinking, handing the card to a student? The next moment, and Shi Yao casually put the card away, her tone indifferent. "I'll keep this card for you for now. If you need it, come find me anytime." Something was off about this. "I must go. Ask the principal for clarification." Qin Ming froze. "I have to come to you to get it back? This is clearly my card. How can you be so shameless?" Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. Spreading his palm, "Mizan, please return the card to me." His voice was so calm it was frightening. "The principal personally entrusted it to me. This electronic card was something Qin Ming would never let Shi Yao keep." Hearing his words, Shi Yao suddenly revealed a charming smile, stepping forward in her high heels. Her body was almost pressed against Qin Ming's chest, her red lips close to his ear, her voice soft. "Be good. It's very dangerous inside. If you really want to go in, next time I'll accompany you, okay?" The scent of roses mixed with the fragrance of a mature woman wafted over, making Qin Ming's Adam's apple move involuntarily. The aroma left him slightly dizzy, but Qin Ming always valued profit and would never be swayed by beauty. His tone was calm. "No need to worry, teacher. I can handle it myself." And Shi Yao's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why wasn't he falling for this? Other men would have been utterly captivated by her charm by now. Moreover, she had agreed to accompany him into the secret realm. Shouldn't he be happy about that? Be good. Shi Yao's smile remained unchanged as she stubbornly raised her hand, attempting to touch Qin Ming's head, but he dodged. Her hand hung awkwardly in midair, frozen. Qin Ming, listen to me. And Shuryao forced a smile, her chest heaving in anger, which she tried to conceal. This secret realm is truly dangerous. You'd better not go too often. Qin Ming ignored her. His expression blank as he extended his hand toward her. Give me back the electronic card. The Jiang family. Inside the training room. The entire room was constructed of steel, with no windows. In the center stood two streamlined virtual training pods, resembling futuristic technology, quietly stationed. These top-tier devices could simulate combat with 100% accuracy and were exorbitantly expensive. An average family would need to save 50 years' worth of income to afford one. Because of their immense benefit to martial artists, they were highly sought after, though the steep price deterred many. Zhang Ziyuan lay inside one of the pods, his facial muscles twitching continuously, veins bulging on his forehead. His expression alternated between tension, as if battling a formidable opponent. After more than 10 minutes, with the release of the pressure valve, the pod's lid slowly slid open. Zhang Ziyuan sat up, his muscular upper body covered in fine beads of sweat. He grabbed a towel to wipe himself down. Every day, he spent 1 to 2 hours in the training room, not just to maintain his strength, but more importantly, because he thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of killing inside. The pods could simulate opponents, and this time, he had chosen to simulate Qin Ming. He had fought to his heart's content in the pod. As soon as he opened the training room door, he saw Zhao Jinxia waiting outside. Judging by her appearance, she had been waiting for quite some time. Master, I've found the information you requested. Zhao Jinxia bowed and handed over a file. Zhang Ziyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, taking the file and examining it carefully. After a few seconds, the sound of paper tearing filled the air. Zhang Ziyuan crumpled the file into a ball, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice seething with rage. That little punk. He actually dared to take my daughter to a hotel? Is he tired of living? Unforgivable. Zhang Ziyuan trembled with fury, the thought of his daughter entering a hotel with such a man making his anger nearly explode. He had already sensed something was off with Jiang Core. There was a high probability that she had been by that man. He simply hadn't dared to think too deeply about it, clinging to a shred of hope. After all, he couldn't afford to face the wrath of the Yi family. If young Master Yi found out about this, the Jiang family would be finished. Zhang Ziyuan stormed forward, grabbing Zhao Jinxia's collar violently, his face twisted as he growled, I want him dead. I want his entire family buried with him. Zhao Jinxia shuddered at his ferocity, quickly bowing her head and responding, yes, Master. With that, she hurriedly retreated. Gee, but he never expected that Jiang Core would choose such an inconspicuous little figure. Good, excellent, Jiang Core. Zhang Ziyuan gritted his teeth, his voice icy cold. You really are my good daughter, preparing such a surprise for me. In Zhang Ziyuan's eyes, Jiang Core's willingness to go to the hotel with Qin Ming was clearly an act of deliberate revenge against him. After all, he knew this daughter of his best. Inside Tianwu Academy, and Shuryao's delicate face instantly froze, her clear eyes slightly widening. This was the first time she had been embarrassed in front of a student since she started teaching. As the most beautiful teacher recognized by Tianwu Academy, usually whether it was students or colleagues, who wouldn't want to give her some face? Qin Ming and Shuryao gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her red lips slightly pursed, her voice soft and sweet. As long as you hand this card over to the teacher for safekeeping. She suddenly leaned close to Qin Ming's ear, her breath carrying a warm fragrance, full of allure. The teacher will promise you a small request. After speaking, she stepped back half a step, deliberately straightening her proud figure. From this angle, Qin Ming could clearly see her black silk-clad legs faintly visible under the slit of her cheongsam. And Shuryao confidently curled her lips into a smile. An 18-year-old boy, wasn't it easy to win him over? Card. Qin Ming spat out a single word expressionlessly. And Shiryao instantly froze, staring at Qin Ming in disbelief. This brat actually dared to refuse her. Seeing that he wasn't joking, and Shiryao bit her red lips. No, I need to discuss this with the principal later. This card will stay with me for now. After speaking, and Shiryao bypassed Qin Ming, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. The crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed as Shiryao swayed her soft waist and walked into the mist. She had come with a mission today. Previously, students who had emerged from the secret realm mentioned someone stealing the corpses of exotic beasts. And Shiryao had always wanted to go in and take a look. But Principal Li said this matter didn't need attention, leaving Shiryao puzzled. So she decided to investigate personally. As Shiryao stepped into the mist, Qin Ming slowly turned around. At this moment, his face was grim, not just because the card to enter the secret realm had been taken by Shiryao, but more importantly, the trial secret realm was filled with his shadow army. A teacher entering at this time would definitely cause trouble. No. I absolutely can't let this go unchecked. This woman is going to cause me trouble. A cold glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. And a bold idea quickly emerged. The next second, Qin Ming stepped forward and re-entered the secret realm. Looking at the gray forest, Qin Ming's face was stern, and he shot into the woods like an arrow. He had to find Shiryao as quickly as possible. He absolutely couldn't let her discover the shadow ninjas, or it would be a huge problem. At the same time, he continuously sent signals to the surrounding shadow soldiers, instructing them to hide well and not reveal themselves. But due to the limited range, he couldn't notify all the shadow soldiers. Don't let her run into them. Absolutely not. 10 minutes later, boom. A loud explosion erupted from the southern part of the forest. Qin Ming's expression changed drastically as he leaped onto a tall tree. The scene in the distance made his pupils contract sharply, his heart sinking to the bottom, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it. She still found them. In the distant sky, 4 figures appeared. 3 flying shadow nightbats circled in midair, facing Shiryao, who had spread her snow-white wings. The wings behind Shiryao flapped continuously as she stared solemnly at the 3 monsters in front of her, confusion filling her eyes. What are these creatures? I've never seen them before. She had been teaching for many years but had never encountered such bizarre beings. Qin Ming gripped the tree trunk tightly, his fingertips crushing the bark. This is big trouble. He knew he had no other choice. Mizun. I'm sorry. On a soft, large bed, Shiryao revealed a large expanse of fair skin as she lay quietly. Her almond-shaped eyes, filled with deep emotion, glistened with moisture. Her red lips parted slightly, her breath gentle. As long as I can get a 5-star review, I'll do anything. Above the forest, a beautiful figure was confronting 3 shadow bat flyers. Shiryao's eyes flashed as she raised her lotus-like arm and gave a gentle wave. Instantly, a snow-white spear materialized in the air. The moment she grasped the spear, a faint white light emanated from its tip, and silver-white inscriptions appeared along its shaft. Today, I'll have some fun with you. The wings behind. Shiryao gave a powerful flap. Swish. 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 3 snow-white feathers shot out, aiming directly at the 3 shadow bat flyers in the air. In an instant, the feathers closed in, seemingly about to pierce through them. The shadow bat flyers suddenly turned into black mist and vanished without a trace. The feathers passed through the black mist, which then reformed into the shadow bat flyers. Shiryao froze, shock filling her heart. She had never seen such strange magical creatures before. Their vitality is clearly only at the peak of the first tier, yet their reactions are this fast? Could they be mutated species? Has the protective barrier deep in the forest been breached? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Anshuryao's back, and she gripped her spear tightly. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She had to end this quickly and report the situation to the principal. In an instant, Anshuryao's figure disappeared. The middle shadow bat flyer hadn't even reacted when a snow-white spear pierced straight through it. Boom! The shadow bat flyer instantly turned into black mist and dissipated into the air, returning to the Shadow Kingdom. Damn it, I just got out here, the shadow bat flyer cursed inwardly. The two remaining shadow bat flyers raised their right hands and fired black energy waves at Anshuryao. Too slow. Anshuryao's figure disappeared again. The two black energy waves collided in the air, missing their target and hitting nothing but empty space. The shadow bat flyer on the left seemed to sense something and swung its hand sharply before it could release another black energy wave. A flash of white light streaked past. A black arm was severed and turned into black mist, vanishing. The shadow bat flyer on the right seized the opportunity to fire a series of black energy waves. But Anshuryao dodged each one, effortlessly evading attacks that seemed to almost hit her. Thud! Another shadow bat flyer was pierced through the chest by the spear, turning into black mist and dissipating. Anshuryao frowned slightly, murmuring to herself, "What's going on? When they die, they don't leave behind corpses but instead disappear completely? This is entirely different from the magical creatures I've encountered before." Anshuryaao realized that things were not so simple. These creatures were not only strange in appearance but also had an unusual way of dying. It was truly bizarre. Deep in the forest, two Qinming stood side by side, silently watching the fierce battle. In the sky, behind them stood a dense crowd of ghost shadow ninjas and shadow bat flyers. Some perched on trees, others crouched on rocks, their numbers exceeding 300. When Anshuryaao had just dealt with 3 flying shadow night bats, Qinming had already recalled all the shadow soldiers, including the ghost ninja team led by Jiang Core. At this moment, Qinming's face was grim, and his tone was icy. "I didn't expect Teacherin to be a 4th-grade martial artist. Ordinary 3rd-grade martial artists couldn't possibly act so quickly or easily handle the flying shadow night bats. After all, these creatures were extremely difficult to deal with once they turned into black mist." Soon, the battle in the sky ended, and Anshuryaao pierced the last flying shadow night bat with a single spear. She slowly descended, her figure disappearing into the depths of the forest. Qinming watched the direction she left, his gaze somber, and waved his hand to give the order, "Move out." Instantly, all the shadow soldiers moved simultaneously, sprinting madly toward Anshuryao's direction. Qinming's clone transformed into a merfolk form and swam along with the army. A gentle breeze brushed by as Qinming quietly watched the soldiers depart, remaining silent. Moments later, a system lottery interface popped up in front of him. Lottery dark value balance, 327. Time was tight, the shadow soldiers hadn't had the chance to kill many exotic beasts before being interrupted by Anshuryaao. "Teacherin, your fate is left to destiny now. Whether it's a mask, tattoo, or charm, any will do. If none of these exist, then there's nothing I can do." Qinming stood silently, his dark pupils deep and unwavering. He had no other choice. Tianwu Academy. Class 3 of the Ordinary Division. Class had just ended, and the students hurriedly rushed out. They wanted to get to the cafeteria first, otherwise, all the good food would be snatched up. The leftovers would only include bizarre dishes like tomato stir-fried with strawberries. At the classroom door, a slender figure stood quietly. The girl had fair skin, long black hair cascading down to her waist, and a pair of lively eyes that darted around. Her cherry lips were slightly pursed, showing a hint of anxiety. "Where is Master?" Jiang Core muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously twirling her hair. "Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be I went to the wrong class. She had been waiting for a long time but still hadn't seen Qin Ming, and a trace of confusion began to grow in her heart. Feeling a bit anxious, Zhang Kor gently tugged on a passing girl and asked softly, "Excuse me, classmate, may I ask? Is Qin Ming in this class?" The girl initially seemed a bit impatient, but upon seeing Zhang Kor, her eyes immediately lit up. "Qin Ming? Yes, he's in this class, but I don't think he came to the last period." After saying this, she hurried off, excitedly whispering to her friends, "Oh my gosh, the school beauty Jiang actually came looking for Qin Ming. What kind of luck does he have? 3 top-tier beauties are all revolving around him. Does he have some special skill or secret?" These rumors floated past Zhang Kor's ears, but she paid them no mind. She simply stood there, her fingertips slightly clenched. How could this happen? Zhang Kor muttered softly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Master clearly promised to accompany me to the rooftop to enjoy the view this afternoon." Nearby, a few boys overheard that she was waiting for Qin Ming, and their eyes widened. "No way, how is this possible? Qin Ming already has who? Wanting, isn't that enough? Now Zhang Kor is involved too? I've been thinking about it all morning, and I still can't figure out what I'm lacking. I have a bold guess, Qin Ming must have some secret of theirs. Your idea is too wild. Why not say Qin Ming is a martial arts genius?" Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Kor walked out of the school in a daze. For some reason, as time went on, she found herself constantly wanting to be with Qin Ming. Even if it was just sitting silently together, she would feel content. Zhang Kor hadn't even realized this subtle change herself. She only knew that whenever she couldn't see Qin Ming, an unbearable sadness would creep into her heart. Every second felt like torment. "Master, I miss you so much." Tianhe District. Inside the office on the 5th floor of the largest casino in the area, Sihai Gambling Hall. The room was spacious, filled with swirling smoke. 4 burly men stood like iron towers, while a bloodied man lay on the floor in the middle. At the head of the room, Hong Sihai sat with a cigar between his lips. Slowly, he stood up. He walked over to the barely breathing man, exhaling a ring of smoke. "You've got guts, owing me, Hong Sihai, money and daring to default on the debt." As he spoke, Hong Sihai squatted down and viciously pressed the burning cigar against the man's festering face. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed in the confined space. Hong Sihai stood up expressionlessly and stomped on the man's wounded leg. His voice was cold. "I'll give you 3 days. Can you scrape the money together?" The man's face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, "No money." Hong Sihai froze, then chuckled darkly. "Oh, no money, huh?" He waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. "Take him away and chop him up to feed the dogs." At those words, 2 of the burly men stepped forward and dragged the man out. "Hong Sihai, you'll get what's coming to you. You're dead. Even in death, I won't let you off." The venomous curses gradually faded into the distance. Hong Sihai adjusted his cuffs and looked out at the towering buildings outside the window, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Retribution? I, Hong Sihai, am the king of Tianhe District. Who would dare make a move against me?" Just then, knock, knock, knock. The heavy sound of knocking interrupted the silence in the room. Hong Sihai frowned, his tone calm. "Come in." The door opened, and a subordinate walked in, bowing, followed by a middle-aged woman. "Boss," the subordinate barely got a word out before Zhao Jinxia raised her hand to interrupt him, her voice icy. "Everyone, leave." As soon as she spoke, Hong Sihai turned around. Upon seeing Zhao Jinxia, his face lit up with a fawning smile as he stepped forward to greet her. "Oh, Sister Xia. What brings you here?" He jogged over, but Zhao Jinxia glanced at him coldly, her expression indifferent. She sat down on the sofa without a word and cast a glance at the few men who hadn't yet left. Seeing this, Hong Sihai understood her meaning. He turned and shouted, "Didn't you hear her? Get out!" "Yes, boss." Understood. Once the others had left, only Zhao Jinxia and Hong Sihai remained in the room. Hong Sihai poured Zhao Jinxia a cup of Longjing tea, presenting it with both hands. He asked cautiously, "Does Master Jiang have any orders?" Zhao Jinxia took a sip of the tea, her tone calm as she glanced at him. "The master wants you to kill a few people." Hong Sihai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Who?" Zhao Jinxia pulled 3 photos from her bag and placed them in front of Hong Sihai. The photos showed Qin Ming and his family. "The master wants this family to disappear," Zhao Jinxia said coldly. "The parents, the child, leave none of them alive." Her tone was so calm it was as if she were discussing something mundane. Hong Sihai carefully examined the photo, then respectfully placed it into the pocket of his suit, his face full of a flattering smile. "Sister Xia, rest assured, I will handle this cleanly." Zhao Jinxia nodded slightly, stood up, and adjusted her collar. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Sister Xia, let me escort you out." Hong Sihai stood up to see her off. Zhao Jinxia waved her hand. "No need." As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and cast a cold glance, instructing, "Remember, this matter must be handled beautifully. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." "Oh, my dear Sister Xia." Hong Sihai rubbed his hands together, smiling. "When has old Hong ever made a mistake? I guarantee Mr. Jiang will be satisfied." Zhao Jinxia nodded in satisfaction, turned, and left. As the door closed, the smile on Hong Sihai's face instantly vanished. He pulled out the photo and slammed it heavily onto the desk, sneering coldly. "These country bumpkins? They dare to make me personally take action? Truly like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes." The plain clothes in the photo made him lose interest. Such small fry, he usually wouldn't even bother to glance at them. Bang! Hong Sihai walked to the desk and dialed a number. "Send Scarface to my office." Not long after the call ended, a thin man with a menacing scar on his left cheek pushed the door open and entered. Bowing slightly. "Boss, you called for me?" Hong Sihai nodded, tossed the photo in front of him, and said calmly, "Make sure they die." Scarface silently picked up the scattered photos, stuffed them into his jacket pocket, and replied coldly, "Understood." He then turned and left. Trial secret realm, deep in the forest. A silver spear danced like a dragon, its cold light flashing. And Shi Yao swung her spear relentlessly, piercing one ghostly ninja after another into black mist. "Damn it! What's going on? Why do these ghostly things keep multiplying the more I kill them?" And Shi Yao thrust her spear again, lifting a ghostly ninja into the air, which immediately dissolved into a wisp of black mist. From the very beginning, ghostly ninjas had been continuously emerging to attack her. Initially, and Shi Yao thought they were humans, so she held back her strength. But when she saw the group's red-tinged pupils and bluish arms, she realized the truth. Her attacks became increasingly fierce, almost killing one with every strike. Within minutes, dozens of ghostly ninjas had fallen to her spear. But their overwhelming numbers filled her with fear. She tried to contact the school, only to find that her silver ring had been damaged during the battle. This made her anxious and uneasy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles cutting through the air suddenly erupted, as dozens of shurikens flew at her from all directions. And Shi Yao's wrist turned sharply, and the spear spun like a silver lotus, the sound of metal clashing resembling a torrential downpour. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. She looked up, her pupils contracting sharply. A swarm of flying nightbats covered the sky. their darkness pouring down like a storm. Damn it! And Shiryao gritted her teeth, darting swiftly through the forest while fending off the ninjas that kept surging toward her. Their numbers are too overwhelming to handle. This is big trouble. Each of these creatures was a top-tier fighter, and their sheer numbers were enough to make anyone despair. She initially thought of using her talent to fly into the sky to fight, but upon seeing the swarm of bats above, she immediately abandoned the idea. At that moment, a merman suddenly charged out of the forest, slamming fiercely into the sprinting in Shiryao. She only managed to catch a glimpse of a ghostly blue blur before her entire body was sent flying sideways, as if hit by a speeding truck. Crack! Crack! After crashing into 3 ancient trees in succession, she heavily fell onto a pile of decayed leaves. Horror! Internal organs felt as if they had been turned upside down, causing intense pain, and a metallic taste rose in her throat. Her long spear had also fallen nearby. And Shiryao stood up in a disheveled state, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and spoke in a voice as cold as frost, "It seems I underestimated you." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the snow-white long spear flew back into her grasp. Martial skill, 1,000 snow 100 slashes. First move. Break the 1,000 army. Tianhe District. Near the vegetable market in Qingshan Community, Qin Xian carried a bulging plastic bag, with fresh pork and vibrant green vegetables peeking out from the top. La la la! Qin Xian hummed a cheerful tune as he walked out of the market, clearly in a good mood. Not far away, 6 small-time thugs were staring intently at him. Qin Xian continued walking forward. They followed him at a leisurely pace. The road became increasingly remote, and fewer people were around. This was clearly not the way to Qin Xian's home. A man with a face full of pockmarks whispered to the scar-faced man, "Brother Dao, should we act now?" His shifty eyes scanned the empty alley. No surveillance cameras, no passers-by, only a few stray cats rummaging near the trash bins. It was the perfect moment to strike. A cold glint flashed in Scarface's eyes as he replied coldly, "What's the rush? Follow him to his house and catch them all in one go." But Pockmarked Face scratched his head, hesitating. "The direction seems off?" "The information clearly says his family lives in Building 16 of Qingshan Community." They had already investigated Qin Ming's address thoroughly before coming. They even knew that he was a student at Tianwu Academy. Their plan was to capture Qin Ming's parents first and use them to lure Qin Ming out. Scarface suddenly stopped in his tracks, blaring fiercely at Pockmarked Face, "What did you just say?" Before Pockmarked Face could explain, Qin Xian had already started sprinting ahead. Only then did Scarface realize that their group had long been exposed. He roared angrily, "Damn it, chase him!" The 6 men charged forward like hungry wolves. After turning 2 corners, Qin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in the maze-like alleys. Scarface stood at the intersection, staring at the 2 deep alleyways ahead, his face dark. He waved his hand and said, "You 3 take the right, the rest follow me." As soon as Scarface finished speaking, Pockmarked Face led 2 others down the left alley. Scarface and the remaining 2 headed down the right alley. "Hey, that old guy runs pretty fast." Pockmarked Face cursed as he spoke, "When I catch him, I'll make sure he loses a leg." "Yeah, kill him." The other 2 lackeys chimed in. As the 3 passed a corner, whoosh! A brick flew out from the shadows, striking the left lackey's temple with precision. The man collapsed without making a sound. "Following your grandpa Qin?" Qin Xian stepped out of the shadows, hands on his hips, sneering, "Pa, you have no idea what your grandpa Qin used to do in his youth." Although he didn't understand why this group was following him, judging by their menacing looks, it was definitely not for anything good. So, he didn't dare go home and instead led them to this secluded alley to deal with them. And to find out their purpose. Speak. Qin Xian flexed his wrists, his gaze sharp. How dare you hit my people? I'll strip you of your life, he roared, rolling up his sleeves as he charged forward. Behind him, a blonde-haired thug swung a steel pipe and lunged. The pockmarked man threw a punch straight at Qin Xian's face, but Qin Xian merely tilted his head slightly. The fist grazed past his ear, bringing with it the sound of rushing air. Before the pockmarked man could retract his punch, a sharp pain suddenly erupted in his stomach. Ugh! The pockmarked man collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, vomiting out all the food he had eaten at lunch. The blonde thug raised his steel pipe, but Qin Xian swiftly delivered a sweeping kick. The thug flew 3 meters away, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Qin Xian stepped forward, grabbed the pockmarked man by the hair, and yanked his head back. The searing pain of his scalp being torn made the man scream in agony. Ah! Qin Xian smirked, picked up a brick from the ground, and smashed it down on the pockmarked man's hand with force. Thud! Ah! The pockmarked man screamed, his face contorted in pain. Speak! Who sent you? Qin Xian asked coldly. Go to hell, the man spat through gritted teeth. You old bastard, I'll kill you. Without a word, Qin Xian swung the brick again. It struck with a whistling sound, and the pockmarked man's right hand was instantly smashed to a bloody pulp. Blood splattered across the mottled wall, resembling an ink painting. This is your last chance, Qin Xian said, wiping the bloody brick with his sleeve. Ah! The pockmarked man howled, staring at his mangled hand. Finally, he broke down. No more. No more. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's Brother Dao. Scarface from the Four Seas gambling den, he cried, snot and tears streaming down his face. Someone paid him to take out your entire family. The brick slipped from Qin Xian's hand and fell to the ground with a clatter. His gaze turned icy cold. The Four Seas gambling den? Scarface? Qin Xian's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. If anyone dares to harm my family, I'll make sure they die. Just as Qin Xian was about to deal with the 3 thugs, the screams in the alley abruptly stopped. He looked down and found the pockmarked man lying motionless. Qin Xian turned his head in confusion. This is a throwing star? Embedded in the pockmarked man's forehead was a cross-shaped shuriken, its blade gleaming coldly as it pierced deeply into his skull. Qin Xian turned to check the other 2 thugs. The same weapon was lodged in the exact spot on their foreheads. The 3 corpses hadn't even bled. When? Qin Xian's heart trembled, cold sweat sliding down his back. He had been here the entire time, yet he hadn't noticed when the shurikens were thrown. This was terrifying. Several seconds passed, and the alley remained eerily silent. Since they didn't harm me, they must be an ally, not an enemy, Qin Xian thought to himself. Forcing himself to calm down, he cupped his fists toward the empty alley. Thank you for your assistance, Master. Could you show yourself so I can thank you in person? He asked. But after waiting for a long time, only a gust of wind swept through the alley, stirring fallen leaves in response. Qin Xian understood clearly, this person did not wish to be seen. He bowed slightly. Thank you again for your help. With that, he turned and began to leave. Just as he turned away, the shadows behind him started to move in an unsettling manner. 3 ashen-gray arms extended from the darkness, dragging the corpses back into the shadows as though hauling sacks of grain. The bloodstains on the stone pavement were slowly consumed by a thick, black mist, and the alley soon became spotless. It was as if nothing had ever happened. A snow-white spear spun in Shurya's hand, its silver-white runes glowing brightly. The tip of the spear radiated a dazzling white light. Martial technique, 1,000 snow strikes. In an instant, the gun's body erupted with a dazzling silver light, and powerful energy fluctuations concentrated at the tip. Watching from afar, Qin Ming's face changed dramatically. Not good. The martial skill of a fourth-grade warrior was astonishingly powerful. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, and a mass of black demonic energy condensed in his palm. He struck out forcefully with his palm. Boom! The demonic energy surged, and Qin Ming's aura skyrocketed, instantly breaking through to the second-grade realm. The next moment, Qin Ming shot out like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, a cold shout echoed from the forest, "First move, break 1,000 armies." And Shuriao swung her long spear sharply. The tip of the spear burst forth with dazzling white light, and an invisible energy slash flew directly toward the shadow army. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. Several shadow ninja ghosts disintegrated into wisps of black mist upon contact with the energy slash. This single strike killed dozens of shadow ninjas. Those with higher vitality narrowly escaped due to their quick reactions, otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. For ordinary first-grade warriors, this one strike alone would have wiped out a large number. Qin Ming's heart sank. He knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. If the shadow army was completely wiped out, who would do his bidding? He pointed with his right hand, and a blinding red light shot out from his fingertip, aiming directly at Shuriao. And Shuriao, who had intended to unleash a second spear strike, seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned her head and simultaneously swung the spear. Tip. The white light collided with the red light in mid-air. Boom! The massive shockwave from the explosion sent many shadow ninjas flying. Fortunately, most of the shadow ninjas had high vitality and weren't blasted back to the Shadow Kingdom by the shockwave. However, quite a few were left lying on the ground, severely injured, and on the verge of being forced back to the Shadow Kingdom. Qin Ming froze. He hadn't expected Shuriao to be so strong. After all, he had just used the Dragon Talisman. The power unleashed by the Dragon Talisman was 10 times his own strength. In other words, Qin Ming's current attack, with a force equivalent to 2,000 vitality points, had been effortlessly blocked by Shuriao. How could Qin Ming not be shocked? Before he could think further, Shuriao unleashed another slash, flying straight toward his face. As the sound of the wind breaking reached him, Qin Ming immediately used Shadow Leap to disappear into the forest. He planned to wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow when Shuriao let her guard down. Seeing this, Shuriao immediately chased in the direction where Qin Ming had vanished. Another merman. How could a merman appear in the forest? Shuriao wondered to herself. She had thought such demonic creatures only lived in the sea. What was going on here? What had happened on the other side of the barrier? As Shuriao pursued, the flying shadow bats in the sky began their counterattack. Boom! 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 Dozens of black light waves shot toward Shuriao, covering a vast area. The black light waves blotted out the sky, seemingly intent on engulfing her. Courting death. Shuriao's gaze turned cold as she abruptly stopped and swung her spear toward the sky. A cold shout followed, 1,000 snow-100 slashes, third move. The runes on the spear began to flow continuously, emitting an increasingly bright light. Burial of 1,000 snow. As these 3 words were spoken, white light enveloped Shuriao. Before the black light waves could approach, the white light surged skyward like an avalanche, colliding fiercely with the black light waves. The black light waves held on for a few seconds before being completely devoured, and the white light continued its momentum, shooting straight into the sky. The flying shadow bat swarm let out piercing screams before finally dissolving into black mist and vanishing into the void. A few seconds later, the white light dissipated. The sky cracked like a mirror, revealing Countless fissures and more flying shadow bats poured out from the cracks. Seeing this scene, and Shuryao's pupils contracted sharply, and her hand holding the gun trembled slightly. What kind of monster is this? It can actually hide in the void? She stood still, muttering to herself. This was the first time in her life she had seen someone able to freely conceal themselves in the void. It was simply unbelievable. While she was still in a daze, now's the time. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance. He pointed his finger at Shuryao, then suddenly paused. I remember in the anime, the most powerful aspect of the Dragon Talisman is its infinite energy. If that's really the case. In the next moment, a water column condensed at Qin Ming's fingertip. He attempted to activate the Dragon Talisman within his body, channeling its power into the water column. Instantly, the water began to exhibit strange fluctuations. The originally transparent liquid became crystal clear, with faint traces of crimson energy flowing within. Dragon Talisman, Energy Infusion. Whoosh! The enhanced water column tore through the air, rushing toward Shuryao's back at supersonic speed. What? Shuryao hurriedly spread her pristine wings to shield herself. But to her surprise, the water column sliced through her wings like a hot knife through butter, and the shockwave sent her flying dozens of meters. Boom! As the dust settled, Shuryao lay in a pool of blood. Her once proud wings now had a bull-sized hole blasted through them. The white feathers were stained red and drifted sorrowfully in the wind. In the sky, the flying shadow nightbats pointed at Shuryao one by one, seemingly ready to strike again. Qin Ming glanced at them indifferently, his thoughts stirring. The flying shadow nightbats seemed to receive a command and immediately turned to fly deep into the forest. A martial artist of the 4th grade realm shouldn't die so easily, right? Qin Ming used shadow jumping to hide within Shuryao's shadow. Extending a hand from the shadow, he gently touched her delicate nose. Feeling the warmth of her breath, he finally relaxed. As expected, she's just unconscious. In the next moment, the shadow condensed, and Qin Ming fully emerged. He bent down and picked up Shuryao. The red cheongsam she wore had more tears as he moved, revealing smooth skin that was faintly visible. Her slender legs slid out from the high slit of the dress, her toes still wrapped in torn black stockings. Her wings drooped weakly, blood-stained feathers drifting in the wind, while a few strands of hair clung to her damp neck. Qin Ming looked down at the beauty in his arms. Her face was pale and bloodless. The collar of her cheongsam was slightly open, revealing an elegant collarbone. Her ample chest rose and fell gently with her faint breathing, making her appear particularly alluring. Lighter than I expected. Qin Ming adjusted his grip, confirming that Shuryao had no fatal injuries. He felt much more at ease. Losing a 4th grade realm ally would have been a real headache. Qin Ming collected his thoughts, unfurling a pair of massive black wings behind him, and flew toward the mountain cave. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the cave. Qin Ming gently set Shuryao down, murmuring to himself, "Where did she put my card?" Then, he began searching her body. After finding the electronic card, Qin Ming brought it to his nose and sniffed. Strange, why does it smell like milk? Without thinking much of it, he pocketed the card. In the next moment, Qin Ming focused his mind, and a lottery interface appeared before him. Just as he was about to click to draw, he paused, turning to look at the penniless Shuryao. Qin Ming fell silent for a moment. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on luck. After saying this, he pressed the lottery button. The page began to shake violently, but this time no black mist emerged. A wisp of purple energy shot out from the screen like a swimming dragon and instantly entered Qin Ming's brow. He felt a warm current flow through his meridians, spreading throughout his body, and finally transforming into countless streams that merged into his limbs and bones. However, nothing happened. That's it? Qin Ming frowned. He waited a few more seconds, but still, there was no change. He stood there in a daze, instinctively moving his hands and feet. His mind was blank. What does this mean? That's all? Is this the system's consolation prize? Qin Ming was somewhat uncertain. There was no sensation of a surge in power, nor any sign of acquiring a new skill. The system interface was so clean that there wasn't even a hint or notification. Yet, his sixth sense had just told him that he had obtained a super treasure. This feeling couldn't be wrong. It shouldn't have only this effect. Unwilling to accept this, Qin Ming swung his fist and carefully felt the power within his body. Sure enough, there was no change. Then, he meticulously examined his entire body. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, his frown deepened. Could it be hidden inside? He closed his eyes and directed his consciousness deep into his brain. Inside, apart from the suspended shadow breathing technique, there was now an additional cluster of purple energy swimming around. It's really in here. Qin Ming tried to use his consciousness to capture the purple energy, but it was as agile as a swimming fish, quickly slipping away every time he got close. He couldn't catch it at all. After trying more than a dozen times without success, Qin Ming had no choice but to give up and temporarily exit the inner vision state. I'll check it out again when I have the chance. Suppressing his doubts, Qin Ming pressed the lottery button again. This time, the system interface was suddenly surrounded by a pitch-black mist. Within the mist, a crystal-clear jade gourd slowly emerged. The surface of the gourd glowed with a faint blue hue. It looked unremarkable, yet it gave Qin Ming a simple but powerful feeling. His eyes lit up. Based on his previous experience, this was definitely something good. Sure enough, the gourd shot into Qin Ming's hand in the next second. At the same time, the item's information appeared before him: Divine Token, Water Demon Gourd Item Level, Unknown Description, contains the original demonic energy of Basha. Note: absorbing this demonic energy without Basha's demon tattoo will result in extremely severe consequences. Qin Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. A divine token. It was actually a divine token. He had watched Jackie Chan Adventures and was well aware of the value of a divine token. This was a top-tier treasure. It's actually Basha's divine token. My luck is incredible. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the system's description, he understood that this divine token must be used in conjunction with the demon tattoo. And he happened to have Basha's demon tattoo on his body. If it were the token of another demon, it would be useless to him. His luck was simply unparalleled. Pop! A soft sound echoed. Qin Ming carefully opened the gourd stopper, revealing a small gap. A wisp of faint blue demonic energy shot out like a spirit snake, entering his body through his breath. Ugh! Qin Ming's entire body trembled, and suffocating visions suddenly appeared before his eyes. The phantom of the demon Basha stood proudly in the void, and just its gaze sweeping over him made him feel as if he had fallen into the depths of the ocean. The oppressive sensation was so intense that he could barely breathe. Crack! Qin Ming quickly closed the gourd and staggered back a few steps. However, that wisp of demonic energy, like a wild horse off its reins, rampaged through his meridians. Suppress it! Qin Ming gritted his teeth and activated the demonic energy from the tattoo within his body, striving to firmly control this surge of power. Time ticked by second by second. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of deep blue light flashing within them. He slowly stood up, the bones in his body emitting cracking sounds. So this is The demonic energy of Basha's essence? He clenched his fist, and a wave of air exploded in the surrounding space. After refining that wisp of demonic energy, Qin Ming felt his strength had greatly increased. Even without checking the silver ring, he knew his vitality had at least surpassed 300. If I absorb all the demonic energy in the gourd. Qin Ming's eyes burned as he stared at the deep blue gourd. Just now, he had only absorbed a small portion of Basha's essence. Demonic energy. If he absorbed it all, his power would undoubtedly become terrifying. However, Qin Ming also understood that this couldn't be rushed. Just absorbing that tiny bit of essence demonic energy had already pushed him to his limits. If there was too much demonic energy, it might overwhelm his body. If that happened, it would be disastrous. He decided to deal with the current situation first and then slowly absorb the demonic energy in the gourd. The system. Notification in his mind pulled Qin Ming out of his chaotic thoughts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the target dark value +1 dark value. +2 dark value +1. It seemed the shadow army outside was working hard. Indeed, being undisturbed was the best scenario. All I want is the dark value. What did I do wrong? After calming his mind, Qin Ming once again looked at the system's lottery page. Lottery dark value balance, 168. Then, he turned to look at the unconscious in Shi Yao. Seeing that she hadn't woken up yet, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, he should be able to draw twice more. If he still couldn't get the mask, talisman, or demonic tattoo, Qin Ming would have no choice but to take action. But that would be the last resort. If he really acted, it would undoubtedly cause big trouble. After all, if a fourth-grade expert died in the school, they would never let it slide. The teachers would definitely launch a large-scale investigation. They might even discover some particularly strange talents and directly pinpoint Qin Ming. So no matter what, Qin Ming didn't want to kill Shi Yao. Besides, Shi Yao was so beautiful. I'm willing to stay single for 50 years. In exchange for anyone of the mask, talisman, or demonic tattoo. Please. Qin Ming silently prayed in his heart, his finger pressing the button on the lottery page. Heaven seemed to hear his plea. Deal made. Inside the cave, Qin Ming stared blankly at the lottery page, completely unprepared for the astonishing effect of the incantation. Black mist spread, and within it, a small white rabbit darted around at incredible speed. Qin Ming didn't even need to look to know what it was. This scene was too familiar, identical to the previous dragon talisman. Could this be divine intervention? At the moment he raised his head, the small white rabbit transformed into a beam of white light and entered his hand. The item information appeared simultaneously: 12 talismans, rabbit level, unknown. Rabbit talisman, power of speed, accelerates all things, no energy consumption required. Note, speed is 20 times your own. Description: the host cannot use it, it must be given to someone else. Note, cutting open the skin to let the talisman enter the opponent's body will bind the talisman to them for life. Those who possess the 12 talismans will forever become slaves to the host. Note, the opponent's strength must not differ too greatly from the host's. After reading the information, Qin Ming felt a bit puzzled. He understood everything else, but what does not require energy consumption mean? Could it imply that even if the energy within his body was depleted, the rabbit talisman could still be used? However, it seemed like the other talismans also didn't require energy, right? He shook his head, trying to clear away the chaotic thoughts. The strength must not differ too greatly from mine. 2. Fourth grade realms, does this count as too big a gap? Qin Ming muttered softly as he looked at the unconscious Shi Yao. Then he crouched down and carefully lifted Shi Yao's injured wing. Let's give it a try. He gently placed the rabbit talisman on the wound. But as soon as the talisman touched the feathers, It fell to the ground with a plop, rolling to his feet. Just as I thought, it won't work. Qin Ming's face instantly darkened, his fists clenching. Involuntarily. And Shuryao's strength was too great, completely incompatible with the system's requirements. No. That's not right. It's not that she's too strong. It's that I'm too weak. Once he realized this, Qin Ming's expression grew even grimmer. It was his own lack of strength. If he were already a 4th grade martial artist, this wouldn't be an issue. Do I really have to kill her? Qin Ming stared at Shuryao, his heart torn with indecision. The consequences would be too severe. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. The risk was too high. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take that step. The next moment, Qin Ming suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly retrieved the water demon gourd from his shadow ring. If there was any way to quickly boost his strength, it would be this gourd. It was his last glimmer of hope. I can only gamble on this. Qin Ming gripped the gourd tightly, his hands trembling slightly. He hadn't intended to absorb the primordial demonic energy so soon, but now the situation was urgent. Pop! The gourd stopper was slightly loosened, creating a small gap. A wisp of deep blue demonic energy surged out and entered Qin Ming's body. His expression immediately contorted. The primordial demonic energy rampaged through his body like a wild horse. Even so, Qin Ming didn't close the gourd. Wave after wave of demonic energy poured into his body. Qin Ming himself couldn't even count how much he had absorbed. He only knew he was nearing his limit. Finally, gritting his teeth, he forcefully sealed the gourd stopper. Arg! The primordial demonic energy wreaked havoc inside him, every inch of muscle feeling as though pierced by countless steel needles. Qin Ming clenched his teeth tightly, using the demonic energy from his demon tattoo to try to control the rampaging energy. He hadn't wanted to absorb so much demonic energy at once. But Shuryao could wake up at any moment. For Qin Ming, time was the most precious resource. His body kept switching between human and merman forms, with scales appearing and disappearing intermittently. Over an hour later, the last trace of demonic energy was subdued, and Qin Ming, in his merman form, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A violent surge of energy erupted from him, signifying a breakthrough in his realm. But Qin Ming staggered and fell to his knees, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. If this still doesn't work, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Qin Ming trembled as he picked up the rabbit talisman and pressed it against Shuryao damaged wing. He could already feel that he had reached his limit. Although her vitality greatly improved, his consciousness began to blur when the talisman transformed into a stream of light and entered her wound. Qin Ming's hand, which had been clasped around her neck, finally loosened. If the rabbit talisman had fallen to the ground, Qin Ming would have strangled her to death long ago. In the next moment, Qin Ming could no longer hold on and collapsed directly into unconsciousness. At the same time, his body reverted to human form. As his consciousness sank into darkness, Qin Ming faintly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Rabbit talisman successfully activated. Talisman power +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 12 talismans, Rabbit. Rabbit talisman grants the power of extreme speed. Accelerates all things without requiring energy input. Note, the specific speed is 20 times the host's base speed. Current number of talismans, 2. Note, collecting all 12 talismans will grant extraordinary power. Beside him, Shuryao, who had absorbed the rabbit talisman, began to experience miraculous healing of her wounds. The injuries on her wings wriggled slightly, broken bones automatically mended, and the damaged flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Snow White feathers grew back in place, restoring her to her former state, or perhaps even better, as they seemed smoother and more radiant than before. In the cave, the two lay exposed to each other, vulnerable and unguarded. No one knew how much time had passed. And Xiuyao let out a faint moan, her long lashes trembling slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. A sudden, sharp headache made her draw in a cold breath, as if someone had struck her head with a heavy hammer. Instinctively, Xiuyao raised her hand to massage her temples, but suddenly froze. Her hand, which was resting on her abdomen, did not touch fabric but instead her bare, smooth skin. She quickly lowered her head, as if struck by lightning. This is... In a panic, she hugged herself tightly, then turned to see the equally unclothed Qin Ming lying unconscious beside her. Her beautiful eyes widened even further. Impossible! A terrifying thought flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly checked her body. After confirming she was unharmed, Xiuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the unconscious Qin Ming, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. I remember I was seriously injured at the time, right? How did I suddenly end up here? Could it be? Was it him who saved me? Tianwu Academy. Class F of the Mortal Division. The afternoon sunlight lazily streamed into the classroom. In the spacious room, only a handful of students were scattered around, their heads bowed as they read the bestiary guide. The guide detailed the known combat abilities and weaknesses of various magical creatures, essential information for martial artists. However, most students were resting in their dormitories at this hour. Bai Muxue sat alone at her desk, lost in thought. Propping her chin up with both hands, her eyes were vacant, her mind seemingly adrift. I wonder what Brother Qin Ming went off to deal with, she murmured absent-mindedly, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. Creak! The classroom door was pushed open, and a boy with a clean, gentle appearance walked in, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Muxue, I knew you'd be here. Su Wenhao walked toward Bai Muxue, a smile on his face. Inwardly, he thought, we're both new to Tianwu Academy, so she must feel as nervous and uneasy as I do now. Approaching her at this moment is the perfect chance to get closer to her heart, *. With that thought, Su Wenhao's smile grew even brighter. Bai Muxue didn't even turn her head. She merely glanced at him coldly through the reflection in the glass, and, sure enough, saw that detestable face. Bai Muxue, already in a bad mood, felt even more irritated. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. Seeing that she ignored him, Su Wenhao didn't get angry. He believed that one day, Bai Muxue would be moved by his sincerity. Just as Su Wenhao was about to sit down, Bai Muxue spoke coldly, "Get lost." In the past, Su Wenhao was like a fly buzzing around her, and she couldn't be bothered to deal with him. But today, this guy actually wanted to sit in the spot where Brother Qin Ming had sat. It was utterly shameless. Su Wenhao's face changed, and he stood frozen in place. What did I do to upset her? Before, although Bai Muxue didn't treat him kindly, she had never directly told him to get lost. This left Su Wenhao momentarily confused. Muxue. Get lost, didn't you hear me? Bai Muxue turned her head, her right eye now a vivid red, with 3 black pupils spinning continuously inside. It looked extremely eerie. Su Wenhao was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, the calm expression on his face vanishing without a trace. He knew Bai Muxue was truly angry now. Otherwise, she wouldn't use her innate ability against him. Sorry. After saying this, Su Wenhao clumsily left Class 3 of the fan character group, accidentally bumping into the podium and knocking over several books. His ridiculous appearance made it seem as if a ferocious beast were chasing him. In the classroom, a few students couldn't help but laugh. The next moment, Bai Muxue slowly withdrew her gaze, the red hue in her right eye gradually fading. She looked out the window and murmured softly, "Brother Qin Ming, what are you doing now?" At that moment, an image of Hu wanting involuntarily surfaced in by Mushue's mind. She knew very well that this woman had feelings for Qin Ming. Whether in terms of figure or looks, Hu Wanting was no less than herself. This gave Bai Mushue a strong sense of crisis. Then, she thought of a possibility. Could it be he's on a date with another woman? As she said this, Bai Mushue's beautiful eyes slowly lowered, and her once clear gaze was again tinged with blood, the three pupils spinning wildly. No. Absolutely not. Brother Qin Ming is mine, he will always be mine. No one can take him away from me. Absolutely no one. Tianhe District. In an alley near Qingshan Community. Scarface, alone with two of his subordinates, was still anxiously searching for Qin Xian. Beep. 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 The man with a tiger head tattoo on his arm swallowed nervously. Brother Scar, we still can't reach Motzi and the others. Could it be? Could it be something happened? Shut the hell up. Scarface slapped him across the face. Cursing, 3 against 1, how could anything go wrong? Another subordinate scratched his head and muttered. Then where could they have gone? Scarface's expression darkened. They must have gone off chasing women. Again. Though he said this, a cold glint flashed in Scarface's eyes. He knew very well that Motzi and the others had likely already met their end. Motzi wasn't the type to overstep boundaries, he would never ignore a call. But what Scarface couldn't figure out was how Qin Xian managed to defeat all 3 of them on his own. Who the hell is this old man? Scarface squinted, recalling the way Qin Xian walked. It was clearly the gait of an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. Yet this very person had managed to take down 3 of his men? Damn it, looks like I underestimated him. Scarface cursed inwardly. Boom! A sharp sound pierced the air. Scarface turned and delivered a whip-like kick, shattering half a brick in response. As stone fragments scattered, he fixed his gaze on the fleeting shadow at the alley entrance, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Finally caught you, huh? Chase him. Kill that old man. 3 figures charged into the alley like tigers pouncing on prey. But as they reached the corner, they suddenly came to a screeching halt. Swish! Qin Xian held 3 oil-soaked hemp ropes in his hands. As soon as Scarface and his men appeared, he yanked them hard. A piercing friction sound echoed. 2 of Scarface's underlings were hoisted upside down, the ropes tightly binding their ankles. Their heads slammed into the wall, leaving their faces bloodied. Scarface reacted quickly and dodged. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Qin Xian shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. What a pity. I thought I could take all 3 of you out at once. Scarface glanced at his 2 subordinates but ignored them. His fists clenched slightly, emitting a white aura of energy, as he assumed a fighting stance. His expression grew serious as he stared at Qin Xian. This seemingly ordinary man, who appeared to have no martial arts skills, was giving him an intense sense of danger. What was going on? Oh! Qin Xian's face lit up with interest. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. Ah! It's a shame I was born without the aptitude for martial arts. No matter how strong my vitality is, I can't become a martial artist. As he spoke, he twisted his neck, his expression gradually darkening. But this strength, it's enough to deal with you. Now, let's see if your power is stronger or if my killer move is deadlier. Hearing this, Scarface's face twitched and he snorted coldly. Enough talk. With that, he moved, his fist wrapped in energy, slicing through the air as it aimed straight for Qin Xian's face. Qin Xian instinctively tilted his head slightly to dodge, then swung his fist toward Scarface's neck. Scarface tried to block but was too late. Thud. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from Qin Xian's own shadow. A sharp katana pierced through Scarface's chest. Qin Xian froze, staring at the ghostly ninja emerging from his shadow. His half-thrown punch stopped mid-air, leaving him stunned in place. What is this? The black blade slowly withdrew, and Scarface looked down at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief before collapsing heavily to the ground. Under Qin Xian's astonished gaze, the ghostly ninja threw two shurikens, precisely hitting the heads of the two hanging underlings. Then, two more ghostly ninjas crawled out of Qin Xian's shadow. One dragged the corpses of Scarface and his two subordinates into the shadow, while the other began cleaning up, meticulously wiping away the blood and debris on the ground. Before long, the ghostly ninjas silently merged back into Qin Xian's shadow. The wind gently brushed Qin Xian's hair, and the alley was eerily quiet, as if nothing had happened. Qin Xian stood there, alone, his expression bewildered. Who are they? Am I? Could I have awakened some kind of special ability? Inside a cave. And Shuriao stepped barefoot onto the cold stone floor, her toes curling slightly as she moved with the silent grace of a cat. She bit her moist lower lip, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her hanging black hair. After searching around, she still couldn't find her clothes. I can't just run out like this. And Shuriao muttered softly. After a while, she knelt beside Qin Ming and began examining his body. Confirming that Qin Ming was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Silently, she gazed at Qin Ming's profile. As the distance between them closed, the man's unique scent grew stronger, causing a strange wave of heat to rise in her chest. What was happening? Why couldn't she resist the urge to get closer to him? This should have been impossible for her. After all, she had always thought she felt nothing for men. Deep down, she believed she might even prefer women. But now, how could this be? Clearly, when she saw Qin Ming outside the secret realm earlier, she felt nothing at all. But now, it was different. After a dozen seconds, strange. Her fingers hovered in the air before finally landing gently on Qin Ming's cheek. The moment her skin touched his, and Shuriao's heartbeat quickened, and her breathing grew rapid. This unfamiliar sensation made her slightly excited. He shouldn't wake up so soon, right? She murmured softly, her fingers beginning to trace his features as if trying to memorize his appearance. So, a man's skin can be this smooth too, she said, her fingertips lightly gliding over Qin Ming's face. In the quiet cave, only the sound of their steady breathing could be heard. Gradually, and Shuriao's gaze became hazy. She no longer limited herself to gently stroking his cheek. She leaned forward slightly, her long hair cascading down, the tips brushing against the man's bare chest. Her red lips slowly moved closer. She wanted to part Qin Ming's lips gently but was afraid of waking him. Her movements were cautious, incredibly tender. She didn't know how much time had passed when an Shuriao stared blankly at Qin Ming's face, now covered in lipstick marks. Did I do this? Did I just keep kissing him? I must be crazy, she muttered to herself in a daze, her hands repeatedly clutching her hair. She felt like she was on the verge of breaking down. How could she do something so shameless? I'm a full 10 years older than him. And yet I still did something like this. And Shuriao covered her face in anguish, feeling like she could never face Qin Ming again. He had saved her, and yet she had developed feelings for her savior. She was overwhelmed with shame. But the fluttering in her heart made her want to continue what she had just done. For Yao, who had never been in a relationship, she had no idea what this meant. Why? Do I feel like I really like him? No. That's not right. It's not liking. It's love? This thought suddenly emerged, and she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Love? Impossible. How could I fall in love with him? The next moment, Yao stood up, staring at Qin Ming in horror. She could feel that something was wrong with her. Her feelings for Qin Ming were completely abnormal. That intense love terrified her. At this moment, she was even willing to give her life for Qin Ming. No. No. Yao trembled as she muttered to herself, looking around in panic. In this cave. What exactly happened between me and him? There must be something wrong. Absolutely something wrong. As sharp as she was, she immediately pinpointed the key. All the abnormalities began after Qin Ming fell unconscious. Qin Ming, still asleep, suddenly let out a muffled groan, his brows furrowing slightly. Yao's face lit up with joy. She quickly crouched down, gently supporting Qin Ming's head, and asked softly, Qin Ming, are you awake? Even she didn't realize how much concern filled her voice. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his head still a little foggy. A hallucination appeared before his eyes. He saw two towering peaks in front of him. Qin Ming took a sharp breath and raised his hand to press his temple. Yao's heart tightened suddenly, and she instinctively took a few steps closer. Are you feeling unwell? Are you hurt? Her warm breath gently brushed past Qin Ming's ear, carrying a faint minty scent. Qin Ming shook his head, propped himself up on the ground, and slowly sat up. I'm fine. How long was I unconscious? Hearing this, Yao froze for a moment, shook her head, and softly parted her red lips. I don't know. I just woke up not long ago myself. By the end of her sentence, Yao's voice had grown faint, lacking confidence. She truly had no idea how long they had been unconscious. But she had been awake for at least half an hour. During that time, she had acted freely around Qin Ming. The lipstick mark on his face was the best evidence of that. Qin Ming touched his head and nodded. He still felt a bit dazed. Yao sneaked a glance at him. Seeing that he hadn't noticed the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The room fell silent for a while. After some time, Yao finally broke the silence and softly asked, Was it you who saved me? Her voice was gentle. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yao revealed an as expected expression. She trusted Qin Ming's words more because, when she had been holding him earlier, she had already sensed his strength. He had reached the second-grade realm. This stirred waves in her heart. Reaching the second-grade realm at the age of 18? That was incredible. Qin Ming said nothing, and Yao felt a bit disappointed. As if trying to find a topic, she continued to ask, When did you reach the second-grade realm? Qin Ming froze. He felt a bit puzzled. Second-grade realm? Only second grade? That couldn't be right. Before he lost consciousness, he had felt the energy and blood in his body surging. At least third grade. How could it only be second grade? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed Qin Ming's mind. Could it be demonic energy? Could it be that the increase in demonic energy now added more than 100 points to his vitality? Thinking of this, Qin Ming felt a bit excited. He couldn't wait to transform into a merman and test it out. But with Yao still present, he dismissed the idea. I wonder if the rabbit talisman has a similar effect to the mask, Qin Ming thought to himself. Should he give it a try? The next second, Qin Ming coldly said, "Kiss me." In the cave, Qin Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he noticed that Enshur Yao had no visible wounds on her body. Could absorbing the talisman temporarily heal injuries? Was the talisman's power too strong? Qin Ming silently noted this detail in his mind. "Kiss me," Qin Ming repeated. Enshur Yao froze for a moment, her eyes widening slightly, her red lips trembling. Qin Ming. Before she could finish her sentence, she lightly pecked his lips like a dragonfly skimming the water, then immediately pulled away. Although the action was brief, her face still turned red. Of course, Qin Ming's request for her to kiss him had no ulterior motive. After all, his mind was currently focused solely on taking down the gang and earning dark points. He had no interest in romance. He simply wanted to test the talisman's power and see if Enshur Yao would obey him. Enshur Yao felt that after the kiss, the two of them were now a couple. She immediately spoke up, "Qin Ming, let's not tell anyone about this for now, okay?" Afraid that Qin Ming might misunderstand, she quickly added, "Don't overthink it. It's not that I don't want to take responsibility for you. It's just I'm not ready yet." Just the thought of going out with Qin Ming and possibly being talked about made her uncomfortable. After all, she was 10 years older than Qin Ming and always felt like an old cow eating young grass, which was a bit awkward. A glimmer flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he held Enshur Yao tighter, his voice gentle, "Don't worry, Shur Yao. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know boundaries. Keeping it private was best. It would avoid unnecessary trouble." He was well aware of how many boys at the martial arts school secretly admired Enshur Yao. If they found out Enshur Yao was with him, it would definitely cause an uproar. However, saying they were together didn't seem entirely accurate. Enshur Yao had now become his slave. Judging from the earlier situation, the talisman's ability to control people was no less effective than the mask. Moreover, the talisman required no waiting or consent from the other party. This was far superior to the mask and the demon tattoo. Hearing his words, Enshur Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with affection. She tilted her head and gave Qin Ming a light peck on the lips, saying happily, "Qin Ming, you're so good to me. He's so good to me, I can't let him down." Enshur Yao's heart was sweet and content. She was completely unaware that something was quietly altering her thoughts. Qin Ming smiled faintly but said nothing. He was calculating in his mind how to gain more dark energy through her. Should he have Enshur Yao take out gang members? Or hunt exotic beasts? These thoughts flashed through his mind but were quickly dismissed. It wasn't the right time yet. Although Qin Ming urgently needed dark energy, and Enshur Yao's special status made it too risky to have her act recklessly, as it could easily expose them. "Shur Yao, we're already together, so stop calling me by my name," Qin Ming said, lifting her chin and gently stroking it. Hearing this, Enshur Yao's face turned even redder. She bit her lip lightly and tentatively asked, Then what should I call you from now on? Husband?" That sweet voice sent a shiver down Qin Ming's spine. Oh no, no way. Compared to husband, Qin Ming much preferred being called master. "No, huh?" Enshur Yao looked at him in confusion. "Then what should I call you?" Without much thought, Qin Ming blurted out, "Master." As soon as the words left his mouth, Enshur Yao's face immediately lowered, her breathing quickened, and her voice trembled. Can I call you something else?" Those two words were too Much pressure for her. She found it hard to say. No, you can only call me that. What a joke, what other title could be as satisfying as this? At least Qin Ming thought this was the most thrilling. A hint of shyness crossed in Shuryao's face. Her body tensed slightly, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Master. Her emotions were incredibly complex. Please spare me, Lord Shinhe. Why would he make me say something like this? Could this be some kind of couple's quirk? And Shuryao had never been in a relationship and didn't know if this was normal or not. But she didn't dare refuse Qin Ming's request and could only obediently comply. Seeing in Shuryao's shy demeanor, Qin Ming laughed. He hadn't expected that even at 28 years old, and Shuryao was still a blank slate emotionally. Not just physically, but mentally as well. Her earlier behavior alone showed that she'd never been in a relationship before. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so inexperienced. Qin Ming had initially wanted to keep teasing her, but he suddenly remembered something important. He had to find out. The two of them snuggled together. Shuryao, do you still have my card with you? Qin Ming asked casually. Shuryao's heart tightened, and she quickly patted herself down. She was barely wearing anything to begin with. So where could she possibly hide something? It's over. And Shuryao's face turned pale. She hurriedly stood up, looking around in a panic. How could it be lost? I clearly hid it so carefully. What do I do now? Shuryao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the cave. That card absolutely couldn't be lost. Absolutely not. Seeing her so flustered, Qin Ming's heart stirred. It was just a card to enter the secret realm, wasn't it? Why was she so panicked? Could the card have another purpose? Qin Ming stood up and hugged in Shuryao from behind, speaking softly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Hearing Qin Ming's gentle words, and Shuryao's tension eased slightly. "I'm sorry, Master." She turned around and hugged Qin Ming tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking your card, it wouldn't have been lost. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry." Her heart was full of guilt, regretting her actions. A glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he gently patted her smooth back, comforting her. "It's okay, Shuryao. I don't blame you, but what's so special about this card? Why are you so nervous?" And Shuryao's expression changed. Her gaze evasive, and her words became hesitant. "This. That. Master, why are you asking?" She didn't want to hide it, but the matter was too important. The fewer people who knew, the better. Seeing her reaction, Qin Ming was certain the card was no ordinary item. "It's okay, I'm just curious," he said, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Tell me the specific purpose of the card." In an instant, and Shuryao's heart trembled, and countless voices in her mind urged her to speak up. She hesitated for only a second before softly saying, "That card is the key to the deepest part of the secret realm. It's extremely dangerous. Inside, in the entire Tianwu Academy, only the principal has this card. I don't know why the principal gave the card to you, Master. But I do know that this card is extremely dangerous." After saying this, and Shuryao froze completely. What just happened to me? How strange. Why did I listen to him so obediently? She began to feel something was off. But the influence of the charm spell dulled her mind. Although she sensed something was wrong, she couldn't figure out why. Qin Ming's heart was filled with questions. The key to the deepest part of the secret realm? Could there be an even deeper secret realm within the deepest part? This thought excited him. If there was an even more powerful secret realm, the issue of the dark energy value could be easily resolved. However, judging by Enshuryao's expression, the deepest part of the secret realm seemed extremely dangerous. For now, Qin Ming decided not to enter. He would wait until he summoned more shadow troops before exploring. So that's how it is, Qin Ming muttered to himself. Then, he walked toward the cave entrance. Master, where are you going? Enshuryao asked nervously. Qin Ming waved his hand. To kill a couple of exotic beasts and make us some clothes. He turned back and smiled. We can't just walk out bare-chested, can we? Hearing this, Enshuryao's face turned red, her voice soft. Then master, please be careful. If only she'd brought more clothes into the secret realm, they wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now. Don't worry, Qin Ming said calmly. As soon as the wooden door closed, Qin Ming immediately summoned the silver ring from the shadow ring and darted swiftly into the forest. A few minutes later, the bodies of two crimson-eyed tigers lay on an open field, while two shadow ninja were busy skinning them. These tiger pelts were meant to be made into clothes for Qin Ming and Enshuryao. Qin Ming stood nearby, transformed into his merman form. He stared intently at the data on the silver ring. Time, 2:58 p.m. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Vital energy, 1079.2, late. Stage 3rd rank martial artist, my vital energy has actually surpassed 1,000. That gourd is truly a treasure. If I absorb all of Basha's demonic energy, what level will I reach? Could I directly become a 6th rank martial artist? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's breathing involuntarily quickened. For others, becoming a 6th rank martial artist simply meant they were very powerful. But for Qin Ming, it was different. He could summon countless 6th rank martial artists of the same level. At that point, how terrifying would his strength be? Forget about not eating beef, Qin Ming would outright declare he wouldn't eat dragon meat. The next second, Qin Ming dispelled his demonic transformation and looked back at the silver ring. Time, 3:00 p.m. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Vital energy, 279.2, early stage 2nd rank martial artist. I never thought that even without demonic energy, I could have over 270 vital energy. Qin Ming shook his head and smiled. Everything was progressing so quickly that he found it hard to believe. In just a few days, he had gone from being a martial artist with no cultivation to a 2nd rank powerhouse. It was like a dream. At that moment, the two shadow ninja placed the finished tiger skin coats in front of him. Qin Ming flicked his finger, and a jet of water sprayed out, instantly washing away the bloodstains on the tiger pelts. After putting on the tiger skin, he activated the dragon talisman to dry the clothes. Not bad at all, talismans are really useful, Qin Ming praised. The talismans. If the Holy Master knew he was using talismans for such trivial tasks, he would definitely explode with anger. On the way back, Qin Ming activated the rabbit talisman. What would have been a 10-minute journey took him only a few seconds. The speed made him quite pleased. If the rabbit talisman is combined with the 9 heavens thunder movement technique, and then enhanced with the dragon talisman, what would happen? Would my speed surpass the speed of light? Thinking about this, Qin Ming pushed open the wooden door of the cave. He saw Enshuryao crouching alone in the corner, hugging her knees and staring blankly. She looked pitiful. Master. Hearing the door open, Enshuryao immediately stood up and ran into Qin Ming's arms. I don't know why, but as soon as you leave, Master, I feel so empty inside. It feels like I'm afraid you'll leave me. That feeling, it's so painful, really painful. As she spoke, she rubbed her head against Qin Ming. Her voice filled with pleading, "Master, don't abandon Xiaoyao, okay?" Qin Ming was stunned. What was going on? I just went to kill 2 exotic beasts, and now it's turned into such an emotional scene? Could it be the system's effect? He had always been curious about how the system made Zheng Core and the others obey him. At first, Qin Ming thought it was simply controlling their physical actions. But seeing Enshi Yao so dependent on him today, he immediately realized he was completely wrong. The system not only preserved their original thoughts but also planted something special in their hearts, not just making them follow orders, but making them unable to leave him from the bottom of their hearts. Is this the system's double-layered guarantee? Truly reassuring. Qin Ming muttered to himself, then he gently patted Enshi Yao's back and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiaoyao. Master will never abandon you." Hearing this, Enshi Yao revealed a happy smile and nodded firmly. Put on your clothes, we need to leave here." With that, Qin Ming handed her the tiger skin coat. Enshi Yao took the coat, still carrying Qin Ming's scent, turned her back, and began to put it on. In no time, she was dressed, and the rough animal skin surprisingly fit her figure perfectly. The wide hemline just covered the middle of her thighs, and as she moved, the contrast between her snow-white skin and the golden-brown tiger stripes was striking. The most eye-catching feature was her slightly curving chest line, which left Qin Ming stunned. To be honest, Enshi Yao's figure was simply flawless. That mature, commanding aura was incredibly alluring. "By the way, Xiao," Qin Ming said, "what happened in the secret realm today must not be told to anyone after we leave, including the encounter with those monsters," he reminded her. "Why?" Enshi Yao asked, puzzled. Qin Ming patted her head and smiled, "Be good, listen to me. I'll report these matters to the principal, so you don't need to worry." Hearing this, Enshi Yao blushed and lowered her head. Okay. I'll listen to Master." At Tianwu Academy, Qin Ming and Enshi Yao left the trial secret realm under the astonished gaze of the security guard. What the heck? How did this student come out with Teacherin? And there, wearing matching tiger skin outfits? The guard's gaze quickly fell on the red mark on Enshi Yao's neck, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. He was utterly stunned. "Master, should we go to my dorm to change clothes?" Enshi Yao glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and cautiously asked. The teachers at Tianwu Academy all had private dorms, not only for convenience but also because they were key combat forces of the Academy. In emergencies, they could respond immediately. Qin Ming looked at the tiger skin coat he was wearing, his expression twitching. Going to the apprenticeship ceremony dressed like this felt like Sun Wukong attending a ceremony with Tang Sanzang, utterly ridiculous. After some thought, he smiled and said, "All right. Soon." The two arrived at the door of teacher dormitory number 26. Enshi Yao entered the password. They didn't encounter any other teachers or students along the way, as most had gone to attend Qin Ming's apprenticeship ceremony. Beep. The scanner at the door lit up with a blue light and emitted a crisp sound. Beep. Authentication successful. Click. The door opened. As they entered, a refreshing mint scent greeted them. The room wasn't large, a one-bedroom apartment with a living room and bathroom. The 50-square-meter single apartment was neatly organized, and the virtual training pod in the center of the living room was still glowing with a blue standby light. Click. As the door locked, Enshi Yao suddenly hugged him from behind. Her lips gently pressed against Qin Ming's carotid artery, and the tiger skin coat slipped from her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white back. "Master," Enshi Yao said softly. She herself couldn't understand why, But every time she saw Qin Ming, she couldn't resist hugging him, as if Qin Ming were a succubus, making her heart itch and impossible to resist. Qin Ming felt a headache coming on, thinking, what on earth is going on here? Weren't we supposed to change clothes? Why is it turning into kissing and hugging? I still have to attend the apprenticeship ceremony. Shiryao, stop this. I have important things to do, he said, trying to free himself from an Shiryao's grasp. Shiryao completely ignored him and continued kissing Qin Ming's neck. Weren't you going to the martial arts training ground this afternoon? I'll help you take leave, she had the authority to do so. Like everyone else, she thought the principal had called everyone together just to announce the trial rankings. And whether or not to attend didn't really matter. Before Qin Ming could explain, the silver ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated, emitting a continuous buzz sound. Hang up the phone. Master, don't pay attention to him. And Shiryao's voice was soft and slightly seductive. Who was so annoying as to dare interrupt her intimate moment with her master? I can't hang up this call. As soon as Qin Ming answered, he knew it was Li Jianguo calling. On the other end of the line, Li Jianguo's voice was deep and powerful. Minger, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to begin. Where are you now? Hearing this familiar voice, and Shiryao trembled all over, her heart racing. It was the principal calling. Apprenticeship ceremony? What was that? A bold thought suddenly flashed through in Shiryao's mind. Li Jianguo wanted to take Qin Ming as his disciple. How was that possible? Li Jianguo, who hadn't taken a disciple for so many years, actually had his eye on Qin Ming? Thinking about Qin Ming's strength, which had already reached the second-grade realm, and Shiryao calmed down. An 18-year-old martial artist at the second-grade realm indeed had the qualifications to become Li Jianguo's disciple. Master, I was delayed for a moment just now. I'll head over right away, Qin Ming said, gently pushing and Shiryao aside and signaling her to help him get his clothes. Realizing the importance of the situation, and Shiryao quickly ran into the bedroom to search for clothes. She also took the opportunity to change into a beautiful outfit. She didn't want to miss her husband's apprenticeship ceremony. Thinking about her husband being a martial arts prodigy, and Shiryao felt sweet inside. She decided to dress up beautifully so Qin Ming could shine at the ceremony. After chatting briefly with Li Jianguo, Qin Ming hung up the phone. Not long after, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. And Shiryao had changed into a tight-fitting purple cheongsam, holding two pieces of clothing in her hands. The high slit of the skirt revealed her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, making her look exceptionally alluring. I don't have men's clothes in my room. These are the largest sizes I bought, and they're relatively unisex. Try them on and see if they fit. And Shiryao's voice was soft as she lowered her head and handed Qin Ming a white shirt and a pair of jeans. Her demeanor was completely like that of a sweet little wife. Seeing Shiryao dressed like this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Brother Su was right. Purple really did suit her. Taking the clothes, Qin Ming changed directly in the living room. And Shiryao couldn't help but drool as she watched. After changing, he walked into the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Did I get more handsome? He touched his chin, feeling a bit puzzled. His features seemed more defined, making him look even more attractive. What are you looking at? And Shiryao leaned against the doorframe and asked softly. Nothing, let's go. A few minutes later, and Shiryao and Qin Ming walked into the martial arts training ground one after the other. By now, the spacious training ground was already packed with people. And Shiryao walked gracefully in her high heels, causing a stir among the students. Wow! Teacher N is still so beautiful. That purple dress is stunning. Wait, I think I see kiss marks on Teacher N's neck? Nonsense. My goddess N can't possibly have a boyfriend. Exactly. Whoever talks nonsense. Again, I'll beat them up. A group of hot-blooded boys stared at her intently, their gazes seemingly magnetized. The purple cheongsam outlined her perfect waist and hip curves, with her black silk-clad legs faintly visible through the high slit. At this moment, however, An Shiryao regained her usual composure, slightly raised her chin, and walked resolutely toward the teacher's lineup. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, after a brief exchange with Yin Huan and Li Jianguo, quietly returned to the ranks of Class 3 of the fan character group. Students! Li Jianguo stood on the high platform, his voice resonating across the venue. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd. You should all know that last week we initiated the annual trial in the secret realm. At this point, he rarely smiled. This time, the first place in the secret realm gave me a huge surprise. After a decision by the Academy's top management, I am breaking precedent to accept him as my personal disciple. These words exploded like a thunderclap. The students erupted into an uproar, and even the mentors seated in the teachers' section turned pale and began whispering among themselves. Did the principal just say what I think he said? Accepting a disciple? Did I hear that right? Slap me, I need to see if I'm dreaming. In all the previous years, the principal never accepted the first place winner as a disciple. Why suddenly this time? Do you know who the first place winner is? I know, but I can't say. The teachers' section was abuzz with chatter, and the students below were even more chaotic. Damn! Why didn't I get this treatment last year? This is unfair. Why wasn't this done last year? I suspect there's something fishy going on. They probably decided to accept a disciple first and then came up with this trial in the secret realm as an excuse. Wasn't there a band of thieves in this trial? How did someone still manage to take first place? Yeah, do you think these two things are connected? Watching the noisy crowd, Li Jianguo's expression remained unchanged. His gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on Qin Ming from Class 3 of the fan character group. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Second grade realm. Already? That's way too fast. This is simply unbelievable. Li Jianguo knew something was off. His disciple was definitely hiding some kind of secret, though he himself didn't mind. But others wouldn't be so calm. If people found out that Qin Ming had jumped from no rank to the second grade realm in just a few days, the news would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Some might even stop at nothing to trouble Qin Ming, forcing him to reveal the secret of his rapid power growth. It seems I need to classify all his records as top secret. Li Jianguo racked his brains to ensure Qin Ming's safety. Everyone, quiet down. Quiet down. At Li Jianguo's shout, the venue immediately fell silent. Now, I will announce the rankings for this trial in the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive display screen in the martial arts field lit up with a set of data. Qin Ming, number of beasts defeated, 108. Su Wen, number of beasts defeated, 2. Fang Yanghua, number of beasts defeated, 2. Li Chen, number of beasts defeated, 1. Hu Wanting, number of beasts defeated, 1. The data appeared, and the venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. How could the gap be this exaggerated? A student rubbed their eyes, incredulous. Am I seeing things? The difference between first and second place is over 100 beasts? Who exactly is Qin Ming? Is he related to the principal? No way, I remember Bu Ming only killed 20-something beasts last year, but this Qin Ming actually killed 108. Could this be cheating? I feel like my intelligence has been brutally insulted by the principal. Wait, I heard there was a band of thieves in the secret realm this time. Could it be? As soon as this was said, it immediately caught everyone's attention. A band of thieves appeared in the secret realm, followed by a master who killed over 100 beasts. It was hard not to connect the two events. The slightly smarter students quickly understood the hidden truth. I was scared to death. I thought a martial arts genius had emerged, but it turns out he's just a super rich second-generation kid. What do you mean? Think about it, it's obvious. For Qin Ming to kill so many beasts, he must have spent money to hire a group of people to help him. The boy speaking glanced at the students from the fan class. Maybe some of the people here were bribed by Qin Ming. Damn, so that's how it is. I don't believe anyone could kill that many beasts. But I heard Qin Ming's family is poor. Yeah, I heard his talent is decent, but his family conditions are average. Of course, some people question this, but their voices were drowned out by the crowd's discussion. Li Jianguo completely ignored the noise and loudly announced, "Now, let's invite the first-place winner of this Secret Realm trial to come on stage and receive the award." He knew very well that Qin Ming had stolen others' prey. But in this world, the strong rule. If you have the ability, come and take it back. Qin Ming walked forward expressionlessly. With his current second-grade martial arts level, he could feel many people staring at him. Quite a few gazes were filled with hostility. The students from the fan class who participated in the trial all understood. This guy in front of them had stolen their spoils. They stared at Qin Ming as if they wanted to devour him. If looks could kill, Qin Ming would have been killed hundreds of times by now. But Qin Ming didn't care at all. Not to mention he had the backing of a martial arts school master. With his current strength, teaching these unranked martial artists a lesson would be effortless. The ceremony ended quickly, dispersing after about 10 minutes. As they left, Li Jianguo patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. "Do you think your master made the ceremony too simple?" "No," Qin Ming shook his head. "Not at all." A trace of admiration flashed in Li Jianguo's eyes. He liked this about Qin Ming, he never asked unnecessary questions. "Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. Too many people are watching you. If they knew I cared about you, it might bring trouble." Li Jianguo's eyes glimmered slightly, his tone serious. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. Other trouble? Could someone want to kill me? I already have the backing of a 6th-grade martial artist. Who would dare touch me? Oh, right. Li Jianguo patted his head, waved his sleeve, and a small, bulging pouch the size of a palm appeared in his hand. This contains the essence and inscriptions you need for your martial arts. I originally planned to give it to you after you became a martial artist. But I didn't expect, Minger, your progress to be so fast. Li Jianguo stroked his beard and smiled. Good, very good. Thank you, Master. Qin Ming bowed slightly, accepting the pouch with both hands, unable to hide his excitement. He wasn't surprised that Li Jianguo could tell he was a 2nd-grade martial artist. After all, Li Jianguo was a super strong expert. It was completely normal for him to see through Qin Ming's aura. Li Jianguo nodded with a smile. Go back. If there's anything you don't understand about martial arts, feel free to come to me. Yes, Master. On the way to the virtual room, Qin Ming's smile never faded. Awesome. I can finally practice 9 heavens. Thunder movement and spirit turtle calming the sea technique. my speed will definitely be off the charts. Dragon Talisman combined with Rabbit Talisman, plus 9 Heavens Thunder movement, Qin Ming couldn't even imagine how fast he would become. Only the fastest speed can put my mind at ease. Qin Ming had just taken 2 steps when 2 figures flanked him on either side, gently holding his arms and surrounding him warmly. Brother Qin Ming, where did you go this morning? Bai Muxue asked softly, her eyes fixed on the clothes he had changed into. Strange, why change clothes after running errands? She couldn't help but lean in for a sniff, and suddenly trembled. A woman's scent. These clothes have a woman's scent. Bai Muxue clenched her fists, her chest heaving. Why did he change clothes? Could it be Qin Ming and that woman already? She didn't dare to think further. Who is it? Whose clothes are these? Qin Ming remained calm and made up a story. Master just asked me to handle something earlier. I can't believe it, you actually became Principal Li's disciple. Hu Wanting's eyes sparkled. That was Li Jianguo, the strongest martial artist in the entire Tianhe city. With such a powerful backer, Qin Ming could walk sideways in Tianhe city. Qin Ming smiled but said nothing. Bai Muxue didn't care about the master-disciple relationship, what mattered to her was that sentence, Master asked him to handle something. So, these clothes belong to that old man? Bai Muxue frowned and leaned in for another sniff. This faint mint scent smelled more like a woman's fragrance. Could it be that old man Li also has this scent on him? She felt a bit puzzled. Master! A soft, coquettish voice suddenly called out from behind, and a delicate figure pressed against Qin Ming's back. Just hearing the voice, Qin Ming knew it was Zhang Kuo. You guys are making it impossible for me to walk, Qin Ming said helplessly. At this moment, he felt like a tree trunk entangled by 3 sloths, with every step bringing a different soft sensation. It was giving him a headache. This system's effect was too strong. Although being surrounded by beauties was enjoyable, his mind was entirely focused on trying out martial arts in the virtual pod. He had no time to deal with this entanglement. Hearing this, the 3 women simultaneously frowned, their eyes warily watching each other. Do you understand the concept of boundaries between men and women? Brother Qin Ming is my boyfriend, why are you getting so close to him? Bai Muxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone unfriendly. These words made Zhang Kuo's heart sink. She tightened her grip on Qin Ming's arm. Could it be that Master doesn't want to marry me because of her? She's his girlfriend? She is indeed beautiful, but I'm not bad either. Why would Master? A trace of sadness flashed in Zhang Kuo's eyes. Hu Wanting curled her lips into a faint smile and sneered, ridiculous. My relationship with him has long surpassed that of mere boyfriend and girlfriend. Calling us husband and wife wouldn't be an exaggeration. Why shouldn't I be close to him? After speaking, Hu Wanting tightened her hold on Qin Ming's arm. Damn it! Why, after having a relationship with me, does he still date others? Now I'm at a disadvantage. Hu Wanting was about to explode with anger. Zhang Kuo trembled. How could it be Master and her? No! Absolutely impossible. This news left Zhang Kuo's mind blank, and the shadow behind her began to distort. It seemed as if something was about to emerge from it. You're lying. Bai Muxue screamed, her right eye's triple pupils spinning wildly. Hu Wanting felt intense killing intent, her gaze lowered slightly, staring at Bai Muxue without saying a word. Could it be necessary to summon them here? At school? But there were too many people here. If she really did this, her plan would be ruined. Hu Wanting was deeply conflicted inside. Shut up. Qin Ming's voice was cold, his gaze sweeping over the three women. Killing intent is meant for enemies, not for your own people. This is the first time, and it will also be the last. His words were clear. The three women present were smart and immediately understood Qin Ming's meaning. Jiang Kor snapped out of it, hugged Qin Ming, and was the first to speak. As long as I can be with Master, nothing else matters. Nothing else is important. These past few days had made Jiang Kor realize one thing: she could no longer live without Qin Ming. Although she didn't know why she had become like this. If Qin Ming were gone, she felt she would die. She would truly die from missing him. Hu Wanting's expression changed slightly. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while, then gently grabbed Qin Ming's hand. Although she said nothing, it seemed as if she had expressed everything. I hate you. Bai Mushue's eyes reddened, and she turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she came back again. She stood beside Qin Ming, her head slightly turned to one side to prevent Qin Ming from seeing her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why were so many people fighting over brother Qin Ming? She really wanted to eliminate Jiang Kor and Hu Wanting directly. But Bai Mushue knew that if she really did that, she would definitely lose Qin Ming. This was something she could not accept. Seeing Bai Mushue like this, Qin Ming sighed inwardly. Why are you doing this? He knew he couldn't give Bai Mushue any promises. Jiang Kor and Hu Wanting loved him, and Qin Ming could completely understand. With the system's help, this was normal. But Bai Mushue, he truly didn't understand. He had already made it so clear, yet she still wanted to be with him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Could it be that my charm is really this great? Qin Ming muttered to himself. At that moment, more than 10 people approached Qin Ming aggressively. Qin Ming! Fang Yanghua, the leader, shouted loudly, his face dark as he walked up to Qin Ming. When he saw Bai Mushue and the other two beauties with their stunning looks, his pupils shrank sharply. Damn! Jiang, the campus belle. Hu, the campus belle. And a super cute beauty. Why were they so close to Qin Ming? Could it be because he had become the principal's disciple? Thinking of this, Fang Yanghua's anger burned even hotter. Damn it, I was supposed to be the principal's disciple, but this guy beat me to it. In his view, if Qin Ming hadn't led a group to seize the exotic beast's corpse, he would definitely have taken first place. Who are you? Qin Ming frowned, asking in displeasure. Didn't these people have any sense? Couldn't they see he was busy right now? Jiang Kor and the other two women also raised their heads, looking at the dozen people in front of them with dislike. Don't worry about who I am. Fang Yanghua withdrew his gaze, pointed at Qin Ming, and said angrily, I ask you, in the trial secret realm, was it you who stole my exotic beast corpse? The people behind him also began to accuse him one after another, and mine. Damn it! It must be you. One person killed 108 exotic beasts? Do you think we would believe that? Pa! Do you really think we're fools? The quarrels of the crowd reignited the anger of the three women who had just calmed down. Qin Ming, is this how you talk to people? Bai Mushue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her voice as cold as ice. If you say one more word, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Hu Wanting suddenly produced a long sword in her hand and pointed it at the crowd, her killing intent completely unhidden. Jiang Kor also had a grim expression, taking a step forward, ready to act. The crowd was so frightened by the three women's demeanor that they were at a loss for what to do. What was going on? Were they really going to fight to the death? Fong Yonghua's face twitched. Was Qin Ming some kind of irresistibly charming man? How could he make 3 women willing to fight for him? Truly strange. Qin Ming, hiding behind women, what kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come out and face me head on. Fong Yonghua shouted loudly. Yeah, a man should. Step forward. What? Did something but don't dare admit it? Qin Ming, you're just a coward hiding behind women. And you have the audacity to claim you killed 108 exotic beasts? Shameless. With Fong Yonghua backing them up, the people behind him started clamoring again. The surrounding students stopped to watch the commotion. Gossiping was a natural instinct for people of the Great Xia. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Hu Wanting's hand holding the sword trembled as she took a step forward. Zhang Kor and Bai Muxue also stepped forward expressionlessly. They were already furious. Qin Ming quickly held back the 3 women, his voice calm, talking about stealing exotic beast corpses. Do you have any evidence? Humph. Fong Yonghua sneered, do we even need evidence? You killed 108 exotic beasts, that's the best evidence. Everyone knew this was abnormal. How could an unranked martial artist possibly kill so many exotic beasts? Even if it were 100 pigs placed there for Qin Ming to kill, he wouldn't be able to finish them in 2 days, let alone over 100 exotic beasts. Oh? Qin Ming slightly raised his head, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly, so you're saying you have no evidence? Where would they get evidence? Qin Ming was well aware of the shady tactics of the Ghost Shadow Ninja. If they managed to find any incriminating evidence, that would truly be disastrous. The people in front looked at each other, unable to say anything definitive. They had no evidence and hadn't even seen who had stolen the exotic beast corpses. Then put your hands down. Qin Ming's gaze sharpened as he shouted sternly. Fong Yonghua was so startled that he took a step back, even lowering the finger he had been pointing at Qin Ming. Just now, Qin Ming's gaze made him feel as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast. If you dare point your finger at me again, I will kill you. Qin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Gulp. Fong Yanhua nervously swallowed, completely overwhelmed by Qin Ming's aura, but thinking about the many people watching behind him, he gritted his teeth and stammered, although we don't have evidence, we know, there's no way you could have killed over 100 beasts. It's simple if you want us to believe you. Fight me one-on-one. Fong Yonghua dared to propose a duel, showing he was full of confidence. He had already investigated thoroughly and knew that Qin Ming hadn't awakened any talents. With his own level 7 vital energy and A-level combat talent, there was no way he could lose to Qin Ming. Humph. Qin Ming sneered, glanced at the crowd, and said disdainfully, a duel? A one-on-one duel with you? I'm not interested. But if it's a duel against all of you, I might be quite willing. He didn't want to fight for fun, he wanted to settle these troublemakers once and for all. And teach a lesson to those who dared to provoke him. Fong Yonghua was secretly delighted. One person fighting 17? He had never heard of such a thing. Really think you're a martial artist, huh? Watch how I deal with you. Fong Yonghua was secretly pleased but didn't show a trace of it on his face. He said he wants to fight all of us alone. Fong Yonghua turned to the others and asked, what do you think? Although he wanted to agree immediately, he pretended to hesitate to avoid being accused of bullying with numbers. Take him down, Boss Yonghua. Since he wants to fight all of us, why should we refuse? Exactly. If he wins, I'll believe he really killed those beasts with his strength. I've never seen someone so arrogant in my life. Fang Yanghua's group shouted one after another. They wanted to vent all the grievances they had suffered in the trial secret realm on Qin Ming. They didn't care whether Qin Ming had stolen the beasts or not, they just wanted to release their anger. Seeing the desired effect, Fang Yanghua smiled and said, meaningfully, you better think carefully fighting all of us alone. Once you're in the ring, fists won't show mercy. I've warned you in advance, whatever happens, don't blame me. 17 against 1, Fang Yanghua didn't believe Qin Ming could win. Of course. Qin Ming smiled and squinted his eyes. But just relying on a duel is a bit boring. You accused me of stealing beasts from the start, which has seriously damaged my reputation. Jiang Kor and Hu Wanning saw Qin Ming's expression and knew he was about to pull some tricks. Again. They were well aware of Qin Ming's strength. Forget these 17 people, even if there were 17 more, they'd just be fodder. But Bai Muxue was extremely anxious at this moment. She stepped forward, tugged Qin Ming's arm, and whispered, Brother Qin Ming, fighting 17 people alone, are you crazy? What if you get hurt? Qin Ming smiled, patted her hand, and whispered, don't worry, just watch how I deal with them. Bai Muxue stared at Qin Ming's confident demeanor, momentarily stunned. Then she turned to look at Jiang Kor and Hu Wanting, seeing them watching like spectators, and understood. Brother Qin Ming must be hiding some secret. This was likely the reason he was so popular with girls. Bai Muxue felt she had grasped an important clue. Hearing this, Fang Yanghua sneered, if you win, then the beast corpses definitely weren't stolen by you. I'll compensate you with 50,000 daxia coins as reparation. After finishing his words, he shifted the topic, but if you lose, what will you do then? Qin Ming replied with a smile, if I lose, I'll compensate all of you for your losses. 50,000 daxia coins per person. However, if I win, each of you will have to pay me a reputation damage fee. 50,000 per person, with 17 people, that adds up to 850,000. Wow! Big money. This is a huge profit. Qin Ming was overjoyed inside. He never thought he could make so much money from a fight. It was like picking up a bargain. Fang Yanghua frowned slightly. He had no problem taking out 50,000, but what about his brothers behind him? Seeing Fang Yanghua start to hesitate, his brothers spoke up one after another, don't worry, Yanghua bro, we have money. That's right, what's 50,000? It's worth starving for a year. Yanghua bro, agree to it. I don't believe 17 people fighting one will lose. Exactly. Hearing everyone's words, Fang Yanghua felt reassured and coldly said to Qin Ming, alright, I agree. Qin Ming smiled happily. Another windfall coming in. The people around who heard their conversation were all stunned. Did I hear that right? One person fighting 17? Isn't that asking for death? Is this Qin Ming too arrogant? Even a martial artist at the early stage of the first rank wouldn't dare claim they could take on 17 talented martial apprentices. He's simply courting death. Let's see how he plans to pay back that 850,000 if he loses. And that's not all. Once other students from the fan class see there's money to be made, they'll definitely come looking for Qin Ming. He'll be overwhelmed later for sure. You're absolutely right. Who wouldn't want free money? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Qin Ming and Fang Yanghua arrived at the martial school arena with the 17 challengers. Although Tianwu Academy allowed students to engage in duels, all participants were required to sign an electronic liability waiver. The group walked slowly to the display screen, which listed various rules. The most important one was highlighted in red. Note: Intentional fatal injuries are strictly prohibited, ***. This duel was a wager-based match. Arena wagers required both parties to deposit their stakes up front to prevent any disputes. Fang Yanghua was the first to sign his name and deposited 50,000 daxia currency. His companions followed suit, signing their names and paying their stakes one after another. After signing and paying, Fang Yanghua raised an eyebrow at Qin Ming. "Your turn, Qin Ming." Without hesitation, Qin Ming signed his name and directly deposited 850,000 daxia currency. Fortunately, the payment from selling the exotic beast carcass had already been credited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the money to cover the wager. As soon as the application was submitted, the arena emitted a creaking sound. Around the 2-meter-high platform, layers of steps suddenly rose. Ding! The duel begins. Contestants, please step onto the arena. As the system notification sounded, Qin Ming and Fang Yanghua's group ascended the platform. By now, the area surrounding the arena was packed with spectators. What's going on? I've never seen so many people on the platform at once. Is this going to be a group fight? Students who knew the inside story quickly explained. After hearing the explanation, the surrounding crowd erupted in even louder exclamations. Whoa! 1 person against 17? Did I hear that right? This is insane. How confident must he be to attempt this? He's truly audacious. The principal's disciple is something else. He dared to pull stunts in the trial secret realm, and now he's taking on 17 opponents at once. What do you think? If Fang Yanghua and his group lose, will the principal intervene? I'm sure he will. Who would dare mess with the principal's disciple? It's practically asking for trouble. The chatter around the arena was incessant. Below the platform, Bai Muxue grew increasingly anxious, unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. What gave Qin Ming such confidence? How could he dare to challenge so many people alone? She had initially wanted to join him, but Qin Ming had stopped her. Watching his calm demeanor, Bai Muxue felt a bit lost. She couldn't understand how someone without talent could possibly win this duel. But seeing Jiang Core and the others remain composed, her mood gradually settled. Could it be? Could brother Qin Ming really win? Bai Muxue wondered to herself. Compared to the noisy crowd below, the arena was eerily quiet. Once all 18 participants were on the platform, the creaking sound echoed again, and the steps instantly disappeared. Fang Yanghua, noticing Qin Ming's calmness, hesitated. For a moment, feeling puzzled. Why was he so composed? Did he have some hidden advantage? With this thought, Fang Yanghua spoke. In a deep voice, "Everyone, stay sharp. Don't underestimate him. Use your best skills. If we lose today, it won't just be a temporary embarrassment, we'll be the laughingstock of the entire campus." Fang Yanghua's words were spot on. This wasn't just a trivial joke. If they lost, they would undoubtedly become the talk of the school, remembered forever. Understood. Don't worry, brother Yanghua. Just wait and see, brother Yanghua. Watch how I make him eat dirt. The companions behind him responded one after another. The muscular Zhao Taizhu couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward directly. "Brother Yanghua, let me go first. I can't stand people who pretend to be tough." With that, Zhao Taizhu charged fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming no longer concealed his aura, and the oppressive force of a martial artist instantly enveloped the entire arena. Fang Yanghua and his group suddenly narrowed their eyes. He's a martial artist. Qin Ming is actually a martial artist. Fang Yanghua was just about to call Zhao Taizhu to stop when he saw Qin Ming's figure move. Qin Ming silently recited a word in his mind, "Rabbit." Instantly, a faint rabbit symbol appeared in Qin Ming's eyes, and his figure vanished from the arena. The rabbit talisman. The power of extreme speed. Seeing Qin Ming suddenly disappear, everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak. How is this possible? Wasn't Qin Ming supposed to have no talent at all? How could he be this fast? This is unbelievable. Zhao Taizhu was also stunned, not knowing what to do for a moment. He was about to turn around to ask Fang Yanghua when, bang! A heavy punch landed on his stomach, and his burly body was flung out like a ragdoll, landing unconscious off the arena. Qin Ming's figure reappeared, leisurely shaking his wrist. He coldly stared at Fang Yanghua and his group. Fang Yanghua's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Attack! All of you, go!" His shout was abruptly cut off. Qin Ming disappeared from the arena once again. The next second, Fong Yanghua felt a searing pain in his abdomen, as if it were being torn apart. His entire body was sent flying, and his consciousness began to fade. It's over. This is utterly humiliating. These were Fong Yanghua's last thoughts before losing consciousness. The remaining 15 people snapped out of their daze as if awakened. They wanted to confront Qin Ming head-on, but they couldn't see him and had no idea where to strike. Just as they hesitated, another figure was sent flying. 1, 2, 3. Qin Ming turned into a series of afterimages, each appearance accompanied by the dull sound of bones breaking. Bang! A bespectacled student had just raised his hand when his chest caved in. As he was sent flying, he knocked over 3 of his companions. One by one, the students on the arena were kicked off like soccer balls, lying on the ground, unable to move. In no time, all 17 people had been kicked off the arena. Only Qin Ming remained standing on the stage. The electronic prompt sounded again. Ding, duel over. Qin Ming wins. Stairs reappeared around the arena. Qin Ming walked down the stage nonchalantly and said calmly, I was able to kill 100 beasts because I only encountered 100. You killed 2 beasts because your strength only allowed for 2. Challenge me to a duel? Are you even worthy? Qin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. This time, no one dared to refute him. They were still immersed in shock, unable to recover. Did I see that wrong? His speed is just absurd. He defeated 17 martial apprentices in less than a minute? How is that possible? They didn't even use their talents and still lost. Could it be? Qin Ming really killed over 100 beasts purely with his strength? As this voice echoed, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in terror at the speaker. An 18-year-old martial artist was already this powerful. In the trial secret realm, he had killed over 100 exotic beasts. What kind of monster was this? Was he even human? The medical staff from the martial arts school rushed over and quickly carried the unconscious Fong Yanghua and his group onto stretchers. The entire dueling arena instantly became lively, with people coming and going. As Qin Ming stepped down from the ring, Bai Muxue rushed into his arms, a bit flustered. Don't be so reckless next time, she said. What if you get hurt? Qin Ming smiled, gently patting her head, and said softly, all right, I won't next time. Meanwhile, Jiang Kor and Hu Wanning also ran up to Qin Ming. Compared to Bai Mushue's nervousness, they appeared full of energy. After all, they were well aware of Qin Ming's strength. There was no way he could lose. A man with such a powerful aura couldn't possibly be weak. The next moment, the silver ring on his wrist flashed twice, and Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He eagerly opened it to check. Dasha Bank, account ending in 1188 credited, 1,700,000 in just 1 minute, he had earned 850,000. It was so easy. If only I could have this kind of luck every day. Qin Ming muttered to himself, stroking the silver ring. He knew it was impossible. Once he made a move, no one would dare provoke him again. After all, most people liked to bully the weak and feared the strong. Seeing Qin Ming's happy expression, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Kor's eyes. The master seemed to really like money. If I could help him. Thinking of this, Jiang Kor revealed a smug smile. She felt as though she had discovered the secret to making Qin Ming happy. The people around them looked on in amazement as Qin Ming, accompanied by Jiang Kor and the other 2 girls, walked toward the virtual training room. Now I understand why the campus bells of Jiang University and Hu University like him. He's a martial arts prodigy. It's only natural for beautiful women to admire him. His speed and cultivation, progress are astonishing. Could he have some special martial arts physique? No wonder he didn't show his talent before. Turns out he has a martial saint body. I believe now that he could kill over 100 exotic beasts with his strength. I agree. This is what a true martial artist is. Even without innate talent, he can carve out a path with his fists. From now on, Qin Ming is my idol. If anyone dares say he's just the principal's relative, I won't stand for it. Qin Ming's performance of taking on 17 opponents single-handedly not only helped him avoid future trouble but also attracted many new admirers. A so-called talentless waste had transformed into the principal's disciple and, with an astonishing record of 1 against 17, silenced all doubters. This was practically the script of an idol drama. From an unknown boy, he had suddenly become the school's rising star. It was no surprise that some people now idolized him. Outside the virtual training room, Qin Ming and his group walked along, laughing. The virtual training class was different from the morning's liberal arts classes. There were no divisions by class or grade. Everyone entered the virtual training room on equal footing. Stop talking. Let's go in, Qin Ming said, his smile fading as his voice turned calm. This class had no fixed schedule and no restrictions on when to attend. For example, if there were 3 sessions a week, students only needed to spend 6 hours in the virtual training pods. Creak. Qin Ming pushed open the heavy door, and standing before him was a young woman in her 20s. Fu Mian lounged lazily in the control chair, her playful double buns tied up, with a few strands of wine-red hair cascading beside her fair neck. She wore a tight white tank top that outlined her alluring waist and hip curves, her long, slender legs crossed under ultra-short shorts, and her toes barely holding onto a pair of flip-flops about to fall off. She held a book in her hands, with a rectangular liquor flask placed beside her. The strong aroma of alcohol mixed with the citrus scent of her perfume. Just a whiff was enough to make one's heart race. The flask was open, and a blush spread across Fu Mian's face, clearly indicating she'd had quite a bit to drink. Hearing a sound, Fu Mian lazily looked up, seeing 3 women of different styles following behind Qin Ming, her eyebrows raised slightly. Come in. Thank you, teacher, Qin Ming replied, leading Jiang Kor and the other 2 girls inside. The training room was a 3-story open structure, with hundreds of virtual pods neatly arranged like a honeycomb. Most of the pods had red lights on, indicating they were in use, and the occasional sound of simulated explosions could be heard. Found it. After searching for a while, Qin Ming finally spotted 4 virtual training pods connected together, their blue lights on. Here it is. With that, he climbed directly into one of the pods. Jiang Kor and the other 2 girls didn't object and quietly followed him in. Not far away, Fu Mian propped her cheek on her hand, her drunken eyes hazy as she watched the 4 of them. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen a guy bring 3 girls along. Students these days really know how to have fun. Fu Mian raised the liquor flask and took a big swig. The white liquor trickled down her chin. The blush on her face spread from her cheeks to her collarbone, making her look incredibly enticing. Hick! She let out a satisfied, long hiccup. Inside virtual training pod number 98, Qin Ming lay quietly, his eyes closed. At this moment, his consciousness entered another world. In a vast, white space, a floating, beautiful robot was communicating with him. Hello, student. Qin Ming. Please select your desired opponent. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. An opponent, huh? This place couldn't simulate powers like talismans, masks, or innate abilities. It could only rely on martial techniques and personal combat skills. I'm currently at the early stage of the 2nd grade realm. Let's pick an opponent at the mid-stage of the 2nd grade realm, Qin Ming said calmly after a moment of thought. Understood, student Qin Ming. Scanning martial techniques and skills within the silver ring. Ding. Scan complete. Scenes of others using martial techniques like the 13 styles of wildfire flooded into Qin Ming's mind. In an instant, he quickly grasped the usage and some key insights of these 3 martial techniques. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Ming spoke calmly, let's begin. Ding. Simulation officially starting. Please prepare yourself, student. 3, 2, 1. The scene instantly twisted and transformed. The previously vast, white space turned into an abandoned city. Qin Ming stood in the middle of a road, surrounded by dilapidated buildings overgrown with weeds. The entire setting exuded a gloomy, deathly silence. Simulated city, fallen Linhuai city, simulated monster, mid-2nd grade. Twin-headed demon wolf, sigh. Qin Ming let out a sigh. How could he have forgotten about this? Tianwu Academy, in order to train students' courage in facing monsters, would default to simulating a real fallen city and monsters if no specific scenario or opponent was selected. Ding. Qin Ming, please choose your weapon. Friendly reminder. The monster will arrive in 30 seconds, please choose quickly. Qin Ming didn't respond, his fingers continuously sliding across the virtual interface. Although the 13 styles of wildfire was a sword technique, it could be used with a spear, saber, or sword. Staring at the 3 weapons in front of him, Qin Ming fell into deep thought. The monster will arrive in 15 seconds. Please choose quickly. Alright, stop rushing me. Qin Ming sounded a bit impatient. In the end, he chose a long sword. Not only because he had an A-grade talent, Frost Soul Silver Sky Sword, but more importantly, he thought men looked cooler wielding swords. The moment he selected the long sword, a 3-foot blade floated in front of Qin Ming. The monster has entered the battlefield. Good luck, Qin Ming. Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression changed, and he quickly gripped the longsword tightly. A wolf's howl suddenly echoed. Qin Ming saw a 2-meter-tall, 2-headed giant wolf emerge from the corner at the end of the road. Its 2 pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Ming with a piercing gaze. The intense pressure made his entire body tense up. This was Qin Ming's first time simulating a battle against such a powerful monster. Previously, he had only practiced against low-level monsters or beasts. A mid-second tier monster was something he had never encountered before, leaving him somewhat uncertain. It was well known that, at the same level, monsters were stronger than humans. Even with the advantage of human talents, defeating a monster of the same tier wasn't guaranteed. Monsters far surpassed humans in speed, strength, and defense. Plop! Drool dripped from the sharp teeth of the 2-headed demon wolf, sizzling as it hit the scorched ground. It slowly advanced toward Qin Ming, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, carefully observing. The distance was about 300 meters, within the range of the dawn slash. But to ensure a precise hit, Qin Ming refrained from acting rashly. He chose to wait, letting the demon wolf come closer. The preparatory movements for the dawn slash were already concealed within his sleeve. 200 meters. 150 meters. Suddenly, the left head of the demon wolf lifted, and all 4 blood-red eyes locked onto Qin Ming simultaneously. Now! Qin Ming raised his sword and slashed fiercely at the 2-headed demon wolf. The blade emitted a dazzling red light, and crimson runes appeared on the hilt. Mid-third tier, fire element runes. In an instant, a streak of fire shot out from the sword's tip at incredible speed. With the fire element runes enhancing it, the dawn slash not only became more powerful but also significantly faster. The fire streak reached the 2-headed demon wolf in the blink of an eye. Realizing it couldn't dodge, the wolf opened its massive jaws wide, spraying out a jet of pitch-black liquid. Boom! The collision of the 2 forces created a deafening explosion. Dust and debris filled the air, and the wind lifted the strands of hair on Qin Ming's forehead, revealing his sharp, eagle-like eyes. That power. It should have seriously injured it, right? Qin Ming muttered to himself, frowning. After a moment of thought, he cautiously took half a step forward, his ears suddenly twitching. Whoosh! A sound of something tearing through the air came. Liga-woo! The remaining wolf head let out a mournful howl. Qin Ming stepped back a few paces, creating distance between himself and the demon wolf. The move Qin Ming had just executed was the 6th form of the 13 styles of Scorching Flames, Liaoyan Pierces the Moon. Of course, in reality, Qin Ming had not yet truly mastered this technique. However, that didn't stop him from using it in virtual training. Qin Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and casually wiped the blood off his sword. He had initially intended to press the attack, but his 6th sense warned him to leave this place immediately. This made Qin Ming instantly realize something was wrong. Sure enough, the giant wolf, now reduced to just a head, stopped howling. Its massive head drooped, emitting a dense black mist from its body. Qin Ming felt a strong sense of danger emanating from it. Could it be transforming? Qin Ming squinted slightly, half-jokingly muttering to himself. But the unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the 2-headed demon wolf raised its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Ming, its exposed fangs seemingly sneering at him. Whoosh! The 2-headed demon wolf's figure vanished in an instant. Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Spirit Turtle calms the sea technique. Runes lit up on his clothing, and a cyan blue shield materialized around him. Bang! A massive claw slammed into the shield. The shield trembled violently. Qin Ming was preparing to counterattack, but all he saw was a dissipating afterimage. Bang! 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 A series of rapid impacts came from all directions, causing ripples to spread across the cyan blue barrier. Qin Ming's heart sank. Despite being a second-grade martial artist, he could only catch faint traces of the Black Mist's movements. Damn it! If I could use the rabbit talisman, or the dragon talisman, I would have killed you 1,000 times over by now. Qin Ming cursed inwardly. If he could use those 2 talismans, he would have easily annihilated the 2-headed demon wolf, leaving it no chance to act so arrogantly. After more than 10 seconds, crack, 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 the sound of breaking echoed. Cracks began to appear on the cyan blue barrier, as if it would shatter at any moment. Qin Ming gripped his longsword tightly, his gaze locked onto the afterimage of the two-headed demon wolf. From his observations, the demon wolf's speed had noticeably slowed. Realizing this, a cold smile appeared on Qin Ming's lips. I thought you could keep up that speed forever. Looks like you're running out of steam. The two-headed demon wolf seemed to understand his taunt, and its attack speed suddenly increased again. However, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Gradually, Qin Ming could finally see its figure clearly. Crack! The cyan blue shield could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. The two-headed demon wolf seized the opportunity, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging straight for Qin Ming's throat with a foul wind. Perfect timing. A flash of killing intent appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. He leaned back sharply, thrusting his sword upward with all his might. The blade erupted with a dazzling red light. The two-headed demon wolf missed its target, and the sharp sword had already pierced into its abdomen. With a sharp slash, the wolf's abdominal cavity was completely torn open. Dark purple viscera spilled onto the ground with a splat, still steaming with heat. Whimper! The two-headed demon wolf staggered back 2 steps, its blood-red eyes quickly dimming. Finally, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ah! Qin Ming exhaled deeply, tossed aside his long sword, and lay on the ground, gasping for air. Damn, really persistent. However, after this battle, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. His desire to learn those 3 martial techniques grew even stronger. The 3 martial techniques given to him by Li Jianguo would undoubtedly greatly enhance his abilities. The fact that he had just killed that second-tier magical beast proved their effectiveness. Ding! Congratulations to Qin Ming for killing a second-tier magical beast, twin-headed demon wolf. Reward obtained, 10 points. Hearing the system notification, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Damn, a second-tier magical beast actually gives 10 points? This is way too rewarding. Points at Tianwu Academy were extremely hard to come by. Previously, when Qin Ming killed a low-level magical beast in the training pod, he didn't even earn a single point. Moreover, he had to completely eliminate the magical beast each time. In reality, most students in the training pods were the ones getting killed. Points had many uses. For example, they could be exchanged for cultivation techniques, martial skills, inscriptions, and other valuable resources. However, the points required for these items were very high, making them unattainable for ordinary students. Students with fewer points could also use them to improve their daily lives. The most straightforward example was that 1 point equaled 10,000 dasha coins. For regular students, this was already a significant income. Today's training complete. Exiting the virtual world now, the next second, Qin Ming's eyes snapped open inside the virtual training pod. He swiftly sat up. With a smooth motion. What a pity. He lightly touched the slightly warm virtual helmet and smacked his lips, still savoring the experience. According to Academy rules, each training session allowed only 1 use of the virtual pod. Otherwise, he would have loved to grind for a few more rounds of points. In the control room, Fu Mayan swirled the nearly empty wine flask in her hand. Her drunken eyes fixated on the monitor screen, her pink fingertips lightly tapping on Qin Ming's figure. To think he could defeat a second-tier virtual magical beast. This kid has some real skills. A drop of wine slid down her flushed cheek, splashing lightly onto the control panel. Creak! The virtual pod door on the left slowly opened. Zhang Kor removed her helmet, a few strands of hair sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks. When she saw Qin Ming waiting, her eyes immediately lit up. Master, her sweet voice carried a hint of breathlessness as she lightly hopped out of the pod. Noticing that the red operation lights on the other 2 pods were still on, Zhang Kor blinked mischievously, like a sneaky little cat, and leaned close to Qin Ming's ear. You promised me last time that you'd take me to the rooftop to enjoy the view. Her warm breath carried a faint jasmine fragrance, and her soft body gently leaned against Qin Ming's arm. Qin Ming's Adam's apple moved slightly. Suddenly recalling what he had said to Zhang Kor that day, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Then, shall we go to the rooftop now to enjoy the view? Zhang Kor's ears immediately turned red as she shyly lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Qin Ming naturally took her fair, delicate hand and walked out with her. Before leaving, Zhang Kor wrinkled her nose at the virtual pods of Bai Muxue and Hu Wanting. You two can keep training slowly. I'm going on a date with Master in the control room, Fu. Mayan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her gaze following Qin Ming and Jiang Kor as they left. She hiccuped, propping her flushed face on her hand. Leaving too. Companions behind to go on a date. How amusing. Let me see, what exactly are you planning to do on this date? Fu Mayan closed her eyes, but the image of Qin Ming and Jiang Kor walking intimately toward the rooftop had already appeared in her mind. What are they doing here? On the rooftop, a gentle breeze lightly lifted Jiang Kor's skirt. She leaned against the railing, her fingertip pointing toward the horizon. Master, look! What a beautiful sunset! Qin Ming followed her finger and gazed at the fiery clouds that dyed the entire city a shade of orange-red. The dazzling colors mesmerized him for a moment, as if he were seeing the twilight of his hometown. The sunsets on Earth seem to be like this too. Yes, it's beautiful, Qin Ming responded softly. Jiang Kor stepped forward and gently held onto Qin Ming's arm. The softness of the girl could be felt, even through the fabric, and the faint jasmine scent in her hair mixed with the evening breeze, drifting to his nose. I heard, making a wish under such a sunset is especially effective, Jiang Kor said softly, looking up at him. A trace of amusement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he lowered his gaze to her. Really? Then hurry up and make a wish. Jiang Kor immediately closed her eyes, her devout expression resembling a child who had just received candy. I wish to always be with Master. Qin Ming watched her gently trembling eyelashes, his smile deepening. Then, he moved behind Jiang Kor and tightly embraced her. The two quietly leaned against each other, gazing at the distant sunset. Time seemed to stand still. Meanwhile, a flash of black light appeared in his eyes, and thick black mist quickly rose around him, instantly enveloping Qin Ming and Jiang Kor. In the control room, Fu Mayan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Bang! She slammed her palm heavily onto the monitoring console, causing the wine jug to bounce half a foot into the air. Little brat! At this moment, Fu Mayan had sobered up, her face full of anger. She had been watching with great interest, but unexpectedly, thick black mist suddenly emerged around Qin Ming, completely blocking her view. Something's wrong. This black mist is unusual. It can even block my mental perception. Fu Mayan narrowed her eyes. Initially, she had just wanted to watch the drama unfold, but now she had made a new discovery. This student is definitely not simple. Just this black mist alone was enough to catch her attention. Fu Mayan slowly stood up and began pacing in the control room. Is it a tool? Or a talent? Or some kind of inscription? As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously swept toward Bai Muxue and Hu Wanting in the virtual training pods. Those two must know something. An hour later, the sun had set. The sky grew dark. Qin Ming and Jiang Kor hurried back to the virtual training room. Brother Qin Ming, where did you two go? Bai Muxue puffed her cheeks, asking in dissatisfaction. She and Hu Wanting had been waiting at the door for Qin Ming and Jiang Kor for over half an hour. Just went to the rooftop to enjoy the view for a while, Qin Ming explained with a smile. Jiang Kor nodded, her face flushed. Hu Wanting furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two. When she noticed the red mark on Qin Ming's neck, her eyes suddenly tightened. Well, what a clever move. Just wait and see. Hu Wanting suppressed her thoughts, choosing not to expose them, and pretended as if she hadn't seen anything. Then let's head back, Bai Muxue said, holding onto Qin Ming's arm as they walked toward the school gate. It's so late, I wonder if the buses are still running. How about I give you a ride home? No need. I'm taking the master home, what's it to you? Brother Qin Ming is my boyfriend, I said no, so no. Night falls. Tianhe District, Jiang family residence. Jiang Kor had just returned home and saw the maid in the living room tidying up the dishes. She frowned slightly, changed into slippers, and walked toward the kitchen. Halfway there, she was stopped by the housekeeper. Zhao Jinxia slightly bowed. Miss, the master has spoken. You're punished with no dinner. For a week. Jiang Kor's expression remained indifferent as she turned and walked away. She didn't know what had happened, but she was used to it. She didn't ask why, nor did she want to know. Oh, did you make Dad angry again this time, sister? Jiang Haochen leaned against the doorframe, his tone mocking. Dad was in a real rage today. Jiang Kor ignored him and continued walking forward. She had no interest in dealing with Jiang Haochen. After spending the afternoon with the master, she was in a good mood. Someone like Him had no right to ruin it. Jiang Haochen's eyelid twitched, and he sneered. Dad said, if it weren't for your looks catching young Master Ye's eye, you'd have been kicked out. Along with that crazy woman long ago. Jiang Kor suddenly stopped walking, her gaze calm yet carrying a hint of fluctuation. She slowly turned around, her face expressionless as she stared at Jiang Haochen, her voice icy. Say that again. Jiang Haochen was startled and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. It was the first time he'd seen Jiang Kor like this. Miss, you scared the young master. Zhao Jinxia stepped in front of him, her tone cold. She knew well who held more importance in Jiang Ziyuan's heart. Get lost. Jiang Haochen stepped forward and rudely pushed the housekeeper aside. Who's scared of her? I. Before he could finish, Jiang Kor's figure flashed like a ghost, and her fist slammed into Jiang Haochen's abdomen. Ugh! Jiang Haochen immediately curled up, spitting out blood-streaked contents onto the carpet. Zhao Jinxia's pupils contracted sharply. As a martial artist, she hadn't even seen Jiang Kor's movements clearly. How was this possible? Was this still the treasure-hunting prodigy she knew? Next time, think before you speak. Jiang Kor coldly threw out the words and turned to leave. Wretch, what are you so proud of? In the end, you're just someone else's plaything. Jiang Haochen curled up, weakly cursing. Inside the elevator, a glimmer flashed in Jiang Kor's eyes as she glanced at the shadow behind Jiang Haochen. Suddenly, she smiled. At some point, something had appeared in Jiang Haochen's shadow. Qingshan Community. Qin Ming and Bai Muxue pushed the door open and entered. The aroma of food wafted through the air. From Monday to Thursday, Qin Ming could have stayed at school, but ever since Bai Muxue moved in, he hadn't stayed at school anymore. Dad, why are you sitting on the sofa smoking? Come. Eat, Qin Ming asked, puzzled, as he looked at his father blowing smoke rings on the sofa. Qin Xian seemed not to hear, his eyes hollow as he stared ahead, mechanically smoking. Sun Xiufan walked over with a plate of braised pork, shaking her head. Don't mind your dad. Ever since he came back from grocery shopping, he's been acting strange. Saying all sorts of nonsensical things. Forget it, just ignore him. Let's eat first. Qin Ming's eyes flickered as he walked over and lightly patted his father's shoulder. Dad, what happened? Exclamation point. Qin Xian suddenly shuddered, as if waking from a nightmare. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette and pulled Qin Ming toward the balcony in a hurry. After closing the glass door, he lowered his voice and said, Son, Dad has something to tell you. Don't panic. Qin Ming paused for a moment and nodded. All right. Someone wants to kill our entire family. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent appeared in Qin Ming's eyes, but his face remained calm. Half jokingly, he said, Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? Our family is so poor, who would bother targeting us? Not only was Qin Ming's family poor, but their presence was also extremely low. They were the kind of family that even thieves wouldn't bother stealing from. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. As he spoke, Qin Xian's face showed confusion. What I can't understand is this: why would someone target us? It doesn't make sense. First of all, our family doesn't have anything valuable. Secondly, we're all honest people, we haven't offended anyone. Qin Xian initially thought about seeking help from the Sihai gambling den, but after calming down, he realized it wasn't appropriate. Not to mention the significant influence the Sihai gambling den had in Tianhe district. Even their enforcers weren't people he could easily deal with. Thus, he had been pondering how to handle the inevitable retaliation from the Sihai gambling den. Scarface had died at his hands, and the Sihai gambling den would definitely not let it go. In a few days, they would surely notice something amiss and come looking for trouble again. Listening to his father's muttering, Qin Ming felt a bit confused. Dad, what exactly happened? Just tell me directly. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Qin Xian gritted his teeth and recounted today's events in detail, including the fact that he had awakened a talent. After hearing everything, Qin Ming remained silent for a long time, his mind racing to figure out who he might have offended and why someone would want to harm his family. As for Qin Xian's mention of awakening a martial soul talent, Qin Ming didn't ask much. After all, those shadowy ninja figures would continue to protect his father. It did seem like he had awakened some special ability. Son, don't panic. I absolutely won't let them hurt you. Qin Xian patted his son's shoulder, his tone firm. He hadn't wanted Qin Ming to know about this, but he was worried that his son might be ambushed at the martial arts school. After some thought, he decided to tell Qin Ming, so he could be more vigilant at school. Don't worry, Dad. Qin Ming forced a smile. Let's go eat. First. Seeing his son's attitude, Qin Xian felt relieved. Alright, don't tell your mom about this. Otherwise, she'll be too worried to sleep. Got it, Dad. After dinner, Qin Ming locked his room door. Master! Master! Chen Shanxian and Lu Mengqing knelt on one knee before Qin Ming, wearing only a few thin pieces of clothing. Put on your clothes. Come with me to handle something. Qin Ming lowered his gaze, his voice icy. In all these years, this was the first time he had been so angry. If he hadn't been prepared and arranged for a few shadowy ninja figures to protect the elderly at home, something terrible would have happened today. Chen Shanxian and Lu Mengqing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. It was the first time they had seen their master so serious. They couldn't imagine who could provoke Qin Ming to this extent. Without wasting time, Lu Mengqing began searching for clothes to wear. Chen Shanxian hesitated for a moment and softly said, Master, I don't need to wear anything, right? I'm afraid the clothes will tear again when I transform later. Hearing her say that, Qin Ming paused for a moment and nodded. If it weren't for the fact that the Shadow Corps had just been summoned today, he would have rushed into the Four Seas gambling house alone. Bringing the two of them along was mainly to prevent anyone from escaping. With them around, there was nothing to worry about. 10 minutes later, Lu Mengqing had finished dressing. The shadow ring flashed, and a red dragon head mask appeared in Qin Ming's hand. He had bought it on his way home, specifically for Lu Mengqing to wear for her upcoming task. Wear this when you work. Qin Ming tossed the mask to Lu Mengqing. Yes, Master. In the Jiang family study, Jiang Ziyuan was focused on reading a book. Ring ring ring. The phone suddenly rang. He closed the book, frowned at the caller ID, and answered the call. A smile appeared on his face. Hello? Old Su? Why are you calling me at this hour? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Something big happened in Tianhe City today, and I wanted to let you know. Oh? Jiang Ziyuan was curious. What big event? Principal Li of Tianwu Academy has taken on a disciple. Creak. Jiang Ziyuan stood up in shock, his expression serious. Is that true? This legendary martial arts figure of Tianhe City had taken on a disciple for the first time in 20 years. The news left him utterly stunned. When have I, Su Shichang, ever joked about such things? The sound of a lighter igniting came through the phone. Tomorrow, I'm bringing generous gifts to pay my respects. Are you coming? Of course. I must go. Jiang Ziyuan's voice trembled with excitement. Send me the address and name, I'll prepare double the gifts. This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with Li Jianguo. How could he miss it? The person on the other end readily agreed. Alright, I'll send it to you right away. The busy signal sounded, and the study fell silent. Jiang Ziyuan rubbed his phone, as if he could already see the Jiang family soaring to new heights because of this. Ding! A message notification suddenly popped up. He eagerly opened it, but the moment he saw the content, he was struck as if by lightning. Clatter! The phone fell onto the marble floor, its screen cracking into a spiderweb pattern, clearly displaying a name that sent chills down his spine. How could it be? How could it be him? Li Jianguo's disciple. How could it possibly be Qin Ming? In a dilapidated 5-story building, a 6 or 7-year-old girl stood, looking somewhat frightened. Her white clothes had already turned yellowed. Hua Kailin crouched down, gently stroked her head, and asked softly, Tell me, did your dad say where he was going when he left? The little girl shook her head. No team leader. A young enforcer ran over, glanced at the little girl, and a trace of pity flickered in his eyes. He leaned down and whispered in Hua Kailin's ear, The hospital just sent word, Song Kuan's wife has passed away. Surveillance shows that Song Kuan seems to have been taken by a gang. Hearing this, Hua Kailin's hand froze atop the little girl's head, and she stood there in a daze. The little girl seemed to sense something, tightly gripping Hua Kailin's fair wrist and whispering, Sister, Mom said her illness couldn't be cured. Can you bring Dad back, please? The young enforcer pursed his lips. He knew in his heart that Song Kuan's chances were slim. Being taken by a gang usually didn't end well. Hua Kailin forced a smile and gently comforted her. Don't worry, Sister knows where Dad is now. Go and call him back immediately. Okay. The little girl showed a happy smile. Hua Kailin gently picked her up and said softly, Today, Sister will take you to a safe place. Tomorrow, you'll be able to see your dad, okay? Okay. The little girl nodded obediently. Hua Kailin sat in the enforcement vehicle with a heavy expression. Find out who took Song Kuan. Yes, team leader. The young enforcer responded. He glanced at Hua Kailin through the rearview mirror and cautiously asked, "That little girl. Should we send her to the orphanage?" Hua Kailin remained silent. The car fell into a quiet stillness. After a long while, Hua Kailin slightly parted her red lips and said calmly, "First, check if she has any other relatives. If not, I'll personally take her to handle the adoption procedures." The young enforcer's eyes flickered, as if he had expected this. "But, team leader, you've already adopted 2 orphans, and now there's another one." Sigh, the team leader's compassion is overflowing again. At this rate, her home will eventually turn into an orphanage. The young enforcer silently complained in his heart. Hua Kailin closed her eyes and didn't respond. Sigh. The young enforcer sighed, started the car, and didn't try to persuade her further. He knew the team leader was stubborn. Once she made a decision, it was almost impossible to change her mind. Shortly after, 2 enforcement vehicles slowly drove out of the dilapidated neighborhood. Qingshan community. At this moment, Qin Ming had transformed into his merman form. He lowered his head to look at the ring on his hand, feeling a stir in his heart. The expected black mist did not appear. As expected, it doesn't work. Ever since creating that clone, Qin Ming had tried several times to make a second one, but failed repeatedly. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Ming looked at Chen Shanxian and asked indifferently, "Where did you hide those shadow ninjas I gave you?" The newly demonized Chen Shanxian pouted toward the window and said, "They're downstairs." Hearing this, Qin Ming closed his eyes and carefully sensed. The next second, he opened his eyes and asked somewhat uncertainly, "You hid them in the downstairs storage room?" Chen Shanxian nodded with a smile. "Very good." Qin Ming was satisfied with her arrangement. This way, it would be much more convenient for deployment and protection. "Hold on tight." Qin Ming pulled Chen Shanxian and Lu Mengqing into his arms. Lu Mengqing wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Ming's waist and said softly, "Hold me tighter, master." Being so close, she could hear Qin Ming's heartbeat. Logically, she should feel happy, but Qin Ming's merman form made her somewhat afraid. His aura was too overwhelming. "I'm ready too, master." Chen Shanxian also held Qin Ming tightly. In the next moment, Qin Ming leaped and rushed downward. As they approached the ground, the 3 of them instantly disappeared, blending into the shadows. At the same time, the hundreds of shadow ninjas in the storage room also vanished. They all hid within Qin Ming's shadow. Outside the Four Seas gambling Denver, 2 men in suits stood guard at the entrance. They were responsible for checking the gamblers entering and exiting, preventing anyone from bringing dangerous items. After all, when people lose at gambling, they might do something crazy. "Boss, I heard you went out with the owner yesterday and had some good food?" the bald man said enviously. Hearing this, the man with a head larger than others grinned and licked his lips. "That's right." Big Head was still savoring the pleasant memories of yesterday and continued, "That girl was really beautiful. It's the first time in my life I've seen such a stunning woman." The bald man listened, filled with envy and jealousy in his tone. "Oomph, you're just bragging. If she's really that beautiful, why wouldn't the boss keep her for himself?" Big Head wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips, saying, "Well, it's because that girl didn't listen to the boss. Isn't this our golden opportunity?" The bald man grew even more envious, regretting that he hadn't gone along yesterday. At that moment, a woman wearing a white t-shirt and a red dragon mask slowly approached. "Stop." Big Head stepped forward, blocking Lu Mengqing's path. As he looked at her tall figure, a trace of wickedness flashed in his eyes. Just from her figure, Big Head could tell she was a beauty. Entering the gambling den requires a body search. With that, Big Head took another step forward, intending to take advantage of the situation. He often used this trick on people without background or power. Before he could get close, Lu Mengqing slowly raised her right hand. In his puzzled gaze, she expressionlessly uttered a single word, "Dragon." Instantly, the dragon-shaped totem in her palm lit up, and a burst of fire shot out. Boom! The massive flames directly burned through the door. Big Head's upper body vanished in an instant, leaving only his legs standing there. The bald man was stunned, frozen in place. Lu Mengqing's hands slowly moved toward him. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender, I surrender!" The bald man retreated frantically, begging for mercy. "Dragon!" As soon as the word left her lips, another pillar of fire erupted. Boom! The explosion echoed thunderously, and the surrounding crowd screamed and scattered in panic. "Someone's killing people! Run! A martial artist is killing people," Call the police. Help! Help! Amid the chaos, Lu Mingqing's face beneath the mask was filled with excitement. But to avoid affecting her mission, she suppressed her emotions and calmly said, "The Four Seas gambling den is guilty of heinous crimes. They've done too many evil deeds, stirring public outrage. Today, I, Dragon of the 12 Aspects, will act for justice and clean house." Her voice wasn't loud, yet everyone present heard her clearly. The previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at her as if they'd seen a ghost. You have to understand. The Four Seas gambling den was the largest gang in Tianhe district. They had dozens of martial artists, not to mention the small-time thugs. And here she was, claiming she'd wiped them out single-handedly? Was she crazy? And calling herself part of the 12 aspects? Even if she were part of the 18 aspects, it wouldn't be enough. What did she say? She's going to destroy the Four Seas gambling den? Is she insane? This young woman is way too arrogant. Could she have awakened an S-level talent and gotten carried away, thinking she can change the world? Judging by the power of that explosion earlier, she definitely has. This girl is doomed. The boss of the Four Seas gambling den is a master too. She has a good heart, but she's way too impulsive. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the shadow behind Lu Mingqing began to twist and distort, rising into clusters of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the smoke transformed into hundreds of ghostly ninja figures. They instantly surrounded the entrance of the Four Seas gambling den tightly. This eerie scene frightened everyone, causing them to retreat in fear as panic spread rapidly. What is this? My God, is this a martial soul? I've never heard of anyone with a martial soul like this. This is unbelievable. I have other things to do, I'm leaving now. The crowd, initially eager to watch the commotion, quickly lost interest. One by one, they hurried away, fearing for their lives and avoiding any involvement. The shadowy ninjas spread out across the venue, their movements so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. Lu Mingqing watched the ghostly ninjas encircling the Four Seas casino, smiled faintly, and stood quietly at the entrance without going inside. She had received only one order: prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Meanwhile, in the office on the 5th floor of the Four Seas casino, Hong Sihai stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the scene below. The moment he heard the explosion, he sensed something was amiss. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he realized someone had come to stir up trouble. Creak! The door opened, and a man rushed in, flustered. "Boss, the guys in black have blocked the entrance downstairs. Our people can't get in, and we can't get out." Hong Sihai ignored his subordinate's words, his eyes still locked on Lu Mingqing. Strange. This woman doesn't look like a martial artist at all. But why do I feel she's incredibly dangerous? Could it be an illusion? Downstairs, Lu Mingqing seemed to sense something, slightly tilting her head upward. Their eyes met, and the unease in Hong Sihai's heart grew stronger. This woman was definitely no ordinary person. Tell the brothers to prepare for battle. Don't count on anyone coming to save us. Hong Sihai slowly turned around, his face expressionless. He had just seen his men rush into the casino, only to be slaughtered by the shadowy ninjas. It was nothing short of a massacre. Those ninjas were far beyond the capabilities of his subordinates. His men couldn't even withstand a single move. How could they possibly fight back? As for calling the enforcement bureau, Hong Sihai had never considered such a foolish idea. The bureau had been keeping an eye on them for a long time. Asking them for help would be suicidal. The fact that the bureau hadn't joined forces with the ninjas to raid them was already a stroke of luck. "Yes, boss." The subordinate responded and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Hong Sihai fell into deep thought. They actually sent so many first-grade martial artists to deal with me? Who could it be? Someone with a grudge against me, and this strong. He mentally went through a list of names but ruled them all out. Those with strength had no motive, and those with motive lacked strength. It left him utterly perplexed. Just then, bang! A loud crash. The man who had just left was thrown back into the room, slamming heavily against the door, warping the frame. Blood gushed from his mouth as he stammered, Boss, there's a demon." Before he could finish, he died. Hong Sihai was startled, his body tensing up. The next moment, a swish-swish sound of friction echoed. A merman slowly swam into the room. Hong Sihai's pupils contracted sharply. A demon. It was a demon. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Ming. That power could easily kill him. For a moment, he was so overwhelmed with fear that he forgot to resist. Despite his usual tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong, he immediately lost his nerve when faced with someone more powerful. Qin Ming wiped the blood on his hands onto the dead man's body and said coldly, "The sign at the door says Chairman's office. Looks like you're the boss of the Four Seas Casino, huh?" Hearing Qin Ming speak, Hong Sihai's heart tightened even further. This demon could actually speak human language. Gulp. Hong Sihai swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Why yes. He had long heard that some demons could manipulate human minds, even cooperate with humans. Could this merman be here to discuss cooperation? Were those people downstairs also its subordinates? But if it was here to negotiate, why make such a commotion? Hong Sihai was filled with doubt. Qin Ming, however, had no patience. Since that's the case, good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Ming's figure suddenly vanished. Before Hong Sihai could react, a tremendous force gripped his neck. His throat was tightly strangled, making it almost impossible to breathe. Qin Ming's figure slowly reappeared before him, his voice low. "Speak. Who ordered you to kill my entire family?" Hong Sihai's mind went blank, and he barely managed to cough out a few words. Cough. "What do you mean, kill your family?" I don't know. Anything." In truth, if it came to a fight, Qin Ming might not have been able to control him so easily. After all, Hong Sihai was a peak third-grade martial artist, with formidable strength. But he was too foolish, frightened by Qin Ming's merman appearance, and missed the chance to strike first. With Qin Ming's rabbit talisman suppressing him, he was instantly subdued. "Don't tell me Scarface isn't one of your men." Qin Ming sneered coldly, his tone icy and piercing. Hearing this, Hong Sihai's eyes suddenly twitched. Scarface. This demon was looking for him because of the task assigned by Master Jiang. How could this be? Wasn't that family just ordinary people? How could they attract such a terrifying being? Judging by your expression, it seems I found the right person. Qin Ming revealed sharp teeth, smiling cruelly. Outside Four Seas Gambling Denver. Woo 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 woo. The sirens of enforcement vehicles grew closer and closer. In just a few minutes, over a dozen enforcement vehicles had surrounded the gambling den, sealing it off completely. Click. The car door opened, and Chen Tianwu stepped out. With large strides, his eyes immediately locking onto Lu Mengqing standing at the front of the crowd. He carefully examined the woman, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Strange. She's clearly not a martial artist. Why do I feel she's so dangerous? Chen Tianwu pondered silently. He turned to look at the ghostly ninja figures surrounding her. His eyes lit up. Instantly, they were all top-tier first-grade martial artists. How could so many first-grade martial artists gather in one place? Chen Tianwu was utterly shocked. When he looked back at Lu Mengqing, he had already formed a new judgment in his mind. This woman was very likely a martial artist too. He just hadn't been able to discern it. "Captain." A young enforcer ran over, standing at attention and saluting. Chen Tianwu's gaze remained fixed on Lu Mengqing, his voice calm. "What's the situation?" The young enforcer stepped forward and reported in a low voice. "According to eyewitnesses, she claims to be one of the 12 aspects and says she's here to act on behalf of justice." After hearing the report, Chen Tianwu's previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. "Ah, look at the fuss this has caused. Why didn't you call me earlier with such important information?" He glanced at the young enforcer, full of reproach. "If I'd known she was here to eliminate evildoers, I could have arrived later, and the awkwardness would have been less." "Ha?" The young enforcer looked bewildered, not understanding what the captain meant. Chen Tianwu waved his hand, striding forward, his voice still steady but carrying authority. "Do you realize? Your actions have already seriously violated the law. Gathering so many martial artists without authorization has frightened many civilians. Each of these crimes is serious," he said, slowly approaching. Lu Mengqing did not respond, but raised her hand slowly, pointing directly at Chen Tianwu, her voice cold. "The master has ordered. No one is allowed to approach." Hearing this, Chen Tianwu paused his steps, then simply retreated 2 steps. A young enforcer leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Captain, should we attack by force?" Chen Tianwu glanced at him, his tone stern. "Didn't you see how many martial artists they have? If a forced attack leads to casualties, will you take responsibility for the deaths and injuries? Can you bear that responsibility?" The young enforcer immediately lowered his head, not daring to say more. Chen Tianwu leaned against the car, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a wisp of smoke, his expression returning to calm. "Don't rush. They won't escape. What is going on lately? Why has another organization targeting gangs appeared? Could it be that Tianhe City is truly about to change? Thinking of this, Chen Tianwu instinctively looked up at the starry night sky, his gaze deep. For some reason, he suddenly laughed. Inside the fifth-floor office of the Four Seas Gambling Denver, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hong Sihai felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult. The monster before him was about to kill him. No, this can't happen, he thought to himself. This monster might not necessarily be a monster. At this moment, Hong Sihai had already realized. The merman before him was very likely the young man in the photo. I don't know what you're talking about. Hong Sihai kicked his legs frantically, speaking with difficulty. He looked as though he was about to suffocate, but his right hand faintly glowed red. He understood that there was only one path left now, to fight the merman before him to the death. This grudge, Qin Ming would never let go easily. Don't know? Qin Ming's eyes lowered slightly, glancing at Hong Sihai's right hand, and sneered. His movements had long been within Qin Ming's perception. The two ghost shadow masks brought not only an enhancement of vitality but also comprehensive strengthening. Faster reactions, sharper insight, heightened physical senses, all of these were the truly terrifying aspects of the masks. Seeing Qin Ming staring at his hand, which was preparing to launch a sneak attack, Hong Sihai's heart sank. He knew he had been exposed. Without hesitation, he suddenly raised his right hand and struck at Qin Ming. In an instant, the red glow in Hong Sihai's palm intensified, and a surge of scorching flames erupted. He revealed a ferocious smile. This time, let's see how you die. Qin Ming, however, casually raised his left hand and softly murmured, "Dragon." Boom! A pillar of fire, dozens of times stronger than Hong Sihai's flames, erupted forth. It instantly engulfed Hong Sihai's attack, burning his right hand to ashes along with it. The fire did not diminish, blasting through the wall behind him and leaving a massive hole. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Qin Ming grabbed Hong Sihai by the neck and violently threw him to the ground. Thud! Qin Ming's tail shot out like a venomous sting, instantly piercing through Hong Sihai's remaining left hand. Tell me, who sent you? Speak clearly, and I'll give you a quick death. Qin Ming's face was as cold as ice. Ah! My hand! My hand! Please, save my hand. The excruciating pain in Hong Sihai's body left him unable to focus on anything else, forcing him to cry out in agony. Thud! Qin Ming's tail suddenly shot out again, viciously stabbing into Hong Sihai's right leg. Ah! Seeing Hong Sihai's pained expression, Qin Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I'll torture you bit by bit. Let's see how tough your mouth really is. These words, like a devil whispering in his ear, made Hong Sihai's heart tremble in fear. Desperately, he shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. It's Zheng Ziyuan. Zheng Ziyuan ordered me to kill your entire family. At this moment, Hong Sihai hated Zheng Ziyuan to the core, cursing his ancestors for 18 generations. If it weren't for that guy, how would he have provoked this demon, Qin Ming? Regret filled Hong Sihai's heart, along with an overwhelming fear of Qin Ming. This man was simply a monster. He looked like a demon and could even breathe fire. Who could have imagined such a terrifying person existed? He had only one thought in his mind: survival. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. Holding a high position, he would never easily resign himself to fate. He hadn't enjoyed enough of this beautiful life yet. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. Obey you. I only beg you to spare my life. Tears streamed down Hong Sihai's face as he pleaded. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he slowly stood up. His tail suddenly swung up, slashing down like a sharp blade. Put! Hong Sihai's neck was severed by the tail, his head fell, and his wails ceased instantly. Zheng Ziyuan? Qin Ming softly uttered the name, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There was no need to guess who it was. Someone connected to him with the surname Zheng. Who else could it be? At that moment, a system notification sounded. In Qin Ming's mind, Basha power activation level, 50%. Tianhe District. Zheng family study. The room was deathly silent, with only the sound of suppressed breathing clearly audible. Zheng Ziyuan slumped in the wide armchair like a soulless statue, motionless. How could this happen? Didn't the information say he was just an ordinary student? How did he become Li Jiangwo's disciple? Zheng Ziyuan's eyes were dazed, his lips trembling uncontrollably, muttering to himself like a madman. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. If he had known earlier that Qin Ming was Li Jiangwo's disciple, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Qin Ming, let alone send someone to kill his entire family. If Zhang Ziyuan had known, he would have gone to great lengths to curry favor with Qin Ming. Li Jiangwo was a big shot even young Master Yi wouldn't dare offend. As Li Jiangwo's disciple, it was no exaggeration to say Qin Ming had a promising future. Even if young Master Yi knew Qin Ming was with Zhang Ke, he wouldn't dare oppose it because Li Jiangwo had his back. But his previous actions were undoubtedly self-destructive. No. It might just be a coincidence of names. He can't possibly be favored by Li Jiangwo. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ziyuan kept comforting himself, trying to calm his inner fear and regret. Suddenly, he yanked open the desk drawer, his hands trembling as he searched frantically. Where's the information? Where did I put the information? The sound of rustling paper filled the air as books were hastily swept to the floor. He had forgotten that those documents had long been thrown into the trash. After more than 10 minutes of fruitless searching, Zhang Ziyuan sat back in the chair, dazed. Although he hadn't confirmed whether the two Qin Mings were the same person, his inner fear hadn't diminished in the slightest. After repeatedly pondering, Zhang Ziyuan picked up his phone and dialed Hong Sihai's number. The ringtone echoed for a long time, but no one answered, further deepening Zhang Ziyuan's uneased eye. In the past, it was always Zhao Jinxia who contacted Hong Sihai, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. But Hong Sihai had his own phone. As long as Zhang Ziyuan called, no matter how busy Hong Sihai was, he would answer even if he was working in the fields. This time, no one answered, which could only mean one thing: something had happened to Hong Sihai. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Ziyuan's back, and he was too scared to think further. Bang! At that moment, the study door was suddenly slammed open. Zhao Jinxia, supporting Zhang Haochen, limped in. Zhang Haochen's face still bore traces of dried tears. As soon as he entered, he cried out, "Dad! You have to do something about sister. She actually hit me just now. Zhang Ke, I never thought you'd dare to hit me. If Dad doesn't step in to teach you a lesson, you won't even know who the real boss of this family is. Let's see what you'll do next." Zhang Ziyuan's love for Zhang Ke meant he would never let this slide. He would definitely punish her severely. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan suddenly stood up from his initial daze, as if he had gone mad. Yes, Ke. I still have Ke. She can save me. Only she can save me now. As he spoke, he staggered out like a madman, completely ignoring Zhang Haochen, who had come to complain. Bang! After the door slammed shut, Zhang Haochen and Zhao Jinxia finally snapped out of their shock. What? What did Dad just say? Zhang Haochen asked in disbelief. Zhao Jinxia swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "Master," he said, "only Miss can save him." Her heart was in utter turmoil. What could have happened to make the usually composed master say such a thing? Only Zhang Ke can save him? Zhang Haochen mulled over the words repeatedly. Could something major have happened at home? Did they need the help of that young Master Yi? If things had reached the point where they had to ask for young Master Yi's help, it must be very serious. Zhang Haochen's heart sank. With a serious expression, he followed after them. The Zhang family's assets were all his. He couldn't afford to lose a single bit. 5th floor of the Sihai Gambling Denver Basha Power Activation. 50% congratulations to the host for acquiring a new talent. Demon Minion Basha. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 50% of the Basha. Demon Tattoo. All current Basha talents have been greatly enhanced. Talent: Demon Minion Basha. Demon Minion Basha. You can open the Demon Gate and summon Basha's followers. Note: the number and strength of the summons depend on your abilities. Basha's followers gain a 10-fold strength boost in underwater combat. Note: they are extremely powerful amphibious warriors. Qin Ming's pupils suddenly dilated, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. The demon tattoo could actually be upgraded? If even the system said it was powerful, it meant the value of the demon minions was extremely high. But why did the activation level suddenly increase so much? Qin Ming frowned, puzzled. A soft rustling sound came, and a mermaid identical to Qin Ming quietly swam in. "Master, all the members of the Sihai gang have been killed," Chen Shanshan's sweet voice rang out. Qin Ming looked up and saw Chen Shanshan, covered in blood. Her massive tail dragged a long trail of blood on the ground. She looked like a demon, sending chills down one's spine. Could it be because of her? Qin Ming wondered to himself. The minions from the Four Seas gambling den were all dealt with by Chen Shanshan. Of course, as usual, not a single one was spared. Since earlier, the rate at which Qin Ming's dark value increased in his mind hadn't stopped. It was easy to imagine how many people Chen Shanxian had killed. Could it be that the holder of the demon tattoo unlocks more demonic power by killing creatures? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's heart trembled violently. If this were true, then his plan to eliminate the gang was absolutely flawless. It would not only increase the dark value but also unlock the demon tattoo. A definite win-win. Do you feel your strength has increased? Qin Ming asked. Chen Shanxian frowned, clenched her fist, and carefully felt it. After a few seconds, she nodded, yes, not just stronger. At this point, Chen Shanxian paused, showing a puzzled expression, and said, uncertainly, I seem to be able to summon something. There's been a constant whisper in my ear, begging me to let them out, so it was true. The enhancement of the demon tattoo not only made me stronger but also made Chen Shanxian stronger. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and he said calmly, try summoning them and see. The strength should be about the same as Shanxian's, probably around the first grade realm. The only unknown was the quantity. Yes, master. Chen Shanxian's scarlet pupils flickered as she focused her thoughts. Boom! A strange door suddenly appeared in the air. To her right, the door emitted a ghostly green glow, with red and yellow intertwined energy swirling like a vortex at its center. The next moment, a giant clawed hand with 3 fingers abruptly reached out from the door, followed by a ferocious shark-like head emerging. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and several long tentacles wriggled atop its head. Behind its head was a massive dorsal fin, its slender body covered in slick blue-green scales, and a thick tail extended behind it. This fish-like demon gripped a massive trident in its right hand, exuding a suffocatingly fierce aura. Then came the second, third, fourth. Fish-like demons emerged one after another from the door, their numbers rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, the entire 5th floor office was filled with these towering figures. Each of them stood over 2 meters tall, radiating an intense sense of oppression. When the last fish-like demon stepped out of the door, the eerie portal slowly closed and disappeared silently. Qin Ming scanned the room. There were at least 100 of these demons. When he focused on sensing their blood vitality, he couldn't help but be shocked. Their blood vitality exceeds 300? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and then turned to Chen Shanxian. Although the demon tattoo had greatly enhanced her strength, her starting point was too low, and her blood vitality had just surpassed 200. As the summoner, Chen Shanxian had a blood vitality of just over 200, yet these fish-like demons each exceeded 300. This was simply unbelievable. Thank you, Master, for releasing us. The first fish-like demon to appear knelt on one knee, its voice hoarse and indistinguishable in gender. Thank you, Master. We obey the summoning. All the fish-like demons immediately knelt on one knee in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, creating a stunning scene. It was impossible to tell whether they were bowing to Qin Ming or Chen Shanxian. Hearing them speak, both Chen Shanxian and Qin Ming were shocked. These ferocious creatures actually possessed intelligence and could communicate? Could it be? Qin Ming's mind was filled with a bold conjecture. Can they perform simple magic? Can you transform into human form? Qin Ming asked tentatively. Of course, my master. The first to respond was the shark-headed leader. As soon as it finished speaking, a thick black mist emerged from its body, quickly enveloping it entirely. The next second, the black mist dispersed. The once ferocious merman demon had vanished, replaced by a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure and alluring curves. Her gaze was seductive, her red lips slightly curled, and a faint aura of magic surrounded her. Immediately after, as if receiving a silent command, over 100 merman demons simultaneously released black mist. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a dense magical aura. When the mist cleared, the terrifying creatures had all disappeared, replaced by over 100 beautiful women, each with unique features and striking appearances. They were dressed provocatively, perfectly showcasing their enviable figures. If any other man were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be stunned by the scene before him. So many tall, gorgeous women gathered together, it was like a beauty pageant in full swing. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These demon followers were truly extraordinary. Not only were they powerful, but they could also transform at will. With this ability, they would undoubtedly become his most formidable allies. Master, what is going on here? Chen Shanxian stared at the scene before her in shock, still somewhat dazed. She could clearly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the merman demons. Each one of them was stronger than her, and their ability to transform into human form only made her more aware of their formidable power. She never imagined she could summon such powerful warriors. Could this really be something she was capable of? Qin Ming pondered for a moment before calmly saying, "You can think of this as a reward for unlocking the demon tattoo." Today's events made Qin Ming realize Chen Shanxian's importance. She would be a powerful asset to him in the future. A thought began to take shape in Qin Ming's mind. A reward for unlocking the demon tattoo? Chen Shanxian softly repeated the phrase. "Alright, don't overthink it." Qin Ming turned to look out the window, his tone calm. "We should get going. There's still important business to attend to." With that, the magical aura around him slowly receded, and he returned to his normal form. His gaze swept over the crowd below. Raising a hand to his face, his original appearance quietly shifted, transforming into an even more handsome and striking visage. "Shanxian, transform into human form and change your appearance," Qin Ming instructed indifferently. Then, he punched through the glass in front of him and leaped out of the window. Chen Shanxian was momentarily stunned, a trace of doubt flashing through her mind. Can magical aura alter one's appearance? She hesitated, then raised her hand, channeling the magical aura to cover her face. In an instant, black mist swirled around her, and her fierce merman form quickly faded. The magical aura flowed over her body like silk. When the mist cleared, she had transformed into a delicate and pretty young girl. Though not as stunning as her original form, she had a unique charm of her own. What surprised her even more was that the magical aura could effortlessly transform into a white dress, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. With this, Chen Shanxian no longer had to worry about her clothes being torn during transformations. Over the course of a year, she would undoubtedly save a lot of money on clothing. "I never expected unlocking the demon tattoo to have so many benefits." Chen Shanxian smiled and, without hesitation, leaped out of the window. Behind her, over 100 merman demons who had completed their transformations followed suit, their dazzling figures diving straight toward the ground. Bang! Qin Ming landed steadily, leaving a small dent in the ground. Bang! 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 Immediately after, figures descended one after another, landing lightly and precisely behind him. Surprisingly, it was a group of stunning women, each with a unique appearance and aura, yet all possessing strikingly alluring figures. They stood silently in formation, their gazes uniformly fixed ahead. Qin Ming and Chen Shanxian had just left not long ago. The phone in the 5th floor office rang incessantly. Ring, 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 it blared repeatedly. However, the mermaid demons had no idea what a phone was and ignored it. They leaped out one after another, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Master, Lu Mengqing stepped forward and reported softly, "The mission is complete." "Not bad, well done." Qin Ming slightly raised his head, looking at the numerous enforcers in front of him. He had altered his appearance to ensure these enforcers knew exactly who had killed everyone in the Four Seas gambling Denver. His purpose was to mislead their attention, as he planned to escape using shadow jumping shortly. Chen Tianwu's eyes narrowed, and the moment he saw Qin Ming, his heart trembled violently. This man appeared to only have a second-grade cultivation level, yet he exuded a deadly sense of oppression, as if he could obliterate him with a mere thought. Forcing down his inner panic, Chen Tianwu asked in a deep voice, "Are you their leader?" "That's right," Qin Ming replied indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, more people jumped down behind him. In less than 10 seconds, the entrance of the Four Seas gambling den was already surrounded by two groups of people, ready for confrontation. On one side were the mermaid demons, transformed into various stunning beauties, and on the other side were the eerie ghostly ninjas. The crowd of onlookers behind the enforcers was stunned, whispering among themselves, "Wow! So many beautiful women? Am I in heaven? How can there be so many gorgeous women, and they're dressed so provocatively? I'm so jealous. I can't even imagine how happy their leader must be at night. No matter how pretty they are, it's useless. They're surrounded by enforcers now. Let's see where they can escape to." "Exactly. Catch the men first, let the women go, they look innocent anyway. Ha! Why is there a Fei Yan Yang among us?" Amid the crowd's discussions, Chen Tianwu also noticed the women who had just jumped down. The longer he looked, the more uneasy he felt. They were all second-grade martial artists. Not only are there over 100 first-grade martial artists, There are also over 100 second-grade martial artists. What exactly is this guy planning? Chen Tianwu's heart was in turmoil. He had worked in Tianhe City for many years and had never heard of such a person. Such a powerful armed force, and yet the Enforcement Bureau had no information about it. Who on earth was this man? I came down personally just to have you deliver a message for me, Qin Ming said, looking at Chen Tianwu with a calm expression. I bear no hostility toward Daxia. The people I kill all bring it upon themselves. Of course, I decide who deserves to die. The final right of interpretation lies with me. Chen Tianwu's face darkened. He detected something amiss in those words. This guy was planning to escape. Although I don't want to be your enemy. Chen Tianwu's voice was heavy, leaving no room for argument. Your actions today have already seriously violated Daxia's laws. If I let you go, where is the dignity of Daxia's laws? Where is the nation's honor? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tianwu suddenly struck his chest with a powerful palm. In an instant, green inscriptions emerged from his body, and his aura surged dramatically, almost breaking through the mid-fourth rank. The enforcement team members on both sides simultaneously raised their assault rifles, thumbs pressing the buttons on the stocks. Buzz! Energy flickered faintly, and complex white inscriptions lit up on the gun barrels, locking onto the crowd ahead. I advise you not to resist, Chen. Tianwu's eyes glowed green, his tone cold. These bullets have been enhanced with inscriptions. They can easily penetrate the body of a second-rank martial artist. Even if you're at the third rank, taking dozens of hits, you'll still die. His words were not entirely a threat. More importantly, he didn't want his brothers to lose their lives avenging the gang. It simply wasn't worth it. If a fight broke out, their side would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. But Qin Ming and his group's actions were too intimidating. In front of so many people, it was impossible for him to show mercy anymore. Today, he had to capture this man. Qin Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he curiously stared at the assault rifles in the enforcer's hands. Can these things really penetrate a martial artist's body? Normally, ordinary bullets couldn't pierce a martial artist's flesh. But with inscription enhancements, the situation was different. It seems I've underestimated the power of inscriptions. The inscriptions my master taught me need to be put to use quickly. Qin Ming thought to himself. Lu Mengqing slowly raised her hand, her palm aimed at Chen Tianwu, her voice calm. You can try. Let's see if you're inscription enhanced. Guns are faster, or if my flames are fiercer. Clang! 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 In an instant, all the ghostly shadow ninjas behind her drew their katanas, the blades gleaming as they prepared to face off against the enforcers. On the other side, the women who had transformed into humanoid forms also wielded tridents, glowing faintly, demonic energy coiling around the shafts. Chen Shanshan said nothing, merely raising her hand slightly, with several water columns appearing at her fingertips. Both sides were on edge, murderous intent filling the air, and the battle was about to erupt. Chen Tianwu's heart sank, and his last shred of hope vanished completely. This fight was inevitable. Don't go all out when the battle starts. If they want to leave, let them go. Keeping your lives is the most important thing. Chen Tianwu whispered to the team members beside him. Catching the others wasn't as crucial, but Qin Ming had to be captured. Qin Ming would be dealt with personally by him. Although he felt uncertain, he had no choice but to face it head-on now. Damn it! If I had known they were this strong, I should have called the Martial Enforcement Division for help. Why did I come here to die on my own? Chen Tianwu regretted deeply in his heart. He shouldn't have waited downstairs for so long, which had now led to his team being in danger. Don't worry, Captain. If I were afraid of dying, I wouldn't have become an enforcer. A young enforcer said with a smile, though his eyes were fixed on Qin Ming, and cold sweat involuntarily formed on his palms. He spoke lightly, but his heart was tense to the extreme. The other enforcers remained silent, but their gazes were resolute, showing no hesitation. Although they admired Qin Ming and his group's actions, they also understood the gravity of the situation. Letting them go would lead to serious consequences. Sigh. Chen Tianwu sighed softly, his eyes becoming resolute. As the atmosphere grew tense and everyone faced off nervously, Qin Ming suddenly chuckled lightly. It seems you've misunderstood something, he said calmly, as if the confrontation before him had nothing to do with him. I've said before, I only kill those who deserve to die. As for you, I have no interest in taking your lives. The main reason is that killing you would be too costly, it's not worth it. I, Qin, never do unprofitable business. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming softly uttered a single word: retreat. Before the word had fully left his mouth, countless ghostly ninja shadows simultaneously threw smoke bombs. Puff, 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 thick smoke exploded instantly, engulfing the entire battlefield and obscuring all vision. The black mist blocked visibility, and even with infrared goggles, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Chen Tianwu's eyes narrowed sharply, and he shouted loudly, "Stay alert! Stay alert!" All the enforcers' expressions changed as they slapped their chests with both hands. Buzz! Buzz! White glowing runes lit up on their chests. In an instant, the runes formed circular shields, protecting them. Everyone stood ready, eyes fixed ahead. At the slightest movement, they would fire immediately. A few seconds later, the smoke began to dissipate. The open space where a group of people had been standing was now completely empty. Qin Ming and the more than 200 people he led had vanished without a trace in just a few seconds. The enforcers were dumbfounded. They had remained at their posts, not moving an inch, and had kept all exits tightly monitored. How could so many people disappear into thin air? Chen Tianwu frowned, his tone calm. Reconnaissance team, step forward. 3 enforcers quickly ran up to him and saluted crisply, "Captain." Their voices rang out in unison. "Immediately investigate whether they've hidden inside the building," Chen Tianwu ordered expressionlessly. "Yes, Captain," the 3 responded in unison. One enforcer held their breath, staring intently into the gambling den, their eyes gradually turning red. Another discreetly extended a fingernail-sized insect from their sleeve, which buzzed its wings and flew into the Four Seas gambling Denver. The last one closed their eyes, their ears twitching slightly, as if straining to catch any sound. Their talents weren't particularly high, so it took over 10 seconds for results to come in. The enforcer with glowing red eyes rubbed their temples, closed their eyes wearily, and reported, "No one inside." The one with the insect listened for a few seconds and shook their head at Chen Tianwu. "No signs of activity." The one who had been listening intently opened their eyes and confirmed, "Not a single sound inside." All 3 reported the same conclusion. The building was empty. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Tianwu's eyes. They escaped? They actually managed to flee right under everyone's noses? This was almost unbelievable. A brutal battle was avoided just like that? Chen Tianwu was filled with disbelief. Shocked as he was, he also felt a sense of relief. If they could escape, it meant they had the skills to do so. Letting them go and them managing to escape were 2 entirely different matters. He had done everything he could. If they still managed to flee, it wasn't his fault. However, he knew he wouldn't escape disciplinary action. Not that Chen Tianwu cared much, he only needed to have a clear conscience. "Pack it up," Chen Tianwu shouted, waving his hand to signal. Before long, a dozen enforcement vehicles left the scene, leaving behind a handful of enforcers to continue investigating. The area was cordoned off with caution tape. The once bustling Four Seas gambling den had now turned into a living hell. The onlookers murmured among themselves, "The Four Seas gambling den is just gone like that? And that legendary Hong Sihai is dead too? Am I dreaming? That group killed Hong Sihai and managed to get away unscathed? Is this for real? Incredible. With Hong Sihai dead, does that mean the Four Seas gang is finished too? Does this mean I don't have to pay protection fees anymore? Shouldn't be necessary anymore, right? Most of the core members of the Four Seas gang are dead, and the few useless ones left wouldn't dare to collect protection fees. Don't overthink it. With the Four Seas gang gone, it won't be long before a Five Seas gang emerges. Protection fees will still have to be paid. Didn't those people just say they were acting on behalf of justice? Does that mean if another gang appears, they'll step in again?" A child's innocent voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the child, falling silent for a long time. Acting on behalf of justice? In this world, is there really anyone who cares about ordinary people like us? There are too many gangs, and the number of martial artists within them is countless. Today you destroy one, and tomorrow, all the gangs will unite to take you down. The cost of eliminating gangs is too high. Once they band together, the sheer number of martial artists is overwhelming. How could they possibly be eradicated? No one took the child's words to heart because they knew it was simply impossible. On the rooftop of a building, Qin Ming stood quietly, his gaze following the departing law enforcement vehicle. The evening breeze gently lifted his hair. Behind him, Shanshan and the others stood straight, waiting for Qin Ming's orders. Just leaving like that? Aren't you even a little disappointed that you didn't catch me? This captain is quite interesting. From the beginning, Qin Ming had been observing Chen Tianwu's expression. This guy realized he had escaped. Yet not only was he not angry, but he even seemed a bit relieved. Was he really a law enforcer? Qin Ming felt a bit puzzled. But, from the looks of it, the plan to eliminate the gangs can be implemented ahead of schedule. At least these grassroots members know I'm not their enemy. As long as we don't encounter those old monsters, there shouldn't be any major issues. Qin Ming had great confidence in his team. As long as they didn't face those particularly abnormal martial artists, there was no way they could catch Chun Shanxian and Lu Mengqing. As for the merman demon and the ghostly ninja, they were no problem at all. There were plenty of them to go around. Master, what should we do next? Chen Shanxian asked softly. Should we keep killing? Killing is my favorite thing to do. Lu Mengqing's eyes sparkled as she smiled happily. She was already a bit addicted. The feeling of unleashing immense power made her unable to stop. The power of the dragon explosion was boiling within her. Qin Ming slowly withdrew his gaze and looked toward the Jiang family villa district. His voice was calm. Let's find someone and settle an old score. Jiang Ziyuan had sent people to kill his entire family, and Qin Ming certainly wouldn't let him off. Although this person was closely connected to Jiang Core, Qin Ming had long suspected the relationship between Jiang Ziyuan and Jiang Core. To confirm it, he had even gone online to check the information on Jiang Core's family business. Jiang Fur Industry Group, Chairman Jiang Ziyuan. Continuing to browse the company information, Jiang Core's name finally appeared in the family section. Jiang Ziyuan is her father? Qin Ming murmured expressionlessly. As for why Jiang Ziyuan had sent people to kill him, Qin Ming already had a guess. It was probably because his relationship with Jiang Core had been discovered by her father, leading to a series of troubles. Perfect, this time I'll destroy you all. The Jiang family will belong to me. As Qin Ming spoke, his figure transformed once again, taking on the appearance of a merman. Crack! Just as Qin Ming transformed into a merman, the space beside him suddenly twisted, and an eerie green door appeared out of thin air. This door was identical to the strange one Chen Shanxian had summoned earlier. The next second, a massive three-fingered hand suddenly stretched out from the door, followed closely by the iconic fierce shark head and thick, long tail. Although its appearance was similar to the fishman demons summoned by Chen Shanxian, this group had a deeper blue-green hue on their bodies, exuding a more primal and ferocious aura. One figure after another swam out of the door, resembling hunters from the deep sea. In less than 10 seconds, the fishman demons summoned by Qin Ming quickly filled the top floor. The number is more than double Shanxian's? Qin Ming's gaze swept over the densely packed demonic figures, his heart slightly shaken. Chen Shanxian had summoned just over 100 fishman demons, but Qin Ming's count exceeded 200, nearing 300. He steadied his mind and tried to sense their vitality strength. After just a few moments, Qin Ming was slightly stunned. He couldn't see through them? Logically, as long as the opponent's vitality wasn't vastly superior to his, he should be able to sense it. Could it be? Qin Ming's thoughts shifted, and he signaled one of the fishman demons to step forward. The creature obeyed, black mist swirling around it, and in an instant, it transformed into a beautiful woman. Qin Ming retrieved a silver ring from his shadow ring and personally placed it on her. PM 11:31 Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality 2137.5, 4th grade martial artist, early stage, 4th grade? Qin Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. The fishman demons he summoned were this powerful? What was going on? Suddenly, Qin Ming seemed to understand something. He looked at the group of fishman demons in horror. Over 200, 4th grade? Qin Ming's breathing gradually quickened. He was well aware of what over 200 4th grade fighters meant. Back then, and Shi Yao alone, as a 4th grade fighter, could cause massive destruction. Now, he had over 200 warriors as strong as in Shi Yao. How could he not be excited? Suppressing his excitement, Qin Ming placed the silver ring on his own wrist. PM 11:35 Qin Ming, 18 years old, vitality 1457.3, 3rd grade martial artist, peak stage, peak 3rd grade? This reminded Qin Ming of that confident statement, I am at the peak of 3rd grade. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Yet, after just one enhancement of demonic energy, his vitality had increased by over 400? This tattoo was too exaggerated. Qin Ming realized that all his painstaking cultivation efforts were not as effective as acquiring more slaves. His strength would grow much faster. This gang must be completely eradicated. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, it won't matter. I said so. Qin Ming's determination to gain more dark points grew stronger. Beside him, Chen Xianxian and Lu Mengqing were already speechless, stunned by the scene before them. Chen Xianxian was slightly better off, as she had previously summoned similar fishman demons and was mentally prepared. But Lu Mengqing was entirely different. This was her first time witnessing such a spectacle. Over 200 ferocious monsters surrounded them layer by layer, each exuding an aura that had reached the 4th grade, the oppressive feeling almost suffocating. How could she possibly endure it? Her heart was practically leaping out of her throat. Don't panic. Don't panic. They're all summoned by the master. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Mengqing kept telling herself not to be afraid. Qin Ming seemed to see through her tension and, with a thought, all the fishman demons were instantly enveloped in swirling black mist, transforming into beautiful women with diverse appearances. The previously oppressive atmosphere immediately lightened. Lu Mengqing let out a long breath, her body finally relaxing. Only then did she notice the chill on her back. At some point, cold sweat had soaked through her clothes, clinging tightly to her skin. Qin Ming pondered for a moment before speaking again, his voice calm. The plan is changed. You will now each lead a team to eliminate the gangs. Tonight, you can indulge in slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xianxian and Lu Mengqing's eyes lit up. I can lead a team on my own now? Lu Mengqing was secretly delighted. Yes, master. Chen Xianxian was the first to respond. Seeing this, Lu Mengqing quickly composed herself and bowed in reply, yes, master. Since Chen Xianxian already had over 100 Murloc demons of her own, she left with just over 60 of the Murloc demons summoned by Qin Ming. Lu Mengqing, on the other hand, took over 100 Murloc demons and more than 100 shadow ninjas, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. Qin Ming looked at the 90 or so 4th-tier Murloc demons remaining by his side, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 90 4th-tier powerhouses were more than enough for him to deal with Jiang Ziyuan. Even if Jiang Ziyuan was at the 5th tier, Qin Ming could use sheer numbers to wear him down. How could I possibly lose now? With that, thick black mist rose around Qin Ming, enveloping all the Murloc demons. When the black mist dissipated, the rooftop was already empty, as if nothing had happened. Tianhe District, Jiang family. Jiang Core sat alone at the head of her bed, tightly clutching an old photo frame in her hands. In the photo was a gentle young woman holding her as a child. Mom. Jiang Core gently touched the photo with her fingertips and said softly, when I truly take control of the Jiang family, I will definitely bring you back. As she spoke, her eyes gradually grew moist, as if recalling some past memories. Her eyes slowly reddened. At that moment, bang, bang, bang. A sudden knock on the door startled her. Outside, Jiang Ziyuan turned the doorknob, finding it locked. His voice rose, Jiang Core, open the door. Jiang Core was startled. She quickly hid the photo frame under her pillow, wiped the corners of her eyes, and took a deep breath to steady her emotions before replying, Father, I've already gone to bed. It's so late, if there's something, let's talk tomorrow. Normally, Jiang Ziyuan wouldn't come looking for her so late. Today was an exception. Jiang Core sensed that something was off. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew more urgent and forceful. Open the door. I have something important to say. Jiang Ziyuan's brows furrowed, his face full of displeasure. If he weren't relying on Jiang Core to help appease Qin Ming's anger, he would have already broken down the door. There was no way he would be pleading with her like this. Jiang Core could hear the urgency in his tone, deepening her suspicions. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly got up and walked to the door. Coming. As soon as the door opened a crack, Jiang Ziyuan hurriedly squeezed his way inside. Seeing his unusual behavior, Jiang Core frowned. In her impression, Jiang Ziyuan had always been calm and composed. Why was he acting like this today? Qin Ming, is he your man? Jiang Ziyuan stared intently at Jiang Core, asking word by word. Hearing this, Jiang Core's face remained expressionless, but her heart tightened sharply. He had come because of that man? How did he find out? Seeing her remain silent, a trace of smugness flashed in Jiang Ziyuan's eyes as he continued, don't deny it. I already know you went to the hotel together. As he spoke, he carefully observed Jiang Kor's reaction, trying to find any flaws. Right now, the only uncertainty for Jiang Ziyuan was who held the upper hand in this relationship. If Jiang Kor had the advantage, then it would be easy to handle. Qin Ming would be at his mercy. With a martial artist at the peak of the 6th rank as his backing, he could dominate not just Tianhe City but the entire Jiangnan province. This was far better than offering Jiang Kor to young Master Yi as a plaything. One option merely showcased his powerful connections, while the other gave him direct control over strength. The choice was obvious. Hearing his words, Jiang Kor's heart sank, her eyes reddened, and she asked in a trembling voice, "You secretly investigated me?" Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she urgently followed up, What did you do to Master?" She knew Jiang Ziyuan well enough to understand that if she were just an ordinary person, he would be furious. After all, he had intended to offer her to young Master Yi. How could he let anyone else touch her? Smack! A heavy slap landed on Jiang Kor's face. Jiang Ziyuan's fingers trembled as he pointed at her, burning with rage. "What did you call him? Master? Do you have no sense of shame? How could I have raised such a disgraceful daughter?" Jiang Ziyuan's vision darkened, nearly fainting from anger. He had originally planned to use Jiang Kor to control Qin Ming and reap the benefits. But now, Jiang Kor had. Jiang Kor staggered and fell to the ground, clutching her face as she let out a low laugh. Shame. She raised her reddened eyes and stared directly at Jiang Ziyuan. "From the day I was born, haven't you always treated me as a toy to be groomed? Since I'm destined to be a plaything, why can't I choose someone I truly want?" "You!" Jiang Ziyuan trembled all over with rage, his chest heaving violently, almost unable to speak. The situation was now crystal clear. Jiang Kor was completely ensnared, and in this relationship, she was always at a disadvantage. Forget using her to control Qin Ming, even offering her to young Master Yi would result in rejection for being unclean. Thinking about how he had spent over a decade grooming her, only for it all to go to waste in an instant, Jiang Ziyuan was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. At that moment, Jiang Haochen pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the scene before him, he secretly rejoiced but pretended to be serious on the surface. "Dad, don't hit her face. If you damage it, young Master Yi might not want her anymore." Normally, Jiang Kor would have been furious at such words, but today she showed no reaction. She merely looked at Jiang Haochen indifferently, as if watching a ridiculous clown. Jiang Ziyuan also turned to glare coldly at his foolish son. Jiang Haochen had initially wanted to lash out, but upon seeing his father's grim expression, he felt a chill in his heart. "Did I say something wrong? Take her to the basement. Keep her under strict watch, there must be no mistakes." Jiang Ziyuan ordered darkly, "From now on, you don't need to go to Tianwu Academy. I'll arrange a long leave for you." "Yes, sir." Zhao Jinxia responded and stepped forward to take Jiang Kor away. Jiang Kor did not resist, following along expressionlessly. If it came to a fight, Zhao Jinxia wouldn't stand a chance against her. At this moment, her mind was in complete turmoil. Judging by her father's reaction just now, it was clear that Qin Ming had done something to infuriate him. What exactly had happened? Recalling her father's panicked expression when he first entered the house, her unease grew heavier. At first, her father must not have taken Qin Ming seriously, which provoked the latter. Now, with his attitude suddenly changing so drastically, something significant must have occurred to make him realize that Qin Ming was no ordinary person. Could it have been this afternoon's apprenticeship ceremony? It must be that. Her father wanted to leverage Qin Ming's power to climb up to Li Jianguo. Thinking of this, Jiang Kor couldn't help but laugh. So, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a tool to be used. Of course, for a man like him, who could even abandon his wife for profit, how could there be any familial affection to speak of? Not long after, Zhao Jinxia led Jiang Kor to the basement. It was pitch black, with no windows, and the only ventilation came from a heavy iron door. After Jiang Kor stepped inside, Zhao Jinxia said nothing and directly locked the iron door. The door was of no use against Jiang Kor, but she had no intention of resisting. She quietly walked to a corner, curled up, hugged her knees, buried her face in her arms, and softly murmured, "Mom, I miss you so much," in the living room. Jiang Ziyuan sat alone on the sofa, lighting a cigar and silently exhaling smoke. Jiang Haochen stood nearby, full of confusion. He was already this grown, yet it was the first time he had seen his father so serious, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Click. Zhao Jinxia pushed the door open, walked to Jiang Ziyuan's side, and slightly bowed. Master, it's done. Jiang Ziyuan said nothing, continuing to smoke his cigar. Locking Jiang Core up was a gamble that Qin Ming wouldn't stand idly by. After a few days, the other party would likely come looking for them. He didn't believe that Qin Ming had no feelings for Jiang Core. Jiang Ziyuan had always been confident in his daughter's beauty. The Yi family was already a lost cause. If the Yi family pursued the matter, he could only shift the blame onto Qin Ming. What he cared about most now was how to use Jiang Core as a key to extract the greatest benefit from Qin Ming. Controlling Qin Ming was impossible, so he could only strike a deal. It's too soon. If only he had more time to grow. Jiang Ziyuan extinguished his cigar and sighed. Sigh. If we could wait a few more years, his value would definitely multiply. Jiang Haochen listened to his father's muttering, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. Him? Who? Was this him? What was too soon? What exactly was his father planning? He wanted to ask several times, but seeing Jiang Ziyuan's face so dark it seemed ready to drip water, he could only swallow his words. At that moment, a lazy yawn broke the silence. Song Yuan, dressed in a silk nightgown, walked over slowly. The thin fabric barely concealed her alluring figure, and with every step, her curves were faintly visible under the light. Her voice was soft, tinged with drowsiness. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Jiang Ziyuan looked up at his young and beautiful wife, thought for a moment, and slowly stood up. Since the decision had already been made, he could only proceed step by step. Rest. Leaving those words, Jiang Ziyuan turned and walked away. Just then, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Thick black mist rapidly spread throughout the living room. Jiang Ziyuan's expression shifted as he sensed an intense killing intent emanating from the mist. In an instant, the black mist condensed into a human form. Over 90 beautiful women stood in the center of the room. The aura emanating from them made Jiang Ziyuan's pupils contract sharply, and a storm surged in his heart. Fourth grade realm. All these women were fourth grade realm experts. How could this be? So many fourth grade realm experts appearing at the same time was simply unheard of. In contrast to Jiang Ziyuan's terror, Jiang Haochen and Song Yuan appeared calm. Their strength was too weak to sense the threat posed by these merman demons. Jiang Ziyuan's reputation was immense, and he protected Jiang Haochen and Song Yuan, so the two had never considered that anyone might harbor ill intentions toward them. Dad, did you call these women here? Jiang Haochen's eyes lit up as he looked at the numerous merman demons. A trace of wickedness flashed in his eyes, and he licked the corner of his mouth. Although he had seen countless beauties, being surrounded by over 90 women was a first. Moreover, the appearance and figures of these women were exceptionally outstanding, the cream of the crop. Husband, what is going on here? Song Yuan asked, suppressing her anger. To dare to summon so many seductive vixens in her presence, clearly, she had been too lenient with him, and now he didn't take her seriously at all. Jiang Ziyuan ignored this foolish mother and son duo, his eyes fixed on the commotion in the center of the crowd. Qin Ming slowly walked forward as the merman demons parted to make way for him. Watching Qin Ming approach, Jiang Ziyuan's heart stirred. It seems this guy is their leader. Strange, his strength is only at the second grade realm. And why does he look so familiar? Who are you? Why are you breaking into my house in the middle of the night? Jiang Ziyuan asked darkly. He could sense the faint killing intent emanating from Qin Ming and knew this man was not here with good intentions. It seemed unlikely that tonight would end peacefully. Qin Ming smiled faintly, his tone calm. Master Jiang, you have quite the short memory. A few days ago, you were talking about wiping out my entire family. How could you forget so soon? At this moment, Qin Ming had already transformed into his human form. After all, with over 90 fourth grade realm martial artists protecting him, no one could get close. There was no need to waste his demonic energy. Demonic energy was precious. Hearing this, Jiang Ziyuan turned and ran without hesitation. What a joke, over 90 fourth grade realm experts, who could possibly withstand that? Dad, where are you going? Jiang Haochen shouted in panic. He had already realized the gravity of the situation. This man had said just one sentence, and his powerful father had fled. That alone was enough to show how terrifying he was. Husband, master. Song Yuan and Zhao Jinxia also cried out in alarm. Jiang Ziyuan ran at full speed, ignoring the calls. of his family. Damn it, Qin Ming actually brought nearly 100 fourth-grade realm martial artists. How is this possible? Who is backing him? Li Jianguo? No, that's not right. If Li Jianguo were helping him, he could have come alone, there'd be no need to bring so many people. It seems this guy's backing is far stronger than it appears. With this realization, Jiang Ziyuan ran even faster. As for his son, wife, and whoever else, whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. As long as he survived, he could always have more sons and wives. Stop shouting. He doesn't care whether you live or die, Qin Ming said as he walked over to the sofa and sat down slowly, his voice calm. Because he's afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, over 50 merman demons beside him suddenly rushed out, chasing in the direction Jiang Ziyuan had fled. You're lying. Zhang Haochun's eyes turned red as he shouted angrily. My dad would never be afraid of you. My dad is a 5th-grade realm martial artist. He can't possibly be afraid of you. What do you think you are? His father ran away, leaving him momentarily unable to accept it. He could only use shouting to mask the fear in his heart. It seemed that only by doing so could he force himself not to face the fact that his father had abandoned him. Qin Ming ignored him, not even bothering to glance at him. Behind him, a merman demon's figure flickered. Smack! A sudden slap rang out, and Zhang Haochun was sent flying several meters like a ragdoll. He landed heavily on the ground, rolled twice, and lay motionless like a dead dog. Son! Son! Song Yuan ran over and cradled Zhang Haochun in her arms. Zhang Haochun had already lost consciousness, his right cheek swollen high, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing her beloved son beaten like this, her heart was filled with rage, but she knew clearly that the person in front of her was not someone she could provoke. Jiang Ziyuan's escape had already explained everything. Zhao Jinxia, like a frightened quail, cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, completely ignoring the life or death of her young master. She knew better than anyone that the person before her was absolutely not someone she could afford to offend. What exactly do you want? Song Yuan suppressed her anger and asked in a steady voice. Qin Ming completely ignored her question, casually brushing the dust off his sleeve and responding indifferently, What do I want? Ha! Your husband wants to kill my entire family. What do you think I want? Song Yuan's heart sank, and her voice trembled involuntarily. I didn't know about this. It has nothing to do with me. She truly didn't know. But Qin Ming didn't care whether she knew or not. Since Jiang Ziyuan wanted to wipe out his family, Qin Ming would annihilate Jiang Ziyuan's family. Of course, Jiang Kor was an exception. Qin Ming wouldn't touch her. Ha! Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as he stared at Song Yuan, his tone indifferent. Does it matter whether you know or not? I only know one thing. He paused. You are Jiang Ziyuan's family, so you must die. In Tianhe district, the night was deep. A figure darted like lightning through the towering buildings of the bustling city, leaping dozens of meters with each jump. Moments later, over 50 agile figures followed, closely behind, relentlessly pursuing. Their speed was astonishing, and the distance between them was visibly shrinking. Damn it! Jiang Ziyuan grew increasingly anxious. How are these women running so fast? Is this really the strength of the fourth realm? He could clearly feel the speed of the pursuers behind him increasing, the pressure surging like a tide. Damn it, I can't keep going like this. I have to show them my strength, or I'll be caught sooner or later. As he sprinted, Jiang Ziyuan's eyes turned cold, and his killing intent surged. He suddenly turned around, gathering intense energy in his palm. A scorching cyan palm strike tore through the night sky, accompanied by a piercing whistle, heading straight for the nearest few women. But just as the palm strike was about to hit, the figures of those merman demons instantly dissolved into dark streams of water. The palm strike passed through effortlessly, crashing onto the street and sending up a cloud of rubble and dust. In the next moment, the water streams reformed into human shapes, their speed undiminished, continuing to lock onto Jiang Ziyuan. Seeing this, Jiang Ziyuan's heart sank, and his expression grew even darker. These guys, they even have elemental abilities? At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. Elemental ability martial artists were rare, let alone those in the fourth realm. Qin Ming suddenly brought several of them, which shocked Jiang Ziyuan immensely. Qin Ming, where on earth did you find so many strong individuals with the same talent? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled and terrified he became. What kind of monster had he provoked? Whoosh! 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 The sound of something cutting through the air rang out as several water jets shot toward him. Jiang Ziyuan, as if he had eyes on his back, dodged sideways while sprinting. However, this evasive maneuver drastically reduced his speed, allowing the fish demon behind him to close in instantly. Jiang Ziyuan's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he quickly pulled out a talisman. The talisman was engraved with intricate patterns, but its color was dim. This was an extremely rare acceleration talisman. Once used, it could instantly triple his speed for 3 minutes. Jiang Ziyuan had obtained it by chance, and it was incredibly precious. He had always been reluctant to use it, but now it was his last chance. At the brink of life and death, he didn't hesitate. A flash of determination appeared in his eyes as he clenched the talisman tightly with his fingers and crushed it. The talisman instantly transformed into specks of starlight, which flew into his body. In an instant, Jiang Ziyuan's speed surged. His feet seemed to generate wind, and he quickly left the pursuing fish demon far behind. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ziyuan led over 50 fish demons to Qinghu Park. During the day, this place was crowded, but at night it was almost deserted. As long as I cross Qinghu Park and run another kilometer, I'll reach the nearest law enforcement bureau. Jiang Ziyuan calculated silently, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There were many martial artists in the law enforcement bureau. Although their branch might not be able to defeat over 50 fourth-grade demons, Jiang Ziyuan believed they wouldn't dare cause trouble at the bureau unless they were insane. To reach the law enforcement bureau as quickly as possible, Jiang Ziyuan chose to take a direct route across the water. His feet tapped the lake's surface, creating ripples as his figure shot like an arrow toward the opposite shore. His speed was so fast that only a blur remained. Qin Ming, you've really pushed me to the limit today. One day, I will kill you. Jiang Ziyuan's heart was filled with rage, and his steps quickened. As the shore drew closer, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy. Almost there. I'm almost at the shore. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several sharp, piercing sounds rushed toward him from behind, faster and more ferocious than before. Heh, your old tricks will work on me. Jiang Ziyuan sneered coldly, preparing to dodge sideways. Thud. A water jet, like lightning, instantly pierced through his right shoulder. What? The smile on his face hadn't even faded when another water jet struck his abdomen. Directly. Thud. Thud. 2 more water jets followed, precisely piercing through his legs. Jiang Ziyuan's face was filled with shock and confusion. Just as he was about to react, a heavy blow landed on his back, sending him flying onto the shore. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed weakly, his voice faint. How is this possible? He couldn't understand. Despite his speed being tripled, how had these women still caught up to him? Worse yet, their water jet attacks were several times faster than before, making them impossible to dodge. At this moment, the fish demons silently surrounded him, trapping him in the center. Their cold eyes stared at him, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Jiang Ziyuan was covered in blood, looking as though he could barely hold on, as if he might die at any moment. Is he going to die? The master said, he must stay alive. It's all number 41's fault. I saw her pierce his stomach with my own eyes. Blame me? Why don't you say it was number 73's final slap that did it? Why am I being dragged into this again? The merman demons were in a heated argument. Jiang Ziyuan spat out another mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler. He was a martial artist at the early stage of the 5th rank, otherwise, the enhanced water column attack would have already taken half his life. And in water, the strength of the merman demons increased tenfold. It was terrifying to imagine how formidable they were. If he hadn't taken the water route, it would have been much harder for the merman demons to catch him. But his impulsiveness had led him here. Stop arguing. Judging by his condition, he won't die just yet, the number 3 merman demon said coldly, its voice devoid of any emotion. Hurry up and take him back to report. Don't keep the master waiting. As soon as the words fell, the other merman demons immediately quieted down, offering no objections. Their hierarchy was determined by the order in which they were summoned. The smaller the number, the higher the authority. Number 3 was the most authoritative among them, so no one dared to talk back. One of the merman demons stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Ziyuan by the back of his neck, and lifted him like a chick. These creatures, they actually call Qin Ming their master. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes flickered slightly, his heart filled with doubt. A fourth-rank martial artist was already considered quite powerful. In smaller regions, they were practically kings. Why would they willingly submit to Qin Ming as their master? To call someone master meant becoming their personal property, with life and death entirely in the other's hands. Most people couldn't accept such a fate. Yet these fourth-rank martial artists willingly served Qin Ming as their master. It was simply unbelievable. But when he thought of his own daughter also calling Qin Ming master, Zhang Ziyuan felt as if he had swallowed a dead rat, utterly nauseated. A bitter taste rose in his throat. Ugh! He spat out another mouthful of blood. The number 75 merman demon holding him was startled and quickly shouted, "He's spitting blood again." Number 3 cast a cold glance at him, its voice still calm. "Ignore it. Just take him back to report." In an instant, over 50 merman demons shot forward like lightning, carrying Zhang Ziyuan away at high speed. Zhang Ziyuan was fully aware of his fate. Qin Ming was so ruthless now that he would never let him go, even if he was Zhang Ke's father. "Ha! Want to kill me? Qin Ming, you're still too green. Rather than being humiliated by you before my death, I'd rather end it all myself." With this thought, Zhang Ziyuan's eyes turned cold. He immediately mobilized the last of his internal energy and violently shook his own heart meridian. Ugh! His body trembled, his gaze quickly dimmed, and blood trickled continuously from the corners of his mouth. But in an instant, his legs kicked out, and he went completely still. The number 75 merman demon, who was sprinting, seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped in its tracks. Ignoring its companions who continued forward, it lowered its head to look at the lifeless Zhang Ziyuan in its grasp. Dead? Dead? Number 75's eyes widened. In shock, utterly incredulous. This guy actually died in my hands. Of all times to die, he had to choose now, while I was carrying him. What do I do now? How am I supposed to explain this to the master? A passing merman demon stopped, its face full of confusion. Number 75, what are you doing? Nothing. Murloc number 75 awkwardly smiled and shifted Zhang Ziyuan's corpse behind her. Beads of sweat appeared on her fair face as she nervously said, I really need to go to the bathroom. The Murloc demon suddenly understood. I see. Go quickly and catch up. With that, it ran toward the main group. As it ran, it suddenly felt something was off and muttered to itself, I'm this old, and I don't think I've ever used a bathroom before. Why does she need to? Watching the group move farther away, the Murloc demon didn't think much of it and quickened its pace to catch up. Murloc number 75 shook Zhang Ziyuan's corpse to confirm he was completely dead, then sighed. Ugh! What bad luck! Even carrying a dead man, I still get blamed. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she frowned. No matter what, he's dead now. I can't be the only one punished for this. When the master asks, I'll just say number 73 killed him with one slap. After all, he stopped breathing not long after he got to me. Yes, that's what I'll say. The next second, Murloc number 75 carried Zhang Ziyuan's corpse and hurried to catch up. Tianhe District, Zhang family. The living room was packed with people, but the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Song Yuan held her son, trembling all over. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to calm Qin Ming's fury. She didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. A Murloc demon stepped forward, poured tea for Qin Ming, and then silently retreated to the side. Qin Ming picked up the teacup and took a small sip. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of these Murloc demons. They were incredibly intelligent, with their own consciousness. They could almost be regarded as humans, or rather, as independent life forms. Do you want me to do it myself, or will you handle it? Qin Ming set down the teacup and asked in a low voice. Song Yuan shuddered, swallowed hard, and said, fearfully, see, could we not die? With a thud, she knelt directly in front of Qin Ming. I beg you, please spare me and my son. I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Qin Ming chuckled and shook his head. I'm not interested in money. However, I can give you a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously despondent Zhao Jinsha immediately lit up with hope and asked, what kind of chance? Song Yuan also looked at Qin Ming with excitement. Seeing their reactions, Qin Ming laughed inwardly. At this point, they still dared to hope for survival. How naive. Anyone with half a brain could see he was toying with them. No rush, Qin Ming said, crossing his legs casually. Once I bring Zhang Ziyuan back, everything will be clear. Hearing this, a sense of foreboding surged in Song Yuanyuan's heart. Not long after, more than 50 Murloc demons entered the room. Murloc No. 3 stepped forward and bowed slightly. Master, the person has been brought back. Qin Ming smiled and stood up. Excellent. The game was about to begin. Zhang Ziyuan, don't disappoint me. Number 75, bring him up. Murloc number 3 shouted. The crowd automatically parted, and Murloc number 75 cautiously carried Zhang Ziyuan's corpse forward. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Qin Ming. Before Qin Ming even got close, he could sense something was wrong with Zhang Ziyuan. Narrowing his eyes, he asked suspiciously, this guy, could he be dead? Before Murloc number 3 could respond, Murloc No. 75 exclaimed in admiration, wow, Master, you're amazing. You figured it out with just one glance. Qin Ming. The scene suddenly fell silent. Did you kill him? Qin Ming frowned and asked discontentedly. No. He just died inexplicably on his own. I hadn't been carrying him for long before. He died. Fishman number 75 hurriedly explained. Qin Ming remained silent, walked over to Zhang Ziyuan's corpse, and used his magic to sense it. A moment later, Qin Ming opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, he does have some backbone. Then, he turned to look at Song Yuanyuan and the others, smiling faintly. In that case, the three of you can play this game. Inside the room, there was dead silence. Song Yuanyuan and Zhao Jinxia exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Qin Ming's thoughts shifted, and he turned his head to look at a fishman demon beside him. The next second, the fishman demon raised a finger slightly, and a water ball shot out rapidly, bursting precisely over Zhang Haochen's head. Splash, the icy water instantly drenched Zhang Haochen from head to toe. Shan'er. Song Yuanyuan cried out in alarm, hurriedly pulling her son into her arms. Her heart was filled with both shock and anger, but she dared not act out. She had no idea what Qin Ming was planning. Zhang Haochen frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. He held his still faintly aching forehead, his mind not yet fully clear, a chaotic mess. Shan'er, are you awake? Song Yuanyuan softly called out beside his ear. Mom! What happened to me? Scattered memories began to piece together. The next second, he suddenly remembered everything. He had been knocked unconscious by the other party with a slap. Rage surged instantly in his heart. Zhang Haochen abruptly raised his head, glaring fiercely at Qin Ming and the group of beauties behind him. But this time, he was smarter. Knowing the other party was not to be trifled with, he forcibly swallowed his words. Since you're awake, Qin Ming said coldly, the game begins now. Game? What game? Zhang Haochen struggled to sit up, asking in surprise. Song Yuanyuan and Zhao Jinxia stared at Qin Ming, too wary to speak. Qin Ming ignored him, waving his hand as the shadow ring emitted a white light. With 3 clanging sounds, 3 daggers were thrown in front of Zhang Haochen and the others. Among you, the one who survives. I won't kill, Qin Ming sneered, his tone full of mockery. Zhang Haochen and Song Yuanyuan's pupils shrank sharply. No, absolutely not. The mother and son almost simultaneously shouted their refusal. This was too cruel. Qin Ming clearly wanted to see them kill each other. Song Yuanyuan felt a chill run through her body. Qin Ming's move was utterly ruthless. He wasn't just trying to kill, he was trying to torment their hearts. Qin Ming's gaze turned cold, his tone sinister. You're mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an order. Either you all die together now, or fight to survive. He slowly sat down, picked up a teacup, and gently blew on it, his tone indifferent. Life or death, the choice is yours. But don't dawdle, my patience is limited. Zhang Haochen's face instantly turned ashen. His gaze swept over the indifferent fishman demons around him, finally landing on the cold corpse on the ground. That was his father, a 5th realm cultivator, who had died here. His heart was even more shaken. If even his 5th realm father couldn't survive, what chance did he have? Escape was utterly impossible. But to kill his own mother? That was worse than being an animal. Zhang Haochen's expression kept changing. Song Yuanyuan's face was also ashen to the extreme. At that moment, Zhao Jinxia suddenly began to move silently, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. She suddenly bent down, grabbed a dagger, and thrust it towards Zhang Haochen's chest. Shan'er, be careful! Song Yuanyuan screamed. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Jiang Haochun's chest, a jet of water shot out sharply. Thud! Ah! The water jet hit Zhao Jinxia's arm directly. She let out a miserable scream, and the dagger fell to the ground. Impudent! Fishman Demon number 75's eyes were sharp, its voice icy cold. The master hasn't given an order. Who allowed you to act? Do you still have the master in your eyes? She had just heard Qin Ming's words and knew what he wanted to see. If Zhao Jinxia had succeeded, there would have been nothing entertaining to watch. I'm sorry. I thought it had already begun. Zhao Jinxia clutched her bleeding arm, sweat streaming down her forehead. Qin Ming glanced at Fishman number 75 with satisfaction. He hadn't expected this group of fishmen to be so clever. The plan had almost been ruined by Zhao Jinxia. He had intended to watch Song Yuanyuan and Jiang Haochun turn on each other in a deadly struggle. This foolish woman had almost spoiled the show. But now, it was fine. Zhao Jinxia was injured, making her less of a threat to Jiang Haochun and Song Yuanyuan. After all, Zhao Jinxia was a first-rank martial artist. Jiang Haochun and Song Yuanyuan hadn't reached that level yet. If they really fought, Zhao Jinxia could likely take them both on alone. You wretched woman, you're just like a dog raised by the Jiang family. Jiang Haochun's eyes turned blood red as he roared in fury, and you still dare to try to kill me? He crouched down slowly, picking up the dagger from the ground, and began walking towards Zhao Jinxia. Song Yuanyuan grabbed Jiang Haochun by the arm, shaking her head and whispering, "Don't go over there yet. You're no match for her." Zhao Jinxia ignored Jiang Haochun's insults. After so many years of serving the young master, she understood his strength all too well. If they fought, he wouldn't pose a threat. The only concern was Song Yuanyuan, a woman with a deep, scheming mind. If she wasn't careful, Song Yuanyuan might set a trap for her. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming chuckled and announced, "Now, you may begin." With Zhao Jinxia's arm injured, Jiang Haochun and Song Yuanyuan joining forces would surely defeat her. But after killing her, would Jiang Haochun then drive the dagger into Song Yuanyuan's chest? How thrilling to anticipate. Oh, by the way. Qin Ming suddenly remembered something and added, to ensure fairness. No one is allowed to use their innate abilities. Anyone caught doing so will be killed on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxia's heart sank. This rule was clearly aimed at her. Among the three of them, she had the most combat experience. Using her innate abilities came as naturally as breathing. This restriction was like cutting off one of her arms. Zhao Jinxia pressed her lips together, wanting to say something, but after glancing at the corpse of Jiang Ziyuan, she remained silent. "We'll deal with her together first, then whoever survives doesn't matter," Song Yuanyuan whispered into Jiang Haochun's ear. "All right." Jiang Haochun gritted his teeth and agreed. He was thinking the same thing. Since there was no escape, he had to fight. Out of the three of them, only one could live. That person had to be him. Zhao Jinxia was just a servant of the Jiang family. Why should she live? She wasn't even allowed to dream of it. "Steward Zhao, I have a clear conscience. Our Jiang family has never treated you unfairly, have we? And yet you just tried to kill Chun'er. It's truly heartbreaking." Song Yuanyuan gripped the dagger, step by step advancing on Zhao Jinxia, her tone tinged with a deliberate sorrowful vulnerability. "Ha!" Zhao Jinxia sneered coldly, her eyes full of contempt. She mocked, "Madam, drop the act. Everything I just did was for you and the young master. If you kill me, won't you and your son end up killing each other in the end?" If the master were still watching from above, how heartbroken he would be to see this scene. So, to keep the master from being sad and to avoid that tragic ending, I had to strike first. Trying to use this trick to deceive me? You're still too inexperienced. Zhao Jinxia sneered coldly in her heart. Jiang Haochun's steps faltered, and panic flashed in his eyes. To kill her, he would have to fight his mother to the death. Jiang Haochun wanted to live, but he couldn't bring himself to kill his mother. Just as he hesitated, Zhao Jinxia suddenly erupted, delivering a fierce kick to his chest. "Watch out!" Song Yuanyuan's face changed drastically, shouting loudly. But it was already too late. Compared to them, Zhao Jinxia's strength was overwhelming. Even injured, she could still fight and even gain the upper hand. Ugh! Jiang Haochun clutched his chest, dry heaving in pain, his eyes bloodshot. With rage. "Damn it! I'll kill you! I must kill you, you traitorous dog!" Jiang Haochun roared, grabbing a dagger and charging madly at Zhao Jinxia. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he watched the scene unfold. Exciting! Truly exciting! As expected, a dogfight is the most entertaining. Zhao Jinxia's eyes were filled with disdain as she easily sidestepped Jiang Haochun's attack and delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground, and Jiang Haochun curled up like a boiled shrimp, groaning in pain. Song Yuanyuan seized the opportunity to rush forward, aiming the dagger straight at Zhao Jinxia's back. Zhao Jinxia swiftly dodged, her knee striking Song Yuanyuan's stomach hard, followed by a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Ugh! Song Yuanyuan's face twisted in agony as she clutched her stomach, rolling on the ground, feeling as if her insides were churning violently. Zhao Jinxia was a martial artist. Her strength was far beyond what the mother and son could match. One move was enough to leave them dizzy and disoriented. Just as she prepared to continue her attack, she suddenly let out a muffled groan, her brows furrowing tightly. Hiss! Zhao Jinxia clutched her injured arm. The intense movements had reopened the wound, causing blood to flow continuously. At this moment, the situation took a sudden turn. Jiang Haochun abruptly stood up, dagger in hand, and charged at Zhao Jinxia, forcefully knocking her down. Thud! The dagger pierced Zhao Jinxia's thigh. Ah! Zhao Jinxia screamed in agony, struggling desperately to shake off Jiang Haochun. But this time, Jiang Haochun had learned his lesson. Gripping her injured arm tightly with both hands, refusing to let go no matter how she twisted. The excruciating pain nearly caused Zhao Jinxia to faint. Mom! Do it now! Jiang Haochun shouted hoarsely. Song Yuanyuan, enduring the pain, struggled to her feet, raising the dagger and stabbing it fiercely toward Zhao Jinxia's neck. Thud! Warm blood splattered, staining the mother and son's faces red. No one noticed the faint trace of blood quietly seeping from Zhao Jinxia's chest. Qin Ming calmly withdrew his finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target, Dark Value +2, the system notification sounded. And Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction. While the mother and son thought they had gained the upper hand, he had already taken the lead, delivering the fatal blow to Zhao Jinxia. 2 points of dark value, he wouldn't let them go to waste. Seeing Zhao Jinxia completely motionless, Jiang Haochun suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Huff, huff! You wretched woman! How dare you fight me? Even if I die, I'll, huff, make sure to kill you first. Jiang Haochun muttered intermittently. The fight with Zhao Jinxia just now had almost drained all his strength, and now he didn't even want to move a finger. Mom! You said. Jiang Haochun slightly turned his head, but before he could finish his sentence, a cold flash streaked by. Put! A dagger suddenly plunged into his chest. Why? Jiang Haochun's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never had he thought Song Yuanyuan would kill him. This was something he couldn't accept. Song Yuanyuan's entire body trembled, her vision blurred by tears. She choked out, repeating over and over, I'm sorry. I just want to live. I just want to survive. She didn't want to die, truly didn't. Song Yuanyuan slowly lowered her head, her hands tightly covering her face. Tears streamed through her fingers. Overcome with guilt, she didn't dare look at Jiang Haochun's familiar face. Clap! 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 Qin Ming applauded repeatedly, standing up with a smile and exclaiming, brilliant! Truly brilliant! Then, with a flick of his finger, a thin needle shot out swiftly. Jiang Haochun's lips moved slightly, as if trying to speak. In the next moment, the water needle silently pierced his chest. Jiang Haochun's body stiffened abruptly, then fell completely still. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark Value +1. A faint smile appeared on Qin Ming's lips. Hearing this, Song Yuanyuan wiped away her tears, looked up at Qin Ming, and spoke in a low voice, I've done as you said. Now, can you let me go? This place was fraught with danger, and she didn't want to stay a minute longer. Of course. Qin Ming replied indifferently. Hearing his confirmation, Song Yuanyuan finally felt a sense of relief. She had worried that Qin Ming might not keep his word, but she had no other choice. Struggling to her feet, she slowly moved toward the door. Just as she was about to step out, Fishman Demon number 75 suddenly raised its hand, grabbing her head from a distance with a fierce grip. Put! Song Yuanyuan's head exploded like a watermelon. With a thud, her headless body slowly collapsed to the ground. Qin Ming glanced at Fishman Demon number 75 with dissatisfaction. Though he said nothing, his cold gaze made the demon tremble all over. It quickly knelt down, fearfully saying, I'm sorry, master. I overstepped. Stand up. Qin Ming waved his hand, not pursuing the matter. After all, he hadn't intended to let Song Yuan live in the first place. What intrigued him was how the fishman had discovered this. Had he been too obvious? Qin Ming shook his head, dismissing the thought. He walked slowly to Jiang Ziyuan's corpse, staring at it for a long while before softly saying, "Master Jiang, you've watched your wife and child die before your eyes. Do you still intend to play dead?" The Jiang family's living room. Although nearly 100 people were present, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Qin Ming's words shocked all the fishman demons, especially Fishman. Demon number 75, who was the most astonished. She had just carefully examined Jiang Ziyuan's condition. He was clearly dead beyond doubt. Why was Qin Ming claiming it was a feigned death? Fishman demon number 75 was both surprised and puzzled. Feigned death? Impossible, right? There wasn't a trace of life in his body. How could it be a feigned death? As time ticked by, the living room remained unervingly silent. Jiang Ziyuan appeared thoroughly dead. The fishman demons didn't dare make a sound, standing quietly instead. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, sneering inwardly. This old man still dares to pretend? He was 70%. Sure, Jiang Ziyuan wasn't dead, though he couldn't figure out how the man had managed it, but Qin Ming knew that a 5th-grade martial artist was not so easy to deal with, let alone the fact that his dark value had yet to respond. Qin Ming flicked his fingertips, and a jet of water shot fiercely toward Jiang Ziyuan's thigh. Put! Jiang Ziyuan's thigh was pierced with a thumb-sized hole, and blood kept flowing out. Yet, he remained motionless. Qin Ming frowned, flicked his fingertips again, and another jet of water shot out. Put! Another wound appeared on Jiang Ziyuan's thigh. Still not waking up. Whoosh! 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 Several jets of water shot out in succession, accurately piercing his body. The impact of the water jets caused his body to sway continuously, adding several bloody holes to his already shattered body. Yet Jiang Ziyuan still showed no signs of waking up. The fish demon spectators were stunned. This wasn't playing dead, this was clearly the master finding an excuse to whip the corpse. All the fish demons looked at Jiang Ziyuan with pity, thinking to themselves that this guy must have done something terrible to make the master so angry, even refusing to let him go after death. Fish demon number 75 pursed his lips, wanting to speak several times, but upon seeing Qin Ming's serious expression, he dared not open his mouth. Could I have been mistaken? Is this guy really dead for good? Qin Ming began to doubt himself. After staring for a while, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. Four black cracks suddenly appeared, and pairs of black hands reached out from them. The corpses of Song Yuan, Jia Jinxia, and Zhang Haochen were instantly pulled into the cracks. Only Jiang Ziyuan's corpse remained completely immovable, no matter how much it was tugged. Even the flying shadow nightbat was stunned, stretching its head to stare at Jiang Ziyuan's corpse repeatedly. Why couldn't it be moved? Seeing this, a smile flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He raised his hand again, and a ripple of water condensed at his fingertips. At the same time, he activated the power of the dragon talisman in his heart. Charge! The next second, a piercing sound rang out as a red water jet shot forward at high speed, instantly piercing Jiang Ziyuan's skull. As the bloody hole appeared, a system notification sounded in Qin Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value plus 50/50? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This old guy was worth a lot. Killing him was equivalent to killing 50 ordinary creatures. However, thinking about how Jiang Ziyuan was a 5th-grade martial artist, he calmed down again. In this light, 50 dark value points actually weren't much, perhaps even a bit too little. The vitality of a 5th-grade martial artist was far superior to that of ordinary people. A 5th-grade martial artist was only worth 50 dark value points, the same as 50 useless creatures. This system was way too biased. Meanwhile, the previously immovable corpse finally began to budge after the system notification sounded. The flying shadow nightbat managed to drag Jiang Ziyuan's corpse into the crack. Qin Ming set aside his stray thoughts, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sneered, "Old man, you really weren't dead. Playing dead for so long. I really wonder what kind of trick he was using." In his view, this was the real treasure. However, Qin Ming also knew that Jiang Ziyuan would never tell him, and it would be difficult to find any clues on his body. Clang! Just as the crack was about to close, a silver ring was spat out. This silver ring was brighter in color than the one Qin Ming held, and its surface was adorned with intricate patterns. Just by looking at it, it was clearly more advanced than Qin Ming's silver ring. This is... Qin Ming's thoughts stirred as he bent down to pick up the silver ring. As soon as he held it, he felt something unusual. This seemed to be an item with a storage space, but unlike the shadow ring, the silver ring had a sturdy barrier that blocked his consciousness from entering. Interesting. Qin Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He casually placed the silver ring into the shadow ring. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming opened the silver ring and sent a message to Jiang Core. Within 3 days, I want to see you take control of the Jiang family. By any means necessary. After sending the message, a thick black mist emanated from Qin Ming, enveloping all the merman demons in the room. In the next second, everyone in the living room disappeared. As the black mist dissipated, only a shadowy ninja remained, silently cleaning up the bloodstains in the room. In the basement. Buzz, buzz. The silver ring on Jiang Core's hand vibrated lightly. She looked up in confusion, wiping the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. When she opened the silver ring and saw the message inside, she froze. Master, what does this mean? Take control of the Jiang family in 3 days? How is that even possible? Jiang Core's mind was in turmoil. No matter what, it was impossible for her to take control of the Jiang family in just 3 days. Asking a martial artist who hadn't even reached the first rank to defeat a 5th-rank martial artist was an utterly impossible task. It was like asking Nobita to beat up John. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for Nobita? Unless something happened to her father. No, Master wouldn't send me this message for no reason. Something big must have happened. Jiang Core forced herself to calm down, her mind racing with thoughts. Then, she recalled Jiang Ziyuan's tense demeanor earlier that evening. Could something have happened at home? With that thought, Jiang Core didn't hesitate and used shadow jumping to leave the basement. A dozen seconds later, she arrived by the window and saw the brightly lit living room, her heart tightening. Turning her head, she spotted a figure dressed in black cleaning up. Jiang Core's pupils gradually widened in shock. This is... Master was here? At Tianwu Academy, in the teachers' dormitory building. And Shiryao rubbed her still sleepy eyes, lazily got up, and shuffled toward the bathroom in her slippers. She was wearing a silk nightgown, and as she walked, a large expanse of fair skin on her back was inadvertently exposed. On her right shoulder, a delicate rabbit tattoo stood out under the faint light. After taking a few steps, the rabbit tattoo on her back suddenly glowed faintly. In the next second, her speed increased dozens of times, and she shot forward like the wind. Unaware, she slammed directly into the wooden door of her bedroom, covering her slightly reddened forehead, and Shiryao mumbled groggily, "What's going on?" She instinctively pushed open the bedroom door and wandered out in a daze. But, after just a few steps, she felt something was off. That collision had actually cleared her mind a bit. She slowly turned her head to look at her bed and murmured in surprise, "I only took 2 steps, how did I end up here?" A chill ran down her spine, straight to her head. And Shuryao's eyes widened, filled with shock. And a hint of fear. Could it be haunted? She wasn't afraid of monsters at all, but as a girl, she did have a slight fear of ghosts. Instinctively, she wanted to turn and run out the door. But just as she took a step, the tattoo on her back lit up again. Swish! And Shiryao instantly appeared at the living room door. She stared blankly at the door, then turned to look at the bedroom. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. I can teleport? And Shiryao focused her mind. Swish! Her figure flickered again, and she was back by the bed. The panic in her eyes gradually turned into surprise and excitement, and she couldn't help but start experimenting again. Soon, in room 26, a beautiful figure kept flashing around the room, from the living room to the bedroom, then from the bedroom to the balcony. 10 minutes later, and Shiryao stood in the center of the living room, her face full of excitement. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. This ability can instantly multiply my speed several times, even dozens of times. And it doesn't consume any of my internal energy. It's incredible. It's practically a divine skill. Her eyes grew brighter, and her voice was filled with excitement. What thrilled her the most was that this ability didn't consume any energy. This meant she could use it any time without worrying about running out of strength. Even if her internal energy was completely depleted, she could still fight. This was incredibly important. On the battlefield, not only did it greatly enhance her strength, but it also made her much harder to defeat in combat. But why did I suddenly gain this ability? Calming down, and Shiryao felt something was odd. She had never heard of anyone awakening a second talent. If this wasn't the awakening of a new talent, then where did this ability come from? Could it be I awakened it when I fainted during the day? As she thought of this, Qin Ming's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind, along with the scenes of being with him. Her face immediately turned red. I wonder what Master is doing now. And Shi Yao walked to the balcony, looked up at the night sky, and softly said, when he graduates, I'll move in with him. And I'll give him 2 chubby sons, he. Saying this, she shyly covered her cheeks. Tianhe City, Anping District. In a dark and narrow alley. The originally quiet alley was now crowded with more than a dozen people, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Leading them was a woman with an arrogant expression, followed by a group of oddly dressed men and women who clearly had bad intentions. They formed a circle, trapping a young girl in a martial arts school uniform in the center. The girl's name was Zhuang Qiqi, just turned 18. She was thin and frail, but her delicate and outstanding features couldn't be hidden. This will be decided by vote. At this moment, she lowered her head, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her face full of nervousness. Quite bold today. The leading woman suddenly shoved Zhuang Qiqi, her voice icy. And no. Zhuang Qiqi lowered her head, softly denying, her voice trembling. No? When I called you, did you pretend to be deaf and mute? Do you think you're something special just because you awakened a prophecy talent? Before the words finished, the woman suddenly kicked Zhuang Qiqi. Thud. Zhuang Qiqi fell heavily to the ground. She curled up in pain, using her hands and feet to crawl backward, desperately trying to create distance, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Sweetie, look at her crawling like a dog. A buzzcut man pointed at the curled-up Zhuang Qiqi, laughing mockingly. The surrounding crowd immediately burst into laughter, each person looking at Zhuang Qiqi with mocking eyes. Zhang Tiantian coldly looked down at her, slowly approaching. I never thought a useless person like you could awaken a talent. What a rare prophecy talent, truly enviable. As soon as the words were spoken, she strode forward and delivered another brutal kick, sending Zhuang Qiqi sprawling to the ground. Tell me, did you foresee that today you'd be cornered here and taught a lesson by me? Zhang Tiantian grabbed Zhuang Qiqi's hair and viciously interrogated her. Zhuang Qiqi screamed in pain, her eyes brimming with tears, her fingers clenched tightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight back, but she knew she couldn't possibly win against so many people alone. Blind resistance would only lead to a worse beating. Seeing her weak and submissive demeanor, Zhang Tiantian sneered. She leisurely patted Zhuang Qiqi's face and mocked, You're just like an obedient dog. No matter how much I hit you, you won't fight back. Zhuang Qiqi lowered her eyes, forcing out a flattering smile as she softly responded, Woof, woof, woof. Zhang Tiantian's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're quite the talent. The group behind her joined in, their jeering laughter echoing through the alley. Ha ha. Zhuang Qiqi forced a smile to cooperate with them, but a faint trace of unnoticeable malice flickered in her eyes. Slap. Suddenly, Zhang Tiantian struck her across the face, scolding harshly, What are you laughing at? Did I give you permission to laugh? Her tone abruptly shifted, becoming icy as she continued, To be honest, if I'd known earlier that you'd awaken a prophecy talent, I might not have bullied you like this. Maybe I would have even become your good friend. Unfortunately, I didn't know back then. And now, we've become enemies. I'm truly afraid that one day you'll become a warrior and soar to unimaginable heights. The colder Zhang Tiantian's words became, the more chilling the glint in her eyes. Zhuang Qiqi's pupils suddenly constricted. This woman, she was planning to kill her. No, Sister Tiantian. I swear I'll never take revenge on you. Zhuang Qiqi stammered in panic, her trembling voice filled with fear. Zhang Tiantian smiled faintly but said nothing more. Not far away, a masked woman watched the entire scene in silence. A prophecy talent, huh? The smile on Zhang Tiantian's face made Zhuang Qiqi's heart sink. This woman had no intention of letting her go. Sure enough, Zhang Tiantian waved her hand nonchalantly and spoke in a detached tone, Zhuang Qiqi, attacked by a lone magical beast on your way home. Tragically, you didn't survive. Understood, Sister Tiantian. A buzzcut man grinned, pulling a black bone knife from his coat with pride. I paid a hefty price for this thing. They say it's made from the bone spines of a Tier 2 magical beast. Any wound caused by it will carry remnants of magical energy. This way, it'll perfectly mimic the marks of a magical beast's attack. As he spoke, the buzzcut man handed the bone knife to Zhang Tiantian, his eyes full of mischief. The others around them exchanged knowing laughs. Zhang Tiantian took the bone knife, casually fiddling with it in her hand. Her gaze fell back on Zhuang Qiqi. Zhuang Qiqi, you're quite lucky. This knife is fast. Once it pierces through, it's over in the blink of an eye. You'll hardly feel a thing. No. Please, no. Zhuang Qiqi shook her head frantically, collapsing into despair as she struggled to crawl backward with her hands and feet. Her eyes were filled with hopelessness. As she retreated, her hand brushed against a stone the size of half a palm. She secretly gripped it tightly. Just a little more. Just a little more. If I could only become a warrior, give me a few years, and I'd definitely grow stronger. But right now, what I lack most is time. Zhuang Qiqi's heart burned with unwillingness. Just a few years later, she would be able to take revenge. But the other party wouldn't give her the chance to grow. Watching the terrified Zhuang Qiqi, Zhang Tian sneered coldly, don't waste everyone's time. This alley isn't big. Where can you run to? Stay put and don't move. I'll deal with you quickly, and I promise you won't feel any pain. As she spoke, Zhang Tian slowly stood up, gripping a dagger in her hand, and walked forward step by step. The people behind her followed closely, rubbing their fists eagerly, impatient and completely devoid of humanity. They were like demons wearing human skin. Sister Tian, I swear I'll never seek revenge on you in the future. I can swear, sign a pledge, anything you want. Please spare me, Sister Tian. Zhuang Qiqi was unwilling to give up and pleaded bitterly once again. She truly didn't want to die like this. She possessed a prophetic talent, and her future was bound to be promising. Earlier today, her teacher had spoken to her, saying that Tianwu Academy had made an exception to admit her, and she would soon transfer schools. If she could just endure these few days, she would escape Zhang Tiantian's control and embrace a new life. But at this critical moment, Zhang Tian wanted her dead in this alley. How could she accept that? Zhang Tian shook her head and said regretfully, Qiqi, I'm a cautious person. I always consider the possibility of failure first. From the moment you awakened your prophetic talent, I started thinking, what would I do if you rose to power? Being targeted by a martial artist with prophetic abilities, even if my family has influence in Anping district, we wouldn't be able to compete with you. At that point, killing me would be as easy as squashing an ant for you, and I absolutely can't accept that. As she spoke, Zhang Tian tightened her grip on the dagger slightly, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. So, to protect myself and my family, you'll have to die. Zhang Tian suddenly charged forward, the dagger aimed straight at Zhuang Qiqi's chest. She intended to kill her with one strike. Zhuang Qiqi's heart trembled as she tightly gripped the stone in her hand. Wait until she gets closer. Closer, there's only one chance, Zhuang Qiqi. You can do it. Don't be afraid. She kept encouraging herself internally, preparing to counterattack. Just as Zhang Tian was less than a meter away from her, the situation suddenly changed. A pitch-black crack appeared in front of the two of them. Zhuang Qiqi swung the stone in her hand but stopped halfway. She stared at the crack in confusion. What was this? Everyone present had the same question in their minds. What was this sudden crack? Why did it appear precisely between Zhuang Qiqi and Zhang Tian? Who's there? Zhang Tian suppressed her fear and asked in a deep voice. The dozen or so people behind her also looked around warily. Their previous confidence was gone, replaced by unease and shock. After all, if this crack was created by someone, that person was definitely not someone they could handle. The ability to manipulate space was a top-tier talent among top-tier talents. How could they not be shocked? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels slowly echoed from behind them. Everyone turned abruptly, only to see a woman walking toward them. Who Wanting was dressed in a tight brown trench coat, the V-shaped neckline slightly open, revealing her slender collarbone and alluring figure. Beneath the hem of the coat, her long, straight, fair legs were completely exposed, standing out strikingly in the dim alley. In stark contrast to her seductive outfit, she wore a yellow and black demon mask on her face. It looked eerie and terrifying. Zhang Tian stared at her, her heart sinking. Nervously, she asked, "You, who are you?" Wearing a mask in the middle of the night was clearly not the behavior of a good person. What kind of good person would do this? Zhuang Qiqi also looked at Hu Wanting with a puzzled expression. Could it be that she was the one who caused the cracks? Hu Wanting ignored her and began speaking on her own. Zhang Tian, female, 18 years old. Currently enrolled at Tianan Martial School, relying on her father, a 4th-grade martial artist, to act arrogantly and domineeringly. She has long bullied other students, and those who couldn't bear the bullying and chose to commit suicide are too numerous to count. I personally know of 3. Hu Wanting glanced at the people behind her, her tone indifferent. You are all her accomplices. Hearing this, Zhang Tiantian's heart sank, realizing the other party was here to cause trouble. Sister Tian, what do we do now? A buzzcut man stepped forward and asked her softly. Not only was he panicked, but aside from Zhuang Qiqi, the others were also tense and uneasy. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Tian, as she was the core of this small group. Zhang Tian forced a smile and said, Senior, what do you mean by this? I was just joking with them, don't misunderstand. Hu Wanting's lips curled into a cold smile as she retorted, joking? Fine, then today I'll play along with you. Fine, then today I'll play along with you. As she spoke, Hu Wanting raised her hand and waved it forward. In an instant, hundreds of pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared in the narrow alley. They resembled invisible cages, tightly enclosing Zhang Tian and her companions. Zhang Tiantian's eyes narrowed sharply, and she hurriedly shouted, Senior, it's against the rules for you to attack us juniors. Isn't it? A void-type talent. It was actually a void-type talent. How was this possible? In a small place like Anping District, how could there be someone this powerful? Shouldn't such a person be an expert in the martial enforcement division? Rules? Hu Wanting tilted her head slightly, pretending to ponder, and then asked, Do I need to follow rules to deal with people like you? Her words were like knives, stabbing deeply into Zhang Tian and her group's hearts. They suddenly felt suffocated. This woman clearly intended to kill them. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Zhang Tiantian's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally gritted her teeth and said, My father, Zhang Er. Since Senior knows my father is a 4th-grade martial artist, you should also know he has only one daughter, right? If Senior truly... Before she could finish, Hu Wanting interrupted with a wave of her hand, You're trying to use your father's name to intimidate me? I wouldn't dare, Zhang Tian quickly explained, I just fear Senior might misunderstand. Although Zhang Tiantian's attitude was humble, Hu Wanting could still detect the threat in her tone. Without the Bart mask, Hu Wanting might have been nervous facing the threat of a 4th-grade martial artist. But now that she could fly, what did a 4th-grade martial artist matter? If you can fly up here to kill me, I'd like to see it. Hu Wanting smiled faintly and said, Don't even mention your father Zhang Er not being here. Even if he were, I wouldn't give him the slightest bit of face. Hearing this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Zhang Tiantian's face, and she shouted fiercely, Take her down. Let's all attack together. I don't believe she can beat all of us. As soon as the words were spoken, no one dared to step forward. Everyone stood there, looking at each other. Bullying someone like Zhuang Qiqi was something they were good at, but when faced with a real martial artist, they lacked the courage. Seeing this, Zhang Tiantian's expression grew even darker. She glanced at the buzzcut man, signaling him to speak. The buzzcut man looked at Hu Wanting, gritted his teeth, and said, Sister Tian is right. She's just one person, how could she possibly beat so many of us? If we all attack together, she's definitely done for. With that, he took the lead and charged forward. The others followed suit. Only Zhang Tian turned and ran without hesitation. What a joke, Hu Wanting had already said such things. If she didn't run, was she supposed to wait for death? Zhang Tian was clever, she knew Hu Wanting's target was her. She also knew that if she ran from the start, others might take the opportunity to escape, but she herself definitely wouldn't make it. Rather than helping others escape, she might as well use their corpses to pave her own way. Hu Wanting watched the entire scene, secretly laughing at Zhang Tiantian's despicable shamelessness. She smiled with delight. Then, with a thought, several large black hands emerged from the pitch-black rift, instantly grabbing the fleeing Zhang Tian and her companions. They screamed in terror, What is this thing? This definitely isn't an ordinary void-type ability. It's that woman, it must be her doing. Damn it, we can't break free. These hands are as strong as a first-rank martial artist. Who is she? How can she summon such monsters? Curse you, Zhang Tian. You actually tried to run? We were all risking our lives for you, and you ran away? I'm so furious. You despicable scoundrel. Someone noticed Zhang Tian hiding behind them, but now she too was caught by the black hands. Seeing this, they immediately understood Zhang Tian's plan, and their hearts sank. Hearing these words, everyone turned to look and indeed saw Zhang Tiantian being captured. Rage instantly surged within them, and they began to berate her harshly. "You wretch! You made us risk our lives while you tried to run? Do you have no shame? I never thought you'd be so devoid of character. It's truly chilling. If it weren't for you, that idiot, suggesting we go after Zhuang Qiqi, how would we have ended up in this mess? Now that things have gone wrong, you're trying to wash your hands of it? You're heartless, Zhang Tiantian." The scolding grew louder and more intense, wave after wave. The more they cursed, the more aggrieved they felt, as if they had been wronged by Zhang Tiantian. In their minds, they weren't truly bad people, they had just been misled by someone. Soon, pleas for mercy began to echo. "Senior, we know we were wrong. Please, spare us, and we'll repay you generously in the future." "Yes, Senior, it was all Zhang Tiantian's doing, it has nothing to do with us. She's the one who came up with all the ideas for bullying people. I didn't even try that hard. Please, let me go. Zhang Tiantian told me to hit people. I was just pretending and didn't really go all out. Senior, I'm actually a good person at heart." Before they could finish speaking, someone even started crying, as if they weren't the perpetrators at all. Each of them scrambled to make excuses, painting themselves as blameless. If Hu Wanting hadn't investigated them beforehand, she might have been fooled by their acting. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Tiantian let out a piercing laugh. Teetering on the edge of madness, she stared at the person in front of her, her tone provocative. "So what? If I escaped? I just want to live. What did I do wrong? But your time is almost up, and you don't even realize it. Do you really think she's foolish enough to be deceived by a few of your words? Have you ever thought about why she's been painstakingly investigating us? It's because of us, notorious and infamous. The crimes we've committed, if caught by the Law Enforcement Bureau, would result in life imprisonment. And you still want to live? What a joke." After speaking, Zhang Tiantian laughed maniacally. Hu Wanting glanced at her in surprise, not expecting this woman to be so aware of her own situation. Though surprised, that was all. Retracting her gaze, Hu Wanting looked at the group captured by the Shadow Knight Bat, her tone calm. "She's right. You've committed unforgivable crimes. Today, I declare your death sentence." From the moment Zhang Tiantian was captured, she knew there was no saving her. So when she heard Hu Wanting pronounce the death sentence, she didn't beg for mercy but instead burst into laughter. "You still hope to live? What a dream! We all have to die. All of us. This guy won't let us go." Zhang Tiantian laughed crazily. Her words were like sharp needles, piercing everyone's hearts. "Damn it, this woman is insane. I've always known she wasn't normal. You're about to die, why bother with this lunatic? Hurry up and think of a way. I don't want to die. Senior, please spare me. Someone save me." The people caught by the black giant hand cried and screamed in despair. Some cursed Zhang Tiantian, some begged for mercy and admitted their mistakes, shouting that they shouldn't have done those things. Only Zhuang Qiqi in the corner had her eyes gradually brighten, the heavy burden in her heart lifting. "So she came to save me." Zhuang Qiqi stared at Hu Wanting, her eyes shining. In her view, Hu Wanting was as dazzling as a hero. Hu Wanting remained expressionless, watching everything, not paying attention to their cries. To her, human suffering meant nothing. "Execute." Hu Wanting coldly uttered 2 words. "No, don't. Spare me." Ah. The black giant hand dragged them toward the rift. Some still tried to struggle. In the next second, the giant hand broke their arms. Losing the ability to resist, they were dragged into the rift like dead dogs. When Zhang Tiantian was taken into the rift, she revealed a sinister smile, staring intently at Hu Wanting, her tone grim. "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tiantian disappeared without a trace. Only Hu Wanting and Zhuang Qiqi remained on the scene. "Won't let me go even as a ghost? Then I look forward to the day you return as a vengeful spirit to seek revenge." Hu Wanting ignored Zhang Tiantian's threat and turned to look at Zhuang Qiqi in the corner. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly walked over. At this moment, Zhuang Qiqi had just come to her senses. She quickly stood up, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and respectfully said, "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." After she straightened up, her eyes remained fixed on Hu Wanting, as if trying to etch her image into her memory. "If only I could clearly see Senior's face, so I could repay her properly in the Future, Zhuang Qiqi thought silently. But she knew that Hu Wanting wore a mask to ensure no one could recognize her. It's impossible to easily remove the mask. Tap, tap, tap. Hu Wanting didn't speak, calmly walking forward. When she was about a meter away from Zhuang Qiqi, she stopped. She looked Zhuang Qiqi up and down, examining her features and figure. Her facial features were delicate, her neck fair and slender, and her figure tall and graceful. Her body had a slight curve, though she appeared somewhat frail overall. This only heightened a man's instinct to protect her. She was only 18 years old and already so beautiful. In a few years, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty capable of captivating nations. Her talent could indeed help Qin Ming, but her appearance, isn't it a bit too striking? What if Qin Ming falls for her? Hu Wanting hesitated for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. Qin Ming already had 2 women by his side. Adding her would create a situation where 4 factions were vying for influence. After some thought, Hu Wanting decided to introduce her to Qin Ming anyway. There was no other choice. This girl's talent was too exceptional and would surely prove useful in the future. Zhuang Qiqi noticed the other party silently staring at her, and her face instantly flushed. She quickly lowered her head and nervously said, "Senior, thank you for saving me." She didn't know what else to say and could only repeatedly express her gratitude. "You're welcome," Hu Wanting replied coldly. "Every act of help comes with a price." Zhuang Qiqi was confused by this statement but quickly responded, "Senior, rest assured, I will never forget this kindness. Whatever you ask of me in the future, I, Zhuang Qiqi, will never refuse." Hu Wanting was satisfied with her response and nodded with a smile. "Remember what you said today." With that, a pair of massive wings suddenly sprouted from Hu Wanting's back. She continued, "Once you enter Tianwu Academy, you'll naturally have the opportunity to repay me." As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Wanting spread her wings and flew away. Zhuang Qiqi watched her leave, completely stunned. Senior is actually dual-talented? No, that's not the point. Senior said I can only repay her after entering Tianwu Academy. What does that even mean? Zhuang Qiqi's mind was in chaos. Everything that had happened today was far too strange. First, Zheng Tiantian tried to kill her. Then, a senior with a void talent appeared and saved her, mentioning that she could only repay her kindness at Tianwu Academy. None of it made any sense to her. She tried to shake off her jumbled thoughts and slowly walked out of the alley. As she walked, a pitch-black hand suddenly extended from the shadows behind her, picking up the bone knife nearby. Zhuang Qiqi didn't notice this detail. In the night sky, Hu Wanting watched Zhuang Qiqi from afar, a faint smile appearing on her lips. She had hidden 5 flying shadow nightbats in Zhuang Qiqi's shadow to ensure her safety. After going through so much trouble to save her, she couldn't afford any mistakes. She had to make her wear Qin Ming's mask. Although she didn't understand why Qin Ming wanted others to wear masks, Hu Wanting knew one thing: when Qin Ming wore the mask, his expression was genuinely happy. In other words, if someone else wore the mask, Qin Ming wouldn't lose out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so pleased. She turned her gaze toward the city lights and murmured softly, "Who will be next?" Tianhe District, Qingshan Community. When Qin Ming returned, it was already close to 1 a.m. Bai Mushue's room was very close to his. With Qin Ming's current abilities, as long as he calmed his mind, he could even hear Bai Mushue's steady breathing. Obviously, she had already entered deep sleep. Qin Ming smiled, just about to tease her. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value +1, dark value +1, dark value +1. In just an instant, the dark value surged by more than 30 points. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that Chen Shanqian and Lu Mengqing were putting in effort again. Ever since he started tormenting Zhang Haochen and his mother, the system notifications hadn't stopped. He couldn't even count how much dark value he had accumulated. Listening to the numbers rapidly climb, Qin Ming couldn't hold back anymore. The next second, a virtual interface visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Lottery dark value balance, 681 681? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. In just one day, the dark value had accumulated so much. Indeed, it was better to let Chen Shanqian and the others kill gangsters outright. Exotic beasts were scattered throughout the secret realm, making them troublesome to find. But gangsters were different. They always gathered in groups. There was no need to search deliberately. Just head to the busiest casinos and KTVs, where gangsters were bound to be most concentrated. One kill, and the dark value would increase by hundreds or even thousands. Before long, his dark value would skyrocket. Forget 10 consecutive draws, even 100 consecutive draws would be easy for Qin Ming to manage. The key was, his dark value was terrifyingly abundant. No rush, I'll wait for Chen Shanxian and the others to return and see how much dark value we can accumulate. By then, I'll draw to my heart's content. Qin Ming smiled as he closed the system interface. Killing gangsters had one downside: it was too high profile and easily attracted attention. That would be troublesome. The people of Dixia, for instance, would definitely notice him, though their attitude was somewhat ambiguous. They might not act directly. As for that small group of people, it was hard to say. I'm still too weak. If I were stronger, who would dare show me a bad face? Qin Ming completely lost interest in teasing by Mushui. His mind was consumed by one thought: enhancing his strength. The next second, he took out the bag Li Jianguo had given him. Upon opening it, the inside was pitch black. Is this a storage treasure? Qin Ming felt a warmth in his heart and reached inside to touch it. Before long, he pulled out 3 round beads and 3 crystal clear essence cores. Looking at these 6 items, Qin Ming was filled with emotion. Having a master was truly wonderful. The storage bag space wasn't large, only about 1 cubic meter, but for a second-grade martial artist, it was more than sufficient. What shocked Qin Ming the most were the essence cores and inscriptions Li Jianguo had given him. 5th grade fire-type inscription, 5th grade lightning-type inscription, all 5th grade. Qin Ming gently stroked the 3 beads, silent for a moment. Then he turned his gaze to the 3 exotic beast essence cores, his lips moving slightly. 6th grade wind attribute essence core, 6th grade lightning attribute essence core. When his eyes landed on the blue essence core, they suddenly widened, and his breathing grew rapid. 7th grade water attribute essence core? How does Master have a 7th grade exotic beast essence core? Isn't Master a 6th grade martial artist? Could Master be 7th grade? A storm surged in Qin Ming's heart. Although exotic beasts weren't as strong as demonic creatures, the power of a 7th grade exotic beast was still extremely difficult to contend with. Its value was incredibly high, almost impossible to purchase. Such an item could significantly enhance a martial artist's strength upon absorption. And Li Jianguo had directly gifted it to him. Qin Ming felt both surprised and delighted. In his heart, he couldn't understand why his master valued him so much. Master. Staring at the 6 treasures in his hands, Qin Ming remained silent for a long time. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming calmed his emotions and began studying the cultivation method of the spirit turtle subduing sea technique. 9 Heavens Thunder could only be practiced during thunderstorms. He had already mastered most of the 13 styles of wildfire, so now he could only focus on cultivating the spirit turtle subduing sea technique. Using the essence as the source and inscriptions as the foundation, it constructs an indestructible domain to subdue the sea. The essence of this technique is to bear the weight of heaven and earth, remaining as steady as a divine turtle, with a mind as tranquil as the deep sea. Once mastered, the energy flows endlessly like the ocean, the defense becomes as solid as a divine turtle carrying the heavens, and the mind remains as calm as a still abyss. Gradually, Qin Ming began to gain some insight. He stood up, removed his outer clothing, and sat cross-legged. His left hand held a bead inscribed with water element inscriptions, while his right hand grasped the essence of a water element exotic beast. Thick black mist emanated from his body, enveloping him completely. This way, even if something went wrong, it wouldn't alarm his family. Essence as the source, inscriptions as the foundation, construct the indestructible domain to subdue the sea. Qin Ming murmured softly, and the 2 treasures in his hands began to tremble. In the next moment, he exerted force with his left hand. With a crack, the water element inscription bead shattered, and the inscriptions inside seemed to come alive, moving around. They climbed over Qin Ming's body, and soon, his body was covered with dense patterns. At this moment, the inscriptions emitted no light, appearing like ordinary characters without any sense of mystery. Just then, another crack sounded. The 7th tier essence was also crushed by Qin Ming. Intense blue energy immediately dispersed into the air. As Qin Ming continued to Chant softly, the blue energy seemed to be drawn in, flowing into his body. When the blue energy came into contact with the inscriptions instantly became active and started moving again. Soon, all the inscriptions were enveloped in blue energy. When all the inscriptions had traversed his body, a buzz sound was heard. A cyan blue barrier appeared around Qin Ming. This barrier was sturdier and deeper in color than the one he had seen in the virtual cabin. Seeing it, Qin Ming immediately knew that this barrier was far stronger than the one in the virtual cabin. It's a success. He raised his hand to touch the cyan blue barrier. After pondering for a moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. Then, a dragon-shaped totem appeared in his palm. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. Fortunately, Qin Ming had enveloped himself in black mist, otherwise, the entire building would have been awakened by the noise. He looked at the intact barrier, his eyes lighting up. It can even withstand the dragon talisman without taking any damage? It seems that at the second grade realm, I can use this technique to block a full force attack from a fourth grade martial artist. Qin Ming muttered to himself with a smile. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he stared at the cyan blue barrier and murmured, if I used the dragon talisman to charge this technique, what would happen? Jiahe District, Imperial KTV. In the second floor office, the air was filled with a strong, pungent perfume scent. Wang Hong sat in the main seat, holding a slender cigarette between her fingers, casually flipping through a ledger. Opposite her sat a beautiful young woman, Shangguan Linglong. She looked just over 20, wearing a simple white tight-fitting tank top. The soft fabric clung to her curves, outlining her full chest and slender waist. She wore a pair of faded vintage jeans that perfectly hugged her shapely hips and long legs. She lowered her head slightly, her slender eyelashes trembling gently, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her delicate collarbone. Shangguan Linglong's face was full of tension as she glanced around nervously out of the corner of her eye. Several burly men, covered in tattoos, stood with their arms crossed, their greedy eyes roaming over her body. Their gazes seemed to pierce through her thin clothing. Oh, found it. Wang Hong exhaled a ring of smoke and pointed to a column in the ledger with her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish. Shangguan Linglong, right? A month ago, you borrowed 100,000 from us. Exactly 30 days later, with principal and interest, you owe 300,000. She snapped the ledger shut with a loud clap and looked up. Did you bring the money? 300,000? How could it? How could it increase by 200,000 in just 1 month? Shangguan Linglong looked up in disbelief, her eyes widening and her lips slightly parted. Wang Hong didn't answer, only giving a meaningful smile before asking, tell me, what was the rush to borrow the money for? For my father's surgery and treatment. And now, is he cured? Shangguan Linglong nodded, her voice low. He's cured. Wang Hong smiled as she stood up, walking around to stand in front of her. The sharp sound of her high heels echoed on the floor. Well, there you have it. The money I lent you saved your father's life. She leaned in close, the strong scent of perfume and smoke wafting over, and whispered slowly, charging you just 200,000 more, isn't that worth it? Shangguan Linglong's fingers tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling. But the law in Daxia states that interest can't exceed. Bang! Wang Hong slammed the table, cutting her off roughly. Don't talk to me about laws. Here, the only rules that matter are mine. Shangguan Linglong flinched in fear and said softly, but I really can't come up with 300,000. Wang Hong took a drag of her cigarette and exhaled the smoke slowly. How much did you bring? 10, 12,000. Wang Hong was silent for a moment, flicking the ash from her cigarette before speaking calmly. All right, here's the deal. Work for me for a month, and I'll write off the rest. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in Shangguan Linglong's eyes. Of course. Wang Hong's face broke into a meaningful smile. The light in Shangguan Linglong's eyes dimmed instantly when she saw that smile. She wasn't naive, she could see through the intentions behind it. What kind of work would I be doing here? Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. Don't worry, it's not hard labor. It's very easy, Wang Hong said with a cheerful smile. Just 1 month? Yes, just 1 month. Shangguan Linglong was silent for a moment, before forcing a smile. All right, I'll do it. Wang Hong smiled in satisfaction. Good. Take her downstairs and let her get familiar with the work environment. Yes, Sister Hong, one of the men responded, leading Shangguan Linglong out of the office. Bang! The door closed behind them. Another man licked his lips and asked curiously, Sister Hong, a girl this stunning, you're really going to let her go after just a month? With her here, our business will at least double. Wang Hong chuckled softly at his words, sitting back in her chair with a calm tone. A month? Once she steps through my door, she can forget about ever leaving for the rest of her life. I have plenty of ways to make her stay forever. Impressive. Red Sister's methods are truly impressive. The burly man suddenly realized and quickly began flattering her. Not long after, knowing laughter echoed in the office. As Shangguan Linglong followed the burly man out, a cold smile curved at the corner of her lips. It seems this place is even worse than the rumors. Outside the Imperial KTV, a slender figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Lu Mengqing looked up at the building, her eyes narrowing slightly. Once the stronghold is destroyed, the Black Tiger Gang will be completely eradicated in Tianhe City. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The next moment, she stepped forward steadily toward the KTV's main entrance. Two burly men guarding the door immediately stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Stop! Who are you?" Lu Mengqing didn't answer. She simply raised her hand slowly, and the dragon-shaped totem in her palm suddenly began to glow. Boom! A scorching pillar of fire erupted, instantly engulfing the two burly men and reducing them to ashes in an instant. Even the thick glass door behind them was burned into a large hole, its edges still glowing with dark red molten light. In the next moment, several figures silently emerged from Lu Mengqing's shadow, gradually taking shape. They were stunning women with cold, piercing gazes. In their hands, ghostly light shimmered as they conjured icy, menacing tridents. 10 people guard the entrance and seal all exits, Lu Mengqing commanded calmly, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. The rest, follow me inside. Yes. Understood. The fish demonesses responded in low voices, their tones overlapping like echoes from the deep sea. As she fought her way forward, Lu Mengqing had already witnessed the terrifying prowess of these fish demonesses. They were killing machines, born warriors, created solely for slaughter. The loud commotion at the entrance startled the guests in the hall, and everyone turned toward the sound. At first, they saw a group of tall, beautiful women, and their eyes flashed with amazement. But when their gaze swept over the burned-through door and the ashes on the ground, their pupils shrank sharply, and their faces turned pale. Lu Mengqing looked up and glanced indifferently at the clock on the wall. Her cold voice echoed in the suddenly silent hall. 5 minutes. Anyone not affiliated with the Black Tiger Gang, leave immediately. The countdown starts now. Lu Mengqing's words acted like a signal, and the hall instantly erupted into chaos. Some screamed and rushed toward the exit, while others dashed into private rooms to drag out their companions. The scene descended into pandemonium as people surged like a frightened herd of animals. Damn it! How dare you cause trouble on the Black Tiger Gang's turf? You're tired of living, aren't you? A man with a tiger tattoo covering half his face sneered as he stepped forward, followed by dozens of underlings armed with clubs and knives. His aura surged, surrounded by white energy. Clearly, he was a second-grade martial artist. Lu Mengqing didn't even spare him a glance, only casting a fleeting look at the clock. 3 minutes left. Seeing her disregard him, the tattooed man's facial muscles twitched, and he roared, "Killed him!" With that, he charged forward first. At that moment, one of the fish demonesses stepped forward, her trident flashing like lightning as she hurled it. A sharp sound of wind breaking pierced the air. Bang! Before the tattooed man could react, the trident peered like a fish out of water. It flailed twice before falling silent. Then, countless water arrows shot out from around the trident, instantly piercing through dozens of underlings rushing forward. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses, blood splattering everywhere. The already panicked crowd completely collapsed. Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. Run! Run! Holy crap! These lunatics even dare to kill members of the Black Tiger Gang? What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, run now. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll behave from now on. What kind of hellish place is this? It's my first time here, and I encounter something like this. Run. As long as I survive, I'll pray to the gods every day. Panic spread like a plague, and people frantically surged toward the exit. As a man lowered his head, trying to blend into the crowd and sneak past Lu Mengqing, she coldly spoke. Stop. The man's body stiffened, But he didn't stop, instead, he accelerated his escape. Lu Mengqing said no more, raising her hand as a red glow emanated from the totem in her palm. Boom! Flames erupted, instantly engulfing the man, reducing him to ashes in a heartbeat. Witnessing this, the ordinary people became even more terrified, screaming as they fled outside, trying to slip away unnoticed. Lu Mengqing sneered, her eyes devoid of emotion. With just one glance, she could tell that man was no ordinary customer. That unmistakable ferocity and evasive gaze clearly marked him as a gang member. Even if he wasn't part of the Black Tiger gang, he was certainly a thug from another faction. Having spent years in the underworld, Lu Mengqing was long accustomed to these gang scum who came to extort protection fees from her father. That stench of cowardice, corruption, and filth, she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Soon, the hall was empty. Lu Mengqing glanced at the wall clock. The time had come. She smiled faintly and slowly stepped forward. Begin the operation. Leave no one from the Black Tiger gang alive. The fish demon underlings, upon receiving the order, revealed cold smiles. Just then, click, click. The sound of weapons being cocked suddenly echoed from both sides of the hall. Oh! Lu Mengqing narrowed her eyes slightly, coldly staring toward the source of the sound, the corners of the room. In the next second, dozens of men in black rushed out simultaneously from both corners, armed with submachine guns, and without hesitation, pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a storm toward the fish demons. The Black Tiger gang members had gone completely mad, desperately suppressing everything with firepower. As the bullets were about to hit, all the fish demons simultaneously raised their hands and waved forward. Instantly, layers of transparent, resilient bubbles appeared, precisely blocking all the bullets. The bullets seemed to be stuck, spinning endlessly but unable to move further. Idiots! Lu Mengqing sneered. All the fish demons raised their hands in unison. Whoosh! 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 Jets of water shot out from their palms, instantly piercing through all the Black Tiger gang members. But they didn't stop. Shadows flickered across the hall as all the fish demons began to sprint. The slaughter was about to begin. At the Imperial KTV, in the second-floor dressing room, Shangguan Linglong was with a group of hostesses. They had long heard the gunfire downstairs. Everyone was trembling in fear. What on earth is happening downstairs? One woman asked in terror. I heard another gang has come. What? No way. When they come upstairs, will they kill us? Probably not. Listening to their chaotic discussion, Shangguan Linglong frowned, her heart full of doubt. When did Tianhe City become so chaotic? This scene is no different from those cities ruled by monsters. What are the police and law enforcement departments here doing? Are they ignoring everything? Thinking of this, Shangguan Linglong realized there was no need to investigate whether the rumors were true. Judging by today's situation, it was almost certainly true. Stop arguing. You're driving me crazy, shut up. The burly man guarding them suddenly stood up and shouted harshly. He was already annoyed, and this group of women kept bickering. Instantly, all the women fell silent, shrinking their necks like frightened birds. At this moment, Shangguan Linglong slowly stood up and walked straight toward the door. Stop. Where are you going? The burly man immediately pulled out his gun, aiming it at her. Shangguan Linglong seemed not to hear him, her steps unwavering. Damn it! The man cursed, lowering the gun and pulling the trigger, aiming directly at her thigh. Bang! The bullet whistled out. But just as the bullet was about to hit her, a ghostly green light flashed in her eyes. The bullet abruptly changed direction in mid-air, reflecting back at an even faster speed. Thud! The bullet pierced precisely through the man's throat. His eyes widened, his hands clutching his throat, but he couldn't stop the blood gushing through his fingers, only managing to emit painful gasps. Strange. This gang is such a mess. How could they not handle this? Shangguan Linglong opened the door and walked out, puzzled. Behind her, the princesses screamed in terror. Jiahe District, Wang family. The five-story villa was brightly lit, resembling a small fortress. Several armed bodyguards patrolled the yard. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Wang Chenkuan had countless enemies and could only ensure his safety this way. He had too many foes, which was why he deployed so many bodyguards to protect himself. Dad, why did you call me down so late? What's the matter? Wang Hu yawned, lazily descending the stairs. After the Secret Realm trial ended, he had taken 2 days off to rest at home. Thus, he was still unaware of Qin Ming's apprenticeship today. Tomorrow morning, come with me to meet an important figure, Wang Qingquan ordered coldly. An important figure? Wang Hu immediately perked up, hurriedly asking, who is it? It's the newly accepted disciple of Master Li. Ring ring ring. Before he could finish speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID from the casino, Wang Qingquan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. As soon as he answered, a scream came from the other end, "Boss, someone is wrecking the place." Ah! Immediately followed by a sudden, chilling scream, the call was cut off. Wang Qingquan's face instantly turned grim. Another venue had been wrecked. How many times had this happened in the past few days? Bang! He slammed his fist heavily on the table, his face twisted with rage as he roared, "Who the hell is doing this?" Ring ring ring. The phone rang again. He quickly picked it up, and the receiver was once again filled with screams and sounds of destruction. Wang Qingquan's expression changed drastically. The continuous stream of bad news made him realize this was no coincidence, someone was deliberately targeting him. Ironhead, he shouted loudly. A bald man quickly entered. "Boss, you called? Gather the men immediately. All the venues are in trouble." Wang Qingquan hurriedly threw on his coat, while giving orders. "Yes, boss." Ironhead didn't dare delay and immediately ran out to arrange manpower. Ring ring. The phone rang for the third time, and the unease in Wang Qingquan's heart almost reached its peak. He hesitated for a moment but gritted his teeth and answered. "Brother, the venue has been smashed. Send people over quickly." On the other end of the line, Wang Hong screamed in panic. Wang Qingquan's face turned pale instantly. Even the Imperial KTV was in trouble. Clearly, someone wanted to completely destroy the Black Tiger gang. "Don't panic, I'll bring people over." "Right away," he replied, forcing himself to sound calm. "Bring more people. They have martial artists." "Lots of martial artists?" Wang Hong's voice trembled with urgency, the background chaotic. "Don't worry, I'll go personally." This sentence was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. After speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. Beside him, Wang, who also sensed the tension and quickly asked, "Father, what's going on?" "The venues are in trouble. You stay home. Obediently today, don't go out, do you hear me?" Wang Qingquan sternly instructed before rushing out without looking back. At that moment, bang! A loud noise erupted as the villa's front door was violently smashed open. A bloodied figure was thrown inside like a broken sack, landing heavily on the ground. It was Ironhead. He struggled to lift his head and stammered, "Boss, boss, run, run, they're too strong." Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Wang Hu was so shocked by the scene that he froze, unable to move, as if paralyzed by fear. Soft footsteps echoed as Chen Shanxian slowly walked into the room. She had already altered her appearance with demonic energy, now sporting a round, adorable doll-like face that clashed completely with the bloody atmosphere. Chen Shanxian always remembered Qin Ming's teachings: every operation must involve a change of face, never use your true appearance. This maximized her protection and made it impossible for the Enforcement Bureau to track her. Dozens of fierce fish demon warriors followed closely behind her, instantly filling the entire living room. "Boss Wang, where are you planning to go?" Chen Shanxian lazily sat on the sofa, elegantly crossing her legs, her tone relaxed. Wang Qingquan acted as if he hadn't heard her, his eyes fixed on the fish demon warriors. On the surface, he appeared calm, but internally, he was in turmoil. How is this possible? I can't see through the strength of these people at all. Could it be, all these women are fourth-grade martial artists? He suppressed his shock and turned to scrutinize Chen Shanxian, confirming he had never seen her before. But even so, his heart couldn't relax. "I don't know how I might have offended you, to make you come here in the dead of night and start a massacre?" Wang Qingquan asked in a low voice. Escape was impossible with so many martial artists present. "Offended? Not really." Chen Shanxian chuckled, her tone still light. "But my master said, there's no reason for gangs like yours to exist anymore. Ding Bin was dead, and her grudge with the Black Tiger gang was over. Tonight's attack was purely coincidental. It wasn't about revenge but about completely eradicating the Black Tiger gang." Wang Qingquan's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed Wang Hu's arm and threw him out the window, shouting, "Run!" Crash! The glass shattered as Wang Hu was flung outside. In the next moment, the aura around Wang Chengkuan surged continuously. Dense white mist swirled around him. He was a martial artist at the early stage of the fourth realm. Your master is truly a living bodhisattva reincarnated. Is it that unbearable to endure the suffering of the mortal world? Wang Chengkuan sneered sarcastically. Do you think that without us, those ordinary people will live better lives? How ridiculous! To think there are people in this world with such naive thoughts. It's truly chilling. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped fiercely, his figure darting out like lightning. Tiger, run! Don't look back! Arg! Wang Chengkuan let out a resolute roar, channeling all his strength into a punch. At that moment, whoosh! 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 Several tridents, carrying the aura of death, shot toward him, sealing off all his escape routes. Thud! A trident accurately pierced his abdomen. Clang! The powerful impact sent him flying, pinning him violently against the wall behind him. The tridents continued to rain down. Thud! Thud! The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Several tridents precisely stabbed into Wang Chengkuan's thighs, arms, and shoulders, pinning him to the wall like a tattered rag doll. Ah! The intense pain instantly consumed Wang Chengkuan, blood flowing down the cold trident shafts, quickly pooling into a puddle. He struggled desperately, but every movement brought even greater agony. The feeling of being better off dead made him wail incessantly, go and see other cities. Compared to those places, Tianhe's city is already heaven. Chen Shanxian remained silent for a moment, then revealed a faint smile. With the master here, the world will surely get better. Wang Chengkuan smiled but did not respond. Whoosh! A jet of water shot out. Thud! A thumb-sized hole appeared on Wang Chengkuan's head, and his body instantly stiffened. Soon, his gaze gradually dimmed. Bloodbath! Chen Shanxian uttered 2 words and slowly walked out of the living room. The fish demon minions who received the order rushed upstairs one after another. The slaughter had begun. In the second-floor office of Emperor KTV, Wang Hong looked at the mysterious masked woman in front of her, her body trembling slightly. My brother will be here soon with reinforcements. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Otherwise, when my brother arrives, none of you will leave alive. She forced herself to speak, pointing at Lu Mengqing with a trembling finger, trying to mask her inner fear with threats. Your brother? Lu Mengqing seemed intrigued, sizing her up and asking, is your brother the leader of the Black Tiger Gang? That's right. Then you better be scared and leave quickly. Wang Hong tried to bluff with courage. Lu Mengqing laughed, as if she'd heard a joke. Scared? The one I killed was him. At that moment, ding-dong. Her phone rang. Lu Mengqing picked it up and saw a message from Chen Shanxian. The Black Tiger Gang leader is already dead. It was accompanied by a specific location. Sigh, what a pity. Lu Mengqing pretended to sigh, then looked up at Wang Hong, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes. Looks like your brother won't be coming. He's already been killed by my partner. Wang Hong's pupils shrank sharply, and she angrily retorted, impossible. You're lying. My brother is a 4th-grade martial artist. How could he possibly be killed by you? Lu Mengqing listened and smirked coldly. She casually pointed to a nearby fish demon and said calmly, her, 4th grade. Her fingers slid to another one. This one, also 4th grade. Sweeping her gaze over all the silent fish demons, Lu Mengqing's tone suddenly turned icy. Everyone I brought here is 4th grade. Now, do you still think 4th grade is impressive? Thud. Wang Hong collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, muttering repeatedly, impossible, absolutely impossible. Though her vitality was weak, she understood how powerful 4th grade martial artists were. They were far from ordinary fighters. How could so many 4th grade experts suddenly appear, specifically targeting the Black Tiger Gang? Seeing Wang Hong's broken state, Lu Mengqing lost interest. Tisk, boring. With that, Lu Mengqing raised her hand, and the dragon totem in her palm lit up. Boom! A crimson pillar of fire erupted, instantly engulfing Wang Hong. She didn't even have time to scream before turning to ashes. Let's head back and warm the master's bed. Just as Lu Mengqing was about to issue the retreat order, a sudden explosion rang out. Boom! The entire building shook. All the fish demons simultaneously looked up toward the 11 o'clock direction, their expressions tense. Over there, someone. Powerful, very powerful. Numbers 187 and 198 are currently engaged in battle. With her. Impossible, number 187 and her team are barely holding on. The opponent is too strong. The next moment, all the merman demons turned their gaze to Lu Mengqing, waiting for her command. Qin Ming had instructed that everyone was to follow Lu Mengqing's orders. With Qin Ming absent, Lu Mengqing was their leader. Let's go and take a look. Lu Mengqing squinted her eyes into a thin line, her voice cold. Instantly, the ghost shadow ninjas appeared, taking them all into the Shadow Kingdom. Not far away, Shangguan Linglong was confronting two merman demons. Who exactly are you? Shangguan Linglong asked expressionlessly. She had initially thought this was just a gang fight. But upon arriving, she realized something was off. This was clearly not a gang conflict. It was a group of advanced martial artists slaughtering gang members. The two merman demons did not respond to her question, merely exchanging glances. The next second, number 187's figure suddenly blurred and vanished. At the same time, dozens of fist-sized water columns exploded around number 198, rapidly spinning around her as if alive, buzzing loudly. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed Shangguan Linglong's eyes. She could sense the immense energy contained within these water columns. Although the two had only reached the early stage of the fourth grade realm in terms of vitality, the strength they unleashed had reached the mid-stage of the fourth grade realm. Truly martial arts prodigies. As she pondered, number 187 silently appeared behind her like a ghost, mercilessly thrusting a trident toward her back. However, boom! A muffled sound echoed as number 187 was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant wall and leaving a large hole. The previously expressionless number 198's eyes finally showed a slight tremor. She hadn't even seen Shangguan Linglong's movements clearly just now. That woman seemed to have never moved at all. I'll ask one last time, who exactly are you? Shangguan Linglong asked coldly. She didn't want to act rashly without understanding the situation. Thus, she kept asking repeatedly. If they were just ordinary gang members, she would have killed them long ago. But she could tell these two were not ordinary, so she refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, number 198 completely ignored her question, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. As the buzzing of the spinning water columns grew louder, ready to attack. Stop! A cold voice echoed in the empty corridor. Number 198's movements instantly halted. Shangguan Linglong narrowed her eyes slightly, looking toward the empty space nearby. Was someone there? Suddenly, a shadow on the ground rapidly wriggled and rose, and a masked woman slowly emerged. Behind her, nearly 100 merman demons and over 100 ghost shadow ninjas appeared silently. In an instant, the entire corridor was tightly surrounded, leaving no room to move. Lu Mengqing's gaze locked onto Shangguan Linglong, scrutinizing her carefully before slightly parting her red lips. You aren't from the Black Tiger Gang, are you? Shangguan Linglong expressionlessly pulled out a black credential, her tone calm. Blackstone Town Martial Division. Grade B Martial Officer, Shangguan Linglong. The credential clearly displayed the words Martial Division, with A B printed in the lower right corner. Lu Mengqing's heart tightened. Blackstone Town? An official? Why would a martial officer from another city come to Tianhe City and mingle in gang territory? The master had once said it was best to avoid direct conflict with official forces. This was trouble. Shangguan Linglong glanced around at the fishman demons and shadow ninjas, her eyes suddenly widening. All warriors? Those men in black were one thing, but these women were all fourth grade experts? She looked at Lu Mengqing again, her gaze growing heavier. This woman was definitely not simple. Although she didn't appear to be a martial artist, the dangerous aura emanating from her was undeniable. Who exactly was she? Could she be one of those lunatics? However, Shangguan Linglong didn't sense any demonic energy from Lu Mengqing. Who are you people? She asked. Lu Mengqing thought for a moment and replied, 12 aspects. Then, she added, we only clean up scum like gangsters. After speaking, she sneaked a glance at the shadow ninja beside her. The shadow ninja, receiving the signal, nodded and slowly retreated into the shadows. Shangguan Linglong narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the dragon head mask on Lu Mengqing's face, and softly repeated, 12 aspects? She had never heard of this name before. It must be a small organization. But with so many fourth grade experts, they didn't seem like minor players. Just then, black mist suddenly filled the corridor, instantly enveloping everyone. Lu Mengqing spoke coldly, "Goodbye, Linglong, town marshal envoy." As her words fell, the black mist dissipated. The once crowded corridor now had only Shangwan Linglong left. She remained expressionless, as if Lu Mengqing's departure was no surprise. 12 aspects, huh? Interesting. A glimmer of light flashed in Shangwan Linglong's eyes as she slowly walked forward. Qingshan residential area. Qin Ming had been experimenting all night, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He discovered that using dragon talismans to charge the shield of the spirit turtle calms the sea technique could increase its defensive power dozens of times. It might even withstand the full-force attack of a 5th-grade expert. This greatly enhanced his defensive capabilities. Talismans are truly amazing. Qin Ming clenched his fists, unable to help but marvel. The power of talismans was practically like cheating. Just then, the system prompt sounded sharply. In his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the target dark value plus 20 dark value plus 2. Dark value plus 10 dark value plus 1. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The plus 20 must be from a 4th-grade martial artist, and the plus 10 from a 3rd-grade one? It seemed Chen Shanshan and the others had just wiped out a gangslayer. After all, 4th-grade martial artists were already incredibly powerful. Usually, only the leaders of gangs possessed such strength. Qin Ming roughly estimated that the dark value had increased by at least several hundred points. The prompt had sounded hundreds of times. If he was correct, he should have enough for a 10 draw. The next moment, Qin Ming focused his thoughts, and a virtual interface visible only to him appeared. Lottery 10 draw dark value balance, 1197. It was enough. The 10 draw option lit up, and Qin Ming's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, he clicked on the 10 draw. There was no need to save up for 100 draw. Although there was a guaranteed mechanism in this dangerous world, only powerful strength could bring true safety. Masks, talismans, tattoos, anything will do. Qin Ming clasped his hands together, praying sincerely. The next second, the lottery page shook violently, and purple energy surged across the screen. In an instant, all the purple energy burst out of the light screen and merged into Qin Ming's brow. A warm current, several times stronger than before, swept through his body, permeating his limbs and bones. Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Although it felt comfortable, he was still somewhat displeased. After all, the actual effect of this thing was unclear. Why is it this again? Qin Ming frowned, showing his dissatisfaction. He closed his eyes and began to carefully sense it. In his mind, 8 strands of purple energy, as thin as silk threads, suddenly appeared, swirling continuously. Adding to the one from before, there were now 9 in total. Qin Ming tried to grasp them several times but failed, eventually giving up. He slowly opened his eyes, uneasily muttering to himself, does this count as 1 draw or 8 draws? Based on the system's usual tricks, Qin Ming felt he was most likely being duped. It was probably 8 draws. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt a wave of panic. For some reason, it seemed like someone had been watching him just now. In the sky above Jaha district, a massive spatial rift hung there, as if the sky had been forcibly torn open, leaving a terrifying wound. When the rift first appeared, the residents of Jaha district were terrified, and many hurriedly sold their homes at low prices and moved away. But as time passed, people realized the rift didn't seem to pose much danger. Occasionally, 1 or 2 monsters would fall out each month, and people gradually let down their guard, almost ignoring its presence. However, at this moment, deep within the long silent rift, an enormous eye suddenly appeared. Its black pupil slowly rotated, scanning the area below in an eerie manner, finally fixing its gaze in the direction of Qin Ming's home. A deep voice echoed in the void, Hong Meng, purple chi. Qin Ming frantically looked around. What was going on? Why did he feel a chill down his spine? Although it lasted only a moment, Qin Ming was absolutely certain that someone had been watching him just now. That oppressive feeling was definitely real. Whoever it was must be an extremely terrifying existence. Who is it? Who could it be? Who exactly has their eyes on me? Cold sweat silently slid down Qin Ming's forehead. That suffocating aura was far beyond what he could contend with at the moment. He was 100% certain that the other party could easily crush him with just a flick of their finger. Could it be because I was too high profile today and provoked some powerful figure? No, that's not right. There's absolutely no one like that in the gang. Otherwise, Tianhe City would have already turned into a living hell. Besides, they couldn't possibly know it was me who did it. Gradually, Qin Ming calmed down. The gaze just now was probably unrelated to his actions today. Either an extremely powerful being was investigating something and he happened to sense it, or there was something on him that had caught the attention of a strong entity. If it was the first scenario, that would be fine. The second scenario, however, would be truly troublesome. As his thoughts shifted, the lottery page suddenly changed, and thick black mist emerged from the screen. In an instant, the black mist tightly enveloped Qin Ming. This familiar feeling, there was no need to guess. He knew exactly what he had drawn. Normally, drawing a mask would make Qin Ming happy. But after what had just happened, he couldn't feel any joy. The black mist dissipated, and a pitch-black demon mask appeared, floating in midair. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched slightly as he reached out to grab it. He recognized this mask, General Kabo. It was particularly special in the anime. This was the only mask that had been worn by two different people. Even when worn by two individuals, the warriors they summoned were incredibly powerful. It's evident how formidable this giant claw ninja is. As soon as Qin Ming touched the mask, its information immediately appeared: Ghost, Shadow Mask, Kabo Mask, no other souls within the mask, ability, summon giant claw army. Description: the host cannot wear it, it must be worn by someone else. Note: once the mask is worn, it integrates into the body and allows the wearer to change their appearance at will. If someone wears the mask for more than 24 hours, they will unconditionally obey the host's commands. Note: their strength cannot far exceed the host's. The host can also acquire the wearer's abilities. Note: including the wearer's talents. Seeing this information, Qin Ming felt little emotional fluctuation. This mask was not weak, ranking as mid to high level. However, he currently had no suitable candidate, so there was no rush. The next moment, he stored the Kabo mask into the shadow ring. The mask's greatest advantage is its ability to replicate talents. This time, I need to carefully choose a powerful and useful talent. Qin Ming frowned and muttered to himself. After the earlier incident, he had figured it out. The opponent was so strong yet didn't directly come after him, which meant they either weren't interested in him or were trapped by something and couldn't act for now. Either possibility made Qin Ming even more eager to gain powerful strength. Meanwhile, the lottery page began to shake violently again, and thick black mist surged out, quickly engulfing the entire screen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chilling hissing sound echoed as a menacing snake head suddenly emerged from the black mist, followed by its slender body, which swam continuously within the fog. The next moment, the green snake broke through the screen's boundary. It instantly transformed into a cold green light and entered Qin Ming's palm. The item's information then appeared: 12 talismans, snake item. Level, unknown. Snake talisman, grants invisibility and stealth abilities, can make objects transparent, turning them into invisible traps. Note: once invisible, it cannot be detected by any means, including infrared, radar, etc. Description: the host cannot use it. It must be given to someone else. Note: by making a small cut, the talisman will enter the recipient's body through their blood and remain with them for life. Anyone possessing the 12 talismans will forever be the host's slave. Note: the recipient's strength cannot differ too greatly from the host's. Snake talisman? Qin Ming looked down at the talisman in his hand. This talisman was powerful, suitable for those skilled in assassination. Using it to kill would be both precise and discreet. However, compared to the horse and dog talismans he desired most, it fell short. The horse talisman grants immortality, while the dog talisman cures all diseases. With these two talismans, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to kill him. Unfortunately, he couldn't draw them. Sigh. Qin Ming sighed softly and quietly stored the snake talisman into the shadow ring. Looking back at the lottery page, he found it had returned to normal. Lottery dark value balance, 234. So, those 8 purple streaks earlier meant I drew 8 times. This damned system is such a scam. Qin Ming's face showed dissatisfaction. But when he saw the dark value balance, he couldn't help but smile. The rewards for killing and arson are indeed plentiful. Just wiping out a gang slightly makes the dark value skyrocket. If I had more subordinates, the dark value would definitely go through the roof. Qin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. At This moment, his ears twitched slightly. A shadow on the ground wriggled rapidly, and a beautiful figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Lu Mengqing removed her mask, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "Master, the task is complete." Qin Ming nodded, leaning against the bed with a furrowed brow. Noticing his heavy expression, Lu Mengqing gently removed her clothes and nestled into his arms. Wrapping her arms around Qin Ming's neck, she whispered softly in his ear, "Master, during the mission, I encountered someone from the Jinwu division." "Oh?" Qin Ming's eyes lit up with interest. "Jinwu division?" Lu Mengqing nodded, her expression serious. "Her name is Shangguan Linglong, and she is extremely powerful. She defeated the 4th grade warrior you assigned to me with a single move." Hearing this, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, his hand slowly reaching toward her. Defeating a 4th grade expert in one move? It seemed this Shangguan Linglong was extraordinary. At the very least, she must be a 5th grade expert or higher. Lu Mengqing's face flushed slightly, and she appeared a bit nervous. "I followed your orders and avoided conflict with her." Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. "You did the right thing. Randomly killing someone from the Jinwu division could easily bring trouble upon us. In future operations, if you encounter people from the Law Enforcement Bureau or the Jinwu division, avoid engaging them if possible." Qin Ming understood well that the Grand Xia Kingdom was vast and populous, with no shortage of martial artists. Among such a large population, there were bound to be individuals with peculiar talents. If he angered the entire Grand Xia, it wouldn't be impossible for them to hunt him down. Therefore, caution was paramount, and it was best not to draw too much attention. Lu Mengqing's face turned even redder as she gazed at Qin Ming with seductive eyes. "Master, it's time to rest." With that, she leaned in and kissed him. Qin Ming reached out and turned off the room's light. The next morning, at dawn, Qin Xian had already arrived downstairs in the residential area. He hadn't slept all night, his mind preoccupied with what to do next. Move away? No. Qin Xian immediately dismissed the idea. Ordinary people like them wouldn't last a month if they moved to another city. But staying put in changing cities wouldn't solve the problem either. Reporting to the Law Enforcement Bureau won't help. They won't intervene before something happens, Qin Xian muttered under his breath. It seemed there was only one path left, to directly storm the Sihai Casino. A head-on confrontation was out of the question. He'd have to think of a clever plan. As Qin Xian began calculating his next steps, he unknowingly walked out of Qingshan residential area. Nearby, a conversation among a few neighbors caught his attention. The death was too gruesome. The head and hands were chopped off, and the scene was unbearable to look at. "I think they deserved it." Who told them to run a casino and ruin people's lives? Exactly, they had it coming. My nephew got into gambling, and it destroyed his family. He even sold the house, and his wife left him. Truly a scourge. The worst was the casino boss, Hong Sihai. I heard his body was full of holes, and his head was cut off. Serves him right. I think his head should have been thrown into a cesspit. The neighbors continued their discussion, but Qin Xian stood frozen, his mind blank. Although Qin Xian had just heard the name Hong Sihai, he still couldn't be certain. After all, the Sihai gambling den was too famous in the eyes of outsiders, practically a towering mountain in Tianhe district. "Oh, old Qin, you don't know about such a big event?" A woman in her 40s looked at Qin Xian and said. Qin Xian shook his head. "It's the Sihai Gambling Denver. It was taken down by an organization calling itself the 12 Signs. Most of the Sihai gang members are dead, and they died horribly." "Yeah, I heard that people who saw the scene couldn't help but throw up. If I had seen it, I wouldn't have been able to eat dinner, and I'd have nightmares at night." Qin Xian didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. His mind was filled with the words Sihai Gambling Denver. The gang that had wanted to kill his entire family was actually gone. In just one night, the mountain that had been suffocating him had collapsed. He hadn't expected it, it really was them. The heavy weight in Qin Xian's heart finally lifted, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He and his family were finally safe. 12 Signs? Qin Xian murmured the name softly. He decided he had to remember this organization. These people had eradicated the Sihai gang, a malignant tumor. Their leader must be a good person, worthy of all respect. For ordinary people like him, this was nothing short of fantastic news. As Qin Xian was lost in thought, a Low rumble of a car engine came from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a black Maybach slowly approaching. The sleek body and understated luxury immediately drew everyone's attention. Is that a luxury car? It must be. Look at how impressive it is. Am I seeing things? That should be a Maybach, worth at least over 2 million Dacia currency. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Spending over 2 million on a car? That was something they had never even imagined. That amount of money could buy 2 houses. How could anyone spend it on a car? Qin Xian, however, felt indifferent. Whether others had money or not had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the car engine grew louder as it approached and finally stopped beside them. The car window rolled down slowly, and a buzzcut bodyguard in a black suit politely asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me which way to Building 16 in Qingshan Community?" Qin Xian was stunned. Building 16? Wasn't that the building where his family lived? The woman in her 40s beside him quickly pointed to the left and said, "Building 16 is just over there." "Thank you," the bodyguard nodded, and the window rolled back up. The car slowly drove off, and the crowd finally reacted. "Ha! Old Qin, isn't your house in Building 16? When did someone so wealthy move into your building? Could it be old Zhang's son from the 4th floor, returning from Blackstone City? This is what they call returning in glory. Don't be silly. His son has only been gone a few years. Driving a Maybach? Impossible. I think we should follow and take a look." "Yeah, guessing won't help. Let's follow and see for ourselves." Everyone curiously followed the car. Qin Xian thought for a moment and decided to follow as well, muttering under his breath, "How strange. I haven't heard of anyone's son being this impressive." Most of the residents in this community were middle-aged people over 40. Young people usually didn't stay here after graduating from martial arts schools. So everyone assumed the luxury car must have something to do with someone's son in Building 16. When the group arrived in front of Building 16, they were surprised to find that, at some point, 4 or 5 luxury cars had already parked downstairs. A group of well-dressed, exceptionally poised wealthy individuals was stepping out of the cars. They adjusted their sleeves briefly, carrying large bags of gifts, and walked straight into the building. Today's update ends here, continuing tomorrow. In Qingshan Community, Qin Xian's neighbors had long been watching in stunned silence. It was their first time seeing so many luxury cars gathered together and their first time witnessing so many prominent figures in person. Among the crowd, there were even a few familiar faces that seemed to have appeared on TV news before. To these ordinary people, let alone 4th-grade martial artists, even wealthy individuals with enough fame could be considered big shots. Who are they here to see? I don't know. That man in the gray suit, isn't he the famous entrepreneur from Tianhe City? I think his surname is Su. Don't talk nonsense. Look at this group, they're clearly here to visit someone important. That's right. Look at the expensive gifts they're carrying. Important figure? In our rundown neighborhood, where would an important figure come from? The neighbors lowered their voices and began discussing among themselves. Qin Xian stood to the side, looking completely bewildered, unable to make sense of the situation. Just then, 2 more luxury cars slowly pulled up. From one of the white sedans, the door opened, and a young woman with an elegant demeanor stepped out. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, wearing a white cheongsam. The intricate patterns on the cheongsam not only accentuated her graceful curves but also exuded an extraordinary sense of sophistication. Bai Rushue squinted slightly, examining the somewhat dilapidated residential building in front of her, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Li Master's disciple actually lives in a place like this? She thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up again. That must mean he has some special talent to have caught Li Master's attention. Thinking about it this way, it's even more worth getting to know him. With this thought, Bai Rushue gently adjusted her sleeves, ensuring her attire was impeccable, and then stepped forward. Her female driver quickly got out of the car, carrying various gifts and following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the black luxury car, a middle-aged man in his 40s was on the phone, his brows furrowed. What's going on with Zhang Ziyuan? Yesterday, he clearly agreed to come together, but now his phone can't be reached. What kind of trick is he playing? He shook his head and muttered to himself, forget it, it doesn't matter. Meeting Brother Qin is more important. The next moment, Su Shichang opened the car door and stepped out. When he saw Bai Rushue ahead, his eyes lit up, and he quickly caught up to her. President Bai. President Bai. Bai Rushua stopped and turned her head, speaking calmly, Mr. Su? You're here too? News travels fast. Su Shichang chuckled and said, Li Master's senior disciple, of course, deserves a visit. Ordinary people might not understand the weight of the name Li Jianguo. But, at the level of advanced martial artists, they knew exactly what that name represented. They also understood the immense strength of martial artists above the 6th grade. In the martial artist world, there's a saying, below the 6th grade, everyone is a minor character. Once you reach the 6th grade, your strength is no longer comparable in numbers. Even if 10 5th grade martial artists joined forces against one 6th grade martial artist, the result would be the same. The 6th grade martial artist could easily defeat all 10 5th grade opponents. The difference between the 5th and 6th rank is like heaven and earth. 6th rank martial artists surpass ordinary people. Their bodies can self-repair. Even if they lose an arm, they can instantly restore it with just a thought. This is why they are respectfully called martial kings. Therefore, so many people rushed to visit Qin Ming as soon as possible. With their abilities, they would never encounter Li Jianguo himself in their lifetime. But Qin Ming gave them an opportunity to connect. At this moment, Su Shichang's driver also arrived with gifts. Bai Rushue glanced at the items in the driver's hands, her eyes slightly brightened, and she chuckled, exquisite jade artifacts, engraved with second-tier wood elemental runes. Wow, Boss Su is really generous. This gift must be worth at least 1 million, right? Su Shichang waved his hand with a smile. This item was given to me by a friend. I don't know its exact value, but I thought it was nice and decided to bring it as a meeting gift for Brother Qin. Bai Rushua smiled without saying much, turned around, and walked directly into the building. Su Shichang watched her back, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and followed her inside. Their voices were not quiet, and Qin Xian and the neighbors heard everything clearly. The neighbors turned their heads, looking at Qin Xian with shocked expressions. At this moment, Qin Xian was completely stunned. His physique was much stronger than the neighbors, so his hearing was naturally better. He not only heard Su Shichang and Bai Rushua's conversation but also caught the discussions of others. From their scattered words, Qin Xian immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. This group of people was heading straight to the 3rd floor to meet a prominent figure with the surname Qin. 3rd floor? Surname Qin? Qin Xian was astonished. Could it be that they are? A bold guess emerged in his mind. The middle-aged woman in her 40s finally spoke, her voice trembling. Old Qin, are these people here for your son? As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted. Who exactly is this Master Li? Why does he want to take Qin Ming as his disciple? Isn't it obvious? Qin Ming must have awakened an extraordinary talent. No way, could Qin Ming really have awakened an SSS level talent? Maybe it's true. My goodness, SSS level talent? Our Tianhe district is about to produce a super genius. I've always had high hopes for that kid since he was young, and I was right. The gifts they casually brought are worth millions. The value of what they officially present must be even higher. Before the words were finished, the crowd's gaze toward Qin Xian instantly became fervent, their breathing growing rapid. Old Qin, you're about to strike it rich. Riches are nothing. The fact that they're trying so hard to please Qin Ming shows his immense future potential. Tisk, old Qin, you're truly lucky to have such an outstanding son. But Qin Xian paid no attention to their flattery. His mind was consumed by one question: who exactly is this Master Li? Why does he want to take his son as a disciple? Others might not know, but how could Qin Xian not know? His son had no special talent at all. The difference between a talented martial artist and an untalented one is like night and day. Does this Master Li know that Qin Ming has no talent? Thinking of this, Qin Xian became restless. Ignoring the noisy crowd, he headed straight home. 3rd floor, Qin family. Sun Xiufan was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. She glanced at the clock on the wall, frowned slightly, and muttered under her breath, strange, why hasn't old Qin come back yet? It's so late. Just as she was speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Sun Xiufan's brows relaxed slightly as she walked toward the door, calling out, coming. Forgot to bring the key when going out again. She opened the door and was stunned by the scene before her. Outside the door, a crowd had already gathered at some point. Leading them was a man wearing glasses, who slightly bowed and politely said, Hello, Miss Sun, I am Lin Yuran, the general manager of Lin Group. We are here to visit Mr. Qin. After speaking, he signaled to the driver behind him. The driver stepped forward, also bowed, and said, Sorry to disturb you. He then gently placed the exquisite gift he was holding inside the house. Before coming, they had already investigated Qin Ming's family situation, otherwise, they wouldn't have known the address. Sun Xiufang finally snapped out of her daze, quickly stepped aside, and hurriedly invited them in. Please come in, please come in. Lin Yuran entered with a smile, sitting gracefully on the sofa with his hands placed on his knees. He was smart enough not to immediately ask where Qin Ming was. At the door, another middle-aged man in his 40s also slightly bowed. Hello, Ms. Sun, I am from Chun Group. Following him, representatives from 3 other companies entered one after another, each carrying gifts. Sun Xiufang was momentarily dazed, only able to muddle through by inviting them to sit down. These prominent figures, who usually dominated the business world, now sat quietly like obedient students, not speaking out of turn. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Sun Xiufang was completely dumbfounded. She steadied herself and was about to pour tea for everyone when the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. Sun Xiufang's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself, old Qin must be back now, right? He must know what's going on. Coming, she said as she ran to open the door. Standing outside was a beautiful and elegant young woman with a gentle smile on her face. Hello, Ms. Sun, I am Bai Ruxue, the chairwoman of Bai Group. I am here to visit Mr. Qin. Sun Xiufang quickly responded, please come in, please come in. Bai Ruxue entered with a smile and softly said, sorry to disturb you. Her driver, in sync, gently placed the gift aside. The people inside the house immediately changed their expressions upon seeing her enter. A single thought simultaneously crossed everyone's minds. She actually came in person? Bai Ruxue, however, seemed oblivious, walking straight to the sofa and sitting down gracefully. Just as Sun Xiufang was about to close the door, Su Shichang hurriedly approached, greeting her with a smile. Ms. Sun. Ms. Sun. I am Su Shichang, the chairman of Su Group. I am here to visit Mr. Qin. By this point, Sun Xiufang was already somewhat numb, slightly stepping aside. Please come in. Su Shichang and his driver entered the living room with smiles. But upon seeing that the sofa was already full, he paused for a moment. Qin Ming's living room was not very large, and the sofa could seat at most 5 people. Now, all the seats were occupied. Sun Xiufang noticed this too and quickly said, I'll go get a chair. No need to trouble yourself, Su. Shichang quickly waved his hand with a smile, I can stand. The driver placed the gift down and quietly stood behind him. It's no trouble at all, Sun Xiufang said as she quickly brought over a chair and placed it in front of Su Shichang. Please sit. Su Shichang was momentarily overwhelmed by the unexpected honor and quickly bowed. Thank you so much. Seeing how polite these people were, Sun Xiufang grew even more puzzled. The Mr. Qin they were referring to, could it be old Qin? But how could old Qin know so many prominent figures? Judging by their attire and demeanor, these people were clearly not ordinary. She was well aware of her husband's capabilities. Honest and unassuming, there was no way he could have connections with so many high-ranking individuals. After pondering for a long time, Sun Xiufang finally couldn't help but ask, who exactly is this Mr. Qin you're talking about? Su Shichang was taken aback for a moment. He thought to himself, you don't even know your own son? But he dared not say this aloud. Instead, he replied, Qin Ming, Mr. Qin Ming. Everyone present also looked at Sun Xiufang with confusion. Could it be that she didn't know her? Sun had already been taken as a disciple by Li Jianguo? On second thought, it made sense. Even if she knew, it wouldn't matter. She was just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly understand how formidable the name Li Jianguo was. Qin Ming? Sun Xiufang's eyes widened. She never in her wildest dreams imagined that these people had come looking for her son. At that moment, Qin Xian also walked into the house, followed closely by a group of neighbors. Seeing Qin Xian, Sun Xiufang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly stepped forward and whispered, Old Qin, these people, they're all here for our son. Qin Xian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the guests in the room. Smiling, he said, everyone, please wait a moment. I'll go wake Qin Ming. With that, he walked toward Qin Ming's room and was just about to knock on the door. Creak, the door opened from the inside. Qin Ming, already fully dressed, stood at the doorway and said softly, Dad, I heard everything. Qin Xian was momentarily stunned but then nodded. The father and son exchanged a knowing look. Seeing his son's calm and confident demeanor, Qin Xian felt reassured. The next moment, Qin Ming closed the door and walked toward the living room, with Qin Xian following closely behind. Qin Ming had already woken up when they knocked on the door. Inside the room, Lu Mengqing and Chen Shanqian were chatting. "Well, look at you, coming back so early." Chen Shanqian lowered her voice, gritting her teeth as she spoke. She had returned too late the previous night. After all, Qin Ming's task for her yesterday was to kill enemies without restraint. She had gone on a rampage against the gangsters, killing at least 300 or 400 of them. In her hands, those gang members were like playthings, one kill. Lu Mengqing's face turned red. The task Qin Ming had given her was to fight the gangsters, but she had returned halfway through. She mainly wanted to see Qin Ming sooner, which was why she had acted that way. At the Qin household, the living room was packed with people, making it feel especially crowded. For the first time in so many years, the Qin family had so many guests, leaving Qin Xian and Sun Xiufan feeling a bit flustered. "You must be Mr. Qin?" Su Shichang was the first to stand up, his face beaming with praise. "Truly extraordinary, with an impressive bearing." At this moment, Su Shichang's heart was in turmoil. A second-rank martial artist. He was actually a second-rank martial artist. Unlike others, Su Shichang himself was an early-stage, fifth-rank martial artist, so he could naturally see through Qin Ming's strength at a glance. Because of the mask, talismans, and tattoos Qin Ming wore, many martial artists with similar vitality levels couldn't discern his true power. They only felt that he was strong and dangerous, but they couldn't gauge his exact vitality unless their strength far surpassed his Lin Yuran and the others. Nearby also stood up one after another, showering praises. As expected, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Truly worthy of being Master Li's disciple. Just standing there, he exudes a powerful aura. "Mr. Qin, we apologize for our unannounced visit. Please forgive us. We heard that Master Li recently accepted a talented disciple, so we came specifically to witness his brilliance." Qin Ming calmly scanned the people present, listening to their compliments. His heart remained unmoved, but his face carried a humble smile. "You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary martial artist. It's only because Master Li saw potential in me, I don't dare claim such praise." At this moment, Bai Ruxue stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin is too modest. Reaching the second rank at the age of 18 is unheard of in the entire Tianhe city." She had immediately discerned Qin Ming's blood energy level. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Qin Ming as if he were a monster. Second rank at 18 years old? That's incredible. However, thinking about the fact that he was Li Jiangwo's disciple, everyone quickly understood. If he didn't have such talent, why would Li Jiangwo take him as a student? Qin Ming was slightly taken aback and looked at Bai Ruxue in surprise before giving a faint smile. "It's just a matter of luck." Hearing this, Qin Xian and the neighbors outside were even more astonished. "What? The Qin kid is already at the second rank? Is that true?" "It must be true. Didn't you hear what they said? My son's blood energy just barely broke 9, and he's already at the second rank? The gap is too big. How much blood energy does the second rank require? I heard it's over 200. Doesn't that mean the Qin kid has 20 times the blood energy of his peers? That's terrifying." The most shocked of all were Qin Xian and his wife. Just a few days ago, their son had said he hadn't awakened any talent, and now he had become a martial arts prodigy, a second-rank martial artist. How could they not be stunned? So that's how it is. No wonder Master Li accepted Ming'er as his disciple. It turns out my son is a martial arts genius. Qin Xian, who had been slightly hunched over, gradually straightened his back. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. He was well aware of the value of a martial arts genius, which was on par with top-tier talent. Even if his son lacked innate gifts, it didn't matter. After all, he had reached the second rank at just 18 years old. Seeing Qin Ming's modesty, Bai Ruxue smiled and said, "On the path of martial arts, there's no such thing as mere luck." As she spoke, she extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Bai Ruxue, chairwoman of the Bai Group." Qin Ming shook her hand lightly and replied in a gentle tone, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Chairwoman Bai." Then, his gaze swept over the crowd, and he said softly, "Thank you all for taking the time to visit today. I will remember this kindness." However, he glanced at the clock on the wall. "The martial arts school schedule is quite tight today, and I'm running late. I hope you'll understand that I can't stay long." Everyone present was sharp enough to catch the subtle hint that this was a polite way of asking them to leave. Su Shichang quickly cupped his hands with a smile. "Ah, we were inconsiderate and delayed Mr. Qin's important matters. Please go ahead, we'll take our leave now. Bai Ruxue also smiled and said, education is important. Mr. Qin, please attend to your studies. I'll visit again when there's an opportunity. Lin Yuran and the others chimed in one after another. Yes, Mr. Qin, please go ahead. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Take care. In no time, the once lively living room was empty, leaving behind only an array of exquisite gifts. Qin Xian and Sun Xiufang looked at the empty room, then at their calm-faced son, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Minger, just now they. Sun Xiufang wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Xian glanced at the gifts on the floor, frowned slightly, and said with some displeasure, Minger, the gifts they gave are too extravagant. You should ask them to take them back. Any single gift was worth millions, and he felt these things were like hot potatoes. People aren't fools, how could they give gifts for free? There must be ulterior motives. Qin Ming looked at the gifts on the floor, smiled, and said casually, it's fine, it's just the principle of reciprocity. Next time, when there's an opportunity, I'll return the favor with a grand gift. This wasn't just idle talk, he already had a preliminary plan in mind. These people could be useful. Hearing Qin Ming say this, Qin Xian and his wife didn't say anything further. Qin Ming turned to look at the neighbors outside the door and said softly, it's all settled now, uncles and aunties, you can go back. The neighbors outside the door finally snapped out of it. Old Qin, then we'll head back. Let's go. Let's go. Old Qin, your son is so impressive, you should host a banquet to celebrate. Stop it, Old Li, can't you see Old Qin is busy? Exactly, Old Qin doesn't need your meal. Soon, the neighbors all left. Creak. The inner room door opened, and Bai Muxue peeked out, asking, are they all gone? Qin Ming nodded with a smile, they're gone, come out quickly. At home. It's like being a thief, sneaking around. Bai Muxue rolled her eyes, walked out wearing bare slippers, and pouted, so early. Why were there so many people? As a girl, how could I come out in such a situation? Seeing Bai Muxue's lack of interest, Qin Xian's eyes flickered, and he asked softly, girl, do you know something? Who is Master Li? Hearing this, Sun Xiufang also looked over curiously. Bai Muxue glanced at Qin Ming and asked in confusion, brother Qin Ming, didn't you tell Uncle Qin? Qin Ming froze for a moment. He had originally planned to say something yesterday, but with so much going on, he had forgotten. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Ming slowly explained the situation. After briefly explaining to his family, Qin Ming and Bai Muxue returned to school together. The two joked and laughed along the way, the atmosphere light and cheerful. On the way, they ran into Hu Wanting, and the three sat together as usual. The morning class was taught by Enshi Yao. When Enshi Yao walked onto the podium wearing a black cheongsam, the classroom instantly fell silent. The fitted design perfectly showcased her pear-shaped figure, and the slit at the hem faintly revealed her fair, slender legs. Standing there, she exuded a cold yet alluring mature charm. Many male students unconsciously straightened their backs, their eyes fixed on her every move. Today, we will study martial techniques? Enshi Yao calmly scanned the class, her voice cool. But when her gaze landed on Qin Ming, her cheeks flushed slightly. Then, she noticed Bai Muxue and Hu Wanting sitting close to Qin Ming. Especially seeing how close they were to him, Enshi Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. Why were these two women always sticking to him? What was their relationship with Qin Ming? She needed to find an opportunity to clarify. While Enshi Yao was thinking this, the class continued smoothly. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The classroom door was forcefully pushed open. A woman staggered in, reeking of alcohol. She was wearing a tight black low-cut spaghetti strap dress, paired with a loose silk shirt. Several buttons of the shirt were casually undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and faint curves. The short skirt outlined her full hips and long legs. She wore slightly tilted high heels, exuding a lazy yet seductive aura. Enshi Yao immediately recognized the woman as Fu Mayan, and her expression changed. Ms. Fu, why are you here? Fu Mayan hiccuped, her drunken eyes hazy as she said, why am I here? Why don't you ask yourself why you didn't answer my call last night? Enshi Yao instinctively glanced at Qin Ming, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. Ms. Fu, I'm in the middle of a class. She stepped forward and grabbed Fu Mayan, lowering her voice. If there's something to discuss, let's talk later. This isn't the place for it. Smack. Fu Mayan shook off her hand, her emotions flaring. Not answering my call last night is one thing, but not even a word this morning. Are you seeing someone? Else? This statement was like a bombshell, and the classroom erupted in gasps. What kind of shocking news was this? Were teacher and Shiryao and teacher Fu Mayan a couple? Qin Ming's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing. He hadn't expected teacher In to be a lesbian. No wonder she was always single, she liked women. And Shiryao's face turned as red as a ripe apple. What nonsense are you talking about? She grabbed Fu Mayan and started pulling her outside. We'll talk outside. But Fu Mayan suddenly wrapped her arm around Shiryao's slender waist and pressed her face against her neck. I'm not going anywhere. I can tell if you've cheated just by smelling you. Cheated? Impossible. And Shiryao's eyes darted evasively. Fu Mayan chuckled softly and, to everyone's shock, kissed Shiryao on the lips right in front of the class. The entire room fell silent in astonishment. The next second, it erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Wow, this is too exciting. My goddess was kissed by goddess Fu. I'm so jealous. Two beauties kissing? I'm recording this for the forums. Let go of goddess and let me take her place. As the students buzzed with chatter, Qin Ming stood frozen. He suddenly felt like Fu Mayan had played him. His blood boiled, and he could clearly hear the last exchange between the two women. Though their voices were low, he caught every word. Cheating? No way. Were they already together? Then what did that make him? Qin Ming felt a wave of confusion. At that moment, Shiryao finally snapped out of it. She pushed Fu Mayan away, both embarrassed and angry. Have you had enough? If you have something to say, we'll talk outside. She forcefully dragged Fu Mayan out. Fu Mayan hiccuped again, laughing as she muttered under her breath. You say you haven't cheated, but I can smell a man's scent on you. And Shiryao, when did your tastes change? Hearing this, Shiryao's face turned red all the way to her neck. She didn't dare look back at Qin Ming. This class is now self-study. With that, she lowered her head and practically fled, dragging Fu Mayan away in a hurry. As soon as they left, the classroom erupted into even louder chatter. At Tianwu Academy, inside the principal's office, the two sat facing each other. Sitting opposite Li Jianguo was Shangguan Linglong, whom he had just met yesterday. She was now dressed in a crisp black uniform, exuding less softness and more competence and vigor. How has your grandfather been lately? Li Jianguo closed his book and asked with a smile. Thanks to you, my grandfather is in good health, Shangguan Linglong replied with a smile. Li Jianguo chuckled and shifted the topic. You've come to Tianhe City this time with a mission, haven't you? Shangguan Linglong nodded solemnly. 2 missions. The first is to investigate the cause of the recent chaos in Tianhe City. The second is the anomaly in the rift above Jaha district. Li Jianguo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Oh? Has anyone gone to investigate? The preliminary investigation is complete, and the data has been uploaded, Shangguan Linglong said gravely. The analysis results should be ready in at most 2 days. Li Jianguo nodded, his gaze deep as he stared at her. So, what's your main purpose in coming to see me today? Shangguan Linglong smiled and said, primarily to visit you, Mr. Li. Secondly, I also wanted to consult you about the situation in Tianhe City. Li Jianguo couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. I think your secondly is actually your real purpose. Shangguan Linglong smiled shyly. Sigh. Li Jianguo sighed. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't know much about what's happening outside. My duty is to guard the 5th gate, and I really don't have the energy to deal with other matters. Whether it's that rift or the chaos in Tianhe City, at worst, it's just one city falling. But if the 5th gate is breached, his cloudy eyes gazed out the window, his voice heavy, the entire Great Xia Empire would be finished. Babies, I'm heading in now. We're doing everything we can to save it, but I don't know if we can win the revival match. Inside the principal's office at Tianwu Academy, the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Shangguan Linglong's calm eyes flickered slightly. The 5th gate. It was a passage to another world. It must never be opened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shangguan Linglong pursed her lips and offered a faintly apologetic smile. I've disturbed you, Mr. Li. I was truly presumptuous. Li Jianguo waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, by the way, isn't the Martial Saints' ancient vault in your Blackstone City about to open? Hearing this, Shangguan Linglong nodded. Yes, Mr. Li. On the 3rd of next month, the Martial Saints' ancient vault will officially open. Li Jianghuo's eyes lit up slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, this time, "You're leading the team, aren't you?" He spoke with a tone of guidance. "Entering the ancient vault is a great opportunity, but it's also very dangerous. You must be careful in selecting team members, you absolutely cannot be careless. Have you chosen your team members yet?" Shangguan Linglong was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. She smiled and said, "Mr. Li, you truly have insight. My team is indeed still short a few people." She smiled sweetly, her tone light. "Would you like to recommend a few for me?" She was very clever and immediately grasped Li Jianghuo's intention. Ha ha ha. Li Jianghuo's face flushed as he laughed. To cover his embarrassment. "It's not exactly a recommendation. I have a disciple who has always wanted to go out and gain experience, but I haven't found the right opportunity." Hearing this, Shangguan Linglong felt a ripple in her heart, though her face remained expressionless. She parted her red lips slightly and replied, "Since he's your disciple, Mr. Li, then of course there's no problem. May I ask, what level is he currently at?" Ahem. Li Jianghuo pretended to cough twice, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the window. "Second rank." After saying this, he quickly added, "Don't underestimate him for being only second rank right now. I'm confident he'll break through to third rank before entering the ancient tomb. In terms of strength, I can guarantee he's capable of holding his own against an average fourth-rank martial artist." Seeing Li Jianghuo's eagerness, Shangguan Linglong was even more surprised. This disciple must be extremely important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't set aside his pride to recommend him like this. But how could an ordinary second-rank disciple garner such attention from Mr. Li? A trace of doubt flashed in Shangguan Linglong's eyes, though she smiled and said, "Mr. Li, since you put it this way, I certainly have no objections." Seeing his goal achieved, Li Jianghuo beamed with joy. "Don't worry, I won't let you go to all this trouble for nothing." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a palm-sized red wooden box appeared out of thin air. "Here, take this." He handed the box to her. Shangguan Linglong was a bit puzzled and gently opened the lid. When she saw what was inside, her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly closed the box, hurriedly pushing it back. Grateful yet embarrassed, she said, "Mr. Li, this is far too valuable, I can't accept it." Li Jianghuo shook his head and pushed the box back into her hands. "Linglong, once I give something away, I never take it back." His tone grew serious, and his expression turned solemn. "However, I do have one condition." Shangguan Linglong was taken aback. "Mr. Li, please go ahead. You must bring my disciple back safely," Li Jianghuo said in a low voice. He knew this condition was a bit unreasonable. He was the one forcing her to take his disciple along, yet he was asking her to ensure his safety. It didn't make much sense. But the martial saint's ancient tomb was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Qin Ming couldn't afford to miss it. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Linglong finally understood why he was giving her such a valuable gift. It was all for his treasured disciple. She thought for a moment and made up her mind. "Mr. Li, rest assured," she promised solemnly, "I will make sure your disciple returns safely." After carefully putting away the wooden box, Shangguan Linglong asked, "Mr. Li, may I know your disciple's name?" Li Jianghuo smiled as he poured her a cup of tea, replying leisurely, "No rush. I just sent him a message, he should be here soon." Shangguan Linglong felt a bit flattered and quickly stood up, respectfully accepting the teacup. "Mr. Li, you're too kind." Li Jianghuo chuckled but said no more. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembered something and casually asked, "Is the young lady of the Shangguan family seeing anyone right now?" Shangguan Linglong froze for a moment, then shook her head firmly. "Matters of the heart can wait until I've achieved success in martial arts. For now, I only want to focus on cultivation and have no plans to consider such things." She took a sip of tea, the fragrance spreading in her mouth, and her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the window. Li Jianghuo didn't press further. He had originally intended to introduce Qin Ming to her. It seems I was overthinking. Moments later, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Li Jianghuo said indifferently, "Come in." The next second, Qin Ming pushed the door open and entered. Being suddenly summoned by his master during class left him a bit puzzled. However, since it was a self-study session, he didn't pay much attention. "Master, you called for me?" Qin Ming asked respectfully. Li Jianghuo smiled and pointed to the chair next to Shangguan Linglong. "Sit here." Qin Ming glanced at Shangguan Linglong, their eyes briefly meeting. He nodded politely and then sat down. Shangguan. Linglong observed Qin Ming for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. This young man looked very youthful, probably around 18 to 20 years old. A martial artist of the second rank at this age was rare in Tianhe City but quite common in Blackstone City. The descendants of noble families in Blackstone City consumed spirit essences and magic cores from a young age, rapidly boosting their vitality. This was something Tianhe City couldn't compare to. Only in places like Tianhe City, where there was no disturbance from magical creatures, did spirit essences and magic cores seem precious. Li Jiangwo smiled and introduced, "This is my prized disciple, Qin Ming." Then he turned to Qin Ming and said, "This is Shangguan Linglong, a Grade B Martial Guard from the Martial Guard Division." "Hello, I'm Shangguan Linglong," she said politely, extending her hand. Qin Ming was startled. This was the expert from the Martial Guard Division he had met with Lu Mengqing yesterday. However, he showed no reaction outwardly, shaking hands with Shangguan Linglong and responding, "Qin Ming." Seeing this, Li Jianguo began explaining the matter of Qin Ming participating in the Martial Saints Ancient Repository. After understanding the situation, Qin Ming showed no expression and said calmly, "I'll follow Master's arrangements." A dozen minutes later, Shangguan Linglong got up to take her leave. At this point, only Qin Ming and Li Jianguo remained in the principal's office. "Do you know why I want you to participate in the Martial Saints Ancient Repository?" Li Jianguo took a sip of tea, his tone calm. "I don't know," Qin Ming shook his head. Li Jianguo didn't answer directly but instead carefully examined Qin Ming's physique. After a while, he asked with some curiosity, "Have you already started practicing the Spirit Turtle Calming Sea technique?" Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. His master had seen through his strength at a glance, and Qin Ming was already prepared for this. Li Jianguo smiled approvingly, "You truly are my disciple, your talent is indeed extraordinary." As he spoke, he patted Qin Ming's shoulder. "Your aura really reminds me of myself back in the day." Qin Ming felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. "Master, if you have something to say, just say it directly." Seeing his demeanor, Li Jianguo laughed heartily. As the laughter gradually faded, Li Jianguo asked, "What do you think about inscriptions?" Qin Ming thought for a moment and answered earnestly, "Inscriptions are incredibly miraculous. They can significantly enhance a martial artist's strength." Li Jianguo nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, the power of inscriptions is well known to everyone. But do you know where inscriptions originally come from?" Qin Ming frowned. "The textbooks say inscriptions are carved by inscription masters." Li Jianguo's question made Qin Ming start to doubt, perhaps inscriptions weren't that simple. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Jianguo said, "The earliest inscriptions had no grade distinctions. There was no such thing as first tier or second tier." As he spoke, Li Jianguo slowly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance before continuing. "The earliest inscriptions, each one was unique. They had their own distinctive names. These inscriptions were called Dao patterns." Hearing this, Qin Ming was completely stunned. Inscriptions actually have names? Dao patterns? This completely overturned his understanding. Even the fifth-tier inscription his master had given him didn't have a name engraved on it. Li Jianguo turned around and smiled faintly. "It's okay if you don't understand this now, you'll figure it out sooner or later. Just remember, within the Martial Saint Ancient Vault, Dao patterns are hidden." Qin Ming's heart stirred. His master's deliberate mention indicated that these Dao patterns were extremely important. He also understood that Li Jianguo wanted him to enter the Martial Saint Ancient Vault to compete for these Dao patterns. But he didn't even know what Dao patterns looked like. If he encountered them, he might not even recognize them. Seeing the change in his expression, Li Jianguo smiled and walked up to him. He opened his palm and said calmly, "Look closely." As soon as he finished speaking, a circle appeared in Li Jianguo's palm, containing 6 patterns. Each one dazzled Qin Ming's eyes. Before long, his head began to spin. The sensation was akin to being drunk in his previous life, as if he were standing on soft, fluffy cotton candy. Noticing Qin Ming's abnormal state, Li Jianguo quickly withdrew his palm and asked, "Did you remember the feeling?" "Ugh." Qin Ming didn't answer but squatted down and vomited violently. Everything he had eaten in the morning came out. How could this happen? Li Jianguo stepped forward, patted Qin Ming's back, and frowned deeply. It seemed the gap in their strength was too vast. Qin Ming couldn't withstand the power of the Dao patterns. What should he do now? Li Jianguo felt a sense of foreboding. Judging by the current situation, even if Qin Ming entered the Martial Saint ancient vault. He wouldn't be able to obtain the Dao patterns inside. Just looking at them was unbearable for his body, let alone refining them. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Ming regained his composure and slowly stood up, weakly saying, "Master, I remember the feeling, but with my current strength, I can't even get close to the Dao patterns." Just now, he had clearly felt his blood and energy churning uncontrollably within him. His entire body was out of control. How could he approach the Dao patterns like this? Unless he used demonic energy, there might be a slim chance. Li Jianguo didn't respond, merely gazing at Qin Ming quietly. After a long while, he sighed, "Forget it. In your current state, keeping it is of no use to me. Perhaps, only you can truly unleash its power." Qin Ming was utterly confused, not understanding what his master meant. He looked at Li Jianguo in puzzlement. Li Jianguo slowly raised his hand, lightly tapping Qin Ming's brow with his fingertip, and said solemnly, "In a moment, I'll help you suppress this Dao pattern. You must refine it with all your might. Absolutely no distractions. Remember, absolutely no distractions." Before Qin Ming could refuse, a strange symbol suddenly appeared on Li Jianguo's forehead. It resembled a small figure sitting cross-legged, surrounded by 7 completely different mysterious patterns. As soon as the figure appeared, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped Qin Ming. As the figure slowly approached, the pressure grew stronger, almost suffocating him. In the next moment, Li Jianguo's entire aura erupted, dispersing the pressure brought by the figure. Qin Ming immediately felt relieved. "Now, refine it," Li Jianguo shouted in a low voice. Without hesitation, Qin Ming reached out and grabbed the figure, black energy surging from his palm and quickly enveloping it completely. As soon as the Dao pattern left Li Jianguo's body, he severed all connections with it. Otherwise, with Qin Ming's current strength, it would be impossible to refine it. After the connection was severed, the Dao pattern began to fiercely resist out of instinct for self-preservation. If it weren't for Li Jianguo suppressing it with all his might, Qin Ming wouldn't have been able to approach it, let alone refine it. As Li Jianguo continued to exert pressure, the resistance of the small figure gradually weakened. Qin Ming clearly felt his black energy continuously pouring into the small figure's body. Time passed. Slowly, and more black energy successfully infiltrated the small figure's body. Gradually, Qin Ming sensed a subtle connection forming between himself and the small figure. The small figure, like a streak of light, flew into Qin Ming's brow. At the same time, a strange image quietly entered his mind. In the image, a young Li Jianguo sat cross-legged, meditating. The small figure slowly revolved around him. In the next moment, the scene shifted to Li Jianguo summoning this inscription to fight someone. Slowly, Qin Ming understood the function and level of this Dao pattern. At the same time, he learned its name. 7th tier Dao pattern meditation. Poof! Just as Li Jianguo withdrew his aura, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Master!" Qin Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurried forward to support the staggering Li Jianguo. "It's nothing." Li Jianguo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and said weakly, forcefully severing one's lifebound. "Dao pattern comes at a price." Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart sank. He pursed his lips, wanting to say something. Li Jianguo didn't give him the chance, forcing a smile. "This Dao pattern is very mysterious. You must study it carefully. With its help, you'll be able to easily suppress Dao patterns below the 8th tier in the future." "Alright, you should go back now. I need to rest for a while." Qin Ming hesitated but ultimately only said, "Yes, master." As the door closed softly, poof! Li Jianguo spat out another mouthful of blood. "I didn't expect the backlash from severing the lifebound Dao pattern to be this severe," he said weakly, flipping his palm to reveal a crimson pill that appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Li Jianguo swallowed it. In an instant, gentle white light slowly seeped from his body, and his previously pale complexion gradually turned rosy. Feeling his strength recovering, Li Jianguo finally let out a sigh of relief. This Dao pattern's impact on him was neither too great nor too small. But investing it in Qin Ming was undoubtedly more valuable than keeping it for himself. He looked at the spot where Qin Ming had just stood and murmured to himself, "With the help of this 7th tier Dao pattern, his destiny connection will deepen. At that time, he might truly become the key to saving Dixia." As he spoke, a strange reflection faintly appeared in Li Jianguo's eyes. It was a purple eyeball surrounded by 8 patterns. In his vision, the spot where Qin Ming had just stood was entwined with countless dense black threads, the most prominent of which were 9 purple threads shooting straight into the sky. These threads gradually dimmed over time. I've never seen anyone bearing such a heavy destiny. But he has the martial god physique, so it's not surprising he carries such a fate. Still, why have these 9 purple threads suddenly appeared in the past 2 days? Could it signify a new opportunity? Li Jianguo stared at this intricate web of destiny, his eyes full of doubt. After leaving the principal's office, Qin Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart just now. Li Jianguo's frail appearance was clearly visible to him, but as his disciple, he was still too weak to be of any help. This made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Unconsciously, Qin Ming walked onto the shaded path. As he walked, he sensed something was amiss, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Qin Ming's expression grew serious as he focused on the sensations within his body. The moment he closed his eyes, he distinctly felt wisps of black mist entering his body. This change sent a shock through Qin Ming's heart. How is this possible? My body is actually starting to cultivate on its own? In the next moment, a thought flashed through Qin Ming's mind, and his consciousness dove inward. Beside the shadow breathing technique, a small figure had appeared at some unknown time. The figure radiated a faint glow and was guiding the black mist into his body. The 9 strands of purple energy that originally revolved around the shadow breathing technique had now shifted to orbit around the small figure. Is this also a result of meditation? Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his inner shock still lingering. He hadn't expected a 7th-tier Dao mark to possess such heaven-defying abilities. It now seemed that the power of Dao marks far surpassed ordinary inscriptions, with a gap so vast it was astonishing. Not to mention a 5th-tier inscription, even 55th tier inscriptions couldn't compare to the value of a single Dao mark. The power of Dao marks truly exceeds imagination. A trace of complexity flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, but his mood grew heavier. Li Jianguo had gifted him such a precious Dao mark, leaving him feeling immense pressure. Although they were master and disciple, Li Jianguo's repeated offerings of rare treasures made it hard for Qin Ming to accept them with peace of mind. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts. Now is not the time to dwell on these things, he muttered to himself. Only by continuously growing stronger can I truly repay my master's kindness in the future. With that, he stepped forward. Since he could now cultivate autonomously, the tasks he previously had to perform were no longer as important. It was time to act ahead of schedule. A few minutes later, with a ding, the Trial Secret Realms gate opened once again. Qin Ming entered skillfully. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he wasted no time. He immediately transformed, taking on the appearance of a merman, with massive black wings unfolding on his back. His entire body soared into the air, heading toward the cave. Before long, he arrived outside the cave. Looking at the mountain-like pile of beast corpses and the towering heap of essence crystals, Qin Ming no longer felt the excitement he once did. As his strength continued to grow, the blood energy boost provided by low-level essence crystals had diminished significantly. Still, even a mosquito was meat. Qin Ming waved his hand, collecting all the essence crystals and beast corpses into the shadow ring. Then, he entered the cave. Seeing his clone still operating the shadow breathing technique, a thoughtful look flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. I wonder what the limitations are for creating clones with the shadow ring. He pondered. Is it that only one clone can exist at a time, or is there a cooldown period between clones? This question had troubled him for a long time, and today he decided to find out. With a thought, the clone that had been sitting with its eyes closed immediately opened them and stood up. The 2 figures walked out of the cave one after the other. In an instant, thick black mist emerged from Qin Ming's body, enveloping him and the clone. A shadow darted swiftly through the forest. At this moment, Qin Ming recalled and Shuryao's words in his mind. That card is the key to the deepest part of the secret realm. What exactly is hidden in the deepest part of the secret realm? Why does Shuryao care so much? Is it a more powerful exotic beast? If that's the case, then it must be the most suitable place for him. I need dark energy. Only then can I become stronger. Only then can I protect the people I want to protect. Only then can I repay my master's kindness. Qin Ming's gaze gradually became resolute. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the warning sign. After carefully sensing, he discovered that of the first batch of ghost shadow Ninjas thrown into the depths of the forest, only 13 remained. These were warriors with a blood vitality of 42. Almost. The entire group had been wiped out. If it weren't for the later addition of the flying shadow nightbats, almost no one would dare to confront Qin Ming head-on. Exotic beast corpses and spirit essences were completely out of reach. What exactly is hidden in the deepest part? As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow leaped forward rapidly once again. Tianhe City, Tianhe District. Inside the director's office on the 3rd floor of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Bang! The Law Enforcement Bureau. Director, Chen Qianlong, slammed the table and roared angrily, "Such an important case, and you let them escape? What exactly are you doing?" Chen Tianwu's expression was heavy as he replied in a deep voice, "Report, Director. The other party possesses powerful spatial abilities. Capturing them is extremely difficult." Chen Qianlong's forehead veins bulged, his voice low. "I'm not here to listen to your excuses. You have 3 days to bring them back." Chen Tianwu's heart sank. Aside from having seen the suspect's appearance, he had almost no clues. He had even specifically requested a sketch artist to draw a portrait based on memory. But after system checks, it was found that no one in Tianhe City matched the features. This indicated two possibilities: either the person came from another city, or their appearance was disguised. Either way, it showed the case was exceptionally complex. What made things even more frustrating was that this team, despite their aggressive methods, only targeted gang forces and had never harmed ordinary citizens. This made Chen Tianwu reluctant to see them as enemies. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Director, during my investigation, I found that they haven't harmed ordinary people. They only target gangs. So I think..." Before he could finish, Chen Qianlong interrupted, "Enough, I know what you're trying to say." His anger subsided slightly, but his tone remained stern. "Yes, they haven't harmed ordinary people today. But don't forget, they are warriors. They possess immense power. They didn't harm ordinary people today, but can you guarantee they won't in the future?" Moreover, he fixed his sharp gaze on Chen Tianwu. "Do you know what the large-scale disappearance of gangs implies?" Chen Tianwu thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "Does it mean society is more stable?" Bang! Chen Qianlong's face darkened as he slammed the table again. "Don't joke with me here. Their deaths indicate the possible emergence of a far more terrifying new organization. This organization is many times more dangerous than ordinary gangs." Hearing this, Chen Tianwu's expression changed as well, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. He immediately stood upright and responded, "Seriously, yes, Director. I will do my utmost to investigate and bring them to justice." Chen Qianlong rubbed his brow wearily and waved his hand, dismissed. "Yes, Director." After leaving the director's office, Chen Tianwu let out a long sigh. On the surface, he agreed, but deep down, he didn't fully accept Chen Qianlong's judgment. The gangs in Tianhe City had oppressed the people for years and committed numerous crimes. Now, there was actually an organization dedicated to fighting these gangs, yet the director wanted him to go after them. This felt very unreasonable to him. If he encountered them during a mission, he would fulfill his duties. But to actively investigate and eliminate them? He truly lacked the motivation. "This time, I'll probably be demoted," Chen Tianwu muttered helplessly under his breath. Just then, the communicator at his waist suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard Huo Kailan's urgent voice, "Captain, 2 third-tier magical creatures have appeared in Jiahe District, requesting backup." Chen Tianwu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately responded, "I'm on my way. Don't engage them head-on, try to hold them off until I arrive." "Yes, Captain." As soon as the call ended, Chen Tianwu hurried downstairs, jumped into the enforcement vehicle, and sped toward Jiahe District. Jiahe District. The once bustling streets were now deserted. As soon as the magical creatures appeared, the crowd was swiftly evacuated. Standing beside Huo Kailan were dozens of enforcers ready for battle. They had blocked the road with 3 enforcement vehicles, using them as temporary cover. Not far away, 2 massive scorpions, each over 2 meters tall, were staring in their direction. Their bodies were covered in black, hardened shells, their tails raised high with sharp venomous stingers at the tips, and their large pincers open and closed, looking capable of snapping anything in half with ease. Third-tier magical creatures, black-armored, venomous scorpions. Their weak spot is at the connection point of the second segment of their abdominal shell. Focus fire and attack there. Hua Kalen ordered in a low voice, pressing the white button on the stock of her submachine gun. The gun immediately emitted a low hum. The team behind her responded in unison, yes. The next moment, everyone moved in sync, raising their guns and pressing the white buttons with their thumbs. Buzz! The guns emitted waves of light, and intricate white inscriptions quickly lit up. All gun barrels were aimed at the black-armored venomous scorpions. Ready! Hua Kalen commanded. Sharply, her eyes fixed on the targets. She waited until the distance was less than 50 meters before decisively ordering, fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of machine guns erupted, and bullets rained down on the black-armored venomous scorpions, striking their hardened shells with dull thuds. However, the powerful firepower did not stop the creature's advance. The black-armored venomous scorpions continued to approach at full speed. These bullets, which could easily penetrate the defenses of ordinary warriors, had no effect on the two third-tier magical creatures. The bullets hit their bodies like raindrops, leaving not even a scratch. Hua Kalen's expression darkened. The team she had brought wasn't nearly enough to deal with two black-armored venomous scorpions. She had already called headquarters and the local branch for reinforcements, but the nearest branch was still over 10 minutes away from Jiahe district. This won't work. Bullets are useless against them. We need to buy time and come up with another plan. Gritting her teeth, Hua Kalen shouted, "Everyone, cover me!" As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the stock of her gun twice. The silver-white submachine gun suddenly lit up with several inscriptions, and the gun rapidly transformed. In an instant, the submachine gun elongated and reassembled into a gleaming silver spear. Gripping the spear, Hua Kalen slapped her chest with her free hand. A low hum emanated from her body, and a layer of solid white energy shield appeared over her uniform. The next second, Hua Kalen shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The team members on both sides immediately changed tactics, concentrating their firepower to fiercely attack the black-armored scorpion on the right. The denser rain of bullets temporarily suppressed the creature on the right, its movements visibly slowing down. Meanwhile, Hua Kalen's figure flashed like a phantom above the black-armored scorpion on the left. Her silver spear, carrying a sharp momentum, thrust downward forcefully. Ding! A crisp metallic clash rang out. The silver spear only left a shallow dent on the scorpion's hard armor, failing to penetrate its defense. Hua Kalen's expression remained unchanged, clearly prepared for this outcome. But at that moment, a sharp whistling sound came from behind her. The massive venomous stinger shot straight toward her back like lightning. Hua Kalen's face changed dramatically, tension surging in her heart. Just as the stinger was about to pierce her abdomen, a soft green glow suddenly enveloped her body. In midair, she twisted in an almost impossible posture, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. As she landed, her toes lightly touched the ground, and her figure swiftly retreated, instantly creating a safe distance from the black-armored scorpion. Not only does it have high defense, but its attack speed is incredibly fast. With my current peak third-grade strength, I can barely handle them. Hua Kalen felt the pressure mounting, her gaze involuntarily shifting toward her teammates. She saw that her team members were also in dire straits. The black-armored scorpion on the right seemed to have grown tired of this group of shooters and was slowly approaching the enforcers. Seeing this, Hua Kalen's heart tightened. She was well aware of her teammates' capabilities. Most of them only had second-grade strength, which was far from sufficient against the black-armored scorpions. If the creature got close to the team, it could lead to total annihilation. No! I must resolve this quickly, or there will be heavy casualties today. Gritting her teeth, Hua Kalen charged forward again. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the connection points of the black-armored scorpion's shell. Although she knew its weak spot was in the abdomen, figuring out how to attack it was a challenge. When she was less than half a meter away from the black-armored scorpion, it suddenly swung its massive pincers directly at her head. If this strike landed, even with her protective inscriptions, her head would be torn apart instantly. Once again, a green glow enveloped Hua Kalen's body as she leaned back sharply, narrowly dodging the attack. Her spear swiftly thrust forward, precisely targeting the joint connection of the scorpion's right pincer. Rip! The spear pierced through, and foul-smelling green liquid immediately gushed from the wound. The black-armored scorpion let out a painful screech, its massive venomous stinger stabbing downward furiously. Hua Kalen hurriedly raised her spear to block. Clang! The immense impact forced her to retreat several steps, her palms tingling with numbness. Her previous attack had clearly enraged the black-armored scorpion. Its venomous stinger lashed out like a storm, attacking relentlessly. Huaquelin's movements were agile, like a nimble monkey in the forest, constantly dodging the dense attacks. Each time the massive stinger struck the ground, it shattered rocks effortlessly, leaving behind cracks and pits. However, the continuous high-speed dodging drained her stamina significantly. Her breathing grew rapid, and her movements began to slow. As she sidestepped another direct stab, the massive pincers, accompanied by a sharp wind, attacked. Again! Huaquelin instinctively wanted to activate her innate dodge ability, but in that instant, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She chose not to evade but resolutely raised her spear to block. Bang! The moment the pincers collided with the spear, an unimaginable force surged forth. With a crisp pop, the inscription shield around her shattered, and she was sent flying backward by the force. In midair, Huaquelin gritted her teeth against the shock and activated her talent once more. Her body bent backward at an extreme angle, nearly 90 degrees, and like a nimble serpent, she swiftly darted under the belly of the black-armored venomous scorpion. Aiming at the connection point of the second segment of its abdominal shell, she didn't hesitate and thrust her spear fiercely. Taste my exclusive homemade bomb. SHHHK. The spear pierced precisely, and Huaquelin slammed the base of the spear forcefully, driving it another inch deeper. Using the momentum, she quickly retreated, instantly escaping from beneath the scorpion's belly. The black-armored venomous scorpion let out a piercing screech, and the spear left inside its abdomen began to emit a dazzling white light. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from within its body. The black-armored venomous scorpion's massive frame convulsed violently, and its pitch-black eyes gradually lost their luster. Its enormous body collapsed heavily to the ground, and a pool of green blood oozed from its abdomen. It was utterly dead, with no chance of survival. At this moment, Huaquelin finally let out a sigh of relief. Lying on the ground, she gasped for air. Huff, huff. Just then, a loud noise came from the other side of the battlefield, and Huaquelin looked up. She saw another black-armored venomous scorpion smashing an enforcement vehicle flat with one of its pincers. The enforcers were retreating while firing, but the scorpion was closing in step by step. Huaquelin's heart sank. She tried to stand up and help, but her attempts failed repeatedly. The attack she had endured earlier from the black-armored venomous scorpion had been too devastating. A single mistake would have led to irreversible consequences. Damn it, move! Huaquelin's eyes reddened as she let out a hoarse growl. She struggled to reach into her pocket, her trembling hands searching for something. After a moment, she pulled out a white pill. Clenching her teeth, she painstakingly brought the pill to her mouth. At that moment, a lazy female voice came from behind her. If you take that thing, you'll lose at least 10 years of your life. Huaquelin seemed not to hear and stubbornly continued to bring the pill to her mouth. Shangguan Linglong shook her head, took 2 steps forward, and precisely kicked the pill away. Clicking her tongue, she said, "Your intention to save your teammates is commendable, but your method is a bit foolish." You! Huaquelin's face turned red with anger. She wasn't upset by the mockery but by the fact that the pill had been kicked away. It was her only hope of saving her teammates. Shangguan Linglong looked at her as if she were a fool and mocked. "Oh, you don't seem convinced? Getting upset just because I said a few words? With your level of skill, even if you temporarily recover to your peak, what can you do? You'll still end up as a snack for that monster. A mere third-grade squad leader. Daring to lead people to confront 2 third-tier magical beasts, utterly foolish. Today, if all your team members die, the blame will be entirely yours." Shangguan Linglong's tone was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Huaquelin's face showed defiance. Then what am I supposed to do? Just stand by and watch ordinary people die? Shangguan Linglong chuckled softly, her gaze shifting to the black-armored venomous scorpion that was closing in step by step. Her voice remained calm. Report it to the Martial Enforcement Division. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished from where she stood. At this moment, the black-armored venomous scorpion was only a step away from the enforcement team members. With no escape route left, everyone began pounding their chests, activating energy shields around them, ready to fight to the death. At the moment the black-armored venomous scorpion swung its massive pincers, a figure silently appeared above its head like a phantom. Shangguan Linglong raised her right foot and lightly stomped. Crack! A piercing sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The scorpion's movements abruptly froze, and then it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The armor on its helmet shattered. piece by piece, completely losing its vitality. One move. Shangguan Linglong had killed the third-tier magical beast in an instant with just one move. The enforcers on the scene were also shocked that they couldn't utter a word, as if frozen in place. Even Hua Kailin, standing nearby, was stunned. She hadn't expected this woman to be so powerful. One move to kill a third-tier magical beast, how astonishing was this strength. Even her captain, Chen Tianwu, couldn't achieve that. This woman, could she be at the 5th grade realm? Hua Kailin narrowed her beautiful eyes. No, that's not right. The next second, she dismissed the thought. An ordinary 5th grade realm practitioner couldn't possibly kill a third-tier magical beast so effortlessly. Unless she was a top-tier expert among the 5th grade realm. Is she from the Jinwu division? Based on her earlier words, Hua Kailin guessed correctly that the woman was likely a member of the Jinwu division. Nearby, Shangguan Linglong glanced at the group of young enforcers and asked with a smile, "Do you know what is most important for becoming an enforcer?" Her words gradually brought the enforcers, who were still shaken, back to their senses. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Finally, a young male enforcer mustered the courage to tentatively answer, "Is it courage?" Another female enforcer quickly added, "Is it the spirit of fearlessness?" Shangguan Linglong shook her head, her tone firm, "No. Completely wrong. The most important thing for becoming an enforcer is to follow the right leader. You must have a clear understanding of your own abilities. Blind sacrifice can actually be completely avoided. You need to know that everyone's potential is limitless. No one can predict what heights you might reach in the end. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone understood that her words were clearly directed at Hua Kailin. But surprisingly, Hua Kailin, the one being addressed, did not refute. She simply gazed quietly at the sky and weakly said, "Thank you." Shangguan Linglong paused for a moment, surprised, and turned to look at the woman lying on the ground staring at the sky. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a meaningful smile, and she turned to leave quietly. After Shangguan Linglong left, several female enforcers quickly stepped forward and carefully helped Hua Kailin up. "Captain, are you okay? Captain, are your injuries serious?" they asked nervously, their faces full of concern. After all, Hua Kailin had single-handedly faced a third-tier magical beast and survived, which was already incredibly fortunate. Now, she looked to be in poor condition. Hua Kailin gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over her team members, her lips pressed tightly together. If that woman hadn't arrived today, how many of her team members would have survived? At that moment, Chen Tianwu's words from before their departure echoed in Hua Kailin's mind, "I'm coming right away. Don't engage head-on, try to stall for time until I arrive." Even though the captain had repeatedly warned against fighting head-on, she still a strong sense of guilt surged in her heart. If her team members had suffered significant casualties today, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Just then, beep beep beep, the piercing sound of the law enforcement vehicle's siren came from afar, growing closer and closer. Over a dozen vehicles with flashing red and blue police lights slowly entered everyone's view. After getting out of the car, Chen Tianwu glanced at the corpses of 2 black-armored venomous scorpions on the ground, then quickly walked toward Hua Kailin and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Hua Kailin shook her head. "I'm fine, Chen." Tianwu's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked with a hint of doubt, "These two, were they both dealt with by you?" Hua Kailin pointed to the black-armored venomous scorpion with its head shell shattered and said softly, "That one was killed by a strange woman. She only used one move." As she said this, her expression was particularly serious. Chen Tianwu was stunned for a moment upon hearing this and quickly asked, "One move? Which department is she from?" Hua Kailin shook her head. "I don't know her. She's definitely not from the Law Enforcement Bureau." She recounted the woman's actions and words in detail, then added, "I guess she might have been sent by the Jinwu division." After listening to her description, Chen Tianwu was silent for a moment. Before speaking gently, "You should go back and rest well. Don't overthink it." Hua Kailin nodded and left in a car, supported by 2 female law enforcement officers. Watching the law enforcement vehicles gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Tianwu's expression grew increasingly grim. Too many strange things had happened in Tianhe City over the past few days. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss, as if a storm was about to break. Tianhe City. What exactly is happening? Trial Secret Realm, deep in the forest. Qin Ming ventured further and further in, encountering increasingly powerful beasts. Tier 4. There are actually Tier 4 beasts in this place. What on earth is going on? Qin Ming was utterly shocked. In an ordinary Trial Secret Realm, there were unexpectedly so many Tier 4 beasts hidden. This was far from normal. However, the appearance of these Tier 4 beasts also helped him understand his previous doubts. No wonder the ghost shadow ninja with 42 blood energy had died so miserably. It turned out that Tier 4 beasts were causing trouble inside. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Now, Qin Ming was even more curious about the other door deeper in the secret realm. If there were already Tier 4 beasts here, what would the deepest part be like? Tier 5 beasts? The thought excited Qin Ming. Killing a Tier 5 beast would earn him 50 points of dark value. The reward was astonishing. If he could kill a few more, he wouldn't be far from unlocking his first 100 draw spree. The 100 draw spree had guaranteed rewards, and he was particularly eager to see what the guaranteed item would be. After all, it required spending 10,000 dark value. The system wouldn't give him trash, there was bound to be a big surprise. As Qin Ming's mind was filled with these thoughts, the scene ahead gradually changed. A massive steel door stood before him. Standing beneath the door, Qin Ming looked as small as an ant. Every 500 meters, a Tier 5 beast lay in wait as a guard. The aura they emitted made Qin Ming feel immense pressure. These were definitely not ordinary beasts. The revival round was incredibly tough, a constant struggle. People said my main storyline was unclear, and the earlier parts had been revised beyond recognition. If I'd known, I would have just written about a hot-blooded youth. Now I'm fully focused on revising the earlier chapters to see if I can win this time. Deep in the forest, Qin Ming hid in the shadows, quietly observing these beasts. Strangely, all of these beasts looked different. His heart was filled with doubt. This group of beasts was scattered, each of a different type. Some had snake bodies, some resembled tigers. There were even ones with the body of a bull and 3 legs. Most importantly, Qin Ming realized that he didn't recognize any of these strange beasts. There was absolutely no information about them in the textbooks. This left him puzzled. Could it be that knowledge about them was only taught at the spirit level and above? The closest to Qin Ming was a snake-like beast. Its long body was coiled, different from an ordinary snake. Astonishingly, this snake had a human face on its head. Its body was bright red, and even from a distance, Qin Ming could feel the scorching heat emanating from it. Just from its appearance, it somewhat resembles the Zhu Jianyin from mythology. But the Zhu Jianyin from mythology would never be this weak. Qin Ming's eyes glimmered slightly as his curiosity about the secret area behind the steel gate grew stronger. On the other side, could it all be beasts of this level? The thought made his heart race with excitement. In the next moment, Qin Ming used Shadow Leap to continue forward. Initially, he thought it would be impossible to pass through the steel gate. But after crossing it, he realized it was actually quite simple. Only after slipping through the gap in the door did he understand just how heavy and thick it was. He roughly estimated it to be at least 3 meters thick. After passing through the steel gate, he continued using Shadow Leap to move forward. Qin Ming now felt as though he was in a massive, dark cavern. If not for his vision being unaffected by the darkness, he would have been as good as blind. He walked for about 10 minutes. Ahead, another steel gate appeared, engraved with various inscriptions. This door had no beasts guarding it. Just as Qin Ming was about to use Shadow Leap to pass through the gate, something unexpected happened. As soon as the shadow approached the door, a white light immediately emanated from it, blocking his path. After being stopped, Qin Ming didn't act rashly. He hid in the shadows and observed for a while. Once he confirmed there were no issues in the surroundings, he let his doppelganger slowly emerge. The doppelganger had now taken on the appearance of a merman. Even if it was exposed, it wouldn't implicate Qin Ming himself. This was the reason he dared to venture boldly into the depths of the secret realm. Qin Ming controlled the doppelganger to move forward while he hid in its shadow. This inscription-covered gate was about 10 meters tall, significantly smaller than the steel gate he had seen earlier. But even so, it still gave Qin Ming a strong visual impact. What's that? Qin Ming froze. He saw a square display screen on the right side of the gate. The screen emitted a green glow, and there was a slot on it. After staring at it for a while, Qin Ming roughly understood the purpose of the electronic card. In the next second, a pitch-black hand extended from the shadow of the doppelganger, holding an electronic card. Qin Ming took the card and controlled the doppelganger to walk to the gate. He inserted the electronic card into the slot. A mechanical voice immediately echoed through the cave. Identity verification in progress. The next moment, a scanner extended from the screen, and the iris recognition device lit up with a blue light. Just as the light was about to scan the doppelganger, Qin Ming quickly dodged. Damn! So cautious, it even scans faces? Qin Ming was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he assumed the face of Li Jianguo and stepped out of the shadow. He walked to the screen and underwent the scan. Please wait, confirming identity. Ding! Identity confirmed. One of the 5 sacred commanders. Li Jianguo. Codename, Dragon's Breath. Access granted. As soon as the electronic voice finished, a loud rumbling sound echoed. The massive inscription covered gate slowly slid open to both sides. Qin Ming quickly retracted the doppelganger into the shadow and entered the gate himself. Master is actually one of the 5 sacred mountains' destiny guardians, and even has a code name. Although he didn't know what the 5 sacred mountains' destiny guardians were or understand the specific significance of the code name, he still thought it was incredibly impressive. Just like when he first entered, the inside was still a pitch-black, enormous cavern, stretching endlessly into the distance. After walking for about half an hour, the scene before him finally began to change. A faint light appeared ahead. Is that another secret realm entrance? Qin Ming's face lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to go in and take a look. His shadow jumping speed grew faster and faster. Before long, the light was right in front of him. But the closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. A faint voice in his mind urged him to leave immediately. This made Qin Ming's heart sink. Since obtaining the system, this was the first time he'd felt this way. Sure enough, and Shi Yao was right, this place was extremely dangerous. But having come this far, with just one step left, how could he bear to give up? I have so many life-saving methods, I should be fine. If I can't win, I'll run. Taking risks is the only way. To seize opportunities, let's go for it. Qin Ming kept encouraging himself and continued shadow jumping forward. As he approached the light source, he realized it was a massive gray-white mist. Beyond the mist was a hazy expanse where nothing could be seen clearly. The space around the mist seemed distorted, making it dizzying to look at. Qin Ming thought for a moment and summoned a Ghost Shadow Ninja. In the next second, the Ghost Shadow Ninja charged straight into the gray-white mist. Bang! The Ghost Shadow Ninja stumbled. There was a barrier around the mist, preventing the Ghost Shadow Ninja from entering. Can't get in? Qin Ming froze, then issued another command to the Ghost Shadow Ninja. Instantly, the Ghost Shadow Ninja transformed into a shadow and rushed toward the barrier. But the result was the same as before, it was still blocked outside. Unwilling to give up, the Ghost Shadow Ninja kept trying to penetrate the barrier, searching for a gap to slip through. After several minutes, all attempts failed. The opportunity was right in front of him, how could Qin Ming bear to give up? He hid in the shadows, observing constantly, hoping to find a place to insert an electronic card, just like the inscription door. Earlier, after surveying the surroundings, Qin Ming finally understood one thing: this eerie place was no joke. It was far beyond the control of an electronic card. No way. The massive dark energy is right in front of me. And you're telling me I can't go in? Is this some kind of joke? Qin Ming felt like he was about to lose his composure. After thinking for a while, his clone finally stood up slowly from the shadows. Since I've come this far, I'll smash it open if I have to. Qin Ming controlled his clone and slowly walked forward. When he reached the barrier, he didn't hesitate for a moment and raised his fist, ready to punch. Just as his fist was about to touch the barrier, Qin Ming stopped. And Shi Yao's words suddenly surfaced in his mind: it's very dangerous inside. The danger she mentioned must be referring to this place, right? Thinking about the 2 large doors outside, a guess emerged in Qin Ming's mind. Could there be a super powerful monster locked inside here? Or, is there no other secret realm inside at all? With this thought, he withdrew his fist and decided not to force his way in. Forget it. If I release a monster, I'll be a sinner for all eternity. Saying this, Qin Ming prepared to turn around and leave, but at that moment, he suddenly, as if driven by some unseen force, reached out to touch the barrier. In the next second, a shocking scene unfolded. In his merman form, his arm passed directly through the barrier, without any resistance. What is going on? Qin Ming's clone uttered in a dry voice. Whether out of curiosity or some other reason, he controlled the clone to step inside. As his body fully passed through the barrier, the scene before him instantly distorted and warped. Everything around him became extremely surreal. Qin Ming felt his head growing heavier and his connection with the clone weakening. Gradually, his consciousness plunged into a void. He didn't know how much time had passed when Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was an endless, eerie world shrouded in thick black mist. Beneath his feet was red soil, which looked nothing like the place he had come from. He rubbed his aching head and struggled to stand up. So this is the other side of the barrier? Qin Ming muttered to himself in confusion. Hiss, hiss. A faint sound came from beside his feet. A small snake with two heads emerged from the soil, cautiously flicking its tongue. Qin Ming glanced down, and his tail lashed out like lightning, instantly pinning the small snake to the ground. The two-headed snake writhed in pain before going still shortly after. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target dark value. +1 what? Qin Ming froze, staring in disbelief at the lifeless little snake. This little thing can actually increase the dark value? Impossible. He remembered conducting experiments before. Creatures too weak wouldn't even register with the system. Why was this happening now? As Qin Ming pondered in confusion, hiss, hiss. The faint sound came again, this time more densely than before. Qin Ming looked down, and his eyes lit up immediately. Dozens of two-headed snakes broke through the soil. Each one flicked its tongue, cautiously watching Qin Ming. Jackpot! Jackpot! This creepy place is a treasure trove. Qin Ming excitedly swung his massive tail, seeing these little snakes as precious sources of dark value. His tail struck out repeatedly. The system's notification sounds echoed in his mind. The number of two-headed snakes on the ground dwindled rapidly. The ones that hadn't died seemed to suddenly realize the danger and tried to burrow back into the soil. But Qin Ming wouldn't let them escape. His tail moved faster and more precisely. The two-headed snakes couldn't react in time and were all killed. Despite Qin Ming's clone having only around 200 health points, his strength was far beyond that. When the last two-headed snake was killed, Qin Ming broke into a genuine smile. He roughly calculated that he had gained at least 18 points of dark value. Not bad, not bad. It seems choosing to come in here was the right decision. This is a good start. My luck is pretty decent. Just as Qin Ming was basking in his good mood, boom, buzz buzz. Buzz. The ground suddenly began to writhe violently. Immediately after, a nearly 5-meter-long two-headed giant snake burst out of the soil. The giant snake's two pairs of blood-red eyes, like lanterns, locked onto Qin Ming, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The moment he saw the giant snake, Qin Ming turned and ran without hesitation. What kind of monster is this? The two-headed giant snake instantly burrowed underground, relentlessly chasing after Qin Ming. Without talismans to help, there's no way to outrun it. Qin Ming's heart turned icy cold. The blood and vitality of the two-headed giant serpent were clearly stronger than his clone. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. I finally made it into the secret realm, and now it's over. So soon? I refuse to accept this. Based on his earlier observations, the only way to enter the secret realm was through his clone. The path back was completely inaccessible. Qin Ming himself would never risk his life. Even if the darkness value here was extremely high, what he sought was power, not death. If he entered and couldn't return, no matter how much darkness value he accumulated, it would be useless. A few minutes later, as Qin Ming swam at high speed, he felt something was off. His speed had suddenly increased significantly. The distance between him and the two-headed serpent grew wider and wider. More importantly, after running for so long, he wasn't tired at all. It was as if his blood and vitality hadn't been consumed. What's going on? When did I become this strong? Qin Ming was a bit bewildered. This world was quietly enhancing his power, as if he naturally belonged here, to this land shrouded in black mist. The incredible speed and tireless body gave Qin Ming immense confidence. In the next moment, he abruptly stopped and turned to stare at the writhing soil not far away. Maybe I don't need to fear it at all. Hiss! The two-headed giant serpent burst out of the ground, raising its ferocious heads high. Its crimson tongues continuously spat venom as it fixed its deadly gaze on Qin Ming. This was the intruder who had just slaughtered countless of its offspring. It swore to tear him to pieces. Gulp. The serpent's throat convulsed violently, and it suddenly opened its massive mouth, spewing 2 thick blobs of black venom. But Qin Ming's figure flashed like a phantom, dodging the venom, which splattered onto the ground. Sizzle! A sharp corrosive sound rang out as the venom severely eroded the soil, leaving a deep pit behind. Mid-air, Qin Ming froze for a moment. The corrosive power of this venom was terrifying. If he were hit, even if he survived, he'd be left in a miserable state. The 2-headed serpent paused briefly when its target suddenly disappeared. Taking advantage of its hesitation, Qin Ming seized the opportunity and suddenly appeared directly above it. A massive tail stinger, carrying a fierce gust of wind, stabbed downward with force. Clang! The tail stinger struck the serpent's head but failed to pierce its scales, instead producing a crisp metallic sound. The serpent's other head immediately reacted, spewing a blob of black venom straight at Qin Ming. Fortunately, Qin Ming reacted quickly and dodged again. Unwilling to give up, Qin Ming darted beneath the serpent's belly. "I don't believe your stomach is as tough as your head," he said, thrusting his tail stinger with all his might. But just as the tip of his tail was about to touch the serpent's belly, a hard scale suddenly appeared. Clang! Another metallic collision. Before he could retreat, the 2-headed serpent launched a series of attacks. Qin Ming's expression changed as he slammed his tail against the ground, using the force to leap backward and narrowly avoid the venom. After creating some distance, he took a deep breath. "Although my speed and strength have improved significantly, this creature's scales are just too hard. I can't pierce them at all." Qin Ming frowned, growing increasingly frustrated. The 2-headed serpent ignored his emotions and swung its massive tail with a piercing whooshing sound, sweeping horizontally toward him. The thick, long tail completely blocked Qin Ming's escape route, leaving him nowhere to hide. "I'll fight to the end." Qin Ming gritted his teeth, crossing his arms in front of him to brace for the impact. Bang! Clearly, he had underestimated the power of this attack. As soon as the tail struck him, he felt his arms fracture instantly. The entire body was flung out like a ragdoll. Put! After rolling a few times on the ground, Qin Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His vision began to blur. This blow made him realize that the connection between himself and his avatar had become extremely unstable, and he could be forced back to his main body at any moment. Damn it! Qin Ming struggled to prop himself up and twisted his body to swim away into the distance. The 2-headed giant serpent, seeing its prey trying to escape, naturally wouldn't let it go. It followed closely, relentlessly pursuing him. Despite his broken arms, Qin Ming's speed wasn't significantly affected. For a moment, the serpent couldn't catch up to him. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ming suddenly felt that his previously numb hands were slowly regaining sensation. He immediately realized how strange this world was. Not only did fighting here not consume physical strength, but it also granted extraordinary regenerative abilities. What kind of place is this? His heart was filled with confusion. At that moment, his vision suddenly flickered, and he briefly saw the perspective of his main body, but the next second, he was forcibly pulled back into his avatar. "No, I have to find a place to hide quickly. Otherwise, this avatar is definitely going to die." Just as he was panicking, a dark, murky lake suddenly appeared ahead. Qin Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately sped toward the water. Upon reaching the lake, he jumped in without hesitation. Plop! The sound of water splashing echoed. The 2-headed giant serpent, which had been chasing him relentlessly, suddenly stopped. A look of fear appeared on its face as it stared intently at the dark surface of the lake, as if something inside terrified it to the core. Diving to the bottom of the lake, Qin Ming immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. The water was pitch black, and if his avatar weren't a merman, the cold would have already frozen him stiff. However, his wounds began to heal rapidly in the lake water, at an astonishing speed. After swimming for a while, Qin Ming's vision began to flicker frequently, sometimes showing the scene of his main body, and other times switching back to the perspective of his avatar. He had a strong feeling that the next time his vision flickered, his consciousness might be directly pulled back to his main body. So, he swam forward desperately. Before long, a narrow cave entrance appeared before him. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. After confirming there were no enemies in the cave, he immediately began to activate the shadow breathing technique. As soon as the technique started, Qin Ming's vision began to distort and warp. The surrounding environment became hazy and illusory. His consciousness gradually sank into nothingness, as if he had entered a deep sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Qin Ming opened his eyes again, finding himself still hiding in the shadows. It was as if nothing had happened, and he hadn't moved an inch. That world? To me, that's the real battlefield. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he turned and left. The only regret was that while inside his avatar, he couldn't use the power of the mask. From this, it was clear that what entered the avatar wasn't his soul. Otherwise, he would have been able to use the powers of the mask and talismans. So, even if the avatar dies, it won't cause any substantial harm to my main body? Heh, that's actually a good thing. Qin Ming smiled. This was for the best. He had been truly afraid that if the avatar died over there, his main body's soul would also suffer severe damage. If that happened, he'd be finished. For example, if he is currently in a battle with someone and his clone suddenly dies, it would be disastrous if it affected him. He might even lose his life. But now, even if the clone suddenly disappears in that world, it won't impact him personally. This is great. As he passed through the inscription gate, he used an electronic card to close the door. After all, the clone was still inside, and he had no intention of going in. If the clone died, that would be another matter. At that time, he would see if he could create a new clone and send it in again. When Qin Ming used Shadow Leap to exit the steel gate, he found that the sky in the secret realm had already darkened. It's already night so soon? Could it be that I spent the entire afternoon inside? Being too close to the steel gate, he didn't dare take out the silver ring from his shadow ring, fearing it might be detected by the school's surveillance, which would cause big trouble. So, Qin Ming continued using Shadow Leap to travel. After about 10 minutes, he stopped. Slowly emerging from the shadows, his right hand gathered a mass of black magic energy. Once he steadied himself, Qin Ming directly slapped the magic energy onto himself. In an instant, he transformed into a ferocious and terrifying merman. Then, with a thought, the surrounding shadows began to churn violently, and one by one, black figures emerged from the darkness. In the secret realm forest, 100 shadow ninja phantoms quickly assembled. These were all at the peak of the third realm, incredibly powerful, and when attacking together, they could even defeat some weaker fifth realm opponents. In this forest, they were almost invincible. After issuing his orders, the shadow ninjas dispersed in all directions. The orders were simple. 1. Kill the beasts, move their corpses outside the cave, and extract their essence cores. 2. Do not approach the steel gate, nor kill the beasts around it. 3. Do not attack humans unless under special circumstances. After setting everything in motion, Qin Ming continued using Shadow Leap to travel quickly. Since he had already reached the peak of the third realm, his leap distance this time was more than double what it had been before. In less than half an hour, he reached the outskirts of the forest. Then, he deactivated his merman state. Only at this point did he dare to take out the silver ring from his shadow ring and put it on his hand. Time, 7 p.m., Qin Ming, 18 years old, blood energy, 291.2, early second realm martial artist. When Qin Ming checked the time, he realized it was already 7 p.m. He had been gone the entire day. Unbelievable. When he flipped to the contacts section, he was completely overwhelmed. Over 100 messages had piled up, making his head spin. Bai Muxue had sent, "Brother Qin Ming, is everything settled? It's already noon, why haven't you come back yet? No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat lunch." The most recent message was from just a minute ago. Bai Muxue, "Brother Qin Ming, I'm still waiting for you at school. Reply when you see this." Shortly after, she sent another, "Bai Muxue, if you don't reply soon, I'm going to the enforcement bureau." Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately replied, "Qin Ming, I just ran into some trouble. I'll be there right away." After sending the message, he used Shadow Leap again to head toward the exit. On the way, he checked the other messages in the silver ring. The messages from Hu Wanting, Jiang Core, and Ensure Yao were particularly frequent. Hu Wanting and Jiang Core mostly asked where he was and why he wasn't replying. Everyone was worried something had happened to him. They even said that if he didn't return soon, they would go looking for him. But Ensure Yao's messages were completely different. She kept apologizing, emphasizing that she had nothing to do with Fu Mian, and told Qin Ming not to overthink. Qin Ming, however, didn't care at all. Fu Mian was just a woman, after all. What could they do besides gossip about each other? A few minutes later, Qin Ming left the secret realm and headed toward the classroom. In the classroom of Class 3, Tianwu Academy, the once lively classroom now had only 3 girls sitting inside. They were seated far apart, not speaking, just quietly sitting there. Bai Mu Xue saw Qin Ming's message and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at the other 2 girls, thought for a moment, and then spoke, "It's so late. Aren't you planning to go home?" Hu Wanting's eyes flickered slightly, and she said coldly, "I can't relax until I see him." Zhang Kor didn't say anything. She wasn't just waiting for Qin Ming, she also didn't want to return to that cold home. She had already arranged for someone to pick up her mother, believing they would reunite soon. Bai Mu Xue squinted her eyes, looking at their tense expressions, and a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Qin Ming hadn't sent them a message? Did they not know he was already on his way here? Thinking of this, her heart felt sweet. As expected, I'm the most special to Qin Ming. I'm different from the 2 of them. To ensure they wouldn't interfere with her chance to be alone with Qin Ming, Bai Mu Xue decided to send them away. Her eyes sparkled, and she lightly parted her lips. Brother Qin Ming will be fine. Don't overthink it. Go home now, it's so late. You're all girls, and it's not safe to be alone. Zhang Kor completely ignored her, continuing to stare silently out the window. Yesterday, she had placed a shadow ninja in Jiang Haochun's shadow. Initially, she had intended to, but Qin Ming acted first, catching Zhang Kor off guard. As for how she knew this matter was related to Qin Ming, it was simple. Her shadow ninja had returned to the Shadow Kingdom. No one but Qin Ming could achieve that. Hu Wanting's eyes lit up upon hearing this and immediately stood up. She stared intently at Bai Mu Xue and asked excitedly, "Is Qin Ming arriving soon? What did he say to you? Or did you discover something?" Given Bai Mu Xue's feelings for Qin Ming, there was no way she would say such things without reason. After Qin Ming went missing, Bai Mu Xue was the most anxious of all. If Qin Ming were still unaccounted for, Bai Mu Xue wouldn't be this calm. Hearing this, Zhang Kor froze and quickly turned to Bai Mu Xue, staring at her intently and asking, "Master, is he coming back soon?" Seeing their reactions, Bai Mu Xue's smile immediately disappeared. It seemed she had been too hasty, letting them notice the flaw. How annoying, these 2 big third wheels. Looks like there's no chance to go home alone with brother Qin Ming today. Humph. Bai Mu Xue snorted coldly, turned her head away, and completely ignored their questions. Hu Wanting and Zhang Kor were very clever. Seeing Bai Mu Xue's expression, they immediately understood. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Master is invincible, he would never be in trouble. Zhang Kor's face flushed, and she clenched her fists, brimming with excitement. Hu Wanting, standing beside her, also smiled. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. The 3 people in the classroom stood up simultaneously and hurriedly ran toward the door. As Qin Ming pushed the door open, a figure threw herself into his arms. "Brother Qin Ming, where did you go? You scared me to death." Bai Mu Xue clung tightly to him, her voice choked with emotion. She was genuinely afraid something had happened to Qin Ming. Zhang Kor and Hu Wanting stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. Hu Wanting stared at Bai Mu Xue, her gaze slightly narrowing. This woman was too fast. This was definitely not something an ordinary martial artist could achieve. Her strength was far greater than it appeared on the surface. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, then smiled. He helplessly patted Bai Mu Xue's head and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Master had something to discuss with me, so I got held up for a bit." All right, I'm back now. Don't cry, Schwer." After comforting everyone briefly, the 4 of them walked out of the school together. The atmosphere along the way was relatively harmonious. The 3 women tacitly refrained from causing trouble. Hu Wanting and Bai Mu Xue each held onto Qin Ming's arm, while Zhang Kor followed closely behind, speaking only occasionally. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Kor softly said, "Master, the task you assigned will be completed by tomorrow evening." Qin Ming paused in his steps upon hearing this, turned to look at her, and his face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Once you've fully taken control of the Zhang family, help me investigate whether there are any undiscovered secret realms. As long as I can enter, I'm willing to pay any price." To Qin Ming, those undeveloped secret realms were the true treasures. For other martial artists, they were incredibly dangerous, but Qin Ming had plenty of life-saving methods. Unless he encountered a super monster above the 6th grade realm, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Alright. Seeing Qin Ming so happy, Jiang Kor smiled as well. As long as he was happy, she was happy. No matter what, Jiang Kor would do her utmost to help Qin Ming find information about secret realms. Hu Wanting, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she softly asked, "You really want to enter a secret realm?" Qin Ming turned to her in confusion. "Wanting, do you have information about other secret realms?" Bai Muxue and Jiang Kor also looked at Hu Wanting. Hu Wanting pursed her lips and thought for a long time before speaking. "I heard my dad mention a few days ago that a martial king-level ancient relic appeared in the neighboring Jing city. Recently, the local martial artists guild and the authorities have been going crazy, frantically recruiting martial artists above the 4th grade realm to enter the relic." At this point, Hu Wanting paused and looked at Qin Ming with a hint of regret, gently advising, "I'm telling you this just to remind you. There are very few undeveloped secret realms now, and they're extremely dangerous. They're simply not something we can handle at our current level. Let's wait until our strength reaches the 4th grade realm before considering entering secret realms." She knew Qin Ming had secrets, but she also understood that he was only 18 years old. At this age, no matter how talented he was, it was impossible to reach the 4th grade realm. Even with that mysterious mask that could summon powerful warriors, he wouldn't be able to enter a martial king-level ancient relic. In her view, Qin Ming's current conditions were already excellent. As long as he focused on cultivating, he would definitely reach the 5th grade realm and might even have a chance to become a martial king. There was no need to risk venturing into those dangerous secret realms. Qin Ming was inwardly thrilled upon hearing this, but he maintained a calm demeanor. On the surface, as if understanding Hu Wanting's good intentions, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Wanting, I know my own strength. I will only enter secret realms within my capability. I never even considered a martial king-level secret realm. It seems I need to send Chen Shanxian and the others to Jing City. That martial king-level secret realm, I must obtain it. A tomb of a martial king expert must contain treasures. Don't let me down." Hu Wanting finally breathed a sigh of relief. She understood Jiang Kor's family background. If Jiang Kor really helped Qin Ming gather information, she would definitely uncover a lot. Instead of letting others investigate, it was better to explain things directly and make Qin Ming understand the stakes, dispelling his thoughts. "It's great that you've thought it through," Hu Wanting said with a smile. Qin Ming merely smiled and didn't say much. With his current strength, entering a martial king-level secret realm was no challenge at all. After walking for another 10 minutes, the four of them parted ways. Hu Wanting left first, followed by Jiang Kor. But before leaving, Jiang Kor suddenly asked, "Master, would you like to stay at my house?" Before Qin Ming could respond, Bai Muxue quickly interjected, "Brother Qin Ming has strict family rules. He must stay at home and can't spend the night elsewhere." This woman is truly shameless, directly asking a man to stay at her house overnight. It seems I need to keep a close eye on Brother Qin Ming and not let her succeed. Hearing this, Jiang Kor didn't get angry. After experiencing so much, she had learned to restrain her emotions. Qin Ming was somewhat tempted by Jiang Kor's suggestion. Staying at home every day was inconvenient for many things. Moving to Jiang Kor's house would, indeed, save a lot of trouble. But now wasn't the right time. His protection for his parents wasn't strong enough. Yet, once he had a large number of shadow ninjas under his command, he could consider moving to Jiang Kor's house. Maybe later. It's not convenient right now, Qin Ming said softly. Jiang Kor smiled upon hearing this. I'll wait for you, master. The room is already prepared and ready for you anytime. With that, she happily skipped away. After Jiang Kor disappeared, Bai Muxue asked with a face full of dissatisfaction, Brother Qin Ming, what did you just say? Why would you want to stay at her house? Isn't your own home comfortable enough? Do you like her? Faced with Bai Muxue's barrage of questions, Qin Ming awkwardly chuckled, Ha! I was just saying casually. The future is uncertain. Bai Muxue puffed her cheeks, looking displeased. I don't care. If you really go to her house, you must take me with you. Otherwise, I'll tell uncle and auntie. Qin Ming helplessly covered his face and agreed. He knew Bai Muxue meant what she said. He was also curious about how many rooms Jiang Kor's house had, whether it would be enough to accommodate Chen Shanxian and the others. Soon, the two returned home. To Qin Ming's surprise, none of the expensive gifts at home had been touched. Qin Xian and his wife hadn't even opened a single gift box, neatly placing them in the corner. This puzzled Qin Ming, and he asked, "Dad, these things are very useful. Why haven't you opened them?" With his keen eye, he could tell that many of the items were rare treasures. These gifts appeared ordinary but emitted a soft white glow, almost imperceptible. Clearly, they were engraved with nourishing inscriptions of wood and water elements. Keeping them at home wouldn't extend life, but they would certainly strengthen the body. At the very least, his parents would be less prone to illness in the future. Take Su Shichang's gift, for example, a jade piece engraved with second-tier wood element inscriptions. Placing it in a room would emit a faint floral fragrance. After prolonged exposure, it not only invigorates the spirit but also nourishes the body and helps repair hidden injuries within. Of course, the effects vary from person to person. For ordinary people, it has therapeutic benefits. But for martial artists, this slight effect is almost negligible. It's like playing a game. An ordinary person has 100 health points and recovers 1 point daily. Though slow, it's still significant. However, a martial artist has tens of thousands of health points, and relying on such minimal recovery to return to peak condition is simply unrealistic. Nevertheless, for Qin Xian and his wife, this second-tier inscribed jade artifact was already an excellent gift. Thus, Qin Ming was very pleased with the gift Su Shichang had given and felt a greater sense of goodwill toward him. He kept this favor in mind. At the dining table, Qin Xian frowned, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke, "These gifts are too valuable. Any one of them is worth more than our entire household." Before he could finish, Qin Ming interrupted, "Dad, don't overthink it. They have me on their side, so just use them as you see fit. Don't forget, I'm now a second-tier martial artist." Hearing this, Qin Xian's expression shifted slightly before breaking into a smile. "That's right, my son is now a second-tier martial artist, completely different from before. An 18-year-old at the second tier. I've lived in Tianhe City for so many years and have never heard of anyone achieving this level at such a young age." As he spoke, a trace of longing flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. He had spent his entire life pursuing martial arts. However, lacking a foundation in martial arts, no matter how hard he tried, he could never generate internal energy. Without internal energy, reaching any tier was impossible. But his son had made up for this shortcoming, not only becoming a martial artist but also a powerful second-tier one. How could he not be thrilled? "Old lady, bring out the Mao Tai I've been saving for years. Tonight, I'm going to have a good drink," Qin Xian said with a laugh. "All you think about is drinking," Sun Xiufang muttered softly as she got up to fetch the liquor. Seeing this, Qin Ming stood up to stop his mother and said with a smile, "Mom, let me do it." With that, he turned his gaze toward the gift boxes in the corner. After a quick glance, he memorized the items and their labels before walking over. He picked up a gift box labeled with Bai Rushue's name. Upon opening it, he found a blue-on-white porcelain wine pot, its surface engraved with 3 entirely different inscriptions. To Qin Ming's surprise, one of them was a third-tier water inscription, making him realize that this wine pot was no ordinary item. He gently opened the lid, and a rich aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Looking inside, the liquid glowed faintly with a white light. Although the energy it contained was weak, it was already quite good for ordinary people. Qin Ming's interest was piqued. He poured a small amount and tasted it, his eyes lighting up instantly. The wine not only had a rich flavor but was also highly beneficial to the body. Such thoughtfulness, Qin Ming praised with a smile. He then handed the wine pot to Qin Xian. "Dad, from now on, drink this instead." Qin Xian took the pot with a puzzled expression, took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. He praised repeatedly, "Excellent. This is truly good stuff." Seeing his father so happy, Qin Ming also smiled. After dinner, Qin Ming returned to his room. Lu Mengqing and Chen Shanxian leaned against him on either side. "Shanxian, take 100 merman demons and head to Jingcheng," Qin Ming said after some thought, deciding to send Chen Shanxian to Jingcheng for 2 reasons. First, Jingcheng was far more dangerous than Tianhe City. Chen Shanxian can change her face and transform, giving her the ability to protect herself, making it safer for her to go there. Secondly, Chen Shanxian is smart and adaptable, making it easier for her to gather information about the ancient treasure of the martial king. "Yes, master." Chen Shanshan didn't ask further questions, she only knew that wherever Qin Ming told her to go, she would go. And what about me, master? Lu Mengqing looked at Qin Ming with sparkling eyes and asked sweetly. Qin Ming smiled, pinched her chin lightly, and said softly, "You have only one task during this time. And that is? To completely eradicate all the gangs in Tianhe City." Hearing this, Lu Mengqing's face immediately flushed with excitement. Her whole body was filled with enthusiasm. Killing. Another killing mission. Rest assured, master. I will make sure not a single one of them remains. I will ensure that there is no trace of gangs left in Tianhe City. Lu Mengqing vowed with determination. Qin Ming smiled, patted her head, and then turned to Chen Shanshan, explaining the details about the martial king's ancient treasure. After listening patiently, Chen Shanshan asked softly, "Master, do you mean I just need to gather detailed information? I don't need to go in myself?" Qin Ming replied calmly, "No, you don't need to. You have another task. You need to establish a foothold in Jing City. From now on, all intelligence about secret realms must be reported to me immediately." Hearing this, Chen Shanshan's eyes widened, and her eyes instantly became moist. She hugged Qin Ming tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Master, are you asking me to stay in Jing City permanently? Did I do something wrong? I can change, just please don't abandon me." Establish a foothold, doesn't that mean staying there for a long time? Jing City isn't too far from Tianhe City, but there's a dangerous no man's land in between, and traveling back and forth requires specific transportation. If I really settle in Jing City, I might only see Qin Ming a few times a year. To me now, Qin Ming is everything. Being separated from him for a long time would be worse than death. Hearing her say this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. He gently patted Chen Shanshan's back and comforted her softly. "Are you overthinking this? Establishing a foothold just means laying a solid foundation there first. How does that translate to me abandoning you? Once you're stable there, you can delegate daily affairs to the Merman Demon, can't you? Then, you'll still be able to stay by my side, won't you?" Chen Shanshan's tense emotions finally eased a little. She looked at him with tearful eyes and asked, "Really?" Qin Ming smiled faintly, his tone firm. "Of course it's true. I will never abandon you." Babies, we won the revival match. A few days later, in Tianhe City, night fell. After days of waiting, Qin Ming finally welcomed this thunderstorm. Boom! A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, and torrential rain poured down. Qin Ming stood on the rooftop of a skyscraper, his sharp gaze fixed on the distance. His legs were covered with dense lightning attribute runes, flowing faintly like living tattoos. In each hand, he held a 6th-tier wind attribute essence and a 6th-tier lightning attribute essence, chanting softly, "Thunder awakens the 9 heavens, one step to the clouds, one step to the peak. The body moves like a dragon through lightning, the wool like a falcon piercing the clouds." Boom! Another bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the dark night. At that very moment, with a sharp crack, Qin Ming suddenly crushed the 2 6th-tier essence crystals in his hand. The immense energy of wind and thunder surged like a flood into the runes on his legs. His chanting grew faster and faster, and the runes on his legs suddenly lit up, a blazing electric light flashing in his eyes. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck straight down, its target precisely Qin Ming. This was the critical step in cultivating the 9 heavens thunder movement. The lightning instantly engulfed Qin Ming. The dazzling thunder light exploded, illuminating his entire body. Violent currents madly poured into the runes on his legs, and the once faint patterns erupted with a blinding blue-violet glow. The patterns twisted violently as if coming to life, spreading rapidly. Pain! A tearing pain spread swiftly from his legs to his entire body. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he continued chanting the incantation. He could clearly feel his muscles, bones, and every inch of his meridians trembling and tearing under the tempering of the lightning, but at the same time, they were rapidly reorganizing and rejuvenating under the energy of the wind and thunder essence. Arg! Unable to suppress a low growl, the thunder light around him grew even more intense, making him appear like a thunder god standing to summon lightning. Seconds later, the thunder light gradually dissipated. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, electric light flickering within, and faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. He gently lifted his leg and took a step forward. Sla! His figure instantly flashed 10 meters away like a phantom, leaving behind only faint electric arcs slowly fading in the air. The initial stage of 9 heavens thunder movement, success. So, this is the 9 heavens thunder movement? A flash of excitement crossed Qin Ming's eyes. He could feel two completely different forces pulsating in his legs. His speed had reached an unprecedented level. When not deliberately using this power, the runes on his legs would automatically merge into his body. The rain continued to fall, but Qin Ming paid no attention, quietly staring at the rooftop opposite him, his gaze shifting slightly. Estimating the distance to be about 100 meters, it was time to test the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder movement. He slightly tensed his legs, and the previously hidden runes reappeared, still flickering with faint electric arcs. In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure vanished. A faint electric light streaked between the two tall buildings. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the rooftop opposite. Good, good, good. Qin Ming exclaimed good 3 times, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. This speed far exceeded his expectations, several times faster than his previous shadow jumping technique. Ring ring ring. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Qin Ming paused slightly and answered the call. On the other end, Chen Shanshan's sweet voice came through. Master, the information has been confirmed. The Martial King's ancient vault will officially open the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Excellent. I'll set out tomorrow. Wait for me in Jing City. After hanging up, his gaze sharpened, and his figure began flashing rapidly between the city buildings, moving swiftly. Before entering the Martial King's ancient vault, he had to fully master the Nine Heavens Thunder movement. Only then could he truly make it his own power. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tianhe City, at the Tianhe passenger terminal, a luxurious aircraft engraved with silver runes all over its body slowly descended. After docking at the exclusive boarding bridge, the cabin door quietly opened. A group of elegantly dressed men and women with extraordinary auras disembarked one after another, resembling the entourage of a noble family. Ye Xinyu strode out of the cabin door, slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of narrow eyes tinged with arrogance. He took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Indeed, the air in a city untouched by demonic pollution is truly refreshing." Behind him, Butler Song bowed slightly and reminded in a low voice, "Young master, before your departure, the master specifically instructed that the primary task of this trip is to attend the Martial King's ancient vault in Jing City. It would be unwise to delay elsewhere. What do you think we should do now?" Yi Qinyu's face darkened slightly, casting a cold glance at the elder behind him. "Butler Song, I know what to do. You don't need to say more." Yes, it was presumptuous of this old servant. Butler Song immediately nodded, stepped back half a pace, and fell silent. He was all too familiar with the temperament of his young master. Once the young master made a decision, nothing could change it. Further persuasion would be futile. "Sigh, I just hope nothing goes wrong in Tianhe City," Butler Song sighed inwardly. Only then did Yi Qinyu reveal a faint smile, adjusted his sleeves, and said calmly, "Let's go. First, let's check on the condition of my furnace." Butler Song lowered his head and followed silently. The two walked out of Tianhe passenger station one after the other, but they did not see Zhang Ziyuan, who was supposed to be waiting there. Yi Qinyu frowned slightly, his tone displeased. "Are you sure you notified him?" Butler Song was somewhat surprised and replied in a low voice, "I did notify him." After a brief pause, he added, "But he didn't respond." Yi Qinyu narrowed his eyes. "No response? Seems my father-in-law has encountered some trouble." Based on his understanding of Zhang Ziyuan, as long as he sent a message, the man would rush over like a dog, eager to please. It was impossible for him not to show up now that Yi Qinyu had arrived. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Butler Song's eyes, and he said solemnly, "Zhang Ziyuan is, after all, a 5th-grade martial artist, considered top-tier in Tianhe City. Logically, no one would dare provoke him lightly." Yi Qinyu chuckled nonchalantly, "Who can guarantee that? If he happened to cross paths with a few martial artists of the same level, wouldn't he still be doomed?" As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Besides, he's just a paper tiger, hiding in the safe zone. I even doubt whether he truly has 5th-grade strength." The martial artists of Tianhe City were considered weak across the entire Great Xia. If you asked which city had the strongest martial artists, opinions might vary. But if you asked which city had the weakest, the answer was remarkably unanimous. After all, how dangerous could a city that experienced only a handful of demonic attacks each month be? In such a greenhouse environment, how could true warriors who had faced life and death trials emerge? Hearing this, Butler Song's eyes brightened slightly, and he responded in a low voice, "Indeed. Judging by actual combat experience, Zhang Ziyuan's true strength likely hovers around the peak of 4th grade. Perhaps, he might not even reach that level. Yi Chenyu sneered but did not respond directly. Instead, he changed the subject. Let's go. Since no one came to pick us up, we'll head there ourselves. Yi Chenyu cared little about Zhang Ziyuan's life or death. But Zhang Ke's situation was something he had to clarify. Therefore, he had to visit the Zhang family. Butler Song nodded slightly and waved his right hand. A faint light flashed, and a luxurious sports car appeared out of thin air, quietly parked by the roadside. He stepped forward, respectfully opened the car door, and bowed, saying, "Young master, please." Yi Chenyu lazily got into the car, and Butler Song gently closed the door before walking around to the driver's seat. With a light tap of his finger, the engine roared to life. In the next second, the luxury sports car shot forward like an arrow on the empty road. Although the sports car was fast, the Tianhe bus station was still some distance from the city center. Yi Chenyu and Butler Song drove for nearly an hour before barely reaching their destination. The car came to a steady stop outside the Zhang family villa. Gazing at the brightly lit mansion, Yi Chenyu paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as a faint, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He had thought the entire Zhang family was in trouble, but it seemed only Zhang Ziyuan had encountered an issue. Butler Song got out of the car first and casually waved his right hand. With a click, the heavy iron gate slowly opened. Only then did Yi Chenyu leisurely push open the car door, stepping out with steady strides and walking inside. Inside the Zhang family study, Zhang Ke was sitting at the desk, flipping through documents, and lazily stifled a yawn. She was carefully reviewing the materials left by Zhang Ziyuan, which were crucial for her future takeover of the Zhang family. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged from the ground. Seeing the ghostly shadow ninja, Zhang Ke's heart tightened, and she immediately realized something was wrong. She hurried to the window and looked outside. When she saw the figures of the old man and the young man below, her pupils contracted sharply. Damn it! He actually arrived so quickly. The next second, Zhang Ke quickly picked up a silver ring and sent an urgent message to Qin Ming. "Zhang Ke, master, leave Tianhe city immediately." She immediately turned her gaze back to the two figures below, a faint, almost imperceptible cold glint flashing in her eyes. Below, Yi Chenyu seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the window, locking eyes with Zhang Ke. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. "It seems my little cauldron has stumbled upon some kind of special opportunity." Butler Song, who had already noticed Zhang Ke peeking, paid it no mind. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings and warned in a deep voice, "Young master, something seems off." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow beneath Yi Chenyu's feet suddenly twisted violently. A pair of massive green hands shot out, gripping his legs tightly and attempting to drag him into the shadowy world. By now, Zhang Ke had developed multiple uses for the shadow ninjas. Not to mention someone intruding into the Zhang family courtyard. Even a stray cat passing by would be detected immediately. She had dismissed all the household servants, and with these shadow ninjas, her life was meticulously organized. Despite his legs being grabbed, Yi Chenyu's face showed no fear. Instead, he displayed a hint of interest, his expression curious as he said, "Oh? This is?" He could sense that the shadow ninja's vitality was weak, not even reaching a formal level. But this bizarre method intrigued him. Emerging from the shadows? Quite interesting. A martial artist? Or some other kind of creature? Yi Chenyu muttered to himself, his face full of puzzlement. No matter how hard the shadow ninja pulled, Yi Chenyu remained completely unmoved. Swish! 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 Several more massive green hands extended from the shadows, gripping his legs tightly and pulling with all their might. Humph! Butler Song stepped forward, letting out a cold snort. A powerful surge of energy erupted instantly, shattering the shadow ninjas beneath Yi Chenyu's feet into pieces. Seeing the shadow ninjas completely annihilated, Yi Chenyu did not show any joy. Instead, his tone turned cold and stern. "Butler Song." He slowly turned around, staring at Butler Song with an expressionless face, his voice icy. "Who gave you permission to act without my consent?" Hearing this, Butler Song trembled and immediately lowered his head deeply. This old servant was merely concerned for the young master's safety. Yi Chenyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixed on him for a long time. Only when he saw beads of cold sweat forming on Butler Song's forehead did he finally speak slowly, "Remember your place. If you dare to overstep again, I won't hesitate to find a more obedient butler. His tone was calm, as if discussing something trivial. Butler Song lowered his head even further, not daring to utter a single word in defense. Yes, this old servant understands. Only then did Yi Chenyu withdraw his gaze and look once more toward the window. It was already empty. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile, though his eyes carried no trace of humor. It seems, this cauldron is even more interesting than I imagined. He wasn't worried about Jiang Kor escaping. In his eyes, a weakling who hadn't even reached basic strength could never slip away unnoticed under his watch. Young master, she's still in the house, Butler Song stepped forward and reported in a low voice. He had already locked onto Jiang Kor's aura and could sense her position within a 5-kilometer radius. Yi Chenyu did not respond, merely walking slowly toward the house. Butler Song followed closely behind. Just as the two stepped inside, the shadows in the courtyard suddenly churned violently. Several slender figures emerged from the darkness like phantoms. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of shadow ninjas densely filled the entire courtyard. Their cold gazes were fixed on the direction of the house, silently forming a tight encirclement. At that moment, another figure quietly appeared from the shadows. Unlike the shadow ninjas, this figure was dressed in pajamas, her curves alluring. It was none other than the recently vanished Jiang Kor. Her expression was grave as she muttered to herself, "A martial artist stronger than my father. This time, I'm in big trouble." In the spacious living room of the Jiang family, Yi Chenyu and Butler Song stood silently, like two statues. Young master, her aura, suddenly reappeared in the courtyard. Butler Song slowly turned his head toward the door, his tone meaningful. Yi Chenyu's gaze was icy, but the corner of his mouth carried a hint of amusement. The power she's gained is quite intriguing. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows around the living room suddenly twisted violently. In an instant, hundreds of small dark vortexes appeared on the walls, floor, and ceiling. Countless shurikens, gleaming coldly, shot out like a torrential rain. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the projectile slicing through the air was incessant. Hundreds of shurikens flew toward Yi Chenyu and Butler Song from all directions, completely sealing off any escape routes. Such petty tricks! Butler Song snorted coldly, stepping forward abruptly and waving his arm. A powerful surge of energy erupted, forming an invisible wall that shielded the two of them. The dense barrage of shurikens collided with the energy wall, as if striking solid steel, and were shattered into fragments, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Quite a number of them, but their strength is lacking, Yi Chenyu remarked indifferently. This level of attack was more than sufficient to deal with a squad of second-tier martial artists. For martial artists of their high caliber, it's completely useless. Steward Song nodded slightly. Young master, you jest. If they were numerous and powerful, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Yi Chenyu nodded without refuting. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Can you sense the source of this power? Is it some kind of inscription or a magical artifact?" Steward Song was slightly taken aback. He released his aura and carefully sensed the rotating black vortices. After a while, he shook his head. "Strange, I can't detect a clear energy source." "Oh?" Yi Chenyu's face showed interest. "This is getting more intriguing." At that moment, several black vortices suddenly threw out pitch-black smoke bombs. As the smoke bombs hit the ground, thick black fog rapidly spread, instantly obscuring the view in the entire living room. At first, Steward Song didn't take it seriously, but when he realized the black fog could block his aura detection, his expression changed drastically. "Young master, be careful," he shouted, rushing forward to grab Yi Chenyu's arm. But Yi Chenyu suddenly stumbled, and several black vortices appeared around him. Countless dark green arms extended from them, grabbing his limbs and clothes, forcefully dragging him backward. In an instant, the master and servant were forcibly separated. Steward Song was shocked. His sleeves swelled with energy, and a powerful airflow erupted, pushing the surrounding black fog back by half a meter. Yet, the vortices threw out more smoke bombs. Even denser black fog spread instantly, completely engulfing the cleared space. Steward Song's eyes narrowed sharply. He now understood the intentions of these shadowy ninja figures. These people actually intended to harm Yi Chenyu. Their audacity was outrageous. A cold light flashed in Steward Song's eyes, and his robe billowed suddenly. His aura surged instantly. In that moment, complex inscriptions lit up around him. The mere surface energy fluctuations made Jiang Kor, hidden in the shadows, feel suffocated. Is he insane? He's completely disregarding Yi Chenyu's life and going all out? Zhang Ke's face changed dramatically as she muttered in disbelief. She had initially thought this move was calculated to ensure Steward Song wouldn't dare harm Yi Chenyu. The black fog could block detection, and as long as the two were separated, Steward Song would proceed cautiously. But unexpectedly, Steward Song didn't care about his master's survival at all. He immediately launched a large-scale attack. It was utterly reckless. At this moment, Steward Song spoke in a deep voice, "Madam, the young master came here merely to visit. Why would you act so ruthlessly? Without distinguishing right from wrong? Do you think the Yi family is easy to bully?" As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of silver arrows suddenly shot out from around him. These arrows were as fast as lightning, instantly piercing into the various black vortices with precision. What surprised Zhang Ke was that some arrows seemed about to pass through Yi Chenyu's body, but at the critical moment, they stopped, bypassed Yi Chenyu, and directly entered the black vortices. Each time an arrow entered, the black hole trembled violently before forcibly closing. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ke sensed that over 50 black vortices had been shut down. Her face turned pale instantly. Steward Song's strength far exceeded her expectations. At this point, she saw only two options. One was to flee immediately. But the Zhang family was extremely important to Qin Ming, and she didn't want to give up so easily. The second reason was to control Yi Chenyu before Butler Song could intervene. Use him as leverage to make him obey her. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Ke made up her mind. In the next moment, her eyes gleamed with a dark light, and the shadows in the living room began to churn violently. Slender figures emerged one after another from the shadows. These shadowy ninja-like figures, as if receiving a command, simultaneously drew their katanas and charged at Yi Chenyu. Amid the mist, Yi Chenyu naturally heard Butler Song's words, but he was utterly indifferent. The chaos before him only amused him, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. "Oh, they're coming. For me? Looks like they think I'm an easy target." Yi Chenyu let out a cold laugh and casually lifted his foot. The next second, a shadow ninja, wielding a katana, suddenly lunged out of the black mist, the pitch-black blade slashing straight at Yi Chenyu's face. Bang! The shadow ninja was sent flying backward with a loud crash. Yi Chenyu had kicked one enemy away and, without pausing, immediately swung his leg to the right, sending another shadow ninja flying with a fierce kick. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions echoed continuously in the living room. In just a few seconds, dozens of shadow ninjas were sent flying one by Yi Chenyu. His movements were so swift that even when facing multiple enemies at once, he remained unscathed. On the contrary, each time Yi Chenyu landed a kick, the shadow ninjas would dissolve into black mist mid-air, vanishing back into the shadow realm. With just one move, Yi Chenyu effortlessly defeated these elusive shadow ninjas using the simplest of techniques. As time passed, Yi Chenyu gradually figured out the shadow ninja's combat style, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Zhang Ke, I didn't expect you to find such a miraculous artifact. Truly worthy of an S-rank treasure hunting talent. Hand it over, and I'll pretend your offense today never happened." If it weren't for the fact that the cauldron in Zhang Ke's possession hadn't been activated yet, Yi Chenyu wouldn't have bothered speaking to her at all. He would have already had Butler Song deal with her directly. Anything that dared to oppose its master was nothing but trash. While alive, Zhang Ke had to die, but not yet. Hearing this, Zhang Ke, hidden in the shadows, sneered. She had actually treated the shadow mask as some kind of treasure. What a joke. If the master were here, he'd definitely take you down. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Ke's lips. She had great confidence in Qin Ming's strength. If Yi Chenyu had come alone today, she might have sought Qin Ming's help. But with Butler Song present, she didn't dare involve Qin Ming at all. After all, no matter how strong Qin Ming was, he was still just an 18-year-old young martial artist. How could he possibly defeat Butler Song, who was even stronger than Qin Ming's father? This was nothing but her own panic. With just a little thought, Zhang Ke knew how powerful Qin Ming was. Let's not forget, Zhang Ziyuan had died at Qin Ming's hands. As long as she thought about this, there was no way she would let Qin Ming escape. "Zhang Ke, don't think that hiding will make you untouchable." Yi Chenyu strolled leisurely through the dense black mist, his voice calm. "You have no idea just how vast the gap is between a high-level martial artist and a low-level one. Don't think that killing a useless Zhang Ziyuan gives you or those behind you the right to resist. I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible." Even if 10 Jiang Ziyuans came, they would only wag their tails like little dogs to please me in front of me. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the artifact, and you can still become my wife. Yi Qinyu's words echoed in the living room. Nearby, Butler Song followed the sound, moving forward continuously. But the incessant footsteps and the flying shurikens around him kept interfering. Damn it, the silver thorn can't be retrieved. Curse it. Truly cursed. Butler Song's face twisted as he gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Those 50+ silver arrows were his treasures. Intricate inscriptions were carved on the arrow shafts, which he had spent half his life collecting. Now, all of them had been taken by Jiang Core. How could he not be furious? Normally, even if someone stored his arrows in a spatial storage, it wouldn't matter. Butler Song could control the arrows to pierce through the opponent's storage space, leaving the thief humiliated. But Jiang Core's artifact was entirely different. Every time the black vortex closed, he would lose connection with the silver arrows, as if they had suddenly vanished. This left Butler Song baffled. Could it be the other end of that portal leads to another world? Young Madam's artifact is truly extraordinary? Thinking of this, Butler Song's breathing grew rapid. If Jiang Core was truly a warrior summoned from another world, the situation would be entirely different. This artifact's potential was limitless. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Core finally couldn't hold back. Relying solely on the ghost shadow ninjas was not enough to take down Yi Qinyu. She had to reveal herself to draw Yi Qinyu's attention, creating an opportunity for the ghost shadow ninjas to strike. The next moment, Yi Qinyu, who was walking, stopped in his tracks, glanced at the empty space to his right, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Using this trick again? Jiang Core, is there something wrong with your brain? Yi Qinyu mocked. Initially, he found it novel, but now he was tired of this old routine. These ghost shadow ninjas were too weak, offering no challenge at all. Killing them felt like playing a game utterly boring. Yi Qinyu, haven't you always wanted to see me? I came here especially for you. After speaking, Jiang Core's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. For safety, she only revealed her head. The moment Yi Qinyu saw her, his eyes lit up, secretly marveling. This artifact could actually make its wielder appear and disappear like a ghost. Impressive. He silently praised it repeatedly. But as he took a closer look at Jiang Core, his expression suddenly changed, and rage flared up instantly. Yi Qinyu abruptly raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Core, his voice trembling slightly with anger. You shameless woman. You're no longer a virgin. Speak. Who is that man? Who dares touch my woman, Yi Qinyu? As he finished, a wave of energy erupted around him, and the terrifying aura spread outward as if it were tangible. Earlier, he had been merely impatient, but now, he had made up his mind to kill Jiang Core and the man who betrayed him. Jiang Core's heart tightened. She hadn't expected Yi Qinyu to see through the truth at a glance. This was completely beyond her expectations. However, when she saw Yi Qinyu's face twisted in anger, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Perfect opportunity. While his attention is entirely on me, this is the best moment for my subordinates to launch a fatal attack. Thinking of this, Jiang Core not only felt no fear but instead chuckled softly. Who is it? The man I fancy is definitely no ordinary person. It's just. She changed her tone, gently licking her lips, her eyes revealing an almost obsessive longing. You are not worthy of knowing my master's name. This sentence was like a spark igniting Yi Qinyu's fury, causing him to erupt completely. Ha ha ha. Yi Qinyu suddenly burst into wild laughter, but his laughter carried a chilling murderous intent. Good. Very good. I haven't been this angry in a long time. He stared fixedly at Jiang Core, his eyes bloodshot, his entire being resembling a ferocious beast ready to tear into its prey. Jiang Core, you've angered me. Don't expect me to kill you right away. I'll first capture your adulterer. And then, right in front of you, I'll give him a proper welcome. By then, I'll make sure the two of you find it hard to even stay alive. He had always held himself in high regard and would never tolerate such humiliation. Only by personally severing the heads of Jiang Core and that man could he quell the hatred in his heart. Tianhe District. City Center. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, after multiple tests, Qin Ming felt he had already mastered the use of Nine Heavens Thunder movement. Almost there. Time to head back and prepare for tomorrow's trip to Jingcheng. Just as he was about to leave, the silver ring on his wrist suddenly sent a notification. Opening it, he found it was a message from Jiang Core. Jiang Core, Master, leave Tianhe City immediately. Seeing this message, Qin Ming frowned. Leave Tianhe City immediately? What does she mean? He absolutely did not believe this was a prank or a mistaken message from Jiang Core. In his view, the masked Jiang Core had long since given her heart entirely to him, always prioritizing his interests. There was no way she would send such a warning without reason. Could it be danger? Does the Jiang family really have a fifth-grade expert? A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he muttered to himself. Nowadays, fifth-grade experts were no longer a challenge for him. Over the past few days, he had been continuously absorbing divine relics, which, while not significantly boosting his vitality, had greatly enhanced his strength in his demonized state. At this moment, his demonized form had become extremely powerful, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Perfect, I'll go check it out and test the combat effectiveness of my demonized state. With his mind made up, lightning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. In the next moment, the inscriptions beneath his feet lit up, and his figure instantly vanished, leaving behind only a faint arc of electricity that quietly dissipated in the night wind. Jiang family. Facing Yi Qinyu's threats, Jiang Core appeared indifferent on the surface. Anyone can talk big. If you really have the ability, catch me first. Yi Qinyu said no more. With a grab of his right hand in the void, a silver gunstock suddenly appeared. He slowly pulled it out, revealing a submachine gun shimmering with silver light before Jiang Core. The gun's body was densely engraved with inscriptions, exuding a cold and noble aura. The dark muzzle pointed directly at Jiang Core. The moment she was locked on, Jiang Core's heart tightened, and she felt the genuine threat of death. It was as if, with just a pull of the trigger, she would undoubtedly perish. Core, you'd better not move. I can't guarantee, my finger won't accidentally pull the trigger. Yi Qianyu sneered. Coldly, his tone even icier. This weapon, my family spent a fortune to acquire. The gun barrel and bullets are engraved with fifth-tier inscriptions, capable of easily penetrating the defenses of a fourth-grade martial artist. Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in the shadows. I can guarantee that the moment you try to slip in, the bullet will pierce your skull. There was one thing Yi Qianyu didn't say out loud. Although this weapon was powerful, its cost was extremely high. Behind its immense power lay an astonishing usage expense. Each bullet cost millions, and even he felt the sting when using it. Yi Qinyu's words weighed heavily on Jiang Core. She completely believed him. She was well aware of Yi Qinyu's strength. Having such a powerful weapon was entirely plausible. I wonder if I can summon a warrior in time to block the bullet after he fires, Jiang Core calculated quickly in her mind. At this moment, the ghostly ninjas she had secretly gathered were almost all in position. The moment she willed it, hundreds of black vortices would appear around Yi Qianyu, turning him into a pincushion. I'll give you 3 seconds. Come out of the shadows now. Yi Qianyu stepped forward, his voice icy cold. He had 2 important reasons for wanting to marry Jiang Core. First, Jiang Core's unique constitution made her the ideal foundation for cultivation. Marrying her would significantly enhance Yi Qinyu's strength, making it possible for him to advance to the 6th grade in the future. Second, Jiang Core possessed an S-grade treasure hunting talent. The Jiang family was short-sighted and couldn't see the value and importance of this talent. But in the eyes of high-grade martial artists, such treasure hunting talent was extremely precious, capable of solving many problems for a team. Everything had been proceeding smoothly according to his plan. Jiang Core was his ideal choice for a wife. But now, Yi Qianyu discovered that someone had gotten involved with Jiang Core. With such a foundation, he no longer wanted to use her for cultivation. However, Jiang Core's talent remained important and could still be exploited. Since you don't want to be my wife, I'll put a dog leash on you. From now on, you'll forever hunt treasures for me. Yi Qianyu thought to himself. Seeing Jiang Core still unresponsive, he spoke again. Did you hear me? Come out now, or I'll shoot. Jiang Core appeared panicked, lowered her head, and trembled as she said, Don't shoot. I'll come out now. After speaking, her figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Yi Qinyu's lips curled into a smug smile, thinking he had complete control of the situation. But what he couldn't see was the eerie black light flashing in Jiang Core's lowered eyes. At that moment, the scene suddenly changed. Hundreds of black vortices instantly appeared around Yi Qianyu, densely packed. Many vortices overlapped, surrounding Yi Qianyu from every angle with no gaps. Countless katana blades emitting a dark glow suddenly thrust out from the vortices, slicing through the air straight toward Yi Qianyu. Everything happened in an instant. Yi Chenyu stood motionless, as if he hadn't reacted. Seeing this, Jiang Kor revealed a triumphant smile, secretly rejoicing, finally succeeded. I've protected my master's mission. However, just as the hundreds of katana blades were about to pierce him, a solid silver shield suddenly lit up around Yi Chenyu, tightly encasing him like a glass sphere. Clang! 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 The hundreds of katana blades struck the shield fiercely but were all blocked outside, unable to advance even an inch. The clash between the blade and the shield produced a piercing screech, sparks flying everywhere, yet the shield remained unharmed. No matter where the attack came from, it was blocked by the radiant barrier. Yi Chenyu slowly raised his eyes, his gaze calm and cold, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. With just this bit of skill, you dare to launch a sneak attack? Jiang Kor, you truly disappoint me. Jiang Kor's entire body froze, the smile on her face fading bit by bit. She hadn't expected Yi Chenyu to react so quickly. No, it wasn't that he reacted quickly, it was the weapon automatically protecting its master. But now, thinking about this was meaningless. After her sneak attack failed, Jiang Kor had completely lost the ability to counterattack. She was painfully aware of this. So, without hesitation, she sank swiftly, disappearing into the shadows. Hiding was the key for now. Bang! Yi Chenyu pulled the trigger directly. For this disobedient woman, he planned to teach her a proper lesson. The gunshot rang out, and a silver bullet streaked through the air with blinding inscriptions of light, tearing through the atmosphere at an almost incomprehensible speed. Put! The bullet pierced straight through Jiang Kor's abdomen, leaving a pinky-sized blood hole on her fair skin as blood gushed out rapidly. Right in front of her, 3 newly summoned shadow ninja figures began to dissipate slowly, each of their abdomens pierced with identical wounds. It turned out that, at the very moment the gun fired, Jiang Kor had summoned 3 shadow ninjas to take the bullet. But it was all in vain. The bullet effortlessly penetrated through the 3 layers of defense, its power unrelenting. What kind of material was this bullet made of, that it could completely disregard the obstruction of shadows, as if it had locked onto Jiang Kor's aura from the start? Put! Jiang Kor spat out a mouthful of blood, her speed in fleeing into the shadows increasing despite the agonizing pain. Trying to run? Do you really think you can escape? Yi Chenyu sneered coldly but didn't fire again. If he were to shoot again, he would have to aim for her head, and right now, he didn't want Jiang Kor to die so easily. After retreating into the shadows, Jiang Kor immediately fled in the direction of her bedroom. Yi Chenyu's voice rang out once more. Steward Song, don't hold back. Clear away all this annoying black mist. In the next instant, a violent gust of wind swept through the entire living room. Bang! 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 The window glass shattered instantly, every window on the first floor exploding at once. The chandelier followed suit, bursting apart, plunging the living room into darkness. Yet, amidst the fierce storm, not a single strand of Yi Chenyu's hair was disturbed. The chaos seemed to have nothing to do with him. The invisible shield around him completely blocked all the impact. After Jiang Kor retreated, she had given the command to cease producing black mist. The remnants of the mist were effortlessly dispersed by the gale summoned by Steward Song. Although the living room remained dim, without the cover of the black mist, Steward Song quickly locked onto Jiang Kor's position. Young master! He hurried forward, bowing to report, the young madam has gone upstairs. Smack! A crisp slap suddenly echoed through the room. Yi Chenyu slowly withdrew his hand, his voice cold. That woman is no longer the young madam. If you call her that again, you know the consequences. A clear handprint was visible on Steward Song's cheek, but he didn't dare show the slightest displeasure. He immediately lowered his head respectfully and said, yes, young master. His attitude became even more deferential, as if the slap just now had never happened. Yi Chenyu wiped his hands on Butler Song and said calmly, I still have use for her. Don't go too far later. Understood, young master. With that, the two headed upstairs one after the other. Just then, the shadows in the living room suddenly churned violently. Butler Song paused in his steps, abruptly turning to stare at the roiling darkness, his voice serious. Young master, someone is here. Yi Chenyu turned around, looking puzzled. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Qin Ming, appearing under the guise of Chen Bufan. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Ming had decided to use the identity and face of Chen Bufan for all future actions. After all, the man was already dead, it would be a waste not to use his identity. Seeing Qin Ming, Butler Song let out a subtle sigh of relief. So it's just a second-tier martial artist. His expression darkened as he barked, who are you? But in the next moment, an inexplicable tension gripped his heart. Strange, clearly just a second tier, so why does he make me feel threatened? This bizarre sensation left him baffled. Beside him, Yi Qinyu's face turned icy and grim the moment he recognized Qin Ming. What is your relationship with Jiang Ke? Why do you have the same abilities as her? Qin Ming ignored their questions. His gaze swept over the wreckage in the living room, finally landing on the still wet pool of blood. His eyes turned cold. Where is Jiang Ke? He asked icily, his voice carrying a bone-chilling frost. No matter what, Jiang Ke was his subordinate. Qin Ming would never allow anyone to kill his people. Even a dog deserves respect for its master. Seeing the other party ignore him, Yi Qinyu's face darkened further. He gave a low command, Butler Song, kill him. In the next instant, Butler Song's figure vanished. Qin Ming swiftly gathered a mass of pitch-black demonic energy in his hand and struck it toward his own face. Almost simultaneously, Butler Song appeared like a ghost behind Qin Ming, delivering a fierce whip kick, aimed directly at his head with a sharp whooshing sound. Bang! Qin Ming raised his hand and blocked the sudden attack with precision, taking it head-on. Seeing Qin Ming suddenly transform into a monstrous form, Butler Song's pupils contracted sharply. He tapped his toes on the ground, retreating instantly to create distance. You're not human. You're a demon. Butler Song's face showed fear as he spoke in a deep voice. A fifth-tier demon, how could one infiltrate human society? What is the Martial Suppression Bureau of Tianhe City even doing? He cursed in panic. From the demonized Qin Ming, he felt an overwhelmingly intense aura of death. This was definitely not something a fourth-tier demon could possess. For him to feel such a strong sense of danger, it had to be a fifth-tier or higher existence. Hearing the words fifth-tier, Yi Qinyu froze in shock. A terrifying demon like this was hiding in Tianhe City? It was simply unbelievable. It was well known that demons of the same level were usually far stronger than human martial artists. A fifth-tier demon facing a fifth-tier martial artist had about a 70% chance of winning. The demon triumphs, the martial artist loses. Most martial artists encountering a demon of the same level were almost certain to die. Young master, you should retreat first, Butler Song said, his eyes fixed on Qin Ming, his voice steady. With Yi Qinyu present, he couldn't fight with full force, nor could he guarantee the young master's safety at all times. Having the young master leave first was the wisest choice now. Yi Qinyu didn't hesitate upon hearing this and turned to retreat. Seeing this, Qin Ming sneered coldly. Run? Where do you think you can run to? The next second, countless twisted void fissures suddenly appeared in the living room, and an overwhelming killing intent surged like a tide. Yi Qinyu, who had just taken a step forward, abruptly stopped. The deathly aura emanating from these fissures was so intense that it nearly froze the blood in his veins. A monster with void abilities? How is this possible? Monsters capable of controlling the void were rare, catastrophic-level entities. Throughout human history, the appearance of such monsters could be counted on one hand. Each time they emerged, they brought destruction and despair. Wherever they went, ruin followed, and all living beings suffered. The most recent record of their appearance was 300 years ago. That battle turned the heavens and earth upside down, and the great Xia paid a heavy price. A martial saint fell, 3 martial emperors perished, and more than 10 martial king-level experts were killed or injured. This alone was enough to prove the terror of such monsters. Cold sweat had already soaked through Yi Qinyu's clothes. He stood frozen, his breathing cautious. This was the first time in his life he had felt so close to death. Beside him, Steward Song's face turned pale, the previous heaviness replaced by fear. The void! Steward Song exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. He understood even better than Yi Qinyu how terrifying such monsters were. The disasters recorded in books seemed to be unfolding right before his eyes. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Steward Song hurriedly explained, his voice quivering slightly. That woman is upstairs. We absolutely did not harm her. Please calm your anger. Qin Ming, however, sneered coldly, slowly pointing at the wreckage, his voice icy. You call this a misunderstanding? He scanned the shattered windows, overturned furniture, and the drying bloodstains on the floor, finally fixing his gaze on Steward Song. Someone touched me, destroyed my place, and now you think a single misunderstanding can fool me? Yi Qinyu's face was pale, his lips tightly sealed, saying nothing. He was proud, but at this moment, he didn't even dare to refute, only clenching his fists, exposing the fear and humiliation in his heart. He knew that he couldn't anger Qin Ming now. Otherwise, he was dead today. Even if he wanted revenge later, he had to survive first. Compensate. We will definitely compensate. Steward Song said urgently, almost pleading. No matter how great the loss, we are willing to bear it. This demon not only infiltrated human society but could also speak human language fluently, indicating extremely high intelligence. Jiang Kor was very likely already under its control, which was how it gained those extraordinary powers. Since demons usually only care about benefits, perhaps paying a price today could ensure the young master's safety. Thinking of this, Steward Song breathed a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, he began calculating what price to offer in negotiations with Qin Ming. He was already prepared for a major loss. Compensate? Qin Ming sneered, as if hearing a joke, and asked, "Then tell me, what do you plan to offer to exchange? For your lives and his?" Hearing that there might be a turning point, Steward Song perked up and quickly assured, "Please, rest assured, the terms will definitely satisfy you. As long as you let us go, all the treasures on me will be yours." Ridiculous. Qin Ming sneered. "If I kill you, those things will still be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, a rift in the void gently opened, and pairs of pitch-black giant hands slowly extended out. Yi Chenyu, who was close by, retreated repeatedly in fear, sensing the terrifying power emanating from these giant hands. This was absolutely not something he could deal with. Fourth tier, they're all fourth-tier demons. Steward Song's pupils shrank sharply, his voice trembling. The room was filled with fourth-tier demons. How could he not be shocked? Just a quick glance revealed their number exceeded 100. If the opponents were ordinary fourth-grade martial artists, Steward Song might still remain composed. After all, martial artists fear death. As long as he killed one as an example, the others would feel intimidated. They would hesitate and fight cautiously, holding back. But demons were different. Not only were they stronger than martial artists, but they also had no fear of death. Once a battle began, demons would charge forward recklessly, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Especially now, when he also had to protect Yi Chenyu, the appearance of this group of demons made the situation even more dangerous. "Sir, please calm down. We truly mean no harm." Steward Song tried to make one last effort, but Qin Ming completely ignored him. Stretching out his right hand, a pitch-black longsword appeared out of thin air in his palm. Grade weapon talent, Frost. Soul Silver Sky Sword, mutation Black, Frost Soul Silver Sky Sword, mutation Black Vitality plus 429.5, Sword Skill, Silver. Sky Piercing Moon? Note, Vitality increase scales with the host's strength. Silver Sky Piercing Moon, the sword transforms into a silver beam of light, instantly striking any target within 2,000 meters, penetrating defenses. Note, usage frequency depends on vitality. Other abilities, unknown. Qin Ming discovered that using talents after demonization greatly amplified their power. Even an A-grade talent, when demonized, could rival or even surpass S-grade talents. As the energy within him surged, Qin Ming revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, sneering coldly, "Are you ready to die?" After speaking, a rabbit pattern appeared in his pupils. His figure instantly vanished. Steward Song was startled. When Qin Ming took out the black sword, he already sensed trouble. This guy's aura surged dramatically. Before Qin Ming could speak, Steward Song already had a white pill in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. At the exact moment Qin Ming disappeared, a strong sense of impending death swept over. Steward Song had no time to react. He only heard a crisp ding as a black sword suddenly appeared out of thin air, piercing his chest. The sword tip was only a few centimeters away from his heart, blocked by a glowing white shield. If not for the automatic activation of his protective treasure, this sword would have already pierced his heart. Oh! Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the shield, showing a curious expression. This doesn't seem to be the power of ordinary inscriptions. It seems the world of martial artists is even more fascinating than I imagined. Do you think this can stop me? Qin Ming sneered, and a dragon-shaped pattern suddenly appeared in his left pupil. Dragon Talisman Charge. The sword blade instantly emitted a blazing red glow. Qin Ming swung the sword in a sweeping motion and softly uttered a single word, "Break." The first move of the 13 styles of Scorching Flames, Dawn Slash. In an instant, the sword erupted with a dazzling crimson light, dyeing the entire living room as if it were soaked in blood. A crisp crack sounded as the white shield in front of Steward Song shattered into fragments. The next moment, Steward Song was struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying backward. His Protective shield completely destroyed. Ugh! Steward Song spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, struggling to stand up. But after several attempts, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, his vision darkened, and he completely fainted. Everything happened so quickly that Yi Chenyu still hadn't fully reacted, staring blankly at Qin Ming. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His servant, who was at the peak of the 5th grade realm, had been defeated by Qin Ming in a single move. Steward Song didn't even have a chance to resist. This monster was terrifying. Yi Chenyu was filled with regret. He regretted coming here. Regretted seeking out Zhang Core. Regretted not leaving earlier. But now, it was too late for regrets. At the same time, the spatial rift around him was fully opened, and one by one, Shadow Night Bats emerged. They stood silently in front of Yi Chenyu, waiting for Qin Ming's command. In an instant, Yi Chenyu was surrounded by hundreds of Shadow Night Bats. Qin Ming glanced at the unconscious Steward Song and chuckled, "Tisk tsk, how boring. I just finished warming up, and you're already down?" After speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Chenyu, his tone calm. "Next, it's your turn." Yi Chenyu met Qin Ming's gaze, and his heart trembled violently. "No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Yi family. Keeping me alive will be beneficial to you. You might not understand what the Yi family represents." Just as Yi Chenyu was about to explain, he was interrupted. "The Yi family?" Qin Ming waved his hand, showing a thoughtful expression. The name sounded familiar, he was sure he'd heard it before. After a moment, he suddenly remembered and looked at Yi Chenyu with a puzzled expression. "The Martial King's ancient tomb in Jing City. Is it supported by your Yi family?" Over the past few days, Chen Xianxian had helped Yi Chenyu gather a lot of information about the Martial King's ancient tomb. Among the details was the Yi family. Chen Xianxian mentioned that the Yi family held significant power in Jing City, practically ruling the city. In Jing City, there were two major powers. One was the official authority, and the other was the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Yi Chenyu clung to it like a lifeline and quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right. If you want to enter the Martial King's ancient vault, I can definitely help." There was hope. As expected, when it came to persuasion, it had to be done by him personally. That useless Steward Song couldn't even handle such a simple matter. Once he returned, he would demote him to an ordinary servant. If he could trick this demon into the family and have the ancestor deal with him. Thinking of this, Yi Chenyu was overwhelmed with excitement. Although Qin Ming seemed very strong, in his heart, he was no match for the ancestor. As long as he could lure him into the clan, he was sure to capture him. By then, with the family's control methods, Qin Ming could definitely be turned into his tool. At that point, he would be the hero of the clan. However, just as Yi Chenyu was dreaming of his success, Qin Ming's voice rang out again. Of course, I can help." Qin Ming smiled brightly. The young master of the Yi family? If he could use his face to sneak into the Martial King's ancient vault, it would be much more convenient. He might even use his identity to uncover more secrets about the vault. Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Ming's face grew even wider. The more he looked at Yi Chenyu's face, the more he liked it. The more pleasing it became. Seeing Qin Ming's expression, Yi Chenyu's heart pounded. The way this guy looked at him was like he was staring at a naked woman. It made him extremely uncomfortable. "Ha ha ha." Yi Chenyu mustered his courage and laughed along. But Qin Ming stared at him expressionlessly. Gulp. Yi Chenyu swallowed nervously and asked, "So, does this mean we have a deal?" "A deal? A deal about what?" Qin Ming sneered and asked in return, "Did I promise you anything?" Hearing this, Yi Chenyu felt a wave of unease and stammered, "The Martial King's ancient vault. We're working together, and I'll take you in." Qin Ming shook his head with a smile, his voice calm. "No need. I have my own way in." With that, he waved his hand and said indifferently, "Take him away." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding Shadow Night Bats suddenly moved in unison. Countless massive black hands surged toward Yi Chenyu like a tide. Bang! 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 The protective aura around Yi Chenyu's body instantly lit up, blocking all the attacks. "Without my help, you can't get into the Martial King's ancient vault." Ignoring the attacks around him, he raised his voice, making one last effort. "The slots for the Martial King's ancient vault are extremely limited, and there's a strict inspection before entry. You can't sneak in." Damn it! This demon truly was a demon, completely irrational. He resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. Foolish and arrogant. Did he really think the martial king's ancient vault of humans was something he could enter at will? Qin Ming completely ignored Yi Qinyu's shouts. He was fixated on the protective aura surrounding him. Strange. This guy was clearly a third-grade martial artist. Why was his protective shield stronger than that of a fifth-grade one? Logically, whether it was inscriptions or artifacts, the stronger the martial artist, the more powerful their abilities. Could it be that the artifact he was using was inherently powerful? Thinking of this, a glint of black light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. In the next moment, the shadow nightbats closest to Yi Qinyu gathered deep black energy waves in their palms. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang out in succession. The black light waves of the fourth-grade flying shadow nightbat surged in power several times over. Yet, despite such fierce bombardment, Yi Qinyu's protective shield remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, Qin Ming silently confirmed his suspicions. After some thought, he decided to try luring him over first. If he were to break through directly like before, it would be too wasteful. Moreover, if it couldn't be repaired, it would be troublesome. It would be better to test things out first, and resort to force only, if necessary. With this in mind, Qin Ming waved his hand, and the surrounding flying shadow nightbats immediately ceased their attacks and slowly retreated. Cooperation isn't out of the question. Qin Ming stepped forward 2 steps, his tone calm. However, I need to see your sincerity. Hearing that cooperation was possible, Yi Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "What sincerity? Just tell me. I'll do my best to meet your demands, as long as I can survive." Yi Qinyu's was willing to give anything to stay alive. Hearing this, Qin Ming smiled and pointed at the protective shield around him, speaking in a low voice, "Hand it over to me, and I'll consider cooperating with you." This? Yi Qinyu glanced at the shield and immediately understood. So this demon was eyeing his protective treasure. Other things might be negotiable, but this protective treasure was passed down from his grandfather and held great significance. However, if he didn't hand it over to Qin Ming, he feared the other party might strike him down with a single blow. Even Steward Song's treasure couldn't withstand Qin Ming's sword, so Yi Qinyu didn't believe he could endure it either. Although his protective treasure was stronger than Steward Song's, if Qin Ming struck multiple times, he still wouldn't be able to hold out. This left Yi Qinyu in a dilemma. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Ming knew exactly what he was thinking. It seemed he needed to push him further. The next moment, he raised his black longsword. His tone indifferent, "Forget it, I'll just break through your shield, and it will be mine anyway." As he spoke, he infused energy into the blade. The black sword instantly glowed with a red light, scaring Yi Qinyu out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted, "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you right now." Hearing the answer he wanted, Qin Ming withdrew his sword with satisfaction. "Very good. I believe we'll cooperate very well." Yi Qinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and forced a faint smile. Yes, very well. Though his heart was filled with humiliation, under Qin Ming's absolute pressure, he had no choice but to submit. In the next moment, the protective shield around him quietly disappeared. Yi Qinyu flipped his palm, revealing a white jade trigrams disc, just the size of his hand. The disc was smooth and warm, with a faintly glowing amber crystal embedded in the center, and the edges engraved with 4 ancient seal characters, Xian Gue Shou Xan, Black Tortoise Heart Protector. This is called the Black Tortoise Heart Protector Disc, Yi Qinyu explained in a low voice. It can sense danger and automatically activate its protective mode when a threat is detected. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly added, "This disc is capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a 6th-grade martial artist." He was confident it could endure Qin Ming's earlier strike, but he had no assurance against a second one. After all, Qin Ming's strength was too formidable and unpredictable. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he took the Black Tortoise Heart Protector disc and examined it closely. He had initially thought this treasure didn't rely on inscription power, but upon seeing the dense and intricate patterns within the crystal, he realized the truth. This Black Tortoise Heart Protector disc was indeed a creation of inscription power, but its manufacturing process was far more complex, and its protective capabilities far exceeded the ordinary. What's even more remarkable is that it can automatically sense danger, activate instantly, and doesn't require external force to trigger. Truly impressive. Watching Qin Ming's expression of utter fascination, Yi Qinyu felt a surge of unspeakable humiliation and resentment. But he knew that only by staying alive would he have a chance to return and seek revenge. Next, Qin Ming had Yi Jinyu explain in detail how to use the treasure and how to make it his own. Soon, everything was completed smoothly. Under Yi Jinyu's complex gaze, Qin Ming nonchalantly stored the mystic turtle heartguard disc into his shadow ring. Seeing this, Yi Jinyu hurriedly spoke up, "The ancient tomb of the martial king in Jing City is about to open. We need to prepare quickly." Qin Ming slowly raised his head, revealing a meaningful smile. "Indeed, we should prepare well." After speaking, he casually waved his hand. "Take him away." As soon as the words fell, a flying shadow night bat immediately swooped forward and tightly restrained Yi Jinyu. Yi Jinyu was instantly immobilized, his face filled with panic. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree to cooperate and enter the martial king's ancient tomb together? It's over, this guy wants to get rid of me." At this moment, Yi Jinyu was filled with intense unease. Qin Ming chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "I only said I'd consider it. When did I promise to definitely cooperate with you?" He waved his hand again and ordered, "Take him away. Spare his life for now, I still have use for him." The flying shadow night bat obeyed, flapping its wings and dragging the struggling Yi Jinyu into the void fissure. "You bastard! You treacherous scoundrel! Shameless! Without my help, you think you can enter the martial king's ancient tomb? Dream on! Damn you! You'll regret today's decision." Yi Jinyu's angry curses echoed from the fissure, growing increasingly vile. But Qin Ming simply stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his lips, as if watching an insignificant farce. Only when the fissure completely closed did Yi Jinyu's curses abruptly cease. The world finally returned to silence. "Today's harvest isn't bad. Not only did I secure the identity to enter the martial king's ancient tomb, but I also obtained this life-saving treasure." Qin Ming's smile deepened. Then, he closed his eyes and began sensing Jiang Kor's location. A few seconds later, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his figure silently merging into the shadows. He concealed himself in the corner shadows of Jiang Kor's room and finally found her unconscious form. Jiang Kor was gravely injured. With her last bit of consciousness, she had hastily grabbed a piece of clothing to crudely bandage her wounds, but her blood had already soaked through the fabric. Before completely losing consciousness, she had used the last of her strength to activate Shadow Leap, hiding in deeper shadows to avoid being discovered by Yi Jinyu and the others. Looking at her pale face and blood-soaked body, Qin Ming frowned deeply. If he had been even a little later today, Jiang Kor might not have survived. Qin Ming uncovered her wound, and his heart tightened instantly. The injury looked as if it had been scorched by fire, still bleeding profusely, with the edges rapidly deteriorating, an extremely dire situation. Her strength is still too weak. Qin Ming placed his hand on the wound and began activating his innate ability, Breath of Wood. Unlike the green energy that appeared when Huaning used it, this time he released a deep black radiance, healing-type talent, Breath of Wood. Mutation Black, Breath of Wood. Mutation Black can instantly seal wounds, promote flesh regeneration, even severed limbs can regenerate, and neutralize most toxins. Note: the specific effects depend on the host's vitality. Tiny black specks of light seeped into Jiang Kor's wound like living entities. Before long, the bleeding stopped, and the blood hole began to rapidly wriggle and heal. In just a few minutes, the blood hole, originally the size of a pinky finger, had completely recovered, with skin smooth as before, as if it had never been injured. Even Qin Ming himself was astonished. It seems this mutated talent is far more powerful than I imagined. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was Qin Ming's first time using Breath of Wood. He had initially intended to test its basic healing effects without enhancing its power with the Dragon Talisman. Now it seemed that if he added the Dragon Talisman, the healing effect would be even more remarkable. Jiang Kor might even fully awaken in the next moment. At this moment, Jiang Kor's brows furrowed slightly, her eyelashes trembled gently, clearly on the verge of waking up. Seeing this, Qin Ming dispelled his demonic state and returned to his original appearance. He gently stroked Jiang Kor's forehead, his palm emitting a soft green glow. Without the demonic state, the talent reverted to its original form. To ensure the healing process was not disrupted, he simultaneously activated Breath of Wood while discreetly channeling the Dragon Talisman's power. A few breaths later, Jiang Kor slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Qin Ming, she immediately threw herself into his arms, her voice choked with emotion. "Master, I thought I'd never see you again. When she was shot, she truly believed she was going to die. Yi Chenyu's bullet was extremely strange, causing her consciousness to blur and making her feel as though she could faint at any moment. If not for her strong willpower, she wouldn't have been able to hide in the shadows. Qin Ming helplessly patted her head and said softly, "All right, it's okay now. Next time you encounter something like this, tell me directly." Someone like Yi Chenyu wasn't even worth Qin Ming's attention. At this point, he could summon thousands of fourth-grade martial artists in one breath. Below the sixth grade, he was practically invincible. Moreover, he had a mysterious and powerful master, with both background and strength to back him up. He could now walk freely in Tianhe City without fear. "Yes, master." Zhang Ke pursed her lips and nodded. After comforting her for a while, Qin Ming began discussing serious matters. "Ke, tomorrow, come with me to Jingcheng." Qin Ming held Zhang Ke's hand, his tone steady. To help her quickly improve her strength, participating in the Martial King's ancient vault was the best choice. Moreover, Zhang Ke could freely change her appearance, making her actions more convenient. "All right, I'll follow master's orders." Zhang Ke leaned gently against Qin Ming's shoulder, her voice soft. She didn't ask why, she simply knew to follow Qin Ming's arrangements. The night passed without incident. The next day, at Tianhe bus terminal, Qin Ming and Zhang Ke queued for security checks. Tickets to Jingcheng were extremely expensive, with the cheapest costing 500,000 daxia currency each. For martial artists, this might not be much, but for ordinary people, it was an unbearable price for a lifetime. As a result, many ordinary people would never leave their city, as the cost was simply too high. "Master, why did you ask me to take on a man's appearance?" Zhang Ke leaned close to Qin Ming's ear, her face flushed as she whispered. She had already transformed into Yi Chenyu's appearance. The expressionless Qin Ming, now acting as Steward Song, said, "This is called borrowing power to show off. Young Master Ye's status is particularly useful in Jing City." Hearing this, Zhang Ke lightly pressed her lips together and said nothing more. She knew in her heart that Qin Ming was right. Yi Chenyu's status indeed brought many conveniences, but at the same time, this identity also concealed immense danger. If anyone discovered she was an impostor, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the Yi family's deep-rooted influence in Jing City, they would never let her and Qin Ming live past the next day. Before long, the two boarded the aircraft. Covered in runes, the plane slowly ascended, and the broadcast soon sounded, "Welcome aboard this flight. This aircraft is about to enter an uninhabited airspace. If you see any abnormal magical creatures outside the window, please remain calm and do not panic." The inscriptions on this aircraft were personally crafted by the chief inscription master of Heavenly Workshop, ensuring absolute safety. Magical creatures below the 6th tier cannot perceive the presence of this aircraft, so please rest assured. A wave of low exclamations and admiration arose in the cabin. Many passengers curiously ran their hands over the faintly glowing patterns on the seats, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. To think it's crafted by Heavenly Workshop? Now I feel reassured. This is my first time flying. What exactly is this Heavenly Workshop? Are you serious? You don't know about Heavenly Workshop? It's the top workshop in our Great Xia. The two people beside Qin Ming were still enthusiastically discussing. He quietly listened. He, too, had developed some interest in the Heavenly Workshop they mentioned. At this moment, Zhang Ke had already fallen asleep, leaning on his shoulder. She was probably too exhausted from yesterday, as she had been low on energy all day. Qin Ming didn't disturb her. The flight continued smoothly for a while. Outside the window, clouds churned, and suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the clouds. It was a ferocious-looking flying magical creature. It had 3 pairs of wings covered in bone spurs, and its body resembled an ancient dragon clad in armor. Its dark golden vertical pupils coldly scanned the void, maintaining an eerie parallel flight with the aircraft. Wow! What kind of magical creature is that? I've never seen it before. This is the first time in my life seeing a magical creature up close. Are you sure it won't notice us? It shouldn't, right? I heard magical creatures below the 6th tier can't sense the aircraft. Exclamations filled the cabin. Some children were so frightened they started crying, and a few passengers turned pale, gripping their armrests tightly. At this moment, the broadcast gently sounded again, "Dear passengers, please note that the magical creature outside the window is a fourth-tier bone-winged cloud dragon, a common species in uninhabited zones. The inscriptions on this aircraft completely mask our presence, so it will not detect us. Please remain quiet and avoid making unnecessary noise." As if to prove this point, the cloud dragon indeed showed no reaction. Moments later, it flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing into the thick clouds. Only then did the passengers in the cabin breathe a sigh of relief. Even for those who weren't flying for the first time, seeing a magical creature still evoked fear. It was an instinctive reaction, unavoidable. Jiang Core furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. She had been woken up by the surrounding chatter. "Master, what happened?" Jiang Core rubbed her eyes, asking groggily. Qin Ming gently patted her head and chuckled softly. "It's nothing, just a flying magical creature passing by, causing a bit of commotion." When he saw the creature, Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. This was his first time truly seeing a real magical creature. Although the creature was only at the fourth tier, the aura it emitted far surpassed that of a fourth-grade martial artist. No wonder humans suffered losses against them, they were truly powerful. Hearing this, Jiang Core's eyes lit up. She pressed her face against the window and curiously asked, "A magical creature? Where is it?" Seeing Jiang Core's curious and adorable expression, Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh and ruffle her hair. "It's already flown far away." "Oh." Jiang Core showed a disappointed expression, pulled her head back, and sat back in her chair listlessly. "Why? You seem particularly interested in magical creatures?" Qin Ming asked, puzzled. Jiang Core immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Of course. After all, the energy in a magic core is 10 times that of a spirit essence." Hearing this, Qin Ming felt a bit helpless. So this girl was craving magic cores. But thinking about it, it made sense. Magic cores were extremely attractive to martial artists, and the tenfold energy difference was hard to resist. It was said that magical creatures were rampant around Jing City, so this journey might indeed yield some unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Qin Ming also turned his gaze to the window, silently pondering, what would it be like if magical creatures attacked a city? A few hours later, the plane gradually slowed down, and the broadcast sounded again. "Dear passengers, this flight is about to enter Jing City airspace. Please stow your tray tables, straighten your seatbacks, and prepare for landing." Outside the window, the outline of a magnificent city gradually became clear. Towering city walls coiled like a giant dragon, their surfaces covered with marks left by battles and dense defensive inscriptions. In the distance, a few magical creatures occasionally roamed the wilderness outside the city, but they were firmly blocked by the energy barrier rising from the city walls. Jing City. Jiang Core leaned against the window and softly murmured the name of the city. Her eyes held both anticipation and a trace of barely noticeable nervousness. This was her first time leaving home since she was born. To say she wasn't nervous would be impossible. Fortunately, Qin Ming was accompanying her. Soon, the plane passed through the energy barrier and slowly landed at Jing City Airport. Qin Ming and Jiang Core, disguised as Yi Chenyu and Steward Song, walked down the gangway one after the other. As they stepped into the arrival hall, a man dressed in gray combat attire, with a sharp and capable demeanor, quickly approached. His gaze lingered on Jiang Core's face for a moment before he respectfully lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, "Young master, you finally arrived." His eyes were downcast. As he spoke, his attitude extremely deferential. Clearly, Yi Chenyu held a very high status within the family. And now, he mistook the disguised Jiang Core for the true young master of the Yi family. Jiang Core was slightly stunned for a moment and quickly glanced at Qin Ming. Then, she adopted a cold demeanor, imitating Yi Chenyu's usual indifferent tone, and softly replied, The man didn't notice anything unusual and continued to report in a low voice, "The car is ready and parked outside. Second young master has instructed that you should head directly to the conference hall upon arrival." Hearing this, both Qin Ming and Jiang Core felt a jolt in their hearts. Second young master? Jiang Core wondered to herself, who exactly was this? What rank was Yi Chenyu in the family hierarchy? She felt a bit lost, and couldn't help but look at Qin Ming, as if asking, "What should we do now?" Qin Ming calmly stepped forward and whispered a few words in her ear, "Let's go." Jiang Core waved her hand dismissively, her tone cold. Qin Ming ignored The man, after hearing her, turned to head toward the airport restroom. The man froze for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something, but upon seeing Yi Qinyu's undeniable expression, he ultimately dared not speak further and stood respectfully waiting. Entering the restroom, Qin Ming quickly scanned the area to confirm no one was present, then locked the door behind him. In the next moment, dark energy surged in his palm, and he struck his own face with a powerful blow. Instantly, he transformed into his merman form. Qin Ming reached into the void, and a black long sword materialized out of thin air, causing the surrounding aura to intensify dramatically. Does this increase in vitality count? As a boost in strength, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, the space beside him distorted, and a ghostly green door appeared. From within the door, a massive three-fingered hand stretched out, followed by a menacing shark head and a thick tail. This fish demon was different from the one summoned before. Its color was darker, almost ink green, exuding an even more ferocious and powerful aura. Judging by this aura, it should be at the early stage of the 5th rank, right? Unable to accurately gauge its strength due to its overwhelming power, Qin Ming speculated. This time, only 10 fish demons emerged from the door before it slowly closed. However, that was more than enough. 10 5th rank experts protecting me and Zhang Kor won't be a problem. Qin Ming nodded, feeling reassured. Then, dense black mist enveloped his entire body, dragging 9 of the fish demons along with him into the shadows. The restroom was left with only one fish demon standing silently. Qin Ming and the other 9 demons hid within its shadow. In an instant, the fish demon twisted and transformed into the appearance of Steward Song, following Qin Ming's instructions. Controlling the fish demon, Qin Ming had it walk out. Seeing Qin Ming return, Zhang Kor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lead the way, Zhang Kor said, slightly raising her head to instruct the man. However, she still felt a bit puzzled. Her master had only gone to the restroom, yet his demeanor seemed to have changed so much. She instinctively glanced at the Qin Ming beside her and took a light sniff. Even his aura had become unfamiliar. This made Zhang Kor momentarily uneasy. Just then, Qin Ming took 2 steps forward and softly whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, it's me." The familiar voice instantly put Zhang Kor at ease. Soon, the 3 of them got into a car and headed toward the city center. Hidden in the Shadow Kingdom, Qin Ming sent a message to Chen Qianqian. "Qin Ming, no need to pick me up, I've already arrived in Jingchang." Chen Qianqian, "Understood, master." After handling this, Qin Ming turned and walked toward the cell holding Yi Qinyu. In the adjacent cell was Steward Song. Both men had been stripped bare, lying limp on the ground like 2 dead dogs, unable to move, with only faint breathing indicating they were still alive. Qin Ming opened Yi Qinyu's cell door and walked straight in. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, Qin Ming felt annoyed and raised his hand slightly, pointing at Yi Qinyu. A water ball formed at his fingertip, slowly floating above Yi Qinyu's head before bursting with a splash. The icy water suddenly drenched him, causing Yi Qinyu to jolt awake, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in anger, Who is it?" Still not fully awake, his mind was in chaos. Qin Ming looked down at him with a hint of mockery. "Slept well, huh?" Yi Qinyu had never seen Qin Ming's true face and was full of confusion. Who exactly are you?" Qin Ming paused for a moment, then wiped his face, instantly transforming back into the appearance of Chen Bufan. He chuckled lightly. "Now, do you recognize me? It's you!" Yi Qinyu was burning with rage, almost driven mad. This guy had been deceiving him from the very beginning. He never intended to cooperate and had been playing him all along. In his entire life, when had Yi Qinyu ever suffered such a loss? "You liar! You deserve it! I'll never let you go, you hateful bastard!" But Qin Ming completely ignored his furious roars and said coldly, "I need to know everything about your second brother." Others might not notice Zhang Kor impersonating Yi Qinyu, but Yi Qinyu's second brother was a different story. Qin Ming wasn't sure about their relationship, how close they were, or how strong his second brother was, nor did he know what kind of experts surrounded him. Qin Ming had to figure all of this out. Otherwise, acting rashly could lead to big trouble. Yi Qinyu, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to curse loudly. "Screw you! If you have the guts, kill me. Let's see if the Yi family will let you off. Don't think my ancestor can't track you down. Do you really think the Yi family is so easy to bully?" The more he Cursed, the more agitated he became. Qin Ming looked at Yi Qinyu's crotch, frowned, and said disapprovingly, "Did you wet your pants? Really?" The dignified young master Yi actually got scared and wet himself? Facing Yi Qinyu, Qin Ming truly didn't know what to say. A grown man, a third-grade martial artist, scared to the point of wetting himself, it was utterly disgraceful. Yi Qinyu acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to plead, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Seeing his cowardly and timid demeanor, Qin Ming shook his head, gathered another water ball at his fingertips, and sent it flying toward the nearly collapsing Yi Qinyu. With a splash, the water ball burst, drenching him in icy water and stopping his begging. "Awake now?" Qin Ming said coldly. "Now, I ask, you answer. Got it?" Yi Qinyu nodded repeatedly, responding like a loyal dog. "Understood, I understand completely. Ask away." At this point, he didn't dare to harbor even the slightest hope, only praying that Qin Ming wouldn't kill him and would let him live. This was the instinct of survival. Although he knew he likely wouldn't make it out of this place alive, he still wanted to live. This was the primal drive to survive. "Good. Is your second brother's purpose in coming to Jing City the same as yours?" Qin Ming asked with a faint smile, his voice low. "No, he's different from me." Yi Qinyu then revealed everything he knew to Qin Ming without holding back. Jing City, Yi Family Manor. This was a massive estate, located in the city center, resembling a giant beast dominating the bustling metropolis. The towering golden iron gates slowly opened, revealing a meticulously trimmed garden and fountain inside. The marble exterior walls shimmered with a soft luster under the sunlight, and the grand columns exuded an imposing aura. Every detail silently showcased power and wealth. As the car slowly drove into this domain, Jiang Kor could hardly believe her eyes. The sight was overwhelming. Compared to the Yi family, her own family was worlds apart. What shocked her even more was that this wasn't even the Yi family's true power center, just a branch. If a branch was this luxurious, Jiang Kor couldn't begin to imagine how astonishing the Yi family's main estate must be. When the car came to a stop, a black-clad bodyguard stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Kor. She felt a faint but powerful aura emanating from him, and her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't discern the depth of this bodyguard's strength at all. At this moment, Butler Song, controlled by Qin Ming, also calmly stepped out of the car. On the way, he had already learned the basic situation from Yi Qinyu. This second young master was a core member of the Yi family stationed long-term in Jing City, with little connection to the main family, so there was no need to worry about his identity being exposed. "Oh, a peak second-grade martial artist?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow inwardly through the perception of the merman demon. "The Yi family's foundation is indeed deep. Even the gatekeepers are peak second-grade, truly extravagant," he marveled inwardly. Such strength could form a gang in Tianhe City, but in the Yi family, it was merely an ordinary gatekeeper. The gray-clad man quickly got out of the car as well, hurriedly walking to Jiang Kor's side and bowing to lead the way. "Young master, the second young master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." With that, he took the lead, his posture extremely respectful. Before long, Qin Ming and Jiang Kor followed the gray-clad man to a heavy carved wooden door. Two bodyguards with even stronger auras stood at the entrance, their oppressive presence far surpassing the previous man. Clearly, they were third-grade martial artists. "The second young master is waiting for you." Inside, the man in gray gently pushed open the door and bowed in gesture. Jiang Kor took a deep breath and walked into the room with Qin Ming at a steady pace. The room was spacious and luxurious, with warm lighting reflecting off the dark wooden walls and expensive carpet. Around a large redwood tea table, 3 people were seated. The young man in the main seat appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a dark patterned silk shirt. Handsome yet carrying a hint of cold arrogance, he was none other than the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Lingyun. His fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Upon seeing Yi Qinyu arrive, Yi Lingyun quickly stood up to greet him, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Sixth brother, you've finally come." He opened his arms, intending to embrace him, but Jiang Kor sidestepped to avoid it. Completely ignoring his gesture, Jiang Kor walked straight to the main seat, sat down casually, crossed her legs, and said expressionlessly, "Second brother, why didn't you come to pick me up yourself?" Yi Lingyun's face stiffened, and he glanced awkwardly at the other 2 people in the room, thinking to himself, This guy doesn't give me any face at all. Though he was seething inside, he dared not show it and forced to smile. Sixth brother, I. Second brother, Jiang Kor coldly interrupted him, I am. First the young master of the Yi family, and only then your sixth brother. Her gaze swept over Yi Lingyun's slightly trembling hands as she slowly asked, according to family rules, how should you address me? Yi Lingyun's expression grew even darker, his fingers nearly digging into his palm. After a moment of silence, he finally squeezed out 2 words. Through gritted teeth, young master. Damn this guy. Still as arrogant as ever. Just because of that old man's favoritism? Do you really think you're something special? Of course, Yi Lingyun would never say these thoughts out loud. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and found a seat to sit down. Across from Yi Lingyun sat a middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform with glittering epaulets. His expression was stern, his posture upright. He was Zhao Qingtian, the Lord of Jing City. Watching this drama unfold, Zhao Qingtian was filled with mixed emotions. He rose slightly, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and said, Young Master Yi, I have long admired your reputation. My name is Zhao Qingtian, the Lord of Jing City. At this point, the slightly plump elder in a luxurious brocade robe beside him also immediately stood up, his face full of ingratiating smiles. My name is Zhou Wankai, president of the Qianlong Association. It is truly an honor to meet young Master Yi today. Both of these men were seasoned experts who had seen much in their lives. They did not mention the earlier incident at all. Jiang Kor glanced at them and nodded slightly, saying, Little. Qin Ming, watching her mischievous demeanor, felt quite satisfied. Well done, Kor. This is the kind of dominance that our boss Tian and I, the second, should have. After silently praising her in his heart, Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice, let's talk about the specifics of the martial king's ancient relic. Yi Lingyun's expression immediately changed. He disliked the fact that a servant spoke first. But seeing Yi Qinyu's indifferent attitude, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. Then, he turned to Zhou Wankai, forcing a smile. President Zhou, please share the results of yesterday's investigation. Zhou Wankai quickly stood up, his face full of respectful smiles, and took out a silver-white, palm-sized metal device from his pocket. He gently pressed the button, and a detailed holographic map was immediately projected above the instrument. Light and shadow shifted, clearly displaying the terrain surrounding the ancient treasury. Young Master, second young master, City Lord Zhao, please look here. He pointed to a flashing red dot on the map, lowering his voice slightly. Yesterday, 3 4th-grade experts we sent risked their lives to venture into the outskirts and discovered that the formation guarding the entrance to the ancient treasury is more dangerous than anticipated. Not only is there an invisible defense of intersecting sword energy, but even more troublesome. There seems to be an ancient heart demon restriction that directly corrodes one's mind. Zhou Wankai's expression was grave as he swiped his finger along the side of the instrument, causing the map to zoom in rapidly. However, they brought back an important piece of information. At midnight, when the Yin energy is at its peak, the sword energy at the entrance will show a gap for a few seconds. This might be our best chance to break through. 4th grade. Martial artists are considered the backbone of strength in various regions. Zhou Wankai sending 3 4th grade experts to investigate was enough to show his seriousness about this operation. Yi Lingyun nodded and instinctively spoke. If that's the case, then we'll set out at midnight tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was off. It seemed like he had overstepped his bounds. He quickly turned to look at Yi Qinyu, plastering a smile on his face and cautiously asked, Young Master, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Jiang Kor, who was playing with the jade beads in her hand, glanced at Yi Lingyun with a hint of amusement and said, let's go with second brother's arrangement. In truth, she didn't care about the specific timing. What she was really waiting for was Qin Ming's signal. Since Qin Ming didn't object, she naturally went along with it. Seeing the young master nod, Yi Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask Zhao Qingtian and Zhou Wankai, what do you two think? Zhao Qingtian maintained a calm expression and nodded slightly. The timing is good, I have no objections. Zhou Wankai also smiled and echoed, I will naturally cooperate with the decisions of the young master and second young master. In that case, everyone, go and prepare, Yi Lingyun said coolly, regaining his composure. Zhao Qingtian and Zhou Wankai stood up. Young master, second young master, I will take my leave now. See you later, young master, second young master. The Two respectfully saluted and left the room one after the other. Jiang Kor slowly stood up and said indifferently, "I'll leave the rest to second brother. Notify me before we set out." Yi Lingyun quickly forced a smile and replied repeatedly, "Of course, of course. Young master, take care." After Jiang Kor's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the smile on Yi Lingyun's face instantly vanished, replaced by a dark expression. He suddenly turned around and smashed the tea set on the table onto the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the room. Damn it, damn it. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, and he practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. Why does this useless trash get to lord over me? Damn it. They all deserve to die. Yi Lingyun, like a caged beast out of control, roared furiously in the room, kicking over the flower stand beside him. Porcelain shards and broken flowers scattered across the floor. Dozens of minutes later, Yi Lingyun finally calmed down from his rage. He was well aware of Yi Qinyu's purpose for this operation. It was merely to gain prestige. To let this useless person bask in the limelight on his turf, so that the old folks in the clan could see. But even though he understood this in his heart, he had no way to resist. It was precisely because of this intense unwillingness that he hadn't personally gone to greet Yi Qinyu. Why should the territory I worked so hard to conquer end up being a stepping stone for someone else? Damn it! If only he had just died in the ancient tomb. In his fury, Yi Lingyun instinctively growled these words. As soon as the words left his mouth, he shivered violently. No, absolutely not. If Yi Qinyu really died in the ancient tomb, and it happened on his turf, the clan would investigate, and he definitely wouldn't escape responsibility. At that point, forget about any credit. He might not even be able to keep what he currently has. He could even face the possibility of having his cultivation abolished by the family's ancestors and being expelled from the Yi family. He knew better than anyone that Yi Qinyu might not earn any merit, but he absolutely couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. This responsibility to protect him had long since become a heavy shackle around his neck. Damn it, isn't it just playing bodyguard for a few days? Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, and finally slammed his fist hard against the wall. Fine. I'll take it. In Jing City, he was the boss, and his word was law. But within the Yi family, he was nothing more than a weak ant. Anyone could crush him with a single finger. Since he had made up his mind, he hesitated no longer. The most important thing now was to ensure Yi Qinyu's absolute safety. This guy absolutely couldn't afford to make any mistakes in Jing City. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Call the Chen brothers and have them meet me immediately. Yes, young master, came the respectful response from the other end of the line. Led by the gray-clad man, Jiang Kor and Qin Ming entered a luxuriously decorated room. Inside the room stood dozens of beautiful young women. They kept their heads lowered, their expressions docile, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. These women were no less attractive than Jiang Kor. Coupled with their curvaceous figures, they appeared even more alluring. For a moment, Jiang Kor froze, her eyes widening involuntarily. What is Yi Lingyun up to now? Bringing in so many women, it's obvious. He's trying to seduce the master. A surge of anger instantly ignited in her heart, and her face grew colder and colder. Although Jiang Kor was well aware that these women were sent by Yi Lingyun to curry favor with Yi Qinyu, the only man in the room right now was Qin Ming. How could she not be furious? The gray-clad man bowed respectfully and said, in a calm tone, the second young master specifically instructed that these are all ladies from prestigious families. The young master can rest assured. After speaking, he was about to turn and leave when the young women in the room began to move. They lowered their heads and curtsied, their voices soft and gentle. Greetings to the young master. Young master, may you be blessed. Young master, let me help you change your clothes. Amid the soft murmurs, Jiang Kor suddenly let out a cold snort, her voice icy and piercing. All of you, get out. Instantly, the room fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The gray-clad man froze, standing awkwardly in place, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The young women were also stunned, exchanging glances before finally directing their confused gazes toward the gray-clad man. They had never encountered such a situation before. The gray-clad man's forehead was slightly damp with sweat. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the master's actions would anger the young master so much. What's going on? Jiang Kur, seeing no one moving, sharpened her gaze and deepened her tone. Do I need to say it a second time? Or are the people sent by your second young master incapable of following the most basic orders? The words clearly carried a tone of reproach toward Yi Lingyun. The man in gray trembled, not daring to hesitate, and quickly signaled to the young women with his eyes, shouting in a low voice, "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear the order? Get out! Now!" The young women, as if granted amnesty, immediately lowered their heads, not daring to glance at Yi Chenyu again. They lifted their skirts and hurriedly walked out, their steps flustered, even breathing cautiously. Before long, the once luxurious room filled with laughter and fragrance became empty and silent. Inside the room, only Jiang Kur, Qin Ming, and the pale-faced man in gray remained. Jiang Kur cast a cold glance at the man in gray. "You leave too. Without my summons, no one is allowed to approach." "Why yes." The man in gray, as if relieved, bowed respectfully and almost fled the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Once the door was shut, the room finally fell into complete silence. Jiang Kur let out a breath, a hint of satisfaction appearing on her face. She turned to Qin Ming, her eyes sparkling. "Master, how was it? Was my performance just now good?" Qin Ming did not answer immediately. He controlled the body of Butler Song, pacing slowly in the spacious room, cautiously inspecting it to ensure there were no abnormalities. The next moment, a faint black mist emanated from him, silently spreading into the shadows and crevices of the room, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Only then did Qin Ming withdraw his gaze and say indifferently, "Not bad." As for Jiang Kur's decision to drive away all the women on her own, Qin Ming didn't mind. After all, they were currently on someone else's turf. Any unnecessary contact could pose risks. Who could guarantee that among those playboys, there weren't spies planted by Yi Lingyun? If a minor issue led to a major loss, it would be troublesome. It's always better to be cautious. Seeing that Qin Ming indeed wasn't angry, Jiang Kur smiled even more brightly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she said coquettishly, "Master, why don't we rest for a while?" She knew that this body probably wasn't Qin Ming's, so she didn't throw herself at him directly. Just by the scent, she could distinguish the difference between the two. Hearing her suggestion, Qin Ming paused slightly, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "No, the Martial King's ancient vault is too dangerous. We need to prepare immediately to prevent any accidents." At this point, Qin Ming paused, looking seriously at Jiang Kur. "Once inside the ancient vault, you must find ways to quickly enhance your strength. Outsiders can't discern your true cultivation level, and coupled with concerns about your identity, they naturally won't act rashly. At this time, you need to fully leverage your status as the Yi family's young master to maximize your benefits. At all costs, you must rapidly improve your strength in the shortest time possible." He stared into Jiang Kur's eyes, his tone very serious. "Do you understand?" Qin Ming enveloped Jiang Kur in a layer of black mist. This way, even a fifth-grade expert wouldn't be able to see through her true strength, greatly reducing the risk of exposing her identity. Not long after, Qin Ming's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of Butler Song. This startled Jiang Kur, who was still in a daze. She hadn't expected Qin Ming to have been hiding in Butler Song's shadow all along. Seeing Qin Ming's serious expression, Jiang Kur instinctively nodded. Understood. It was the first time she had seen Qin Ming with such a solemn demeanor, and, for a moment, she was overwhelmed by his aura, feeling a bit nervous. Sensing her unease, Qin Ming's expression softened, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a faint smile. "As long as you understand, I'll step out for a while to handle something. You can rest in the room." He raised his hand and pointed to the Butler Song standing quietly nearby, continuing, "If you need anything, just instruct it, and it will take care of it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, before Jiang Kur could respond, Qin Ming's figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows like ink dissolving in water, vanishing from the room in an instant. Only then did Jiang Kur snap out of her daze and come back to her senses. She looked up at the fish demon standing quietly nearby. "If there's anything, I just ask it." She blinked, curiously examining the Butler Song in front of her. Jiang Kur knew this was definitely not the original Butler Song, even though it looked identical. What surprised her was that Qin Ming could now summon such a creature. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it could also transform into someone else's appearance. Truly Extraordinary. The fish demon stood motionless, obeying Jiang Kor's every command. Even if she ordered it to die, it wouldn't flinch. Master's power is growing stronger and stronger. Jiang Kor furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of urgency. I need to work harder too. I can't fall too far behind. Saying this, she clenched her fist slightly. Jingcheng, East District. On the way, Qin Ming sent a message to Chen Qianqian. Using the map she had provided, he continuously traveled through shadows to reach his destination. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of a rundown residential area and saw Chen Qianqian. Looking around, the mottled walls, rusted railings, and faint dampness in the air made Qin Ming frown. He looked at Chen Qianqian, his tone carrying both doubt and dissatisfaction. Didn't I give you enough money? Why choose a place like this to live? He paused, scrutinizing her, his voice low. Is the money not enough? Or have you encountered some trouble? Qin Ming remembered that before Chen Qianqian set off, he had specifically transferred 800,000 daxia coins to her account. After deducting 500,000 for airfare, the remaining 300,000 should have been more than enough for her to live in a place much safer and more comfortable than this inn. Jingcheng. Qin Ming had always been generous with his own people. Chen Qianqian shook her head and smiled. Masters, money is sufficient. I chose to live here simply because I personally like it. Hearing this, Qin Ming hesitated for a moment and decided not to say more. Soon, Chen Qianqian led Qin Ming into the house. The room was simply decorated with modest furniture, not luxurious, but clean and tidy, exuding a sense of warmth. Qin Ming walked to the sofa and sat down, directly asking, "Tell me the specifics. Is there a way to give the fish demon a legal identity here?" From the beginning, Qin Ming had planned for the fish demon to reside here long-term. This way, he could ensure a stable supply of magic cores and continuously accumulate dark energy. Chen Qianqian poured Qin Ming a cup of hot tea and nodded affirmatively. There is a way. She sat down nearby and explained softly. After arriving in Jingcheng, I discovered that the management system here is completely different from Tianhe City. This city doesn't care much about the identity of ordinary people. Because it's been attacked by monsters for a long time, there are very few truly ordinary people, but there are a lot of martial artists instead. So, Jing City implements unified management by martial artists. All visiting martial artists must have a clear identity, otherwise, they won't be able to move an inch. Oh, Qin Ming's eyes flashed with interest. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked, what kind of system is it exactly? All martial artists entering Jing City must join an organization. Whether it's the Mercenary Guild, a chamber of commerce, or an official force, they must have a registered identity, Chen Qianqian said seriously. Otherwise what? Qin Ming pressed further. Not only would they be unable to buy key resources like inscriptions, but even basic trades like selling exotic beast corpses, no one would dare to take them, she added with a solemn expression. After hearing this, Qin Ming fell silent, rubbing the teacup in his hands as he sank into thought. Joining an organization. The administrators of Jing City are indeed clever to come up with such a method. Getting the fishman demons to join an organization wouldn't be difficult. With the Yi family's influence, this could be resolved with just a word. However, doing so would undoubtedly arouse Yi Lingyun's suspicion. He would wonder what Qin Ming intended to do by leaving so many people behind. Was he planning to compete with him for control of Jing City? If that were the case, Yi Lingyun might retaliate fiercely. Yi Lingyun is tolerating Qin Ming now because he knows Yi Chenyu will leave Jing City sooner or later. Once Yi Chenyu is gone, Jing City will still be under his control. So, no matter what Yi Chenyu does, he can endure it even if it means being humiliated. But if his core interests are touched, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thinking of this, Qin Ming temporarily dismissed the idea of using the Yi family's identity. Joining a guild was inevitable, but he needed to carefully consider what identity to use. Putting his thoughts aside, Qin Ming looked up at Chen Qianqian and asked calmly, "Do you have any plans for entering the Martial King's ancient vault?" Chen Qianqian lowered her head, her voice stammering slightly. I originally planned to wait until the ancient vault officially opened, let all the forces go in, and then find an opportunity to sneak in." She seemed worried that this unstable plan would disappoint Qin Ming, so she quickly raised her head and promised urgently, "Master, rest assured. I will find a way to complete the task you assigned and will never let you down." Over the past few days, She had racked her brains, trying various methods to obtain formal entry into the ancient vault, only to find it much harder than expected. Not to mention someone like her, an outsider with no background even most local martial artists in Jing City couldn't secure a spot. Qin Ming waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. I have a way to get you all in." As expected, obtaining a spot was very difficult. Just because you're a 4th grade martial artist doesn't mean people will hire you. They need to understand your background first before deciding whether to employ you. From the beginning, Qin Ming hadn't planned to enter the Martial King's ancient vault through official channels. Without the Yi family's identity, he intended to use shadow jumping, directly hiding in the shadow of a martial artist and following them inside. Of course, this method was a bit troublesome, but it was better than not getting in at all. Chen Xianxian froze for a moment after hearing this, staring straight at Qin Ming. Then she seemed to understand something. She realized which method Qin Ming was referring to. It looked like the master intended to use that approach. "Master, are you saying?" She was about to confirm when Qin Ming interrupted her. "Where are the fishman demons you brought? Hiding now?" Qin Ming's tone was calm. Chen Xianxian immediately understood and raised her hand, clapping lightly twice. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of clapping echoed, and a faint noise came from the direction of the bathroom, as if something was writhing in the shadows. Shortly after, one figure after another slowly emerged. They maintained human forms, with beautiful appearances and varied postures, silently lining up in a queue. Before long, the entire room was packed. Counting them, there were over 100. Very good. Qin Ming nodded slightly, his gaze calm. He raised his hand and waved, and a dense, ink-like black mist surged out from around him. The black mist spread rapidly like a living creature, instantly enveloping the fish-like demons in the room. The mist silently devoured them, sending them into the Shadow Kingdom. The room became spacious in an instant. Qin Ming turned to Chen Xianxian. "Tonight, we need to enter the Martial King's ancient vault. For safety's sake, you'll come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, before Chen Xianxian could respond, the lingering black mist churned again and instantly enveloped her. In the next moment, her figure completely vanished from the room. Let's hope the treasures in the Martial King's ancient vault don't disappoint me. Qin Ming slowly stood up, gazing out the window as he murmured to himself. This was his first time stepping into the Martial King's ancient vault, and he couldn't help but feel tense. He was well aware that this unknown secret realm was fraught with danger. If he didn't have sufficient life-saving measures, he wouldn't have dared to enter at all. Remember 3 principles. If you can't win, run. If something feels off, run. Once you get the treasure, retreat immediately. Qin Ming exhaled a deep breath. The Rabbit Talisman, Shadow Leap, and 9 Heavens Thunder movement, these life-saving techniques gave him immense confidence. In the next second, Qin Ming's figure slowly merged into the darkness. The night deepened, and the stars were sparse. In Jing City, deep within the Yi family manor, the brightly lit council hall stood. Yi Lingyun, with his hands clasped behind his back, swept his gaze over the dozens of martial artists standing neatly before him. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. "Today, you have only 2 tasks. First, protect the young master at all costs. Second, explore the Martial King's ancient vault with all your might and obtain as many opportunities as possible." As his words fell, all the martial artists tensed up, responding in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. "Understood, young master. We will obey young master's orders." The synchronized response carried a tense atmosphere. Yi Lingyun looked at this group of elites and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand to glance at his watch, noting that the time had come. Turning to the gray-clad man beside him, he said, "Go and invite the young master to gather." "Yes, young master." The gray-clad man bowed and immediately turned to leave. "Wait." Yi Lingyun suddenly spoke again. The gray-clad man stopped in his tracks and turned back in confusion. "Does young master have any other instructions?" Yi Lingyun pondered for a moment, adjusted his sleeves, and said lightly, "No need to trouble you. I'll go invite him myself." With that, he stepped toward the courtyard where Yi Chenyu was staying, his pace unhurried. To be honest, he wasn't too willing to do this. But there was no choice. After all, it was the young master. More importantly, during the day, Yi Chenyu had rejected the women he had sent over. This left Yi Lingyun puzzled. Strange. Wasn't the family's energy harvesting technique already passed on to him? How could he not like them? Yi Lingyun muttered under his breath. It was precisely because he knew these things that he arranged so many women for Yi Chenyu, hoping to help him release his inner frustration. Unexpectedly, it was completely useless. Could it be? This guy doesn't trust me? Yi Lingyun stopped in his tracks, his expression complex. Apart from this possibility, he couldn't think of any other reason. After a moment of contemplation, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he continued walking forward. Among those women, he had indeed planted a few spies, but not to target Yi Chenyu. They were merely precautions against unforeseen events. A few minutes later, Yi Lingyun arrived at the room where Jiang Kor was staying. He stopped, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, and put on a gentle smile before lightly knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, he respectfully said, "Young master, the arrangements for heading to the ancient martial king's vault have been finalized, and all personnel are assembled. The time is near, we should depart now." After a brief silence, Jiang Kor's lazy voice came from inside the room. Understood. A few minutes later, the door opened from within. The figure of Butler Song, controlled by Qin Ming, stepped out first, respectfully stepping aside to make way. Following him, Jiang Kor, with a calm expression, walked out slowly. Her gaze swept over Yi Lingyun at the door, her tone flat and emotionless. "Lead the way." Seeing this, Yi Lingyun immediately bowed slightly, his attitude humble. "Yes, young master. Please, follow me." With that, he turned and walked ahead to lead the way. A few minutes later, the three arrived at the conference hall. When all the martial artists saw Yi Lingyun's respectful demeanor toward Jiang Kor, they were deeply shocked. Yi Lingyun held a noble status. When had he ever needed to bow to anyone? The gazes directed at Jiang Kor were filled with awe. Yi Lingyun paid no attention to the astonished looks around him, maintaining his humble expression. He brought 2 middle-aged men with steady auras before Jiang Kor and slightly bowed as he introduced them. "Young master. These two are brothers Chen Feng and Chen Lei, my most capable subordinates. Their strength is exceptional. With these two protecting you closely, your safety is absolutely guaranteed." Chen Feng, Chen Lei? Qin Ming, controlling Butler Song, narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the two men. With the unique perception of the Merman demon, he could clearly sense the vigorous vitality within their bodies. 2 fifth-grade martial artists? Wow, this lineup is quite extravagant. Qin Ming silently praised in his heart. Judging by the density of their vitality alone, it was clear they had at least reached the 5th grade. Although they couldn't compare to Butler Song at his peak, they weren't far off. With these two protecting Jiang Kor, it's definitely sufficient. Plus, with the Merman demon, who also possesses 5th grade combat strength, this arrangement should handle most unexpected situations. After quickly analyzing, he felt somewhat reassured. Jiang Kor listened to the introduction, her expression unchanged, merely nodding lightly. It seemed the names meant little to her, and her demeanor remained naturally composed. Seeing that the young master had no further instructions, Yi Lingyun turned to face the martial artists in the hall. At this moment, all traces of humility vanished from his face, replaced by a stern and cold demeanor. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the hall. "Now, we depart." "Yes, young master." The martial artists responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Initially, Qin Ming hadn't focused his attention entirely on this group of martial artists. It wasn't until now that he used Butler Song's perception to carefully examine them. This investigation gave him a sudden jolt. 5th rank. They're all 5th rank martial artists. And the number, so many. Is this the foundation of a top-tier family? A young master from just one branch can casually mobilize dozens of 5th rank experts. This power is terrifying. Only now did Qin Ming truly grasp the immense strength hidden behind the name Yi family. Before long, the grand and imposing gates of the Yi family estate slowly opened. A convoy of dozens of top-tier luxury cars began to roll out, their engines rumbling deeply like a giant beast awakening passers-by along the road turned their heads in unison. Inside the cars in the middle of the convoy sat martial artists with calm and steady auras. Most of them had their eyes closed, conserving their energy and preparing for the upcoming journey to the ancient tomb. The vehicles at the front and rear were filled with black-clad bodyguards, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Qin Ming and Jiang Kor were seated in the car positioned at the center of the convoy. The vehicles ahead and behind them were occupied by fifth-rank martial artists, ready to respond to any sudden incidents. Through the car window, Qin Ming observed the envious, awestruck, and curious gazes of the pedestrians on the street. They pointed and whispered but dared not approach. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is the true grandeur of a young master. From a noble family. With a single command, experts gather, every move draws the attention of the masses. This convoy itself is a symbol of power and status. A seed of ambition quietly took root and began to sprout in his heart. A real man should live like this, Qin Ming murmured softly to himself, lowering his head. The convoy left the bustling city and entered the outskirts. The buildings around them grew sparse until they were swallowed by darkness. The road became uneven, and the wheels bumped over potholes, producing a muffled, jarring sound. Outside the window was an endless expanse of night, with only the convoy's headlights illuminating a limited area ahead. The convoy moved forward in silence. About 10 minutes later, flickering lights and human figures finally appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, it became clear that it was a temporary assembly point, already crowded with people. The faint sound of chatter contrasted sharply with the desolate surroundings. The convoy gradually came to a stop, and the engines were turned off one by one. Car doors opened in succession, and the martial artists and bodyguards swiftly and silently disembarked to assemble. A black-clad bodyguard quickly approached the most luxurious car in the center of the convoy, respectfully opened the door, and bowed as he spoke softly, "Young master, we have arrived." Only then did Zhang Kuo leisurely stand up and step out of the car with an air of indifference. Almost simultaneously, Yi Lingyun hurried over, slightly bowing as he greeted her respectfully, "Young master." Zhang Kuo merely nodded lightly, her gaze shifting toward the brightly lit and densely populated assembly point, as if that was the only thing worthy of her attention. The ancient tomb of the martial king. Zhang Kuo's eyes were resolute, fixed unwaveringly on the scene ahead. At this moment, two groups of people who had been waiting on the other side of the assembly point began to move. The city lord of Jingchang, Zhao Qingtian, and the president of the Qianlong Association, Zhou Wankai, each led their corps subordinates and hurried toward Zhang Kuo. It was evident that they had arrived long ago and had been waiting for quite some time. The two stopped in unison 3 steps away from Zhang Kuo, as if by tacit agreement. Then, they both bowed deeply, their attitudes respectful and their voices filled with reverence. "Young Master Yi." Zhang Kuo paid them no attention and slowly walked forward. "Report the situation." Zhou Wankai quickly stepped forward half a step and took the lead in speaking. "About 2 hours ago, I deliberately leaked the exact location of the ancient treasure's entrance. Sure enough, it attracted 2 groups of martial artists who rushed over upon hearing the news, about 20 to 30 people, mostly at the 3rd and 4th rank. They were too eager for quick success, wanting to be the first to enter the ancient treasure, and as a result, before they even truly stepped into the range of the ancient treasure, they triggered the outer protective sword formation and were completely wiped out. Not a single one survived. Zhou Wankai's stance was different from Zhao Qingtian's. He had a very close relationship with Yi Lingyun, to the extent that he could even be considered Yi Lingyun's subordinate. He had been entirely cultivated by Yi Lingyun using the Yi family's resources. Therefore, he held Yi Qinyu in particularly high regard. Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart trembled. Unbelievable, these old foxes are so cunning. To think they would use such insidious methods, sacrificing the lives of these rogue cultivators to scout the way and block the formation. No wonder the news of the martial king's ancient treasure had spread to Tianhe City. It turned out they had deliberately released it. Zhao Qingtian chimed in at the right moment, judging from the results of those sacrifices triggering the formation. This formation is extremely powerful and overwhelmingly destructive. If one were to force their way in at the wrong time, the casualties would undoubtedly be devastating. Even if we were to break in by force, the cost would still be enormous. The specific time he referred to was midnight. Only at midnight would the power of the sword formation surrounding the ancient treasure periodically weaken. That was the optimal time to enter the martial king's ancient treasure. Zhao Qingtian and Zhou Wankai's attitudes were fundamentally different. His respect for Yi Qinyu and Yi Lingyun was not entirely sincere. It was more due to the disparity in strength and considerations of practical interests. The Yi family's influence was deeply entrenched, even extending into official institutions in Jingcheng. Zhao Qingtian understood that if he Offended these two core figures of the Yi family, his position as city lord would likely be short-lived. Thus, he showed such deference to Yi Qingyu and the others. Zhao Qingtian glanced at his watch and respectfully reminded, "Young master, the time is almost here. The fluctuations in the sword formation surrounding the ancient treasure have already begun to weaken." Hearing this, Jiang Core, who had been walking forward at a leisurely pace, suddenly stopped. She turned around, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, seemingly casual. "City Lord Zhao, how many elites did you bring this time?" Zhao Qingtian was slightly taken aback, not expecting Yi Qingyu to suddenly ask this, but he quickly answered truthfully, reporting to the young master, "This subordinate brought 5 5th-rank and 8 4th-rank martial artists this time." Unlike Yi Lingyun and Zhou Wankai, who could mobilize a large number of family warriors or guild forces, the people Zhao Qingtian brought all belonged to the official system of Daxia. Every deployment had to follow strict regulations. Being able to bring these 13 experts was already the limit of his authority, nearly depleting his core forces. After hearing this, Jiang Core's smile deepened. In that case, her voice was soft yet carried an unyielding firmness. "When the time comes, I must trouble City Lord Zhao to lead your people in. First to scout the way." As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned grim, and the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. Especially Zhao Qingtian, whose face turned pale, with fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Damn it! This is clearly sending my people to their deaths. This is absolutely unacceptable." He instinctively cast a pleading glance at Yi Lingyun, hoping the second young master of the Yi family would speak up for him. However, Yi Lingyun coldly averted his gaze, completely ignoring his hint, clearly unwilling to get involved. Seeing this, Zhao Qingtian felt even heavier at heart and could only pin his last shred of hope on Zhou Wankai, looking at him with a beseeching expression. Zhou Wankai immediately showed a helpless smile, shook his head slightly, and conveyed with his eyes that he couldn't help. "Are you kidding? Speak up for you now? What if the young master gets upset? Wouldn't the next batch of people sent to their deaths be from our guild?" Zhou Wankai sneered inwardly, deciding to protect himself. Jiang Core saw through the silent confrontation between the few of them and let out a light snort. Her face showed clear displeasure, and her voice turned colder. "What's the matter? City Lord Zhao? Unwilling?" An invisible pressure instantly spread out. Zhao Qingtian's entire body stiffened as he felt the chill in her gaze. In the end, he could only lower his head with difficulty. Although he was deeply unwilling, he dared not show it at this moment. Finally, he squeezed out a reply through gritted teeth. "No, I wouldn't dare. Your subordinate obeys." Zhao Qingtian knew very well how severe the consequences of refusal would be. Hearing this, Jiang Core revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. In truth, she was a bit nervous inside. When Qin Ming instructed her to do this, she was still a little confused. Doesn't the master fear Zhao Qingtian and the Yi family turning against him? As it turned out, Jiang Core was overthinking. The threat of the Yi family had long been deeply ingrained in Zhao Qingtian's heart. Unless Yi Lingyun wanted his life, Zhao Qingtian wouldn't dare to resist at all. In that case, City Lord Zhao immediately arranged for personnel to send someone into the ancient tomb to scout the way. Qin Ming, standing behind Jiang Core, said in a tone as cold as ice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtian's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. He was the city lord of Jing City, a prominent figure in the region. Since when did a lowly servant get to order him around? A surge of anger instantly rose within him, and he almost exploded. Just as his aura shifted and he was about to retort, Jiang Core's voice came again, tinged with impatience. "What's the matter? Did City Lord Zhao not hear clearly, or do I need to repeat myself personally?" "No, I wouldn't dare." The icy tone was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Zhao Qingtian's anger. He quickly lowered his head, concealing all his dissatisfaction. "Then why aren't you getting to it?" Jiang Core's tone was frosty. "Yes, your subordinate will handle it immediately." Zhao Qingtian dared not hesitate any longer. He responded quickly and turned to leave in a hurry. He almost fled as he walked toward his troops, his retreating figure looking utterly humiliated. The dignity and face of the city lord of Jing City were completely trampled underfoot today. However, this was of no concern to Jiang Core and Qin Ming. They were merely passing through, and their sole purpose for coming this time was the opportunity within the Martial King's ancient tomb. Once they obtained what they wanted, they would leave this troublesome place immediately. Whatever happened in Jing City afterward, whether Zhao Qingtian harbored hatred or sought revenge, had nothing to do with them. On the side, Yi Lingyun watched Zhao Qingtian's humiliated retreating figure, his brows furrowing slightly. His mind turned quickly, feeling that pushing too hard like this might backfire. If Zhao Qingtian were driven into a corner, it could lead to trouble. He had intended to advise the young master to act with a bit more restraint, however, when his gaze swept across Zhang Ke's cold face, the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back. Forget it. The young master is establishing authority now, and his mood is unpredictable. If I speak now, it would be asking for trouble. Yi Lingyun silently decided in his heart to quickly change his mind. As for Zhao Qingtian, I can only wait until Yi Qingyu leaves and then find another way to compensate him and offer some consolation. Sigh. Yi Lingyun sighed inwardly. This time, not only did he have to hand over the fruits of his years of hard work to this capricious young master, but he also had to clean up the mess caused by his whims. I really don't know what debt I owed him in a past life. Yi Lingyun was filled with resentment, but he could only bury it deep in his heart, never revealing it. Soon, midnight arrived. The yin energy between heaven and earth reached its peak, and the protective sword aura at the entrance of the ancient tomb of the martial king dropped to its lowest point as scheduled. Ahead, a distorted light curtain enveloped a massive mountain fissure. On the light curtain, remnants of sword aura occasionally flickered like silver snakes, exuding a tense and oppressive feeling. The depths of the fissure were shrouded in darkness, as if leading to another world. Zhao Qingtian suppressed all emotions, his face cold and somber. Behind him stood 13 heavily armed warriors with solemn expressions. They quietly waited in front of the light curtain for the final command. City Lord, why are we the only ones guarding here? Why haven't the people from the Yi family and the Qianlong society come? A female warrior dressed in a black, tight-fitting battlesuit frowned and asked, her voice calm and clear. Her outfit clung to her figure, accentuating her perfect physique, while her high ponytail highlighted her delicate yet resolute features, exuding a commanding presence. Xia Yuning was not only strikingly beautiful but also a fifth-grade cultivator and one of Zhao Qingtian's most capable subordinates. Her question echoed the doubts in the minds of the other 12 warriors. Although none of them spoke, their gazes unanimously fell on Zhao Qingtian, their eyes filled with questions and a hint of unease. They had already vaguely guessed the truth but, constrained by the city lord's status, dared not voice it or believe that the city lord intended to use them as the vanguard. Zhao Qingtian felt the weight of their gazes, his lips dry and his throat tightening. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to explain this humiliating arrangement. His heart was filled with helplessness and guilt. It was his own inadequacy as city lord that had led his elite subordinates into such a predicament. At that moment, Zhang Ke approached slowly, surrounded by a group of experts from the Yi family and the guild. Qin Ming followed closely behind her, glancing at the 13 warriors behind Zhao Qingtian and raising his eyebrows slightly. The equipment is quite impressive, they're indeed from the official forces of Great Xia. He could clearly sense the powerful energy fluctuations hidden within the uniforms of these warriors. Evidently, their equipment was inscribed with runes for protection or combat enhancement, and the level was not low. These runes significantly boosted their combat capabilities, making them stronger than warriors of the same rank. City Lord Zhao, the time has come. It's time to set off. Qin Ming's voice was calm, reminding him once again without the slightest ripple of emotion. Zhao Qingtian turned sharply, his gaze like knives stabbing at Qin Ming. He harbored intense disdain for this servant who always spoke on behalf of his master. I know what to do, Zhao Qingtian responded coldly, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. He turned to face the 13 warriors behind him, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he spoke in a voice tinged with a barely noticeable hoarseness. We should set off now. With that, he took the lead, striding toward the shimmering entrance of the light curtain without looking back. Xia Yuning and the others were visibly stunned. Although they had anticipated this, seeing the city lord personally heading toward such a perilous place still left them in disbelief, a strong sense of humiliation surging in their hearts. Xia Yuning abruptly turned her head, glaring angrily at Qin Ming behind Zhang Ke, her chest heaving with fury. You're truly pushing us too far. Xia! Zhao Qingtian coldly interrupted her, cutting off her words. He had already stopped in front of the light curtain, slowly turning around to sweep his gaze over each subordinate. His eyes were complex, yet his command remained firm, his tone even more resolute. It's time to set off. City Lord! Xia Yuning called out unwillingly, her tightly clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. It's time to set off. Zhao Qingtian offered no explanation, no comfort, only repeating the same words over and over. It's time to set off. Xia Yuning panted heavily, the guilt and pressure in her heart surging violently. She shot a fierce glare at the group of cold onlookers behind her, bit her lip hard, and stepped forward to follow Zhao Qingtian's retreating figure. Damn it, I'll make you all pay for this. The other 12 warriors exchanged glances, their faces dark and filled with anger. Yet none of them backed down, silently following along. The group disappeared into the shimmering light curtain. Zhang Kuo's cold voice rang out again, issue the order immediately. Everyone, prepare to move out in 10 minutes. The 10-minute interval was perfectly calculated. It was enough time for Zhao Qingtian and his warriors to act as the vanguard, triggering and depleting the residual power of the formation at the entrance to the ancient tomb. Once the old energy of the formation dissipated and the new energy had yet to form, it would be the optimal moment for them to enter. By then, the threat of the formation would be greatly reduced, allowing them to pass through the final barrier with minimal cost. Upon hearing the order, Zhou Wankai and Yi Lingyun immediately responded respectfully, "Understood, young master." "At your command, young master." The two quickly turned and issued instructions to their respective subordinates. The previously loose formation instantly became tense and serious, with everyone conducting final checks and preparations, awaiting the command to move out in 10 minutes. The Qin brothers stayed close behind Zhang Kuo at all times. Their sole mission was to ensure the safety of Yi Qingyu. No matter the circumstances, they would not leave Zhang Kuo's side. In the vehicle earlier, Qin Ming had already explained everything. After entering the ancient tomb of the martial king, he would act alone. At that time, he would hand over the merman demon to Zhang Kuo for her to control, ensuring her safety. Additionally, Qin Ming had placed 10 shadow ninjas and 10 flying shadow nightbats in Zhang Kuo's shadow. All of them were at the 4th rank, primarily to handle unexpected situations. Time passed, and 10 minutes quickly elapsed. By now, the area outside the shimmering light curtain at the entrance to the ancient tomb was packed with a dense crowd of warriors. Each stood upright, their breathing steady, and the surroundings were so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. An invisible tension filled the air. This time, Yi Lingyun had gathered 14 4th-rank warriors, along with the Qin brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Lei, who followed closely behind. Under his command, there were a total of 16 4th-rank combatants. Zhou Wankai brought 6 5th-grade experts and 15 4th-grade experts, mobilizing all the guild's elites. Everyone held their breath, waiting intently for the final command from young Master Yi. Qin Ming glanced at the watch on his wrist, walked up to Zhang Kuo, and whispered, "Young master, it's time." Zhang Kuo slightly raised her chin, her gaze sweeping over the solemn crowd ahead, her voice icy, "Move out." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Wankai immediately gestured with his hand. Leading the 21 well-prepared martial artists, he charged toward the light screen entrance. Swiftly and orderly, like arrows released from a bowstring. As Zhou Wankai and his team disappeared into the shimmering light screen, only Zhang Kuo and the Yi family's martial artists remained on the sidelines. Chen Feng and Chen Lei, without receiving any orders, instinctively positioned themselves in front and behind, tightly guarding Yi Qingyu in the center. Their movements were coordinated, their expressions vigilant. When Zhang Kuo and Qin Ming stepped into the light screen, the scene before them instantly changed. The first thing that caught their eyes was the bloodstains on the ground, still not dried, along with fragments of armor torn apart by sharp sword energy. Clearly, Zhao Qingtian and Zhou Wansai's teams had entered first, experiencing a fierce battle, with some injured or even killed. The air still carried a faint scent of blood and lingering energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the air twisted a few times, and several blurred, weakened sword shadows quickly converged. Carrying residual sharp energy, they fiercely stabbed toward Zhang Kuo, who had just entered. However, before the sword shadows could approach, Chen Feng let out a cold snort, his body emitting a surge of energy. The sword shadows collided with an invisible wall, instantly disintegrating into specks of light and vanishing. "The power is even weaker than expected," Yi Lingyun muttered softly from the side, letting them go in first to deplete the formation's energy. "Really worked." The team continued forward, the bloodstains on the ground growing more numerous, forming a cruel path paved with blood. Soon, a corpse lay across their path, blocking the way. Qin Ming looked down, his face showing a slight change. He recognized the person, a 4th-grade martial artist under Zhao Qingtian. Unexpectedly, he had become a cold corpse shortly after entering the ancient tomb. The body was covered in deep knife wounds, densely packed, indicating a brutal battle before death. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with fear and unwillingness, dying with unresolved grievances. A glimmer flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. In a place this dangerous, without absolute strength, even a fourth-grade expert can't escape the fate of being cannon fodder. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The corpse began to slowly turn transparent, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if being silently devoured by some invisible force. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, his body tensing. This formation is actually devouring the corpse? He focused his senses for a moment and found that the formation, apart from making the corpse disappear, did not directly harm the living. Strange. Qin Ming murmured softly, what purpose does absorbing the corpse serve? As he pondered, the formation space underwent another change. Amid a buzzing sound, dozens of sword shadows, sharper and more solid than before, suddenly erupted, shooting toward the group with piercing sounds of breaking air. Chen Feng and Shan Lei reacted swiftly, letting out low shouts as their energy surged, once again. Dispersing the sword shadows this time, however, the two brothers' figures swayed slightly, clearly struggling to withstand the force. How could this happen? Yi. Ling Yun's face changed drastically, his expression more serious than ever. The formation's counterattack has actually grown stronger? Don't worry about that. Qin Ming ordered in a deep voice, his tone urgent. This place is too dangerous, we can't stay here long. We must pick up the pace and break out of this formation area as quickly as possible. All the martial artists immediately realized the urgency of the situation upon hearing this and accelerated without hesitation. The team, like arrows released from a bow, sped through the blood-stained and broken formation passage. Everyone was on edge, not daring to relax for even a moment. The light walls on both sides twisted unpredictably, and the energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly unstable. From time to time, sword shadows would gather and attack. But their power did not continue to increase and was either blocked or dispersed by the combined efforts of the other fifth-grade martial artists in the group. The Chen brothers still guarded Yi Chenyu closely, one in front and one behind, their energy radiating outward, ready to handle any sudden attacks. Soon, the advancing team successfully rendezvoused with Zhou Wankai and his larger group ahead. Zhou Wankai hurried over to Jiang Ke, his slightly chubby face beaded with sweat. He wiped his forehead with a sleeve and reported in a deep voice, "Young master, the scouts just returned with news. In about 5 more minutes, we can break out of this formation area and reach the true entrance to the ancient treasury." Jiang Ke raised her head slightly and responded softly, "Understood." With so many high-grade martial artists providing tight protection, this once extremely perilous guardian formation of the ancient treasury now seemed almost trivial, easily overcome by their formidable strength. Hearing the news, Yi Lingyun finally relaxed his tense nerves and let out a long breath. "We're finally about to leave this cursed place," he said, turning around and raising his voice to shout to the surrounding martial artists, "Everyone, push a little harder. The exit is just ahead." As soon as his words fell, the entire team's morale was instantly ignited, and their pace quickened even further. However, as the team continued forward, a strange and unsettling atmosphere quietly began to spread. Many fourth-grade martial artists started to move sluggishly, their eyes growing dazed, and they began muttering unconsciously. Before their eyes, bizarre illusions began to appear. Some saw long-dead enemies lunging at them with ferocious expressions, others saw mountains of gold and silver, treasures within reach, and still others saw their most cherished loved ones in danger, crying out in pain for help. These hallucinations were extraordinarily vivid, striking their minds with overwhelming intensity. Zhou Wankai, experienced and perceptive, immediately sensed the abnormal mental fluctuations. His face changed drastically, and he quickly gathered his strength, shouting in a thunderous voice, "Everyone, stay focused. Steady your minds. Take out your tranquil mind powder. Everything you see is an illusion, do not believe it." The so-called tranquil mind powder was a secret medicine specifically designed to resist inner demons and stabilize the mind. It was typically stored in small jade bottles or pouches, appearing as a fine, pale blue powder with a cooling scent reminiscent of mint and camphor. Upon hearing Zhou Wansai's shout, all the martial artists immediately became alert and quickly retrieved their tranquil mind powder. They skillfully placed a small amount of the powder on their fingertips and brought it close to their noses, inhaling deeply. As the cool powder entered their nasal passages, it felt like a stream of icy spring water rushing straight to their minds. The strange, entangling illusions in their heads instantly dissipated, like smoke blown away by the wind. The Originally groggy and aching mind immediately regained clarity. Chen Feng and Chen Lei, the brothers guarding Yichengyu, were exceptionally well trained. Without considering themselves first, they promptly took out a packet of Qingxin powder, carefully placing the powder in their palms. They used a gentle flow of internal energy to catalyze it, guiding the cooling aura to envelop the protected young master. After confirming he was unharmed, they quickly inhaled the powder themselves to dispel the illusions. Fortunately, Zhou Wankai reacted swiftly and decisively, allowing everyone to regain clarity before falling into the illusion. This averted potential chaos and the tragedy of mutual slaughter. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The team dared not delay for even a moment, maintaining high vigilance as they advanced quickly into the depths. Before long, a sudden shout filled with surprise and excitement came from the group clearing the path. Ahead, the entrance. It's the entrance to the ancient treasury. We've arrived. The shout was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring waves of excitement within the team. Jiang Kou and Qin Ming felt a surge of energy, their eyes lighting up. Their pace quickened involuntarily. Soon, the scene ahead opened up dramatically. A colossal, ancient stone gate, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, stood imposingly before them. The gate was engraved with countless intricate and mysterious inscriptions. Though most had become blurred over the endless passage of time, they still exuded an eerie and chilling aura. The stone gate was slightly ajar, and thick, almost tangible, elemental energy continuously seeped out from the gap. Just being near it made every pore in one's body feel relaxed, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. This is the ancient treasury of the Martial King? Qin Ming stared unblinkingly at the entrance, his entire being brimming with excitement. The ancient treasury. He was finally about to enter it. Even Master said the ancient treasury is a remarkable place, and the opportunities within it will surely not disappoint me. In the shadows, Qin Ming clenched his fists tightly, filled with anticipation. To ensure safety, Yi Lingyun first dispatched 5 martial artists of the 5th rank as the vanguard. They cautiously stepped into the gap of the massive stone gate, their figures quickly swallowed by the radiance emanating from beyond the door. After confirming that the vanguard had not triggered any danger signals, Qin Ming and Jiang Kou, under the tight protection of the Chen brothers and a group of high-ranking martial artists, officially stepped into the Martial King's ancient treasury. The moment they passed through the stone gate, everyone felt a strange spatial distortion around them, and the scene before their eyes changed dramatically. What unfolded was not the expected dark underground palace or dilapidated ruins, but a vast, boundless, and vibrant ancient forest. Towering ancient trees reached into the clouds, their dense foliage blocking out the sky. The thick elemental energy in the air was almost tangible, forming a faint mist that flowed through the forest, making every breath feel refreshing and invigorating, as if they had stepped into a celestial realm. Exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed everywhere, emitting a soft glow and a soothing fragrance. However, amidst this beautiful scenery, Zhou Wansai's face turned unusually grim, completely out of place with the harmonious surroundings, as he listened to his subordinate's low, trembling reports. A few seconds later, Zhou Wankai quickly walked over to Jiang Kou, bowed deeply, and said in a heavy tone, "Young master, the scouts ahead have reported a situation that is rather unexpected." He paused briefly, organizing his thoughts, and a peculiar expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The scout sensed several extremely powerful presences hidden deep within the forest. Their origin neither resembles magical creatures nor humans. According to his judgment, it seems to be the pressure emitted by exotic beasts. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding high-ranking martial artists who heard the report showed expressions of surprise. Everyone knew that the strength of exotic beasts was generally weaker than magical creatures or even human martial artists of the same rank. Under normal circumstances, most exotic beasts posed little threat to trained human martial artists. Precisely because of this, when Zhou Wankai mentioned that such powerful presences came from exotic beasts, it seemed particularly abnormal and shocking. This martial artist responsible for reconnaissance had an exceptionally unique talent. He didn't rely on ordinary levels to assess enemies but could keenly sense the aura emitted by opponents. He could also intuitively judge whether the opponent had the ability to instantly kill him. Just now, he had continuously sensed at least dozens of presences that made his soul tremble. Each one clearly indicated that its possessor had the ability to easily tear apart a 5th-grade martial artist like him. High-ranking exotic beasts? A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Lingyun's eyes as he instinctively stroked his chin, falling into brief contemplation. This completely contradicted the intelligence and common knowledge he had. Poof. Zhang Kor sneered, slightly raising her head and speaking disdainfully. So what if they're high-ranking exotic beasts? Do you think I, the young master, would be afraid of these wild creatures? With so many high-ranking martial artists protecting her layer by layer, she was full of confidence, dismissing any potential threats. The young master is exceptionally gifted and courageous, naturally unafraid of mere exotic beasts. Zhou Wankai immediately bowed slightly, his face full of smiles, flattering her obsequiously. Hearing this, the other martial artists around also chimed in, eager to please this noble young master. Compliments and assurances echoed one after another, creating a lively and submissive atmosphere. However, amidst this noisy flattery, no one noticed a faint shadow, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, silently slid out from under Steward Song's feet. Like ink dripping into water, it instantly disappeared into the dense shadows of nearby bushes. Qin Ming's true body was performing shadow jumping, using the omnipresent dark corners of the forest to swiftly rush toward its depths. Perfect. This is the ideal place for Zhang Kor's S-grade talent to shine. Having this talent for so long, it finally has a chance to be utilized. In the shadows, Qin Ming was so excited he could barely contain himself, his heart pounding violently. This ancient forest was not only filled with exotic beasts far stronger than those outside but also undoubtedly concealed rare treasures. To him, this place was practically a paradise tailor-made for him. Treasures. Dark. Value. Here I come. Qin Ming roared excitedly in his heart, his speed in the shadow dimension increasing rapidly. Like a ghost, he silently glided past tangled roots and drooping vines. He gradually distanced himself from the noisy main group behind him, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. In the forest, Qin Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks, sharply sensing a terrifyingly powerful presence ahead, along with a strong scent of blood. Did I hit the jackpot? Qin Ming cautiously peered ahead, using the shadow of a giant fern for cover. In the clearing ahead lay a massive beast. Its body was as enormous as a small hill, covered in a thick, dark shell etched with intricate patterns. On its menacing bull-like head were 3 pairs of compound eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, coldly scanning its surroundings. The most terrifying feature was the pair of side-like mandibles near its mouth, currently smeared with thick blood and chunks of flesh. Clearly, it was feeding, its claws pinning down the mangled remains of an unidentifiable creature, emitting a nauseating stench. This was a powerful beast at the peak of the 5th tier, far surpassing others of the same level outside. Qin Ming frowned slightly, confusion flickering in his eyes. What kind of beast is this? Why have I never seen it before? Its body is as robust as a giant bull, yet it has 6 ghostly green compound eyes, side-like mandibles near its mouth, and a shell covered in strange patterns. The beast's bizarre appearance completely overturned Qin Ming's understanding, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, its vitality is incredibly strong. If I can kill it, I'll surely gain a significant amount of dark value. With this thought, Qin Ming acted decisively from the shadows. A thick, ink-like black mist suddenly condensed in his palm, and with a swift motion, he slapped it onto his face. Instantly, a piercing crack-crack sound echoed as the bones and muscles of Qin Ming's face began to twist and deform wildly. It was as if something was writhing beneath his skin. In the blink of an eye, his face transformed completely, taking on the appearance of a merman, his body covered in fine scales, his eyes with vertical pupils, and his mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth. After the transformation was complete, his figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The beast, which had been focused on its meal, suddenly froze, its massive body stiffening. It slowly raised its head, turning its grotesque face. Its 6 cold, ghostly green compound eyes instantly locked onto the suddenly appearing Qin Ming, their gaze brimming with murderous intent. Hot white breath puffed from its heavy nostrils, accompanied by threatening huff-huff sounds. The blood-stained, side-like mandibles slightly opened, adopting an attack stance. Qin Ming smirked coldly. Instead of charging directly at the ferocious beast, he abruptly spread his arms wide, causing the surrounding shadow energy to boil instantly. In a flash, shadows on the ground began to twist and writhe as if coming to life. Silent, black figures emerged one after another from the darkness, each wielding a black katana. They were shadow ninjas. Their numbers grew rapidly, surging like a tide, soon forming a black defensive line in front of Qin Ming, encircling the 6-eyed beast that was still growling threateningly. These shadow ninjas were all at the 4th tier. While individually weaker than the six-eyed beast, their sheer numbers were enough to suppress it. The beast was clearly enraged by the sudden turn of events. Its 6 compound eyes flared with ferocity, and it let out a deafening roar. Its massive body rose abruptly, exuding an overwhelming aura as it stomped fiercely toward the densest cluster of shadow ninjas. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the ground shook violently, sending dust, dead branches, and leaves flying. A deep claw-marked pit appeared on the ground, however, just as the attack was about to land. The shadow ninja gathered here suddenly transformed into drifting black mist. Silently dispersing, they perfectly evaded the fatal strike. The attack missed, and the beast let out an even more frenzied roar. Witnessing this scene, the merman form of Qin Ming showed no emotion on his face as he coldly uttered 3 words, "Kill it." With the command given, the shadow ninjas immediately sprang into action. Like incorporeal phantoms, they transformed into dozens of swift black streaks, launching a fierce assault on the six-eyed beast from all directions simultaneously. The katanas in their hands, formed from shadows, sliced through the air, gleaming coldly as they hacked at the beast's thick shell like a torrential storm. Clang! 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 A series of crisp metallic clashes rang out continuously. Sparks erupted at the moment the blades met the shell. The shell's defense was astonishingly strong, managing to withstand the first wave of rapid strikes. Keep in mind, these shadow ninjas were all 4th-tier masters, their power undeniable. Yet despite the concentrated attacks, the shell remained unscathed, proving the extraordinary nature of this six-eyed beast. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the shadow ninjas did not pause for a moment. In unison, they reached into the twisted shadows beside them and grabbed fiercely. Instantly, countless shurikens with razor-sharp edges appeared out of thin air. The next moment, they hurled the shurikens with force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of air being torn apart echoed. Hundreds of shurikens formed a deadly web, glowing coldly as they shot toward the six-eyed beast from all directions, nearly covering every inch of its shell. However, just as the dense shurikens were about to hit, the six-eyed beast's throat suddenly convulsed violently, its massive chest rapidly expanding. The next second, roar. A roar powerful enough to shake mountains erupted, blasting out like a tangible sonic cannon from its enormous mouth. The terrifying sound waves spread wildly in all directions, seemingly distorting space itself. The dense shurikens collided with an invisible wall of sound and were instantly shattered into fragments, scattering into the air as black particles and disappearing. Qin Ming and the shadow ninjas were also forced back several steps by the overwhelming force, before barely regaining their footing. Feeling the turbulence in his blood and energy, Qin Ming's pupils slightly dilated, his face filled with disbelief. Is this truly the power of a 5th-tier beast? With just a single roar, it repelled the combined attack of over 100 shadow ninjas, each equivalent to 4th-tier warriors? How is this possible? A storm of shock surged within Qin Ming's heart, and the scene before him completely overturned his understanding of beast strength. He had anticipated that the beasts within the ancient tomb would be stronger, but he had never imagined they would be this powerful. Before Qin Ming could fully recover from his astonishment, the six-eyed beast had already gone into full rampage mode. Its 6 blood-red eyes gleamed with ferocity as it let out an even more savage roar. Like an out-of-control war machine, it lowered its head and charged straight toward Qin Ming's direction. Ancient trees and massive rocks along the way were smashed to pieces, its momentum unstoppable. The shadow ninjas reacted swiftly, transforming into drifting black mist to scatter and evade, barely avoiding the wild charge. However, the encirclement was instantly broken. Qin Ming's eyes flashed coldly, knowing he could no longer hold back. Without hesitation, his arm, covered in scales, slashed fiercely through the air ahead. Rip! The space seemed to tear apart, and dense, ink-like black mist surged wildly along the trajectory he had carved. At the same time, the shadows beneath everyone's feet began to writhe violently, boiling like water. In the next moment, a figure gracefully and fluidly rose slowly from the churning shadows. These fish demon women retained their feminine forms, draped in thin gauzy armor, and were stunningly beautiful. Each held a trident that shimmered with a ghostly glow. The tridents emitted a chilling aura, clearly not ordinary weapons. Over 100 of these women stood silently, both beautiful and eerie. The air was thick with an oppressive tension that made hearts race. Chen Xianxian, who had just appeared, quickly walked to Qin Ming's side. She looked around in confusion and softly asked, "Master, is this the interior of the Martial King's ancient tomb?" The 9 fish demon women closest to her were noticeably different. Their aura was far stronger, having reached the 5th rank, marking them as elite among elites. The ghostly blue glow of their tridents flowed continuously, and their gazes were sharper. Qin Ming nodded slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the restless six-eyed beast. His voice was calm. The beasts here are indeed interesting. Hearing this, Chen Shanxian followed his gaze and felt the terrifying aura emanating from the six-eyed beast. A flash of undisguised shock appeared in her eyes. What kind of monster is this? She couldn't help but exclaim. The overwhelming presence, far beyond the fifth rank, left her momentarily paralyzed, almost unable to stand. Qin Ming ignored her astonishment and coldly commanded, "Kill it." As soon as the order was given, the 100 fish demon women, who had been standing silently, moved simultaneously. Their figures were as swift as lightning, leaping into the air, their ghostly blue tridents radiating bone-chilling cold as they stabbed fiercely at the six-eyed beast from all angles. Clang! 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 However, a series of crisp collision sounds rang out. The sharp tips of the tridents, imbued with considerable power, were unable to pierce the thick armor covered in strange patterns on the beast's body, leaving only shallow white marks. The six-eyed beast was completely enraged by the attack. Seizing an opening, it swung its massive head and fiercely bit at the nearest fish demon woman with its bloodthirsty jaws. Splatter! Its sharp teeth closed, but the fish demon woman's body instantly turned into a puddle of clear water, flowing out from between its teeth. In the next moment, the puddle of water quickly reformed not far away, returning to the form of the trident-wielding woman. Her gaze was icy, and she was completely unharmed as she rejoined the battle. This bizarre scene left the six-eyed beast momentarily stunned. Although it was a beast with limited intelligence, it possessed instinctive wisdom. It could sense that these trident-wielding women were not individually strong, roughly at the fourth rank. In the past, when facing such opponents, it could easily inflict serious damage or kill them with a single bite or stomp. But just now, it had clearly bitten the opponent, so how had that woman instantly turned into water and disappeared, only to reappear completely intact? Thinking back to those thin black shadows earlier, which could also transform into black mist to evade attacks, the six-eyed beast's limited intellect finally realized something was amiss. This group of enemies was nothing like the ordinary opponents it had encountered before. Their methods were strange, seemingly impervious to conventional ways of killing or injuring them. A primal sense of caution toward unknown danger immediately overpowered its anger. Without hesitation, the massive six-eyed beast abruptly turned around, abandoning its attack. With a powerful push of its limbs and a thunderous roar, it charged deep into the forest, desperately fleeing. Each time its mountain-like body hit the ground, the earth trembled slightly. The shadowy ninja phantoms and merman demons surrounding it tried to block its path, their attacks raining down on its carapace. But all they could produce were crisp clinking sounds, unable to penetrate its defenses or slow its escape. For a moment, they could only watch helplessly as the desperate beast broke through the encirclement and quickly disappeared into the distance. Just as the six-eyed beast thought it had finally escaped certain death, a cold glint simultaneously flashed in the eyes of the 9 fifth-tier merman demons who had been standing silently. In an instant, their figures erupted like 9 blue arrows loosed from a bowstring, their speed far surpassing that of the shadowy ninjas and ordinary merman demons, as they frantically pursued the fleeing beast. One of the women was the first to act. She raised her slender hand, fingers spread wide, aiming at the beast's retreating figure. A ghostly blue light swirled between her fingers, instantly condensing into 5 slender, high-speed rotating sharp water columns. Go! She clenched her palm in the air, and with a sharp whoosh, the 5 water columns shot out like living entities, emitting a piercing whistle as they streaked forward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, striking precisely at the joint of the beast's right hind leg. Thud! 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 The muffled sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed. The 5 water columns, like hot knives through butter, effortlessly tore through the previously impenetrable carapace, instantly carving 5 bloody holes into the beast's thick right hind leg. Roar! The six-eyed beast let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain, its massive body staggering. Blood gushed from its right leg, leaving bloody footprints with every step. Yet, driven by its survival instinct, it pressed on relentlessly. Despite the excruciating pain in its leg, it refused to stop, instead hobbling forward with a desperate, limping gait. It knew all too well that the 9 auras chasing it were far more dangerous than any of its previous enemies. Stopping would mean certain death. In the distance, Qin Ming stood silently, coldly watching the 9 blue figures pursuing the six-eyed beast. He had absolute confidence in the strength of the 9 fifth-tier merman demons, knowing that taking down the injured, fleeing beast was only a matter of time. Thus, he showed no impatience and had no intention of intervening personally. Turning his gaze to the large group of shadowy ninjas and merman demons standing quietly behind him, he reflected for a moment, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Qin Ming's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to the ears of every warrior. Spread out. Hunt down every beast in this forest. Bring all their corpses back for me to see. At his command, the previously silent and motionless shadowy ninjas and merman demons sprang into action. Like unleashed hunting hounds, they transformed into blurred black shadows and ghostly blue streaks, scattering in all directions at astonishing speed, vanishing soundlessly into the dense ancient forest. A grand hunting feast was about to begin. Just as Qin Ming turned, preparing to say something to Chen Shanxian beside him, the scene before his eyes suddenly flickered and twisted violently. In the next moment, all his senses seemed to be forcibly stripped away, plunging him instantly into a cold, dark underwater realm. The surrounding water pressure was distinctly perceptible, the sensation of water flowing over skin, and the blurred underwater light and shadows in the distance felt incredibly real. It was as if he were truly submerged underwater. But this eerie transition lasted only for an instant. Almost as soon as he realized what was happening, his consciousness was abruptly pulled back. He could clearly perceive himself returning to his original body. The surroundings were still the ancient Tibetan forest, filled with the scent of vegetation. In an instant, he was back in his physical body. This is... Qin Ming's eyes widened involuntarily, his heart jolting. He immediately understood what he had just experienced. It was the real-time perception transmitted by his doppelganger hidden in a certain underwater location in the other world. Just now, his consciousness had uncontrollably connected or immersed into that doppelganger. How could this happen? Why now, of all times? Qin Ming's heart sank sharply, a sense of foreboding surging within him. He knew that this brief invasion of consciousness and sensory synchronization was a precursor to his consciousness being fully transferred into the doppelganger's body. It couldn't have come at a worse time, right as he had entered the ancient Tibetan forest of the martial king and was preparing to execute his critical plan. This won't do, under these circumstances. I absolutely can't stay out here, it's too dangerous. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with urgency as he made a swift decision in his mind. The original plan to immediately activate the S-level talent treasure seeker to search for opportunities had to be postponed. The top priority now was to ensure the absolute safety of his original body and hide in the most concealed shadow. As for the treasures, they would have to wait until the issue with the doppelganger's consciousness was resolved. He abruptly turned to look at Chen Shanxian beside him. Issuing orders at lightning speed, I'll dispatch another batch of 4th-grade warriors to you. Your task is to try to command them and work together to eliminate those lone 5th-grade exotic beasts. Remember, collect all the spirit essences generated after the kills and wait for me to handle them when I return. Hearing this, a trace of surprise appeared on Chen Shanxian's face. She clearly hadn't expected Qin Ming to issue orders so urgently. But she didn't hesitate and immediately bowed in response. Yes, master. Qianxian understands. The next second, Qin Ming swung his arm sharply, slicing through the void before him. Shoo! Hundreds of fine void cracks instantly spread open, like pairs of dark eyes opening, thick shadow energy surging out from within. However, the moment the cracks appeared, the scene before Qin Ming's eyes flickered and twisted violently again. He briefly saw the cold, dark lakebed scenery once more and felt the presence of flowing water. This second interference came faster and disappeared faster. After his consciousness returned to his original body, Qin Ming suppressed his discomfort and immediately issued final orders to the newly summoned flying shadow night bat swarm through his mental link. All the bats were to follow Chen Shanxian's command. As soon as the orders were conveyed, Qin Ming didn't hesitate. His figure melted into the shadow like a drop of ink into water, vanishing instantly without a trace. At the very moment he fully merged into the shadow, the sensation of his consciousness being stripped away became exceptionally intense and irreversible. The last image before his eyes lingered on the mountain cave at the lakebed. This time, his consciousness completely entered the doppelganger in the other world, never returning to his original body in the ancient Tibetan forest. Sigh, I was forcibly pulled back after all. Fully conscious, the sensation of cold lake water enveloping his body felt exceptionally real. Feeling the water flow through the gaps in his scales, Qin Ming sighed helplessly, his mind filled with frustration over his disrupted plans. He instinctively clenched his fists, attempting to sense his current state. However, at the very moment he focused his mind to observe, Qin Ming froze completely. The injuries this avatar had sustained during the battle with the two-headed giant serpent had now completely vanished, as if he had never been hurt. What shocked him even more was that the blood energy flowing within the avatar was now several times stronger than before, surging powerfully, far surpassing his state before being pulled away. Based on Qin Ming's rough perception, the blood energy intensity of this avatar had now firmly reached the early stage of the third rank of human martial artists. How could it happen so quickly? Qin Ming widened his eyes in disbelief, his fish-like face even showing an expression of astonishment akin to a human's. He clearly remembered that the last time he returned to his main body, this avatar was still far from reaching the third rank. Moreover, its injuries hadn't healed. How long had it been? Not only were the injuries fully recovered, but its strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. It was simply inconceivable. Could it be the effect of the shadow breathing technique? Qin Ming wondered. No. The shadow breathing technique absolutely cannot achieve such results. If it could, this avatar would have been invincible long ago. No one understood the power of the shadow breathing technique better than Qin Ming. While the technique was strong, it was impossible for it to bring about such a massive improvement. Then there's only one explanation. Qin Ming looked toward the depths of the lake, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. There must be something wrong here. Ancient martial king's hidden treasure, deep within a dense forest. The fleeing six-eyed beast ultimately failed to shake off the pursuit of the 9 blue figures. Before long, its massive body, slowed by injuries, was surrounded from all directions by 9 fish-like demons, trapped in a small clearing. 9 pairs of cold vertical pupils stared at the giant beast in the center. The ghostly blue tridents in their hands pointed at their target, exuding a murderous aura so intense it seemed to freeze the air. The six-eyed beast's 6 scarlet eyes frantically scanned its surroundings, its heavy breathing mixed with blood foam, while the wound on its right hind leg continued to bleed. It knew very well that there was no escape today. In this desperate situation, its most primal ferocity was triggered. Roar! It suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky obscured by tree branches. The roar echoed through the forest, shaking leaves loose from the trees. Without hesitation, it gathered all its remaining strength into its 3 limbs. With the momentum of a mountain out of control, it charged at one of the fish-like demons head-on, launching its final, frenzied assault. However, in the face of this deadly counterattack, the 9 fish-like demons moved in perfect unison, their calmness chilling to the bone. Just as the beast reached halfway, the ghostly blue tridents in their hands simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. 9 concentrated streams of water energy, like 9 venomous dragons, struck precisely at the same spot on the beast's back shell. Thud! A sound even more muffled and bone-chilling than before rang out. The combined power of 9 fifth-rank transcendents finally pierced through the incredibly tough shell. The terrifying energy contained within the tridents exploded wildly inside the beast's body. Woo! The six-eyed beast let out a piercing wail, its massive body freezing instantly. As if drained of all its strength, it collapsed heavily to the ground, blood quickly staining the soil. After a few seconds, the six-eyed beast remained motionless. The 9 fish demon warriors exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward. She gripped a trident in her hand and slowly approached the beast, her expression grave. Soon, she reached the beast's side. Seeing no reaction from it, she hesitated not a moment, raised her trident, and prepared to split open the beast's skull to extract its essence. But just then, an unexpected turn occurred. The seemingly lifeless six-eyed beast suddenly opened its 6 crimson eyes, a glint of madness flashing within. Its seemingly rigid body erupted with a final burst of strength, lifting its head abruptly and opening its bloodthirsty maw to bite fiercely at the fish demon warrior within reach. Everything happened too quickly, and the distance was too close. Although the fish demon warrior reacted swiftly, instinctively beginning to vaporize into mist to evade the sharp teeth the moment they touched her body, she was still a step too slow. Crunch! Splatter! The sound of bones snapping and flesh tearing mixed together. The six-eyed beast snapped its jaws shut violently. Though most of the bitten area vaporized into streams of water and dispersed, the fish demon warrior's left shoulder and part of her arm were forcibly bitten off before fully vaporizing. Arg! The fish demon warrior let out a muffled cry of pain, her figure recondensing several meters away. But her left shoulder was now empty. A flash of blue light appeared in her eyes, and the surrounding water vapor quickly gathered at the sight of her severed arm. Soon, the water coalesced into a transparent water arm, barely restoring its shape. In the next moment, the water arm transformed again, appearing identical to her original left hand. Yet despite the restoration of its form, the severity of her injury was unmistakable. The other 8 fish demon warriors could clearly sense that the life force and energy surrounding the 5th warrior had drastically diminished, her aura becoming highly unstable. This was far from a simple physical repair. Old 5. Another fish demon warrior cried out in alarm, her voice full of concern upon seeing the situation. The 5th warrior gritted her teeth against the pain, raised her newly formed arm, and fixed her determined gaze on the 6-eyed beast, saying, "I can hold on. Let's finish it first." The leader, the first fish demon warrior, wore a stern expression and issued a cold warning to the group, "Everyone, stay alert. This creature is stronger and more cunning than we imagined. We cannot afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance." Earlier, the 9 warriors had repeatedly confirmed through their senses that the 6-eyed beast's life signs had completely vanished, clearly indicating it was dead. Only then did the 5th warrior step forward to extract its essence. Unexpectedly, the creature had feigned death. It could instantly halt all bodily functions, creating the illusion of death. Truly terrifying. Now, the 6-eyed beast, having succeeded in its ambush, slowly stood up. Its 6 compound eyes carried an almost human-like expression of mockery and triumph. Even more frightening, the wounds on its body were writhing intensely from within, visibly healing at an astonishing speed. The bleeding stopped rapidly, showcasing an extraordinary regenerative ability. Witnessing this, the first fish demon warrior narrowed her eyes slightly. She noticed that after the beast rose, its aura not only hadn't weakened but had grown even stronger than before its injury. This abnormal change weighed heavily on the hearts of all the fish demon warriors. The enemy before them was far more challenging than anticipated. Quick battle, decisive victory. Absolutely must not waste the master's time. The first Murloc demon shouted coldly. As soon as the words fell, her body suddenly seemed to burst apart from an overwhelming force. But instead of flesh and blood scattering, she transformed into a surging stream of water. In an instant, the water flow rapidly condensed in mid-air, taking shape. In the blink of an eye, it became a massive and menacing outline, a gigantic dragon head entirely composed of clear water. Dragon horns, whiskers, teeth, and even scales were vividly lifelike. Though transparent like water, it exuded an awe-inspiring majesty and an oppressive presence. This was the water dragon's head. For short, the faucet. The remaining 8 Murloc demons immediately understood her intention upon seeing this. Without hesitation, the 8 figures simultaneously stomped the ground and leaped into the air. Like 8 arrows released from a bowstring, they shot straight toward the water dragon's head in the sky. Just as their bodies were about to touch the dragon head, the 8 of them, like the first one, instantly exploded into streams of pure water, seamlessly merging into the massive water dragon's head. With the infusion of the 8 identical sources of power, the water dragon's head, originally only the size of 2 people, was instantly imbued with immense energy. It swelled dramatically, growing to nearly 6 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The enormous water-blue dragon head hovered mid-air, entirely composed of flowing, living water, radiating a semi-transparent, otherworldly sheen. It lowered its head slightly, its vortex-formed dragon eyes coldly fixed on the 6-eyed beast below. Though silent, the terrifying aura, condensed from the combined power of 9 fifth-tier Murloc demons, enveloped the entire battlefield as if it were a tangible force. The 6-eyed beast's 6 compound eyes contracted violently at this moment, clearly reflecting the massive water dragon's outline in the sky, its expression betraying extreme panic. Its massive body involuntarily took a small step back, as primal fear frantically warned it. From that water dragon, it sensed an unprecedented threat of death. Roar! Overwhelmed by fear, the 6-eyed beast let out a desperate roar, struggling frantically. Suddenly, the thick, patterned carapace on its back lit up with countless star-like points of light. The dim patterns seemed to activate in an instant, making the entire carapace resemble a mysterious starry sky. As the carapace underwent this transformation, the water dragon's head in the sky suddenly opened its massive mouth. A thick, high-speed rotating water column shot out like dragon breath, accompanied by a piercing screech, hurtling toward the 6-eyed beast on the ground. The water column moved with incredible speed, about to pierce through the beast completely. At the critical moment, the six-eyed beast reacted with unexpected swiftness. Its limbs and ferocious head retracted rapidly into its sturdy carapace, transforming its entire body into an almost impenetrable giant sphere. The radiant, star-patterned carapace enveloped it entirely. Boom! The concentrated water column struck the carapace with a thunderous, muffled crash. But this time, the attack, powered by the combined strength of 9 fifth-tier Murloc demons, failed to penetrate it. The carapace's surface only dented slightly, and after the star patterns flashed intensely, it withstood the terrifying blow. In the sky, the water dragon head, composed of flowing water, displayed a clear expression of surprise. The carapace's defensive power had increased several-fold compared to just moments ago. Previously, this dragon breath attack would have undoubtedly torn it apart. But now, it had only caused a slight dent. The sudden surge in defense is truly strange. Then let's see how many impacts your turtle shell can withstand. In the sky, a massive water dragon let out a deafening roar, its voice cold and furious. The next moment, its enormous mouth, formed of flowing water, opened wide once again. This time, it wasn't a single water column but a torrential downpour, hundreds, even thousands of solid water arrows, raining down like they were free, aimed at the star-patterned giant sphere below. Boom! 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 The dense sounds of impact merged into a cacophony, exploding wildly. Each water arrow carried immense force, slamming fiercely against the thick armor of the beast. Under this frenzied barrage, the hard shell began to slightly dent, its surface's star patterns flickering violently, dimming and brightening intermittently, as if its energy supply was unstable. The massive body of the beast was pressed downward by the force, causing the surrounding ground to crack and sink. Finally, after another wave of concentrated water arrow strikes, crack, a faint yet distinct sound of breaking echoed. On the surface of the starlight-covered shell, a thin, long crack finally appeared. The water dragon's consciousness, controlled by the first fishman demon, was overjoyed upon seeing this and prepared to seize the opportunity to focus its firepower and expand the damage. But at this critical moment, another anomaly occurred. Around the crack in the slightly dented area, the internal muscle tissue began to writhe frantically, and a powerful, life-filled ethereal glow rapidly covered the wound. Almost visible to the naked eye, the crack quickly healed, disappeared. Even the dents rapidly smoothed out. The star patterns on the shell stabilized and lit up again, as if it had never been damaged. This astonishing self-healing speed caused the consciousness controlling the water dragon, the first fishman demon, to momentarily freeze, halting its attack for a brief moment. The tenacity of this beast was truly beyond imagination. No wonder this six-eyed beast had managed to survive for so long in the perilous ancient forest, even becoming one of its top predators. This place was filled with traps and enemies, with an extremely harsh survival environment. Yet, it possessed such formidable defense and incredible self-healing abilities. Ordinary beasts couldn't even scratch its shell, let alone defeat it. Earlier, 9 fifth-tier demons had joined forces to attack, barely causing a bit of damage, which was quickly repaired, proof of how difficult it was to deal with. However, just as the water dragon's attack was thwarted and the first fishman demon felt immense pressure, buzz, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the distant sky came a sudden, dense sound of air vibrations. The first fishman demon turned sharply. In the horizon, a massive swarm of dark shadows, like a black cloud, was rapidly flying toward the battlefield. Their forms were indistinct, blending with the shadows. They were the flying Shadow Knight Bat Army, experts in aerial combat. What shocked the first fishman demon even more was the unique aura of their master, Qin Ming, emanating from these bats. She immediately understood that this must be reinforcements sent by their master. At the forefront of the bat swarm, a graceful woman stood steadily on the back of a giant flying Shadow Knight bat, her garments fluttering. It was none other than Chen Xianxian. She had noticed that the 9 fishman demons had not returned for a long time and realized they must have encountered trouble. Without hesitation, she decided to bring all the flying Shadow Knight bats left to her by Qin Ming to provide support. Soon, Chen Xianxian, riding the flying Shadow Knight bat, arrived above the battlefield. She and the first merman demon, who had transformed into a water dragon, shared an invisible connection. Both could clearly sense the unique aura of their master in each other. With just a single exchange of glances, they confirmed each other's identity and allegiance, without needing to say a word. Chen Xianxian looked up at the sky, where 9 merman demons had merged into a massive water-blue dragon. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect the merman demons bestowed by the master to possess such a powerful merging ability. I wonder if the merman demons I directly summoned have the same potential. If they could merge, how strong would their power be? This thought flickered through her mind, filling her with curiosity and anticipation. But now was clearly not the time to explore this. The most important thing at the moment was to eliminate the 5th-tier exotic beast in front of her and complete the master's mission. She turned her gaze to the star-patterned giant sphere curled up on the ground. Based on the traces at the scene and the state of its hardened shell, she quickly deduced the previous battle situation. Without hesitation, Qin Xianxian slowly raised her slender hand and decisively swung it downward. The dense swarm of flying shadow night bats in the sky seemed to receive an invisible command. In unison, they raised their arms, and ominous black energy waves rapidly condensed in their palms. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of black energy waves, like a meteor shower carrying an aura of destruction, crashed down onto the giant sphere on the ground. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions erupted one after another, instantly engulfing the area. Dust and smoke rose like mushroom clouds. The combined attack of over 100 4th-grade flying shadow night bats was astonishingly powerful, with instantaneous destructive force even surpassing the continuous water arrows from the water dragon earlier. As the dust slightly cleared, several distinct cracks appeared on the hardened shell, and the glow of the star patterns dimmed significantly. Qin Xianxian's lips curled into a cold smile. It was just as she had anticipated. However, her smile froze as soon as it appeared. The dim patterns on the shell began to light up again, flowing as if alive. The cracks in the areas dented by the explosions started to wriggle visibly, healing at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, the cracks completely disappeared, and the shell was restored to almost perfect condition. Qin Xianxian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. The speed of recovery was utterly shocking. The water dragon in the sky let out a low sound. It was the first merman demon speaking. Its recovery is too fast. We can't give it a chance to breathe. We must suppress it with relentless, fierce attacks. As soon as the words fell, the water dragon's massive mouth opened again, unleashing a barrage of water arrows like a rapid fire cannon, relentlessly striking the shell in an attempt to halt its repair. Bang! 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 Seeing this, Qin Xianxian quickly suppressed her shock and issued another command: keep attacking, don't stop. The flying shadow night bat's palms lit up with black energy waves, once more, intertwining with the water arrows in the sky to form a dense, unbroken barrage of destruction, furiously bombarding the exotic beast's shell. This time, under the continuous and relentless onslaught of 2 types of long-range attacks, even with the shell's impressive recovery ability, its repair speed visibly lagged behind the damage. Cracks continued to appear, and the healing process grew slower and slower. The entire shell flickered violently, alternating between bright and dim, clearly nearing its limit. However, the attacks from the flying shadow night bat and the water dragon formed by the first Murloc demon's incarnation showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they became even more ferocious, like a torrential storm. Amid the relentless bombardment, faint but nerve-wracking crack sounds began to emerge on the battlefield. At first, there were only a few sporadic noises, but soon they grew dense, resembling the rapid cracking of ice. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the shell expanded rapidly from tiny points. They connected and spread wildly like a spiderweb. Before long, the entire surface of the hard shell was covered with dense cracks. It was completely shattered, a stark contrast to the occasional small fissures seen earlier. At this moment, the strange self-healing ability seemed to have finally reached its limit. The starlight patterns flickered a few times before dimming completely. The cracks were no longer repaired. Finally, under another concentrated wave of attacks, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A massive hole was blasted open in the center of the shell, exposing the fragile flesh. Inside, the first Murloc demon's eyes gleamed sharply. Now's the time. Whoosh! A highly condensed and lightning-fast water arrow, like a streak of blue lightning, shot precisely through the hole, instantly piercing the exposed body of the 6-eyed beast. Thud! The muffled sound of a blade cutting through flesh echoed. The water arrow penetrated the beast's body effortlessly, bringing forth a gush of scalding blood. Roar! The 6-eyed beast let out an unprecedentedly anguished scream, its massive body convulsing violently in pain. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of black light waves condensed by the flying shadow night bat in the sky, like sharks smelling blood, frantically surged toward the breach in the shell. Boom! An explosion more intense than any before erupted from within the beast. The black energy wreaked havoc among its fragile internal organs and bones, tearing them apart. The six-eyed beast's massive body trembled violently, its movements freezing. Instantly, the light in its six compound eyes dimmed rapidly, eventually fading completely as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground, motionless. Seeing that the six-eyed beast showed no signs of life, Chen Qianqian raised her hand slightly, signaling the flying shadow nightbat to cease its attack. The black light waves stopped immediately. However, while the flying shadow nightbat halted, the enormous water dragon formed by the fusion of 9 murloc demons showed no signs of letting up. Their attacks seemed endless, as they continued to frantically spray water arrows from their massive jaws. It was as if they were venting some kind of emotion, relentlessly bombarding the gaping wound on the six-eyed beast's corpse. Bang! 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 Each water arrow struck, causing the massive corpse to tremble violently. The wound was torn wider and wider. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Chen Qianqian, watching from the side, was somewhat stunned, her mouth twitching. Is this really necessary to be so ruthless? She tried to say something several times but swallowed her words, choosing to remain silent as she observed the water dragon's near-mad behavior. And so, this frenzied corpse whipping continued for several minutes. Finally, as the blue light flowing around the water dragon dimmed, and the massive water body began to destabilize and wobble slightly, it was clear that the fusion energy was nearly depleted. The relentless water arrow bombardment finally came to a halt. Put! A faint sound like a water bubble bursting echoed, and the massive body of the water dragon in the sky could no longer hold together. It suddenly exploded, transforming into a downpour of clear rain. The rain did not scatter but quickly coalesced midair into 9 thick streams of water. As the streams twisted, they reverted into 9 female merman demons, though their auras were noticeably weakened, and their faces slightly pale. The third merman demon glanced at the massive corpse on the ground, sneered coldly, and a trace of lingering ferocity flickered in her eyes. Humph. After being bombarded for so long, I don't believe it can still play dead this time, she said as she stepped forward, preparing to extract the beast's essence crystal. The first merman demon did not stop her but reminded her in a fatigued tone, "Be careful. Don't make any more mistakes." The third merman waved her hand, signaling her understanding. "Don't worry, big sister, I'll be cautious." She carefully approached the mountain-like corpse of the six-eyed beast. The edges of the massive wound blasted open in the center of the corpse were charred, even faintly emitting a strange roasted meat smell. Taking a deep breath, the third merman raised her jade-like arm, and in an instant, dense scales appeared on it. Although the creature seemed to have already met its end, she dared not let her guard down. She extended her arm, now covered in fine scales, directly into the still warm wound, groping around for a while until she seemed to grasp something. Then, with a sudden forceful pull, glurk! The enormous head of the six-eyed beast, along with part of its neck, was forcibly yanked out from its tightened shell. The head was covered in wounds of varying depths, clearly showing that even while hiding in its shell, it hadn't been able to completely evade the energy blasts. With a wave of her right hand, the third merman reached into the void beside her. The surrounding water vapor quickly gathered, instantly forming a longsword made of pure flowing water. The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. She gripped the hilt tightly and aimed at the vital spot between the beast's brows. Slash! The water sword, incredibly sharp, effortlessly sliced through the six-eyed beast's tough scalp and skull. The third merman casually dispersed the water sword and, without hesitation, reached into the freshly cut wound, carefully feeling around. Moments later, her eyes lit up slightly. She had evidently found her target. She cautiously withdrew her hand. In her previously empty palm now lay an irregular crystal about the size of an egg. This essence crystal was entirely different from any that Qin Ming had seen before in the Trial Secret Realm. The crystal was a deep, profound brown, with what seemed like the essence of the earth, a thick brown liquid flowing slowly within it, swirling. The liquid was extremely viscous, its color so intense it was almost inseparable. Just holding it, the third merman could clearly sense the immense energy contained within, along with a raw, primal wildness. The energy was so potent that it made her palm feel slightly warm. Such a pure essence crystal, master will definitely be very pleased. A joyful smile appeared on the third merman's face as she carefully cradled it. The first merman, seeing this, let out a faint sigh of relief, her taut nerves slightly relaxing. She said calmly, "The mission is complete. Bring this corpse back and hand it over to the master for processing." The fifth merman stepped forward in response, preparing to help. The third merman transport the massive corpse of the beast. However, just as fishman number 5 approached the corpse, her gaze inadvertently swept across the carapace. On the back of the beast, and her pupils suddenly contracted, her face showing an expression of shock. The carapace, which should have completely dimmed following the host's death, unexpectedly began to glow faintly with starlight once again, identical to the pattern seen during the previous battle. Even more chilling was the sight of the edges of the large hole smashed into the carapace. Inside, the muscle tissue was writhing violently in a manner that seemed unnatural for a living creature. The damaged carapace was regenerating at a visible speed. It began to heal. In less than 10 seconds, the horrifying wound had completely disappeared, and the carapace was restored to its pristine condition, as if it had never been injured. Fishman number 5 was so stunned by this eerie scene that her mind went blank. Regaining her senses, she called out urgently, her voice trembling slightly, "Big sister, come quickly. There's something wrong with this thing." Fishman number 1, who was about to issue other orders, turned around in confusion upon hearing the shout. The other fishman demons and Chen Shanxian, who was not far away, were also drawn by the urgent call. When everyone turned their gaze toward the corpse and saw the carapace, now fully restored and even glowing brighter than before, they all gasped audibly. Even the usually composed fishman number 1's expression instantly became unusually grave, tinged with evident suspicion. Without hesitation, she issued a stern command, "Something's wrong. Everyone, retreat immediately. Stay away from the corpse." A strong sense of unease instantly enveloped everyone present. This beast was far more bizarre than they had imagined. Fishman number 3 and fishman number 5 reacted swiftly. The moment number 1 gave the order, they lightly tapped the ground with their toes, their figures floating as if weightless. In an instant, they retreated dozens of meters away, creating a safe distance from the strange corpse. At this moment, everyone's expressions were solemn, their eyes fixed intently on the massive beast's corpse. The dragged-out head hung limply to the ground, with a wound at the center of its brow still oozing warm blood, all signs indicating that life had indeed ceased. However, the incomprehensible scene just moments ago left no one daring to let their guard down. The air was thick with an oppressive tension. The situation was extremely dangerous. After enduring consecutive battles and high-intensity fusion, the 9 fishman demons were severely depleted. Their energy was low, and they were incapable of merging again into the powerful water dragon form in the short term. If this seemingly unkillable six-eyed beast were to revive once more, given their current state, it would be nearly impossible to defeat it again, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Out of extreme vigilance, all the fishman demons simultaneously raised their right hands, their fingertips glowing with a faint blue light. Thin, sharp water spears quickly formed, resembling poised javelins, all aimed at the motionless corpse. At the slightest sign of abnormality, they would attack without hesitation. Even the 100 flying shadow bats circling in the sky seemed to sense the tension below. They simultaneously raised their arms, black energy rapidly condensing in their palms. The dark glow formed a continuous stream, ready to unleash a devastating volley at any moment. Time ticked by second, under the tense atmosphere. However, apart from the carapace's automatic restoration, the massive corpse on the ground remained completely still. Its head still hung low, its blood nearly drained, showing no signs of life returning. Chen Shanxian observed for a long time, a look of confusion appearing on her face. She glanced at merman number 1 with some puzzlement, as if asking, "Are they engaging in a battle of wits with thin air?" But on second thought, she had personally witnessed the bizarre scene of the carapace repairing itself. It couldn't possibly be fake. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shanxian finally couldn't help but voice the question in her heart, "Are you being so cautious because it really came back to life before?" Merman number 1 hesitated slightly, his gaze still fixed intently on the corpse, and briefly recounted the incident where the six-eyed beast had feigned death before suddenly springing up and severely injuring merman number 5. After hearing the explanation, Chen Shanxian immediately understood, her doubts vanishing in an instant, replaced by deep fear. No wonder these powerful merman demons were so tense. This creature actually had a history. With that in mind, their caution made perfect sense. Chen Shanxian said no more, holding her breath and focusing her attention. Quietly waiting alongside the merman demons, closely monitoring the corpse for any changes. However, after more than 10 minutes, the corpse remained motionless. Apart from the occasional movement of its fur stirred by the forest breeze, there was nothing unusual. It was as if the earlier carapace repair was just an insignificant Detail, not a precursor to resurrection. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Shanshan's eyes. After observing for a while, she tentatively said, "It, really, seems completely dead. Judging by the drooping head, the nearly drained blood, and the utter lack of signs of life, anyone would think it was a thoroughly dead corpse." Merman number 1 also showed a hint of doubt upon hearing this. On the surface, the beast indeed appeared lifeless. But how could the strange phenomenon of the carapace repairing itself earlier be explained? That had undoubtedly happened. She pondered for a moment, scanning the other sisters, and found the same doubts and vigilance in their eyes. Finally, Merman number 1 nodded lightly, making a decision. The 9 merman demons stepped forward again, this time moving even more cautiously. Approaching the massive corpse in a fan-shaped formation, they meticulously sensed every inch of skin and carapace, even probing gently with energy. Only after confirming there were no signs of life or energy anomalies did they relax slightly. Then, the 9 of them each grabbed a part of the beast's corpse, its claws, legs, the edges of its carapace, and together lifted the heavy trophy, heading in the direction where Qin Ming's main body had disappeared into the shadows. Chen Shanshan led. The Shadow Night Bat swarmed to guard and follow alongside. Along the way, Merman number 1 continuously monitored the corpse, ensuring there were no signs of revival. It seemed the earlier carapace repair was just an inexplicable isolated incident. Soon, the group returned to their original location and carefully laid the beast's corpse down. Although the journey had been uneventful, out of an abundance of caution, Chen Shanshan and Merman number 1 discussed and decided to station a few Shadow Night Bats to hover around the corpse for strict surveillance. Chen Shanshan, along with the other merman demons and the majority of the Shadow Night Bats, then set out. Again under Qin Ming's orders, delving deeper into the forest to hunt down solitary beasts and collect their essence. After all, this was the most important task at hand. No matter what happened, nothing was more important than Qin Ming's orders. This was the consensus Chen Shanshan and the merman demons had reached. In the demon realm, at the bottom of a dark lake, Qin Ming swam through the sunless waters for nearly 10 minutes. His mental energy swept through every area like a fine spider web, yet he found no abnormal energy fluctuations or special presence. This allowed his previously tense nerves to relax slightly. Could it be I was overthinking? Is this lake actually nothing special? Qin Ming hovered in the depths of the lake center, letting the icy currents slide over his scales as he muttered to himself in confusion. When he first noticed the abnormal recovery and growth of his clone's vitality, he had once suspected that some rare treasure was hidden at the bottom of the lake, causing such miraculous effects. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The entire lakebed, apart from ordinary aquatic plants, rocks, and some weak demonic aquatic creatures, had nothing remarkable. What puzzled him even more was that no matter which corner of the lake he swam to, this clone's vitality continued to grow slowly but genuinely. This growth was real, not an illusion. Could it be the entire lake itself is a massive treasure? This bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If it wasn't due to some localized special condition, perhaps the entire lake water contained some mysterious power, nourishing his physical body and enhancing his vitality. This speculation made his recently relaxed mood tense again. If this lake water truly enhances vitality, then why is this water so clean, without even a single powerful exotic beast? At this thought, Qin Ming's heart sank sharply, and a cold sensation quietly spread through him. Logically, any place that could promote the evolution of living beings and enhance their strength would attract a large number of creatures to compete for it. If this lake truly had miraculous effects, it should have long been occupied by powerful exotic beasts, turning into a fierce battleground. It couldn't possibly be as empty as it was now, with only small fish and shrimp, and him alone. He had just swum for 10 minutes, covering a considerable area, and logically, he should have encountered several 5th-tier or even higher-level aquatic exotic beasts by now. But in reality, there was no movement at all. This eerie silence was the greatest anomaly itself. Unless a terrifying thought flashed through Qin Ming's mind like lightning. He instantly felt his scalp tingle. His face turned pale, and a wave of fear surged from the depths of his soul, sweeping through his entire body. Unless deep beneath the lake lies a terrifying creature of unimaginable power, one that makes all other creatures dare not approach. It was precisely because of the absolute dominance of this unknown powerhouse that the entire lake appeared calm, but in reality, it was an absolute death zone where no living being should tread. At this realization, Qin Ming didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around, fully mobilizing the vitality within his body, and shot toward the shore like an arrow released from a bow. Regardless of whether the guess is correct, I can't stay here too long. I need to leave first. Compared to the two-headed giant serpent he encountered on the shore earlier, the potential unknown creature lurking in the lakebed posed a threat 10 times more intense. That fear stemmed from the pressure of the unknown and the vast disparity in strength. If he guessed wrong, it would merely be a false alarm. But if he guessed right, this clone, which had just advanced to the third-grade realm, would likely be destroyed in an instant. After reaching the third-grade realm, the clone swam faster, and the outline of the lakeshore quickly grew larger in his field of vision, just as he was a few breaths away from reaching safety. Qin Ming felt a slight sense of relief. Once I'm strong enough, I can come back and investigate properly, he thought, propelling his webbed limbs with even greater effort, increasing his speed by another notch. However, just as he was a step away from the shore, the entire lake suddenly began to shake violently. It was as if tectonic plates were shifting. The once calm surface of the lake erupted into massive waves, several meters high, crashing relentlessly against Qin Ming. The immense force of the impact abruptly slowed his progress. What's going on? An earthquake in this cursed world? You've got to be kidding me. Qin Ming couldn't help but complain inwardly, trying to use his grumbling to dispel the unease in his heart. Despite his complaints, he didn't stop his desperate attempt to escape. Instead, he pushed himself even harder toward the shore ahead. But then, something bizarre happened. Every time he swam close enough to almost touch the shore, an invisible undercurrent or reverse wave would surge up, like an unseen giant hand forcibly pushing him back into the lake. After several attempts, not only did he fail to reach the shore, but he was gradually being carried farther away from the safety of solid ground by the waves. Damn it! This isn't normal. Could I have been set up? Qin Ming finally realized with absolute clarity that this was no natural phenomenon. It felt as though some invisible force, or perhaps some creature lurking beneath the lake, was determined not to let him leave. Everything seemed orchestrated to stop him. His expression darkened instantly, a mix of anger and cold dread surging in his chest. Clenching his teeth, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. The more you try to keep me here, the more I'll fight to leave, he growled. With that, Qin Ming pushed himself to the limit, charging toward the shore with everything he had. But as if in response to his defiance, boom, boom, boom. The ground, or rather, the lakebed, suddenly began to quake even more violently, the sound growing deafening. A grating crack-crack noise, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, echoed through the air, as if some massive structure was shifting and beginning to transform. Then, a scene so terrifying it shook Qin Ming to his very soul unfolded before his eyes. The entire lake he was in began to rise slowly. Meanwhile, the area that should have been the shore erupted with violent tremors, and rows upon rows of massive, mountain-like sharp teeth broke through the ground, pointing skyward. It was a sight he would never forget. In the next moment, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, as though shrouded by an endless storm cloud. Instinctively, Qin Ming looked up. What he saw was the upper palate of a gigantic mouth slowly closing in. The mouth was so enormous it blotted out the heavens. It was only at this moment that the brutal truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. He wasn't in a lake at all. He had been swimming inside the mouth of an unimaginably terrifying creature the entire time. The sheer size of the creature was beyond his comprehension. What he had thought was lake water was likely just saliva or stored fluids within its mouth. You've got to be kidding me. Despair and the absurdity of being toyed with overwhelmed Qin Ming's consciousness. In the final moment before he was completely engulfed in darkness, he watched helplessly as the sky-blotting maw closed in, swallowing all light. Damn it! This body. Is it really going to end just like this? With a strong sense of unwillingness and absurdity, his consciousness sank into endless darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps centuries. Qin Ming suddenly woke up, only to find himself still at the bottom of the lake. However, the surrounding environment had completely changed. It was deathly dark, pitch black, with not a trace of light. Instinctively, Qin Ming touched his slightly aching head, his heart filled with confusion. I didn't die? The Avatar is still alive? He had thought he would return to his main body this time. Unexpectedly, he was still inside the Avatar. What the hell was going on? The next second, a plausible explanation surfaced in his mind. Right. When I was in its mouth, I wasn't swallowed into the stomach. It seems I've been treated as reserve food by this massive creature and temporarily stored in a pouch-like area. Thinking of this, he calmed down slightly. To verify, he carefully scooped up a handful of lake water and analyzed its composition. TSK. This water doesn't have obvious corrosive properties, nor does it exhibit strong digestive fluid characteristics. It's likely, as I guessed, this is probably not the stomach. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the stomach, there was no immediate danger to his life, and there might even be a chance to escape. This avatar was very important to him. Surviving would, of course, be the best outcome. After some thought, Qin Ming slowly dove deeper, swimming toward the direction of the cave. Since I'm here, I have to adapt, Qin Ming muttered in the pitch-black lake water. He immediately focused all his attention, pushing his speed to the limit, and charged toward the shore with all his might. However, as if in response to his counterattack, boom! The ground, or rather, the lake bottom, suddenly shook violently, the sound several times louder than before. It was even accompanied by a piercing crackling noise, as if some massive structure was slowly moving and beginning to transform. Immediately after, a terrifying scene that made Qin Ming's soul tremble unfolded before his eyes. The entire lake he was in began to slowly rise. Meanwhile, what should have been the lakeshore erupted with rows of sharp, mountain-like teeth breaking through the ground, pointing straight toward the sky. This was a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. The next second, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, as if thick, heavy clouds had instantly covered it. Qin Ming instinctively looked up. What entered his vision was the upper jaw of a massive mouth slowly closing. That mouth was so enormous it blotted out the sky and sun. At this moment, the brutal truth struck his mind like a lightning bolt. He wasn't in a lake at all. He had been swimming inside the mouth of an unimaginably terrifying creature the entire time. The sheer size of the creature was beyond his comprehension. What he had thought was lake water was likely just saliva or stored fluids in the creature's mouth. Damn it! Is this some kind of joke? An overwhelming sense of despair and absurdity engulfed Qin Ming's consciousness. In the final moment before his awareness completely plunged into darkness, he watched helplessly as the massive, sky-covering mouth slowly closed, swallowing all the light. Damn! This avatar! Is it really going to end just like this? With a strong sense of unwillingness and absurdity, his consciousness sank into endless darkness. No one knows how much time had passed. It felt like just the blink of an eye, yet also like centuries had gone by. Qin Ming suddenly woke up, finding himself still at the bottom of the lake. However, the surroundings had completely changed. It was deathly dark, pitch black, with not a single ray of light visible. Instinctively, Qin Ming touched his slightly aching head, full of confusion. I actually didn't die? This avatar is still alive? He had thought he would return to his original body this time. Unexpectedly, he was still in the avatar. It was truly strange. The next moment, a reasonable explanation surfaced in his mind. Ah, right. At that time, I was in its mouth, not swallowed into its stomach. It seems it treated me as reserve food, temporarily storing me in some kind of pouch-like area. Thinking of this, he calmed down a little. To verify his guess, he carefully scooped up a handful of lake water and carefully analyzed its composition. Tisk. This water doesn't have obvious corrosive properties, nor does it exhibit strong digestive fluid characteristics. It should be, as I guessed, this place is likely not the stomach. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the stomach, there was no immediate danger to his life, and there might even be a chance to escape. This avatar was extremely important to him. Staying alive was the best outcome. After some thought, Qin Ming slowly dove deeper, swimming toward the direction of the cave. Since I'm here, I have to adapt. Qin Ming swam desperately in the dark lake water. Meanwhile, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the target. Dark value plus 50, another 50? It seemed the fishmen had already taken down that six-eyed beast. Qin Ming wasn't surprised by this. After all, with 9 of them attacking together, how could they lose? After collecting his thoughts, Qin Ming continued swimming toward the cave. However, halfway there, the entire world he was in suddenly shook violently. The surrounding lake water surged wildly, creating countless chaotic whirlpools and undercurrents. It felt as though the giant beast carrying him had collided with some massive object. The next second, roar! A furious roar, indescribable in words, like a tangible shockwave, pierced through the lake water and directly assaulted Qin Ming's sensory nerves. The roar carried a terrifying power. Ugh! Qin Ming felt as if millions of red-hot needles were simultaneously piercing his head. The intense pain and extreme dizziness struck him instantly, almost tearing his consciousness apart. Amid this extreme agony and the violent turbulence outside, the scene before his eyes began to flicker uncontrollably. Distorted. It even briefly switched to the view of his original body hidden in the shadows of the ancient Tibetan forest. Qin Ming's heart surged with uncontrollable excitement. The consciousness connection is unstable? Could I be returning to my original body? Despite the splitting headache, this discovery filled him with exhilaration. Compared to this bizarre, dangerous, and unknown demon realm filled with giant beasts, the other world was practically a safe zone. The terrifying roar lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding, and the churning lake water also began to calm down. Taking advantage of this brief moment of peace, Qin Ming forced himself to endure the dizziness and discomfort, once again confirming his direction. He continued swimming desperately toward the cave. This time, perhaps because the giant beast was temporarily preoccupied due to the collision, he didn't encounter any obvious obstacles. Soon, the cave entrance finally appeared before him. Qin Ming swam in without hesitation. However, as soon as he entered, he immediately sensed something was off. This was clearly not the ordinary cave he had briefly stayed in before. The most obvious change was the air, which was filled with an indescribable fragrance that invigorated him as he breathed it in. At the same time, the cave walls and floor were covered with strange plants emitting a dim, soft glow, turning the pitch-black cave into a hazy, dreamlike scene. What are these things? Qin Ming grew even more puzzled and cautiously approached. The closer he got to the glowing plants, the stronger the fragrance became. Strangely, instead of making him uncomfortable, the scent brought a refreshing and relaxing sensation to his head, which had been throbbing painfully from the earlier screeching sounds. Under the faint glow of the plants, he finally saw them clearly. They resembled orchids but were not quite the same. Their leaves were slender and translucent, as if carved from the finest black jade, with faint blue light flowing through their veins. At the top were lantern-shaped buds, from which the glow and fragrance emanated. Just as Qin Ming was about to lean in for a closer look at these peculiar plants, the scene before him suddenly flickered and distorted violently. After a brief moment of weightlessness, his consciousness was pulled back to the shadowy hiding spot in the ancient forest of the Martial King's treasure. Upon returning to his split consciousness, Qin Ming clearly felt that his connection to the Avatar was highly unstable and could break at any moment. There's not much time left. His heart tightened, and he quickly abandoned the idea of studying the glowing plants. He hurriedly found a flat spot in the cave, sat cross-legged, and forced himself to calm down. He began to fully operate the shadow breathing technique. As soon as he started, the scene before him flickered violently again. This time, the flickering was even more frequent, like the final struggle of a signal about to be lost. After a brief moment of chaos and detachment, the image finally stabilized, freezing in the shadows of the ancient forest of the Martial King's treasure. He had returned to his original body. Qin Ming let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing, and a sense of solid security rose in his heart. Finally, completely back. Now I can focus on finding the treasures in the ancient stash. He muttered softly, controlling his body to slowly rise from the shadows. When his body fully emerged from the darkness, standing firmly on the ground and breathing in the fresh, life-filled air of the ancient forest, Qin Ming's face showed a satisfied and contented smile. Compared to the oppressive and dangerous environment at the bottom of the Demon Realm Lake, this place was like paradise. However, just as his smile began to spread, his gaze was drawn to the massive corpse of a six-eyed beast, as large as a small mountain, not far away. What shocked him even more was that his long-dormant S-grade talent, Treasure Seeker, suddenly activated on its own, producing a strong reaction and pointing him in a clear direction. The signal of a treasure was coming from within that corpse. Qin Ming froze slightly, his face showing surprise. On this beast's corpse, there's actually a signal for a treasure of golden quality? What's going on? This was the first time he truly utilized the Treasure Seeker talent he had acquired, and unexpectedly, the target turned out to be the prey he had just slain. Suppressing the curiosity and excitement in his heart, Qin Ming followed the mysterious guidance from Treasure Seeker and slowly approached the massive corpse of the six-eyed beast. Carefully sensing the source of the signal, his gaze quickly locked onto the thick shell on the beast's back, which was covered in strange star patterns. The shell looked like a piece of art, flawless and perfect. The signal source seems to be the shell itself? A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He slowly extended his hand and gently placed it on the cold, hard surface of the shell, carefully feeling for any hidden special energy fluctuations. In the next moment, an expression of disbelief flashed across Qin Ming's face, and his entire countenance revealed astonishment. How is this possible? There's actually an inscription on its shell? Although Qin Ming found it hard to believe the reality before him, it was true. He could clearly sense the powerful energy within the shell. That familiar feeling was unmistakable. It was an inscription, and its grade was not low. After a brief moment of shock, an uncontrollable excitement surged in Qin Ming's heart. He knew better than anyone the immense enhancement brought by inscriptions, let alone this naturally formed inscription that coexisted with the beast. It was of immeasurable value. Without hesitation, Qin Ming immediately focused his mind, cautiously probing his consciousness into the shell, attempting to communicate with and refine the hidden inscription. However, the instant his consciousness touched the shell, an overwhelming, ancient, and wild aura of terror swept over him, as if a ferocious beast that had been dormant for millions of years suddenly awakened and surged through his consciousness. Qin Ming let out a muffled groan, quickly withdrawing his consciousness as if electrocuted. His face turned slightly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. That brief moment of contact had shaken him to his core. Something's wrong. This inscription, something's not right. Qin Ming's expression became extremely grave, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This aura and Tao resonance, this is no ordinary inscription. This is a 6th-tier inscription. Yes, absolutely. This must be a 6th-tier existence. This realization startled Qin Ming himself, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. He had never expected to encounter such a heaven-defying opportunity so soon after entering the ancient martial king's tomb. A 6th-tier inscription, this was the stuff of legends. But then, he recalled his master's teachings. Once inscriptions reach the 6th tier, they undergo a qualitative transformation. They are no longer mere tools for enhancing power but begin to touch upon the embryonic form of the rules of heaven and earth, thus earning the name Tao marks. The aura within this shell, though powerful and ancient, was slightly weaker than the meditative Tao mark his master had gifted him. This was why Qin Ming was certain it was a 6th-tier Tao mark, not a higher 7th-tier one. A Tao mark. It really is a Tao mark. My master wasn't lying, there truly are treasures hidden in the ancient tomb. Qin Ming's gaze burned as he stared at the shell, his eyes filled with desire. Even a 6th-tier Tao mark was already of immeasurable value. But the aura emitted by this Tao mark is too overwhelming, too domineering. With my current strength, I simply cannot forcibly refine it. Qin Ming furrowed his brows tightly, his face showing an expression of indecision. If it weren't for this Tao mark being hidden within the peculiar shell, with the shell acting as a natural barrier that weakened most of its aura, he probably wouldn't even be able to get close. After pondering for a moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he recalled something his master, Li Jianguo, had once said about the properties of advanced Tao marks. That's it. Master once said that high-level Tao marks have a certain resonance or suppression between them. A bold idea began to form in his mind. Without hesitation, he slowly closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to communicate with the 7th-tier Tao mark hidden deep within his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, a mysterious aura emanated from Qin Ming's body. His forehead glowed faintly, and the faint golden shadow of a small figure in a meditative pose slowly emerged. Though small, the figure was vivid and lifelike. This was none other than the life-saving treasure his master, Li Jianguo, had gifted him, the manifested form of the 7th-tier Tao mark, meditation. As the meditation Tao mark appeared, an indescribable sense of majesty enveloped Qin Ming's entire being. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze becoming exceptionally steady. This time, he cautiously split off a wisp of consciousness and probed into the interior of the shell. Sure enough, when his consciousness touched the shell, the previously ferocious and oppressive aura, akin to that of an ancient beast, now became restrained and gentle, even carrying a faint trace of reverence. A sense of reassurance filled Qin Ming's heart. Without further hesitation, he guided the wisp of consciousness deeper into the shell, toward the source of the Tao mark. Soon, his consciousness successfully reached the innermost part of the shell, where a warm energy source resided. It resembled a droplet of liquid jade, constantly shifting in form, with countless tiny golden specks like stardust flickering within. It rotated slowly, exuding a calming life force. This core of energy represented the ultimate laws of restoration and regeneration. Under the natural protection and guidance of the 7th tier Dalmark meditation. Qin Ming's consciousness merged effortlessly with this source of the Dalmark, like a stream flowing into the sea. The entire process was incredibly smooth, without any resistance, as if this Dalmark had been waiting for his arrival all along. The jade-like droplets slowly flowed into Qin Ming's body. In an instant, a clear and profound understanding surged into his mind, and detailed information about the Dalmark revealed itself. 6th tier Dalmark, restoration. At the same time, deep within Qin Ming's sea of consciousness, as he successfully absorbed the restoration Dalmark, a tiny, crystalline droplet radiating gentle vitality began to take shape, quietly hovering in place. Upon its appearance, it naturally gravitated toward the meditating golden figure and the mysterious black book nearby. As if drawn by some unseen force, the three formed a subtle connection. Even more astonishing, the 9 strands of purple primordial energy that had been orbiting the golden figure and the black book now split off a portion, flowing like lively fish around the tiny droplet, as if nourishing it. After everything was complete, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, sensing the faint vitality brought by the newly acquired 6th tier restoration Dalmark in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but sigh with heartfelt admiration. Master, truly far-sighted and wise. If it weren't for the natural rank suppression of the 7th tier Dalmark meditation, there's no way I could have subdued this 6th tier Dalmark restoration so smoothly. He felt both fear and relief in his heart. If not for the generous gift from his master, even if he were to stumble upon other Dalmarks in the ancient repository in the future, he would only be able to watch helplessly, unable to absorb or refine them. That would truly be despairing. Then, the scene from that day involuntarily surfaced in Qin Ming's mind. His master, Li Jianguo, endured immense pain to sever his connection with the precious 7th tier Dalmark meditation and gift it to him. In that moment, his master's once unfathomable aura instantly became extremely frail, his face pale as paper. This image was deeply etched in Qin Ming's heart. Master! Qin Ming murmured softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He slightly clenched his fists, feeling the strength at his fingertips and the 7th tier Dalmark in his sea of consciousness that carried his master's high hopes. Your sacrifices will never be in vain. I, Qin Ming, will never let you down. A strong sense of conviction and responsibility ignited within him. This was not just about becoming stronger for himself, but also about living up to his master's expectations, so that one day he could truly stand by his master's side and no longer always rely on his protection. After composing himself, Qin Ming turned his gaze to the few essence crystals beside him. There were 3 in total, quietly suspended in the air. The one with the deepest glow, containing a brown liquid flowing within, was undoubtedly from the powerful 6-eyed beast. The other 2 were noticeably smaller, with a pale cyan liquid inside, and their energy fluctuations were much weaker. Judging by their placement, they were likely extracted from the 2 bird-like beasts that had fallen beside the 6-eyed beast. With a brief sense, Qin Ming determined that these 2 bird-like beasts had only been at the 3rd tier in strength during their lifetimes. Without hesitation, Qin Ming first picked up the essence crystal brimming with rich vitality and swallowed it directly. The moment the essence crystal entered his mouth, it melted instantly like snow meeting the warm sun, transforming into a gentle yet powerful liquid energy that flowed down his throat. This pure and unparalleled energy swept through Qin Ming's entire body in an instant, causing every cell to tremble with joy as if being nourished. Sensing this unexpectedly pure power, Qin Ming dared not relax for even a moment. He immediately began operating the shadow breathing technique with full force. As soon as the technique activated, the previously surging and unruly energy within him seemed to find a path and a guide, becoming obedient as it was directed, refined, and integrated into his meridians, vitality, and shadow energy. The purity and quantity of this energy far exceeded Qin Ming's expectations. It was like an inexhaustible fountain of energy, continuously supplying him no matter how much he absorbed and refined. His aura steadily rose at a visible pace, even faintly touching the bottleneck of his current realm. Over 10 minutes later, when the last trace of energy was fully refined and absorbed, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath tinged with slight impurities. The excitement and astonishment in his eyes could no longer be contained, bursting forth like sparks. This beast's essence crystal, the energy inside is terrifyingly potent. Qin Ming was certain that the essence from this 5th tier exotic beast had an energy purity and total amount that even surpassed the 6th tier exotic beast essence he had previously received from his teacher. This anomaly undoubtedly proved the extraordinary and unique nature of the six-eyed exotic beast, whose background was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Qin Ming slowly clenched his fists, carefully feeling the blood and energy within his body, now several times stronger than before. An unprecedented sense of fullness surged through him. He couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement and took a sudden step forward, casually swinging his right fist. Boom! As the fist wind swept through, a low rumbling explosion echoed in the air, and the powerful airflow even lifted the fallen leaves from the ground. This power has already reached the third-grade realm? Qin Ming withdrew his fist, his eyes filled with incredulous joy. When he absorbed that essence earlier, he felt a clear and natural breakthrough, as if barriers were being shattered. He knew he had truly advanced. But it wasn't until now, when he personally experienced the change in his strength, that he fully grasped the leap in power brought by the third-grade realm. However, the smoothness of this breakthrough was so astonishing that even he found it hard to believe. With just one fifth-tier exotic beast essence, he had directly skipped the second grade and jumped to the third grade? The efficiency was simply too high. Although the quality of this essence was exceptionally high, far surpassing ordinary fifth-tier ones, such an effortless upgrade still felt somewhat unreal to Qin Ming. At the same time, he gained a deeper appreciation for the preciousness of the resources within the ancient martial king's treasury. The next moment, Qin Ming swallowed the remaining two essences from bird-type exotic beasts. Compared to the explosive energy brought by the fifth-tier essence earlier, the energy released by these two essences was much gentler. They flowed like two cool streams, quickly guided and absorbed by his shadow breathing technique. After a dozen breaths, the energy from these two essences was completely refined. Although their total energy and quality were far inferior to the six-eyed exotic beast's essence, Qin Ming could still clearly sense that the purity of energy in these two essences from third-tier exotic beasts within the ancient treasury far exceeded that of essences from exotic beasts of the same tier outside, and their total energy was several times greater as well. It seems that even if I send all the ghost shadow soldiers out to hunt, it won't be easy to quickly gather resources within the ancient treasury, Qin Ming sighed lightly, realizing the crux of the problem. Since the battle ended, apart from the corpses of these three exotic beasts before him, the other ghost shadow soldiers hadn't brought back any new prey. This indicated that the exotic beasts within the treasury were not only powerful but also extremely difficult to hunt. The difficulty of hunting had actually increased several-fold, yet according to the system's rules, the dark value obtained after killing was still calculated based on the exotic beast's tier, with no additional rewards. This system setup is really a bit of a scam. Qin Ming couldn't help but complain, feeling frustrated with the low return on investment. Accumulating dark value quickly here was far more challenging than he had imagined. The next moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, and a dense surge of demonic energy instantly emerged from his palm. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the demonic energy onto his face. Shoo! His face rapidly transformed, reverting to the appearance of a merman. At the moment the transformation was complete, his entire aura underwent a dramatic change. The blood energy, which had just stabilized at the third rank, surged wildly like ice thrown into a boiling oil pot. This surge was incredibly fierce, directly breaking through the threshold of the fourth rank and climbing upward without pause, finally stabilizing at the late stage of the fourth rank, just one step away from the peak of the fourth rank. Feeling the immense power within him, several times stronger than before, Qin Ming was stunned. Could it be that the increase in blood energy brought by demonization isn't a fixed number, but rather grows proportionally, based on my own strength? He quickly realized the key point. Although his body had just broken through from the second rank to the third rank, the blood energy required to progress from the late stage of the fourth rank to the peak of the fourth rank was immense, far exceeding several times the previous amount. Even so, with the enhancement of demonic energy, his combat power had achieved a terrifying leap. He directly reached the late stage of the fourth rank, just one step away from the peak. This proved that the amplification effect of demonization would rise in tandem with his own strength. With this realization, Qin Ming's greatest worry was completely dispelled. He had once feared that as his strength continued to grow, the amplification brought by demonization would gradually diminish, eventually becoming a useless ability. But now it seemed that the amplification of demonic energy was tied to his own strength. This meant that even if he reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the future and became the legendary martial god, as long as he used demonic energy to demonize his strength. Would still receive a proportional and terrifying boost, remaining a trump card far superior to others of the same rank. This demonization ability is practically a growth type cheat tailored just for me. Qin Ming was incredibly excited. At the same time, a bold idea quickly took root in his mind. Right now, I only possess the demonic energy of Basha, the water demon, and it already has such a powerful effect. If I could gather the demonic energy of the other 7 great demons, how strong would I become? He clearly remembered that among the 8 great demons, Basha's strength didn't even rank in the top 3. If he could obtain the powers of stronger demons like the Sacred Lord or Curse Blue, the enhancement would undoubtedly be revolutionary. Perhaps, if the different demonic energies can not only coexist but also fuse with each other. The thought of this possibility left even Qin Ming himself shocked. The changes brought by the fusion of multiple demonic powers would likely result in an unimaginably terrifying level of strength. The path to the pinnacle of power was far broader than he had ever imagined. However, these speculations about future power had to be set aside for now. At the moment, Qin Ming had only 2 urgent tasks. First, to hunt as many exotic beasts in the ancient hidden realm as possible, obtaining their essences to enhance his strength while accumulating dark points. Second, to fully utilize his S-rank talent, Treasure Seeker, to search for all kinds of potential treasures in this opportunity-filled ancient hidden forest. With his thoughts clear, Qin Ming acted without hesitation. He suddenly swung his hand forward. Shoo! In an instant, the space before him seemed to be sliced open by an invisible blade, revealing hundreds of slender void cracks. These cracks rapidly expanded, like countless black eyes opening. Immediately, massive black hands stretched out from the cracks, causing the fissures to grow even larger. Swarms of shadow nightbats poured out like a tide. They quickly gathered in the sky above Qin Ming, forming a dense, oppressive black cloud. At the same time, behind Qin Ming, a pair of massive black wings unfolded with a sharp swish. The wings gently flapped, stirring up a gust of air that lifted his body slowly into the sky, stopping in front of the bat swarm. Meanwhile, the ground beneath his feet began to writhe violently, as if boiling water. One by one, slender figures silently emerged from the shadows. It was the Ghost Shadow Ninja Legion. Counting them, there were nearly 100. These 100 flying shadow nightbats and nearly 100 ghost shadow ninjas were all the ghost soldiers Qin Ming could summon at the moment. After days of accumulation, today, in order to maximize his gains in the Martial King's ancient vault, he did not hesitate to deploy his entire army. However, this was a necessary move. After all, the Martial King's ancient vault was fraught with dangers, and even the 6-eyed beast might only be the beginning. No one knew what terrifying entities lay hidden deeper in the forest. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Here, holding back strength was tantamount to courting death. Only by going all out could one strive for survival and the greatest rewards. Without further hesitation, Qin Ming's demonic wings flapped behind him, and he took the lead, flying toward the depths of the forest. Behind him, the dense swarm of flying shadow nightbats followed closely like loyal guards. On the ground, the ghost shadow ninjas transformed into streaks of black shadows, silently protecting him as they sped along. To maximize the 3-kilometer detection range of his Treasure Seeker talent, Qin Ming chose to fly at low altitude. This way, he could avoid becoming an obvious target for certain flying beasts while ensuring his perception range covered more ground. He would not miss any hidden treasures. Of course, Qin Ming also understood that Treasure Seeker was not omnipotent. Some treasures or opportunities could only be sensed under specific conditions. For instance, the repair Dao mark within the 6-eyed beast's shell could not be detected while the beast was alive and its aura was strong. Only after its death, when its aura dissipated and the Dao mark became ownerless, could it be clearly perceived. Thus, hunting and treasure seeking had to go hand in hand. In the Martial King's ancient vault, within a hidden cave, Xia Yuning leaned against the cold stone wall, her face pale and bloodless. She sat weakly on the ground, one hand clutching her abdomen tightly, with warm blood continuously seeping through her fingers and staining a small patch of the ground. Her chest heaved violently as she gasped for air, each breath bringing a tearing pain to the wound in her abdomen. Her once delicate face was slightly contorted in pain, and her high ponytail had become somewhat disheveled, with strands of hair sticking to her forehead and cheeks due to cold sweat, making her look extremely bedraggled. Damn it! How can the beasts in this ancient vault be so powerful? Xia Yuning bit her bloodless lower lip tightly. She tried to take deep breaths, attempting to calm the surging energy and blood within her and the pain that was nearly causing her to faint. The beast she had just encountered, which resembled a leopard, was astonishingly fast, with vicious and cunning attacks. A single encounter had left her at a severe disadvantage. No, I can't hesitate any longer. I can't afford to worry about the side effects. Xia Yuning furrowed her brows deeply, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. She knew that in her current state, if she were discovered by another beast, she would undoubtedly die. Trembling, she used her left hand to retrieve a dragon eye-sized, yellowish pill from the storage pouch close to her body. This is a potent healing elixir that can quickly stabilize injuries and promote wound healing after consumption. However, the cost is that for the next 12 hours, she will be extremely weak, as if her physical strength is locked away, unable to muster even the slightest bit of energy. Although she is severely injured now, if pushed to the brink, she can still barely summon about 20% of her strength to fight desperately, even at the risk of worsening her injuries. But once she takes this pill, she will lose even that last bit of resistance, completely becoming a lamb to the slaughter.